My fiancé, who never posts updates, suddenly shared a photo. It was of a guy eating hot pot, sticking his tongue out because of the spiciness, with the caption, "Such a greedy little foodie, but what can I do? I just have to spoil him." In less than a minute, our mutual friends started flooding the comments below, hundreds of them. "Jiang Jia, you forgot to switch accounts." They were so anxious because everyone knew how deeply I loved Jiang Luoning. I had been pestering her for 3 years, proposing 52 times before she finally agreed to marry me. But now, her love was split in two, half for me, half for someone else. I didn't take screenshots to confront her, nor did I storm into her company to make a scene. I quietly applied to delete all my information. The next day, I packed my bags and left the country, gone for 3 years. 3 years later, for the sake of the estate left by my mother, I chose to return to my country. After arriving at the airport, I had just opened my phone when a buddy called. "Yushu, have you landed? You better be careful. I heard Jiang Luoning is at the airport today to welcome her boyfriend. Don't run into her." I pushed up the sunglasses covering half my face. It can't be that coincidental. I haven't been back for 3 years, could it be? Before I finished speaking, the side behind me suddenly became lively. "Look, it's Jiang Luoning." A luxury car stopped by the roadside, and a woman stepped out, instantly becoming the center of attention in the crowd. I was stunned for a moment. After 3 years, the woman who almost married me back then hadn't changed a bit in appearance. The assistant beside Jiang Luoning handed her a bouquet of flowers, which she lazily accepted, her features somehow even more striking than the flowers. I withdrew my gaze and said helplessly, "Wen Yao, have you been blessed with a silver tongue? You actually guessed it right." "Ah." Wen Yao said several times in a row, then took a deep breath. "You ran into Jiang Luoning." "Yeah, I'll avoid her." I suppressed the turmoil in my heart and turned to leave. Someone shouted, "Jiang Luoning seems to be picking up by Chang Rui at the airport. I heard her boyfriend hasn't changed for 3 months. Oh my god, how handsome must he be to stay by Jiang Luoning's side for so long?" The crowd surged toward me, and I glanced at the people blocking the intersection. There was no way out. Just running into my ex-girlfriend would be bad enough, but now I was forced to watch her show off her love. What kind of human suffering is this? "Luoning." A clear, bright voice rang out. A boy dressed in white casual clothes, as sunny as a teenager, ran out and, in front of everyone's eyes, hugged Jiang Luoning's waist. Jiang Luoning affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and handed him the bouquet. The boy bit his lip, blushed amid the teasing from the crowd, and happily leaned against Jiang Luoning. The crowd murmured in surprise, "What? I thought he'd be as handsome as Panin, but he has just a small-time celebrity look-alike. Has Miss Jiang's taste gone downhill? No way, he is not a big heartthrob, but he looks very sunny and cheerful." I listened quietly, a complex expression flickering behind my sunglasses. Sunny and cheerful, those 4 words had nothing to do with me. So this was the type Jiang Luoning liked. No wonder back then, no matter what I did, I couldn't keep her heart. I pulled myself out of the memories and saw Jiang Luoning holding that boy as they got into the car. I hung up the phone, placed my luggage in the trunk, and sat in the back seat. The driver glanced at me. "Sir, where would you like to go?" "To Fanqing Group, thank you." My tone was low, with a faint smile. The driver pressed the accelerator, passing by Jiang Luoning's car. I saw the boy holding flowers, sitting close beside Jiang Luoning, tightly embracing. Just as I was about to look away, suddenly there was a loud bang. The car trembled a few times and stopped. The driver exclaimed, "What bad luck, how did the tire blow out?" I stiffened slightly, and of all times, it had to be now, right here. Jiang Luoning's car was less than a meter away from me. I was about to turn sideways to have my back to the car when the window rolled down, and the woman's eyelids lifted slightly as she glanced over. Our eyes met, and I was drawn into the woman's cold, deep gaze. The atmosphere felt a bit strange. It wasn't until the driver got out to check the tire that Bai Chengrui leaned on the car window and laughed, his voice clear. "Brother Lin, hello, my name is Bai Chengrui." I was about to get a taxi again, but upon hearing this, my hand on the car door paused. "You know me?" Bai Chengrui leaned back into Jiang Luoning's arms and said softly, "Just now, Sister Luoning saw you and said you dated 3 years ago. Brother Lin, you're really handsome. Seeing you makes me feel ashamed of myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Luoning rubbed his nose. "Don't belittle yourself." Watching their clingy affection in the throes of love, I didn't want to stay and prepare to hail a cab. Bai Chengrui hurriedly stuck his head out of the car window. "Brother Lin, how about Luoning and I give you a ride? Where are you headed?" Without waiting for me to speak, Bai Chengrui swung Jiang Luoning's arm and acted coquettishly. "Sister Luoning, just give Brother Lin a ride. He looks like he's in a hurry. Please help him, okay?" "No need, goodbye." I didn't want to see this scene anymore and turned to leave. Immediately, Jiang Luoning's lazy tone came from behind. "Fanqing just announced the appointment of the chief CEO. Are you sure you want to waste more time?" I was stunned. The appointment was announced so quickly? "Get in the car, I'll only wait for you 10 seconds. Jiang Luoning fiddled with the roses in the bouquet, her brows showing slight impatience. I gritted my teeth and got into the car anyway. The driver sensed the subtle tension in the atmosphere and his driving posture tensed slightly. I had no intention of making anyone uncomfortable, so after getting in and thanking him, I leaned against the car door and played on my phone, trying to avoid any interaction with the two people in the back seat. Until the car pulled into the garage, I grabbed my bag and turned to leave. Zhang Luaning looked at my upright figure, the smile fading from his face, waves of emotion stirring in his eyes. At the top floor of Fanxing, in the conference room, the grand appointment ceremony was coming to an end. Lin Xingyao, dressed in a professional suit, sat at the head of the table, receiving congratulations from everyone. Lin family's parents wore satisfied smiles, watching their daughter's spirited demeanor, the scene bustling perfectly. The door suddenly slammed open with a bang as someone pushed it forcefully. Everyone instinctively turned their heads to look, but froze when they saw who had come in. I cast a sharp glance at my father and stepmother, whom I hadn't seen in 3 years, then my gaze settled on Lin Xingyao's increasingly unpleasant face. You didn't even tell me about the new CEO taking office. Are you not planning to acknowledge me, a shareholder with 20% of the shares? Xiang Qiqing's eyes grew cold for a moment, then she smiled and approached, grabbing my hand. Yushu, you ran away from your marriage and disappeared for 3 years, refusing to contact your father. Everyone thought you wouldn't show up again, so she sighed helplessly. It was our oversight, we forgot to send you an email to inform you. I'm really glad you're back. Your father and sister miss you a lot. Is that so? I sneered mockingly, pulling my hand away with disgust. Aunt Xiang, you don't miss me, you're just afraid I'll come back and take the CEO position, right? Lin Mu's face darkened, his gaze gloomily fixed on her. I knew you came back to China for this. Because you ran away from the marriage, our flourishing star was almost screwed over by the Jiang family back then. It can be said that without your brother's forceful protection, there would be no present prosperous star. You almost ruined the company, and you still have the face to come and grab the position? Lin Xiangye glanced at him carelessly, hooking her lips without much expression. The Jiang and Lin families have been friends for generations. Even if I run away from the marriage, Mrs. Jiang said in the press conference the next day that she wouldn't pursue the matter. Who in the Jiang family would dare to make a move against Fanxing? She slightly raised her jaw. If the Jiang family really want to deal with Fanxing, he Lin Shijing really do not have that ability to stop. You seem like you're really here to steal the position. When you walked away and made the Lin family lose face, you don't deserve to be the president of the company at all. Get out right now, otherwise don't blame me for taking action against you. Lin Mu instantly stormed out, his eyes filled with scorn and disgust. Xiang Qishing on the side pulled him, softly persuading, forget it, the child is still young, don't bother with her. Lin Shijing clenched his fists, coldly sarcastic. 3 years ago, she ran away from the marriage. Mother, this is how you persuade father. Now she came back to fool around. It's not as simple as not knowing what to do at a young age, right? Xiang Qingqing immediately raised her eyebrows. Shijing, what are you talking about? Mother and son sang red and white together, infuriating Lin Mu to the point of turning blue. He shook off Xiang Qiqing's hand and pointed at Lin Xiangyan. Don't let me see you again, you're not qualified for this presidency. Lin Xiangyan met Lin Mu's merciless gaze straight on. When her grandfather was dying 3 years ago, it was her and Lin Mu who did their filial piety together in front of his bed. When her grandfather was dying, he said that he would pass the company on to her, but Lin Mu announced before her grandfather was even buried that he would be the president himself, and the vice president position would be handed over to Lin Shijing. When she was sad about her grandfather's death, she was so focused on Jiang Shijing that she didn't want to worry about her biological father stealing the company's power. Until she broke up with Jiang Shijing, she ran home and heard Lin Mu admit that he had cheated on her long ago, and also said that if he hadn't coveted the dowry brought by her mother's family, he would never have married Xiang Qiqing after 10 years. Under the double blow, she angrily left the country. After hibernating for so long, it's finally time to get everything back. If her father is ruthless, don't blame her for being unrighteous. I'm not qualified? Lin Xiangye sneered, staring straight at Lin Mu. Then the illegitimate son you cheated on your wife and gave birth to is qualified to be the rightful heir of the Lin family group? Xiang Qishingqing's face went white, biting his lip in death and pulling Lin Shijing, signaling him not to move. The surroundings were silent, and the shareholders and executives all revealed looks of madness. This Lin Xiangyan is designated as crazy. How can she reveal this matter in public? Isn't this a slap in his father's face? A few shareholders were dissatisfied and felt more and more that it was right not to let Lin Xiangye enter the company. Right at this moment, the sound of a crisp slap suddenly rang out. Slap! A slap fell, and Lin Mu slapped Lin Xiangyan to stagger a few steps. Ungrateful daughter! How did I, Lin Mu, give birth to such a thing? Get the hell out of here, right now! Lin Xianglian's face was hot and painful, the bottom of her eyes was like a pool of stagnant water, and a few moments of icy intent surfaced on her face that was always delicate and coquettish. I'm the one who should be the president of Flourishing Star. To get lost it should be you guys who should get lost. Take your wife and illegitimate child and get far away. Chapter 4 Revenge, Seize Power. Evening, how can you talk about your brother like that? Xiang Qishing finally couldn't help but step forward. She painfully said, I was pregnant when I was in a relationship with your father, we broke up 2 months later, he married your mother, and when I saw that he had a family, I raised your brother silently, never bothering your mother. Even if your brother was taken in by your father at the age of 10, he is not considered the illegitimate son of the Lin family, and we have a clear conscience towards you and your mother. You keep saying that he is a bastard, ask me if I didn't love you for so many years? Where have I wronged you? She said and covered her eyes with a handkerchief and cried straight away. Lin Xiangwan, I've put up with you for a long time. Lin Shijuan's heart ached for his mom, hateful and anxious, he rushed over and was about to hit Lin Xiangnan. The others hurriedly stopped. Lin Mu painfully embraced Xiang Qixingqing. The scene was instantly in an uproar and chaos. Lin Xiang evening always look indifferent, pick up the teacup and the hand weighing 2 times. The purple ceramic cup that Lin Mu had specialized in for many years was heavy enough. And then, she raised it up and smashed it on the ground. All shut up. With an angry shout, the conference room fell silent. Lin Xiangye scanned the circle and only felt ridiculous. This was the family she was born into. After her mother died, everyone had their own agenda. Her father was unloving, her stepmother would act out, and her half-brother treated her like an enemy. Where else did she have a home in Young City? Lin Xiangye took out a dossier in her bag and unwrapped it in front of the shareholders. All of you uncles have followed my grandfather in his fight and recognize his seal and handwriting. The will was written in his own handwriting, take a look. The 3 members of the Lin family froze at the same time. There was a will? How did they not know? Xiang Qixing wiped away his tears and hurriedly squeezed into the middle of the shareholders. It was written in black on white paper, clearly in the handwriting of the Lin family's oldest son, Lin Yuqiao. Only a few words were written on it. The person in charge of Fanqing can only be my granddaughter Lin Xiangwan. If there is any change, I still hope that all of you old friends to help a little bit. The president's seat cannot fall. At the end of the will is Lin Yaoqiao's usual strong signature, as well as the seal marks that have long been with him underground. Someone held up the will, eyes red. This, really the old man's handwriting. This is his handwritten letter. It can't be. How could Grandpa make a will and give it to Lin Xiangyan and not give it to you guys in the first place? Uncles don't believe it, this was forged by Lin Xiangyan. Lin Shijuan retorted loudly, having completely panicked. They had gone to great lengths to kick Lin Xiangyan out of Fanshain, they could never give up on their previous endeavors. Handwriting can be forged, can a seal? Lin Xiangye didn't look at him, looking at the shareholders. These people had all fought behind her grandfather, and when he set up Pansum, he had personally taken them to have their seals made and sealed in the safe, just in case of an unexpected accident. Something with a seal could prove something. Among them, Zhong Jie is the highest status among these shareholders. After being saved by old Mr. Lin, he swore to follow him for 50 years. Even Lin Mu has to respectfully call him a big brother. Lin Xiangye looked at him again. Uncle Zhong, what do you think? Zhong Jie pondered for a moment and spoke in the midst of countless gazes. Well, this is indeed the old gentleman's handwriting, so let Xiangwan be the heir according to the will. Big brother Zhong. Lin Mu was so anxious that his brain was sweating. This is a major event that concerns the future of Flourishing Star. Lin Shijuan hung his head, clenching his fists fiercely, his body permeated with a sense of unwillingness. Zhong Jie looked at the father and son, his gaze complicated. Lin Shijuan is young and talented, and is even better at managing a company than his father. In fact, he would love to hand over Fanqing to this kid. But more than that, he valued his benefactor's wishes. No matter how capricious and incompetent Lin Xiangye was, no matter how bleak the future of Flourishing Star was in the hands of a rich white woman who had run away from her husband, he had to do it. Xiangye, we can let you be the president, but your brother must be the vice president, collaborating with you to take care of the company's affairs. This is the biggest concession we can make, and it's also for the sake of Fanqing's consideration. You have no problem with this, right? Lin Shijuan took a deep breath. Xiang Qingqing and Lin Mu even stared straight at Lin Xiangyan, not as nervous and anxious as they were just now. The vice president was fine, with a lot of power, and would one day kick away Lin Xiangyan, a straw man, and become the person in charge of Fanqing. In full view of everyone, Lin Xiangye smiled sweetly, the corners of her lips shallowly swirled in an arc. I don't want this kind of waste, either demote yourself to be the team leader of the publicity and development department, or find another job. Zhong Jie slowly frowned and fell silent. Lin Shijuan was so angry that his whole body was shaking, his eyes glaring at Lin Xiangyan. I'm a waste, then what are you? From a young age, you only know how to eat, drink and have fun, and then you chased after Jiang Shijing, and then you ran away from the marriage and caused the Jiang and Lin families to not interact with each other to this day. If Grandpa was alive, he wouldn't have let you be the heir at all. Yeah. Lin Xiangye sat down, resting her cheeks and thought, my good Aunt Xiang flirted with me since I was young to eat, drink and have fun, and then when she knew that I was secretly in love with Jiang Shijing, she said that sooner or later I would have to marry someone, and I don't need to learn how to run a business, so you tell me, who in the world doesn't want me to be this heir? Zhong Jie frowned slightly and turned his head to ask Xiang Qixing with his eyes. Xiang Qixing was at a loss for a few seconds and stammered, that's because I'm heartbroken for you. A girl's family doesn't want you to be burdened. How can you misunderstand that I have good intentions? Then let's talk about your good intentions and your grandiose explanations. Lin Xiangye took out another pile of paper from her bag and spread it out on the table. Printed on the paper was a bank card full of running water and various expenses. You said you raised your son on your own, never bothering my mother, but from the time Lin Mu and my mother got engaged, you were spending his money to raise the baby. After you gave birth to your child, you've met countless times over the past 10 years, having birthday dates and couples meals, and even taking your child to various amusement parks together. Aunt Xiang, you're knowing 3 is 3, what is your son if not a bastard? Lin Xiangye tilted her head, her fingertip pointing on one of Xiang Kachengqing and Lin Mu's chat records. Zhong Jia followed and looked. In the chat, Xiang Kacheng complained that Lin Mu was incapable of giving his son a proper identity, and that a good child had become a bastard. But just now, Xiang Kacheng cried and cried, justifiably saying that she was not a mistress, saying that she was never ashamed of Lin Xiangyan. Xiang Kacheng's face was red and white, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground. Lin Shijuan felt ashamed, and only after half a day did a sentence pop out from his teeth. Now that all the uncles are old, who else can hold up the whole of Flourishing Star besides me? With me around, it's still your turn to hold it up? Lin Xiangye snorted lightly and took out the other betting agreement. She had a bulging bag full of things to settle accounts with this family. This betting agreement was finally cleaned out. Within half a year, I'll make the yield of Prosperous Star increase by 10 points. If I can't do it, the position of president is given to you. I don't even want the shares. Chapter 5. It's not bad to taste old flavors once in a while. There was an eerie silence in the conference room. Some people wanted to speak, some had mocking eyes, and some even laughed out loud. Zhong Jie frowned and asked, Missy, do you know what the concept of a 10-point increase in yield is? Lin Shijuan hugged his arms and nearly burst out laughing. Fanqing started out as a supply chain. After you skipped the wedding and offended the Jiang family didn't say anything on the surface. Behind their backs they were all shunning the Lin family. No new clients dared to work with us. It took me half a year to develop 2 clients and 3 orders. He walked to Lin Xiangye, looked at her red and swollen face, and snorted, you have to take at least 5 clients in half a year to increase your yield by 10 points. You, the untrustworthy person who openly offended the Jiang family by fleeing from the marriage, who dares to trust you and cooperate with you. No one had a problem with this. What Lin Shijuan said was ruthless and cruel, but it was the truth. Lin Xiangye had been gone for 3 years, and after she left, she also had a bad reputation because of her marriage escape, plus everyone defaulted to the fact that she had offended Jiang Shijing, and they were even more afraid to cooperate with her. The fiancé that you missed out on in the first place is already the top person in the business world of Rongqing, and all the company bosses who have a bit of strength have dealings with him, so who dares to offend him and work with you? Let me ask you, who would seek death like this? Lin Shijuan raised his eyebrows, the smile on his face getting deeper and deeper. So what if there was grandfather's seal and will? The one who couldn't help himself couldn't hold on to this presidential position even if he got it. Being that nervous before was actually him being overly concerned. Lin Xiangyan remained expressionless, not frowning at Lin Shijuan's words. She hooked her lips like it was nothing. Since you all think I'm out of my depth, let's sign the agreement. After half a year when I can't do what I promised, won't you be more than able to grab the company logically? Lin Mu carried his hands behind his back, his complexion moved. These words had spoken to his heart. He didn't listen to his late father's words, even though he didn't regret it. His heart was always a little uncomfortable. He always felt that the old master was watching all this with wide eyes in heaven, and he always dreamed of the old master questioning him at night. First let Lin Xiangye do half a year of president, half a year after she cannot complete the agreement on the content of the company, also does not count that he did not listen to the last wish. The 3 members of the family exchanged glances and weighed the pros and cons before settling the matter. Lin Xiangyan picked up her bag and went directly to the president's office. Lin Shijuan's side was in office, and the president's office was already full of his things. No one expected that she would be killed today. Lin Xiangye lowered her eyes to look at a picture frame on the table. A family of 3 covered in designer labels, standing on the beach and smiling brightly at the camera. She stared for a long time, snorted lightly, raised her hand and swept the frame and everything on the table to the ground. Lin Shijuan chased her in and instantly got angry. Lin Xiangyan, what are you doing? Lin Xiangyan turned around. It's hard not being this president, isn't it? Even harder is yet to come. She raised her foot, stepped on the photo frame on the ground, the tip of her high-heeled shoe crushed down hard. With a click, the glass in the photo frame instantly shattered. I'll use half a year to get rid of you, Lin Shijuan. You'll always be the junior son who can't get on the stage, the company that my mom invested with her entire dowry. You don't deserve to stay. When Lin Xiangye left the company, she didn't accept Linda, who was originally going to be the president's secretary, and asked Uncle Zhang to send one of his available people to help out with the work. When she came in, the sun was still blazing, but when she left the company, it was already covered in dark clouds. Lin Xiang's evening body flooded a coolness, picked up the cell phone to call Wen Qian. After meeting, Wen Shallow gave Lin Xiangye medicine and cursed at the Lin family. When will that mistress and her son be struck by lightning? And that father of yours, knowing full well that when the company was almost in trouble, it was your mother who took all the dowry to keep the company. Even your grandfather was grateful. He actually gave the company to that bastard son of his with a clear conscience. Bah. Wen Xian cursed so much that her mouth was dry, and she drank 3 cups of water before she slowed down. Lin Xiangye smoothed her back for her, clearly in Fanqing she was still calm and strong, but in front of her best friend she easily reddened her eyes, and her cheeks felt even more painful. Shallow, I need you to help me contact someone. The new official had 3 fires. She had to close an order as soon as possible in order to quickly stabilize people's hearts. Although she was the Lin family's first lady, others would only give face to Lin Mu, but would shun her. This time, she needed to utilize the Wen family's connections. When Shallow's face looked odd after hearing this, the president of Dingshang? Have you not inquired about Dingshang? Lin Xiangye, I know what you want to say. Dingshang's old president Zhao Yan is Jiang Shijing's cousin. Yes, Jiang Shijing is still the biggest investor in Dingshang. You made him lose face at that time, and his grandfather's family also followed the face. You go to find Zhao Yan to cooperate. I can help you make an appointment, but he won't give you a good face. Wen Qian was anxious for Lin Xiangwan. If it wasn't for this extremely difficult betting agreement, the rest of the Lin family wouldn't have willingly let go so easily. This agreement was practically impossible to accomplish, not to mention the fact that Lin Xiangyan still had a Jiang Shijing's on her head that could make young cities shake 3 times. Lin Xiangye had also gone out of her way this time. She held up the freshly brewed big red robe. In this city, who will give me a good face? How do I know if I'll succeed if I don't try? Besides, if I can take the order with Ding Shang, won't that be more of a way to show Uncle Zhong and the others what I'm capable of? Convinced, Wen Qian got up and went to call home. Ding Shang President Office. Zhou Banquet smiled and waved his hand at the man on the sofa. Shijing's, come on, try this special peony tea of mine. I'm tired of drinking it. Do you have any De Hong Pao? Jiang Shijing stretched a lazy waist, white shirt casually loosened the collar button, obviously no more simple style. Was he hard to wear out a few points of wicked style? Zhou Yan pouring tea action, looked up and wondered, you have long stopped drinking De Hong Pao? Jiang Shijing smiled, it's not bad to taste old flavors once in a while. Just as his words fell, there was a knock on the office door. The secretary walked in and first looked at a large Buddha on the sofa before clearing her throat and speaking, Mr. Zhou, the president of the Pansum Group has made an appointment to talk to you about cooperation. Fan Xing's Mr. Lin recently abdicated, and this presidential position has been passed on to his son, right? Zhou Yan followed suit and looked at Jiang Shijing twice. The latter's eyes were smiling, not reacting in the slightest to the Lin family. The secretary weighed her words and cautiously said, no. The Lin family's daughter suddenly came back and somehow suddenly took Lin Shijuan's place as the president, and it's her who made the appointment for you to meet with her this time. Put. Zhou Yan sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Chapter 6, Miss Lin's character is worrisome. Who did you say? Who came back? Who's back? Zhou Yan was so shocked that he asked incoherently in 3 consecutive questions. The bottom of Jiang Shijing's eyes rippled, and he said softly, she's really made it. Shijing's, you already knew about Lin Xiangye's return to China. Zhou Yan was not calm anymore, staring at him closely. You suddenly went to the airport in such a big formation today. It couldn't be that you knew she was coming back and specifically went to block people, right? Say what? Jiang Shijing still looked like a cynical dude, smiling gangly at him. I haven't seen my girlfriend for a few days, so can't I go pick her up? You, just keep making it up. I knew you didn't really let go all these years. Zhou Yan rolled his eyes and continued to mutter in a low voice, when she ran away from the wedding, you were there for half a month. Cousin. Jiang Shijing's tone sank. Zhou Yan knew he had said the wrong thing inside. The man in front of him had his eyes downcast to hide all his emotions, making him guess. For so many years, he had never been able to see through this cousin's mind. Love or no love, Jiang Shijing could play deep love in front of all those women, playing the perfect boyfriend that made them all so horny that they felt it was their fault for even breaking up. But only after Lin Xiangye left, he saw for the first time Jiang Shijing's flesh and blood appearance underneath the mask. The secretary was keenly aware that Jiang Shijing didn't seem to be in a good mood, and cautiously said, so, is Mr. Zhou still in a good mood? Yes, still seeing or not seeing? Zhou Yan looked at Jiang Shijing with intent. Jiang Shijing got up and said in a serious manner, seeing someone is just a matter of opinion, can't you make the decision? The secretary froze, watching the man walk out of the office, still not understanding what he meant. Mr. Zhou, to see or not to see? Zhou Yan helplessly said, let Lin Xiang come at night. The parlor. Lin Xiangye was invited to the door by her secretary and took a deep breath. She didn't know how the Zhou family viewed that year's runaway marriage, but she thought that her attitude towards her couldn't be any better, and she should be willing to meet for the sake of the Wen family. This time to go in, be prepared to be mocked and taunted. Lin Xiangye fixed her mind, knocked on the door and went in. There were 2 men sitting in the parlor, one in a black suit and one in a white shirt, both with their backs to her. However, even if the man in the white shirt only had a back, Lin Xiangye recognized him. It was like the tip of her heart had been stabbed, a fine, dense pain. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips abruptly, paused in place for a few seconds, walked over and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Zhou." She pretended not to see Jiang Shijing and walked over to Zhou Yan and extended her hand. Even though Zhou Yan had seen her 3 years ago, he couldn't help but freeze at this moment. After not seeing her for 3 years, Lin Xiangye had become more and more beautiful, with a bit more bright and delicate femininity than before. She wore a formal suit dress, hair slightly curled, obviously is no more than ordinary work clothes, but hard to wear a few points of flavor. It is no wonder that his own cousin, Zhou Yan, swayed, and his toes were suddenly bumped. He came back to his senses and didn't get up to shake Lin Xiangyan's hand, but instead raised his chin towards her lightly. "Sit down." Lin Xiangye's hand stalled in mid-air for half a second, and she turned to sit down with her expression as normal. She couldn't help but look at Jiang Shijing with her afterglow. It seemed as if the man didn't notice her presence. He was fiddling with his cell phone with his head down, the message alerts sounding non-stop, and it looked like he was chatting with someone. "Ms. Lin, no, I should call you General Manager Lin. I didn't expect that the president of Fanxing who just took office is you. It really surprises me." Zhou Yan crossed his legs, his eyes mocking. Lin Xiangye bashfully hooked her lips. "I'll take General Zhou's words as congratulating me on my appointment. This time I'm here to look for General Zhou. I want to seek cooperation with Ding Shang. I don't know if General Zhou is interested in the new type of factory that we've already researched and developed. This is the factory introduction." She handed a document over with both hands. Zhou Yan did not take it and looked askance at the document. "I'm a very easygoing person. I generally won't reject any cooperation that comes to my door as long as it's suitable." Lin Xiangye asked, "What Mr. Zhou means by this, is that we can cooperate?" She was a little unconvinced that the other party would be so hasty, but still subconsciously held a hint of expectation. Pansom's new factory was technologically advanced, and in this intelligent industry that was constantly being updated, she believed that with the company's strength she could also impress Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, however, smiled, hands on the sofa. "Don't be anxious, all in. I haven't finished yet, and I have no threshold for cooperation, but I only value the character of the partner." Lin Xiangyan's body stiffened. Zhou Banquet continued to laugh. 3 years ago, Mr. Lin took it upon himself to annul the marriage contract and flew abroad for 3 years with no news, leaving a trail of chicken feathers behind, so it's obvious that his character is a worry. Jiang Shijing, who was playing with his cell phone, finally raised his head and stared at Lin Xiangyan with his dark eyes. Lin Xiangyan was instantly uncomfortable, her hands folded on her knees slowly tightening. Zhou Yan pushed back the documents on the table. "Lin always has a history of being a deserter. It's hard for me to believe that Flourishing Star will be able to do well as a whole under your leadership, and I'm also worried that Mr. Lin will suddenly break the contract if he's not happy one day, so I'm sorry, I don't want to work with you." These words were not to mention how sarcastic, full of shade. Lin Xiangyan bit her lip in embarrassment, her heartstrings pulling violently tight. Jiang Shijing was still looking at her with sunken eyes, his gaze like a knife. Under such a gaze, she had nowhere to run, sitting stiffly on the sofa, like a cold bench during torture. The atmosphere was frozen, and the entire room was quiet and somewhat eerie. Lin Xiangye found her voice only after a long time. "We can add a clause on the contract. If our side harms Ding Shang's interests and destroys normal cooperation without any reason, we will pay 10 times the liquidated damages." "Liquidated damages are not necessary, how about?" Zhou Yan changed his sitting position, leaning back on the sofa, staring at her with interest. "You come to explain why you ran away from marriage back then?" Lin Xiangye curled her lips and laughed at herself. She understood that Zhou Yan was not looking at the face of the Wen family, but wanted to do justice to his cousin and ask for an explanation. 3 years ago, in anyone's opinion, it was because she, Lin Xiangyan, was too scummy and walked away from her near marriage. Jiang Shijing sked, his tone frivolous. "Ms. Lin, you do not have to make this appearance of being bullied. If you do not want to say, can go now. My cousin gossiped just why you left back then. I am not interested at all." The corner of Zhou Yan's mouth twitched and he looked at him several times in a row. Lin Xiangyan's heart ached so much that she raised her eyes to meet Jiang Shijing's. She also wanted to walk away and didn't want to revisit old matters. However, the only way to prove to others that they could cooperate was to take Ding Shang's order. The Zhou family, who were relatives of the Jiang family, were willing to open their doors to cooperate, so their fear of offending Jiang Shijing's was nonsense. Without this kind of flagrant victory, her next plan was going to be much tougher. She looked at the cynical man, but her opening was to another person. "Mr. Zhou, if I explain, can there be an opportunity for cooperation?" "Of course." Zhou Yan rested his chin and said in a good humor, "I just love to listen to these gossips." Chapter 7, turns out to be not in love. Zhou Yan casually asked, but Lin Xiangye couldn't do a casual answer. She remembered that 2 days before she bought the plane ticket, she had asked Wen Xian to try on wedding dresses, longing for the scene of her marriage with Jiang Shijing. Even though Jiang Shijing had been photographed by reporters eating with women since that time, she still wished that it was an inappropriate behavior under the temporary fear of marriage. After all, everyone could see Jiang Shijing's favoritism towards her, and even she herself was convinced of it. It wasn't until she occasionally learned the truth about Lin Mu marrying her mother that she ran to the bar to seek solace from Jiang Shijing and heard what he said to his friends. Lin Xiangye's eyes trembled as she forced herself to pull out of her memories. In a casual tone, she calmly said, I don't love it anymore, I don't want to get married and I have no way to explain it to both families, so I left on impulse. Zhao Yan also did not expect to wait half a day for this kind of explanation. His complexion was warm and cool as he stared at Lin Xiangyan, his gaze gradually becoming unkind. Jiang Shijing gripped his cell phone tightly and lifted his eyelids, his thin lips hooked up in a disinterested smile. Oh, so it's not love anymore. He patted Zhao Yan's shoulder and joked, Cousin, in the future, even if my family scolds me, you can't say that I like to change girlfriends. Doesn't Ms. Lin change when she says so? It's only natural. Jiang Shijing smiled carelessly, with a few points of the wind and flow of the gangster. Any woman cannot help but want to have some entanglement with him, even if you know that there is no good results. Lin Xiangwan didn't know what kind of person he was before, and it was that night that she saw him clearly, and has been out of her misery ever since. She puts on a businesslike smile. I've already given an explanation, and I also hope that Mr. Zhou can fulfill his promise and cooperate with me. Zhou Yan frowned, his heart somewhat stifled. Such a casual and irresponsible woman, he really did not want to cooperate. He was opening his mouth and preparing to refuse, when Jiang Shijing at his side suddenly asked, I heard that Xiaoyu's sister was lectured and cried by you again yesterday? Zhou Yan let out an ah, not reacting. What was the point of mentioning this in good time? She just joined 3 months ago, it's normal that she can't negotiate a single order and can't improve her performance, so she ran to my place and cried after being lectured by you, which hurt me so much. Can't you be a little gentler? Jiang Shijing pressed Zhou Yan's shoulder, got up and sighed lightly. Let's go, you talk slowly. Lin Xiangyan hung her eyes, without much expression. Showing mercy everywhere. Worthy of being Jiang Shijing's. The secretary next to her was confused and locked eyes with Zhou Yan. This Xiaoyu sister, was it the Su Xiaoyu she knew? Su Xiaoyu has been on the job for 2 years, but the day before yesterday, she got into a fight with a colleague, which was known to Mr. Zhou, and she deserved to be reprimanded. She is in the heart of muttering, people have already left. Zhou Banquet exhaled, glanced at Lin Xiangyan, also followed the rise. Lin Xiangwan was a little anxious, followed by standing up. Mr. Zhou, just now you said in person. Leave the documents behind, after I read them, I will have the project team evaluate them and send you a contract for cooperation. Zhou Yan interrupted her words and raised his head. The secretary was surprised, and hurriedly followed her out with the same steps. Just after closing the door of the parlor, she couldn't wait to say, Zhang Xiao really isn't picky huh, isn't that Su Xiaoyu a pockmarked face? He actually can also be heartbroken on, and there is also, Su Xiaoyu and Jiang Xiao have no dealings, how dare you run to Zhang's group to cry? Zhou Yan gave her a look with hopeless eyes. No brain, why did I recruit someone like you as a secretary? Go call Su Xiaoyu over to be in charge of Fanqing's contract. The secretary stopped in aggravation, still unable to figure out which sentence she had said wrong. Lin Xiangye left from Ding Shang and didn't have a hint of reality until she was out of the company. She had actually secured cooperation. After signing the contract with Ding Shang, she believed that those shareholders would change their impression of her. Lin Xiangwan unconsciously revealed a few smiles, but the weather was not favorable. The originally gloomy sky suddenly rumbled and rained heavily. The rain came swiftly, hitting her face painfully. She wanted to return to the entrance of Ding Shang Company to temporarily hide from the rain. A Maybach suddenly rubbed against her and stopped. Lin Xiangyan took a step back, startled. The window rolled down, and it was Jiang Shijing. Get in. Lin Xiangye directly refused, no need. She wanted to leave, but Jiang Shijing faintly said, you can choose to come up, or you can choose to cancel the cooperation with Ding Shang. One sentence pinned Lin Xiangye in place. Jiang Shijing's were always so powerful, and the words that came out of his mouth could make it difficult for her to do anything. Lin Xiangyan had no choice but to go around to the side of the car and open the door. Only when she turned sideways to sit in it did she abruptly realize that she had just subconsciously sat in the passenger seat. Her mind drifted back to the time when Jiang Shijing had picked her up for a date. The co-pilot always had a bouquet of jasmine flowers waiting for her to sit in this exclusive seat and smell the flowers. Lin Xiangyan barely thought about it before she was about to push open the door to change to the back seat. Instead, Jiang Shijing reached out, snapped the car door shut, and stepped on the gas. Lin Xiangyan almost crashed into the car window, and couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. I don't need you to give me a ride, are you going to threaten me with the cooperation thing? Jiang Shijing leaned back, his fingertips gently tapping the steering wheel. I'm used to doing whatever I want, is this the first day you've realized that? Lin Xiangye tightened her seatbelt and disliked back, of course, it really isn't the first day or two that you've been doing whatever you want. Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows. He didn't get angry, instead he smiled. 3 years after a goodbye, you're still so eloquent, you haven't changed at all. Lin Xiangye didn't say anything, her heart chagrined. She was unexpectedly so calm in front of Jiang Shijing. It was also true that Jiang Shijing's was the only one who was able to inspire another side of her since she was a child, tearing down the aloofness and detachment that she pretended to have in front of outsiders. You insisted that I get in the car, what exactly is your purpose? I still have to go back and deal with my work. I don't have time to waste with you. Jiang Shijing asked rhetorically, why do I have to have a purpose? Can't I just see that the rain is too heavy and send you back with a good intention? Lin Xiangye snorted lightly, I don't think you're being kind. She never knew Jiang Shijing's thoughts, purpose. 3 years ago she thought she saw Jiang Shijing's sincerity, but reality crushed her hard. She also thought that Jiang Shijing had a clear distinction between good and evil, a young master's temper, and that he would hate her and be unwilling to give her a good face after being evicted from her marriage, but it turned out that he was as good as new. He was even kind enough to act as her driver. The front restaurant put me down. Lin Xiangwan couldn't stay for a moment, I'm hungry, I'm going to get something to eat. Jiang Shijing looked like he didn't hear her, stepping on the gas and accelerating past the restaurant. Lin Xiangyan took a deep breath. Jiang Shijing, you've gone too far, what are you doing? As soon as the words fell, Jiang Shijing suddenly braked and stopped by the side of the road. He clasped Lin Xiangyan's chin, a few points of anger etched in the bottom of his eyes. You can also say the word excessive? When you ran away from the wedding, why don't you think you went overboard? Ha! Not allowing Lin Xiangye to open her mouth, Jiang Shijing ruthlessly blocked her lips. Chapter 8, it's time to have a little sense of crisis. Lin Xiangyan's body froze and began to struggle. Noticing her resistance, Jiang Shijing sarcastically laughed and withdrew his hold on the back of her head. Lin Xiangyan's back was pressed against the car window, the ice causing her to tremble slightly, while the hot breath of the man in front of her sprayed her face from time to time. She frowned uncomfortably, biting her lip and saying coldly, let go of me. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiangye didn't hold back her red eyes. She confiscated her emotions and inexplicably wanted to cry, because of the other party's frivolous and disrespectful behavior, but also because of the mixed feelings of aggression. Jiang Shijing still cared about what happened 3 years ago. The wedding was almost announced to the whole world, so grand, so exciting. Later, she heard Wen Xiao say that until the ceremony began, both families were searching for her whereabouts. Jiang Shijing was on the stage, standing in the blazing sun for 2 hours, and was told that she had already left the country before leaving the venue. An experience like that should be truly unforgettable. But it's hard to tell who owes who, and who's gone too far. But even though she suffered betrayal and walked away, what she got in return was nothing more than Jiang Shijing's mind. Other than that, there was nothing else. You still cry? Jiang Shijing let go of Lin Xiangwan, leaning lazily on the driver's seat, the sexy collarbone hidden in the neckline. I thought Ms. Lin didn't have a heart. Enough. Lin Xiangye's body stiffened, smoothing out her emotions, and then turned her head to look at him. You have girlfriends around you constantly, there are people who want to marry you, you changed your heart a long time ago, as to dwell on me as a person from the past? She pushed open the car door and walked down. There was the sound of a car window coming down behind her. Jiang Shijing's eyes contained a smile. I'm not dwelling on it, I'm holding a grudge. Lin Xiangyan, I'll settle this account with you slowly. Lin Xiangyan's footsteps lurched, suppressing her fire, but she didn't hold back and turned around after all. Instead of staring at others, why don't you think about what you did in the first place, Jiang Shijing? Are you also considered a man? Jiang Shijing, ? He watched the figure leave and fell into deep thought. At night, Lin Xiangye slept in the apartment she just rented, tossing and turning. She gripped her cell phone tightly and checked her work emails again. Just now, the staff from Dingxing came to contact her and proposed to talk about cooperation at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Lin Xiangye was relieved that this was a done deal, but she wasn't that happy either. She was thinking about what Jiang Shijing said. When he said that he would take his time to settle the score, he wasn't prepared to part ways with her. But when Jiang Shijing was in his prime, he didn't stop Zhao Yan from working with her. She couldn't guess what this man's next move would be, and things developing out of control was the last thing she wanted to see. Lin Xiangye sighed softly and closed her eyes to force herself to rest. As the night gradually deepened, she entered dreamland, not sleeping peacefully. In her dreams, she always returned to that night, that bar, Jiang Shijing's ghost-like cold words echoing in her ears. I don't love Lin Xiangye. If it wasn't for the fact that my grandmother was old and anxious to have a grandchild, I wouldn't have married her. In that box, Jiang Shijing was hugging people left and right, his lips hooked in a thin smile. And across from him, Lin Shijuan was all smiles, his brows and eyes full of triumph. When she woke up again, Lin Xiangye broke out in a sweat. It wasn't even dawn outside yet, so she sat up to calm down, and it took her a full 10 minutes to pull herself out of the despair of her dream. After taking a shower, Lin Xiangye headed to Flourishing Star. After the assistant sent by Zhong Jie arrived, he was arranged by Lin Xiangye to get a meeting with all the free staff in the project department. The conference room didn't open for an hour. Lin Shijuan sent someone to serve tea and water, but he wasn't able to get in to find out what was going on. He was fidgety and determined to go and see for himself. Who knew that just as he arrived, the crowd walked out. Lin Xiangyan stayed at the end, slowly reading the documents. When she heard the footsteps, she didn't raise her head. Vice President Lin sent someone 3 times, something's wrong? The 3 words, Vice President Lin, she called extremely heavy. Even though she took out the betting agreement, she couldn't resist the shareholders' strong recommendation. These shareholders do not believe that she will be successful, think that she is fooling around, so they want to press Lin Shijing in the position of vice president of the company to support the bottom, in order to rest assured. Lin Shijing had a kind of exasperation and embarrassment of being demolished, walked over and pressed the corner of the table, coldly said, "This company is given to you to take care of, not for you to fool around. The whole project department is almost emptied by you. What kind of people do I use?" Everyone in the project department who came to the meeting was not scheduled to work today, so it's not a problem for me to transfer them over and use them. Lin Xiangyan closed the document, her gaze coldly locked with his, and raised her good-looking eyebrows. "Furthermore, you've said that this company is handed over to me to take care of. How I use people has nothing to do with you." Lin Xiangye. Lin Shijing slammed the table and said in a deep voice, "The shareholders won't stand by and watch if you're so reckless. Do you believe me or not? I'll go tell Uncle Zhong that you're simply making a fool of yourself on purpose." "Fine, go ahead and say it." Lin Xiangye's expression remained unchanged. She got up and handed the document to her assistant Xiaoxue. "By the way, take a message to Uncle Zhong for me. I'm entertaining Ding Sheng's people at the company today. Borrow his fine tea for a while." Lin Shijing's face stiffened and he wrinkled his eyebrows. "Ding Sheng? It won't be that Ding Sheng from Zhou Banquet, right?" "Of course." Lin Xiangye walked around him and headed out. Lin Shijing refused to believe it and hurriedly chased after him. "Impossible. Zhao Yan is Jiang Shijing's cousin. He knows what's going on between you two. How could he be willing to cooperate with you?" At this moment, Lin Xiangyan's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was a work call, she wrinkled her eyebrows, and because she was dealing with Lin Shijing, her voice still had a bit of faint impatience in it, making it seem extraordinarily cool. "Hello?" The person on the other side of the phone froze, speaking with obviously more caution and care. "General Manager Lin, there's a reserved guest in your office." Got it." Lin Xiangye hung up the phone and turned back to look at Lin Shijing. "As long as I want to, nothing is impossible, Lin Shijing. I said I would get you out of the company. It's not just empty words, it's time for you to have a bit of a sense of crisis now," she said and left in style. Lin Shijing's face turned blue as he stood in the corridor slowly tightening his fists. At the president's office, Xiaoxue pushed open the door. "Mr. Lin is here." The girl in the office immediately got up and smiled brightly at Lin Xiangyan. "Sister Lin." "Miss Bai?" Lin Xiangyan was stunned for a split second, not expecting it to be Bai Jiran. Bai Jiran nodded and looked around. "Sister Lin, I didn't expect you to be the president of Flourishing Star. Ah, how awesome. You and brother Shijing are just outstanding. I'm ashamed of myself." Lin Xiangye pursed her lips as she listened. She found that this girl especially liked to hang her self-depreciation on her lips, and she didn't know how to answer it when she heard it. "No, you're also very good, and also what happened between Jiang Shijing and I was a long time ago. I hope Ms. Bai won't mention it again." Lin Xiangye walked over and poured her tea. "Say, what did you come to see me about?" "I'm sorry, it's me talking too much." Bai Jiran smiled embarrassedly, then took out an invitation from her bag and handed it to her. "I went to Ding Sheng with brother Shijing this morning. Cousin Zhao Yan said that he has a reception to organize tonight, and the partners will all be here, and it just so happens that I'm coming over here to do some errands, so I'll bring the invitation to you on the way." She tilted her head and winked adorably. "Sister Lin, congratulations on your partnership with Ding Sheng. You'll be there on time, right?" Chapter 9, Is she a part of their play? Lin Xiangyan couldn't refuse. There were still collaborations to talk about in the afternoon, and it was not good for her to refuse any invitations from Zhou Banquet. But for Zhou Banquet's reception, Jiang Shijing would definitely be there. Yesterday's incident was still fresh in her mind. Lin Xiangye closed her eyes, and because of the incident of being taken advantage of by Jiang Shijing, she felt a little uncomfortable facing the girl in front of her. She nodded. "I'll be there on time. I'll trouble Ms. Bai to make a special trip. I'll see you out." Bai Jiran smiled and naturally took hold of her. "Sister Lin. How about you call me Jiran? Always being so polite, I don't even know how to talk to you." Lin Xiangye was not a person who was familiar with herself, and she was a bit hesitant at her words. Before she could say anything, Bai Jiran's pocket suddenly ticked twice. Bai Jiran picked up her cell phone, and the smile on her face instantly froze. Noticing that she was out of sorts, Lin Xiangye subconsciously glanced at the cell phone interface. The news headline was very eye-catching. Hashtag Jiang Shao meets actress at night, suspected to be looking for a new love hashtag. The first 3 hot comments at the bottom were also eye-catching. Changed again? I thought Bai Jiran was the last one. It's not easy for the last Bai Jiran to last 3 months. Jiang Shijing is also too philandering, no wonder his previous fiancé ran away. Lin Xiangye raised her eyebrows, she didn't expect to see her name on a melon. The girl in front of her was about to cry out, she could only change the topic. "Do you want to have lunch together? The Lion's Head at the Prosperous Star Staff Restaurant is delicious." 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the staff restaurant. Given that Lin Xiangye suddenly killed her way back to the top, everyone at Prosperous Star gossiped about her leaving the country and fleeing her marriage, while Bai Jiran was constantly being reported on the news, and this face was not unfamiliar to everyone. As Jiang Shijing's ex-fiancée and ex-girlfriend, the impact of the two appearing at the same time is no less than a 76-year-old grandmother participating in the boys and girls forward. Lin Xiangye, on the other hand, acted like nothing was wrong and brought Bai Jiran a plate of lion's head on the table. Only after a long time did Bai Jiran raise her eyes to look at her. Sister Lin, should I go find him and ask him? Lin Xiangye hooked her lips, her tone mocking. The news is out, what else is there to ask? After she said that, she explained as an afterthought, I'm not saying this against you. It's just empathy. Bai Jiran bit her lip and became emotional, but I don't think brother Shijing will change his heart. He said that I'm the most well-behaved and obedient one, the one that saves him the most, and that he and that actress are just playing around and won't take it seriously, right? Lin Xiangye took a deep breath and gave her some food. Try this lion head, it's really delicious. Sister. Bai Jiran grabbed her hand. The lion's head fell on the plate, splashing a few drops of oil on her white dress, but she didn't care, only staring at Lin Xiangye. Will you accompany me to find him? Lin Xiangye slowly pursed her lips and didn't say anything. This girl was so sad that she was about to break. In the clamor, she could still feel Bai Jiran's collapse. Suddenly, somehow, her heart softened. Perhaps it was because she saw her former self through Bai Jiran. Jiang Shijing's Jiang Shijing's, you've done a lot of harm. A few seconds later, Lin Xiangye got up and took the car keys, taking Bai Jiran to find someone. She followed the news report to the restaurant rooftop, and sure enough, the entire rooftop was cleared. Jiang Shijing was talking and laughing with an actress, not caring about being photographed. Lin Xiangye looked to Bai Jiran, who was trembling slightly at the side, and lowered her voice. I'll send you here, remember, no matter what happens, keep your decency, self-respect, and self-love. Hearing this, Bai Jiran nervously pulled her back. Sister Lin, don't go, I'm afraid. Lin Xiangye brushed her hand away and said word by word, this kind of thing can only be endured by yourself. Feel the pain to wake up, no one else can help you, understand? Just like in the beginning, no one helped her. Betrayal, this kind of thing, you can't rely on someone's company to gain strength. Only by helping yourself can you really grow. Lin Xiangye turned around and left, never looking back since the beginning. However, when she arrived downstairs, she still didn't feel comfortable with Bai Jiran, sitting in the car and waiting slowly. That was the rooftop. She was afraid that Bai Jiran would do something stupid. Half an hour later, Jiang Shijing's figure appeared. Standing on his side was Bai Jiran, who had a red face and broke into a smile. I don't know how Jiang Shijing explained it, but in any case, the girl wasn't sad anymore, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with deep love as she looked at the man on her side. They were simply a honeyed couple, where was the slightest hint of parting ways. Lin Xiangye suddenly felt ridiculous. It was she who was overthinking it. Bai Jiran was not her, not a dispensable existence to Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangye started the car. Bai Jiran noticed the movement and ran over to knock on the car window. Lin Xiangye's gaze skimmed over her. Subconsciously, she went to look at Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing was walking over this way with his pockets stuck loosely in his pockets. I heard that it was Ms. Lin who sent Jiran here. Ms. Lin has a heart. Bai Jiran had a guilty look on her face. Yes, Sister Lin, thank you for driving me even though you're so busy. I really don't know how to thank you properly. Why don't brother Shijing's and I treat you to a meal? Lin Xiangye was ready to refuse. Jiang Shijing had already pulled open the rear door and sat in nonchalantly, changed to a restaurant with lighter flavors. The MJ at the intersection in front of you is good. Seeing that the two were already seated, Lin Xiangye gripped the steering wheel, wanting to curse an expletive. What kind of wind had she drawn to get involved in this between these two people? Was she a part of their play? Lin Xiangye gritted her teeth, sent the person to her destination and stepped on the gas, coldly saying, I still have the cooperation with Ding Sheng to talk about, so I won't eat with you guys, please get off. Bai Jiran sensed something, looked back and forth at the two men with some bewilderment, and then advanced into the restaurant under Jiang Shijing's eyes. The next second the car door closed, Jiang Shijing suddenly leaned over and pressed into Lin Xiangye's ear. Ms. Lin is so considerate, she can still act as a chauffeur to serve my girlfriend. If we hadn't slept together, I would have suspected that you were interested in her. Warm breath covered her earlobe, Lin Xiangye's body tensed, restrained her grip on the steering wheel. She said in a faint voice, just can't see a little girl's heartbreak, can't just stand by and watch someone else step into your pit, right? But it turns out I was overthinking it, there's no need for me to worry about it. Lin Xiangye gazed ahead, ignoring the man's presence. Get out. Jiang Shijing was silent for a few seconds, snorting softly with a wry smile, pushing the door out. Bai Jiran was waiting at the door, taking in everything that had just happened. Seeing the man come, she put away all her emotions and revealed an innocent smile. Brother Shijing's, you didn't have a fight with her, did you? Jiang Shijing looked at her askance, his eyes so cold that they were a far cry from usual, carrying a faint sense of misanthropy. What, you're very eager for us to quarrel. Chapter 10, Bad Mood, going back to Lin's house to pick a fight. No, I don't. Bai Jiran's face flushed red, nearly biting her tongue. When she organized her words to explain again, the man had already snorted coldly and walked straight into the restaurant. She drooped her eyelids, as if her essence had been drained away in an instant, but she continued to fight back her spirits, looking at that back almost obsessively. This was Jiang Shijing. In the eyes of outsiders, he is gentle and affectionate, but in reality, he is hot on the outside and cold on the inside, like an ice cube that can't be warmed up. No one knows what is hidden under his cynical smile, no one knows which sentence he will care about, angry. But fortunately, originally thought that Lin Xiangyang was in existence that used to cover him up, but now it seems to be just a target of Jiang Shijing's revenge. Jiang Shijing's heart cannot have her, but can never have other people. Lin family. Lin Xiangyan didn't want to come. However, there was an inexplicable fire in her heart that she wanted to vent. When she entered, Lin Xiangye didn't let the servants alarm the family of three. She walked outside the living room and heard Lin Shijuan's anxious words. Dad, why on earth would Zhao Yan want to work with her? Isn't he afraid that Jiang Shijing will find out? Immediately after, it was Xiang Keqing gnashing her teeth. Jiang Shijing must have known that Lin Xiangyan was back, yet he didn't immediately snap. This little vixen, how on earth did he do it? Lin Xiangye paced in, looking at Xiang Keqing, who was sitting dangerously upright in the living room, snorting lightly. How did I do it? Aren't you, the old vixen, more aware of it? I'm a master from you, Aunt Xiang. The faces of all three changed, and after the surprise came the gloom of a mountain rain. In the end, they had torn their cheeks, and at this moment, Xiang Keqing didn't have a good attitude. She said contemptuously, you claim that I'm a mistress and that you're sorry for your mother. Since you dislike it so much, then don't come back so easily. I originally didn't want to come back. Seeing your despicable faces makes me feel sick to my stomach, but I still have something I haven't taken away. Lin Xiangye wrapped her hands around her chest, her demeanor leisurely and proud. Lin Mu gripped his teacup tightly, resisting the urge to smash it against her. You're not welcome here, and there's nothing for you, get out. Mr. Lin has a bad memory. Is it hard for you to forget that this house was left to me by my grandfather? Where you guys are living now is my house. I'm here to inform you to pack up your things and leave. Lin Xiangye ruffled a strand of broken hair in front of her forehead, walked leisurely to the sofa with a trusting step, and snatched back the teacup in Lin Mu's hand. This purple and gold tea set, which was also left in this house by my grandfather, is by definition my inherited property, and you can't use it without my permission. She lifted her wrist and looked at the time. Under the unbelieving eyes of the three people, she hooked her lips and smiled lightly. I'll give you half an hour. If you can't finish moving it, let my people come to help move it. Lin Xiangye, you're bullying people too much. Grandpa never said in person that this house was left to you. We all have the right to distribute it as his offspring. Lin Shijuan tried his best to suppress his anger, glaring at Lin Xiangyan with eyes that were about to pierce people through. From the time he first remembered, Xiang Keqing had instructed him over and over again that he must please his grandfather when he arrived at the Lin family. For so many years, the old man had ignored him, but instead, he had shown a great deal of love to a granddaughter who was going to be married off sooner or later. The company, the real estate, all the favorable things are as much as possible inherited to Lin Xiangyan. In the middle even skipped his own son. He just couldn't understand what was so good about Lin Xiangyan that even when the old master died, he had to leave all the property to her. It's my name and Grandpa's name on the property certificate. When my mother gave birth to me, Grandpa clearly said that this house was given to us mother and daughter. You guys moved in even if you don't recognize me as the landlord? Lin Xiangye laughed coldly and raised her eyebrows at Xiang Keqing. How do you describe this? Oh right, it's called dropping the bowl and cursing the mother. Xiang Keqing's pupils tightened, his heart violently undulating. He stood up and scratched towards Lin Xiangyan's face. A group of black-clothed men rushed in at the side door and surrounded the three of them. They looked like some kind of gangsters, all of them fierce and vicious, making people not dare to look directly at them. Xiang Keqing was almost instantly abashed, leaning against Lin Mu's side and trembling in fear. Lin Mu gulped, also frightened by these bodyguards, and boldly questioned, "What are you doing? You guys are too inked." Lin Xiangye's face was no longer half smiling as she coldly said, "I'll have someone help you guys move." As soon as the words fell, several people turned around and went upstairs. The sound of wrestling came from the room, and all the things were lapped up and stuffed into suitcases, which were lifted down by a few people and thrown at the door. Lin Xiangye sat on the sofa and crossed her legs, her slender white right calf swaying. "You guys can roll." Lin Mu's face turned green. As if she couldn't see his impending outburst, Lin Xiangye picked up the teapot and lifted the lid, sniffing the tigunian she hated the most, and poured it directly into the trash. "These people will stay and guard the house. I don't live here. No one can step in here. If there's any objections, reason with their fists." Just as she finished speaking, the people in black glared even more fiercely at Lin Mu and Lin Shijuan. Every muscle on their bodies looked like it contained power, making people look away. The family of three just slipped away. Lin Xiangye curled into the sofa and rubbed her temples, a few moments of despondent fatigue emerging from the corners of her eyes. In the beginning, her mother was here to raise the fetus and give birth to her, and now there was surprisingly not a single trace left by her mother here. The black-clothed man in the lead walked over, took off his jacket and covered Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan opened her eyes and saw a handsome and resolute face. Unlike Jiang Shijing's demonic-like features, the person in front of her looked decent, as if she couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes. Lin Xiangye gathered her jacket and wondered, "Why did you do that?" "My duty." The man darted a glance at her calf, which at the moment happened to be covered by the jacket sleeve. He withdrew his gaze. Lin Xiangye got up and threw the jacket to him, removing the earrings that had been worn for a long time with some crashing sensation. I don't need the extra care. Well, it's me being presumptuous and thinking that you're vulnerable right now. I'm sorry, Ms. Lin. The man still lowered his head, no longer overstepping his bounds. Lin Xiangye's heart trembled violently as she looked over at him. Fragile? She had clearly won a battle. How could anyone think she was fragile? Bewilderment crossed the bottom of Lin Xiangye's eyes, and when she came back to her senses, she had already dialed the phone for Wen Xian. Asking you for a bodyguard. Wen Xian smiled knowingly on the other end of the phone. Who do you want? Handsome or not? If you want it, you also have to have people willing to go with you. Lin Xiangye hooked her lips and raised an eyebrow at the man. Your name? Shino. Oh, Mr. Qin, are you willing to jump ship and work as a bodyguard for me? Shino's gaze did not waver by half. I am willing. Chapter 11, wouldn't there still be a lingering love? Wen Xian was surprised. She and Lin Xiangwan said that Qino was the son of the Wen family's housekeeper who dropped out of junior high school to practice boxing and worked as a bodyguard in the Wen family when he became an adult. I thought Qino was loyal. I didn't expect to be confused by beauty when I just met you for the first time and raised a white-eyed wolf. Wen Xiao pretended to be sorry and hateful. Lin Xiangye changed into high heels and threw the car keys to Qinu. I'll go to the reception first. Anyway, I've got people here. I'll treat you to dinner some other day to repay you. She hung up the phone and sat in the back seat with her eyes closed, once again raising her hand to rub her temples. Shino drove and looked at her in the rearview mirror. You have a headache. Do you need to stop by the pharmacy to buy some painkillers? No need. Lin Xiangye opened her eyes, her gaze running over him. Seeing the man's red ears, she said in a faint voice, there are many male bosses at the reception. I'm afraid of being eaten by tofu for socializing. I brought you here to avoid them. Not waiting for Qino to speak, Lin Xiangye continued, I asked you to come here as a bodyguard and driver because I see you as attentive. No matter what reason you follow me for, I'm not interested in men at this stage. She was very desperate. In this regard, Jiang Shijing was on the contrary merciful in every way. But Lin Xiangye liked to make it clear that she was only paying for someone out of necessity, not half of it. She doesn't want to incur any emotional debt. Qino's eyes dimmed for a moment, and finally nodded gently. Lin Xiangye then stopped talking, turned her head to look at the night scene outside. Lights with the car speeding in the bright and dark hid in her eyes, with a few points of lazy charm. Qino secretly looked in the rearview mirror several times. The car entered the underground garage behind the reception. The two arrived at the hall, and Lin Xiangye gestured for Qino to wait in the corner. If you feel anyone is out of place, come over and find an excuse to take me away. She threw this down and went to greet Zhao Yan first. The people who cooperated in the afternoon arrived at Flourishing Star and directly signed the contract with the employees of the project department that she had arranged under her hand. Since it was too late, Lin Xiangye didn't have anyone notify the shareholders. Zhou Banquet is considered to have done her a great favor, and tonight he saved the bureau, and reason should go to toast. Zhou Banquet did not see Jiang Shijing by his side, only a few business associates, which made her a little more comfortable. Mr. Zhou. Lin Xiangye carried a glass of champagne and walked over. Several people turned around and couldn't help but freeze. The woman had a wonderful figure, wearing a long green smoke-colored dress. The neckline was adorned with a circle of pearls. The spring light was hidden, charming and without the slightest taste of the wind, even because the delicate as a flower petal's face was too stunning, more than a few points out of the mud and uncontaminated. Immediately someone joked. Which family's daughter is this beauty? So beautiful. It wouldn't be the female companion that General Manager Zhou brought today, would it? Lin Xiangye smiled warmly. I'm Lin Xiangye, the current president of Prosperous Star. Lin Xiangwan? That's not. A few people's faces stiffened and they hurriedly found excuses to leave. Zhao Yan took a sip of his wine and seemed to smile. You're good at pulling a shield. How can this be called a shield? Everyone knows about me running away from marriage. Lin Xiangye clinked glasses with him, and her demeanor was elegant with a different flavor. Zhao Yan gritted his teeth, thinking that it was no wonder his cousin was eaten up, and the words in his heart followed him out of his mouth. So it turns out that Miss Lin is so good at playing tricks. No wonder Shi Jing was fooled by you back then. Lin Xiangye's smile faded slightly as she looked straight at him. Noticing her displeasure, Zhao Yan paused, emboldened. What, did I say it wrong? No, Mr. Zhou has a point, who made Jiang Shijing unlucky and planted himself here with me. Lin Xiangye put down her wineglass and excused herself to go to the restroom to leave the reception. As soon as she saw her leaving, Qino wanted to follow. Lin Xiangye shook her head, signaling that she wanted to be quiet. She walked into the cubicle and slowly exhaled. The person who was hurt back then was actually the perpetrator in everyone's eyes. She originally thought that she didn't care, originally thought that after returning to China, she could focus on the company. But she still dreamed of that night over and over again, experiencing heartbreak and despair over and over again. And now because of Zhou Yan's words, she felt aggrieved and angry. Lin Xiangye tried to calm her emotions and was about to push the door out when a pout suddenly came from outside the door. Aya, Jiang Shao, what are you doing? Don't move around. Well. It hurts. Then came the man's light laugh, low and with a playful magnetism. Then I'm lighter? Lin Xiangye's movement to push the door lurched, gathering her fingertips. It was Jiang Shijing. And that woman was clearly not Bai Jiran. Thanks to her thinking that the actress thing was just a misunderstanding, now it seemed to be Jiang Shijing who was not willing to be lonely and cheated on his girlfriend behind his back. Lin Xiangye closed her eyes, her heart sinking while at the same time she was a bit thankful. Luckily she ran away 3 years ago, or else there would already be a green grassy plain above her head. Lin Xiangye decided to go out directly to embarrass the two. Jiang Shijing was facing people in the restroom and wasn't afraid of people bumping into her, so what did she have to hide from? She pushed the cubicle door straight open and went out. The two men in front of the sink turned back, Jiang Shijing's hand still resting on the woman's hair, helping her clean up the colored ribbons between her hair strands. Although they were close, they weren't in an indescribably ambiguous position. Lin Xiangye was about to let out a sarcastic sneer when she saw the scene and couldn't help but be surprised. The actions of the two people across the street were too decent, leaving her a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Shijing's lips held a smile. Isn't this Ms. Lin? Too much commotion, disturbing your convenience? There was a bright teasing under his eyes. Even though Lin Xiangwan had heard of many of Jiang Shijing's affairs over the past few years, she still had an unreal feeling at this moment. Even 3 years ago, when she heard Jiang Shijing's cool and unfeeling words, she only saw his side face under the dim light. The look that Jiang Shijing's had in her mind the most was that of gentle concentration, watching her like a loyal dog and spoiling the way she called her evening. At this moment, Jiang Shijing's and his own self from 3 years ago were clearly separated, calling Lin Xiangye to realize that more than 1,000 days were enough for things to be different. No interruptions, you guys continue. Lin Xiangye reminded in a faint voice, using a comb will handle it a bit better. The woman looked at her, then at Jiang Shijing, and said thank you with a gossipy face. Lin Xiangye didn't respond again and walked out without looking at her. A light laugh suddenly came from behind her. When she turned back again, the person was already close. In the dimly lit corridor, Jiang Shijing approached. His body smelled of orange-scented tobacco. He didn't know what brand he smoked, and it smelled good. Lin Xiangye ignored his presence and continued to walk out. Suddenly, her wrist was pulled. Jiang Shijing tugged her into the stairway, his cold fingertips tracing the corner of her lips in the darkness. Lin Xiangyan shuddered, and in the darkness, she heard Jiang Shijing's laughter-laden voice. It's so nice to come out in anger, Lin Xiangwan, why do I think you're jealous? It couldn't be that you're still attached to me, right? Lin Xiangyan frowned and coldly pushed him away. You're overthinking it, I just can't stand to see someone messing around in the restroom. So righteous? As if you haven't messed around. Jiang Shijing, like he had no face, smiled again and came over, without hesitating to probe. His thin lips found the delicate earlobe. Chapter 12. I like it, don't you like it? You've gone too far, let go of me. Lin Xiangyan instinctively stiffened, wanting to push away the man clinging to her. But Jiang Shijing pinched her waist, not hurting her, but not allowing her to move even half a bit. His voice contained a bit of a cynical smile, his head was buried in Lin Xiangyan's shoulder and neck, and he smelled a faint scent of Muto orange. It wasn't the flavor from before. Jiang Shijing was not satisfied, and opened his mouth to bite Lin Xiangwan's shoulder, and whispered, in fact, the experience of those 2 years of being in love with you was good. If you want to get more cooperation for Prosperous Star, I can give you a hand, but you'll have to let me rake in some benefits. The hand placed on his waist started to get restless, gradually gathering down the body of the tulle skirt. Lin Xiangya's hand that shoved him tightened, her eyes cold for a few moments, deliberately stabbing him with words, know why I ran? Jiang Shijing really stopped moving, his eyes contained a few points of imperceptible deep meaning. You don't know how to behave, there is no moral bottom line, marrying you is simply hell on earth. No, I would rather go to hell than be a marriage puppet, much less let you put a green hat on me. Lin Xiangya looked down at Jiang Shijing, the bottom of her eyes contained thick contempt, a man who can't control his lower body, no matter how handsome or rich he is, I don't care about it. The smile on Jiang Shijing's face slowly disappeared, staring at her, not moving for half a second. In the small space, the two men confronted each other silently, dark currents raging. Lin Xiangye was waiting for Jiang Shijing to throw his hands up and leave in a fit of anger. But Jiang Shijing's not angry, thin lips pursed, ink-black pupils did not have half a bit of emotion. Lin Xiangye lost her patience and pushed him away, wanting to leave. The door to the hallway was suddenly knocked on. A man's low voice came from outside. Ms. Lin, are you inside? In the next second, Shino pushed the door and walked in. Lin Xiangye and Jiang Shijing were extremely close, and even though there were no intimate movements, the unusual atmosphere between the two was catty at first glance. Shino's face remained unchanged, glancing at Jiang Shijing's, then withdrawing his gaze and respectfully saying, Miss Lin, I've come to make sure you haven't had an accident. Who is this one? No introduction? Jiang Shijing smiled, leaning against the wall and lightly raised his eyebrows. Even though the hallway was narrow and dark, he couldn't stop his extremely strong and ostentatious presence. Lin Xiangye faintly said, none of your business, Kinu, let's go. She went out first. Shino's footsteps stalled, and she suddenly turned to look deeply at Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing, however, spoke first. You like her? What kind of mind a man had was in his eyes. He could see it, and so could Shino. Yes, I like it, don't you? Jiang Shijing walked to him without haste and hooked his lips. You and her are not suitable. It's not up to you. Then we'll see. The saber rattling between the two disappeared in an instant. Lin Xiangye was out trying to expand her circle of contacts. But unluckily, her words to avoid those greasy bosses had already spread. The entire reception knew that she was Lin Xiangye, the one who ran away and abandoned Jiang Shijing a few years ago. In the spirit of not offending the Zhou and Jiang families, not a single person dared to speak to Lin Xiangye. Half an hour down the line, Lin Xiangye hadn't even handed out a business card. Her fingertips rubbed her brows, and when she lowered her eyes, she happened to hear several bosses surrounding Jiang Shijing's with compliments. Lin Xiangye developed a slight sense of frustration at this moment. It seemed that her coming back to take over the company with a lot of enthusiasm wasn't really something that could be achieved with a surge of energy. The business world was never so cruel. If you want to break the game, not only is there the matter of escaping the marriage in the middle, but there is also Lin Shijun secretly making things worse. She was closing her eyes when she suddenly noticed someone approaching behind her. Shino stared closely at her face and said softly, "Why don't we go back? You've been drinking and don't have the energy to socialize." Lin Xiangye was silent for a few seconds, nodded, and handed him the wineglass to lead the way out. On the second floor, Jiang Shijing tilted his head back and drank the wine, the knots in his throat rolling up and down along with the swallowing motion. A friend turned his head to look at him and laughed softly. "You're so calm, watching your former fiancé make out with someone else, and you don't feel a thing?" Zhao Yan was sitting at the back talking to someone, sniffing and staring at Jiang Shijing's back, silently listening. Jiang Shijing snorted lightly. "I've changed 800 girlfriends. If I was jealous every time because of my ex, I'd be a walking bottle of young city-aged vinegar right now." He shook the wineglass in his hand and teased, "Okay, you guys don't need to test my attitude, long forgotten. In my case, it's worthless. Normal business cooperation is fine. Am I Jiang Shijing such a petty person?" A few men laughed in agreement, no longer the cautious and secretive attitude from earlier. When everyone had dispersed, Jiang Shijing finished the last sip of wine, and when he turned back around, his eyebrows sank in shock at the people who had suddenly approached him. He let out a TSK and leaned back on the sofa. "Cousin, can you stop being so scary? It's like a ghost. I just heard you say that you long ago didn't care about that past part with Lin Xiangye." Zhao Yan picked up the red wine and poured it for him. Jiang Shijing's black shirt collar was slightly open, a little tired, tilting his head back and squinting slightly to rest. Under the dim light, his face was hidden in a shadow cast down. Zhao Yan then bristled. "How do I see it? You're heartbroken that people drank a few glasses of wine for nothing and didn't find anyone who dared to work with her, so your heart has softened." Jiang Shijing picked up the wineglass, sniffed the flavor, and put it down again in disgust. "You think too much. I just like to be spontaneous. Since Lin Xiangye appeared, those people, openly and secretly prying into my attitude, and Lin Xiangye more than a word have to find me to report. Annoying?" Zhou Banquet let out a harumph, and was laughed out of anger. "I find that you're getting more and more skillful with your words." Jiang Shijing slanted him a glance. "I'm telling the truth. Believe the hell out of you." Zhou Banquet bristled at himself and got up to leave. After the man left, Jiang Shijing pushed his wineglass away and tapped his fingertips on the tabletop. The man in the dark came out. "Mr. Jing, your orders. Check on that person." Jiang Shijing yawned and closed his eyes. All his emotions were instantly covered up. The whole person was like a rippling Gotham. Over here, Lin Xiangyan had almost arrived at the rented neighborhood. Shino frequently surveyed her from the rearview mirror, wanting to say something. Lin Xiangyan noticed and raised her eyebrows. "Ask whatever you want to say, but I'll be selective in my answers." "Is it that person?" Shinbo gripped the steering wheel, some imperceptible tension under her eyes. Lin Xiangya blinked, not reacting for a moment. "What?" Kinu organized his words and asked after a few seconds, "Is the reason you're not interested in men at this stage because of Jiang Shijing?" Chapter 13, It's too pretentious to say it. Lin Xiangye was not surprised by this question. Perhaps the people who worked for her at first wouldn't be able to recall her identity for a while. But as long as her name was prefixed with the words Jiang Shijing, someone would come to a sudden realization, remembering that she was the Lin family's daughter who had given up her status as the Jiang family's youngest wife and decisively fled her marriage. Lin Xiangye lazily looked at the light outside the window, watching the butterfly-shaped streetlight swish past in front of her eyes. Yes, it's because of him. Once upon a time, her heart moved and believed in love because of Jiang Shijing, and now that she didn't taint the word feelings by half, it was also because of him. It was too pretentious to say such words. In fact, even Lin Xiangye hadn't expected that she would really eat the loss of love back then, planting a big heel that would have a major blow to her. Fortunately, Shino didn't ask any more questions, and she wasn't prepared to answer a second question. After arriving home, Lin Xiangye pushed open the car door and said goodnight. She felt that man's gaze always following, but still ruthlessly threw the door to her room closed, walked upstairs to get a bottle of mineral water, and checked the current revenue situation of Prosperity Star in front of her computer. Tomorrow the shareholders would know that she had talked about business, and there was bound to be a big turnaround in attitude after all. But this was not enough. What she wanted was to let everyone see as soon as possible, now that she and Jiang Shijing met again, no matter what grudges there were between them, they would not involve the people she worked with. Today's wine made her realize that as long as there was a place where Jiang Shijing was present, those who even believed in Fan Xing and were willing to cooperate with her would all keep a secret and stay away. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to even hand out a business card. Lin Xiangye sighed tiredly once again and leaned back in her sitting chair, her hand unconsciously turning the mineral water bottle. She looked out the window and fell into deep thought. Was there only one last way left? That way that she never wanted to touch. She tossed and turned that night, but the next day, she still put on a delicate makeup to cover the slight black bruises under her eyes, and headed to the company as a perfect urban beauty. The company's shareholders had already arrived, and the eyes of the employees looking at Lin Xiangyan were no longer curious and distrustful, but full of surprise, with a little respect for the president. Lin Xiangnan was happy to see this. In the conference room, Uncle Zhong and several shareholders were all wearing happy faces. Seeing people coming over, Zhong Jia revealed a faint smile. "General Manager Lin, you're here." By him opening his mouth to personally call out General Manager Lin, the others also shouted out their greetings to General Manager Lin. The corners of Lin Shijuan's and Lin Mu's mouths, who were sitting next to them, twitched, and they nearly didn't lose their temper. Lin Xiangyan naturally didn't spare their looks, feeling incredibly relieved at this moment. She sat down, rested her cheeks and looked at Lin Mu, curiously saying, "Dad, I see that you don't look well, is it because you haven't found a house yet?" These words hooked everyone's curiosity. Lin Mu's face stiffened and he heard Zhong Jia ask, "What house? Are you guys moving?" "Right." Lin Xiangye snatched the words out of her mouth and laughed softly. "The house my dad and the others live in is the wedding house that Grandpa gave to him and my mother in the first place, and then Grandpa passed away, and this house passed into my name, so yesterday I went back and asked my dad and his family to move out." She squeezed her spoon and stirred the coffee in front of her. "It's hardly very nice to have 3 other people living there when Grandpa left it to me, don't you think? Uncle Zhong." At the mention of his most respected benefactor, Uncle Zhong instantly got serious and nodded heavily. "Right, then you guys might as well just move out. This is after all someone else's, Mr. Lin's own house, and you know that Lin Mu. The old gentleman dislikes your wife and Vice President Lin the most. You guys should have moved out a long time ago. Don't cause the old gentleman to have no peace in heaven." The last sentence he had aggravated his tone. Being counted down by him in front of so many people, but not daring to say a single word more, Lin Mu couldn't mention how suffocated he was. He raised his eyes to look at Lin Xiangyan, and said with a smile on his face, "Yes, this matter was not well thought out by us. We spent the night in the hotel last night, and will find a house as soon as possible in the next 2 days." The implication was that Lin Xiangyan was a bit too unkind, letting them move out immediately so quickly, not even a reprieve to find a house. Lin Xiangyan didn't take the bait and directly dismantled it. "Dad, don't you have a property on the edge of the Linjiang River? It was renovated 3 years ago when I left the country. Why don't you live there?" Lin Mu was about to pick up a glass of water to drink, heard the action of lifting his hand, accidentally choked his throat and coughed violently. Lin Shijuan clenched his fists and said in a cold voice, "You haven't come back for 3 years, of course you don't know if Dad still has any real estate now. But if you knew to care about Dad's situation, it wouldn't be so bad that we almost slept on the streets last night. Wasn't it you who occupied my house and didn't move out earlier, had to wait until I evicted you?" Lin Xiangye disliked back, pulling out a bank card from her wallet and throwing it on the table. "So you guys don't even have this much money. Swipe my card to go to the hotel to reimburse me. Until you guys find a house, I'm inviting you all to stay." "Lin Xiangye, who are you insulting?" Lin Shijuan stood up violently. Zhong Jia took it all in, his expression somewhat serious. He picked up the water and put it down heavily again. With a thud, everyone subconsciously straightened their backs, not daring to say anything. His prestige as well as the posture of an elder also caused Lin Shijuan to faintly stare. "This is a conference room for discussing important matters and work, not a place for you siblings to come and bicker. Sit down and talk about the cooperation." Lin Shijuan was very unconvinced, clenching his teeth and sitting down without saying anything else. Only then did Zhong Jia look at Lin Xiangye and asked softly, "I heard that you negotiated a cooperation with Ding Shang, is that true? Yesterday when I saw the company's internal notice, I thought it was some unknown Ding Shang. Are you sure it's the Zhou family Ding Shang?" He asked several times in a row, enough to see how shocked he was about this matter. Lin Xiangye smiled and took the contract out to show them. "Naturally it's that Ding Shang of the Zhou family, this is the contract. Uncle Zhang will definitely not believe it anymore after reading it, right?" Zhong Jia instead became more cautious, picking it up and examining it carefully, only putting it down after reading it, sighing in relief. "Your grandfather in heaven will definitely be very happy to hand the company over to you when he sees that you're so capable of negotiating such a meaningful order as soon as you come back, and I also believe that you'll be able to fulfill this betting agreement." Lin Xiangye's eyes curved in a smile. The first step to get the trust and support of the shareholders was successful. Lin Mu's father and son looked at each other with a sense of crisis. Lin Shijing lowered his head and rolled his eyes, and suddenly said, "Sister does have a hand in talking business. Because of your previous escapades, the Zhou family has not been treating Fanshine well, and truth be told, I've been there a few times, but Mr. Zhou was not willing to see me, which I am ashamed of myself." Taking the initiative to bow down was definitely not a good thing. Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes warily, pursed her lips and said, "What, you recognize me now? Of course, someone as powerful as you is just the right person to solve the company's current troubles." Lin Shijing revealed an impish smile. Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes and looked at him. The two of them stared at each other, and there was an unspoken hostility spreading towards each other. Knowing that the other party was digging a hole, Lin Xiangye did not move and said, "Tell me about it." Chapter 14, She's going to meet old lady Jiang. Huafeng Group is looking for a partner. We've been fighting for a long time, but now there's an overseas multinational company that's got Mr. Hua Lao's fancy. Lin Shijing's face was full of watching the show, his hands wrapped around his chest. "If you can make old Mr. Hua agree to cooperate with Fan Xing, this order will be considered yours. Do you dare to take it?" He placed a document on the table with the name of this project written on it. It turned out that he had come prepared and deliberately gave her a hard time. Lin Xiangyan looked at the document with her eyes downcast and pinched it up. "Okay, I'll take it." Back in the office, Assistant Xiao Shuai closed the door behind her and brought tea to her. Lin Xiangye was just about to refuse when she suddenly smelled a tea fragrance. Xiao Shui carefully said, "It's De Hong Pao. I saw you drink it last time. Doesn't Mr. Lin like it?" "No, just thought of something." "And the people who sip tea together." Lin Xiangye fixed his mind and took the teacup over. "Tell me about Hua Feng." Xiao Shui said, "Huafeng's old man only looks at the company's strength. Prosperous Star is not worse than that multinational company, and it's still rooted locally in Rongqing, so it's more advantageous in comparison." "Since there are advantages, why the delay in taking it?" Lin Xiangye asked with a raised eyebrow. Xiao Shui looked at her twice and stammered. "The Hua family is a relative of old Mrs. Jiang." Lin Xiangye frowned suddenly, rubbing the corners of her eyes with some headache. Sure enough, Lin Shijing wouldn't be able to dig a simple hole for her. All the well-known groups in this Banyan city were the partners that Fan Xing wanted to fight for, but it was just that the Jiang family was powerful and inextricably linked to these groups. When she first ran away from the marriage, she was really disheartened, and on impulse, she left without thinking of coming back. Until she learned that the company is about to be Junior and Junior's son to take away, and resolutely come back to take away what belongs to her. Once she left and once she stayed, she was forced to do so. And now she has no choice but to go forward. Seeing Lin Xiangye pondering, Xiao Shuai suddenly became anxious. If this matter wants to be done, it's as hard as heaven. The old master is a notorious man of nature, his eyes can't tolerate a bit of sand. The Jiang family was disgraced at the time, and that was his cousin, Mrs. Jiang, who was disgraced, and he will never cooperate with Fan Xing. Lin Xiangye blinked and said nonchalantly, "Like this?" At that time, Lin Shijing paid 3 visits to the famous family in Jiangnan to invite the old master to drink tea, and even prepared his favorite heavy gifts. The old master didn't even give him a look. Nowadays, if you personally go, I'm afraid that Mr. Lin. The next words Xiao Shuai did not say further. Lin Xiangyan also understood everything. She went to see Master Hua. Master Hua even less will not see, not to beat her up is good. This kind of thing was as hard as heaven. Xiao Shui sighed, her brain sweating with anxiety. "Mr. Lin, you'd better return this project order to him. We'd most just go and seek new cooperation again. There's no need to jump in the hole he dug." "No, I really jumped right there." Lin Xiangye raised her eyes to look at her, her gaze clear, calmer, and more composed at this moment than at any other time. She didn't do it to be annoyed with Lin Shijing, but after thinking about it before and after, she felt that she had to take this order. When she took the documents and left, the shareholders, including Uncle Zhong, were watching. Although Uncle Zhong let her be the president according to grandfather's will, but the betting agreement is here. The shareholders will not stop for a moment on whether she is qualified to be the president of the observation. In these cases, if she shrugged off this order, she would not have the guts to face up to the conflict with the Jiang family. In the future, even if she was able to secure the position of president, she would still be faced with endless business aftermath. But she rose to the challenge. By perfectly resolving this matter, these shareholders would have more trust in her. So, she had to go through with it. Lin Shijing and his family of 3 didn't jump out to trip her up, didn't stop her from cooperating with Ding Shang, and it seemed that they were specifically waiting for her with this matter. What a good tactic. Lin Xiangye hooked her lips and her gaze fell on Xiao Shuai. "Go and ask around for me to see what Elder Hua's next schedule is." Xiao Shui looked odd, coughed lightly and said, "But Lin, even if you know where the old master is, you won't be able to see him. The old master has inconvenient legs and feet. Nowadays he seldom goes out and about. Either he's being transported by special car to talk about business at a famous family in Jiangnan, or he's at his own home." The implication was that Lin Xiangyan did not have a channel to meet with Elder Hua. Unless Elder Hua himself loosened his tongue. Lin Xiangye smiled even more broadly. Who said I'm inquiring about this to block people? Xiao Shui didn't dare to ask again, seeing that she was full of confidence. She didn't think that this matter could be solved perfectly, but still didn't say anything and went to help her inquire. That afternoon, Lin Xiangye went home and changed her clothes. When she left the house, when Xian called, "There's a bureau over here at night, there's some of our classmates, are you coming?" Lin Xiangnan had already gotten into the car and saw Chino come over, shook her head and stepped on the gas herself to leave. "No need, I'm going to the Jiang family." "Oh, so then." "Not right, what did you say? Where are you going?" When Xian reacted, her voice drew up at once. Lin Xiangyan eyed ahead, looked at the bouquet of flowers on the co-pilot, and breezily said, "After coming to Banyan City for so long, I haven't gone to see Grandma Jiang yet, so I'm free to go see her today. The Jiang family is so secretive because of your escaping marriage, no one can tolerate you. There is also Mrs. Jiang, even if she doesn't blame you for leaving the country, but since 3 years ago, she has not been interacting with your Lin family, they won't be able to treat you, so why do you want to make a fool out of yourself?" When Xian was anxious at the mention of this matter, she really didn't want to see Lin Xiangye suffer. The little poor girl who was abandoned by everyone back then became the crazy woman who ran away from marriage in the mouths of everyone. Now that she was at the door again, she had to be mocked by them pointing at her nose. Thinking about it made her heart ache. Lin Xiang evening, however, smiled as if nothing had happened. "It's not like you don't know, since I chose to come back, I'm prepared for everything, including facing Jiang's family head on. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart." She hung up the phone and stepped on the gas to rush to the Jiang family. When Shen bit her lip and slowly gripped her cell phone, thinking about it but still made a call. When the call was connected, a man's slightly surprised voice came from inside. "Miss One?" Evening Night rushed to Jiang family to look for old madam. "You notify Jiang Shijing. I don't care what attitude he is towards Evening Night now. When they were in love, it was he who was unfaithful towards Evening Night first. It was he who was sorry for Evening Night in the first place." When Xian's tone was icy cold, and she was on fire on the phone, "Just based on this, he must also go to rescue Late Night. Otherwise I will fight you." Zhao Yan was shocked by her words, and it took half a day for her to find her voice. "Not. You want to fight for your life also with my cousin? What does it have to do with me? Anyway, you look at it, things are not done well, I will find you to settle accounts." When Xian hung up the phone with a bang and sighed with worry. Just see if that big carrot will have a clear conscience for once. Chapter 15 almost missed a good show. The front door of the Jiang family and the living room still held Mrs. Jiang's favorite dwarf pine. Lin Xiangye held the lilies in her arms and sat by the coffee table looking at the pebbles inside. A few moments later, footsteps came from upstairs. The exquisitely dressed woman walked down, glancing at her with little expression. "The old madam has had a bad stomach recently, she's already asleep after taking her medicine, you go." Lin Xiangye nodded and handed the lily to the maid. "Please take this bouquet of flowers to Grandma Jiang." After saying that, she then sat down. "I'll wait here for Grandma, none of you need to care about me, just treat me as heir." The servants thought that her next move was to leave. The gesture of please was made. They froze at the words and could only look at Tang Li. Tang Li frowned, staring unhappily at Lin Xiangye. "I originally thought that you had self-knowledge, so I didn't put words in your mouth. It seems that you really haven't grown in the 3 years you've been abroad, but your cheeks have gotten a lot thicker." She walked down from the second floor and took a step in front of Lin Xiangyan, condescendingly said, "Old madam doesn't want to see you, a backstabber and a pro-convict, leave the Jiang family." Lin Xiangye raised her eyes to look at her and hooked her lips. Madam is filled with righteous indignation, looking as if she loves Jiang Shijing so much. "Those who don't know think you're his real mother." "You." Tang Li's face instantly twisted, raising her hand to hit. Lin Xiangye grabbed her wrist, her fingertips closing in hard, and coldly said, "Still think I'm like I was 3 years ago? Don't even think about moving to hit me in the face again." Tang Li was thrown away by her, and thanks to the maid holding her up she didn't fall. She stared incredulously at Lin Xiangyan. It was hard to connect the woman in front of her with the former Lin family's daughter. At that time, Lin Xiangyan, even when she was about to get married, she couldn't keep Jiang Shijing in her sights. She knew that her relationship with Jiang Shijing wasn't good, but she still foolishly came over to curry favor with her, trying to find out some of Jiang Shijing's likes and dislikes. In order to get a bit of information, Lin Xiangye really let her rub her face, and was bullied so much that she didn't dare to say anything, not to mention she didn't dare to complain to Jiang Shijing's. Now, Lin Xiangye was like a different person. Especially her eyes, which were like a knife. Tang Li quickly regained her composure and pointed at Lin Xiangye's nose. "You really don't know how high and mighty you are, you dare to come to Jiang's house to mess around. You're not Shijing's fiancé anymore, even if I beat you up and throw you out, no one will dare to protect you." A few servants outside the door ran in at the sound of the noise. They were surprised to see Lin Xiangye and directly surrounded her. Lin Xiangwan swept her cold eyes away and gathered her fingertips. She didn't want to make a scene here, but Tang Li wouldn't let her see the old lady, so she could only use the most undignified way to startle the old man. Lin Xiangye copied a teapot on the table and carried it in her hands, making a gesture to attack the first person who dared to come over and make a move on her. The situation was somewhat stalemated. The servants didn't dare to come forward for fear of her going crazy. Tang Li hurriedly gave the servants behind Lin Xianwan a wink. Lin Xiang Evening reacted and smashed back. The servants in front of her had already been waiting, saw her turn around and immediately pounced on her, firmly holding her shoulders. One person can't beat 6 people. This is for sure. But Lin Xiangyan didn't expect that she would be caught before she could make some noise. The Jiang family villa was huge, and the rooms were soundproofed. With such a little commotion, old lady Jiang wouldn't be able to hear it. Tang Li walked over, pinched Lin Xiangya's chin to scrutinize her face, snorted lightly and said, "I haven't seen you in 3 years, you look even prettier, it's annoying to look at you, why, do you think that with this face, you can hook up with Jiang Shijing to get back together with you?" Lin Xiangya couldn't move and said expressionlessly, "If you dare to touch my face, I'll hire people to guard around Jiang's house and prepare sulfuric acid waiting for you." Tang Li's face changed, frightened by her straight eyes and words. Her fingertips curled up and she pinched the tip of Lin Xiangya's chin hard again, saying in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I won't ruin your face, I'm just going to make sure that you won't be able to see the old madam even if you try everything you can, and won't be able to get into the front door of the Jiang family." Lin Xiangya's face was delicate and cold white skin, 2 more red marks were made by Tang Li's pinch. The servants were also very strong, dragging Lin Xiangya to blow her away. Lin Xiangwan rebuked in a deep voice, "Tang Li, you're not qualified to stop me from seeing grandma. If it was her old man himself who said he wouldn't see me, I would never bother again, I must see her today. I'm not allowed, what can you do?" Tang Li sank her face, walked over and pushed her downward with the servants. Lin Xiangya could only yell to the 2nd floor, "Grandma! Grandma, can you hear me? Little Knight has come to see you." Tang Li was so angry that she pulled out a handkerchief and was about to block her mouth. As the handkerchief was stuffed into Lin Xiangya's mouth, a snort came from outside the door. "I seem to have missed a good show?" Hearing Jiang Shijing's voice, the servants froze, at a loss for words as they pressed Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangya spat out her handkerchief and silently pursed her lips as she looked at the visitor. Jiang Shijing seemed to have just finished attending a social gathering, carrying a full bottle of alcohol, playing with the car keys in his hands as he came in, obviously casual, but his aura pressured Tang Li to change her face and be cautious. She laughed softly, "Shijing, you haven't been home for several days, why did you suddenly come back today?" Tang Li glanced at Lin Xiangya, with obvious doubt and scorn in her eyes. "This is my home, is there a problem if I don't come back for a few days or suddenly come back?" Jiang Shijing dropped his car keys on the coffee table and walked over to Lin Xiangyan. He just lightly glanced over, and the maid was so scared that she let go of her hands. Lin Xiangyan broke free of her shackles and rubbed her sore shoulders. Jiang Shijing's gaze landed on her chin, his eyes deepened, and he laughed lightly. "Miss Lin is sitting in the Jiang family, why didn't you tell me? So that I can have someone prepare a table of dishes to entertain you. I came to visit grandma." Lin Xiangwan didn't want Jiang Shijing to bump into her coming over, and she didn't want him to know the purpose of her coming here. She picked up her bag and was about to leave with her head down. Her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Jiang Shijing pulled her back and looked at Tang Li with a smile on his face. "Aunt Li, Ms. Lin wants to see grandma, why are you stopping her?" Tang Li's face changed. Who has been in charge of this family all along, you should have some numbers in your heart." After Jiang Shijing interrupted her, he took the bouquet of lilies from the maid and handed it to Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan took it blankly, and heat flared up at her wrist where he had pulled her. She revealed her disbelief. "Grandma is in the back garden." Jiang Shijing stuck his pockets in, still looking unconcerned. Lin Xiangyan was slightly startled in her heart, and before she had time to think about it, the man smiled teasingly again. "I'm looking forward to how you'll explain your departure 3 years ago to grandma." Lin Xiangya hugged Lily tightly, her eyes sunk and sank, and she blandly said, "Didn't I say that? Leaving because I don't love you anymore." After saying that, she turned around and left. The smirk under Jiang Shijing's eyes instantly disappeared, his gaze following all the way. Chapter 16, Let Lin Xiangya come and beg me. Tang Li looked in her eyes, gritted her teeth unwillingly, and laughed. "Shijing, you're confused, that woman has betrayed and abandoned you, and you're even helping her to introduce the old madam." Before the words fell, Jiang Shijing looked at her askance. Ice cold without the slightest temperature, like the Gotham ice, let a person trembling. Tang Li didn't dare to speak for a moment. The back garden. Elderly Mrs. Jiang was napping in her plain pajamas, hot tea curling up in her hand. Lin Xiang Evening relaxed footsteps, walked over and opened his mouth, for a moment actually do not know what to say. Is it to say sorry, failed to grandmother's love and care for her and valued, or to say a long time no see, is the body well? All these years she left, did not apologize to anyone, only sorry to Mrs. Jiang Lao. When she was first engaged, she thought she was in love with Jiang Shijing, and secondly, Mrs. Jiang was trying to stop Jiang Shijing's father and stepmother from arranging a marriage, and had to recognize her as her grandson's daughter-in-law. But in the end, all of Mrs. Jiang's hard work had come to naught. She should be very disappointed in her now, right? Lin Xiangwan was at a loss for words, when old Mrs. Jiang on the rocking chair opened her eyes and waved at her with a smile. Evening girl came? Lin Xiangye was stunned, the lily in her hand had already been picked up. Old Lady Jiang lowered her head and sniffed the flowers, saying contentedly, after all these years it's still the lilies you sent that are most in my heart. Grandma, Lin Xiangye clenched her sleeves helplessly, her pupils terrified. Old Lady Jiang's tone was too natural and familiar, just like 3 years ago when she always came to the Jiang family to deliver lilies, without any disconnect. But she had heard Wen Shallow say more than once that the old madam had stood up to calm things down after the wedding, and hadn't gone out to see anyone for a full 3 months after that. Quickly sit down and drink tea. The old madam poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Xiangyan with a smile. Lin Xiangye received and did not dare to drink, a moment before speaking with difficulty. Grandma, I know that you are angry with me, when I went abroad. When things have passed, in my heart, you are still my favorite evening girl, you do not mention the beginning. The old madam interrupted her again, without the slightest bit of dissatisfaction or mustiness. Lin Xiangyan couldn't believe that the old madam would be so tolerant, but on second thought, the old madam had always been this tolerant and generous, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to this marriage between her and Jiang Shijing in spite of the strong opposition from others. Suddenly, she felt a little guilty and blamed herself. The old madam had her in her heart, but she had come over today, yet it was still for the benefit of the company, not specifically to visit the old madam. Evening girl, have you seen late Jing? Old madam inquired in a warm voice. Lin Xiangye returned to her senses and obediently nodded her head. Well, I've seen it. Then you. The old madam thought about it and suddenly changed the topic. You came to find me, is there something important? Lin Xiangye really couldn't open her mouth. The old madam's attitude of disregarding former suspicions made her unable to say the words of request. There were two voices fighting in her head. One said that coming back was all about revenge, and that she should do whatever it takes to do so how could she be noble at this time? One said that the person she was most sorry to was the old madam, and that she had been forgiven for not doing anything, and that she shouldn't be ungrateful to make things difficult for the old man again. In the end, Lin Xiang Evening still shook her head, forced a smile and said, I came to see you, you are in good health and good color, and you are still willing to talk to me as usual, I will be satisfied. She got up and bowed towards elder Lady Jiang. Thank you grandma for your care and love, nowadays it's inconvenient for me to come to the Jiang family often, if you need it, I'll do my best. Lin Xiang Evening didn't dare to look at old Madame Zhang's reaction, and didn't dare to stay longer to say the purpose of today's visit, turned around and left in a hurry. Old Madame Jiang looked at her back and sighed softly. The housekeeper beside her also sighs, Miss Lin, this is a guilty conscience, she doesn't dare to trouble you. This silly girl, I have long treated her like my own granddaughter, she shouldn't be so polite with me. Elder Mrs. Zhang's complex complexion suddenly saw that there was another person at the garden entrance. Jiang Shijing sat across from her and picked up the cup of tea that Lin Xiangyan hadn't drunk and drank it in one go. Good tea. He half squinted his eyes, enjoying, it's still grandma's dahompo here that's the most mellow and fragrant. You're less oily. Old Lady Jiang picked up the bouquet of lilies and looked at it lovingly. Evening Maiden has encountered a bit of a problem, you help her. Jiang Shijing didn't answer, his fingertips rubbing the lines on the teacup, his brows bland. The housekeeper couldn't help but cough lightly. Young master, old madam's words, do you agree or not? Grandma, if Lin Xiangya has a request for me, she should personally ask me, but I was dumped by her, so I can't just rush to help her again, right? Jiang Shijing seemed to be smiling but not laughing, making it impossible to tell if he was angry or casually flirting. The old lady frowned. What if I have to ask you to help? That would also require Lin Xiangya to beg me. I won't help if she doesn't see me. Jiang Shijing put down his teacup, got up and left. When he left Jiang's house, Yan Jing was waiting at the door in his car. Seeing Jiang Shijing's, he poked his head out as if he had discovered a new continent and said excitedly, I saw Miss Lin just now. Mr. Jing, did Miss Lin come to the Jiang family to see you? She's finally willing to beg you? Jiang Shijing lifted his eyelids and said unhappily, where's the pot calling the kettle black? Yan Jing scrunched his neck, not daring to say anything. It seemed that Miss Lin was more set in her ways than he had imagined. Jiang Shijing got into the car. Go, give my cousin's grandfather a call. That call from Yan Jing had just ended, and half an hour later Huafeng went to call Lin Xiangwan. The other party was the general manager of the Huafeng group, and he spoke in 7 different ways, all with hidden meanings and superficially polite and decent words. However, Lin Xiangyan understood what he was saying. The old man was so eager to protect his calf that if Jiang Shijing and Mrs. Jiang personally nodded their heads, they would never discuss cooperation with Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangnan sat alone in the office for the whole afternoon and didn't even eat. Xiao Shui was afraid that she had an upset stomach and brought her a bowl of chicken soup to warm her stomach. General Manager Lin, if you really can't open your mouth, I think we should find a reason to push it off. Lin Xiangye raised her eyes and glanced at her, a few weary colors appearing on her delicate face. How can this work? A promise is a promise, I can't give up lightly, not to mention that Lin Shijuan's family of 3 is waiting for me to back out. What then? Elder Hua not only needs the old madam's nod, he also needs Jiang Shijing to open his mouth before he can do it. You can beg hard on the old madam's side, but what about Jiang Shijing? Xiao Shui had been working beside Zhong Jie for a long time, so her speech had a bit of his straightforward flavor. Although it was not nice to say, it did not beat around the bush and hit the nail on the head. Lin Xiangye slowly exhaled a breath of fresh air. She suddenly thought of Tang Li's words. Jiang Shijing hadn't been home for a few days, and today he happened to show up at the Jiang family home, just in time to relieve her of the situation and let her go see old lady Jiang. It all seemed to be connected. Whether it was a coincidence or a connection, I'm afraid there was no avoiding it. Lin Xiangye got up and handed the 2 documents to Xiao Shui. Go get the sales department to sign, I'm going out. Going downstairs, she asked Chino to see herself off. Go to Zhang's. Chapter 17 Kiss Me. Qinu glanced at Lin Xiangyan in the rearview mirror. The woman was brilliantly beautiful. He then withdrew his gaze and calmly asked, going to see Jiang Shijing? Lin Xiangyan wanted to say that he was asking knowingly, but suddenly changed her tone when the words came out. Do you think I'm unproductive? Go frowned. When she couldn't wait for a response, Lin Xiangyan sat up straight, her tone light. In order to get this list, I went to see the man who once hurt me. Isn't that spineless? No, I don't think so. Chino answered quickly this time, solemnly saying, Ms. Lin is condescending for the sake of the company and business. Lin Xiangye tugged at the corner of her lips. She inexplicably felt much better because of these words. Yes, everything was for the company. In order to keep the company that Grandpa had worked so hard to support, and Mom had invested all of her dowry in, even if it was spineless, so what? In this cold and unfeeling business world, the most worthless thing is backbone. Soon the car stopped at Zhang's, the largest and most imposing office building in Yang City, with a golden Jiang character hanging above it. How many people are looking at this word to seek cooperation with this company, looking through the eyes? Lin Xiangyan stood in front of the company and called Jiang Shijing. Just as the call was dialed, Yan Jing had already appeared and made the gesture of please to her. Mr. Jing has put off all his appointments and is specially waiting for you. Lin Xiangyan nodded slightly and followed him upstairs. There was one thing she had already established. She was still organizing her thoughts when she arrived at the office until she heard a girl giggle. Lin Xiangye raised her head and saw Bai Jiran sitting at her desk, telling Jiang Shijing something funny. Jiang Shijing had a smile on his lips and his eyes were full of tenderness. She clenched her hands and knocked on the door to show her presence. Yeah, Sister Lin is here. Bai Jiran was surprised and happy, running over to her and pulling her hand. Lin Xiangye drew back her hand without a trace and smiled at her, then looked at the man in front of the desk. Do you have time to talk about business? Mr. Jing. Jiang Shijing glanced at her, seemingly smiling. It's rare for Ms. Lin to take the initiative to talk about business with me. Jiran, go wait for me downstairs. Bai Jiran nodded her head obediently, winking at Lin Xiangyan on her way out. Only after the person left did Lin Xiangyan exhale, walking straight to Jiang Shijing. Huafeng Group has open conditions. As long as you and old madam say something, you can cooperate with Fansheng. Jiang Shijing was surprised. You're not asking for my help, are you? Lin Xiangyan's eyes flashed and she pursed her lips. Yes. Then you need to show a begging attitude. Jiang Shijing smiled, playing with a fountain pen in his hand. Just now, with that tone of yours, I thought you were here to ask for help. Lin Xiangye pinched her palm to maintain the calmness on her face. Then tell me, how should I beg you? As she said this, many thoughts flashed through her mind. Everyone who knew Jiang Shijing would say that he had no flaws except for being a flirt. He was good at his job, a good person, and always had a smile on his face, as if he was easy to talk to. However, if they had dealt with Jiang Shijing a few times, they would know that he was a smiling tiger. His smile could be from the heart, or it could be a precursor to an upset attack. Lin Xiangye had a premonition. After Jiang Shijing questioned her in the car last time, she felt that this man didn't care about escaping from marriage on the surface, but in reality, he was still holding a grudge in his heart for losing face. This time, he used the Huafeng cooperation to guide her step by step into a trap. Wasn't he just waiting to take revenge on her? Lin Xiangyan was ready. No matter how Jiang Shijing humiliated her and bullied her, she would endure it for the sake of this project. As Lin Xiangye was thinking, a hand appeared in front of her eyes unexpectedly, with long fingers and clean nails. She raised her eyes to look at Jiang Shijing's light smile, hesitated for 2 seconds, but still put her hand on the other party's palm. The next second, Jiang Shijing pulled her into his arms and clasped her waist. Lin Xiangye didn't even have time to cry out in surprise before her chin was lifted. Through the fabric, she could also feel Jiang Shijing's strong and powerful thigh muscles. What are you doing? Let go of me. Jiang Shijing turned a deaf ear, staring at the 2 red marks on her chin, freeing a hand to pull open the drawer and take out the swelling-reducing medicine inside. The cool ointment was applied to the red marks, and Lin Xiangye became more and more puzzled. Jiang Shijing, what are you doing? Jiang Shijing finished applying it carefully before poking the corner of her lips. Kiss me, I'll call Huafeng when I'm happy. Lin Xiangye's complexion turned cold as she resisted. Have you done this without thinking that Ms. Bai is still waiting for you? Jiang Shijing, I'll tolerate any excessive request you make, but I can't do it if you want me to be a mistress and do things that apologize for my character and morals. She pushed Jiang Shijing away, always smelling the ointment that, if anything, carried the flavor of licorice spreading right at the corners of her lips. You're really interesting. Jiang Shijing wasn't annoyed, propping himself up on the corner of the table and tilting his head to look at her, his eyes containing a few moments of deep meaning. Letting you give me a kiss and then talking to me about character and morality. When you ran away from marriage, why didn't you think that it was immoral? It was the same old thing all over again. Lin Xiangye's body stiffened slightly, stunned, pursing her lips. For these words, she simply from refuting. Was today destined to be a bad day to talk? Lin Xiangye grabbed her bag and wanted to leave. Jiang Shijing, however, suddenly opened his mouth. See that bottle of wine on my cabinet? Lin Xiangyan's feet lurched and followed his gaze. The glass cabinet was filled with all sorts of expensive wines, and the bottle Jiang Shijing was referring to was placed in the lower left corner, with a string of obscure Spanish written on it. Lin Xiangye couldn't read it, but she could sense that the bottle of wine was not ordinary. Kiss me or drink that one, that wine is strong. Not only will you get so drunk after drinking it that you'll be unconscious, you'll wake up with a headache that will take 3 days and 3 nights to alleviate. Take your pick, it's up to Ms. Lin to love or not to love her body. Jiang Shijing got up and forced himself closer to Lin Xiangye, coming up to her ear, his thin lips intentionally or unintentionally scratching across the earlobe. Compared to having a headache for 3 days, would kissing me make you find it more unbearable? Lin Xiangye smelled the faint scent of tobacco on his body and took 2 steps back without hesitation. The earlobe that was touched was hot like it was on fire. Looking at the other party's lips filled with watercolor, Lin Xiangye remained calm. I choose. Chapter 18, The ability to warm the bed is amazing. I choose to drink. Without waiting for Jiang Shijing to speak, Lin Xiangyan had already taken the bottle of wine down and unscrewed the cap. Looking at her action of making a choice without hesitation, Jiang Shijing's eyes darkened. Lin Xiangyan wasn't a good drinker. What she was most worried about when she returned to China was whether or not her stomach problems would worsen due to drinking too much alcohol if there was a party she had no choice but to attend. But at this juncture, she couldn't care less. Even if she were to drink herself to death today, she wouldn't kiss Jiang Shijing. But she wouldn't easily give up this opportunity to work with Hua Feng. Lin Xiangwan had already made enough mental preparations. She didn't care about any headaches or stomach problems. She only needed to cooperate, and it was rather easy to ask for cooperation in such a decent way. Lin Xiangye tilted her head and gulped wine into her mouth. The spicy wine choked her to the point of dropping physical tears. Before she could take 2 sips, the bottle was snatched over. Jiang Shijing squeezed the bottle. The wine splashed out because of his movements, staining his sleeves. Lin Xiangye coughed twice, wiped the wine stains off her mouth, and still went to grab the bottle of wine. Jiang Shijing's eyes were dark, no longer smiling, and he whispered, "Enough." Lin Xiangye stood on her tiptoes and grabbed the bottle of wine with him. Being closer, the wine vapor that filled the air evaporated between them. She stubbornly tilted her head and locked eyes with Jiang Shijing. What, Mr. Jiang changed his mind and won't even give me a chance to fight for cooperation? Jiang Shijing's chest rose and fell violently, suddenly clasping the back of Lin Xiangyan's head and pressing hard against her for a kiss. The pungent flavor of alcohol spread between her lips and teeth, and the kiss wasn't comfortable. Lin Xiangye pushed Jiang Shijing away with force and raised her hand to give him a slap. Jiang Shijing, you're excessive. Do you just have to push me to this point? The man was hit to the side of his head, and 2 fingerprints appeared on his face. Jiang Shijing toppled his cheeks as the sound of the door opening interrupted what he hadn't had time to say. Chino appeared outside the door, swept an expressionless glance at the situation inside, and stepped in to protect Lin Xiangyan. Mr. Lin, you didn't answer my call. I came up to take a look. Lin Xiangyan took a step back and hid behind him. Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes and stared at them in silence. Are you done with business? Let's go. Chino inquired in a warm voice. Lin Xiangyan nodded her head and didn't even look at Jiang Shijing as she turned to leave straight away, but she heard a soft snort. Her wrist was pinched, and Jiang Shijing's came over very forcefully and hugged her from behind. Chino's eyes suddenly changed, wanting to push him away, when 5 or 6 bodyguards suddenly flooded in outside the door, surrounding him. Miss Lin doesn't want to make some ugly noise, so let him get lost. Jiang Shijing, in front of Chino, gently held Lin Xiangye's earlobe and blew ambiguously, otherwise, he won't be as simple as walking out. Chino's face sank like water as he coldly said, Mr. Lin, don't be intimidated by his words, even if I go out sideways. I won't let anyone touch a single finger of yours either. He pulled up his sleeves and was about to make a move. Lin Xiangye's body stiffened, closed her eyes and called out to him, Kinu, you go out first. Kinu was stunned. Get out, I'm fine. Lin Xiangye handed him a look. Jiang Shijing, this person, the angrier he was, the more breezy and good-natured he was on the surface. She could sense that this was already his limit. If Chino didn't leave again, getting half his life knocked out would be Jiang Shijing's mercy. Lin Xiangyan was somewhat powerless. She had thought that the biggest trouble coming back was Lin Shijuan, but she hadn't expected it to be her ex-fiancé. It was obvious that Jiang Shijing shouldn't have this kind of nuisance attitude. After everyone left, she turned around and pushed Jiang Shijing away, asking word for word, what exactly is your purpose? Are you torturing me to avenge that year's death, or are you a despicable person who likes to humiliate people who are weaker than you? Jiang Shijing let out a light laugh, his fingertips scratching her chin as if he was teasing a condescending cat. This bodyguard of yours is so handsome, specially asked when shallow for it? Lin Xiangye's heart tightened and she turned her face away to avoid his hand. None of your business. Jiang Shijing pinched the tip of her chin again and gently turned her face back, smiling but not laughing. Shino is your bodyguard. Besides driving and protecting you, are there any other work items? Lin Xiangyan was extraordinarily annoyed when words like this came out of his mouth. She hated that Jiang Shijing speculated about her relationship with others like this, hated that Jiang Shijing casually said such frivolous words, hated that he didn't take other people's sincerity seriously and could trample on it at will. Lin Xiangye raised her eyes and returned a bright smile. I'm afraid of the cold. Mr. Jiang always knows that. It just so happens that Chino's ability to warm the bed is very good, so I stayed by my side. As she stepped back, she also pushed Jiang Shijing away. The person walked away without looking back, as if she didn't care if the project with Hua Feng would still work out. Jiang Shijing looked at the doorway and stood there for a moment, then turned back to sit at the table and lit a cigarette. He didn't even take a bite until the cigarette burned out. Until Yan Jing walked in. Mr. Jiang, Ms. Lin has left. What about the cooperation? Scram. One word scared Yan Jing into fleeing. Jiang Shijing's expressionless face picked up his cell phone. Car. Lin Xiangyan held her forehead and looked out the window, her face a little pale. Shino frequently surveyed her, her eyes full of worry, and only after a long time did she open her mouth with deliberation. Is that person deliberately bullying you? Did he take advantage of you? No. Lin Xiangye withdrew her gaze and looked at him. Shino was reddened by her look and coughed lightly, his always steady voice trembling a bit. Then, what about the cooperation? Lin Xiangye shook her head. She had just been thinking about what to do. Obviously prepared to meet Jiang Shijing, she was still provoked into fleeing. Up to this point, she seemed to understand what Jiang Shijing was going to do. He wanted to take revenge for being abandoned 3 years ago, to slowly watch her being roasted on the fire, the power in his hands like a huge mountain, making her have to compromise. Lin Xiangyan's heart was stuffy. Today it was kissing her or drinking like you don't want to die. Tomorrow, in case there's something that you have to find Jiang Shijing again, what will be the request? Sleeping with her? People would always be forced to give in front of absolute power. Would she fall too? What would Jiang Shijing have to do to stop? Stop the car. Lin Xiangyan suddenly spoke, her tone firm. Shino stepped on the gas and parked the car on the side of the road, looking back at her in puzzlement. Lin Xiangyan took a deep breath, deliberating. Before she even opened her mouth, Kinu already understood, frowning. Lin always wants to go back to him? Lin Xiangyan clenched her fists. She didn't know what to do, she only knew that she couldn't lose Hua Feng as a cooperation. Every step of signing the betting agreement had to be error-free to make it work. Those shareholders were stupid and already waiting to watch and take sides, she had to resist no matter what. So what if she's pro Jiang Shijing's? Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Lin Xiangye closed her eyes, go back. Just as the words fell, her cell phone rang. She answered Xiao Shue's call. Mr. Lin. Xiao Shue sounded excited and laughed, you're too good. I actually managed to really take the Hua Feng order. Hey. Now people from Hua Feng are contacting us. Lin Xiangyan's eyes shook, and she said incredulously, what did you say? Hua Feng came to us. Or the assistant manager came over to talk to us about cooperation. Mr. Lin, what exactly did you use to convince the old man? I adore you. Xiao Shue was so happy that her voice tone was rising, as if she had already seen a bright future following Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan hung up the phone in astonishment, a bit unable to react for a moment. Hua Feng actually loosened up. But she had just broken up with Jiang Shijing. Could it be that the old madam had personally gone out and spared no effort to convince Elder Hua? Chapter 19, Jiang Shao trailing his ex-girlfriend. Yes, that must be it. Elder Hua was a relative of the old madam, how could he not give face to his own relative? Lin Xiangye rushed back to the company and was so busy picking up with Hua Feng that she didn't even bother to eat in the afternoon. After taking down 2 companies in a row that were involved with Jiang Shijing, the shareholders' attitude towards her started to make a 180-degree turn. Even Zhong Jia called in the evening, praising Lin Xiangyan's ability and telling her not to work too hard and to take care of her rest. Near the end of the day, Lin Xiangwan rubbed her sore neck and urged Xiao Shue to go home and rest. I can work overtime by myself, I don't need you to accompany me. Xiao Shue put her lunchbox in front of her, how can that be? I'm your assistant, how can the boss work and the assistant go home to sleep? Lin Xiangye smiled and took the lunchbox, casually dealing with 2 bites before handing her the bank card. Go give the overtime project team extra meals, send overtime bonuses from my private account, the company's overtime pay is also calculated separately. Xiao Shue's eyes lit up, Mr. Lin, you're too kind. Then I have to stay even more. I want to eat delicious food and I want to earn more money. Lin Xiangye couldn't help but cry and laugh, lifting her chin to signal her to go buy food. Xiao Shui, however, suddenly came closer and mysteriously leaned over the table to look at her. General Manager Lin. She lowered her voice and said, "There's no one else here, can you reveal something to me? What tactics did you use to make Elder Hua agree to work with you?" Lin Xiangye paused and looked at her with her cheeks resting, saying with interest, "Are you really interested in this?" Of course, the old master is known for being bad-tempered and protective. He once let slip that he would never cooperate with our prosperous star group, and he would curse twice when he saw the word Lin. After all, at that time, Elder Lady Jiang had been widowed for a long time because of her runaway marriage, and everyone knew about it. And Elder Hua and the old lady are close relatives, but also appreciate Jiang Shijing. Naturally will not be easy to cooperate with the prosperous star. Xiao Shui knew all of this, and Lin Xiangyan also knew all of this. So she was even more certain that it was because of the old madam that Elder Hua agreed to cooperate. It wasn't convenient for her to go to the Jiang family often, but the old madam's birthday was coming up, so she would definitely prepare a special gift for the old madam as a way to express her gratitude. In fact, I was only pleasing the old madam to get her to step in and help me make peace, and didn't have any outstanding means, so you won't be able to learn from my experience here. Lin Xiangyan nodded Xiao Shui's nose and urged, "Why don't you go buy coffee? Everyone is going to work late tonight." Xiao Shui spat out her tongue and hurriedly slipped away with her bank card. The people had just left on the front foot, and the uninvited guests came on the back foot. Lin Shijuan knocked on the door and came over with his pockets dangling. "Springtime Mr. Lin took 2 big orders this year, there's really no one in this company who can do it." Lin Xiangya instantly felt that the rice in her mouth had no flavor, and pushed her lunchbox to the side. "It's a big night, I don't want to spoil my appetite, get out of my office." Lin Shijuan's face changed, gritting his teeth to hold back the anger, smiling as he sat in front of her. He said nonchalantly, "Don't not only are we in a working relationship, we are also brother and sister, you can't talk to me like this anymore, right? Hurt the peace, call people to hear the discussion, how bad? What peace is there between us? What I said in the office that day, the whole company has been rumored, who doesn't know that you are Lin Mu's illegitimate son? Now you're afraid that it's too late to talk about it, right?" Lin Xiangya hugged her arms, her mocking words swishing at the other party like knives. Once upon a time, the relationship between her and Lin Shijuan was not good. When she was a child, she didn't know about those dirty and sordid things between the elders, and because of the good pretense of Xiang Kei-ching in the early days, she was very close to this so-called stepmother. Only with Lin Shijuan, is not how to deal with. In the past, when Xiang Kexing bought her a toy, Lin Shijuan had to throw stones at her from behind, smashing and crying her, and then taking the opportunity to snatch the toy away. Once Lin Shijuan was found to have a gambling habit, fearing that she would go home and complain, he had her locked up in an abandoned warehouse and terrorized for half a day. At that time, Jiang Shijing got the news from somewhere, and he beat a group of people to save her. Lin Xiangyan thought that it was true love that had come to her, but she didn't realize that anyone who got involved with Lin Shijuan, whether good or bad, allied with him or against him, was not someone she could get close to after all. Lin Xiangya pulled out of her memories, and Lin Shijuan was already so angry with her that he shot up. "I'm telling you, Lin Xiangyan, don't be complacent, the fact that you were able to get the Huafeng and Dingxing orders was because you were lucky. It's because old lady Jian likes you so much that she doesn't bother with you." Lin Xiangyan let out an "Oh, it's like that, I didn't deny it." Lin Shijuan's face darkened. "You. Don't worry, soon you'll be able to taste what it's like to fall head over heels. Don't think that you're a business genius and will be able to come back to fulfill the betting agreement smoothly, I'll let you know how ridiculous your thoughts are." After throwing down harsh words, he turned around and left. Lin Xiangya looked at his back and slowly spoke, "I've already taken back the company and home, the next step would be your shares, right? Lin Shijuan, it's not me who tasted the taste of planting a heel, it's you who harbored you on the back of your father, taking what doesn't belong to you and getting away with it. You've been in the limelight for all these years and it's time to give it back." Lin Shijuan's footsteps lurched and he turned back, his gaze seemed to be able to kill. He said word for word, "Don't you threaten me, you know, if I'm in a hurry, I can do anything at any time. I'm the same, so be careful and don't mess with me." Lin Xiangya's eyes contained a thick disdain. She never cared to exchange harsh words with people like Lin Shijuan, it was better to say more than to do more. Right now, the shareholders had changed their attitude towards her, and had hinted to her that if the betting agreement could be completed, they would only follow her. At a time like this, she was too lazy to care about a lost dog like Lin Shijuan. After the people left, Lin Xiangya was in a good mood, and had thought of working overtime in the company, or was she prepared to go home and read the information while taking a bath? Don't want to be tightly wound in a highly working atmosphere all the time. After getting into the car, Chino sent her home. I don't know why, Lin Xiang evening always feels strange, seems to be someone is following. She turned back frequently, but saw nothing. Jingo asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it should be my illusion." Lin Xiangyan yawned and continued to fall asleep. Until the car stopped in front of the apartment, she grabbed her bag and laptop and turned to go upstairs. Chino stopped at the entrance for a few moments, then drove the car away. But in a few moments, a black Lincoln slowly pulled out on the path. Jiang Shijing sat in the car, turned the interior lights to their dimmest, and raised his eyes to look at the second floor of the apartment. The lights in the bedroom on the second floor were on for a while, then the bathroom lights came back on and went out, and finally, the bedroom was lit up with orange light. He watched in silence, waiting until late at night for the apartment to fall into darkness. Kino hadn't reappeared since the beginning. Jiang Shijing's face eased a little, and he lowered the window to blow cold air for a while longer before slamming his fist on the steering wheel. I'll never do such a stupid thing again. Chapter 20, Old People Getting Together. Lin Xiangye woke up and stayed in bed for 10 minutes, finally revealing a smile when she thought of Huafeng's list. This was the first time she woke up in a good mood back in Young City. The companies of the two consecutive lists were related to Jiang Shijing, and they didn't shy away from cooperating with her again. In addition to looking at the technology of the flourishing star group, there was also the face of elder Lady Jiang. Lin Xiangye is not a person who forgets his favor. After checking the balance of the bank card, he gritted his teeth and left 3,000 for himself, and transferred the rest to Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui received 500,000 in the morning, was really shocked, a phone call over. Lin Xiangye has already packed up, holding a slice of bread in her mouth at the door waiting for Chino to drive up. You help me go to an antique store and buy back what I want, I'll send you pictures later. Xiaoshui couldn't help but gossip, spending so much money on curios, is Lin always a private stash or a gift? Lin Xiangye finished her slices of bread and said nonchalantly, it's for the Jiang family's old lady. Her few savings were all taken out. Even though Mrs. Jiang has seen countless treasures worth millions of dollars in her life, this is her intention, she will send as much as she has, just as a favor. After hanging up the phone, Chino also drove too. Only the neighborhood sanitation worker Uncle Lu ran over, waving a broom to stop Chino. Look at the expression, is also quite angry. Lin Xiangye was puzzled, and only when she got closer did she hear Uncle Lu chortling. That side of the path cannot go, are for the construction of greening to get the land, you tire a pressure, from the path to here are dirt, clean up is not difficult? Can you have some environmental awareness? Chino got off the car to listen, a confused face, several times want to explain were disliked by Uncle Lu. Lin Xiangye hurriedly rounded up the scene, lightly laughed, Uncle Lu, is there any misunderstanding in this Yesterday he sent me back and didn't take the small road, he took the neighborhood road. Who can there be if not you guys? Don't I know it when I clean it up? That tire with dirt, is to your door disappeared. Uncle Lu said with conviction, non-compliance, but also took out the photos to show them. Lin Sang Evening cannot understand what this is the case, can only pull Chino apologized, but also gave Uncle Lu $200 as hard work fee. On the way to the company, Chino has been pondering. Look at the tire tracks, that car seems to be a Lincoln. Lin Xiangye didn't put it on her mind and casually spat, well, it's too unqualified. Chino wanted to say something, hesitantly said, it doesn't rule out that it's someone staring at you, Mr. Lin, why don't I leave a little later every day? No need. Lin Xiangye thought about it, there didn't seem to be anyone who knew her driving a Lincoln. It should just be a coincidence that the dirt on the tires happened to wear off right at her door. Seeing that she wasn't interested in the slightest, Chino didn't mention it again. Ding Shang sighed, Zhao Yan is black face, watching the assistant with a hose to flush his car tire. When the call came through, he questioned, Jiang Shijing. This is my mom and your aunt's favorite car. You came back in the middle of the night yesterday, did you drive my car to steal sweet potatoes? Jiang Shijing held his cell phone farther away, his voice deep, unlike his usual laziness. I'll have someone go wash your car later and bring you a bottle of good wine, satisfied? Hearing his tone of voice, Zhao Yan felt that he might have encountered something, and tried, why are you so angry? Because of Lin Xiangyan? The other side of the phone was silent for 2 seconds and hung up directly. Zhou Banquet hissed, unsure. By the evening, Lin Xiangye got off work and received a call from Wen Qian. You didn't go to the last party, but you're always free to come this time, right? We are still a few old classmates, come and get together. When Shallow now does not care about the business of the family, and do not listen to their parents to go on a blind date, all day this drinking game back and forth. Lin Xiang Evening wanted to stay in the company to read the information, heard this is not good to refuse. After all, she has not come back in when Shallow good drink, in addition to classmates is also a kind of network, may be able to use. Lin Xiangye arrived at the box in 10 minutes. There are men and women in the box, all familiar and unfamiliar faces. Wen Qian stood up and pulled her, introducing them one by one. This is the class president, this is Monkey, Ashui, Lan, and our big boss Shin Fan. Lin Xiang Evening 3 years of high school is in Wen Shallow class with the same dormitory, so become a good girlfriend, a water, and Lan is also their roommate, because we have the same interests and personality easygoing. The whole 3 years of high school dormitory relationship is particularly cordial. The class president is warm and honest, wearing glasses, now in an IT company as an executive, the monkey is his neighboring classmates. Shin Fan is a rich man from birth, after graduating from high school did not go to college, directly take the money to invest in overseas business to go, mistakenly invested in success, and now open a chain of hotels in foreign countries, and recently just returned. When they were a few good relations, is a group, often copy each other's homework, after school together to go to the cafeteria to grab that burst of very popular baked chicken legs. Lin Xiang evening to see them did not chat a couple of sentences, and soon felt cordial and mingled. Xin Fan waved his hand and opened a bottle of $300,000 of wine. Boss Xin is remarkable now, foreign hotels are very profitable, right? When Xian asked with a smile while holding the bottle of wine. Xin Fan sked, smug, not bad, annual income of several hundred million is not a problem. Lin Xiangye silently sighed in her heart, when can she also make Fanshain bigger and stronger and earn so many dividends? She was curious, you're managing so many hotels overseas, why do you have time to come back to Banyan City? I heard Shallow say that this is the first time you've come back after 5 years, so it must be for something big, right? Xin Fan mentioned this, his legs switched to one side, reluctantly said, in 2 days there is an old lady's birthday, I heard that it's a very prestigious family in Banyan City, my father wants me to make good relations, and forced me to come back. The birthday, or an old lady? All sorts of information matched up, and Lin Xiangye hesitated, this old lady you're talking about, it won't be the Jiang family's old lady, right? The day after tomorrow's birthday? You recognize Egu, I forgot, you and Wen Shallow's family is also in a good condition, it's in this circle. Xin Fan slapped his thighs and said breathlessly, my business abroad is doing so well, why would I come back specifically to please the Jiang family? I really don't know what my father thinks, this is not, today with your party, I also specially invited that young master of the Jiang family to play. Lin Xiangwan was already surprised that he came to attend old lady Jiang's birthday banquet. Hearing this, her hand shook even more, and she subconsciously resisted meeting Jiang Shijing again, especially on an occasion like this. That, Lin Xiangyan stood up, I suddenly remembered that my company still has things to do, I'll start. Before she could finish, the waiter's voice came from outside the box. Right, Mr. Shin is in this box. When Lin Xiangyan turned her head, the door of the box happened to be pushed open. The man was wearing a black shirt with the collar loosely open, and came in from outside with his pockets inserted. Under the dim light, he topped a demonic face with a high nose and thin lips pursed lightly. Chapter 21 Truthfulness. Unlike in the past, Jiang Shijing's face did not have his usual gangly smile. He first coldly glanced at Lin Xiangye and walked towards Xin Fan expressionlessly. Lin Xiangyan was nailed to the spot, staring blankly. For some reason, she seemed to sense that Jiang Shijing was angry from the brief glance she had just taken. And still angry at her. Suddenly, she was pulled back by a hand. When Xiao leaned into Lin Xiangye's ear and whispered urgently, I'm sorry Aunt, I didn't know that Jiang Radish was coming tonight as well. Xin Fan he didn't even talk to me, you know, I hate Jiang Radish. I understand. Lin Xiangye hurriedly patted her arm and soothed, I'm not angry, it's nothing to happen by chance. When Xian sighed in relief, that's good, this dead Xin Fan is the same as in high school. Doing anything is all first things first. The two of them looked together. Jiang Shijing and Xin Fan were exchanging pleasantries, and the two girls next to him, Shui, were looking at him with pink bubbles in their eyes. It was the class president and Monkey who were slightly formal, knowing that this was an exchange in the rich and powerful circle, and could only listen silently from the sidelines. Good end of the drinking game into this, Lin Xiang evening no mood, ready to find an excuse to slip. At this time, Xin Fan's laughter suddenly drew up, pouring wine for Jiang Shijing. My father and elder lady Jiang also have a connection, this time on elder lady's birthday, I will definitely be there. Jiang Shijing hooked his lips and smiled faintly, good, the Jiang family will definitely be well entertained then. Xin Fan clinked glasses with him, then realized that the others were ignored by him and hurriedly stood up to introduce them one by one. When it was Lin Xiangyan's turn, before she had time to open her mouth, Xin Fan scooped her up. This Ms. Lin is now the big boss of the flourishing star group. I don't know if Mr. Jing has heard of her, I've heard of her. Jiang Shijing's interrupted, there's no need to introduce both her and Wen Shallow. Wen Shallow skimmed her mouth and said in a conspiratorial manner, in a circle, head down, head up, annoying as hell. Xin Fan's face stiffened, and only then did she realize that something was wrong. Seeing that the atmosphere is even weirder, Lin Xiangye finally could not bear to make things difficult for Xin Fan, and rounded off the situation by saying, aren't you here to drink? Then let's drink. She took the lead to raise her cup and greeted everyone to drink together. Xin Fan knew that she was trying to warm up the scene and smiled at her before saying, how meaningless it is to drink dry. Today is a reunion of old classmates, and Mr. King is here, why don't we play King's Cards? King's Cards, they used to play it all the time in high school. The person who drew the king could designate two numbers to do anything. Lin Xiangye used to love playing, but now that she was facing the cold-faced Jiang Shijing, she didn't want to play at all. After Xin Fan finished speaking, everyone else agreed to play. Especially as Shui and Lan began to encourage Jiang Shijing to play with them. The little girl's mind was clearly visible. The class president and the others all snickered. When Xian watched inside straight, quietly saying, Shui just likes handsome-looking ones, if she fools around. It's none of my business, he can afford to play on play not to go to the side. Lin Xiangye didn't pay attention to the tone of her voice when she spoke. She was also holding a fire. She had been uncomfortable with what Jiang Shijing had done to her at Jiang's. Now he was throwing up his face. Now he's even throwing up his face? Across the room, Jiang Shijing heard everything, pinching his wine glass and looking straight at Lin Xiangye, suddenly smiling. Good, then let's play. The waiter came to deliver the cards. Jiang Shijing glanced at him. The waiter bowed his head and placed the cards in front of him and left. The person playing the cards was naturally Jiang Shijing's. Several cards were dealt out for a round, and according to the number of people, the cards only had a king in cards from 2 to 7. Jiang Shijing's was the first to reveal the king card. Lin Xiangye looked at the 3 of spades in her hand and sipped her wine without moving. Offhand, Jiang Shijing's opened his mouth and designated the number 3. The person who draws 3 can specify truth or dare to me. Lin Xiangye, ? It took her 10 seconds to react to what that meant. Xin Fan froze and laughed. I've seen people who have tricked others, but I've never seen a king tricking himself, or a king will always play. That. He looked around and smiled. Who took 3? When Xiao poked Lin Xiangye with her elbow, signaling her to change her cards. With so many people watching, Lin Xiangye couldn't switch, so she could only show her cards. Miss Lin. Jiang Shijing called her name. His voice did not contain a trace of temperature, truth, or dare. What a tone, what an attitude. Lin Xiangwan was even more upset, wanting Jiang Shijing to drink that bottle of hundreds of thousands of dollars like he did at Jiang's. But thinking about the other party's ability to drink 1,000 cups, she didn't have the heart to say, be sincere. Jiang Shijing played with his metallic silver lighter, leaning back on the sofa in a big way, his careless movements making the 2 little girls look straight in the eyes. He lifted his eyelids and said succinctly, ask. Lin Xiangye hadn't said anything yet, a Shui was busy winking at her. Evening, why don't you ask Mr. Jiang if he's single? Look at her stupid look. If she was single, she would have rushed up to ask for contact information. Lin Xiangye shook her head and handed her a pitying look. I've met Mr. Zhang's girlfriend. A Shui was instantly disappointed and wilted. Xin Fan clasped her chin and said with gusto, I've heard that Mr. Jing has dated no less than 100 girlfriends. Why don't we ask Mr. Jing which one he can't forget the most? Lin Xiangye pursed her lips, her fingertips tightening suddenly. The wineglass was resting on ice, freezing her fingertips. She looked distantly at Jiang Shijing's across the room. Jiang Shijing always seemed to be smiling, his head lowered as he played with his lighter, as if he didn't think this question was that special. Obviously, he didn't mind answering. Lin Xiangye opened her mouth and felt tough against the gossiping eyes of a circle of people. In addition to being disheartened, leaving back then also had the meaning of revenge. After Jiang Shijing's engagement to her, he started to look for women frequently. Although they were all dewy-eyed, but without exception, in the history of his relationship has never been only him dumping others, no woman has ever dumped him. She left with the feeling of being hurt but also wanted to be the first one to abandon Jiang Shijing's. She wanted him to remember the lesson of being abandoned, and to remember what happens when you let down someone's true heart. Now, Lin Xiangye was also curious to know if this idea of hers had been realized or not. She breathed in sharply, and only settled down when the others looked over with somewhat puzzled eyes. Mr. Jiang, within the exes you've dated, which one was the most memorable to you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Shijing raised his head and looked straight at her. Jiang Shijing's peach blossom eyes were still hooked up in a smirk. Leaning on the sofa, he carelessly said, exes, there's really one most memorable one. Who is it? Xin Fan gossiped over. The others didn't know Jiang Shijing, but they also pricked up their ears and wanted to listen. For such a handsome and charismatic young man from a rich family, the one who could make him unforgettable must be very special, right? Lin Xiangye's heart began to race. I don't know if it was because she had been drinking, or if she didn't want to admit it, but she also wanted to know who the woman in Jiang Shijing's mouth was. A hint of imperceptible tension filled the atmosphere. Jiang Shijing thought carefully, and suddenly leaned forward, approaching the crowd. Speaking of which, you guys should know each other. Chapter 22, Wanting Her to Concede. Her name is Zhao Xinger. Lin Xiangye paused, her heart suddenly jittery. She raised her eyes to Jiang Shijing. The man hooked his lips in a light smile, seemingly recalling his sweet past with that Ms. Zhao. An uproar suddenly exploded in her ears. Wow! It's that Zhao Xinger who just won the Movie Queen trophy last year? My brother is a die-hard fan of hers. Oh my god, no wonder it's the most memorable ex. Zhao Xinger is now a national goddess, there's no one better than her under the sky. Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows and followed their words, isn't that so? Being so outstanding is naturally unforgettable. Shui and Xiaolan knew that they couldn't touch such an excellent man, but instead they pulled him along and started to ask how they met Zhao Xinger. Lin Xiangye sat in the corner, her heart so astringent that it was hard to bear. Since the beginning, Jiang Shijing hadn't even raised his head to look her way. Her resolute departure 3 years ago was an unprecedented betrayal for Jiang Shijing's. Was that all? Lin Xiangye couldn't help but reach for the wine in front of her, and was pressed by Wen Xiaolo's wrist. When Xian came to her ear and said through clenched teeth, he's just an unworthy flirtatious dude. Are you as far as getting drunk for him? At those words, Lin Xiangye instantly sobered up. The temperature under her eyes cooled down and she let go of the glass of wine. Meeting her best friend's worried and anxious eyes, Lin Xiangye hooked her lips and smiled softly. Well, no more drinking. She got up and went to the restroom to sort out her emotions, washed her hands, tugged a paper towel to wipe her fingertips clean, and took out her phone to search. She hadn't cared about showbiz stars before and was curious about what this movie queen looked like. Once the browser was searched, the photo of the movie queen popped up. Lin Xiangye saw the thumbnail and was about to click on it when she suddenly paused. Zhao Xing'er's profile picture was wearing a halter red dress, bright and beautiful. Even without seeing the clearly enlarged picture, Lin Xiangye noticed that there was a mole on her shoulder. The location of that mole was exactly the same as hers. The difference was that her mole was red. Lin Xiangye looked up at herself in the mirror. Her shoulder was like snow, and the red mole was bewitching. It should be a coincidence. Lin Xiangye silently commented on Zhao Xing'er, a dumping ground. She collected her cell phone and turned around to go out. Unexpectedly, there was a silhouette standing at the door of the restroom. Jiang Shijing glanced at Lin Xiangye and blocked the door. Lin Xiangye frowned slightly. This is the women's restroom. Talk. Jiang Shijing's mouth was full of alcohol, and he didn't know how much he had drunk. Lin Xiangye retreated into the restroom. I don't want to talk, don't let them see, go away. What if I don't leave? Jiang Shijing took it a step further. Lin Xiangyan's pupils trembled. What are you doing in here? Hurry up and get out. There's no one else here. Jiang Shijing directly reached out and clasped her waist, pulling her out. Lin Xiangye crashed into his arms, furious. Bastard, can you let go of me? She didn't want to be seen, didn't want her relationship with Jiang Shijing to be exposed. Since she wasn't even Jiang Shijing's most memorable ex, there was even less need for this relationship to be known by others. Angry? Jiang Shijing pinched the flesh around Lin Xiangye's waist and stared at her with downcast eyes. It's upsetting that my most unforgettable woman isn't you, isn't it? Being told the truth, Lin Xiangye raised her eyebrows and said coldly, I'm happy that it's not me. Being unforgettable means you're holding a grudge against me for running away from the wedding, and if you hold a grudge against me, who would dare to do business with me? So I can't wait for young Master Jiang to forget about me. Jiang Shijing's eyebrows tilted lightly and he hooked his lips. But his eyes didn't have the usual flavor of deceiving a little girl, and they were even slightly cold. Lin Xiangye. His voice was low, and he called out to Lin Xiangye, who was inexplicably shaken. I've given you 2 chances, it's you who didn't cherish it. Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes and pulled away against his shoulder. I don't know what you're playing dumb. Jiang Shijing pulled down her hand, his fingers traced across her waist, pinching the soft flesh at the back of her neck. This action made Lin Xiangye's body tense up, inexplicably thinking of the animal world she watched once upon a time. When a sheep was about to be eaten as prey, it was the back of its neck that was viciously gripped by a tiger in its mouth. Jiang Shijing laughed lowly. Ding Shang, Hua Feng, I'm all waiting for you to be soft. Lin Xiangye raised her eyes to look at him. As long as you say you need my help, say you didn't intentionally run away from the marriage to betray me, and say you're sorry, I'll immediately have the doors of Young City's company open to you. Jiang Shijing lowered his head and moved to the top of Lin Xiangye's hair to give it a gentle sniff, smelling the faint jasmine fragrance. But you said you don't love me, you're not apologizing to me. Saying this, his tone was softer. For some reason, Lin Xiangye inexplicably heard a few points of aggravation. She tried to push Jiang Shijing's away, but Jiang Shijing's pressed even tighter against her, his body leaning tightly together. You weren't even willing to kiss me in order to get Hua Feng's list, Lin Xiang Knight. Do you hate me that much? Was I not good enough for you when we were in love? Lin Xiangye's eyebrows jumped twice, her eyes carrying a thick weariness. She met Jiang Shijing's deep, impenetrable eyes and softly said, I also want to ask you, was I not good enough for you when we were in love? But you didn't love me, and you didn't apologize to me, so why bother asking others for something you can't do yourself? Jiang Shijing wrinkled his eyebrows and grabbed her wrist. Why should I be apologetic? You're the one who ran away from the wedding. Running away from the wedding means you're at fault first? Aren't you the one who apologized to me first? Lin Xiangye didn't have control and raised her voice. All these years, all these things, she had always kept them bottled up in her heart. Even when she heard Jiang Shijing's own words at the bar, she didn't go in and break them down in public to leave decency between each other. Running away from the wedding was her means of revenge, but what's revenge without disappointment? Lin Xiang Evening did not expect Jiang Shijing can have a few points sorry for her mind, born of the wandering flirt, how would have such a realization? But she also did not expect Jiang Shijing's actually even he first changed his heart, first do not love her thing are not mentioned. Lin Xiangyan was holding a fire in her heart that was about to explode. Jiang Shijing's, however, continued to intensify his actions, pinching her chin and questioning, do you have a conscience when you say these things? Lin Xiangya pushed Jiang Shijing away with force, her tone cold, I don't want to pull these old stories with you, you can think what you like, you just said you gave me 2 chances, what do you mean? She had a bad premonition. Jiang Shijing's expression was composed, staring at her for a few seconds before suddenly hooking his lips. Soon you'll know. Lin Xiangye's patience ran out and she turned around him to walk away, but then she jerked to a stop. At the end of the corridor, Xin Fan looked over with the class president's shoulder. Both of them had their mouths open at the same time, a look of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 23 Can't Forget. Lin Xiangyan was at a loss for words. What she had feared had still happened. After a short silence, Xin Fan reacted and fiercely wrapped her arms around the class president. Class president? What did we come out for again? Shushing, right? Let's go. Let's go pee. Without looking back, the two men rushed downstairs past the men's restroom. The restroom is at. Lin Xiangye raised her hand and pointed to the door next to her, and before she could say anything, the two had already disappeared in a gust of wind. She was in an even worse mood, didn't turn back to look at Jiang Shijing again, returned to the compartment to grab her bag, and left with a few people with a simple explanation. When Xian saw that something was wrong and immediately caught up. In the car, Lin Xiangye rubbed her temples, not knowing where to explain. I seem to have pissed off Jiang Shijing's, he seems to be out to deal with me. This was her intuition. The two chances that Jiang Shijing had mentioned must be what he was referring to. He resented the fact that she didn't know how to soften and bow her head, and didn't apologize for running away from the wedding. So he was impatient. With a hook of his finger, young Master Jiang could make the entire prosperous star group shake the ground. When Xian didn't hold back her expletives, machine gun style cursing, Jiang Shijing is really a grandson. He was the first to apologize for what happened back then, and he doesn't have a point in his heart. Now he's turning around and making things difficult for you. Old Lady Jiang didn't even say anything about running away from marriage. His girlfriends changed from one to the other. No one will mention 3 years ago, and he's still having trouble with you, a woman. Careful, dead man. She cursed and panted, temporarily shifted the target. Evening night, you really, at that time in the bar should have told me about this matter. I had to splash his face with wine. When shallow, don't need to do business. I'm not afraid of him. When shallow yelled in the car cover could be broken. Lin Xiangye's eardrums hurt. She held down her friend who wanted to kill back and softly comforted, you don't have to worry, this matter is just my guess. Maybe he is not going to lay hands on the prosperous star group, if it can be. I would rather hope that he rushed at me to come myself. Though the words were said so, it was only to comfort Wen Xian. This time, it was definitely a mountain rain. When Shallow calmed down and exhaled, worried, but Jiang Shijing knows very well that if he wants you to be soft and take a shot at Flourishing Star, that's it, you'll definitely turn around and go after him. She rolled her eyes breathlessly and sat paralyzed in the back of the car. What the hell is he going to do? Want you to admit you're wrong for running away from the wedding and say sorry to him properly? It's just a matter of time. Is it so important for him to apologize? Lin Xiangye's heart was in turmoil. She also didn't understand what Jiang Shijing's purpose was. Don't think so much. Seeing that her mood had hit rock bottom, Wen Shallow added soothingly, I can help you out, the Wen family isn't a vegetarian either. Lin Xiangye closed her eyes and couldn't catch her breath. She thought of her grandfather arguing with Lin Mu over and over again, saying that she was the future successor of the prosperous star group. She thought of her mother taking out all her dowry and resolutely helping her grandfather through the company's crisis. When I think of the shares that Lin Shijuan's gang has taken, they all have grandfather and mother's heart and soul. As long as she thought of these, Lin Xiangwan felt that her grandfather and mother were watching from the sky, and her heart was very disappointed in her. There is clearly a hope of struggling out, but because of Jiang Shijing's hope is about to be dashed. No matter what, this betting agreement, she must fulfill it. From now on, she must make preparations to deal with Jiang Shijing by any means necessary. Lin Xiangye was lost in thought when the car suddenly stopped. Shino turned back and said in a deep voice, it's here. Lin Xiangyan looked back up and lifted her head. For some reason, when she locked eyes with Chino, she saw the deep concern in the other party's eyes. Lin Xiangyan froze, then realized that Chino had been listening on the sidelines, and had already figured out what was going on between her and Jiang Shijing at this moment. However, so what if she knew? Doesn't the whole of Young City know that she ran away from her marriage, that she's sorry to Jiang Shijing, and that she's a heartless woman who changes her mind when she says she will? Lin Xiangye smiled to herself and got out of the car with Wen Xian. Wen Xiao wanted to accompany her tonight and went straight upstairs to take a shower. Chino and Lin Xiangye determined the time to drive to pick her up tomorrow, and suddenly spoke as she turned to leave. Lin Xiangye should be a very dashing person. At those words, Lin Xiangye's footsteps lurched as she turned back to look at him. A moment later, she brought a cup of tea and sat down. Right, but I'm neither dashing enough to run away and leave, nor dashing enough to return home and focus on my career. Chino only looked at her quietly. You still like Jiang Shijing, don't you? Lin Xiangyan's hand shook and she almost spilled hot tea. She crashed into Kinu's eyes that were as deep as the bottom of the ocean and felt that nothing could be hidden from him. Strange, obviously she had only crossed paths with Chino in the past few days, yet the other party could see through her even more than Wen Xiao. Rather than liking it, it's more like not being able to forget it. Jiang Shijing's affectionate peach blossom eyes like that, which woman wouldn't feel that it was the love of his life when he took a look at her? Not to mention that he has an outstanding family history and is also used to coaxing women to be happy. Lin Xiangyan dares to say that everyone who has crossed paths with Jiang Shijing will not be able to forget him. So even though she was severely hurt by Jiang Shijing's and was disillusioned, she flew abroad in a fit of rage with the idea of revenge and making Jiang Shijing's unforgettable. After disappearing for 3 years, every time she couldn't sleep in her midnight dreams, she would wonder if Jiang Shijing had ever tossed and turned like this after she ran away from her marriage. Lin Xiangye wishfully felt that there was. Even if it was over between them, she had to be a colorful part of Jiang Shijing's relationship history, not counting the 2 years she had spent on her relationship as a waste of time. But today, Jiang Shijing's clearly told her that what she got in exchange for living alone in a foreign country was nothing more than the other party's hatred. Jiang Shijing's did not forget her, he even hated her. Since returning to China, all these social entanglements were Jiang Shijing's means of trying to get her to soften and apologize for what happened back then. The 2 years she loved Jiang Shijing's, then she ran away from her marriage, and now that she's back in China, it's all been a one-woman show for her. Lin Xiangye didn't want to drink tea anymore, poured a glass of red wine and drank it. The man watched from the side and did not stop. She hooked her lips, feeling amused. I drank so much wine, why don't you care about me a little? Chino's breathing intensified, his gaze enveloping her like an impenetrable net. Heartache or not, sadness or not, want to vent, want to get drunk, can get through it, there will be a day to let go. Lin Xiangye froze for a long time, not even knowing when the person left. After a long time, she put the red wine back into the wine cabinet, her fingertips lightly pressing and rubbing her eyebrows. Out of sorts. Tonight was a disgrace. The sound of the door opening upstairs rang out. Lin Xiangye smiled as if nothing had happened and went over to hug Wen Xiao, who had just come out of the shower. My little shallow, tonight you'll obey me. Aya Lin Xiangye. I just took a good shower, and I'm covered in alcohol breath by you again. Playful laughter came from the living room. Chino lit a cigarette and strutted away. Suddenly, men in black clothes came out from the back of the car, frowning and staring at him. How much longer will you fool around before you're willing to go home? Is it because you're looking at this woman? Chapter 24, his movie Queen X. Shingo's gaze sank and heaved, pressing down hard on the man. Get lost and don't show up at her place. The man glanced at Lin Xiangye's apartment and hurriedly left. The night was even cooler. There was no one left at the door, only the lights in the rooms on the second floor were on, and jokes and laughter came out from time to time. Lin Xiangnan barely slept, reminiscing with Wen Shan about her life in high school, talking about how these classmates were doing, and didn't close her eyes until dawn. She thought it was rare to get a nap, but just as she rolled over, the phone rang. It was Xiao Shui, asking her to hurry to the hospital. Lin Xiangye instantly woke up, didn't startle Wen Xian, quietly went to the bathroom and took a shower to leave. On the way, Xiao Shui described the matter. Pansom's new smart refrigerator is looking for a spokesperson, said an actress as a spokesperson. This morning when shooting the advertisement, the upper door of the refrigerator suddenly fell and smashed the spokesperson. Now the person is in the hospital, the staff don't know how to deal with this, can only let Xiao Shui notify Lin Xiangyan to go over. Lin Xiangyan didn't look too good after hearing this. She guessed last night that Jiang Shijing was going to make a move, but she didn't expect that people within the company would press the issue first. Wasn't Lin Shijun in charge of research and development before the smart refrigerator? Under her grandfather's leadership, the prosperous Star Group had advanced new energy and artificial intelligence technology, and had opened many factories to take orders, responsible for manufacturing new energy or intelligent products for partner companies. However, it was only recently that Lin Xiangye realized that Pansun was also developing various products with these patented technologies internally at the same time. Before she returned to China, Lin Shijun had been working on smart refrigerators, threatening to open up the most advanced products in the home appliance industry. If something goes wrong at this time, Lin Shijun can't be blamed for it. Xiao Shui said, Lin Vice President is responsible for the development, but he handed over all the power to the team to do after you took office. The refrigerator was tested last night and brought to the spokesman to shoot ads, and now the accident can't be relied on the head of Lin Vice President. Lin Xiang evening eyes are cold. It seems that Lin Shijun has long been prepared to take this as an article. The refrigerator accident, Lin Shijun does not bear any responsibility, naturally she has to be the president of the company to bear the solution. You immediately seal the news, do not let this matter spread out, notify the product team of the cause of the accident to check out, the rest wait for me to go to the hospital to say. It was imperative to first confirm the spokesperson's situation, pacify the person, and then everything else would be fine. But Xiao Shui stammered and carefully said, the person endorsing the refrigerator is the national goddess Xiao Xinger, that's a Buddha that can't be bumped, she's injured and broken bones right now, and the news has been spreading everywhere for a long time. Lin Xiangyan's eyes went black and she almost stepped on the gas as if it was the brake. She really didn't expect that Jiang Shijing's most unforgettable ex was actually her family's spokesperson. Now that things had gotten out, not only would it be known that the products made by Flourishing Star had serious quality issues, Zhao Xinger's fans would also tear Flourishing Star apart. With Zhao Xinger's popularity, traditional stars' credibility and reputation would be considered ruined. Lin Xiangye fixed her mind and murmured, "You watch Lin Shijing first, don't let him accept the interview with reporters to go out and talk nonsense. I'm going to the hospital now to deal with Zhao Xinger's team." As soon as the words fell, a phone call squeezed in. Seeing the word Kino, Lin Xiangye frowned and connected. "Didn't you ask me to come pick you up at 9 o'clock? Lin Xiangye, there's an emergency at the company, I'm leaving in another car, you go back." Chino paused and asked after him, "Does it matter?" "It doesn't matter, hang up first." Lin Xiangye was not in the mood to say more to him, hung up the phone and rushed to the hospital. The hospital entrance has long been surrounded by reporters, by Fan Xing's bodyguards as well as the hospital security guards to stop. There are also a large number of fans in the periphery of the crying and protesting. The situation, simply shake the sky and earth. Lin Xiang Evening can only enter the hospital from the underground garage, hurriedly rushed to Zhao Xinger's ward. Zhao Xinger was leaning back in a chair with her eyes closed, accompanied by her assistant, agent and bodyguard. Her arm was wrapped in bandages, her eyebrows were furrowed, and her entire face was filled with discomfort, and despite her bad expression, she had a beauty that caused people to pity her. Seeing someone coming, the bodyguard went over to block the door with a fierce look. Lin Xiangye immediately explained, "I'm Mr. Lin of the prosperous Star Group, I've come to visit Ms. Zhao." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinger opened her eyes, her scrutinizing gaze distantly passing through several people and landing steadily on her. When the bodyguard stepped aside, the agent gave a conspiratorial yo-yo. "How come you didn't bring any tonic to visit Ms. Zhao? Not even a bouquet of flowers, where's the sincerity?" Lin Xiangye walked in and apologetically explained, "I hadn't woken up yet and rushed over when I received the call, I didn't have time to prepare anything on the way, please forgive me, Miss Zhao." Zhao Xinger was silent, only staring at her. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Xiangye felt that it didn't seem like she didn't want to take care of herself because she was hurt. Instead, she carried a faint hostility? The assistant grunted coldly and picked up the checklist on the table and slapped it on Lin Xiangye's hand. "Fracture at the wrist, can't move the left arm for a month, what do you think about this?" Lin Xiangye looked at the checklist, raised her eyes and said sincerely, "Miss Zhao's medical expenses, mental damage and the compensation that should be paid, we, Pansum, will bear it all." "Bear?" Zhao Xinger snorted lightly, finally reacting. She stood up and walked over to Lin Xiangye. Lin Xiangye locked eyes with her and nodded solemnly, "I'm sorry for causing you to get hurt, Flourishing Star will never shirk its responsibility and will bear all your losses." "Good, then let's count my losses." Zhao Xinger lifted her chin and took out the aura of a movie queen. "Brotherly?" Agent Li Hai opened his mouth. "Our family Xinger was scheduled to enter the set tomorrow to shoot the movie. Delaying it by one day will cost the crew millions. There are also 3 advertisements, 2 red carpet walks, and 5 commercial promotions this month, so altogether, the total compensation will be $200 million. He finished in one breath and directly stretched out his hand towards Lin Xiangye. "Pay up." Lin Xiangye slightly wrinkled her eyebrows. She had just asked Xia Shui yesterday. The company's capital chain was tight, and most of it had been used to approach Huafeng and Ding Shang's projects. The company couldn't afford to pay for this $200 million in damages, at most they could come up with $50 million. Li Hai sank his face. "What, you're such a big group, you can't even take out $200 million. I can get it out, but the company has been running tight lately, it doesn't have so much cash flow for a while, can we pay out in installments?" Lin Xiangye lowered her eyebrows, her posture lowered again and again. Zhao Xinger looked at her condescendingly, the corner of her lips hooked up in a sneering arc. "I don't have the rule of paying out in installments here." Lin Xiangye's brows stared, raising her eyes to look at her. The woman's eyes were brightly mixed with a few moments of teasing. In the short silence, Lin Xiangye thought through all the possibilities. If the money is to be paid out, not only do they have to stop the project with Huafeng Dingxing first and squeeze out a cash flow, but they also have to take full responsibility for the loss of the money, and make up for it in a short period of time to make sure that the flow of funds can't be cut off. Lin Xiangye suspected that Lin Shijing did not try to stop her from going to talk about cooperation, and even watched her talk about the next 2 single did not break the defense, just to wait for this day, this moment. She was about to open her mouth when Zhao Xinger suddenly turned around and sat down at the table in a good mood. "Tell you what, if you can do me a favor, I won't let you lose any money." There was no such good thing in heaven. Lin Xiangye wasn't surprised, instead she was wary. "What do you want me to do?" Zhao Xinger stared straight at her, seemingly displeased, seemingly cynical. "You go find Jiang Shijing and ask him to accompany me for 3 days. Lin Xiangye was stunned and swept her eyes at the few people around her. Everyone's expression was unchanged, not surprised at all. Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes. "I'm not quite sure what you mean." "No, you know it better than anyone in your heart, and only you can do it." Zhao Xinger raised her eyebrows. "Non-negotiable, go, I'll wait here, I want to see him before dark." Chapter 25 The Kiss That Lets Out Anger. Lin Xiangye was silent for a while. "I can call Jiang Shijing here, but I have to add another condition." Zhao Xinger was stunned. "What condition?" Lin Xiangye coldly said, "Explain this matter as your own accidental injury, it has nothing to do with Fan Xing." As the words fell, several people's faces were irritated. Zhao Xing'er looked at her expressionlessly. Mr. Lin is really good at stomping on her nose. Lin Xiangye mocked, is the request made by Ms. Zhao reasonable? You. Zhao Xing'er was dumbfounded by her dislike. She could only agree unwillingly, no problem, but if I don't see Jiang Shijing, you, Pansun, don't even think about it. Lin Xiangye ignored her and walked straight out of the ward door. She wasn't interested in what was going on between Zhao Xing'er and Jiang Shijing's, nor did she want to bother figuring out why the other party was certain she could call Jiang Shijing's. She only knew that she had to keep Fan Xing no matter what. Lin Xiangye left the hospital and went straight to Jiang's. The receptionist looked at her suspiciously for a long time. The receptionist looked at her suspiciously several times. Without an appointment, Mr. Jing will definitely not see you. Lin Xiangyan's face was bland. Please pass on the message, just say that Lin Xiangyan wants to see him. Hearing her name, the receptionist's expression quirked up, picking up the landline phone to call the president's office. 5 minutes later, Yin Jing came to pick up. Lin Xiangyan followed him to the president's office, looking around and not seeing Jiang Shijing. And at that moment, with a snap behind her, the office door was closed by Yin Jing. Mr. Jing is inside, Miss Lin take the trouble to look for him. Lin Xiangyan frowned slightly and walked around the office, suddenly noticing an inconspicuous door next to the bookcase, almost blending in with the wall. She gently pushed the door open, and suddenly a hand reached out and yanked her inside. In an instant, Lin Xiangye had been pressed against the wall, the faint odor of tobacco filling her nose. Isn't this Miss Lin? A playful voice came from above her head. Lin Xiangyan raised her eyes and saw the clear line of Jiang Shijing's jaw, and then further up, she collided with his imploring eyes. She frowned, considering the purpose of coming here, and didn't push the man away. Let's talk. Jiang Shijing laughed, picking up her chin. You've been ignoring me all the way back, but now that you've encountered something, you want to talk to me? Lin Xiangye fluttered her eyelashes and looked straight at him. How do you know? Jiang Shijing didn't bother to explain, letting go of her and walking towards the room. Say it, talk about what? Lin Xiangye raised her eyes extremely quickly to survey the surroundings. The room was a different place, decorated like a luxury suite in a 5-star hotel, obviously a temporary resting place for Jiang Shijing to handle his work. It was unknown how many women he had brought in. Lin Xiangye followed her over. You should know that Zhao Xing'er was injured and fractured. Can you go to the hospital to see her and accompany her for a few days? Jiang Shijing's footsteps lurched, looking at her and playing with her flavor. Zhao Xing'er wants me to accompany her, why doesn't she come and talk to me herself? In what capacity are you making requests with me? Lin Xiangye didn't know how to explain. She could only say truthfully, if I don't invite you over, I have to pay Yao Xing'er $200 million. Jiang Shijing was about to sit down. The smile under his eyes disappeared when he heard this, and he gave her a nonchalant look. So, you came to me to recover the company's losses? Lin Xiangye nodded her head. With Jiang Shijing's brain, he wouldn't be unable to guess her purpose, right? Or did he think that she had come to soften and apologize, begging him for help? Jiang Shijing's face went cold, his thin lips pursed as he stared at Lin Xiangye. Obviously a very wide space, Lin Xiangye was keenly aware of an invisible pressure that pressed her a bit stuffy. It wasn't until this moment that she realized that Jiang Shijing was in an unpleasant mood. She only felt puzzled. Wasn't Zhao Xing'er his most memorable ex? Hearing that someone was injured, Jiang Shijing should have rushed straight to the hospital. What are you still waiting for? Lin Xiangye couldn't help but urge, I drove here, are we going? Jiang Shijing's face was cold and darkened. Fine, let's go. Lin Xiangye was so full of solving this trouble that she had no time to care what expression or tone he was using, and turned around to walk out the door. In the next second, her wrist was pulled unexpectedly. Jiang Shijing wrapped his arms around her from behind and forcefully broke over her face. Lin Xiangyan was stunned and side-eyed, and before she had time to resist, she was kissed by him as he clasped her chin. Instead of kissing, it was more like nibbling and biting. Jiang Shijing let out his anger, biting her lips and rating her forcefully, not gentle at all. Lin Xiangyan struggled with the pain, her hands couldn't touch Jiang Shijing's behind her, and in a hurry, she stomped on him. Jiang Shijing still won't let go, pinched her waist, punitively pinched hard. Lin Xiangyan instantly lost her strength. After 3 years of not seeing her, he still knew where she couldn't be touched. Jiang Shijing forcibly held Lin Xiangyan up to prevent her from sliding down, and pressed her against the closet for a kiss. Lin Xiangyan's breathing was disorganized, her head was lacking oxygen, and she was powerless to push against him. She thought of the past when she was in love. Jiang Shijing's happened to have just taken over Jiang's company, and he would often go on business trips for a week without being able to see her. Every time Jiang Shijing returned, he couldn't wait to kiss her. Behind the door, on the sofa in the living room, at the dining table. They all couldn't wait to linger. Jiang Shijing would hug her, his head buried in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply of the citrus aroma before he was satisfied. Unconsciously falling into memories, Lin Xiangyan's eyes reddened and she forgot to struggle. The next moment, the heat on her lips disappeared. As she swayed, she heard Jiang Shijing's temperatureless words. You're really capable of doing anything for this presidency, Lin Xiangyan, I'll do as you wish. Jiang Shijing's cold face backed away, picked up his jacket and pushed the door out. Lin Xiangyan regained her senses in an instant, panting and clenching her fists, her head sinking from the excitement of the words. Jiang Shijing didn't ride in her car, driving a Maybach by himself and leaving her far behind. When she arrived at the hospital room right behind her, Zhao Xinger was snuggled up next to Jiang Shijing, her face full of surprise and sweetness. Shijings, I knew you cared about people and wouldn't not come. Jiang Shijing had resumed his usual cynical appearance. He stared at Lin Xiangye and said word for word, of course, it's not like I'm that kind of thin-skinned, selfish person. Lin Xiangye's expression was faint, just pretending she couldn't hear him. She reminded, Ms. Zhao, my mission is complete, please do as you say. Zhao Xinger looked at Jiang Shijing almost obsessively, her heart distracted. I've already asked my agent to send out a statement. Nothing happened to Fan Xing. Go buy some food for me and Shijing's, I'm hungry. Crisis resolved, Lin Xiangye was still in a good mood. Helping to buy a meal didn't feel like anything, asked Zhao Xinger about her tastes and left. After the people left, Zhao Xinger muttered in aggravation, Sure Jing, when I called you yesterday, why didn't you answer? Jiang Shijing played with his lighter, looking wan, busy. Zhao Xinger wasn't satisfied with this answer and shook his sleeve. Then don't ignore me in the future, okay? Li Hai and his assistant both looked at Jiang Shijing, heartbroken that the titular movie queen was so humble in front of this man. Jiang Shijing, as if he couldn't see the beauty shedding tears, smiled. We agreed. We'll break up once the time is up. Zhao Xinger's eyes turned even redder. I can't bear to part with it. Can we renew the contract again? Jiang Shijing laughed again. No good, you're not following the rules like this. Then why did you renew your contract with Bai Jiran? You were never like this before. Zhao Xinger was a bit anxious. I can do what she can do. I'll listen to you obediently. The assistant couldn't listen anymore. In his heart, Zhao Xinger was the goddess in millions of people's hearts. No matter how handsome Jiang Shijing was and how rich his family was, he would never be worthy of a big star pleading in such a lowly manner. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, What's so good about that Lin Xiangye? Zhao Xinger and the agent turned pale at the same time. The assistant continued, Isn't it just a bit of good looks? Our Xinger. Snap. Jiang Shijing suddenly pressed the lighter. The flame sprang out, swaying from side to side by the air-conditioned wind. The assistant froze violently, realizing that she had said the wrong thing, and her teeth began to chatter. I. Jiang Shijing raised his eyes and smiled at him. Xiaolu, come here. Chapter 26, Are you worthy of discussing her? The assistant stepped forward with trepidation, weighing his words of apology in his mind. In the next second, he only felt a sudden sharp pain in his scalp. Zhao Xinger hurriedly got up. Don't be angry, Shijing, he didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Shijing grabbed his assistant's head and violently slammed it into the corner of the table. Bang! The assistant's forehead smashed through and bled, instantly turning white and opening his mouth in pain until he lost his voice. Zhao Xinger and Li Hai froze when they saw the gurgling blood on his forehead. Jiang Shijing kicked the assistant away, looking at him like a dead dog lying on the ground and stepping on it, his gaze cold. You're worthy of discussing her too? The toe of his foot crushed into his heart. The assistant gasped in pain and tugged on his pants leg out of survival instinct. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes, suddenly gentle again, smiling. See how scared you are, I'm not going to kill you, next time don't say the wrong thing, can you? The assistant revealed an expression of fear and weakly nodded. I'll never talk about Ms. Lin again, I was wrong. Jiang Shijing finally lifted his foot. 2 bodyguards came in outside the door and took the man straight out. As for whether it was to take him to treat his injuries or something else, Zhao Xinger didn't dare to think about it in detail. Her palms were sweating as she carefully said, Shijing, he's worked with me for 6 years, see if you can. Are you pleading for him? Jiang Shijing's dark eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at her sideways. Zhao Xinger shivered and lowered her head, finally not saying another word. The atmosphere in the hospital room dropped to freezing point. Jiang Shijing looked at the blood-stained pants leg and sked softly, his brows knitting lightly. Zhao Xinger didn't dare to utter a single breath and looked up to meet Li Hai's worried and slightly condemning eyes. She understood what the other party meant. When Jiang Shijing was nice to her, he could hold her up to the sky, but as soon as Lin Xiangyan was involved, his temper would fluctuate, like a lion ready to strike. There was no good in pestering such a person, but she just couldn't help wanting to see him. She wanted to go back to the day she first met Jiang Shijing. At the reception, she was wearing a short red dress. Jiang Shijing came over to clink glasses with her and complimented her on her good looks and the mole on her shoulder. When he smiled, his eyes burned brightly, the ends of his eyes tilted up, and her whole world lit up. But this Jiang Shijing now makes her feel so strange. Footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door, interrupting Zhao Xinger's thoughts. Before she could raise her head, she was embraced by Jiang Shijing. Does your wrist hurt? Jiang Shijing looked at her with a smile. Lin Xiangye paused, carrying the oolong soup and watching the two lovingly snuggle, her heart tightening. No, it doesn't hurt. Zhao Xinger barely managed to squeeze out a natural smile. Jiang Shijing hooked his hand towards Lin Xiangyan. Bring the rice over. Lin Xiangye looked indifferent, coming in and placing the chicken soup on the table. I don't know if Ms. Zhao is managing her figure, so I just bought the chicken soup. If you need anything else, I'll have someone order the meal again. No need. Zhao Xing'er felt the hand on her arm tighten, raised her eyes to organize all her emotions, and smiled sweetly. You can go now. Lin Xiangye didn't look at Jiang Shijing, turned around and left. The ward was quiet once again. Jiang Shijing kept staring at the doorway, pondering, why isn't she jealous? Zhao Xing'er stared intently at his perfect side face. Sure Jing, only people who care about you will be jealous. Jiang Shijing paused and smiled away. Yes, she doesn't care about me. As Lin Xiangye walked out of the hospital, she was still thinking about Jiang Shijing's gentle treatment of Zhao Xing'er. She was stuffy in her heart, but after 3 years of wind and rain, she had long since practiced being unperturbed on the surface. At this moment, a strange sound seemed to come from the grass at her side. Lin Xiangye looked over in confusion. Outside the hospital was a green grass and woods that connected to the park behind it, and the grass was half a meter high, covering the back tightly. Is it a cat? Lin Xiangye took out the cat strips in her bag for occasional stray cat encounters when she was ready, and walked over to ruffle the grass. Hurrah! People covered in blood came into view. The man was beaten black and blue, his forehead was bleeding, and his body was constantly trembling. Lin Xiangye was so shocked that her hand let go and the cat strip fell to the ground. She vaguely distinguished the man's face and was dismayed. Are you the assistant next to Ms. Zhao? The assistant was suddenly shocked, not caring about the pain, and began to struggle back, shouting, Don't come over. I was wrong, Miss Lin, please let Mr. Jiang let me go. I'll never mention you again, never again. Many pairs of eyes looked over at the entrance of the hospital where people came and went. Lin Xiangye froze and tried to go forward to calm the other party. The assistant grew more and more fearful and began to yell, her hands constantly waving as she refused to let Lin Xiangye get closer. 2 paramedics hurried over and pulled the person out to get medical attention. Lin Xiangye froze in place, slow to return to her senses. A car pulled up on the side of the road. Xiao Shui didn't notice that she was out of sorts and ran over with a smile. General Manager Lin. Zhao Xing'er issued a statement on Weibo, saying that her injury was caused by low blood sugar, accidentally fainting and falling. The crisis is over. Lin Xiangye returned to her senses, her expression not clear. What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Xiao Shui was puzzled. Is there still trouble that hasn't been resolved? Lin Xiangye shook her head and saw that there were still bloodstains left by her assistant in the grass. She didn't understand why the assistant had been beaten up like this for a good reason, and even brought her and Jiang Shijing together. But now wasn't the time to consider this. Lin Xiangye returned to her senses and rushed to the company with Xiao Shui. After Zhao Xing'er explained, her fans still don't believe her. Xiao Shui gave Lin Xiangye a thumbs up and said adoringly, Still, Mr. Lin, you're fast, let KR's gold medal publicist come out to deal with it, and soon the fans stopped making a fuss. It had to cost a lot of money, right? Lin Xiangye frowned. I didn't look for a publicist, I just came out from Zhao Xing'er, I didn't have time to do anything. No? Then could it be that shareholder Zhong and the others hired a publicist? Xiao Shui followed suit and got confused. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips. It was clear that things were moving in a good direction, but she felt that after meeting Zhao Xing'er, there was a hand in the underworld that was pushing all of this. This crisis had gone a little too smoothly. Lin Xiangye attributed this to Jiang Shijing not going crazy and cooperating with her to meet Zhao Xing'er at the hospital. When Zhao Xing'er was happy, she naturally didn't care about anything. However, looking at the two people's rekindling of their old feelings, is Bai Jiran going to be dumped? Chapter 27, Lin Xiangye, come see me. Lin Xiangye was pondering all the way. When she arrived, she directly looked for the person in charge of the smart refrigerator to come over for a meeting. These old greaseballs had all become refined. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, they immediately turned their heads to curry favor with Lin Xiangyan and brought out the factory report of the refrigerator. The refrigerator doesn't have any quality problems. Something like the refrigerator door suddenly falling off belongs to the lowest of the lowest quality problems. Miscellaneous electrical companies won't make this kind of mistake. There must be someone at the scene who has their hands on it. Lin Xiangye let Xiao Shui adjust the surveillance video, and soon had the result. At 3 in the afternoon, she called Lin Mu. Come to the company, something's up. Lin Mu stepped aside when it was decided that Lin Shijuan would be the heir in order to make way for Lin Shijuan, and is now just a company shareholder. But when it came to settling scores, Lin Mu couldn't be left out. Lin Xiangye was waiting for the shareholders to come over in his office when Xiao Shui knocked on the door. Mr. Lin, he has already told Vice President Lin to go to the conference room and wait. I was at the door of his office, and I also heard him talking on the phone. What did he say? Lin Xiangye looked at the documents and didn't raise her head. Said Zhao Xing'er is just so reckless, obviously a good opportunity for a lion's share. Didn't ask General Manager Lin for a penny, stupid and useless. Xiao Shui learned Lin Shijuan's kind of hateful tone. Lin Xiangye felt amused, raised her eyes and said, you should go and learn acting, but it's really like Lin Shijuan's sinister and vicious strength. Xiao Shui spat out her tongue. Mr. Lin, are you complimenting me or scolding me? It's complimenting you for learning like that. Lin Xiangye got up and patted her head. Let's go, the people are already here. Xiao Shui immediately adjusted her state, restored her image as a smart and capable assistant, and followed her to the conference room. People have already arrived. Lin Shijing had an impatient face, thinking that what he did was seamless. Lin Xiangye went straight to the point, placing the test report on the table and opening the computer to turn the screen towards everyone. The test report is there, and the video of Lin Shijing's secretary secretly unscrewing the refrigerator door in the middle of the night is there. What do you all think should be done about this? She came up and dumped the evidence, catching Lin Shijing off guard. Lin Mu sat up straight, his face became grim as he chided. You don't take care of the company all day long, what are you up to again? Then you'll have to ask your good son. Lin Xiangye held her arms and scanned the circle, seeing Uncle Zhong and the other shareholders' faces darken, before she coldly said, the evidence is overwhelming. Lin Shijing is willing to gamble on the company's reputation to get me into trouble in order to obstruct me from making achievements in the company. Is this the way a vice president of a company should be? Lin Shijing's face had completely blackened. Clenching his fists and saying, this is slander. The refrigerator is something I was in charge of once upon a time, so does it have anything to do with me? My secretary hated you and purposely took revenge on you, and I'm the one who ordered it? Don't put things on his head. Maybe this is a bitter trick that you directed yourself to drive your brother out of the company. Lin Mu also followed to help. Lin Xiangyan was also considered to have seen once again that Lin Mu had always been good at making black into white. Just as when he had asked Lin Shijing to take care of the company, the words he said were so grandiose. You're a girl, you haven't worked and you lack experience. First let your brother go and help you take care of the company, and then directly give you an assistant. It turned out that the person who wanted to be an assistant had an appetite so big that robbing the company's shares wasn't enough, he also wanted to sit in the president's position. Lin Xiang evening coldly said, Lin shareholders, this is not your one word, all the evidence is laid out here, all shareholders can judge for themselves, but... She sat back in her position, turning her ballpoint pen to look at the crowd, her tone solemn and non-negotiable, considering that the company can't withstand this kind of tossing and turning. In order to be on the safe side, I, as the president of the company, have decided to suspend all of Lin Shijing's work in the company. What did you say? Don't you dare say that again. Lin Shijing couldn't believe it and fiercely stood up and pointed at her. Just with you, you still want to suspend my work and kick me out of the company? I'm telling you it's impossible. This company has been maintained until now, and it has my heart and soul. You can't take everything away from me, you can't. Lin Mu also followed the anger, flinging the computer to the side. I think this is your self-directed drama. To take out this much evidence to call us to the conference room, is not it just a fair and square attempt to drive away your brother? You are heartless to this extent in order to keep your shares and your position. Can you stand up to your grandfather? Don't mention my grandfather, you don't deserve it. Lin Xiangyan scolded sternly, once again getting into a violent confrontation with him. Her face was cold, her eyes as sharp as knives. You, Lin Mu, don't deserve to mention my grandpa. If my grandpa knew that his company was being trampled on by you guys like this, even if he crawled out of his coffin, he would still demand your lives. Enough. Zhongjie finally got up, couldn't stand it anymore and said, it's this bickering again, your family's relationship is not good, so you give each other all sorts of trouble for personal gain at work. If this goes on, the entire flourishing star group is going to be destroyed by you. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips. She knew that Zhongjie was actually dissatisfied with the father and son over there. Anyone who really thinks about the company can see that this is a play directed by her, or is he, Lin Shijing, acting out of character? Lin Shijing anxiously wanted to explain, kindly said, Uncle Zhong, I really have not done anything to want to destroy the company. She took these baseless monitoring and information over, is not just want to drive me out of the company. You'll be suspended for a while first. Zhongjie interrupted in a cold voice, regardless of how this matter really is, the evidence given by General Manager Lin is very credible. You should rest for a month or two first, and if Fan Xing stabilizes, it's not too late for you to return to work at the company. Lin Shijing slowly widened his eyes and looked at him in dismay, really not expecting the other party to directly send word to suspend him. But Zhongjie, as the largest shareholder here, had a very heavy say and could directly intervene in the company's appointments. He was unable to resist and could only turn his gaze for help to Lin Mu. Lin Xiang evening could see his meaning, and said carelessly, resting for just 1 or 2 months, it doesn't let you directly quit the company's work. Since you have no shame in your heart, then let go of your hands for a month or two. What, are you still afraid that in these 1 or 2 months I'll be able to get the 8 projects and fulfill my betting agreement? The bottom of her eyes were filled with arrogant provocation. Since childhood, Lin Shijing couldn't stand this kind of look from Lin Xiangyan as if she was superior. Lin Shijing slowly clenched his fists, thinking of all the past. It was clear that Lin Xiangyan did not have his father's love, was not accepted and liked by his mother, and did not have her own mother. But she was still the radiant Lin family's eldest young lady in the eyes of outsiders, dating a perfect boyfriend, and playing well with friends whose status was not bad. And everywhere he went, he was talked about. Those people said that he was an illegitimate child, that if it wasn't for Lin Xiangyan's mother's death, he and his mother would never have been recognized by the old master. These words, like snow, had weighed him down for many years, and he couldn't wait to see Lin Xiangwan fall into the dirt, so he couldn't have been happier 3 years ago. The feeling of being able to see Lin Xiangwan being betrayed by her lover, betrayed by her family, and fleeing from this place with no hope, really made him want to stop. But Lin Xiangwan had come back. Lin Shijing wanted to rush over and tear Lin Xiangyan apart. At this moment, Lin Xiangyan's cell phone rang. She pinched the phone and scanned the crowd. It's settled, I'll let manager Zhou act as the vice president of affairs. Lin Shijing, you go and make a handover. Lin Xiangyan didn't look at the caller number on the screen and directly connected it after she finished speaking. Everyone in the conference room had different thoughts and expressions. It was already quiet, and the voice coming from the cell phone was even more audible. Lin Xiangwan, come see me. When the most scenic person in Young City opened his mouth, there wouldn't be anyone who couldn't hear it. In an instant, all gazes gathered towards Lin Xiangyan. There was surprise and dismay. Especially Lin Shijing, whose expression looked like he had seen a ghost, blurted out, "The one who called you was Jiang Shijing?" Chapter 28, How much will satisfy you? Lin Xiangyan paused for 2 seconds. The call continued, and Jiang Shijing, as if he was afraid she wouldn't hear him, pressed his voice and repeated, "I'll wait for you." After saying that, the call was disconnected. The crowd looked at Lin Xiangyan suspiciously. Even Zhong Jia was full of curiosity and gossip. Lin Xiangyan couldn't explain. She also didn't know what kind of relationship she and Jiang Shijing had now. Enemies? Not really. At most, she was an ex who had been forcefully chewed on a few times by Jiang Shijing's. "Xiuxue, I'll leave this side of things to you, I'll leave first." Lin Xiangyan packed up her papers and turned around. Lin Shijing, however, appeared more agitated than anyone else and rushed over to stop her, saying excitedly, "Make it clear. What is the situation between you and Jiang Shijing now?" Lin Xiangyan looked at his urgent appearance and thought of that night at the bar. When Jiang Shijing said that he didn't love her, and at best liked her a little, the person sitting across from him was Lin Shijing. After hearing this, Lin Shijing revealed a satisfied smile and moved over to clink glasses with Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangyan could never forget that scene, could never forget that her favorite person and the person she hated the most were backstabbing her together. She couldn't forget that when Lin Shijing first entered the company, she didn't mind their feuding disagreements and convinced a few shareholders who disliked the fact that Lin Shijing wasn't the son of a family member. So Lin Xiang evening also somehow, brain hot directly out of the mouth, Ding Shang and Hua Feng's list I have successfully taken. He also asked me to meet him in the bar. What do you think our relationship is? Lin Shijing's face sank. Impossible. He has a girlfriend now. Could it be that you're being Jiang Shijing's mistress? Everyone's faces varied as they stared at Lin Xiangyan. Zhong Jie frowned, feeling that Lin Xiangyan was a little too eager to get ahead of herself. It was understandable to go all out for the betting agreement, but this behavior and reputation really wasn't too honorable. Lin Xiangyan scanned the circle, her red lips hooked up. What are you thinking? I will not learn some people to be a mistress. Hooking up with the main man, I and Jiang Shijing iced out the former suspicion. Cannot be a husband and wife to be friends, cannot it? Listening to her words, Lin Mu's face turned blue. He was about to open his mouth, but was warned by a glare from Zhong Jia. After Lin Xiangyan finished scolding, she stepped on her high heels and walked away in style. Only after the shareholders in the conference room had also left one after another did Lin Shijing become so angry that he pounded the table. "Dad, I'm going to kill Lin Xiangyan. She made me lose my job. It's not that simple for me to go back to Prosperity Star. What's the rush?" Lin Mu glanced at him, sitting on the edge of the table playing with a pen. "Let your people move faster. Make sure to get the confidential documents in the hands of Zhong Jie's people. When our mooching group opens, take away the high-tech technology of Flourishing Star. This place becomes an empty shell company, and it's useless even if Lin Xiangwan smoothly becomes the president." Lin Shijing gave a start and almost forgot. They were dead set on stopping Lin Xiangnan nowadays. It was just a superficial blindfold. What they really wanted to do was to steal Pansom's confidential technology and set up their own business overnight. The most core technical secrets of the Pansom group were divided into 5. In addition to determining that Zhong Jie and Chen Chen had them there, the others were distributed to whichever of the 3 shareholders. Now they have gotten a part of it from Chen Chen's hands, and the next step is to break it down one by one. Without the technology they rely on to survive, Fanqing will go bankrupt overnight and cease to exist. Lin Shijing quickly got energized again, secretly wrote down the account for today, and left the company with his hands off. Outside the door of the curly bar, Lin Xiangyan held her cell phone and hesitated for a long time at the interface for editing text messages. She didn't know why Jiang Shijing suddenly called, and in order to show Lin Mu and his father and son, she could only put on a full show. However, she had already broken off her grudge with Jiang Shijing. If the shareholders knew that Jiang Shijing had said that he wouldn't give her another chance to apologize, they would just kick her out of the presidency. Lin Xiangyan sighed and texted Jiang Shijing to ask where he was. Jiang Shijing returned a string of numbers. She parked her car and went up to the innermost box on the 2nd floor. The box wasn't as lively as the red lights. Jiang Shijing was sitting in the corner with his head down, and judging from his body language, he seemed to be very tired right now. Lin Xiangye knocked on the door, walked over and asked, "What are you looking for me for?" Jiang Shijing clenched one hand into a fist and raised his eyes to look at her. "You really came. Always have to see what you're looking for me for." Lin Xiangye casually perfunctory. But after she finished speaking, Jiang Shijing stopped saying anything, lowering his head and spreading out his palm. Only then did Lin Xiangye notice that there was a necklace in his hand, and the necklace pendant looked to be in the shape of a key. For some reason, she suddenly had an inexplicably familiar feeling. Lin Xiangyan thought of when her grandfather was still alive. He also always wore a key-shaped necklace, half the size of a finger, tied together with his white jade bodhisattva pendant, and until the time of his death it was still hanging around his neck. At that time, she always laughed at the necklace's antics, but now if she wanted to see her grandfather wear it, she would never have the chance to see it. Lin Xiangye looked at it again and again, and suddenly felt that this necklace was very similar to her grandfather's, which was also made of 3 red threads mixed with a gold thread. She couldn't help but reach out her hand, but her wrist was held by Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing looked up, and the smell of alcohol hit his face. Lin Xiangye bumped into his deep gaze before realizing that he had already drunk a lot. "You're not drunk, are you?" No, she had never seen Jiang Shijing drunk. The man's drinking capacity was so good that he was inverted against the Big Dipper. Jiang Shijing blocked her with one hand and stuffed the necklace into his pants pocket with the other, suddenly asking, "Why did you come back to fight Lin Shijuan for the heir?" "For the money." Lin Xiangye didn't want to mention her real, somber purpose concerning the death of her grandfather like this with anyone. Jiang Shijing smiled. "You, Miss Lin, would still lack money to spend?" "Lacking, Lin Mu doesn't give me any money. The living fund my grandfather left me is almost spent. I have to get the prosperous star to do so." Lin Xiangye pulled a few more half-truths before she felt that the other party was also a bit drunk, calling her over just to talk about these inexplicable topics. She looked condescendingly at Jiang Shijing. At the same time, Jiang Shijing rose with her. Their voices sounded at the same time. "Finished asking? How much will satisfy you?" Lin Xiangye paused, looked at Jiang Shijing with a slightly solemn expression, and faintly said, "How can it be that you have to make tens of millions of dollars a month? What if I give you $30 million a month to give up Flourishing Star?" Jiang Shijing suddenly lifted her chin, his fingertips scraping across her soft earlobes. Lin Xiangyan involuntarily shuddered, feeling the incredible heat of his coarse fingers, immediately tilting her head to avoid it. "You're drunk." The force on her chin suddenly tightened. Jiang Shijing's words were gloomy. "You shouldn't have gotten into this mess. Since you don't love me and can't wait to run away from me, you should have hid forever and not seen me. Why did you come back at this time?" Lin Xiangye stared at him. Her anger finally couldn't help but surge upwards. "What should or shouldn't be, it's not up to you to say, even if running away from the wedding was wrong of me, but you, and I can't say who is sorry for who. Jiang Shijing, have you ever given your heart to me? Do you really want to marry me?" She didn't come here to talk to Jiang Shijing today. She didn't come here to fight with Jiang Shijing today, and before she came in, she had planned to make a show of taking a picture of her and Jiang Shijing together for the shareholders to use to fulfill their lies. But she just couldn't bear to hear Jiang Shijing's mention that year's incident. Jiang Shijing was furious and said, "Who doesn't want to get married? Lin Xiangyan, it's you who's a deserter." Lin Xiangyan was powerless to argue with him. What's the point of going round and round with these words of questioning and complaining to each other? She was expressionless. "Yes, I'm a deserter. I don't want to get married. What can you do to me?" Jiang Shijing stared at her and narrowed his eyes. "This is what you forced me to do." Lin Xiangyan's heart tightened and she stepped back. "What are you doing?" Without allowing her to escape, Jiang Shijing wrapped his arms around her waist and his cold lips pressed down. Chapter 29, Lin Xiang Nike You're a Demoness. Unlike the first 2 times she was taken advantage of, this time Jiang Shijing's kiss was tinged with anger, biting hard on Lin Xiangyan's lips to vent. Lin Xiangyan struggled as hard as she could, but she couldn't push Jiang Shijing. Instead she was pressed by him on the sofa and couldn't move. She went to get the bottle of wine from the corner of the table, but she couldn't reach it, so she was angry and anxious, so she directly tugged on Jiang Shijing's shirt collar and bit back. Jiang Shijing froze, not moving. Lin Xiangye thought that he was probably speechless, but also probably thinking about what means to use to get back at her. Then there was nothing to be concerned about. She hadn't been drinking, and seemed to be intoxicated by Jiang Shijing's smell of alcohol, and acted boldly. Since Jiang Shijing disgusted her, she would disgust her back. She took the initiative to probe out and draw the heat between Jiang Shijing's lips and teeth, hooking Jiang Shijing's tongue and biting it hard. When Lin Xiangye tasted blood, her chin was strangled by Jiang Shijing. Not only did Jiang Shijing not back away, he instead clasped her in his arms and bit back. Lin Xiangye flinched in pain, not screaming out or retreating. With anger and unknown emotions, they confronted each other with lips and teeth in the dim and quiet box. Jiang Shijing wanted to bite hard several times, but never really exerted himself. Lin Xiangye's lips were numb and senseless, but she still refused to admit defeat. Jiang Shijing sensed that her movements slowed down, and suddenly sighed and pulled away, leaning down to land on her ear. "Lin Xiangye, you're a demonic spirit." Lin Xiangye cowered in the corner and didn't say anything. The depression and aggression that was bottled up in her heart was finally vented, and she had never felt such a free flow since she returned to China. She wiped away the blood on her lips, not knowing if it was hers or Jiang Shijing's, and got up to leave without saying a word. Jiang Shijing opened his mouth behind her back. You think everything is looking up? Maybe it's already in jeopardy. How much do you know about those swords and daggers in the business world? Lin Xiangye frowned, turning back in confusion. What do you mean by that? Jiang Shijing brushed past her. Go back and think slowly yourself. Come here. Lin Xiangye hadn't gotten an answer yet and could only follow. Where to? Jiang Shijing's lips were torn and his tongue hurt when he spoke. He said in a bad mood, just follow and you'll know. Lin Xiangye was speechless for a while and followed him downstairs. When the bar manager saw Jiang Shijing's, he nodded and said, Mr. King. Jiang Shijing's lifted his chin towards Lin Xiangye. Ask her for the money for the drinks. I didn't bring my wallet today. Ah. The bar manager froze, thinking that this bar is all yours. When have you ever counted the money for drinks? In the next second, he saw the bright warning under Jiang Shijing's eyes and hurriedly turned to Lin Xiangye and smiled. This lady swipe her card or transfer money? Lin Xiangye. Who am I to pay for you? Jiang Shijing pointed to the injury on the corner of his lip and reasoned, based on the one-sided beating you just gave me, shouldn't you buy me a drink? Lin Xiangye had never seen such a shameless person before, gritting her teeth. You call this a beating? Jiang Shijing laughed. How is hitting with your mouth not considered beating? The manager's eyes widened as if he had heard some shocking gossip, his eyes darting between the two. Lin Xiangye admitted that she didn't have someone's thick skin and took out a card and handed it to the manager. After half a minute, the employee behind the manager looked up with an odd face. This young lady, there is no money in your card. Lin Xiangye. She almost forgot, this month's salary hadn't been paid yet. The $500,000 in the card were all used to buy gifts for Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Shijing Lo, inserting his pockets and looking at her good-naturedly, no way? I only drank a few tens of thousands of dollars of wine, you don't even have this much money? Lin Xiangye's face instantly reddened, awkwardly pursing her lips without knowing what to say. She hadn't touched the fund left to her by her grandfather, and all these years she had been relying on the money in her card when she left the country to rent an apartment, and the money she earned from her job was used to make ends meet. It had only been half a month since she had returned to the country, and even for the president, her salary was not due until next month, not to mention that the dividends from the two projects were still a long way off. All in all, she was left with $3,000, and today she spent $200 on gas for her car. Yes, there was also Chino's salary, which also had to be paid next month. Let's take credit first. Jiang Shijing sked and took the card handed by the employee and stuffed it into Lin Xiangyan's hand. When she went out to start her car, Lin Xiangyan was in a bad mood. She couldn't figure out why she had sent herself to the door and made such a mess. Jiang Shijing knocked on the car window. Lin Xiangye coldly rolled down the window, itching to knife him to death with her eyes. The next second, the golden bank card was thrown in. Lin Xiangye froze. What do you mean? Evening Spring's proceeds over the years, seeing you living in such poverty, I almost forgot about this, take it, or I won't have time to settle accounts with you, and you won't have money to buy food and starve to death. Jiang Shijing lit up a cigarette, finished and got into the car to leave. Lin Xiangwan stared blankly at the Maybach as it disappeared into the intersection, clutching her bank card. If Jiang Shijing's didn't mention it, she was about to forget about it. She loved sweets, and when she got engaged, old lady Jiang specially gave her a cake store as a congratulatory gift. At that time, Evening Spring wasn't even called Evening Spring, it was a famous online store in Young City, and when she received the store, Jiang Shijing specially had the name changed. Late Spring. Late Spring arrives in the evening, sending gold and silver money. Jiang Shijing said that by putting both of their names together, this store could become rich. It wasn't long afterward that she heard Jiang Shijing say those words in the bar, and she didn't even pay attention anymore to how Late Spring was handled. But the love that she once had for each other was all a sham, and with her departure it had also become a complete joke. Jiang Shijing should have sold or renamed Evening Spring. Was it really like he said, only just now remembering that this store still existed? It was true that the Jiang family had dominated Young City, especially in the food industry, and there were countless stores like this one. Jiang Shijing had even forgotten about her in the past 3 years, let alone a small cake store. Lin Xiangyan looked complicated. She reached out and ghostly navigated to Late Spring's location. Chapter 30 Jiang Shijing's first time. Evening Spring was still decorated as before, with the glass case displaying cakes leaning against the window. Lin Xiangye was sitting in her car, watching the familiar-looking store manager recommending desserts to a woman. 3 years ago, when Jiang Shijing transferred this employee with the most management talent under Jiang's banner over, she was opposed by many. Jiang Shijing wrapped his arms around her and said with a smile, in the future, Jiang's will all belong to me in late night. What's wrong with late night using an individual now? Who dares to stop my future wife? This use, even to the present. Lin Xiangye is not ready to go in. The store manager condescending in this small store, hated her, presumably see her to find her to fight for her life. Just about to drive and turn around, the car window was suddenly knocked. Lin Xiangye saw the woman who had just bought the dessert. The woman had good-looking eyes, but the bottom of her eyes were full of fatigue and disillusionment. She looked at Lin Xiangye and pulled down the mask with her plastered hand. Lin Xiangyan was stunned. Zhao Xinger? Zhao Xinger directly pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger side, staring at her expressionlessly. Why did you come back? Lin Xiangye was stunned. What? You shouldn't have come back. Zhao Xinger suddenly became agitated and gritted her teeth. You've disappeared for 3 years, why can't you just keep disappearing? Why? Lin Xiangye frowned. It was really absurd. How come everyone had this attitude after she returned to China? Jiang Shijing, Lin Mu's family, and now Zhao Xinger. It wasn't up to anyone to say whether she should or shouldn't. Lin Xiangye coldly said impatiently, Go down, don't go crazy on me. How much money do you want to leave Jiang Shijing? Zhao Xinger looked like she couldn't hear her words and suddenly grabbed her wrist with great force. Lin Xiangye wanted to shake her away, her eyes touched her injured place, she could only hold it back raw. There's no involvement between me and Jiang Shijing, what are you babbling about? It's because you came back that Jiang Shijing doesn't want me. Zhao Xinger glared at her with hatred, her afflicted look not resembling a top movie queen. At this moment, she was a fragile woman who had lost her love life. Lin Xiangye broke away Zhao Xinger's hand and finally couldn't stand it anymore. I don't know what you've heard and what you're misunderstanding. I was engaged to Jiang Shijing, but nowadays we can't even be considered friends. He resents me, and even wants to take revenge on me. I don't understand, letting the women around Jiang Shijing's you don't pester, but what are you mad at me for? Since returning to China, she had groped Jiang Shijing's mind step by step. That man was suddenly gentle and kind to her, and then he taunted her and kissed her 2 or 3 times as if he was out of his mind. He could only be holding a grudge for being dumped because he was still depressed. Young Master Jiang has been the star of the show since he was a child, and before her, he was constantly surrounded by suitors. But she was Jiang Shijing's first girlfriend. Before that, Jiang Shijing hadn't taken over the position of Jiang's heir, and didn't dare to get close to any woman, being speculated by people who wanted to use a certain family's power to take over the family business. Their publicized romance and engagement in the entire upper-class family was Jiang Shijing's first time. Only that time, Jiang Shijing was dumped. How could one not hate such a loss of face? Even if Jiang Shijing's girlfriends continued to come and go, he must have stored up a breath of anger to get back at her. Zhao Xinger stared at her and suddenly smiled. Did you just say that Jiang Shijing hates you? Lin Xiangye subconsciously asked back, doesn't it hate? Ha! Zhao Xinger looked like she was angry and laughed, ridiculously pulling at the corner of her lips. Lin Xiangyan, with this kind of IQ you can still be the president of Pansum? Lin Xiangyan's face was even colder. What I promised you has already been done, you can't keep a man as your own incompetence, get out of my car. Zhao Xinger flung her hands and walked away. The car door shook. Lin Xiangye rubbed her ears and saw a man come to the evening spring store as she drove away. She frowned and looked twice more before leaving. It was clear that Jiang Shijing had personally admitted that it was hard to forget Zhao Xinger, so how come the two didn't get back together? That assistant who was beaten to the point of being covered in blood, is it related to Jiang Shijing's? Lin Xiang Evening pondered for a long time, and did not notice a car following. When she returned home, there was a man standing at the door. Chino was tall, like a pine, and his face was calm as he looked at Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan's footsteps paused, strangely said, What are you doing here? Waiting for you. Chino stepped out of that shadow, his face was very bad as he surveyed Lin Xiangye from head to toe. Lin Xiangye was inexplicably uncomfortable and took a step back. Waiting for me for what? Didn't I say I don't need you to drive in the company accident? I'm your bodyguard, not an exclusive driver. Kino seemed a little angry, pursing her lips and staring at her. You should take me with you when you go to take care of things, especially bad things. But you didn't show up for a day and didn't contact me. Am I a bodyguard for show? His tone was getting deeper and deeper. Lin Xiangyan was speechless. Hiring Chino as a bodyguard, but letting him drive for 2 days without doing anything proper, thinking about it was indeed suffocating. She coughed lightly. I'll bring you next time, today things are urgent. Kinu didn't say anything, turned around and picked up the lunchbox on the steps, handing it over. You shouldn't have eaten, there's corn rib soup here, I just bought it half an hour ago, it should still be hot. Lin Xiangye subconsciously covered her empty stomach. She had been busy all day and really hadn't eaten anything. When she took the lunchbox, Lin Xiangyan paused. You haven't eaten either, right? Come in and eat together before you leave. Shingo's eyes brightened slightly, and when he looked up, the person had already gone in. He immediately followed, casually closing the door. The lights on the first floor of the apartment were on for 10 minutes, and Chino didn't come out. After another 5 minutes, the second floor bathroom light turned on. The man downstairs took out his cell phone. Ms. Lin went to Late Spring, and now she's back home with Chino. Yes, the person didn't come out, someone on the second floor is taking a bath. Inside the apartment, Lin Xiangye rummaged through the closet and found a wide bathrobe. Get your own clothes when you're done washing, I'll hang them on the doorknob. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped for 2 seconds, and Chin go Lin Xiangye didn't leave. Sorry I'll wash your clothes for you and give them to you in the morning, they should dry. She also didn't expect that inviting Kino in to have soup with her could spill all of a lunchbox of rib soup. Kinu's clothes and pants were all wet to protect her from being scalded. She had no choice but to have someone come up to take a shower first. No need to bother, Ms. Lin, I'll just take it away and wash it myself. Lin Xiangye didn't insist. Okay, call me again if you need me. She turned around and went downstairs, only to realize that her cell phone had been ringing for a long time. 3 big words Jiang Shijing jumped on the screen. Chapter 31, Jiang Shijing, Hard to Serve. Lin Xiangye was truly speechless. There were too many things to deal with today, and they were all related to Jiang Shijing's. What's the point of being a ghost in the middle of the night? Lin Xiangye hung up directly. She called again. She hung up again and called again. This was repeated 5 or 6 times, and it was as if the other party wouldn't stop until they got what they wanted. Lin Xiangye was angry, answered the phone and asked in a cold voice, "Are you finished in the end? In the middle of the night you do not sleep, I still have to sleep." On the other side of the phone, Bai Jiran was a little confused by the yelling. She subconsciously looked at the man sitting on the sofa. Jiang Shijing had a piece of cake in front of him, and the rich flavor of jam filled the air. Bai Jiran swallowed, her eyes carrying obvious nervousness. "That, Sister Lin, it's me." "Miss Bai? Is there something you're calling about?" Lin Xiangye's tone was instantly mild. Thinking about what happened in the bar, even if it was just purely to discuss Jiang Shijing's, it was still a bit of a shame for someone else's current real girlfriend. Jiang Shijing picked up his fork and brought the cake into his mouth, swallowing it with a bland expression. Bai Jiran anxiously said, "Sister Lin, Brother Shijing's just ate a piece of cake, and now he's covered in itchy high fever constantly. I am scared." At these words, Lin Xiangye frowned. She heard this violently and did not think carefully about why Bai Jiran would call herself instead of sending someone to the doctor. "Don't be anxious, tell me, what flavor was that piece of cake?" "I bought it for Brother Shijing, strawberry flavor. He tasted it and started to feel sick. Is the cake not fresh?" Bai Jiran sobbed in a small voice over the phone. "I'm scared. Everyone in the villa is off duty. Brother Shijing is unconscious. I don't know how to drive, and I don't dare to call an ambulance to alert the rest of the Jiang family. What should I do? Sister Lin, you help me." Sure enough, it was strawberries. Lin Xiangye's fingertips curled up, and without hesitation, she reached for her brown tie coat. "He is allergic to strawberries. I know what medicine can be good. I will go over now, don't worry." Hanging up the phone, she got into the car and went straight to the pharmacy. If not, why don't they say that Jiang Shijing is hard to serve? Not only was he a strange person, his physical qualities were even stranger. There wasn't a single person in all of Young City who was allergic to strawberries. Once upon a time, Jiang Shijing often accompanied her to eat desserts, but all the flavors she loved to eat had strawberry jam. If she ate less, Jiang Shijing would only get a fever, so he kept it to himself for her happiness. On her birthday, she dragged Jiang Shijing to eat strawberry cake with her, causing him to fall unconscious and be sent to the hospital. After that, Lin Xiangye's allergy to Jiang Shijing had formed a reflex. When she thought about it on the road, she was still puzzled. Could Jiang Shijing's pretending to like her even go this far? After buying the medicine, Lin Xiangye rushed to Jiang Shijing's place. Bai Jiran was waiting at the door and immediately ran over when she saw her. "Brother Shijing is still fainting. Do we really not need to send him to the hospital?" Lin Xiangye didn't see anyone. She didn't dare to say whether it was necessary or not, and let her in to check the situation. In the living room, Jiang Shijing sat on the sofa with his eyes closed and frowning. His arms were full of scratches. It should be too itchy to bear scratching himself, and his face was red and abnormal. Lin Xiangye took out the medicines and picked out a few pills of each, and in a short while, her hand was full of pills. She squatted in front of Jiang Shijing and tugged on his sleeve. "Jiang Shijing?" The person didn't respond. Lin Xiangye immediately ordered, "Go get a glass of water." Bai Jiran hurriedly went to the kitchen to pour water. Lin Xiangye stood up and wrapped one hand around Jiang Shijing's head, her fingertips resting against his chin. Under the chandelier, Jiang Shijing tilted his head back with difficulty, his lips slightly open. Seeing the scabs at the corners of his lips, Lin Xiangye's eyes flashed as she forced the pills into Jiang Shijing's mouth. Every 2 tablets she stuffed in, she signaled Bai Jiran to come over and feed him water. Jiang Shijing was unconscious, and the water spilled a little from the corner of his mouth each time. Lin Xiangye used her sleeve to help him wipe it off, and soon her sleeve was soaked. After feeding the medicine, her forehead was sweating, so she took off her coat and sat next to him to rest. There was also half a piece of strawberry cake on the table. Lin Xiangye glanced at it. "Sister, is he okay now?" Bai Jiran sat beside Jiang Shijing to keep her company, her face full of worry. Lin Xiangye gently nodded. "He'll be fine after a nap, but there might be unexpected circumstances. I'll be here to make sure his symptoms are gone before I leave. You were right to call me today. Tomorrow is the old madam's birthday. Jiang Shijing's can't startle the old madam because of this." "Thank you, Sister Lin. If it wasn't for your help, I really don't know what to do." Bai Jiran reddened her eyes and hurriedly poured her tea. Lin Xiangye was also thirsty, and took it and smelled the aroma of the big red robe, slightly raising her eyebrows. "This tea, Jiang Shijing was still drinking it?" Sister, since you're here watching, I'm relieved, I'll go home first. Bai Jiran got up and was about to leave with her shoulder bag. Lin Xiangye's head was full of questions and she hurriedly said, "You're not going to stand guard here? I also want to keep watch, but my father came back from work, let me go back to have a meal together, I can't not go." Bai Jiran bit her lip, "Very difficult, I know this matter is hard on my sister, but I have no way to guard." Lin Xiangye took a deep breath and could only agree after a few seconds of hesitation. It was indeed more important for people to have a family reunion. After the people left, Lin Xiangye couldn't help but look at Jiang Shijing. She had to admit that Jiang Shijing's had the capital to change girlfriends in 3 days. His peach blossom eyes were so evil that they were even more beautiful than a woman's, and he had a gangly style, but his nose was straight and heroic, and his thin lips added a bit of coolness. This face is all the elegance of the road, dumping all the people. But in the end he is deep love or cold, no one can see through. Lin Xiang evening unconsciously looked shaken, hastily avert his eyes, get up to go to the restroom. After searching around, she couldn't find anything, so she could only push open Jiang Shijing's bedroom door. The bedroom is minimalist, with a white bed, white windows, and a transparent cabinet with expensive suits and ties on one side, and on the other side are the watches and perfumes he is accustomed to wearing. Lin Xiangye swept a glance ready to go to the bathroom, suddenly her eyes fixed on the perfume layer. She breathed slightly stagnant, walked over and pulled open the cabinet door, picked up the most conspicuous position of the perfume. It is Flamenche's Citrus Evening Jade, the perfume that she used until she left the country, and it is more than familiar. There was only half a bottle of the perfume left, and it was still sitting in front of Jiang Shijing's men's scent, so it was obvious that it was often picked up and used. Why would Jiang Shijing have this perfume in his house? Lin Xiangye pinched the perfume bottle tightly and suddenly thought that Bai Jiran sprayed the same perfume. Bai Jiran should have slept here many times, so the commonly used perfume was kept in Jiang Shijing's closet. Lin Xiangyan's heart was stuffy. Obviously, she and Jiang Shijing's had a lot of shared memories of this perfume, but he had no qualms about the fact that the other woman also had this smell on her. Would Jiang Shijing think of her when he smelled the perfume on Bai Jiran? It shouldn't be. She was just a woman he had such a crush on 3 years ago, so what perfume she used, where would Jiang Shijing's care? Lin Xiangye wanted to put the perfume back, and was nearly startled when she turned around. Jiang Shijing didn't know how long he had been staring at her from the doorway, his peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, permeated with sass and scrutiny. Chapter 32, You Don't Want Me. Lin Xiangye looked calm, casually putting the perfume back, fever gone? Jiang Shijing walked in and came face to face with her. Lin Xiangyan was puzzled, why are you so close to me? Jiang Shijing didn't say anything, only staring at her, his eyes were indescribably strange, no longer the sharp scrutiny he had when he entered. Lin Xiangye was not comfortable anywhere, sidestepped and walked away. Looks like the fever is gone, you go to sleep, I'm leaving. Don't go. Jiang Shijing suddenly caught up 2 steps and grabbed her sleeve. Lin Xiangyan was stunned and turned back. Jiang Shijing's eyes were misty and gentle, his gaze was wet, and he actually carried a bit of aggression. This kind of him is not sleazy, not gangster, is Lin Xiangyan's favorite appearance. She almost forgot that Jiang Shijing's was not a flirtatious womanizer or a famous playboy. At that time, Jiang Shijing's gentle and sticky, but also a little young man's temper, she slightly cold on the aggression and jealousy, either pretending to be arrogant to attract her attention, see her not hooked and happy to soften the show of good. It was only after their engagement that Jiang Shijing suddenly changed. Now that she saw Jiang Shijing's similar appearance to that of 3 years ago, Lin Xiangyan was in a trance. But she knew that this was just Jiang Shijing's sick appearance. Whenever he was sick, Jiang Shijing was like a golden hare, sticking up and wagging his tail no matter what. Lin Xiangye raised her hand to Jiang Shijing's forehead. It was still a bit hot. She pulled Jiang Shijing's, pressed him to sit on the edge of the bed, and said word for word, you need to rest, sleep here. You sleep with me, okay? Jiang Shijing tilted his head, grasping Lin Xiangyan's hand and refusing to let go. You haven't been with me for a long time, night-night, I miss you. Lin Xiangye was stunned and frowned. Do you know what you're saying? I know, late night, you don't go, accompany me to sleep here, this house is too big and spacey, I feel. Jiang Shijing's face was aggrieved, he came over and buried his head in her waist, I feel lonely. Lin Xiangye didn't dare to agree with his words, couldn't help but ask back, you have a lot of women around you, not even 100 or 80, and you have a beautiful woman in your arms night after night, so you're still lonely? Jiang Shijing hugged her waist and muttered, but none of them are. Lin Xiangyan didn't hear it, she just thought he was burnt out and forced her to break his arm. When she couldn't break it, she had to push Jiang Shijing's head, and it took a lot of effort to push his face away. Jiang Shijing then tilted his head along with her hand, looking at her with a forlorn expression, the bottom of his eyes tumbling with emotion. Lin Xiangye crashed into his eyes, seeing in them her own condescending, cold brow. She froze. At this moment, Lin Xiangye felt as if Jiang Shijing was really quite lonely. But in a flash, she felt that this idea was ridiculous. She raised her hand to cover Jiang Shijing's habitually deceptive eyes and coldly said, hurry up and go to bed, don't toss and turn, tomorrow is your grandmother's birthday. No, you're leaving after I sleep. Jiang Shijing pulled down her hand and held it tightly. You just don't want me, I won't sleep. He turned his face sideways and rubbed against Lin Xiangye's palm, greedily relying on this bit of temperature. Don't want me, late night, how can you not want me? How could you leave by yourself? Jiang Shijing muttered in aggravation, like a big golden hair abandoned by its owner. Lin Xiangye's heart trembled as she listened. After returning to China, Jiang Shijing always called her Miss Lin with a smile or not, but now he called her Evening Night. Jiang Shijing turned around and made out with another woman, saying that she was a deserter, but now he was telling her not to abandon him. She didn't know what Jiang Shijing was thinking, or maybe these were all just nonsense he said when he was in a daze. Lin Xiangye then squatted down, letting Jiang Shijing press against her palm. You're the one who didn't want me first. A dark aura crossed the bottom of Jiang Shijing's eyes. Seeing that he didn't react, Lin Xiangye only said what was in her heart. If you don't want to marry me, just directly discuss with the elders to break the engagement. Grandpa taught me to be a man with backbone. I will never cry and pester you. But you prefer to make me suffer, make me sad, and then let me hear those words, stab me hard. Lin Xiangye's eyes reddened. You're right, I just don't want you anymore. I don't want Jiang Shijing anymore. 5 years of secret love, 2 years of love. She doesn't want this person who has been through her youth. Jiang Shijing suddenly squeezed her hand tightly and slowly sat up straight. He didn't seem to have come to his senses yet, staring at Lin Xiangye, his brows slightly knitted, very unhappy and unable to find a reason. Lin Xiangye wiped away the tears that were about to fall in time and forcefully withdrew her hand to stand up. So, I won't soften and apologize. I also don't feel that running away from you is doing wrong. Going abroad and dashing around for 3 years is better than marrying you to stay alone and look at each other. As for you saying that you gave me 2 chances, thank you for your generosity. Have any means or just feel free to use them. She didn't look at what Jiang Shijing's reaction was and walked out of the room without looking back. When she went downstairs, a car happened to be parked outside. A man came out of the car. Lin Xiangye, tears not yet dried at the corners of her eyes, looked at him and averted her gaze before settling on him again. Yan Jing walked over and nodded slightly, not surprised that she was here. Ms. Lin. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips. She finally remembered that the familiar-looking man she saw at Evening Spring was Yan Jing. The half-eaten strawberry cake in the living room was bought by him. But Yan Jing had been following Jiang Shijing. It was impossible that he didn't know about his allergy. That's right. It should have been by Jiran who wanted to buy and eat it, and Jiang Shijing's condoned it even though he was allergic. The same thoughtfulness and gentleness was used on both women. Lin Xiangye's red lips slightly hooked, mocking, he really is. Yan Jing subconsciously asked, what? Lin Xiangye didn't hold back and cursed out, silly fork. Yan Jing froze. I said, Jiang Shijing stupid fork. Yan Jing rubbed his nose and watched Lin Xiangye get out of the car before going inside. He went upstairs and knocked on the door. Jiang Shijing had already changed his appearance, lethargically leaning against the side of the bed, a cigar unlit in his mouth, his expression one with a few moments of annoyance, the bottom of his eyes clear. He was not in line with his usual flirtatious and affectionate appearance, but Yan Jing was used to it. In private, Jiang Shijing's expression was cold and misanthropic most of the time. Jiang Shijing didn't raise his eyes. People left? Just left. Hearing Yan Jing's hesitation, he raised his eyes. Did he say anything to you? Yan Jing gulped. Ms. Lin said you're a stupid fork. Jiang Shijing pulled his lips into a smile. He took off the cigar between his lips, rubbed it and threw it into the trash. She said that I made her suffer, that she heard the things I said behind her back. Yan Jing was puzzled. You were saying good things about Ms. Lin behind her back. Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes. Go and check all of Lin Xiangye's movements in the half-month before she left the country. I want to know exactly what she heard. Chapter 33, everyone is waiting for her to see the joke. Yes. Yan Jing took a look at the bloody scratches on Jiang Shijing's arm and felt pain for him. Mr. Jing, should we go to the hospital to get some medicine? No need. Jiang Shijing felt that itch into the bone marrow rushing onto his skin again after his reminder, and frowned impatiently. That person rolled out of her house? Seems like he left after taking a shower. I was there to keep an eye on him. Oh. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes, thinking about that man's appearance. Very tall and handsome in a particularly decent way. Unlike Lin Xiangye, who always said he was prettier than a woman, similar to a demon. Jiang Shijing sked and stared at Yan Jing. Do you think I'm handsome or that man? Yan Jing froze and immediately blurted out, of course Mr. Jing is handsome. Jiang Shijing changed his sitting position, seemingly smiling. Then if you were a woman, do you think I'm attractive or him? The corner of Yan Jing's mouth twitched. What kind of questions are these? Against the extremely oppressive gaze of the big boss, Yan Jing solemnly said, it's still Jing who has charisma. If Jing doesn't have charisma, how could so many women rush to you? What are they? Jiang Shijing snorted, staring at the reflection on the window. Lin Xiangwan doesn't like me like this. She used to say that I'm prettier than a woman. She definitely likes handsome and more manly ones now. Yan Jing was helpless. Jiang Shijing's 1.86 m, narrow waist and broad shoulders, his face is a little bit more beautiful, not like the rigidity of those type of men. But when he smiled, he was gangly and flirtatious, and when he had a cold face, his aura was like a thunderstorm. As a man, Yan Jing most admired and feared, but also felt that the most aura is his own boss. You said. Jiang Shijing blinked his peach blossom eyes, and suddenly smiled openly. How about finding a few people and scratching Chino's face? Yan Jing was scared to death. He had never seen Jiang Shijing's like this before. Young Master Jiang had always been a phoenix and stood out from the rest, so how could he feel inferior to others one day? Yan Jing hurriedly discouraged, that is after all Miss Lin's personal bodyguard, if we move him rashly and let Miss Lin know, I'm afraid. Jiang Shijing was silent for a moment, the obscurity in the bottom of his eyes flickered, no longer mentioning this. He looked at Yan Jing. Last time I asked you to check this man's information, how did it go? Checked, it's indeed the one family's rooted homegrown bodyguard, nothing else odd, and he's been very dedicated to Ms. Lin these past few days. Yan Jing replied, not daring to utter a single breath. Jiang Shijing got up, the Wen family. I remember that the Wen family is bidding for that piece of land in the suburbs? Yan Jing, yes, it is located in the southwest suburb of Rongqing. There was not much commercial value there, but in the past few years Rongqing has become more and more prosperous, and outsiders have chosen to settle down in the suburb, and now that piece of land is quite fat, and many people are inquiring about wanting it. Jiang Shijing smiled, the Wen family will sell it to their right family at half price if they want to buy it for as much as they want. This price will be a loss, right? Yan Jing was a little hesitant. Jiang Shijing glanced at him and said, do you think I care about this amount of money? Yan Jing realized that he was being talkative and nodded his head to leave. The next day, Lin Xiangye woke up and called Xiao Shui to ask if she had gotten the antique she was asked to buy and to set a time for delivery. She swiped through the postings during dinner and saw the video of elder Mrs. Jiang about to celebrate her birthday. After she skipped the wedding and left in the first place, there was no such figure as the Lin family's daughter within the circle of rich families in Young City. However, when these people secretly talked about Jiang Shijing and old lady Jiang, they would definitely always mention her. She was the only blemish in Jiang Shijing's life, and the first person to make the Jiang family and Mrs. Jiang lose face. Back then, she had retired from all the groups in the circle, and it was Wen Shallow who sent her a few screenshots. Those eunuchs and millennials in the group were all talking about it. What do you guys say this time, for old lady Jiang's birthday, will Lin Xiangye come? Che, of course she'll come. Lin Xiangye is now back in control of the prosperous star group and is pulling in people and resources. If Mrs. Jiang can be close to her in public, other people won't shy away from cooperating with her. The old madam that is after all a person from the inner house, the attitude of the older generation counts for nothing. The most important thing is also what Jiang Shijing thinks. Lin Xiangye shouldn't be able to run around for long. Jiang Shijing doesn't bother with her because of her grandfather's face. If she keeps acting up, the old madam of the Jiang family won't let her off lightly either. Jiang Shijing must hate her. She's such a selfish person. She was spoiled by her family. She abandoned Jiang Shijing when she said she was going abroad to run away from her marriage, and now she's saying she's coming back to take away the company, and she's kicking her own brother out. It's really disgusting. Lin Xiangye snorted when she saw these people's taunts. In the beginning, Lin Shijuan came to their family and was treated with cold eyes, and the circle looked down on him, thinking that he was a bastard child who was forcibly lifted up. For this reason, although Lin Xiang Evening and the family and Lin Shijuan do not get along, but in the spirit of the other side with their own father, plus thought Xiang Carv Qing is a good person, they will be defended in every way. Gradually, everyone stopped talking about the illegitimate child. Now that the wind and water have changed, she skipped the wedding and took the blame. Did Lin Shijuan say a good word for her? It's good that they don't wait to throw stones at her. And she ran away from the wedding, did not provoke anyone other than the Jiang family. These people are determined to see the joke. Why not also have Lin Shijuan to push the cause? Lin Xiangyan looked indifferent and called Wen Xiong. Wen Shania's family has opened several dress stores and works closely with luxury brands. Just like these people said, of course she was going to the Jiang family to congratulate the old lady on her birthday. But it was only because of the thanks. All these people would be gathering at the Jiang family tonight waiting to see the joke. Then she was going to show up in front of everyone in all her splendor and tell them that even if she had run away from her marriage, there was no shame in coming back. She was not ashamed of anyone except old madam. Without saying a word, Wen Xian helped Lin Xiangwan get the clothes she wanted. The master's hand manipulated the design, unique and worth millions. Lin Xiangyan only wanted to borrow it for a while, but Wen Shan just ordered it and gave it to her. Evening, I know you don't have any money now, you're already having a hard enough time abroad. This dress is a gift for me to send you back to China to be honored as the president. You mustn't be polite with me. Lin Xiang Evening's heart was warm. After 3 years abroad with no one to ask, she only had such a good friend as Wen Xian. She didn't politely shrug it off, took Wen Shallow's goodwill and made an appointment for a stylist to come and do her styling. That night, she went to the Lin family's old mansion, opened the garage and drove the already dusty Maserati out, and the car store was cleaned. The bright red color instantly attracted people in the store, all gathered around to see this limited edition sports car. Lin Xianye looked at the side and sighed quietly. The sports car was an 18-year-old adult gift from her grandfather, and after he passed away, she put it in the old mansion. She left the country in a hurry, and the car was then dusted off in the garage for 3 years. Lin Mu sold all her designer clothes and bags, and the car was also parked for her, only she couldn't find where this car was, and didn't let anyone go to the old mansion to look for it. The unfilial son who went against his own father's wishes was naturally too weak-minded to set foot in the old mansion. That night, Lin Xiangyan wore a $1 million robe and traveled to Jiang's house in a limited edition sports car. Chapter 34, The Jiang family does not lack a watchdog. Outside the Jiang family's old mansion, there was a sliver of luxury sports cars parked on the side of the road. The lords and wives of the famous households in Rongqing, the young masters and the young ladies were all gathered here just to visit the Jiang family to send gifts to the old madam. Steeply seeing a red 14-year model limited edition sports car drive over, many people were attracted to pay attention. Gao Luowan was talking to a few people and raised his eyebrows in curiosity. Whose car is that? High families are close, who has what car are clear. This time to see unfamiliar car and license plate, inevitably surrounded. Li Jia held up her champagne and bristled. It can't be a famous lady from outside of Young City, can it? Looking after the car seat seems to be a young woman. As the words fell, the car stopped in front of them. Cao Luowan looked curiously and saw a tall, handsome man and the main driver get down and help the woman in the back out. The woman was dressed in a smoky green silk cheongsam, her long hair was slightly curled, her eyebrows and eyes were clear and cold with some seductive charm, and her temperament was outstanding and unassuming. Gao Luowan looked carefully, how could not believe his eyes, Lin Xiangye. After not seeing her for a few years, she has become more charming than before? Lin Xiangyan paused and stood in front of a group of young masters and daughters, sweeping the circle with a bland expression. All of them had mocked her in the group. Especially Gao Luowan and Li Jia. The former liked Lin Shijing and was about to get engaged to him, and the latter had chased her to Jiang's to confess her love for Jiang Shijing and dig her heels in, only to find out that she was there and left angrily. Lin Xiangyan just pretended she didn't see them and walked straight in. Unexpectedly, Gao Luowan directly raised her hand to stop her. Lin Xiangyan, why didn't you tell us when you returned to China? At least we are university classmates, and in this circle, now when you see me you don't say anything and don't greet me, excessive, right? Several people behind Gao Luowan, because of these words all stared at Lin Xiangyan mockingly or unhappily. Lin Xiangyan's complexion was cold. I've never been familiar with you before, is there a need to say hello? Gao Luowan's face sank, suppressing her anger and snorting lightly, you're impolite, I won't bother with you, but what are you doing here? You skipped the wedding and caused the Jiang family to lose face, and now you're still shyly coming to the door, it's really disgusting. Li Jia immediately picked up, people powerful it just returned to the country on their own father and his own brother kicked out of the company, and now to the president of the prosperity of the star, where to go is not the scenery is infinite? Besides, she is still trying to please the old lady to pull in business, how could she not come? Hearing her mention her boyfriend, Cao Luowan's eyes were even more hateful. The surrounding people followed with sarcastic smiles and disdainful gazes. In theory, they had no grudges with Lin Xiangyan. But they were bent on pleasing the Jiang family, and if the Jiang family was not happy with them, they naturally followed them. Especially since Lin Xiangye had made Jiang Shijing lose face, these sons and daughters couldn't wait to show their loyalty by stepping on her. Lin Xiangye lazily looked at the crowd, her red lips slightly hooked. All of you who hang out in the bar, which one of you didn't come here today to please the Jiang family? When Jiang Shijing lifts his foot, you'll all rush to shine his shoes, mock me, first look at what kind of virtues you yourselves have. When Qian, who had just gotten out of the car, heard this and snorted out a laugh. She jumped over and directly wrapped her arms around Lin Xiangyan, lifted her chin and said, those who say we're late, aren't they still here to flatter the Jiang family? Don't pretend to be noble. Who are you saying is pretending to be noble? Li Jia couldn't hold her breath and argued with her. Lin Xiangye laughed, whoever is in a hurry. Li Jia was so angry that her face turned red, and she rushed up to grab her face. The people around her hurriedly stopped her, Jiang Shao is here. Everyone followed and looked. Jiang Shijing was holding Bai Jiran, who was wearing a light pink dress, and his eyes fell on Lin Xiangyan's exquisite figure for several seconds, his eyes dark. Lin Xiangyan took the lead in averting her gaze, not looking at him, and Bai Jiran nodded her head as a greeting. Jiang Shijing's thin lips were slightly hooked, and he didn't react as he crossed over to her. It was as if he didn't recognize her, but also as if he didn't treat her well. Cao Luowan was overjoyed at the sight of this and greeted Lin Xiangyan with a mockery. Jiang Shao's newcomer is here, so he's long forgotten who you are. How dare you come to the Jiang family's door, you're asking for trouble. The others couldn't figure out Jiang Shijing's attitude towards Lin Xiangye and didn't dare to laugh alone. Jiang Shijing didn't react. Cao Luowan was even more pleased, and was about to drag Li Jia to humiliate her a few more times, when her shoulder was suddenly bumped by someone. She turned her head to look at Bai Jiran, who had bumped into her, and when she looked up, she met Jiang Shijing's icy gaze. Cao Luowan involuntarily shivered. She seldom saw the young master Jiang, who was a florist, but every time she did, Jiang Shijing was always smiling, and his peach blossom eyes were kind and affectionate when he looked at anyone. Unlike now, his eyes were so cold and stern that he would freeze to death. Jiang Shijing glanced at Bai Jiran's shoulder and said lazily, "It's not like the Jiang family can't accommodate you, so what's the point of blocking the door? Our Jiang family has no shortage of watchdogs." Cao Luowan's face turned white. The crowd exchanged glances with each other, not daring to utter a single breath. Bai Jiran immediately shook Jiang Shijing's arm and pouted, "It's okay, brother Shijing, it just rubbed me a little, I'm not in pain." Jiang Shijing wrapped his arms around her and walked through the door. From the beginning, no one dared to say anything. It wasn't until that figure disappeared that the crowd moved away from Gao Luowan, as if she was some kind of scary bacteria. Everyone knew that Bai Jiran had been with Jiang Shijing for more than 3 months, and had been Jiang Shijing's longest talking girlfriend over the years. Now that Gao Luowan had bumped into Jiang Shijing's beloved, they immediately shunned her, and even Li Jie ignored her and went in the door. Gao Luowan's mouth was deflated, and she shook off Li Jie and turned around to run. Chapter 35. For her to do anything? When Qian rolled her eyes, let her be pleased. Serves her right. Lin Xiangye smiled, yes, deserved it. Fanxing has never been able to secure cooperation with the Jiang family. Lin Shijuan tried his best to curry favor with Jiang Shijing, and relied on the Gao family to make peace in the process. Now that Gao Luowan had offended Jiang Shijing, she was isolated from the entire circle. One of them is out of power, the other one is out of work, these two are really destined to be together. What a pain in the ass. What are you two complacent about? Li Jie was furious, glaring at Lin Xiangye and sneering, "You don't think Jiang Shao is doing this for you, do you? He's heartbroken that his girlfriend got hit. You're nothing in his eyes." Lin Xiangye glanced at her, "Does it affect you and Gao Luowan being kicked out of the rich second-generation circle?" Li Jie's face darkened and she was so angry that she stomped away. She wanted to go after Gao Luowan, hesitated for a few seconds and then hardened her heart to enter the Jiang family. When Qian rolled her eyes widely, thought she and Gao Luowan were sisters. All like this and still stay? TSK, plastic sisters. Lin Xiangye pulled her hand. "Alright, let's go give the old madam a gift." When Qian's attention was pulled back, and she said with gusto, "Good, I really want to know what you're sending." The two of them took the gifts for old lady Jiang and headed to the back garden. Jiang family old lady old age spirit is not good, also do not love lively, like tea and flowers every time to do birthday banquet or not the juniors to play, only in the back garden rest, someone with a birthday gift to go to say a few words. Close, a group of people's words into the ears. "I heard that Shijing brought his girlfriend along, this Ms. Bai, and he had been in a steady relationship for over 3 months, how rare. This kid is settling down, isn't he? Never seen anyone stay by his side for so long, why doesn't old madam take advantage of today's happiness and ask him if he's willing to start a family?" Lin Shengyan's footsteps lurched. Jiang Shijing was definitely willing. Once upon a time, for the old madam's desire to hold a grandchild, he could even act deep in love in front of her, and he could make do with getting married even though he clearly didn't love it, not to mention that he was so attached to Bai Jiran now. When Shallow sneakily surveyed Lin Xiangye's face and softly said, "Evening, why don't we come back later to see old madam?" "Good." Lin Xiangye left with her as if nothing had happened. Just after arriving at the hall, when Qian went to the corner to answer the phone, Lin Xiangye was bored and was waiting for her by the side with a glass of wine when she saw several young masters and young ladies surrounding Bai Jiran. "Miss Bai, Jiang Shao really likes you, that Gao Luowan just rubbed up against you and he had to lose his temper, that was the first time I saw Jiang Shao's cold face." Bai Jiran smiled shyly, which is not ah. "How no? You've been by Jiang Shao's side for so long, you must be very popular with him, right? It's the first time I've seen Jiang Shao so attached to a woman, and once upon a time he didn't bring any women to the Jiang family banquets and the old lady's birthday." Bai Jiran was even more red-faced and bowed her head with a happy expression. Lin Xiangye quietly watched and suddenly felt that someone was staring at her. She raised her eyes and saw Jiang Shijing drinking by the railing. He was dressed casually today, his collar was still slightly open, revealing obvious chest muscles when he was lying on the railing, and there was a kind of wild flirtation in his hands and feet. Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows and smiled, still looking like his usual gangster self. Lin Xiangye thought of the rare vulnerability that Jiang Shijing revealed last night and didn't bother. Just as she turned around, Wen Shan ran over in a hurry. When Shallow grabbed her hand and looked at the man upstairs, "Evening, Jiang Radish is deliberately targeting my house." Lin Xiangye felt her hand trembling and hurriedly pulled her under the unoccupied back porch. "What happened? You tell me in detail." When Shan was on the verge of tears, and said urgently, "It's what I told you, that piece of land in the suburbs where our family's ancestors used to live, we were competing with the Ming family, and as a result, I just learned that Jiang Shijing sold it to the Ming family for half of our bid, and said that even if we don't give away even a single penny, we won't give it to us." Her eyes reddened with anger and she gritted her teeth. "Jiang Shijing did it on purpose. He knows that I can't stand to look at him, so he purposely disgusts me." Lin Xiangye wrinkled her eyebrows, not feeling that things would be so simple. No matter how muddy Jiang Shijing's is, he wouldn't trip you up on something like this. This piece of land was once upon a time the Wen family's old mansion, and then when the Wen family's company had an economic crisis, the Jiang family's old man bought this piece of land at a high price in order to help the Wen family. For one thing, it doesn't count as a loan to the Wen family, so the Wen family doesn't have to add another debt, and for another, the Wen family doesn't have to lower their heads and beg for money, and they raise the money with their backs up. Wen family through the crisis has been thinking about this piece of land, although in the suburbs, but the ancestral mansion. Some time ago, the Wen family would like to use the original price plus 30% of the price to buy back this piece of land. The original said well, according to the normal process will be sold to the Wen family. Jiang Shijing's backtracking at this juncture. There should be another reason why he would rather disregard the friendship of the older generation. When Xian was so angry that her forehead was sweating, Jiang Shijing wants to target me, he doesn't need a valid reason at all. Aren't I just scolding him usually? That's also because he wronged you first, I'm defending my own good best friend, can't I? Lin Xiangye deliberated for a moment. Shallow, you've been scolding him for 3 years, which time has he ever taken it out on you? I don't think it's because of this, think again. When Shallow squatted down and pulled her hair with both hands, where can I think about it? My dad only let me do such a good job, I actually screwed up. Lin Xiangye couldn't bear to see her feel bad and squatted down to help her straighten her hair. Let's do it this way. She made up her mind and said softly, I'll help you go to Jiang Shijing and ask, if it doesn't work, we can only alarm the old madam. When Qian looked up tearfully, I'm sorry evening, I can only trouble you this time. Lin Xiangyan pulled her up and took out tissues. Don't say such words, don't forget how much you've done for me. A few minutes later, when Qian organized her grooming and finally stabilized her mood a bit, Lin Xiangye went upstairs. In the corridor, Jiang Shijing was talking to Shinfan. Upon seeing her, Shinfan immediately smiled and ran over, pulling Lin Xiangye's wrist. Little knight, you're here too. I was just mentioning you to Mr. Jing. He turned back towards Jiang Shijing and smiled. Jiang Shijing leaned against the railing, his gaze falling on his hand that was holding Lin Xiangyan. Shinfan inexplicably felt a chill running down his body and quickly let go of Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan didn't move and said, What did you guys mention about me? Nothing, just say that we used to be at the same table. Shinfan took a step back, pulling away from the two of them, obviously quite wary. Lin Xiangye was somewhat helpless. After the last incident, she hadn't had time to speak clearly with Shinfan. Shinfan must have misunderstood something. Jiang Shijing walked over. Classmates meeting, let's go into the room and have a drink together? Lin Xiangye looked at Shinfan. Let's make another appointment for a drink, I'm looking for Jiang Shijing to have a word. Understood. Young Master Shin quickly withdrew. Jiang Shijing walked up to Lin Xiangyan and looked at her with downcast eyes. Miss Lin still has something to say to me alone, it's really rare. Lin Xiangye ignored it and directly pushed open the door to her room and entered, snapping it shut. Jiang Shijing's eyebrows lightly raised, seemingly helplessly smiled, followed, and pushed the door in. The room was the layout of a guest room, very large, with a set of sofas placed against the door. Lin Xiangye sat on the sofa, holding her arms and raising her eyes to look at him. Why did you deliberately sell that piece of land in the suburbs cheaply? How did Wen Shallow offend you? It's my land, I'll sell it to whoever I want. Not selling it to the Wen family doesn't mean there's any grudge between me and Wen Shallow, right? Jiang Shijing came over with his pockets inserted, his head lowered to look at her with a frank face. Lin Xiangye frowned, patiently said, Don't pretend, the relationship between the two families of Wen Jiang is the same as that of Lin Jiang in the past, and the relationship between the old gentleman of the Wen family and your grandfather is also very good, and you know that that piece of land is the old mansion of the Wen family in the past, and in the right reason, it should be given to her. Jiang Shijing smiled, the old generation's relationship is even better, and I have nothing to do with it. In the business world, I don't talk about friendship. Don't talk about friendship? Lin Xiangye stood up, raised her eyes to meet his, her gaze gradually sharpened. You don't talk about friendship, you sold it to the Ming family at a half-price loss? Jiang Shijing leaned in close, sniffed the faint jasmine scent on her body, and said, Yes, I have too much money, can't I play at a loss? Lin Xiangye's eyes narrowed, meeting his handsome face close at hand. Say, how can I give the land to the Wen family? Jiang Shijing laughed, his gaze ambiguously sizing her up. You're really protective of Wen Xiao, but yeah, she's so good to you that she's able to stuff you with men. Lin Xiangye, ? Not waiting for her to ask, Jiang Shijing reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. The body underneath the cheongsam was more charming in the front and back. Jiang Shijing ruffled Lin Xiangwan's cheongsam collar, his voice magnetic and seductive. Are you willing to do anything to help her get the land? Chapter 36, Breaking Up with Bai Jiran. Lin Xiangye wrinkled her eyebrows and warned in a low voice, The door is open, don't mess around. Just as her words fell, her jaw was pinched. Jiang Shijing smiled and looked down at her. Don't worry, I won't mess around, I'll wait for you to mess around in. He let go of Lin Xiangyan, his legs resting on the table, leaning back against the sofa and leaning back. Whether Wen Xiong can get that piece of land or not, depends on your sincerity. Lin Xiangyan's hand hanging at her side slowly tightened. She didn't understand. Why had Jiang Shijing become like this? When he was in love with her, he was pure and clingy, but after he got engaged, he changed his temperament drastically, hanging out in the women's flowers, never taking other people's sincerity seriously again. Lin Xiangye's red lips slightly opened. Bai Jiran is right downstairs. Don't you feel sorry for her when you do something like this? Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows. You're wrong again, you're the one doing it, I won't do anything. Lin Xiangye's heart sank and she wanted to slap Jiang Shijing. She could bow her head and beg Jiang Shijing's, but she couldn't do it to hook up with someone else's boyfriend. What she hated the most in her life was Jiang Shijing's kind of do-gooder style of interfering in other people's families. Jiang Shijing had forced her to do such a thing and shrugged off the responsibility cleanly. Lin Xiangye was so angry that she shook her hand and walked away, then stopped 2 steps later. Downstairs was her anxiously waiting best friend, and she didn't know how to face when Xiang's reddened eyes. Lin Xiangye closed her eyes, turned back and walked in front of Jiang Shijing, no temperature under her eyes. Jiang Shijing paused, and before he could speak, his collar was grabbed by a pair of alabaster hands. Lin Xiangye's long legs bent at the knees, kneeling on the sofa between his legs, grabbing his collar and lowering her head, taking the initiative to stick to his cold thin lips. Jiang Shijing's was stunned, and there was a fine light flickering in the bottom of his eyes. His breathing intensified, he clasped Lin Xiangyan's waist, his long legs closed in, and carried her whole into his arms. Lin Xiangyan could only sit on his lap in order to stabilize herself. The man's arms full of pine fragrance came to her face, entangled too tightly, she couldn't breathe well, and in a short while her face was suffocating red. Until a strange noise came from outside the door, Lin Xiangyan immediately got up from Jiang Shijing. At the door, a flash of pink color quickly disappeared. It was Bai Jiran. Lin Xiangyan's heart fell heavily. She turned back, her red lips dainty with a slight watery glow. Jiang Shijing looked playful and was about to open his mouth when a slap fell on his face. Slap! Lin Xiangye shook off her numb hand, complaining that Jiang Shijing had forced her to this point, and also complaining that what she had done had hurt the little girl. She coldly said, "Return when Xian's land to her." Saying that, she walked away without looking back. Downstairs Bai Jiran had already disappeared. Lin Xiangyan's heart kept lifting and took out her cell phone to send her a message. "I'm sorry, Ms. Bai, I can explain this matter to you, where are you now?" The other party did not reply even after 5 minutes had passed. When Lin Xiangyan's heart was anxious, when Xian changed her low and anxious look and ran over to hug her with a smile. Evening night. Just now my dad called over and said that Yanjing contacted him to sign the purchase contract. Thanks baby, you're awesome. Lin Xiangyan forced a smile, that's good. Still counting on Jiang Shijing to have a bit of a conscience. She rubbed her forehead with a headache, unable to find Bai Jiran, she could only go to send the birthday gift to the old madam first. Although it was only a $500,000 orchid painting, the old madam had always loved lily orchids, and when she got the gift, she loved it so much that she didn't even look at a bunch of more valuable gifts. A few surrounding ladies saw it in their eyes, and their hearts were as clear as a mirror. Look at this, no matter how much the outside world talks about it, Lin Xiangyan is shrewd and knows that as long as she pleases the old madam, she will be able to gain a foothold in Banyan City. But I just wonder, why is old lady Jiang so generous? When Lin Xiangyan ran away from her marriage, did she not have a problem in her heart? There are plenty of filial and obedient young ladies who are pleasing to the eye, how is she better than others? Who knows, the old madam's mind is beyond anyone's guess. Those words drilled into Lin Xiangyan's ears. She accompanied the old madam to drink tea, her complexion unchanged, and in her heart, she kept thinking about how to explain to Bai Jiran. Old Madame Jiang could see that she was in a bad mood and gave the butler a wink. The butler immediately greeted the several ladies away. "Several of you come to the hall to try the tea, the old madam specially prepared it." Lin Xiangye returned to her senses and was grabbed by the old madam's hand. The old madam stared at her closely and asked with a smile, "Evening, did you just stay with Shijing?" Lin Xiangyan froze, No. Liar. The old lady came close and sniffed, smilingly said, "You have his perfume odor on you, don't look at me as old, I have a good nose." Lin Xiang felt embarrassed, want to explain words to the edge of the mouth, and then solemnly said, "Grandma, he and I have long been over, his side of Miss Bai simple and kind, is a good girl. All she can do is to compensate Bai Jiran in this way." Understanding her words, the old madam smiled meaningfully. "Do you really think that Shijing likes that Bai Jiran?" "Of course." Lin Xiangye blurted out, "Why stay together if you don't like it, love her, and protect her?" She had originally spoken her mind, but somehow suddenly thought of the scene upstairs. Bai Jiran was sad and ran away. Jiang Shijing was still sitting leisurely on the sofa, not the slightest intention to chase out. Could it be that? As if confirming her suspicions, Lin Xiangyan's cell phone suddenly lit up. She and old lady Jiang looked at it together. It was Bai Jiran's reply. "Sister Lin, you don't have to explain to me, in fact, I broke up with brother Shijing last night, and it was because he didn't want to be surrounded by those rich ladies today that he brought me here." Lin Xiangye's fingertips curled up. Elderly Mrs. Jiang laughed and opened up, "You, late night, you're still not as intuitive as an old woman like me." Lin Xiangyan had mixed feelings, her heart ached for that little girl, but she was also relieved. Fortunately, she wasn't a saboteur who intervened in other people's relationships. "Grandma, let's not talk about this, I'll accompany you to look at the calligraphy and paintings." Lin Xiangye sidetracked, not wanting to talk about Jiang Shijing anymore. Meanwhile, the second floor. It was still the same room. Bai Jiran was trembling, placing her cell phone on the table with red eyes. It's already been sent over. Jiang Shijing glanced at it and handed her the bank card. Take it and go. Bai Jiran burst into tears, refusing to take the card. Mr. Jing, I'm obedient enough. I haven't caused you any trouble. Why are you suddenly kicking me out? Jiang Shijing smiled and placed the card on the table. Have Yan Jing call you $200,000 to reward you for being obedient enough. But, shoo. Jiang Shijing's fingertips against his lips, smiling gently. Say more, I'm going to be unhappy. Chapter 37 Maintenance. Lin Xiangye was far away and saw Bai Jiran leaving from the path beside the back garden, her back stumbling as if she was greatly hurt. She couldn't help but get up, wanting to follow and take a look, but elder lady Jiang yawned and put her hand on her arm. Evening night, you send me upstairs for a nap. The old madam ordered the butler again, have Tang Li hold a banquet and take care that everyone eats and drinks well. The butler promised and left. Lin Xiangyan had to ignore Bai Jiran and help the old madam upstairs. Grandma, thank you for Hua Feng. The old madam raised her eyebrows. Thank me for what? Lin Xiangye smiled. If it wasn't for you putting in a good word for me with old Mr. Hua, the old man was afraid that he wouldn't cooperate with Fanqing. This matter Old Mrs. Jiang glanced at Jiang Shijing who was stretching on the second floor and smiled. What else are you polite with me for? Lin Xiangye looked along with her gaze. At the same time Jiang Shijing lowered his head and hooked his lips at her. The left side of his face was just a little red, no traces of being beaten could be seen. Lin Xiangye averted her gaze and silently commented, what a thick skin, not even swollen from the beating. She helped the old lady back to her room, and wanted to stay a little longer, when her abdomen suddenly started to vaguely fall. Lin Xiangye counted the days and hurriedly went to the restroom to check. Her body was dirty, so she first used a paper towel to put it on the pad, ready to go get the bag. When she finished washing her hands and went out, it was just as Li Jie came in. Li Jie's eyes fell behind her, giggled and laughed, holding her arms and said, it's all like this, you don't mind the shame? Lin Xiangye subconsciously followed her gaze and looked behind her, her heart pumping. The expensive cheongsam had been stained with blood, a palm-sized piece that was conspicuous. She frowned and looked around, unable to find any tools to deal with the blood. Li Jie tightened the shawl on her body, angled her head and said smugly, if you're willing to beg me, I'll sell this shawl to you for $30,000. Lin Xiangye lazily ignored her and took out her cell phone to call Wen Xiao. Shallow, where are you? Can you send me a dress? My cheongsam is dirty. When Xiaoloaden said anxiously, I'm afraid that Zhang Radish will back out again, I greeted the old madam and went home, and I'm signing the contract now. Li Jie skimmed her mouth and stared at Lin Xiangye in a good-natured manner. Lin Xiangye exhaled and said softly, it's important that you sign the contract, I'll think of something else. Wait there for a few minutes, I'll have someone send it to you, don't rush. Wen Xiao hung up the phone after saying that. Li Jie rolled her eyes, no one has clothes they don't wear for you, who attends the old madam's birthday and brings spare clothes. Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes and said coldly, get lost, don't bother me. You. Li Jie gritted her teeth, afraid that she would suddenly go crazy and do something, hurriedly washed her hands and ran away. Lin Xiangye waited for a few minutes, when Xiao called. You go to the leftmost room on the second floor first, someone will send you clothes. Lin Xiangye asked, who did you ask to send it? It won't be Shin Fan, right? Wen Xian, no, I called Zhao Yan, he said he would help you out. Lin Xiangye inhaled, Zhao Yan? Why did you call him? He doesn't like me, it's weird that he would send me clothes. Wen Xian swears, don't worry, he listens to me the most, I can't spare him if he doesn't send you, you go now. Lin Xiangye had no choice but to go out with her back against the wall. Fortunately, outside the restroom a few meters away is the leftmost room on the second floor, she jogged in, turned and closed the door. Coming? A teasing voice sounded behind her, and Lin Xiangye stiffened violently. She turned around, Jiang Shijing was leaning against the window, carrying a red halter dress in his hand. Lin Xiangye took a deep breath and suddenly regretted calling Wen Xiao. This unreliable girl had called Zhao Yan, who would only look for Jiang Shijing if she thought about it with her toes. Her temples jumped twice, she walked over and forced herself to pick up the clothes, thanks. Jiang Shijing raised his hand to avoid it, glancing at the bloodstain on her back waist. Your underwear is dirty, right? Lin Xiangye's eyes widened. Jiang Shijing still disliked this as if it wasn't straightforward enough. While taking out the underwear box from the paper bag on the table, he carefully surveyed her figure. Bought according to your original size, should be able to wear it. He finished and nodded to himself, hugged, can't get it wrong. Lin Xiangye couldn't help but blush, a hand snatched the thing over, a little breathless. You can go now. Jiang Shijing came closer and smiled badly, I did you a favor, and you're kicking me out without even saying thank you? Lin Xiangye raised her eyes and swept over the left side of his slightly red face. Do you want to be slapped again? It's not like I'm a masochist. Jiang Shijing handed her the clothes and moved to the side of her ear. It's fine if you don't say thank you. He pinched Lin Xiangye's waist hard, satisfied, that's enough. Lin Xiangye's hand let go and the paper bag fell to the ground. Without waiting for her to react, the person was already gone. After realizing that she was being eaten tofu, Lin Xiangye was so angry that she clenched her teeth, picked up the paper bag and locked the door, taking out the things inside. In addition to clean clothes, there were also tampons. She was stunned and bit her lip slightly. Lin Xiangye put the dirty clothes into the paper bag and attracted most of the attention when she came out. The people were all eating in the hall, and when they suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Xiangye in a red dress that looked like a rose, many of them were stunned. A few ladies whispered, "Why is she still changing her clothes in the middle of the day? Think this is a fashion show? Hooking up on purpose." Li Jie sneered cynically, either she's wearing it to show Jiang Shijing, or she's seducing other men. Upon hearing these words, all the people around her showed their contempt. Some raised their voices in mockery. "Yo, Ms. Lin is so particular about attending the birthday banquet, and she even has a set of clothes for a while? Why don't you perform a catwalk for everyone?" The crowd began to roar with laughter. The person who spoke was the Chun family's second youngest, who was holding his wife in his arms and looking over with colorful eyes. Lin Xiangyan was already uncomfortable, and at those words, her anger rose even higher. She was about to dislike him when the laughter suddenly disappeared. Everyone looked behind her with a sardonic expression. When Lin Xiangye turned back, Jiang Shijing happened to brush past her. He took a sip from his red wineglass and said with a smirk, "Chenair, the three lovers in your Lianghuai Bayan have great bodies. What, they're not enough for you to look at?" The wife in Chun Clutch's arms instantly sank, flinging her hands away. "Wife, wife!" He hurriedly got up to chase after her, looking at Jiang Shijing on his way out, not daring to be angry or say anything. The crowd exchanged glances. Chen Ershao married this wife for business, and the investment money from his wife's mother's family hadn't even arrived yet. Tang Li took in everything that had just happened, her expression of shock and disbelief. She was so busy greeting the guests that she forgot that Lin Xiangyan would be here as well. She didn't understand why Jiang Shijing would help Lin Xiangyan out. Wasn't that the woman who made him lose face the most? Obviously, when Lin Xiangyan skipped out on her marriage, Jiang Shijing's was talked about for half a year. Tang Li clutched her wineglass tightly, always feeling that something wasn't right. Lin Xiangyan knew that Jiang Shijing was doing it for the old lady and didn't want this kind of outspoken person to dirty the banquet, so she left without much thought. Shino had been waiting in the car. Seeing that she changed her clothes and came out, she couldn't help but be stunned and immediately got out of the car to meet her. "How did the clothes change?" Lin Xiangyan didn't know how to explain, casually said, "It got dirty, let's go." Shino didn't ask more questions and smiled, "It fits well." Lin Xiangyan's movement to the car paused, placing the paper bag on the seat next to her. The car had just started when the window on her side was knocked on. Shino half squinted her eyes, her expression unhappy. Lin Xiangye lowered the window and looked at the man who bent down with a smile. "Something wrong?" Jiang Shijing's, as if he couldn't see the presence of a third person, threw in a box with a pink bow. "You forgot to take this." Kino looked over from the rearview mirror. Written on the carton were 4 big, bright words, "Ladies' Panties." Chapter 38, The Last Phone Call Before Death. Shingo's eyes were startled, and only for a split second she resumed her nonchalant appearance, staring ahead as if she couldn't see. Lin Xiangye was embarrassed and annoyed, couldn't do it in front of 2 men to pick up that carton and throw it out, glaring at Jiang Shijing. "Drive." Shingo slammed on the gas and whizzed away. Lin Xiangye stuffed the carton into her bag and didn't have the eyes to look at it again. But a moment later, the car suddenly stopped. Shino got out of the car and came back with a cup of water 2 minutes later, handing it to Lin Xiangyan. Inside is cinnamon red dates sugar water, drink it for body comfort. Lin Xiangyan was surprised, laughed lightly and took it, snickering, "Am I too sorry for shallow? I actually snatched away her bodyguard who is so good at taking care of people." Shino blurted out, "I'm not Miss Wen's bodyguard." Not waiting for Lin Xiangye to be puzzled, he then added, "I'm in charge of escorting the Wen family's security. I don't usually follow Miss Wen." Lin Xiangye nodded and took a sip of hot water, suddenly feeling much better in her stomach. "Send me home." After arriving home, she took out the painkillers in her bedroom drawer and ate them. Every time she had a physiological period, she would be in pain and weak. In the past, in the old mansion where her grandfather lived, there was Zhang Ma who boiled brown sugar in snow pears for her to drink. After falling in love, there was Jiang Shijing's changing ways to divert her attention, laughing and joking with her, and buying her delicious cupcakes. After going abroad without her grandfather, without Zhang Ma, without Jiang Shijing, Lin Xiangyan has spent every physiological period since then on painkillers or cuddling with hot water at home. After 3 years, she realized that she wasn't that delicate at all, just that there were people who spoiled her and loved her and were willing to let her be pampered and cry out in pain. Lin Xiangye braced herself for discomfort and went to bed after showering. Waking up again was late at night, and the cell phone on the nightstand rang non-stop. She forced herself to endure the annoyance, fumbled to the phone to connect, put it to her ear and fed unhappily. Rough and somewhat trembling breathing came from the phone, continuing to rise and fall. Lin Xiangye frowned. "Hey, which one are you? I'll hang up if you don't speak." The man's vicissitude and weak voice in the cell phone. "Xiangwan, it's me. Uncle Chen?" Lin Xiangyan's sleepiness was gone, sat up and said in surprise, "Why are you calling me so late?" Chen Chen, the current shareholder of the company, was also one of the people most valued by Grandpa back then. Lin Xiangye had been loved by Zhongjie Chen Chen and these people since she was a child, and her tone became respectful. Alas! Chen Chen let out a weak sigh and painfully said, Xiang Wan, no matter what happens, you have to forgive Uncle Ah. Some people are too bad, too good at playing tricks, I have to admit it. This was said in an ambiguous way, but the tone was bitter and full of powerlessness. Lin Xiangye was shocked to hear this, and carefully said, What did you do, Uncle Chen? Or is someone trying to deal with you? You tell me, I will help you. Chen Chen laughed, smiling helplessly. The phone suddenly rang with the sound of a gust of wind, as if he had gone from some closed room to an open space. Lin Xiangyan raised her eyes and looked out the window. The shadows of the trees outside the window swayed like ghosts, falling a wild shadow. It was very windy tonight. She gripped her cell phone tightly and immediately got out of bed to put on her clothes. Uncle Chen, I'm going to find you now, where are you? Chen Chen did not pay attention to it, talking to himself, how good it would have been if I had held out for 2 more days and waited until you returned to the country. That way I would not have been sorry for the old gentleman. Uncle Chen, don't scare me, where are you exactly? The more Lin Xiangyan heard, the more wrong she was, her hands trembled and she went to get her jacket, so anxious that her belly started to ache. Chen Chen sighed again and was blown by the wind to nothing. His voice was blown by the wind more and more intermittent. It is Lin Shijing, take away the machine. You have to keep. Sorry. Do. The phone hangs up. Lin Xiangyan opened the door with a movement, his face pale. Strong uneasiness swept through her heart. She shivered and called again. The number you have dialed is off. Lin Xiangye rushed out of the room, picking up her car keys as she called Zhongjie. Half an hour later, she arrived at the villa where Chen Chen lived. The west wall of the villa had long been cordoned off, the police and ambulance were there, and on the ground was a body covered with a white cloth. Dead. Uncle Chen is dead. Lin Xiang evening face blood loss, dead, clutching the phone. The memory of Chen Chen is a very amiable fat uncle, also has a daughter, half a year younger than her. After her mother died, Lin Mu remarried and she was sent to live with her grandfather. Chen Chen often dragged his daughter Chen Ting to visit her at her grandfather's place, bringing her toys and chocolates. Later on, when Lin Xiangwan got older and Chen Ting went abroad to study, Chen Chen still prepared her favorite snacks every time she came to report to her grandfather and waved at her with a smile as soon as she saw her. She also called 2 days ago to ask Chen Chen how has not shown up, the last time to announce the presidential candidate and meeting also do not come to the company. Now the person is suddenly gone, not even seen the last side. Lin Xiangwan's small abdomen hurt so much that she could barely stand. Her legs went limp, and she was held up by a strong hand. Lin Xiangwan turned around and saw Zhongjie with a solemn face, and instantly burst into tears. Uncle Zhong, why did he suddenly think about it? Did he encounter something? Zhongjie frowned tightly, glanced behind him and didn't say anything. Lin Xiangye followed and looked. The shareholders and Lin Shijing were all here. How could this be? Lin Shijing incredulously rushed over to the police line and was stopped by the police. He got emotional and said, Uncle Chen is such a good person, how could he suddenly be gone? What the hell is going on here? Lin Xiangyan pursed her lips and stared at him closely. She thought of what Chen Chen said before he died. He said that he had done something wrong, and that Lin Shijing had taken something. Lin Xiangyan lifted her feet and walked over, standing in front of Lin Shijing and looking straight at him. Lin Shijing was in tears of grief, and as soon as he saw her, he shouted, You're not in a hurry to grieve over Uncle Chen's death, why are you looking at me? Lin Xiangyan clenched her fists, her voice muffled by the cold wind, Is Uncle Chen's death related to you? The police then looked over. Lin Shijing froze and gasped, What kind of crazy talk are you talking about? Uncle Chen committed suicide by jumping off a building, what does it have to do with me? Even if you hate me, you don't have to deliberately frame me. It's also disrespectful to Uncle Chen for you to say that. The others stopped between them to round up the situation. Alright, Lin girl, calm down. Xiang Lian is sad and confused, don't bother with her. Everyone feels bad after such a thing. Mrs. Chen Chen died last year due to illness, just one daughter studying abroad, it's better to think about what to say to his daughter. Lin Xiangwan heard them mention Chen Ting, and was even more saddened that she couldn't catch her breath. That was the gentle sister who was half a year older than her and used to teach Lin Shijing a lesson for her when she was young. Now that both her parents were dead, how could Chen Ting stand it? And she hadn't even heard Uncle Chen's last words clearly, she didn't even know how to explain to Chen Ting. Lin Xiangyan stared at Lin Shijing in death. The cause of Uncle Chen's death, she must find out. 2 days later, all up and down Fanxing were talking about Chen Chen's death. The shareholder's suicide was covered up, and no one paid attention to it in Banyan City except for various internal speculations. Chen Ting took a 10-hour flight to come back from a long distance, and as soon as she arrived at the funeral hall, she fainted from crying. Lin Xiang evening cannot see the scene, hide out in the coffee shop sitting in a daze. Outside the door, the wind bell rang and a customer came in. The man walked to Lin Xiangyan's opposite side and sat down. Lin Xiangyan stared at the iced Americano in her hand, didn't even raise her head. There's someone sitting here. The person on the opposite side didn't move, let out a light laugh. 2 days gone, why are you in this ghostly state? Chapter 39, Not Sleeping with a Boyfriend. Lin Xiangye was stunned and raised her eyes. What are you doing here? Jiang Shijing surveyed her. Her face was unpowdered, and her eyebrows and eyes were a bit tired, wan and spiritless. He narrowed his eyes and took away the glass of iced Americano, handing it to Yan Jing standing behind him. Yan Jing? Jiang Shijing asked, aren't you yelling about being thirsty? Drink it. Lin Xiangye was really not in the mood to deal with him and said breathlessly, can you not? Mississippi. Jiang Shijing interrupted her and smiled at the waiter not far away, hot milk. The waitress was stunned, with obvious amazement in her eyes, and nodded with a red face. Jiang Shijing leaned against the window, fiddling with the candy jar on the table. Lin Xiangye frowned, why are you here? Doing some errands in the neighborhood, I passed by and saw someone who looked familiar, especially like one of my exes, so I came in to make sure. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes and spoke casually. Yan Jing was sucking on an iced Americano by the side, the corner of his mouth twitching at the words. By the way, is driving around the spirit hall 3 times to find it? Lin Xiangye rubbed her eyebrows to refresh herself. She hadn't had a good night's sleep for a few days. As soon as she closed her eyes, Qin Shen's last words echoed in her head. Those 2 sentences were intermittent and informative. It should have been Lin Shijuan who took Qin Shen's things and forced him to jump off the building. Now that Qin Shen hadn't been buried yet, she didn't have any clue and didn't dare to startle the snake. Even if she was only forced to conceal this matter, she felt ashamed of Chen Shen and Chen Ting. Lin Xiangyan was unconsciously lost in thought again. Until the back of her hand burned. She retracted her hand and looked at the hot milk in front of her. Jiang Shijing watched her return to her senses before moving the milk away, raising an eyebrow and asking, I heard that one of Flourishing Star's shareholders died? Lin Xiangya's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she looked at him. How do you know? What can the entire Banyan city hide from me? Jiang Shijing smiled, I heard it was still a suicide. Has Flourishing Star even lost money to this extent? Driving the shareholders to jump off the building. Lin Xiangya's expression turned cold, and she said, don't talk nonsense about things that have nothing to do with you. After saying that, she got up and took her bag to leave. Jiang Shijing tugged on her wrist. Lin Xiangye subconsciously wanted to shake it off, but she realized that he had already collected his smile at some point and had a solemn brow. She froze. Jiang Shijing looked handsome and harmless, only because his eyes were affectionate and he smiled a lot. When his brows were lowered, he wouldn't have a flirtatious and gangly look, and the bottom of his eyes contained a sternness that was alarming if not impossible. Lin Xiangye forgot to struggle, looking at Jiang Shijing's appearance, thinking of the news she saw shortly after leaving the country. The news was not released by the young city media, with a picture of Jiang Shijing coming out of a clubhouse, and a bold headline. Rongqing Jiang family's young master was miserably abandoned by his fiancée, and was in a bad mood to buy a drink at a club. Jiang Shijing in that photo was holding a cigarette, his eyes always smiling with a cold weariness, looking directly at the photographer's camera with a stern and murderous aura that was not angry or intimidating. Just like now, there was no temperature on his face. Lin Xiangye. Jiang Shijing's voice contained a slight displeasure. I've said that the business world is not as simple as you think. Lin Xiangye's heart was slightly shocked. You know that Uncle Chen's death has a hidden agenda, right? Do you know what Lin Shijuan did? Yes, Jiang Shijing must know something. They were very close. Jiang Shijing's married in order to reassure the old madam not to talk to others in his heart, and Lin Shijuan was the only one he talked to at the bar 3 years ago. Lin Xiangyan couldn't think of anything else and grabbed Jiang Shijing's hand in return. What do I have to do to tell me? Jiang Shijing lifted his eyelids, his meaningful gaze falling on her face. Let you do anything? Again, these words. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips, her gaze firm. Besides sleeping with you, anything. Jiang Shijing laughed lightly, his index finger ambiguously rubbing the back of her hand, the corner of his lips tugging. Why can't you sleep? Lin Xiangye was silent for a moment and said, I have a boyfriend. The restless fingertips stopped teasing, and the smile under Jiang Shijing's eyes disappeared bit by bit. Who? Lin Xiangye thought about it and said stiffly, Kinu. It was a bit embarrassing for her to say this without others knowing. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Shijing played with flowers and slept with her without much psychological burden, but she did. She was unwilling to use her body to make a deal, unwilling to come back after 3 years and get involved with Jiang Shijing's unclearly. She was also unwilling to be belittled by Jiang Shijing's and become an equally casual one among so many women. Jiang Shijing smiled, letting go of Lin Xiangyan instead. Isn't it enough to break up? Lin Xiangye inhaled, but I love him, I can't let go. Cough cough cough. Yan Jing steeply choked on her coffee, covering her mouth and coughing desperately. Jiang Shijing's expression gradually became cold and hard, and as he lowered his eyes, he coldly said, Oh, so? The atmosphere began to freeze. He annoyingly kicked away the stool and stood up. Yan Jing, let's go. Lin Xiangye frowned slightly and chased him out to stop him at the front of the store with her hand raised. Can we exchange it for something else? Jiang Shijing snorted lightly. No, either sleep with me or check it out yourself, there are no easy benefits under the sky. Lin Xiangye's fingertips curled up and slowly lowered her hand. It turned out that in his eyes, the covetable favor on her was a body deal to solve his physical needs. Jiang Shijing sat in the back seat of the car and threw the door shut with a bang. Yan Jing hurriedly followed and sat in, inspecting his words. Go, what's the dawdling? Jiang Shijing's eyes were dark, and his brows were filled with restless impatience. Yan Jing looked at Lin Xiangyuan, who was frozen in place, sighed and stepped on the gas. The car drove out a short 500 meters. Jiang Shijing changed his seating position 3 times and annoyingly chided, "Stop the car." Yan Jing stepped on the brakes and twisted his head nervously. "Mr. Jing, what's wrong?" Jiang Shijing raised his hand and spread it out. In his palm lay a necklace, the pendant an antique copper key. He looked at it for a moment and clenched it, arranged for someone to reveal something to her. Yan Jing secretly sighed in relief. Yes. Jiang Shijing pursed his lips. Don't let her find out that I arranged this. Good, I have the numbers. Jiang Shijing leaned wanly against the back seat. Yan Jing watched him stop talking and carefully started the car. After a few moments, a ghostly voice came from behind. Find someone and make Chino's face look like a flower. Okay, Mr. King. It's better to throw sulfuric acid. Yes. Forget it, just kill it. Yan Jing's back went cold. Really kill? Jiang Shijing's eyebrows were lightly raised. What, are you heartbroken? Yan Jing gulped and said desperately, I'm afraid Miss Lin will hate you. Jiang Shijing sneered, she doesn't love me, is there a difference between that and hating me? Chapter 40, Car Accident. The car arrived at Zhang's group. Yan Jing opened the door for Jiang Shijing's. Black Tiger is an internationally renowned sniper, he can kill Chino tonight. Yan Jing made a call as he spoke, contacting the assassin. A bony hand reached over and snatched his cell phone. Jiang Shijing didn't have the heart to say, do you want to see Lin Xiangyuan hate me that much? Yan Jing opened his mouth, not daring to reply. Jiang Shijing faintly said, teach a lesson, take the measure yourself. Back in his office, he looked over the documents with his eyes downcast, and with just one glance, he found the mistakes and threw them to Yan Jing in dissatisfaction. Yan Jing held the file and said, Mr. Jing, you said you wouldn't meddle in Fan Xing's affairs, why did you personally go to find Ms. Lin? Jiang Shijing sat down and opened his computer to receive the work files, saying carelessly, I wasn't going to meddle, but now someone is dead. Shen Shen is the first, and will never be the last, there will be no peace for Fan Xing in the future. Yan Jing listened attentively and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Shijing's movement of flipping through the documents lurched, looking up at him. What I said was funny. Yan Jing hastily shook his head, hugging the documents and heatedly, Mr. Jing, I've noticed that you've been getting more and more attached to Flourishing Star lately. He pretended to be deep in thought. You used to be unconcerned about these business world matters. This time you went to look for Ms. Lin. You're worried about something happening to Ms. Lin, right? After saying that, Yan Jing turned around and ran, fleeing the office before Jiang Shijing could open his mouth to scold him. The file bag failed to hit Yan Jing, hitting the door and falling to the ground. Jiang Shijing retracted his gaze and opened the bottom drawer of his desk that contained a combination lock, taking out a photograph. In the photo, the old man in the center wearing a modified modern tang suit had a kind smile and gleaming eyes. His eyes became soft and serious as his fingertips wiped the dust from the corner of the photo and put it into the drawer along with the key necklace in his pocket. Spirit Hall. According to the custom of Young City, at the end of the 3 days of the wake, the deceased is sent to the crematorium, cremated and buried. Chen Ting passed out from crying several times and was unable to follow the trip. The relatives of the Chen family rushed to hold and feed water and pinch. The crowd watched, all of them were very intolerant. If Chen Shen's spirit in heaven saw his daughter crying like this, how hard it would be. Lin Xiangyan's eyes reddened. She walked outside and waved her hand at Chino. You take Sister Chen Ting to the hospital, she fainted. After Chino drove off, Lin Xiangyan conferred with Zhong Jie and decided to personally go to the funeral instead of Chen Ting. It was drizzling in Young City, and everywhere was gray. Cries came from the crematorium from time to time. Lin Xiangye came out with the urn in her hands, her emotions were complicated. After she got on the car, she specifically sat next to Zhong Jie. Uncle Zhong, you and Uncle Chen were very close, do you know why he suddenly couldn't think straight? Upon hearing this, Zhong Jie's eyes flickered slightly, followed by a glance at Lin Mu sitting behind her. I don't know, your Uncle Chen has become more and more silent in these 2 years. 2 months ago he even claimed that he was sick and didn't come to the company and didn't participate in any of the company's affairs. No one knows why he chose to end himself. Lin Xiangyan pursed her lips, silently clenched her fists. Uncle Chen still had a daughter, her studies unfinished, her marriage not found. What had Lin Shijuan done that could make Uncle Chen leave even his own daughter behind and choose to jump off a building? She was pondering, when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Chino, and the person speaking was a stranger. Hello, are you a friend of Chino's? Lin Xiangyan was puzzled. I am. Mr. Chino and his companion had a car accident and are now in the hospital for treatment. A car accident? Lin Xiangye got up in shock. A car full of people all looked over. She hung up the phone and said with a grave expression, Shino and Sister Chen-ting had a car accident, I have to go to the hospital. Lin Shijun raised his eyes to look at her, and then exchanged glances with Lin Mu. Zhong Jie scanned around, then who's coming to the funeral? Upon hearing this, Lin Shijun immediately got up, Uncle Zhong, I'll do it. Zhong Jie paused and looked straight at the person behind him, Shareholder Lu, call your son over. Lin Shijun froze slightly and sat down somewhat awkwardly. Lin Shangwan took it all in, always felt that Zhong Jie's attitude was a bit strange, and hurriedly got out of the car without being able to think about it too much. Meanwhile, Yan Jing just got the news of the car accident and knocked on the door to enter the office. Mr. Jing, Shino had a car accident. Chapter 41, What woman is related to him? Jiang Shijing was making a cross-country phone call, and the female client was so mesmerized by him that she directly signed a large order. He nodded to the woman on the screen and hung up. Yan Jing didn't wait for Jiang Shijing to open his mouth and jumped ahead. I didn't do it. The person I sent over there was trailing behind, trying to find a chance to beat him up, and a car just went straight for the rear end, and Ms. Lin's car was flipped over. Bang! Jiang Shijing dropped the landline microphone and stood up, his eyebrows containing ice and snow. Where is Lin Shangwan? Yan Jing hurriedly said, Don't worry, Ms. Lin isn't in the car, I've inquired. The woman sitting in the back is called Chen Ting, she's the daughter of that suicidal shareholder of the prosperous Star Group. He said that, but saw that Jiang Shijing not only didn't feel relieved, but instead, his expression grew colder and colder. Yan Jing hesitantly said, Mr. Jing, what are you worried about? Jiang Shijing didn't say anything, as he yanked over his suit jacket and strutted towards the outside. In the hospital corridor, the doctor was giving Lin Shangyan an overview of the injuries. Since that car was tailgating over, Miss Chin in the back seat was seriously injured, with multiple abrasions and a concussion. The gentleman is nothing serious, he suffered a traumatic injury on his arm. Lin Shangye looked to the side of Xiaoxue. The traffic police side has the results of the investigation? Xiao Shui nodded. Well, it says that a person was driving under the influence of alcohol and has now been detained. Lin Shangye's heart sank. Drunk driving. By coincidence, that person only hit her car, injuring Uncle Chan's only bloodline that existed in the world. Lin Shangye waited for the doctor to leave before instructing in a low voice, have someone keep an eye on the family members of the DUI perpetrator, and by the way, check their bank card flow and transfer records. Mr. Lin, you suspect that someone did this on purpose? Xiao Shui instantly got goosebumps. The sky was already gloomy, and when she heard this, she was even more scared for no reason. Lin Shangye nodded and said with certainty, 9 times out of 10, it was a premeditated car accident. She passed by the scene on her way here. Today, Shino was driving her affordable car, which wasn't that crash-resistant, and the back half of the car was already tragically twisted and deformed. Just a little bit closer, Chen Ting would have been lifeless today. Lin Shangyan didn't believe in any DUI. The other party, no matter who sent them, was targeting Chen Ting. She was lost in thought when the quiet corridor steeply resounded with footsteps. Xiao Xue was surprised. It's Jiang Shijing. Hey. Lin Shangye stared back in bewilderment. Jiang Shijing didn't look at her and pushed open the door to the ward where Chen Ting was and went in. Hey, the nurse is still bandaging her. Xiao Xue's words didn't have time to speak, silencing her voice and looking at Lin Shangyan. Lin Shangyan directly followed her in. On the hospital bed, Chen Ting was weak and powerless, but her eyes were wide open, curiously and uncomfortably surveying Jiang Shijing. You, who are you? Jiang Shijing walked over to Chen Ting's side and asked in a warm voice, is the injury serious? Chen Ting looked into the unfamiliar man's amorous eyes and obediently replied, it's fine, just a bit of a concussion, and more superficial wounds on her body. That's good. Jiang Shijing stretched out his hand towards her, his voice carrying a few hints of compulsion, becoming more and more magnetic. I have the best doctor there, are you willing to go back with me and recuperate in my house? Yan Jing's eyes widened violently. Xiao Xue's mouth was even more incredibly wide open. They coincidentally looked at Lin Shangyan. Lin Shangyan frowned slightly and didn't move. Sister Chen Ting, the hospital is the safest and best place to recuperate from your injuries. I'll stay here with you for your treatment, don't be afraid. She looked to Jiang Shijing and warned in a low voice, stay away from her. Jiang Shijing raised his hand to straighten his collar, raising an eyebrow. You always have to ask Miss Chen if she's willing to go with me, right? Chen Ting's face changed slightly when she saw the watch worn on Jiang Shijing's wrist. In the next second, she softly said, evening, I want to go with him. Lin Shangyan was a bit stunned and asked in a low voice, do you know him? Chen Ting looked at Jiang Shijing, her expression became firm. I know him, I'm going to go with him. 5 minutes later, the escort Jiang Shijing brought helped Chen Ting transfer to the hospital. Lin Shangye watched from the sidelines, momentarily exasperated. Jiang Shijing, what the hell are you up to? What's your relationship with Sister Chen Ting? Jiang Shijing's brows condensed with a bit of anger, and he spoke in a bad tone. Of course it's the kind of relationship you think it is. Lin Shangye clenched her sleeves. Her father just died and she was in a car accident. She's in danger right now. I don't care what kind of involvement you guys have, it's safest for her to stay in the hospital right now. Are you sure? Jiang Shijing looked at her askance. A hospital where people come and go is safe? Wouldn't it be more convenient for someone with an ulterior motive to strike? Lin Xiangye froze and was about to ask if he knew something when the person walked straight away. Xiao Shuai glanced at Yan Jing and tugged at him. What's the relationship between Ms. Chen and your boss? Boyfriend and girlfriend? Don't know. Yan Jing played dumb and smiled. My boss has many women around him. How would I know if they are boyfriend and girlfriend or something else? Xiao Shuai was furious and wanted to ask again, but was pulled back by Lin Xiangyan. Forget it, let him go. Yan Jing quickly followed and disappeared into the elevator. Xiao Shuai said breathlessly, this Jiang Shijing is really something. Any woman can get involved with him. Mr. Lin, you really had the foresight to not marry him before. Chapter 42, Taking Home and Protecting. Lin Xiangye frowned. She wasn't in the mood to think about this, she just wanted to figure out what Jiang Shijing knew. Jiang Shijing said that the hospital was crowded with people, making it convenient for someone with an ulterior motive to strike. That would indicate that he knew the hidden agenda of today's car accident and took Chen Ting away to protect her. If you think about it, Chen Ting is safe with Jiang Shijing for the time being. Jiang Shijing's was diligent in changing women, but according to the resources and benefits she saw those ex-girlfriends obtain, Jiang Shijing's wasn't just abandoning people. Since this was the case, he was also able to protect Chen Ting in the meantime. The matter behind Uncle Chen's suicide would have to be investigated as soon as possible. Lin Xiangye retrieved her thoughts and went to see Kinu. Seeing her coming, Shingo's eyes lit up and he bowed his head again. I'm sorry Ms. Lin, it's me who didn't protect your people. It's okay, as long as you're okay. No one knew that a car accident would happen. Let me take a look at your injuries. Lin Xiangye approached him, gently touched the gauze wrapped around his arm, her breath exhaling like an orchid. Does it hurt? Shingo stared straight at her, his gaze hot and devout. It won't hurt once you touch it. Noticing the sentiment in his words, Lin Xiangye withdrew her hand, sat in front of him and said with a straight face, when the car accident happened, did you feel that the car was not right? Shino thought for a moment and nodded. It shouldn't be a simple drunk driver. Before the car crashed over, I could tell that the driver wasn't right. His expression was very tense. He kept staring at the trajectory I was driving on, and followed me for 2 blocks before crashing over. The more Lin Xiangye heard, the more alarmed she was. A premeditated collision. Did you get into any trouble with any enemies? Shino said with certainty, he is rushing to Miss Chen. When he crashed up, he also specially stick to the left car seat where Miss Chen Saturday. Lin Xiangyan clenched her fists, her mood becoming even more sullen. Could it be that Lin Shijuan did it? Uncle Chen knew his secret but jumped to his death, and he was afraid that Uncle Chen's only daughter would know about it as well, so he arranged this car accident. But Chen Ting had been abroad, and this time she came back and talked to Lin Shijuan, and Lin Shijuan even wiped her tears, not like she knew anything. Uncle Chen just died. Lin Shijuan is so impatient, not afraid of exposure? Lin Xiangyan put all the things together, but also not clear who is the mastermind behind the car accident. The fastest way to find out the truth is to go to Jiang Shijing. Thinking about his condition of sleeping with him, Lin Xiangyan bit her lip, getting more and more entangled. Shino looked in her eyes. Miss Lin, is there anything I can help you with? My family. I have a lot of brothers there, and I can do anything. Lin Xiangye shook her head. I've already asked Xiao Shuai to check. Wait for her news first. I'll go to the cemetery first. She didn't have time to rush to see Chen Chen off for the last time. The ashes had already been placed into the tomb, many flowers were left in front of the tombstone, and all of Uncle Zhong's people had already left. Lin Xiangye knew that Chen Ting had returned to China in an emergency and hadn't brought anything with her, so she bought some suitable underwear and clothes and sent them over. Upstairs in the villa, Chen Ting was holding a cup of hot water. Jiang Shijing came in and handed her the watch. Chen Ting took it and held it in her hand to look over and fondle it. I accompanied my father to buy this. He said at the time that he wanted to give it to someone who could do him a big favor. If I hadn't seen this watch, I wouldn't have come here with you. Jiang Shijing sat on a stool, his long legs had nowhere to rest, and he casually rested on the edge of the bed. He said carelessly, your father's death wasn't simple. Someone was afraid that he would tell you something to get at you. You're safe living here. Chen Ting looked at his handsome face with deep contours, her heartbeat missed 2 beats, and she asked in a small voice, is this where you usually live? It's not good for a man and a woman to live together and spread the word, right? Jiang Shijing looked at her askance and smiled, indeed it's not too good. Why don't we just say that you're my girlfriend? Those people won't dare to make a move on you. Chen Ting was a bit overwhelmed, her ears instantly reddened, but, you an evening night used to be. Without waiting for her to finish, Jiang Shijing's interrupted, this is a drama for the safety of your life is being watched, and you still have the leisure to care about this. Chen Ting awkwardly and shyly gripped the corner of the quilt, nodding her head gently after a long time. Okay, then let's do this first. Jiang Shijing pulled his lips into a light smile, hearing footsteps outside, he leaned over to straighten her messy bangs. Lin Xiangye walked in and happened to see this scene. Chapter 43, Jealous? How long has it been since you took her home, and you're already on it? Lin Xiangyan had a stern face, no half emotions under her eyes. I've come to deliver some clothes to Sister Chen Ting. Come in late night. Chen Ting waved at her, her eyes reddened. My dad sighed. Lin Xiangye's expression softened a bit and she walked over to hold her hand. Already buried, Sister Chen Ting, your condolences. Even if Uncle Chen is no longer alive, you still have us. Uncle Zhong and I and several shareholders are your backing. Chen Ting still couldn't hold back and leaned into her arms to cry loudly. Seeing this, Jiang Shijing consciously left and gave the room to them. Lin Xiangye comforted Chen Ting for nearly 2 hours, and when she came out, her shoulders were already wet. Downstairs, Jiang Shijing was sitting in the living room watching financial news. When he saw her coming down, he raised his eyes. Lin Xiangye. Lin Xiangyan's footsteps slightly paused, looking back at him. Jiang Shijing hooked his lips and smiled. Your boyfriend is injured, and you still have the leisure to come over and give my girlfriend clothes. It seems like you don't care much about him either. Lin Xiangye digested his words for a few seconds, a touch of mockery crossing the bottom of her eyes. Girlfriend? You've only met Sister Chen Ting for a few hours and you're talking about it? She wasn't surprised by Jiang Shijing's speed of changing girlfriends. After all, the other party had this lustful look of not being able to live without a woman for a day. But she didn't expect Chen Ting to settle down with Jiang Shijing. Obviously, she was so heartbroken that she didn't even have the heart to eat. Who made us see eye to eye? Jiang Shijing stood up and stretched. Who made me the one who reached out towards her to take her home after she was in danger? Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes. Can you not say such things? It's revolting to hear. Jiang Shijing smiled flirtatiously. Jealous? Scram. Lin Xiangye threw down a blank stare, not in the mood to fight with him, taking her bag to leave. Jiang Shijing's voice came leisurely from behind. Can you do me a favor? Lin Xiangye looked at him. Is there anything else I can help you with? Of course, if you say yes, I'll introduce you to a project. Jiang Shijing hugged his arms in a nice way. Thinking about it? Lin Xiangye wrinkled her eyebrows slightly. She had never been able to figure out Jiang Shijing's mind. He had spoken so loudly at the bar, claiming that he wouldn't compromise after giving her 2 chances to be soft. Until now it had been a week. Where was the means of retaliating against her? Lin Xiangye was puzzled. Say, what favor? Jiang Shijing was quite distressed. Jiran studied nursing in college and is ready to find a well-paid job in a rich family in Rongqing, but others are afraid to use her because I broke up with Jiran, or you take it? At these words, Lin Xiangye's eyes sank. After returning to China until now, Jiang Shijing accused her of being a deserter from on high, and coldly watched as she tried to pull projects together, hitting barriers everywhere because of her escaping marriage. Now Jiang Shijing has softened his stance and lowered his head, but for the sake of his ex-girlfriend who just broke up with him, even at the expense of giving up a project. At this moment, Lin Xiangye's heart was stuffy. She looked pale and said, there's no shortage of caregivers in my house. It's fine to let her be a nanny. Jiran cooks very well and takes care of people very carefully. Jiang Shijing came closer to her, smiling in a flirtatious manner. Or do you think that having a third person is inconvenient for you and Chino to cultivate their feelings at night? Lin Xiangye's eyes grew colder. She raised her eyes and looked at the man in front of her who was making such jokes with impunity, her fingertips tightening into fists. Then, she also laughed in the same manner. Yes, Kinu and I are busy at night, we have to study all kinds of positions, it's really inconvenient to have other people around. Jiang Shijing's face lost its smile, and his eyes gradually darkened. Lin Xiangye locked eyes with him for a few seconds. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Jiang Shijing looked at her wanly. Do me this favor, I'll give you the project of Jiang's headquarters, are you sure you don't want it? Lin Xiangye was slightly stunned, a bit moved. People who did business in Jiang City expanded their business locally, but Jiang clan was different. Since the Jiang family head and the eldest young master passed away one after another, Jiang Shijing took over the Jiang clan and began to expand their business to the Zhubei region as well as abroad. The Jiang clan had been extremely prosperous and scenic 3 years ago, and had developed to the point where it had almost no rivals in the domestic market and was famous in the overseas market as well. After cooperating with Jiang on a project, it is equivalent to adding a scenic piece to the resume of a job seeker. In the future, if you work together again, you can no longer be limited to Rongqing, but you can also mention that you have worked with Jiang's in overseas markets, opening up the company's popularity. This exchange condition, Lin Xiangnan really can't refuse. Thinking about the harmonious relationship between her and Bai Jiran, it would be nice to have someone at home to cook for her. Lin Xiangye pondered for a few seconds and nodded, deal. Jiang Shijing hooked his lips. What about certain secrets about Fan Xing? Are you sure you don't want them? Accompany me for a night and you'll know, it's a good deal. Lin Xiangye inhaled. You'll be dead if you dare to do anything to apologize to Sister Chen Ting. After saying that, she pushed the door open and disappeared into the darkness. The smile on Jiang Shijing's face retracted in seconds, his gaze as cold as ice. His cell phone rang and he answered it. Yan Jing reported on the things in the company in one go, and after finishing, he respectfully said, Mr. Jing, is there anything else you want to explain? Jiang Shijing's eyes with a murderous aura, said quietly, how come Chino didn't get run over today? Who found that driver? What a waste. Chapter 44 Unexplained Death. When Lin Xiangye went back, she specifically went to see Zhong Jia. Zhong Jia was carrying coffee, a little tired from the exertion of recent days. Hearing Lin Xiangye inquire about what Lin Shijing had been doing recently, he raised an eyebrow, his eyes odd. You're a family, you don't know what he's doing, but instead you've come to ask me, an outsider? I'm not familiar with him, you know that. Lin Xiangye had so many things she wanted to say, but she didn't dare to reveal them easily. Uncle Zhong, actually I came here to ask you the two most important questions. Zhong Jia sipped his coffee. You ask. This time when Uncle Chen suddenly had an accident, do you really not think there is anything wrong? He's not someone who can't think straight. In the past when he brought Sister Chen Ting to see me, he was all smiles like a Maitreya Buddha. His kind of character won't be able to think straight easily. Lin Xiangye especially said this analysis with certainty. She wanted Zhong Jia to say something useful to say. Zhong Jia looked down at the ancient pattern on the table and said only after a long time, girl, you've been too tired lately, you're overly concerned about everything you look at. Your Uncle Chen is optimistic on the surface, but in fact, the pressure is not small, not to mention that life is supposed to be impermanent, dead or not, who's to say? Chen Ting's sister good grades and filial piety, Uncle Chen is not short of money, can have what trouble pressure? Lin Xiangye did not move to test, or do you know about his pressure, Uncle Zhong? Zhong Jia put down his coffee, raised his eyes to look at her, a few points of solemnity appeared on his vicissitudes of life. You're really big, even my words are set, let go of your Uncle Chen's suicide, guess so much, it's disrespectful to the dead. At these words, Lin Xiangye almost nonchalantly retorted this elder. She couldn't agree with this. The dead was the most important thing, so it was true that it shouldn't be discussed. But if you let someone close to you die in such an unexplained manner, it was even more of an irresponsible disrespect. Uncle Zhong, you and the several shareholder uncles are old, so you can talk to me about anything in the future, don't hold yourself up. Lin Xiangyan got up and put the big red robe she brought on the table. I treasured it, you taste it, if you. She paused and put it in a different way, if you know what Lin Shijing has been doing lately, please let me know, it's an important clue for me to assess whether or not he can rejoin the company. Zhong Jia waved his hand, signaling that he had heard. Lin Xiangye didn't stay any longer and drove back. Xiao Shui brought the results of the trial given by the police side to her home. The results of the investigation didn't have any discrepancies, it was just a drunk driver with a previous conviction for hooliganism. Lin Xiang Evening read the silence for a long time, and suddenly looked at Xiao Shui with her cheeks resting. Xiao Shui was a bit uncomfortable and laughed dryly. Mr. Lin, why are you looking at me like that? It's weirdly scary. I'm curious, when I asked Uncle Zhong for an assistant, why did he pick you to help me? Lin Xiangye asked without moving. Xiao Shui sighed in relief. I thought I did something wrong. It's like this, shareholder Zhong said that I'm bold and meticulous, suitable for following you through the ranks, and that I haven't touched anyone except for 3 years with him, and have a clean background. Lin Xiangye's eyelids jumped. Clean background. For her, she only needed an assistant who was capable and obediently worked with her. As long as it worked, it didn't matter what the background was. Uncle Zhong was just stuffing her with an assistant, yet he was so careful in his selection. Was he really only interested in her as a junior? Lin Xiangyan also recalled that when she received the call from the hospital, and half an hour ago at Uncle Zhong's house, Uncle Zhong had always said that he didn't know why Uncle Chen had committed suicide, trying to be vague. But the look on his face when he spoke, he clearly wanted to say something, like he knew something he couldn't say. And when she had to leave and had to replace Uncle Chen's funeral, Uncle Zhong was reluctant to let Lin Shijing do it. But Lin Shijing had a good relationship with these shareholders, and even Uncle Zhong appreciated his work ability. Now, Uncle Zhong is just dissatisfied with Lin Shijing for Uncle Chen's reasons, so he won't let him touch the urn, right? Lin Xiangyan only felt that she was in a fog. With the clues she had sorted out now, it was like a blind man crossing a river, making no progress. She was pondering when the doorbell rang. Xiao Shui walked over. Who is it this late? When the door opened, there was a girl standing outside, carrying a large bag and looking cautious. Is this where Sister Lin lives? Lin Xiangye rose to greet her. Ms. Bai, you're here. She helped Bai Jiran pick up her bag. I've arranged a guest room for you. You go ahead and take a look. Xiao Shui, help make a cup of tea. Xiao Shui was curious, but it was inconvenient to ask more questions, so she had to go to the kitchen to make tea first. Bai Jiran was a little embarrassed, looking down and not looking directly into Lin Xiangyan's eyes. Before I was still Brother Shijing's girlfriend, now I've become your nanny, Sister Lin. Thank you for giving me this job. Don't feel embarrassed. Jiang Shijing's behavior, he can't wait to change his girlfriend one day. It's right for you to leave him and find a job on your own. Stay here with me at ease. Lin Xiangnan was trying to comfort her and patted her head. Besides, we're both Jiang Shijing's exes now, so it's good to have a united front and be closer to him. Bai Jiran was stunned and raised her eyes to look at her. Lin Xiang Evening looks bright and delicate, like the former Hong Kong star, the same kind of flavor swaying but vulgar beauty. Most of the time, the feeling she gives people is not like the looks of that, is joy and anger do not show color, as if everything is very light. But just now that smile, Lin Xiang Evening revealed her usual outside has never been playful cute. Bai Jiran seems to glimpse, 3 years ago did not go abroad Lin family big misses what appearance. She was stunned for a moment and revealed a genuine smile. Sister Lin, you're so nice, you don't need to be polite with me, just call me Jiran from now on. Good. Lin Xiangye pulled her to sit down. Xiao Shui brewed tea and gave Bai Jiran a cup. Bai Jiran held the tea and smiled. It's De Hongpo, brother Shijing's favorite tea. Lin Xiangye's hand shook, hiding the emotions under her eyes. Jiran, you should mention him less in front of me in the future. I'm not in a good mood when I hear it. Bai Jiran nods her head, a little cautious, sidling up to take a sip of tea. After a few moments, she stood up somewhat unable to sit still. Sister Lin, go help you clean up your room. Not that I'm boasting, I'm great at cleaning and cooking. Don't believe me, Sister Lin, you'll come over and check the bedroom in 10 minutes, just as an examination of me. Waiting for Lin Xiangye to smile and nod, she turned and ran upstairs. Looking at her back, Xiao Shua finally couldn't help but start gossiping. This is that girlfriend Jiang Shijing had before, Bai Jiran? Lin Xiangye nodded slightly. Xiao Shui scared twice. It's rare to be able to talk for 3 months. She's just the style of an ordinary little white flower. Where does she make Jiang Shijing like her so much? It can't be because she's a good cook, right? I don't know, why do you guys always mention him? Lin Xiangye suddenly put down her teacup and her tone became heavy. Xiao Shui held her breath in shock and said at a loss, yes, I'm sorry Mr. Lin, it's me who's gossiping. Lin Xiangye rubbed her eyebrows, somewhat chagrined. Somehow, after coming back from Jiang Shijing's place, she was vaguely annoyed and wanted to lose her temper. But she didn't even know where this bad mood started. Lin Xiangye softly said, I should say I'm sorry, I'm too tired to feel well today. I know, with the burial of Chen's shareholder and the car accident today, you're tired too, Mr. Lin. Xiao Shui stood up, then I'll leave first, if there's anything you order. Lin Xiangye leaned against the sofa, half of her body sunk in, closed her eyes. Well, be careful on the road. After the people left, she smoothly lay down. The sound of cleaning came from the room upstairs from time to time. Lin Xiangye closed her eyes. One moment she thought of Chen Ting's heartbroken appearance, one moment she thought of that phone call. Then, it was Jiang Shijing's flirty look when he mentioned that she and Chino weren't the least bit tasteless, and even managed to say some nasty things. Lin Xiangye gritted her teeth, opened her eyes, and kicked away the pillow on the sofa, kicking it a few meters away as Jiang Shijing's head. Upstairs. Bai Jiran quickly organized everything in her room and turned around cautiously. She took a picture of the closet and sent it to Jiang Shijing's. There aren't any men's things here, not even a single bathrobe for men. Jiang Shijing stood on the balcony, lying on the railing and clicking on the photo. The closet was all Lin Xiangye's clothes, with a few pairs of high heels underneath. At a glance, there was nothing in the way of men's supply clothing. Jiang Shijing hooked his lips. The cell phone rang again. Yan Jing invited credit as if, Mr. Jiang, I also found a driver with a previous conviction. This time I arranged for him to strike when Chino was discharged from the hospital, and he will definitely be able to run Chino over and die a horrible death. Jiang Shijing pleasantly said, die what death, let him live a long life. Yan Jing, ? Chapter 45, me? Feed him? The next morning, Lin Xiangye drove to the hospital to visit Chino. Having just worked for less than half a month and having a car accident at her place, she was very overjoyed and bought flowers and tonic on the way. When she arrived at the hospital, she was about to knock on the door and go in, when her shoulder was coldly tapped by someone. Lin Xiangye turned around, her expression instantly faded. Are you a ghost? You're a ghost? Jiang Shijing was holding a bouquet of bigger and more colorful flowers, as well as a breakfast. He tilted his head and hooked his lips. What kind of words are these? You're allowed to come and see your boyfriend, but I'm not allowed to visit the driver who was in the same car accident as my girlfriend. Lin Xiangye lazily ignored him and knocked on the door. Kinu's voice sounded inside, please come in. The two of them appeared at the same time. Kinu frowned, you. He and I didn't come together. Lin Xiangye sent the flowers to the bedside. Didn't the doctor say you suffered a superficial injury? Why do you still need to be hospitalized? Chino supported his arm. A slight movement will pull the injury. Yesterday, the sudden pain was terrible. The doctor said that the arm was stained with gasoline, maybe inflamed. Let me be hospitalized for 2 days of observation. Lin Xiangye felt pain when she heard it. She warmly consoled, you can rest assured that you'll be able to stay here. Don't worry about the medical expenses. Chino's gaze softened. He was about to open his mouth when Jiang Shijing came over and asked, is Chino your boyfriend, or is he your adopted gigolo? Even the medical bills have to be paid by you. Lin Xiangye froze and looked at Kinu with some embarrassment. She lied about being in a relationship with Chino and hadn't told the other party about the early collusion until now. She was about to muddle through, when Chino suddenly looked calm and said, we're in a normal relationship, but late night thinks she earns more than me and likes to worry about that. He turned to look at Lin Xiangye, his gaze gentle, I can afford these medical bills, don't you worry. Lin Xiangye momentarily didn't know whether to admire his reflexes or be surprised by his acting skills. Jiang Shijing looked back and forth between the two of them, his smile gradually deepening. Kinu, you hurt your right arm, right? Chino gave a cold Then you can't eat by yourself. What about the breakfast I bought you? Jiang Shijing picked up the lunchbox on the table and handed it directly to Lin Xiangye. Why don't you feed him? Lin Xiangye subconsciously took it. Me, feed him? This is a customized nutritious soup that I'm going to have customized. It's good for him to recover from his wounds. Make sure you eat it clean. Jiang Shijing yanked a chair and placed it at the end of the bed, sat on it, and stared at Lin Xiangyan in a good way. Lin Xiangyan wrinkled her eyebrows. Aside from doing a lot of things when she was in a relationship with Jiang Shijing, she didn't have this kind of intimate behavior with other men. And she wouldn't feed anyone. Lin Xiangyan handed Qinu a wink. Qinu blinked and smiled lightly. Evening, please. Lin Xiangyan. Why did she feel that Qinu was pretending not to be able to read her eyes? With an annoyance staring at her beside her, Lin Xiangyan could only pick up the soup and spoon feed it to Qinu. Her feeding motion was raw and clumsy, more because she was not used to being near Qinu than not knowing how to feed. Lin Xiangyan was a little annoyed. Why did she have to be here at Jiang Shijing's mercy? Jiang Shijing suddenly laughed out. I remember Ms. Lin is very good at feeding people. Why does it look like you and your boyfriend aren't familiar at all now? Lin Xiangyan sucked in her breath, thinking of the night she took care of Jiang Shijing's feeding her medicine. After 3 years, she still knew what medicine Jiang Shijing was allergic to and how to feed him. Some habits go deep into the bone marrow and can't be changed. Lin Xiangyan was even more annoyed. Why are you so talkative? The stuff has been delivered. Why are you freezing if you're not leaving? Jiang Shijing stood up. Fleshly pleasure. Tonight I'll let Yanjing organize a bureau to discuss the project. Thank you for taking Jiran in. Qinu's eyes were filled with disbelief. After the people left, he asked, Ms. Lin, what's the deal with taking in by Jiran? Have you and Jiang Shijing been seeing a lot of each other lately? Lin Xiangyan asked Xiao Shui to find a caregiver, handed Qinu the spoon, and placed the bowl on the small table on his bed. He asked me to take in by Jiran as a nanny, and gave me a project at Jiang's headquarters in return. She said solemnly, I'm sorry I used you as a shield. It's okay, I'm happy for you to say that. Qinu looked at her, his gaze burning. Lin Xiangyan avoided his gaze and left after telling him to get some rest. The hospital room quieted down. Qingo's complexion cooled little by little. Someone from outside came in and looked at him. Master was angry when he found out about your injury. He asked me to ask you if you have to meddle in young city's affairs? Qinu looks at him expressionlessly. Did you tell him that? The man lowers his head and doesn't dare to meet his eyes. Young master, if you don't want to get married and be hyped up, there's no need to run off to an unfamiliar place to mess around, right? The water in Banyan City is no shallower than ours. If something happens to you, I can't explain it to Mr. Master. Qinu retracted her gaze, thinking of Lin Xiangwan's bright spring-like face, revealing a faint smile. I have someone I like. Tell them that I'll bring my woman back to get married after a while. Chapter 46, The Old Story of the Jiang Family. Flourishing star, President's Office. Xiao Shui placed the bank card flow that she had checked on the table. A few $100,000, all normal spending. Lin Xiangyan picked it up. There aren't any large incoming payments? No, maybe those people gave cash. In short, this driver and his family didn't have any abnormal income, and couldn't ask for anything else. It has been characterized by the police as a simple drunk driving incident. Xiao Shui secretly observed Lin Xiangyan's reaction. That day at the funeral hall, apart from Chen Ting, it was Lin Shijuan who cried the loudest. Lin Xiangyan stood by the side and didn't say a word, but silently red-eyed for a long time. From that time, she knew that Lin Xiangyan only seemed to have a light temperament, but in reality, she was very attached to her feelings. Now that nothing could be found out, Lin Xiangyan was definitely in a bad mood. Xiao Shui hurriedly changed the topic. That, isn't John's talking to us about a project? Today's dinner date with you is with John's senior management. Does Lin want to make early preparations? Lin Xiangyan nodded slightly. Give me the information. Not long after, the information of the two executives arrived in her mailbox. Lin Xiangyan clicked on the email to see the names of the people, and already exhaled without ease. Jiang Ku. It was Jiang Shijing's uncle, who now held the position of General Item Minister at Jiang. Jiang Shijing's mother died when he was born. At that time, Jiang's father was too colorful to take care of the company properly and married an actress, Tang Li. In less than a year, Tang Li became pregnant and often secretly beat Jiang Shijing, and later, on the grounds that she needed quiet to raise her baby, she wanted to send him away. The old lady had a big fight with her over the matter and became so angry that she fell ill. Jiang Shijing was 2 years old. When Jiang Ko learned of this, he left his business abroad and came back to take care of Jiang Shijing and the old lady. When the grandchildren left, Jiang Ko pointed at the Jiang family's front door and cursed. If it wasn't for Zhang Yan in the first place, your business wouldn't be big and you wouldn't have the ability to marry a star as a wife. Her corpse is still cold, and she's watching from below. Sooner or later, you will die a woman. Then the prophecy came true. John's father was drunk and was lying with Tang Li when he had a heart attack. Tang Li was so scared that she almost miscarried, and when the child grew up, she asked the clan elders to make the decision to make her son the Jiang heir. When Jiang Shijing was 18, he returned from abroad with his old lady. Facing the clan elder, he only said one thing. Without my mom's dowry, you wouldn't have the rich life you have now. Lin Xiangyan still remembered that Jiang Shijing was handsome and flamboyant at the age of 18, and the teenager's stance was as straight as a pine. Thinking about it now, she had a crush on Jiang Shijing, perhaps because both their mothers died early, and also because that teenager was just dazzling. Later, when she went to college and had a party with her friends, she got drunk and came out to see Jiang Shijing, who she hadn't seen in months, holding a jasmine flower. A group of girls' envious eyes, the crush of the boy god, confessed to her. Then later, far from it, Lin Xiangye retrieved her thoughts. Anyway, this Jiang Ke was particularly protective of his son, and after Jiang Shijing returned to China to take over the company, he also followed him back to help. This time to talk about cooperation, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. That night, Lin Xiangye went to the appointment. Jiang Ke didn't show up. There was a young man wearing glasses waiting, his secretary Chen Huai. He saw Lin Xiangye and pushed his glasses, pointing to the 5 bottles of wine on the table. After you finish these, our minister will come out to meet with you. Lin Xiangyan's eyes sank, cursing Jiang Shijing several times in his heart. He knew that Jiang Ke would go out of his way to make things difficult before he was willing to give her one of Jiang's projects, right? Lin Xiangye took a deep breath. Bai Jiran had already collected, and the contract items were all ready. The arrow is on the string, there's no such thing as beating a retreat. Lin Xiangye did not hesitate, directly grabbed a bottle of wine, blowing into the bottle. The strong wine entered the throat and cut through the throat and esophagus like a knife. Lin Xiangye endured the discomfort and forced her way down. Outside the door, a figure flashed by, taking a cell phone to the stairway. Minister Zhang's people are pouring wine into Ms. Lin. They want her to finish 5 bottles before they can talk business. Yan Jing's chortle then sounded on the phone. Why didn't you say so earlier? I don't know. Before the words in front of her eyes were finished, the phone hung up. In the box, Lin Xiangyan had already picked up the second bottle. She was already on top of her head and stood at the table in a daze. Drinking like this would kill her. Lin Xiangye revealed a compromising smile. Can you go to the restroom and come back to drink again? Chen Huai smiled along with him, a shrewd gaze hidden behind his glasses. Ms. Lin wouldn't want to go vomit, would she? What kind of sincerity is that? Our minister is even more reluctant to meet with you. Lin Xiangye's mind was seen through. She was instantly speechless and sat down with the bottle of wine. Her head was getting dizzy. She swallowed hard into her stomach one sip at a time. Her brain was so wooden that she couldn't think. Only one thought: if she didn't drink herself to death tonight, she must find Jiang Shijing to settle the score. Chapter 47. Stay in Young City, don't run away. Speed up. Chen Huai raised his hand to look at his watch while skiing impatiently. It's only the second bottle, why don't you just stop drinking? It's just a waste of time. Lin Xiangye could no longer see what Chen Huai looked like. It was a blur in front of her eyes. Chen Huai kept talking, shaking his head. Lin Xiangyan was getting more and more annoyed and couldn't help it. Bang! She put down the bottle of wine with force and stood up holding onto the table, her fingertips almost poking Chen Huai on his forehead. Chen Huai rounded his eyes. What are you doing? Shut up! Lin Xiangye fiercely said. Old lady is drinking, so don't argue. Chen Huai froze. He didn't expect Lin Xiangyan to look like a lady of the world, but when she was drunk, she talked so roughly. He grabbed his cell phone and stood up. Okay, I see you're starting to get drunk too. The cooperation with Jiang ends here. No, you can't leave. Lin Xiangye pounced over and yanked Chen Huai's arm, grabbing his collar with one hand. If you leave, what about my project? Today you either cooperate with me or... Hiccup. I will die with you. After saying that, she lowered her head and made her full strength to slam into Chen Huai's heart. Bang! Agu! Chen Huai screamed in pain, feeling like his heart was going to stop, taking a step backwards and holding onto the wall. Lin Xiangyan also followed suit and was unsteady on her feet, falling to the ground in a whirlwind. She immediately climbed to her feet. Even though she was drunk, she remembered to talk business, to stop this man from leaving. Lin Xiangye picked up the bottle and blocked the doorway, slurring, I haven't finished drinking. If you leave, step over my corpse. Chen Huai had never seen this kind of strange woman, who didn't admit defeat even if she couldn't finish her drink, and didn't let him leave because she was crazy. He took advantage of Lin Xiangyan's slow movements and directly knocked her away and ran outside. Lin Xiang Evening was knocked to the ground and fell back. What was waiting for her was not pain, but a warm embrace. Smelling the familiar pinewood fragrance, Lin Xiangye grabbed the man's collar like a cat and sniffed hard. Jiang Shijing wrapped his arms around her, his eyes deep in color. He spoke, Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan's body stiffened and suddenly raised her hand to slap him. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the corridor. Yan Jing and the eye man who had followed him froze. Jiang Shijing held Lin Xiangye's wrist and gritted his teeth. What are you hitting me for? Who made you use pine-scented perfume like that, Jiang Shijing's? It smells just like corpse odor, disgusting. Lin Xiangye beamed and complained, completely disowning her. Jiang Shijing's raised an eyebrow, as if he saw the arrogant but cute Lin family's eldest young lady from 3 years ago. He hugged Lin Xiangye tighter. You hate Jiang Shijing's that much? Of course. Lin Xiangyan pushed him, but didn't push away, and said impatiently, your annoying energy is also like him, you must be just as scummy as him. Jiang Shijing asked, how is Jiang Shijing scum? He. Lin Xiangye suddenly got stuck. How is he scum? Didn't start and stop, and treated me well. She broke her fingers, send flowers and gifts, handsome and good body, live also good, in bed also happy to serve me. Yan Jing hurriedly coughed twice. Is this something he can listen to? To avoid embarrassment, he tugged his men and ran away. Lin Xiangye was pulled into the box by Jiang Shijing and spoke without a sound. Her misty eyes were filled with bewilderment. Yeah, he's so good, why don't I stay with him? Jiang Shijing's complexion was dark, pinching her chin and exerting a slight force. His tone carried a few points of resentment. Because you changed your mind, you left him and went abroad for 3 years and 2 months without coming back. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that you haven't been in a relationship for the past 3 years, I would have already taken you. I remember. Lin Xiangye's voice drew up, slapping away his hand excitedly. He's scum because he wants to marry me. It's his fault, the responsibility isn't mine. Jiang Shijing was silent. He looked at Lin Xiangyan with his eyes downcast, wrapping her in his arms, his hand growing stronger and stronger. Until Lin Xiangye began to squirm uncomfortably, her collar opening up to reveal a flash of spring light. Jiang Shijing glanced at her and pulled her collar back up. Okay, it's my fault for wanting to marry you. Lin Xiangye grunted twice and narrowed her eyes. Finally admit it? Well, the marriage contract is annulled. Jiang Shijing raised his hand and pressed and rubbed the ends of Lin Xiangye's eyes that were red from being drunk. Stay in Young City in the future, don't run away. Lin Xiangye's eyes widened slightly, and because of his words, there was a moment of bewilderment in the bottom of her eyes. Jiang Shijing's forehead was pressed against her. Can you still recognize who I am? You're. Lin Xiangye looked at him seemingly intoxicated, surrounded by the warm pinewood fragrance, her red lips slightly opened. It's Jiang Shijing's. In the next second, warm palms covered her eyes. Her eyes went black, and 2 soft petals landed on her lips. Lin Xiangye froze, pulling away Jiang Shijing's hand to look at him. You hit me with your mouth again? Jiang Shijing backed away slightly and his voice was low and hoarse, his eyes suppressed an obscure storm. You deserter, deserve to be beaten. He leaned down again and kissed Lin Xiangye's lips once more. Chapter 48, Drunkenness, Kissing Back. Jiang Shijing's handsome face pressed closer, and between his lips and teeth, he didn't forget to keep a close eye on Lin Xiangyan. Drunken sparkling eyes, diffused with layers of seductive water mist, seemingly to suck people in. Lin Xiangyan blinked, and suddenly hooked Jiang Shijing's tie, tugging hard to force him to lean more toward herself. The 2 bodies were ignited by the hot kisses, entangled noiselessly in the doorway of the box, with only the sound of their breathing becoming more and more rapid. Until Lin Xiangye reached out first, probing into the man's shirt, stroking the abs that felt so good. Jiang Shijing's throat rolled, swallowed, and clasped her unsteady hand. He said in a mute voice, Lin Xiangye, look at me. Lin Xiangyan was completely confused, obediently raised her head, her red lips slightly pouting. It was the stance of asking for a kiss. Jiang Shijing endured, pecked a mouthful of her lips, pinched her chin and asked, is Kindy your boyfriend or not? Lin Xiangye was sluggish for 2 seconds, shook her head twice, and nodded again. Yes, it seems to be, I don't remember. Jiang Shijing heckled, tough mouth, a few more kisses and you'll be honest. He pressed Lin Xiangye against the wall, lifted her hand and easily her pride opened her teeth. Don't. Lin Xiangyan couldn't breathe well, her face getting redder and redder, raising her hand to pound Jiang Shijing's shoulder. Jiang Shijing kissed swollen her before holding her back and carrying her out. Downstairs, Yan Jing looked at the already drunken and sleeping Lin Xiangye being carried downstairs by him, his eyes couldn't stare out. Jiang Shijing carried Lin Xiangyan into the backseat and set her down, smoothly sitting in. Go home. Yan Jing was confused for a moment. Go back to? Who's home? Jiang Shijing impatiently swept him a glance. Yan Jing instantly didn't dare to ask more questions, stepped on the gas and drove back to Linjian Villa first. Half an hour later, Bai Jiran hurriedly arrived and left just after midnight. Jiang Shijing walked into the bedroom and saw that Lin Xiangyan had already been washed and changed into a nightgown and was lying on the bed. He sat on the edge of the bed and grabbed Lin Xiangyan's wrist and put it on his lips. A faint fragrance, it was impossible to say what flavor it was. Jiang Shijing's dissatisfied frowned, got up and walked to the closet, picked up the bottle of citrus evening jade and sprayed it twice on Lin Xiangyan's wrist and neck. He leaned over again and smelled the familiar scent before revealing a slight smile. Lin Xiangyan uneasily turned sideways and tugged his arm into her arms. Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing paused, his gaze gentle. You're awake. Lin Xiangyan didn't open her eyes, her brows knitted lightly, still deep in her dream. Scum Jiang Shijing, I don't love you anymore, I'll never love you again. Jiang Shijing's eyes suddenly turned pale. He stiffened for a few seconds, and obediently sat on the edge of the bed, allowing Lin Xiangyan to hold his arm, and willed himself to sleep against the bed. The next day, Lin Xiangyan rolled over, her drowsiness beginning to recede. The door to the room was suddenly open, and a flash of a figure appeared. That Xiaoxue called 8 times, you can't afford it? Lin Xiangyan rolled over breathlessly, I'll sleep again. Before the words fell, she snapped her eyes open and sat up to look at the person outside the door in dismay. Jiang Shijing's wearing a white knit suit, his hands holding hot milk, seemingly smiling and looking over, raising his hands and feet with a few points of home man's lethargy. Lin Xiangyan was confused. She was silent for a long time and looked at her surroundings. Why am I in your house? You were drunk. I didn't know the combination lock of your house, so I could only bring it back to me. Jiang Shijing handed her the hot milk. Drink it and come down to eat. No, wait a minute. Lin Xiangye looked at him as if he was normal, hesitantly said, what happened after I got drunk? Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow. You don't remember? Lin Xiangye shook her head. No impression. Oh. Jiang Shijing thought for a moment. You went crazy with alcohol and slapped me. Lin Xiangye looked at the red marks on his face, and then? Then you fainted. The clothes were changed by Jiran for you. The bath was also taken by her. We're clean between us. There's no physical contact. Don't worry. Jiang Shijing inserted his pockets and looked at her with a frank expression. Lin Xiangye sat on the bed and stared at him for a moment, her gaze falling on his abnormally red lips with a single touch. Then you go out first, I'll change my clothes. Jiang Shijing looked deeply at her and left. Lin Xiangye lay back down like she was deflated. She closed her eyes. Last night's scene was still fresh in her mind. She was drunk and confused. It didn't mean stupid and blind. Before she got completely drunk, she remembered what happened very clearly. Jiang Shijing kissed her. And she hooked his tie and kissed him back with reckless abandon. She didn't want to admit that she was still subconsciously close to Jiang Shijing's, but why would Jiang Shijing's also pretend that nothing happened last night? Perhaps it was just like he said, they were clean and innocent and didn't want to create unnecessary involvement and trouble because of these intimate encounters. Lin Xiang, evening a burst of depression, secretly vowed never again so drunk to fool around, raised his hand to cover his eyebrows, suddenly smelled a familiar perfume odor. She frowned, sat up and sniffed her wrist. It was obvious that the perfume smell was emanating from her wrist. The smell of citrus evening tuberose, she was more than familiar with it. It lingered for a long time and did not dissipate for 2 days. Lin Xiangye's eyes were complicated. She got up and saw a new dress on the bed, picked it up and changed into it. When she went downstairs, Chen Ting and Jiang Shijing were having breakfast. When Chen Ting saw her slightly swollen lips, her gaze slightly paused, then she lightly smiled. Evening, come over for breakfast. When Lin Xiangye looked over, Jiang Shijing's was coincidentally giving Chen Ting a dish. In this instant, she understood all. Jiang Shijing's pretending that yesterday's incident didn't happen was for Chen Ting's sake. It was because he didn't want there to be involvement between them that shouldn't be there, affecting his and Chen Ting's relationship. Lin Xiangye smiled gently. I still have things to do to go to the company, so I won't eat with you guys. Sister Chen Ting, you stay here and get well, we'll talk some other time. She changed into her shoes and left, not glancing at Jiang Shijing since the beginning. Chen Ting turned back and stared at Jiang Shijing for a moment, her tone probing. Last night when she was drunk, did you guys kiss? Jiang Shijing raised his eyes, playing with the flavor. Why, is Miss Chen interested in my private life? Chen Ting froze. I'm acting with you, don't get too deep into it. Jiang Shijing interrupted her and smiled. Just a reminder, don't be overly concerned. Chen Ting clenched her chopsticks. Although the man was smiling, his eyes were clear and cold, completely different from the day she first moved in. Yes, she remembered, Lin Xiangye was there that day. From start to finish, Jiang Shijing was hot on the outside and cold on the inside. His true heat was all on Lin Xiangye. Chen Ting's mouth was bitter. Gloomy loss mixed with the pain of a deceased relative instantly surged through her heart. At this moment, she was somewhat jealous of Lin Xiangye. Chapter 49, Mysterious Mail. Lin Xiangnan arrived at the company on an empty stomach. As soon as she saw her, Xiao Xue's eyes instantly glowed. Mr. Lin, you're here. Someone sent me strange emails today, the content is especially weird, take a look. Lin Xiangye handed her the bag and sat down at the desk to open the computer. With a hangover and the light from the screen shining on her face, she felt like throwing up, and forced herself to click on the email. The content was only a few sentences, but reading it made her heart beat insanely fast. Chen Shan and the other 4 shareholders have confidential technology in their hands, his has been taken away, be careful with everything. Lin Xiangye suddenly pressed the mouse and accidentally forked the email, and then clicked on it again with her heart beating like thunder. There were only these 2 sentences, but they tied everything together. No wonder Chen Shen felt guilty and said he was sorry, no wonder he blamed himself to the point of death. It turned out that the things Grandpa had given him for safekeeping were gone. Lin Xiangyan's breath stuttered slightly, thinking of Chen Shen's last words, which vaguely mentioned Lin Shijuan. Was it Lin Shijuan who coveted Fan Xing's technology and wanted to take away the confidential documents from the shareholders? Lin Xiangyan could no longer sit still and got up to walk around the office again and again. She couldn't wait to rush over and kill Lin Shijuan to avenge Chen Shen, but she kept telling herself that she had to calm down. Now is not the time to get emotional. There was no evidence that Lin Shijuan had taken away the technology, and other than Uncle Chen, there was no one in the know. Lin Xiangyan's gaze fell on the screen. The email party had used anonymity, not wanting her to know the real identity. Initially, it should be good people, at least not on Lin Shijuan's side. Lin Xiangye went over to reply to the other party. Do you know who has the other confidential technologies? The sentence didn't go out, and the other party pulled her black. Xiao Xue was shocked. Who the hell is this person? Why is he revealing this? These things shouldn't be trusted. Lin Xiangyan narrowed her eyes and closed her computer. You can go over today's documents, I'm going out. Without waiting for Xiao Shui to speak, she hurriedly left the company and drove all the way to the old mansion. Lin Xiangyan went to the second floor of the old mansion and came to his grandfather's room. The room was ancient and clean, with only a mahogany bed with a tea table for making tea. Lin Xiangyan knelt on the floor, her hand reached under the mahogany bed and pressed 3 times. Click. A soft sound. I do not know what kind of trick hidden inside. Even from below popped out 4 square small box. Lin Xiang evening will box out, pat the dust above, but found that the box is locked, but from the weight, it seems that there is nothing inside. She hugged the box tightly and thought of something that happened a long time ago. On her 18th birthday, her grandfather had given her not only a sports car that was the envy of the world, but also a box. It was a quiet afternoon and the servants were out front setting up for the birthday party. Grandpa dragged her to this room and showed her how to get the box from under the bed. Late night, this box contains most of Grandpa's life's work. In the future Grandpa will pass this on to you, you know where the box is and how to take it out. In the future, if Grandpa passes away, you must watch the box, don't let anyone take it away, and open it when you take over the company. Remember, don't let anyone know, especially your dad, don't let him see it. Grandpa's instructions seemed to echo in the ears, the pair of wrinkled coarse hands, as if still caressing the box carved on the pattern. Lin Xiangya's eyes reddened and she sat down on the ground. The box she had been looking at, but never picked up and looked at it. I'm afraid that she failed her grandfather's expectations, too stupid, too slow to see through Lin Mu and Lin Shijuan's ambition, which led to the loss of such an important thing. Lin Xiang evening wiped away the tears at the end of her eyes, hatred intertwined in her heart. She stood up holding onto the bed, her complexion growing cold as she turned around and headed out. Half an hour later, Lin Xiangye arrived at the entrance of an apartment. Here, compared to the original Lin family, it was 100,000 miles away. Lin Xiangye held the box and went over to ring the doorbell. After the door opened, Xiang Qixing saw the box in her arms, and her pupils instantly shrank. Lin Xiangye had a number in her heart, raised her eyebrows and asked coldly, "You don't invite me in to have a seat?" Xiang Qixing hummed lightly, "I have nothing to say to you, and no tea to entertain you. Your father and Shijuan are not at home. You'd better, don't challenge my patience." Lin Xiangye lightly interrupted her words, her beautiful eyes containing coldness. "Get lost." Xiang Qixing was shocked by the ruthlessness in her eyes and couldn't help but shiver, subconsciously sidestepping. Lin Xiangye sat in without looking away, sitting on the sofa. "You, what the hell are you doing?" Xiang Qixing quickly stepped over and impatiently said, "Shijuan's job was lost by you, now he's a hobo. Your father only has shares in the company but no real power. You're still not satisfied, what are you running to find out?" Lin Xiangye raised her eyes to look at her seizure, and calmly said, "I came here because I want what's in the box, and the things were taken away by you, right?" She placed the box on the table. "Give me back whatever was taken." Grandpa had said not to let Lin Mu know about the existence of this thing. Lin Mu didn't even know that there was a sports car in the old mansion, yet he touched the contents of the box. It meant that after Grandpa's death, he had a clear goal and was coming for the box. Xiang Qixing took 2 steps back, looking at Lin Xiangyan's cold demeanor. She couldn't help but feel a few points of pressure. She gulped, "I don't know what's in here. You're asking the wrong person. Don't go crazy here, hurry up and leave." Lin Xiangye raised her eyes to look at her and smiled. "I knew you were going to say that." She took out her cell phone and dialed a call. "I have evidence in my hand that Lin Mu and Lin Shijuan are using the company to get oil. It already involves breaking the law. Since you won't talk about it, let them explain it in prison." As soon as the words fell, the phone was already connected. A man's voice came from inside. "Hello?" Lin Xiangye interrupted the other party. "Inspectorate? I want to report a vicious business crime." Xiang Qixing's face went white and he pounced over to grab her cell phone. "Wait. You can't do this." Before she could snatch the phone, Lin Xiangye hung up the phone and stood up violently. She was half a head taller than Xiang Qixing and easily grabbed Xiang Qixing's hair and yanked it back violently. "Ah! It hurts." Xiang Qixing was pained by her tugging and screamed out miserably. Lin Xiangye didn't let go and stared at her condescendingly. "To say or not to say?" Xiang Qixing's tears came out from the pain. "Say, I'll say." As the words fell, her scalp suddenly loosened. She exhaled and dropped to the ground and said woefully, "We did find this box, but the lock of the box is exquisitely designed. The locksmith was invited to not be able to open it, and a locksmith said that there is a special device in the box, and that if you open it violently, all the things inside will be gone." Lin Xiangye frowned. So we weighed the box as not much weight, must be your grandfather put the savings card and so on, so put back to the original position." Xiang Qixing carefully measured Lin Xiangyan's expression, swallowed and said, I've told you, can you let your father go? That's your own father." Lin Xiangye glanced at her. There was no evidence at all. That phone call she made, pretending to call Qin, was to scare Xiang Qixing. With her husband and child being threatened, what Xiang Qixing said should be the truth. Moreover, Lin Xiangyan remembered clearly that there was a key on her grandfather's body, tied to a necklace from time to time. Perhaps it was the key to open the box. Then, what about this key? I don't know why, but Lin Xiangye suddenly thought that when she went to the bar to meet Jiang Shijing before, she also saw a similar key on him. The water in Jiang Shijing's house was much deeper, and there were a lot of tricks in the high-class house. Perhaps he also had this kind of box in his hands, this kind of special key and lock. Lin Xiangye held the box and left. This time, she went straight to Jiang's. Chapter 50, No Love, No Thoughts. Lin Xiangye arrived and asked if Jiang Shijing was there. Somehow, the receptionist didn't call the president's office and asked her to go upstairs to the conference room. Lin Xiangye came to the corridor, did not look at the 3 words conference room overhead, and pushed the door straight in. Seeing the layout, she was puzzled. Why does it look like it's for a meeting? Lin Xiangye was about to go out to confirm when a man's unhappy voice suddenly sounded outside. What is he angry about? I'm still not doing this for him? You tell him to come over, I still have 15 minutes of free time to wait for him in the conference room. The visitor was furious, deliberately seething. Lin Xiangye was confused for a moment, stepping behind the curtain as the other person pushed the door in. Her figure was slender, covered by the curtain, and didn't look any different from the outside. She heard the man seemingly slamming something on the table, kicking away the stool and sitting down, sitting alone and still grunting coldly from time to time, obviously furious. Not 2 minutes later, someone else came in. Lin Xiangye heard a familiar lazy tired voice. Uncle Ko, you calm down, later on the facefold should be more, matchmaking time those ants will not dislike you You give me to get out. Okay, then I will not be here to make you angry, I go. Come back. I still have something to ask you. Listening to this conversation, Lin Xiangye silently held her forehead. It was Jiang Ko and Jiang Shijing. How could she be so unlucky to run into the two talking here on the side? Lin Xiangye stood straight, not daring to move. Outside, Jiang Shijing sat wanly at the long table, picking up the ballpoint pen on the table and squeezing it. I still have things to do, what are you doing? Jiang Ko glared at him, if you have things to do, I'm not busy? No matter how busy you are, you still have to explain things clearly. You told me to go to the project with Flourishing Star, only to tell me that the person who talked about cooperation was Lin Shangnan when I arrived at the place. You're really good, even you lied to me? Jiang Shijing sighed helplessly, leaning back in his sitting chair with a push of his pen. Wasn't I afraid that you wouldn't go? I should have known better than to trick you over. Business is not properly negotiated, but you also poured 2 bottles of wine into others. You're 50 years old, have you bullied a little girl like this? Lin Xiangye was stunned. He was fighting for her? Jiang Ko became even angrier, slapping the table and roaring, how did I bully her? I'm taking revenge for you. She did not say a word, dumped you and ran away, and now she is back and wants to continue to work with you, dipping into our Jiang's light, on what grounds? How much effort did you put into Jiang's business? It's not for her to use as a blood bag. Do you want to be angry with me? Okay, don't be angry, you can't get emotional with a bad heart. Jiang Shijing got up and went around behind Jiang Ko to squeeze his shoulders. Jiang Ko was 50 years old, but he had gray hair, all because he had worked hard for Jiang's. He thought of that summer when he was 18 years old. He thought of the 18th summer of that year, when Jiang Ko brought him back from abroad. In order to ask the most respected clan elders to step in and let him, the son of the Jiang family, inherit the company's industry, Jiang Ko knelt outside for a day and a night, and to this day, his knees hurt from time to time. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes. At this moment, the cynicism he had outside was gone, only respect and seriousness remained. You misunderstood me, there are conditions for me to cooperate with Lin Shangwan, you know about Bai Jiran, don't you? Jiang Ko's face eased, grudgingly what's wrong with her? Isn't it quite to your liking? Yes. Jiang Shijing smiled, this is not, after the breakup, she is not good at finding a job, the little girl has not experienced the whacking of society, I can't bear to see her suffer, so I placed her beside Lin Shangyan. Lin Shangyan's body stiffened. The curtain swung gently due to her movements. Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes and swept them. He withdrew his gaze and continued to explain. Lin Xiangye and Bai Jiran are quite compatible, no matter what grudges she once had with me, she's not bad to those around her, and Bai Jiran won't be subjected to any storms by following her. I rashly send people over, also this is not, in order to let Lin Xiang evening willingly to Bai Jiran good, I just promised to change a project to her. Uncle is overly concerned, I don't have half a thought for her, and there's no such thing as using Jiang's to give her a blood bag. A speech that made sense. Jiang Ko's anger subsided, and he got up and said in a serious tone, Sure Jing, people's hearts are unpredictable in this world, don't step into the same pit a second time, haven't you suffered enough for her? Well, I know. Jiang Shijing absently pressed the corner of the table. Jiang Ko patted him on the shoulder, remember, uncle will support whoever you're with in the future, but Lin Xiangyan is definitely not okay. Jiang Shijing's eyes sank and sank, finally hooking his lips, don't worry uncle, I know what's in my heart. The two of them spoke and went out, bringing the door with them. Chapter 51, His Favorite by Jiran. The conference room fell into silence. In the corner of the side behind the curtains, Lin Xiangyan bit her lip in death, only hearing her heartbeat like a beating, thumping. She loosened her clenched hand and spread it out. One palm was covered in crystallized cold sweat. Lin Xiangye smiled to herself and pulled back the curtains to go out. She glanced upwards on her way out, and the 3 big words conference room were clearly labeled. It was her own mistake. However, it was good to be wrong, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to hear Jiang Shijing reveal his heart to his uncle. Lin Xiangye walked towards the restroom, lost in thought. Love or no love was really obvious. Since she had returned to China, she had experienced all kinds of trips from Lin Shijuan, and all kinds of taunts and ridicule and difficulties when talking about cooperation. Jiang Shijing's cold eyes, not touched. But for Bai Jiran, Jiang Shijing has taken great pains to plan, and for this reason, he has gone out of his way to give her a project at Jiang's headquarters. Jiang Shijing is not a flirt, his heart, his feelings, all stay in Bai Jiran. Lin Xiangyan raised her eyes and looked at herself in the mirror. She was bright and cold, and Bai Jiran was pure and lively. Not only are their looks and temperaments very different, but their hatred and love are even more extreme. Lin Xiangye closed her eyes fiercely and turned around to go out. She pushed open the door to the parlor. Jiang Shijing was sitting on the sofa sipping a cup of tea. The aroma of tea wafted over, and judging by the color, it was the right Da Hong Pao. Lin Xiangyan's eyes moved, and she walked over with a cold face. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Shijing was iced by her tone, raising an eyebrow at her. Didn't you come up a long time ago? What took you so long? Lin Xiangye turned around and sat down opposite him, saying lightly, I haven't gotten my hands on the project yet. When is Mr. Jiang going to approve it for me? Or do you want me to drink another round with Jiang Ku? Jiang Shijing paused, his eyes falling on her, not letting go for a moment. Are you angry? Lin Xiangye straightened her back, in a businesslike conversational stance. I'm just asking you if the project is still given? If you don't give it, let Bai Jiran get out of my house. Jiang Shijing stared at her for 2 seconds, suddenly putting away his less than serious demeanor and saying with a straight face, where did you go before you came to the parlor? Lin Xiangye's eyebrows jumped, her gaze sank cold, and her tone intensified. I'm talking to you about business. Will the project be given or not? This kind of Lin Xiangye, Jiang Shijing rarely saw. Even when they were in love and quarreled in the past, Lin Xiangye wasn't this angry. He unconsciously frowned and mused, I'll change someone to be in charge of this project. If it's quick, we can go through the contract process this afternoon. Just send someone to butt heads. That's good, I will take good care of Ms. Bai for you. Lin Xiangye's eyebrows softened by 2 points. Being able to get the project was a good thing. Other than that, she didn't want to think about it. She took out the box from her bag and placed it in front of Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing's eyes fell on the box, slightly wrinkling his eyebrows, then resuming as if nothing had happened. What is this? My grandfather left it behind. It needs to be opened with a special key. Last time I was at the bar I saw you had this kind of key. It's similar to the one my grandfather wore on his body when he was alive. Can you tell me where to go to get this kind of key? Lin Xiangye looked at him squarely, a touch of obvious anxiety crossing the bottom of her eyes. She desperately wanted to know which shareholders held all those confidential technologies. But Lin Shijuan might also be lining up a search, so she couldn't go to the shareholders to try and find out. She couldn't go to the shareholders and try to find out. She mustn't let Lin Shijuan find out that she already knew about the technology and the cause of Chun Chen's death. Otherwise, with the vicious nature of the Lin family's 3 mouths, they will definitely kill her. She had just returned to the company, her foundation was not yet stable, even Zhong Jie did not fully trust her, and she was hiding things both inside and outside of her words. She had to see if there was anything about secrets in this box or not. Oh, you want the key to open the box? Jiang Shijing's tone was flirty and laughed. You're asking the right person. I know what to use to open it. Really? Lin Xiangye's lips curved lightly, her heart completely relieved. Then help me open the box. Jiang Shijing was still smiling, sniffing with a playful tone. On what grounds? Lin Xiangye froze. Jiang Shijing leaned over and pressed down on the coffee table, looking at her across a coffee table. Do the two of us have any friendship? Why should I do you a favor? Lin Xiangye's heart was stuffy, and she tugged at her lips. Yes, she had taken that remark too much for granted. What kind of friendship did Jiang Shijing have with her? She had taken a project in exchange for a person, and with her upper lip touching her lower lip, the words of request just came out of her mouth. Do you still think it's the old days when you were in love? Lin Xiangye fixed her mind, raised her eyes and said, you mentioned the conditions, except for sleeping with you. Coincidence. Jiang Shijing laughed out loud and hooked her chin, his tone frivolous. In addition to sleeping with me, nothing else will do. Lin Xiangye held Jiang Shijing's dishonest hand, pulling it off but not letting go. Jiang Shijing was stunned for a moment, his teasing eyes more than a few points of laughter. You promised. Before the words were finished, he was nailed by Lin Xiangye's disgusted and icy eyes. Lin Xiangye pressed his hand and pressed it on the coffee table. Her tone was light, but her mocking meaning was full. You really make me sick. Jiang Shijing's eyes deepened, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Chapter 52, Lin Xiang evening. I really owe you. He looked like he didn't hear. What? I said you're disgusting. Lin Xiangyan couldn't suppress her anger, disgust hanging on her bright face. You can consider everything for Bai Jiran and make arrangements with all your heart. What about Sister Qinting? Jiang Shijing straightened up, with little expression. What do you mean? All of Lin Xiangyan's emotions rushed to the tip of her heart in an instant, and she followed with a cold smile as she got up. She just lost her father, her injuries haven't healed yet, and she trusts you with all her heart and soul, and yet you're in the company asking another woman to sleep with you. She sneered and snickered, becoming more and more tongue-tied. Are you that desperate? What kind of woman can satisfy you? Or is it that you, young Master Jiang, are just so untalented that you can? Even if it's your ex who dumped you and left you to suffer all the ridicule at the wedding site, you can. Jiang Shijing suddenly clasped the back of her neck, and across the coffee table, roughly and ferociously blocked her lips. Lin Xiangya's lips ached, tasting the rusty flavor of blood, and she was so angry that she pushed him straight. But Jiang Shijing's strength was so strong that not only did he not move, he also hooked her tongue deeper. Lin Xiangya uncharacteristically didn't struggle, didn't bite back, and let him have his way. Noticing that her quietness was different from other days, Jiang Shijing opened his eyes and was stunned. Her always cold eyes were filled with water, looking at him with despair and sadness. The bottom of her eyes were obviously filled with heartbreak. Jiang Shijing let go of Lin Xiangyan almost immediately. You don't help or don't help, I don't have to ask to come to you. Lin Xiangyan didn't organize her emotions, clearly letting out harsh words, hard because of a few drops of tears hole out a trembling ending. It didn't sound like a temper tantrum, more like an aggrieved petulance. So annoying. Lin Xiangyan gave up on herself and closed her mouth tightly, turned around, and walked away. As she passed by, she was suddenly hugged from behind by Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangyan wanted to struggle, but her arms were forcefully hooked by Jiang Shijing's arms. Don't move. Jiang Shijing kissed the back of her neck, soothing her like a cat, showing weakness and murmuring, just now you'll pretend you didn't hear what I said. The key needs to be matched, leave the box here with me, come and get it half a month later. Lin Xiangyan frowned to endure, did not have the good sense to say, do not what conditions to exchange? Jiang Shijing laughed lightly, don't. He kissed the back of Lin Xiangyan's neck again, this is enough. Lin Xiangyan immediately struggled out of his embrace and turned around, exasperated. I'll come and get it in half a month. If you dare to trick me, it's over. Jiang Shijing smiled, a pool of soft water wandering in his eyes. What can you do to me? When she met his smiling eyes, Lin Xiangyan got goosebumps. It was the same thing. Jiang Shijing's eyes looked at a dog with deep affection. She seriously thought about it and raised her eyebrows threateningly. I can't do anything to you, but don't forget, Bai Jiran is in my hands. You sent her to me, you just gave me a handle, your beloved girl is pinched in my hands. What do I let you do that you won't do for me? The more Lin Xiangyan said, the more she felt that she had Jiang Shijing on her hands, and for a moment she was glowing, her eyes glittering. Jiang Shijing stared at her seriously for 2 seconds and hooked his lips. Beloved girl? Who did you hear that from? Lin Xiangyan blankly glanced at him, stepping on her high heels and leaving furiously. With a snap, the parlor door was thrown open to the heavens. Within a few moments, Yan Jing came in from outside, surprised. What's wrong with Ms. Lin? The cat blew up and didn't settle down. Jiang Shijing pondered for a moment and waved his hand at him. Go check the surveillance and see who all entered the conference room half an hour ago. He picked up the box on the table and examined it for a few seconds before sighing leisurely. It was still sent to me. Lin Xiangyan, I really owe you. A few minutes later, Yan Jing came over to reply. Just check the surveillance, only Ms. Lin went into the conference room and came out a few minutes after you and Minister Jiang came out. Jiang Shijing's gaze lurched and he was dumbfounded. Yan Jing was puzzled. What's wrong, Mr. Jing? Did Ms. Lin hear something confidential? Jiang Shijing's expression was weary, leaning back on the leather chair. What secrets, but just a load of bull lies. No wonder Bai Jiran is a mouthful, thinking that holding her means holding my lifeblood. Yan Jing scratched his head, even more confused. The room was silent for a few seconds, and Jiang Shijing was somewhat unable to sit still. You bring a message to Bai Jiran. Chapter 53, Jiang Su appeared. Lin Xiangyan was not there, and Bai Jiran was the only one in the apartment. She stood in the doorway as a rule, listening to the words Yan Jing commanded, her eyes full of uncontrollable consternation. What exactly does Mr. Jing mean? Doesn't he hate Ms. Lin and want to give her a hard time? Could this matter cause Miss Lin no pain? Yan Jing had his hands behind his back, his face cold and solemn. When did Mr. Jing ever say that he wanted to make things unpleasant for Miss Lin? Don't guess his mind, and don't speculate on what he commands, just do it. Bai Jiran bit her lip, the 100 doubts in her heart could only be suppressed. Okay, I'll do as I'm told. Well, your payment. Yan Jing handed her a check. Bai Jiran bitterly shook her head. I don't want money. Yan Jing threw it at her. You have to. The rule here at Mr. Jing is to take money. If you don't want money, then don't continue to stay by Mr. Jing's side. Bai Jiran's eyes reddened, suppressing the sourness in her heart, picking up the check that floated to the ground. With the person gone, she secretly clenched her fists and took out her cell phone to make a call. After the call was connected, Lin Xiangyan's voice came from inside, slightly puzzled. Jiran, what is it? Sister Lin. Bai Jiran's tone was chirpy, but on the other end of the phone, her complexion was ice cold, and there wasn't any half smile under her eyes. I want to take a vacation from you. I won't be home to cook for you tonight, is that okay? Lin Xiangye listened to her shy and timid tone. You have something to do, go ahead and do it. I won't necessarily be home for dinner tonight. Bai Jiran smiled and thanked her, then asked, doesn't Sister Lin even ask me why I'm on vacation? This is your private matter, it's not convenient for me to ask. Lin Xiangyan casually said. The next second, Bai Jiran laughed out loud on the phone, I've got a new boyfriend and I'm going out on a date tonight. Lin Xiangye froze. She looked up from the pile of papers and hesitantly said, you and Jiang Shijing. We were destined for each other, it's long over, I should move on. He pushed me to you, isn't that because he hates me? Bai Jiran said indifferently. It was as if finding a new love a few days after breaking up was such a normal thing, and there was no attachment to Jiang Shijing between her words. Lin Xiangyan wanted to laugh a little. Jiang Shijing had been so protective of Bai Jiran, carefully planning her work, but in the end, the girl he had his eye on was with someone else within a few days. Hanging up the phone, she was in a good mood. It was as if there was a cycle of karma between those who failed and those who were failed, and he, Jiang Shijing, was not immune to it, so why should she be so upset by Jiang Shijing's words? Lin Xiangye was out of her mind for a moment when she received a text message from Wen Qian that she wanted to meet. Xiao Xue? Xiao Xue pushed the door in, Mr. Lin. Has the driver that I asked you to prepare come? Already waiting downstairs. I'm going out. Lin Xiangyan now has 2 cars, the one sent by her grandfather is in the garage, and she usually drives the small, broken car that is $100,000. She now hospitalized, and is a bodyguard, can't always let people drive. She let Xiao Xue recruit a driver over, also for Zhong Jie driving, not long ago just because he couldn't drive. Zhong Jie replaced high chassis car resigned. Today he received a new job, the driver, Uncle Lu, was overjoyed. Mr. Lin, where are you going? Lin Xiangwan looked at the time, Twilight Cafe. Okay. General Manager Lin, thank you for giving me this job, I will definitely drive well in the future. Uncle Lu gripped the steering wheel tightly and stepped on the gas. Lin Xiangwan looks at him several times in a row. Uncle Lu, you've been driving on Uncle Zhong's side for many years, right? Uncle Lu, yeah, 18 years. Lin Xiangye did not move and smiled. Then do you know which shareholder Uncle Zhong usually gets together with? Uncle Lu hesitated, sensing the temptation in her words. Lin Xiangyan raised her eyes to look at him and opened the door. You are 43 this year, if you have a good ear, you can work under my hand for at least 10 years. Nothing I ask will be unfavorable to Uncle Zhong. Uncle Lu, think clearly about whether to answer your future boss. When these words came out, Uncle Lu immediately made a decision. Look at what you said, how could I think that you are going to do something unfavorable to Mr. Zhong? It's like this, Mr. Zhong usually keeps to himself and doesn't contact the other shareholders, but when he has a birthday, he will go to Zhao Qian Zhao shareholders to have a drink. Zhao Qian. Lin Xiangyan's eyes lightly trembled, her complexion gradually complicated. Things before the age of 10, she still remembered. At that time, her mother was still alive and often helped her grandfather and Lin Mu take care of the company. Over and over, she and Zhao Qian, who was the project manager at the time, started communicating frequently. Later, Lin Mu realized that Zhao Qian was not looking at her mother innocently, and while he was drunk, he turned over unseen love letters hidden in the house. The two fought, and the mother and he made a scene at home again, proving his innocence over and over again. Zhao Qian swears that there is only undeclared love, not the slightest transgression, for the sake of his mother's marital peace to walk away. The matter is grandfather to step in and press, not allowed Lin Mu nonsense, and did not take into account Zhao Qian should not have the heart. But the mother still and Lin Mu often quarrel, and then no longer go to the company. If not for Uncle Lu suddenly mentioning it now, Lin Xiangwan had forgotten about this old incident, and also suddenly remembered that after she returned to China, she had several episodes in front of the shareholders, and Zhao Qian never uttered a single word, and was silent in the corner. But when it was decided that she would be the president, Zhao Qian was the second to agree after Zhong Jia. Arriving at the Twilight Cafe, Lin Xiangyan collected her thoughts and went in to see Wen Qian sitting by the window. Evening. Wen Shallow jolted up, waving her hand with an anxious expression. Lin Xiangye quickly walked over and put her bag down. What happened? Did Jiang Shijing renege on the piece of land he promised you? No. It has nothing to do with my family. Wen Qian hurriedly pushed a cup of hot latte to her, looking strange. Do you know who I ran into today? Lin Xiangye took a sip of her latte. Who? Wen Xiao took a deep breath. Jiang Su. Lin Xiangye's hand shook, coffee spilled out, instantly scalding the back of her hand red. Why are you so careless? Quickly wipe it off, did you burn it? Wen Xiao yanked over a tissue to wipe her. Lin Xiangye was a little taken back, murmuring, it's only been 3 years, how did he get released? Jiang Su is simply the only person in her life that she has to sweat when she hears about it. Chapter 54, she owes Jiang Shijing a life. Wen Qian got up and went around to sit next to Lin Xiangye, holding her slightly trembling hand. I also thought it was strange, and went to ask my father again. He said that Jiang Su was young at the time, and was indeed only sentenced to 3 years. After she finished speaking, she realized Lin Xiangye's pale silence and hastened to pacify, "That's all in the past, and now that he's out he won't come to mess with you." Lin Xiangye slowly exhaled, pulled back to 3 years ago by the past. Jiang Su was Jiang Shijing's younger brother, and after he was taken by Tang Li in a failed bid to take over the company, he was sent to study in a city far away from Rongcheng. Since then, Jiang Shijing had resisted the pressure to go to college while carrying the family business and talking business. Usually look so casual people, work up through a life-threatening ruthlessness, actually really do let the company then even more prosperous. 3 years ago, she and Jiang Shijing had not yet been engaged. The whole city did not dare to look down on the young master of the Jiang family, in the banquet organized by the Jiang family have flattered and flattered. That night, she went to the Jiang family's house and met Jiang Su in the back garden, who had climbed over the wall. Lin Xiangyan clearly remembered that scene. The brooding man who bore a 3-part resemblance to Jiang Shijing stared at her, his eyes sneering. "You're the girlfriend that Jiang Shijing holds dear to his heart?" Sensing the danger, she was unwilling to speak to Jiang Su, and as soon as she turned around, she was pulled by Jiang Su's hair and yanked into the grass. She was slapped twice by Jiang Su, her head buzzing without the strength to scream out. When her skirt was about to be torn off, Jiang Shijing arrived. Seeing that things were lost, Jiang Su took out a knife and laughed. "Jiang Shijing, you shouldn't have returned to China. Otherwise I wouldn't have lost my company and couldn't even stay in Yun City. I want you to see the person you love die." That knife, it was Jiang Shijing's who kicked away Jiang Via to stop him. But after Jiang Via fell to the ground, he immediately got up and stabbed Jiang Shijing's in the abdomen, and then fled over the wall. Under the dim light of the garden, flying insects were circling around. Jiang Shijing's covered his bleeding wound, turned his head, and smiled at her with all his might. "Don't be afraid, late, it's safe." How should I describe his smile? It was the last bright moonlight at the end of the world. Lin Xiangye, terrified, climbed up and hugged her fallen beloved, crying and calling for help. Along the way, she kept tasting the hot tears rolling down her eyes. After 2 hours of resuscitation, the bleeding port stopped bleeding, and Jiang Shijing recovered his life. Seeing Jiang Shijing's blood loss and blue lips, Lin Xiangye stumbled over and kissed Jiang Shijing's in front of everyone. At that time, she thought that if Jiang Shijing really died, then she wouldn't be able to live either. Not long after that, Jiang Su was arrested. The old lady was furious. Tang Li cowed out her head, promised not to compete for Jiang's mind, and voluntarily took out the shares that Jiang's father left to her before he died to atone for his sins, which ensured that Jiang Su wasn't indicted for intentional homicide, and was sentenced to 3 years. Almost lost his innocence, and the person he loved was seriously injured and almost not saved. Lin Xiang Evening's heart fell into shadow, mentioning Jiang told the body chills. But now Jiang Su was even released from prison. She grasped Wen Xiao's hand with all her might. Does Jiang Shijing know about this? At first, that stepmother of his promised to send Jiang Via abroad after he got out. She must send him away as soon as possible. Today I met him in a bar. Jiang Zhou was wearing an apron and seemed to be working inside. It looked like he wasn't going to leave. Wen Qian held Lin Xiangyan's hand back and said softly, "Do you want me to have someone drive him away?" "No, you don't want to cause trouble." Lin Xiangyan hesitated for a few seconds. "Which bar is he in?" Wen Xin said a name. "Good." Lin Xiangyan settled down. "I'll go and fix him." When Qian was busy pulling her back, "Why are you going to meet Jiang Su? It's so dangerous. He really wanted to kill you to kill Jiang Shijing at that time. What if something happens again?" Lin Xiangya shook her head. "No, this time I won't give him a chance to hurt me. I'll bring a few bodyguards." 3 years ago, it was her who owed Jiang Shijing. At that time, they were lovers, and she was touched by Jiang Shijing's sacrifice of his life to save her, not thinking that going their separate ways in the future would become a big favor she owed Jiang Shijing. Since it was owed, it had to be paid back. She didn't even want to see Jiang Su, let alone Jiang Shijing's. When she got into the car, Wen Qian stopped Lin Xiangya, wanting to say something. Lin Xiangya smiled at her. "Didn't I bring bodyguards? Don't you worry, go back. I'll go with you, or I'll tell Jiang Shijing about this." Wen Qian's tone was firm, not to be refused. Lin Xiangya pondered for a moment. "Okay, then you stay far away from us. I don't want to see you in the slightest danger, is that okay?" Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Yes, I promise not to come near you." After getting into the car, she took advantage of Lin Xiangya's efforts to fasten her seatbelt and hunkered down in a corner to send a text message to Jiang Shijing. "Late night went to meet Jiang Su. Your family's grudge, don't let her get involved. Come quickly." Chapter 55, this time she protects him. At this point in the bar's afternoon, most of the stores were preparing for opening for business. Lin Xiangyan looked through the window and saw a tall, masked man wiping tables. Her feet lurched and her palms began to sweat. When Qian followed behind and pulled her back, "It's better not to go, you look pale. You wait here, don't come in." Lin Xiangya interrupted her and led the bodyguards straight in. The bodyguards were murderous and had bad faces when they barged in. A few bar employees were trembling in fear, but the man with the tallest son threw away his rag and leaned over the table to hold his arms and surveyed Lin Xiangyan. His face was covered, only revealing a pair of eyes that were covered in a gloomy and chilly aura, making people panic inside. Lin Xiangye looked straight at him, trying to overcome the shadow in her heart, and coldly said, "Let's talk." A few employees panicked and ran away, leaving the entire empty bar to them. The man let out a light laugh, pulled out a stool and sat down, lifting his chin at Lin Xiangye. "It's been a long time, why has your nature changed like this? Wasn't she a dainty little princess before?" Lin Xiangye sat down 2 meters away from him. "I'm not here to catch up with you. 3 years ago Tang Li personally promised that she wanted you to leave Banyan City after you were released from prison and never come back. Why didn't you keep your promise? Jiang family members aren't in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for?" Jiangsu tilted his head and looked at her good-naturedly, his eyes half narrowed. "You're afraid I'll kill you?" Several of the bodyguards were stupid and on the verge of striking at any time. Jiangsu didn't even blink, undaunted by their aura. Lin Xiangyan's breathing began to catch. She didn't understand why Jiangsu was as disgusting as Lin Shijing. It was clear that Jiang Shijing's mother had taken out her mother's family's funds to subsidize the company, and it was clear that her mother had also used her dowry to save Prosperity Star from a crisis, so it could be said that without them, there would be no Jiang or Prosperity Star. But these two, they rightfully felt that they should be in charge of the company and replace them. On what grounds? Lin Xiang Evening endured the anger to get up, indifferently said, "You just die this heart, no matter it's me or Jiang Shijing's, you don't have the chance to get your hands on it again if you obediently leave Young City even if you don't leave." "So what if I don't leave?" Jiangsu stood up and walked towards her step by step. "If you have the ability, you can kill me." Lin Xiangwan stiffened. "Don't you come over." Several bodyguards were busy blocking in front of her, glaring aggressively at Jiangsu. "Get out of the way. Otherwise don't blame us for not being polite." Jiangsu only pretended to be deaf, holding a small knife in his right hand and raising his left arm. He laughed indulgently. "You're really in love with Jiang Shijing, you've been dumped by him and still chased after him here, afraid that I'll hurt him, tsk. Lin Xiangye pressed down on the corner of the table, her willow eyebrows lightly raised, and she droned, "You don't have the chance to hurt him now, and don't even think about touching a single finger of mine." "Jiangsu, I'm not afraid of you." Jiang Shui laughed insidiously, laughing indulgently and loudly. He turned the tip of the knife around and aimed it at his pulse. "Who said I was going to touch you? I'm using this knife to tell you that I was born in the Jiang family of Young City, and I will die here. I'll be a ghost for the rest of my life and I'll never stop haunting Jiang Shijing." "Aren't you thinking about the knife I stabbed Jiang Shijing with?" Jiang Vi said, sending his wrist towards Lin Xiangyan, his smile getting weirder and weirder. "I'll give it back to you." A group of bodyguards blocked it so that he couldn't touch Lin Xiangyan. A few people looked at Lin Xiangye worriedly, fearing that she would be frightened and something good would happen to her. Lin Xiangwan quietly looked at Jiang Shui, her red lips lightly opened. "Jiang Shui, I'm not the same Lin Xiangwan from 3 years ago, you can't scare me with this trick." Jiang Shui paused. A plain white hand reached over from behind the bodyguards and grabbed his hand holding the knife. "Don't you want to die?" Lin Xiangye hooked her lips in a gentle smile, like a cold moon ghostly, with some silky chill. "I'll fulfill you, you should have returned this knife to Jiang Shijing in the first place." As the words fell, she pressed down hard on the back of Jiangsu's hand. Jiangsu didn't even have time to react, the sharp blade had already cut through his pulse. Blood instantly gushed out from the wound. Lin Xiangye let go of Jiangsu the moment her hand was stained with blood, stepped back 2 steps, and carefully wiped it with a handkerchief. "I'll send someone to watch you, without leaving Young City. Be prepared to have your every move watched. I won't give you any chance to hurt Jiang Shijing." Lin Xiangye threw the handkerchief and twisted her head to leave. The next moment, she stopped in her tracks. In front of the bar, Jiang Shijing quietly watched her, having stopped for an unknown amount of time. Chapter 56, Jiang Shijing Cha-Chas. Under the dim light of the bar, Lin Xiangyan was the first to withdraw her sight. She pretended to be calm and lifted her feet to walk away. When she was about to brush past, Jiang Shijing sidestepped and followed. He chased him outside. Lin Xiangye interrupted ahead of him. "I did it because you saved me 3 years ago. I have a very clear distinction between feelings and kindness, don't think too much about it." Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes, paused for a long time on her slightly pale face, and suddenly reached out and grabbed the corner of her coat. Lin Xiangye was stunned. "What are you doing?" "I'm afraid." Jiang Shijing frowned in aggravation, tightly grasping her hand upwards, trying to hook Lin Xiangyan's pinky. Lin Xiangye dodged, her expression tightening for a moment as she lifted her chin. "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Shijing's hand froze in mid-air and whispered, "I was dying, lying in the hospital bed. I could only hear your cries. I wanted to open my eyes but couldn't, and I was so cold." Lin Xiangyan couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at him. The man who was close to 1 meter 9, at this moment, his face is full of aggression and fear, like a large dog that was bullied outside and complained to its owner. "At that time, I thought that I might never wake up again. If I can wake up, I want to see you." Jiang Shijing tried again, hooking Lin Xiangyan's finger. This time Lin Xiangyan didn't dodge, stiffen and didn't move, her heart rose to full capacity, sour and painful. Seeing that she didn't react, Jiang Shijing's eyes grew thick with affection, slightly leaning over and lightly leaning on her shoulder, half of his body weight pressed on her. Noticing that Lin Xiangye raised her hand to push, he closed his eyes. I was afraid that I'd really die then, Knight. I'm so afraid that I won't be able to see you again. That's why I'm also afraid to see Jiang Su now. He's a murderer. Lin Xiangye's heart softened a bit. No matter what, their relationship before the engagement was still very good. It was also true that Jiang Shijing would rather die for her. Her hand that was pushing Jiang Shijing's back hesitated for 2 seconds, and instead she hugged him and gently patted his back. Past. Lin Xiangye's voice was a little shaky. Jiang Shijing's, don't be afraid, I won't let Jiang Su hurt you again. Where she couldn't see, Jiang Shijing's hooked his lips, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with the surprised smile of a lost and found, a dead tree welcoming spring. He hugged Lin Xiangye tightly and said in a low voice, thank you, no matter if you're doing it to repay a favor or whatever, thank you for coming to see Jiang Su for me, and for moving a knife and seeing blood for me. Lin Xiangye listened to the breathless voice on her ear and felt that Jiang Shijing was crying. It was also true that at that time, for her, it was the shadow of innocence and the loss of the love of her life, and for Jiang Shijing, it was also tangible that she almost lost her life. Jiang Shijing should be more afraid of Jiang Su than she is. No matter how beautiful he is now, how big his business is, the fear of dying is often deep in the marrow. Lin Xiangye patted Jiang Shijing's while softly consoling, I'll send someone to watch Jiang Su, 24-hour surveillance, he can still survive in Banyan City if he honestly stays in the bar, otherwise even if he's knocked out and thrown into the river, I'll still take care of him. The smile in Jiang Shijing's eyes intensified, rubbing against her neck. Evening, you're getting more and more decisive now. Lin Xiangye paused, doubts growing under her eyes. She was just about to push Jiang Shijing away when a cry of alarm came from the entrance of the alley. Oh my god! What are you guys doing? Lin Xiangye immediately pushed Jiang Shijing's away and saw the dazed Wen Xian. Her heart tightened, and for some reason she was a little weak, immediately catching up with her with quick steps. The faint jasmine fragrance of her body was still in the air. Jiang Shijing hooked his lips, inserted his pockets in a good mood, and returned to the bar. The black-clothed men he brought with him outnumbered those bodyguards and surrounded Jiang Su in unison. Why don't you guys recuse yourselves first? The man in black lifted his chin. With us here, this person can't run away. The bodyguards hesitated for a moment and left with good sense. Jiang Su couldn't see Jiang Shijing outside the crowd, pressing the wound on his wrist and saying in a deep voice, didn't you guys hear me? I can't stop the bleeding, I need to go to the hospital. Get out of the way. Outside the crowd, a lazy, soft laugh suddenly rang out. Long time no see, brother. Jiang V stiffened violently and slowly turned back. The men in black withdrew to stand in 2 rows, making way. At the end of the crowd, Jiang Shijing was covered in a murderous aura, his face in the shadows, only those eyes were as icy as a cold tan. Chapter 57, Won't Rekindle Old Feelings. Jiang Su somehow started to shake. No, he didn't feel scared, he wasn't shocked by such Jiang Shijing. Jiang Su stubbornly straightened his back, trying to act arrogant. But before he could utter a single word, Jiang Shijing raised his hand and viciously strangled his throat. Harder, until the veins rippled. Jiang Su's face instantly rose purple, coughing so hard that he couldn't speak a complete sentence. You. Cough, you. Jiang Shijing stared at him expressionlessly, as if he was looking at some kind of dead thing, watching him struggle for survival, harder and harder. He was as handsome as a gentleman when he smiled, and when he revealed his ruthless side, he was like the god of death who killed his way out of hell, unsympathetically oppressing the other party with his murderous aura. Jiang Shijing's eyes were cold and loathsome as he looked at Jiang Su's frail appearance that was about to lose consciousness. I've known for a long time that you're out of prison, and I had planned to just find someone to keep an eye on you and let you live here however you want, but you shouldn't have let Lin Xiangwan see you. You shouldn't have let her feel scared. Jiang Su opened his mouth, his eyes gradually filling with blood, his eyeballs almost bulging out from suffocation. The men beside him wanted to say something, but they were all afraid of messing with this great Buddha. Yan Jing hurriedly came in, and seeing that the situation was not right, he hurriedly rushed over and said, Mr. Jing, if this continues, someone will die. Other people are fine, but he's not easy to deal with. The other clan elders of the Jiang family are watching. Jiang Shijing seemed to have found a trace of sanity, unloading the force on his hands and kicking Jiang Su out 2 meters away. Jiang Su hit the wall and fainted directly. You guys keep an eye on it. Jiang Shijing turned around and lit a cigarette. The hem of his coat was blown by the wind as he went out, where there was still a bit of the appearance of being soft in front of Lin Xiangyan. Yan Jing silently followed, softly asking, why don't you lock him up? That way he can never hurt you and Ms. Lin again. Jiang Shijing pulled open the car door and sat in, hooking a very faint smile. You think I don't dare to get him killed? Jiang's all in my hands, I can kill him whenever I want, those clan elders can't care. But killing directly, it's not fun anymore. The smile at the corner of his lips gradually widened, as if he was reminiscing about something, in a somewhat good mood. How about making a game out of him? Yan Jing looked at his own boss with a spring in his step. Make a game of who? Jiang Shijing looks at him askance. Shut up and drive your car. The corner of Yan Jing's mouth twitched. Ask what is going on. Well, he doesn't need to ask, he knows that it must be related to Ms. Lin. The car sailed away, and the bodyguards standing outside saw the scene just now and looked at each other. Someone spoke, this thing, should we tell Ms. Lin? No need, right? She's asking me to keep an eye on Jiang Su, it's not like I have to report everything. Alright, let's do our part and keep our mouths shut. Several people stood outside, abiding by their duties. On the other side, the car. When Shallow held Lin Xiangye's chin with one hand and said with a stern face, Ms. Lin, tell me the truth, what was the situation in the alley just now? Lin Xiangye blinked calmly. Jiang Shijing saw that Jiang V had shadows and was so afraid that he was going to cry. Well, at least I'm the one who went through this together with him, giving a hug to comfort him without mixing it with anything else. When Shen narrowed her eyes and came closer to her, he's so scared that he's going to cry? Why don't I believe it? Wasn't Jiang Shijing quite happy when he hugged you? Was it? Lin Xiangye paused. When Shallow swore, there was. I saw his mouth grinning from ear to ear. Probably comforted by me, I won't rekindle my old feelings with Jiang Shijing, you believe me? Lin Xiangye was more firm than one sentence. She didn't think that this hug showed that Jiang Shijing had thoughts about her. It was just that they had experienced life and death together before, and they had empathy for each other on this matter. Okay, I'll believe you for once. You see, he broke up and immediately took advantage of Chen Ting's sadness to take advantage of the situation, not a good thing. Let's not talk about this, Shen Fan is leaving the country tomorrow, let's get together again in the evening? When Xian said as she took out her cell phone to make a call. Lin Xiangyan was sitting by the side when her cell phone suddenly buzzed twice. She glanced down and her face changed. It was a prompt message. When she left the old mansion, Lin Xiangyan had someone go and install a monitor and put it in the door lock of the old mansion. When someone pressed the password to go in, it would send a text message to her cell phone. Lin Xiangye was thinking that now that Lin Shijuan had gone out to seize the company's secrets, he might even return to the old mansion to look for something. I didn't expect someone to really go in. Lin Xiangyan clutched her cell phone and said softly, Shallow, I have something to go back to the old mansion, you make an appointment with Shen Fan first, I'll be there later. What's the point of going back to the old mansion? Isn't it empty there? When Shallow looked back between phone calls and looked at her curiously. Lin Xiangye didn't have time to explain and went straight to the old mansion in separate directions from her. When she arrived, the front door was open and there was a black Lincoln parked inside. Lin Xiangye's eyes were cold, saw a wooden stick under the tree outside the door, picked it up and used it as a tool while she had it, walked straight in. Chapter 58, Not a Couple, We're Okay. Lin Xiangye first checked the underground garage and the first floor. She had just reached the living room when she heard a sound from upstairs that seemed to be coming from the room she lived in at first. Lin Xiangye frowned. When her grandfather died, she was heartbroken and unwilling to step foot in the old mansion to touch it, emptying her things to return to Lin Mu's place to live. Now there was nothing in her room. She eased her footsteps and approached the upstairs. The door to the room was closed, and Lin Shijuan's voice came from inside. Strange, why can't you find it? Lin Xiangye chilled her face and lifted her foot to kick open the door. What can't you find? Do you want me to help you find it? Lin Shijuan was so scared that the makeup box in his hand fell to the floor. He was a bit flustered, followed by an irritated question, why are you here? Walking without making a sound and holding a stick, what, trying to sneak up on me? I also want to ask you, why are you here? Why did you go through my room? Lin Xiangye carried the stick and looked at him condescendingly, what are you looking for? Lin Shijuan couldn't answer, putting the makeup box back, his mouth stiffened. My mom had a jade bracelet she couldn't find, I came here to see if it was there. Lin Xiangyan went further, gazing straight at him, I'm all emptied out here, where's Xiang carved Qing's bracelet? Lin Shijuan bit back, I suspect you stole it and hid it here, can't you? Since there isn't any, forget it, I'm leaving. He huffed and headed out. Lin Xiangye followed him down the corridor, her eyes downcast as she watched him go down the stairs. You'd better be looking for the jade bracelet. Lin Shijuan's footsteps lurched, looking up at her, a few moments of hatred flashing under his eyes. Or else what am I here to find? Lin Xiangye didn't want to startle the snakes, and deliberately snorted coldly, I'm just your post, and you're resentful, so you came here to put a jade bracelet on it, trying to slander me for stealing your family's things, is that right? Lin Shijuan's eyes flickered, and a sigh of relief was visible to the naked eye. He raised his eyebrows as if he was looking at a brainless fool, if you say so, then so be it. Lin Xiangye's face went cold, her red lips flicking out, get lost. Lin Shijuan glared at her for 2 seconds and quickly left. Lin Xiangye raised her voice, I'll change the door locks. You're not welcome here, none of you will come in from now on. Who cares about coming in? Lin Shijuan didn't return his head, striding out. The sound of a car starting sounded outside. Lin Xiangyan walked over to the window and watched the car slowly drive out of the gate. She was more and more certain that Lin Shijuan had something he desperately wanted that he hadn't found, which was why he had run to the old mansion to rummage around. The thing was most likely related to the box that her grandfather had left her. It had to be unlocked as soon as possible. Lin Xiangyan took out her cell phone and texted Jiang Shijing. Open my box as soon as possible. Jiang Shijing's replied in no more than a few seconds, half a month is half a month, not even 1 day more or less. Lin Xiangye rolled her eyes at her cell phone. When she left, she asked her driver, Uncle Lu, to seek out a locksmith to change the highest grade combination lock on the market, and then went to the bar where she had an appointment with Wen Qian and the others. This time, only the class president and Xin Fan, the others were either busy with work or had something to do and couldn't come. As soon as Lin Xiangye entered, Xin Fan rushed to hand her a drink. Come on, you're late, punish yourself with 3 cups. When Xiao slapped his hand and said in a bad mood, she has a stomach problem and can't drink more, just have a drink. Xin Fan, quite worried to look at Lin Xiangyan, you are the president of prosperous Starhay, wine cannot drink more, how to go out to socialize and talk about business. Drinking culture is not left behind in any place. The male bosses in Yun City especially like to persuade people to drink. Lin Xiang evening thought about it. So far the 3 projects she got either dipped into the old lady's light or talked about conditions with Jiang Shijing. She hadn't talked about business at the drinking table yet. She smiled lightly. You have to drink even if you can't when talking about business. I'll punish myself with a glass of wine. Will Mr. Shin be accommodating? Accommodate, Jiang Dezhong's girlfriend. How can I not accommodate? Ow. What are you pinching me for? Xin Fan is towards Lin Xiang evening to squeeze eyebrows. Cold suddenly waist nest was twisted a hand. Pain to pull throat scream. When Xian glared at him, what is the girlfriend of young Master Jiang? You don't mean late night and that Jiang Shijing, right? Yes. Xin Fan blinked. Aren't they a pair? Lin Xiangye didn't move. No, I have nothing to do with him. Xin Fan was puzzled. Then how? Ahem. The class president interrupted him in time, waving his hand. Don't stare at these peach blossom things gossip. You're out of the country tonight, let's have a good drink to be happy. Lin Xiangye also followed and raised his glass. That's right, not to say anything else, I'll accompany you another glass? Xin Fan had to suppress the curiosity of the heart, thinking how to find an opportunity to make things clear, to meet the burning soul of gossip in the body. The box was soon filled with laughter. The waiter pushed a trolley over to deliver the wine, and when he went out to open the door, there was a group of men and women passing through the door. Several people saw the waiter come out and couldn't help but look inside the box. Lin Xiangye was sitting on the leather sofa with her side facing the door, her side face superior, her smiling eyes glistening. Someone exclaimed, that woman is so pretty. Cao Luowan stopped violently and gritted her teeth. That's Lin Xiangye, that's her. She ruthlessly set me up on the birthday of the Jiang family's old lady. So it was her. I wasn't in the Jiang family at the time. If I was there, where would she have been able to bully Luo Huan? Let's go in and take a look. A group of people directly pushed the door in. Chapter 59 He helps other women. The laughter in the box was interrupted. Seeing Gao Luohuan leading a group of people in, Wen Chen first changed her face. She heavily put down her wine glass and said nonchalantly, can't you guys see that there are people drinking here? Still come in to disturb, do you have any quality? Gao Luohuan smiled and said, don't speak so fiercely, I'm not an outsider, I'm engaged to Lin Shijuan, in the future Lin Xiangye is my little aunt, what's wrong with me coming to meet my little aunt? Lin Xiangyan gripped her wine glass tightly, her fingertips were cold from the liquid. She took a sip of wine, didn't look at Gao Luohuan, and lazily said, you've got it wrong, I'm no longer in touch with those people in the Lin family, and I don't want to recognize a bastard as my brother, even if you marry him, there's no intersection between you and me. The phrase bastard made Gao Luohuan change color. This was not just mocking Lin Shijuan, it was a slap in her face. Gao Luohuan walked quickly and wanted to grab a bottle of wine and splash Lin Xiangyan. Xin Fan covered the bottle with her quick eyes and hands, glaring at her coldly, what are you doing with my wine? Can't I use it? I'll pay you double how much. Gao Luohuan was furious, relying on the fact that so many people were behind her, she grabbed it with Xin Fan. Lin Xiangye frowned and said, take your people and get out, this is not a place for you to have fun. Gao Luohuan snorted coldly and continued to grab the bottle. Xin Fan pressed dead center, seeing that the other party would not let go in a moment of anger, raised his hand and pushed, get lost you. He pushed violently, pushing Gao Luohuan to the ground. Gao Luohuan's buttocks hit the ground, and she let out an ouch in pain, her expression agonizing. Li Jia panicked and went over to help her, glaring at Xin Fan and scolding, how can you hit someone? A big man hitting a woman, have you no talent? When did I hit her? Xin Fan said unconvincingly, she was the one who grabbed my wine, I only pushed her away. Didn't she deserve to fall? Behind him, a rich kid rushed over, it's wrong for you to let her fall. It's wrong for you to make the first move. The others even took a few steps forward, ready to move. Lin Xiangye frowned as she watched. She couldn't let Xin Fan clash with these people. The other party was outnumbered and could not be beaten in a fight. All of you calm down. Lin Xiangye spoke out to stop them, looking at Xin Fan and giving him a wink, after all, people have fallen, say sorry. Xin Fan was all hot-blooded and didn't know how to assess the situation, clenching his fists and shouting, this young master hasn't been afraid of anyone. This woman came in and disturbed our drinking and even looked for trouble, I'm not going to apologize. Apologize. Apologize or get beaten. Several men came forward and surrounded him. The class president shielded Lin Xiangyan and Wen Xian behind him to avoid hurting them in the conflict. Wen Xian said anxiously, Xin Fan and the Jiang family have dealings. It doesn't matter if you guys hit him, if you let Jiang Shijing know about it. A few people scoffed. Don't scare us with Jiang Shao. Which one of us isn't doing business with Jiang? We're all Jiang Shao's collaborators, and with so many people's friendship with him, can't we still not be able to stand up to this man? That's right. We've never even heard of this Shin Fan, so what if we just beat him up? Jiang Shao can still come over to protect him? Li Jie even hugged her arms and snorted. Last time in the Jiang family, Lin Xiangye only borrowed Bai Zhiran's wind to force Luo Huan to leave. This time, even if your man gets beaten up, Jiang Shijing won't help you. The more the several people said, the more they became angry and began to push and shove Shin Fan. Shin Fan was pushed by them on the sofa, and his taut string finally snapped, grabbing a man's collar and greeting him in the face. The fight broke out immediately, and the box was instantly in chaos. There were too many people on the other side, almost pressing Shin Fan onto the sofa and beating him. Stop fighting! Lin Xiangye wanted to go and help pull Shin Fan out, but she was yanked by the class president. Don't go over there. It's too dangerous, go call the police quickly, I'll help Shin Fan. He pushed Lin Xiangyan away and joined the fight without a second thought. When Xian rushed to pacify, don't worry, let's go out and call the police, I'll call more people. Lin Xiangyan stumbled with her and ran out of the box. When Shallow went to the corner next to the phone to shake people. She then took out her cell phone to call the police. Just before she could dial the number out, the phone was suddenly jerked away. Lin Xiangye turned around and saw Gao Luowan and Li Jie, who followed her out. I've put up with you for a long time. Gao Luowan pinched her cell phone and condescended. Today, let alone your friends, even you can't escape. She and Li Jie exchanged glances and pressed on step by step. Lin Xiangye was not afraid in the slightest, threatening, give me back my cell phone, let your people hurry up and get out if you're sensible. Although Shin Fan is a local to Rongqing, he's abroad. Yuck. Since he is doing business abroad, his hand can't reach out to Rongqing. He has to take a beating, and you have to take it too. Gao Luowan raised his hand and went to yank Lin Xiangyan's hair. Lin Xianglian's back was tightly pressed against the wall, and when she saw her strike, she was prepared, and first slapped her hard. Gao Luowan was confused by the slap. After reacting, she and Li Jie pounced over at the same time. When Xian had just hung up the phone when she saw the scene and gasped, don't be afraid, I'll help you. See if I don't scratch their faces today. On the corridor, several people were wrestling together. Lin Xiangyan didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but the other party hit Shin Fan and pressed her every step of the way. She was holding her fire, so she no longer had any scruples and lifted her foot to kick Gao Luowan down. When Zhao Yan received Wen Xian's call and hurriedly arrived with Jiang Shijing and his men, the four people in the corridor were still fighting. Next to them were the stairs, which would roll down if they weren't careful, and the bar staff didn't dare to go up, yelling from the first floor for them to stop. Jiang Shijing just looked up through the crowd and saw Lin Xiangyan kneeling on one knee on Gao Luowan's stomach, slapping at her face. Her hair was disheveled but not in a mess, and her delicate face was permeated with a ruthlessness that wasn't afraid of the sky or the earth. Jiang Shijing was stunned for a moment, hooked his lips, and walked up to the second floor. Zhao Yan waved his hand, signaling the bodyguard behind him to go to the box to help. That was a wonderful fight, nice to see, love it. Hearing the voice, Lin Xiangyan froze, her hand raised in mid-air stalled, and then Gao Luowan found a chance to escape. Gao Luowan's face had already been smashed and his lips were bleeding. As soon as he saw Jiang Shijing, he was like seeing a savior, stumbling and running over. Jiang Shao! Jiang Shao, she hit me! She impatiently ran to Jiang Shijing and showed him the injuries on her face. Lin Xiangyan is a crazy. She betrayed you before and now she's hitting me so hard, her character is too bad. Young Jiang, you must not let her go. Gao Luowan thought, her family and Zhang's family had recently collaborated on a production line, and with the partnership plus Jiang Shijing's distaste for Lin Xiangye, she would definitely be able to ruthlessly export her anger tonight. Jiang Shijing looked at Gao Luowan with a smile on his face. Oh? Then how do you want me to help you out? Lin Xiangye had just finished fixing her long hair and looked at him with a cool gaze at his words. When Xiao panted as she ended the fight and shouted, Jiang Shijing, they were the ones who started the fight. You shut up. Li Jie covered her face, which had been scratched with 3 bloody marks, fearing that Jiang Shijing's would see how out of shape she looked. She hid in the shadows and said viciously, even if we were looking for trouble in the first place, there's no way that Jiang Shao would help Lin Xiangye. Lin Xiangyan ignored these voices beside her ears and only looked at Jiang Shijing calmly. What are you going to do? Jiang Shijing looked at Gao Luowan. He smiled teasingly. What does Ms. Gao think is the best thing to do about this? Gao Luowan's heart was overjoyed, mesmerized by his good-looking eyes, even forgetting that she was Lin Shijuan's fiancée. Her face was already miserable, she could blush a little more and shyly said, I'll listen to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shijing's smile was gentle, and his tone became lighter and lighter. Then how about I make a call to Yin Jing and ask him to target the company, preferably go bankrupt? Lin Xiangye's body stiffened, looking straight at him. It turned out that the calmness of the past few days was all an illusion. Jiang Shijing's so-called revenge after the second chance had finally come. Chapter 60 hands out ruthlessly. Gao Luowan then nodded with great joy. Good. Thanks for helping me out, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Shijing dialed Yanjing. Lin Xiangye's eyes darkened. Don't move, Fanqing. Jiang Shijing's, you can deal with me however you want, don't touch my company. It was Grandpa's blood. It's the company that she used her mother's dowry to support. If it was destroyed today, how could she face her relatives? Jiang Shijing stood at the end of the corridor, looking at Lin Xiangyan's gradually paling face. The phone rang, and Yan Jing's voice rang out from inside. Mr. Jing, what's your order? Jiang Shijing said carelessly, go to Jiang's for an extra shift, there's something for you to do. Lin Xiangyan's body swayed, nearly falling. When Xian supported her and stared at Jiang Shijing's dead in the face, surnamed Jiang, don't go too far. Does the fight between us have anything to do with you? Nothing to do with it, but I'm just nosy, what should I do? Jiang Shijing's raised an eyebrow, an expression of watching a good show. Lin Xiangye suddenly broke away from Wen Xiao's hold and walked over. She knew, had always known. Jiang Shijing's could bankrupt any company in Young City with just a phone call and a hook of the finger. She had taken a huge risk by coming back, but she still held on to the hope that Jiang Shijing's would only target her and not Fan Xing. She was wrong. Jiang Shijing's ruthlessness was such that he didn't care about other people's lives. At this moment, she actually had some regrets. If she had pretended not to know when she heard Jiang Shijing's words at the bar and married him, she might have been able to use the power of the Jiang family to support Fan Xing and kick Lin Mu and the others out of the way. I was still young and impetuous back then. What like or not like, what feelings of cleanliness, with the prosperous star then what counts? Her heart is trampled on, or better than the prosperous star closure. Lin Xiangyan stood in front of Jiang Shijing, raising her eyes to meet his. What do you want to say? Jiang Shijing stared at her as well. Lin Xiangye coldly said, word for word, if prosperous star goes bankrupt, Jiang Shijing, you're just waiting to die with me. She wasn't threatening Jiang Shijing's. If she couldn't hold on to Flourishing Star, she would have to die in Thanksgiving, dragging the culprit who caused Flourishing Star to go bankrupt along with her. Jiang Shijing was still smiling. Good, I'll wait for you to come to me for revenge. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock there will be a result. At 8 o'clock on time I'll be waiting for you at Jiang's president's office. Lin Xiangye had nothing to say, turned around and went back to the box. The bodyguards had already pulled apart two groups of people. Xin Fan was beaten to the point that his nose was bruised and swollen, blood bubbling from the corners of his eyes. The class president also had multiple bruises on his body, and it looked like he had been slammed with many punches. Lin Xiangye's eyes trembled. I'm sorry, I'm the one who got you guys into trouble. Let's go, I'll send you guys to the hospital. The building is about to fall. First send off your friends, then go to the graves of your grandfather and mother to ask for forgiveness. Xin Fan frowned, pulling the wound painfully backward, hesitantly said, these bodyguards were sent by you? No. Lin Xiangye went over to support him, signaling Wen Xian to support the squad leader. Anyway, let's go to the hospital first and see if any bones are hurt. Noticing that her entire state was very wrong, Xin Fan wanted to ask but didn't know how to ask, so he could only follow first. As she passed through the corridor, Lin Xiangye didn't look at Jiang Shijing. Gao Luowan watched her go downstairs and sneered, this is what happens when you go against me. Ms. Gao. Jiang Shijing interrupted her and said coldly, aren't you going home to take care of it? Your face is all rotten. Much thanks to young Jiang for his concern. Gao Luowan covered her face and thanked him shyly, not noticing anything wrong with his tone. In that case, Jiang Shijing really didn't have any feelings for Lin Xiangyan. Jiang Shijing withdrew his gaze and entered the box. Zhao Yan watched Gao Luowan's happy appearance from the side and secretly shook his head. Some people, they can't even tell the difference between good and bad words, they don't know what their brains are made of. He followed into the box. The bodyguards were blocking the fighting young masters in a row, not letting them out nor explaining why they were letting them out. A few people gradually began to get annoyed, and only when they saw Jiang Shijing and Zhao Yan coming did they attentively welcome them. Jiang Shao, you're finally here. Just now that Xin Fan, a thug who owns a hotel abroad, actually didn't put us in his sights. He even said he has friendship with the Jiang family. Really? Jiang Shao wouldn't have friendship with such a person. Xin Fan has gotten a taste of the power of our young city people, and he'll dare to stand up for that Lin Xiangwan in the future. Jiang Shijing scanned the people, his eyes glowing with a faint chill. He sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and glanced at the messy desktop. Clear this place out and send some good wine. Good. We'll accompany you without getting drunk. The few people completely put their hearts in their stomachs, knowing that Jiang Shijing was still very much toward them. Zhou Yan stuck his pockets in and watched, not getting close. This young Master Zhou was a notorious workaholic and seldom interacted with other rich kids, so no one greeted him and came over to sit. Soon the table was cleared, and more than 20 bottles of wine were brought up and arranged neatly. Jiang Shijing stubbed out his cigarette, the smoke blurring his eyes. No one could see that his eyes had become shadowy. He picked up a bottle of wine and weighed it. The others reached out for wine to drink with him. Jiang Shijing lifted his eyelids. Did I let you guys move? The seemingly angry or not angry sentence drew the crowd to look at each other and retract their hands. Jiang Shijing stood up with the wine bottle and sneered, who said I wanted to drink with you guys? The box was silent for a split second, and someone couldn't help but ask, "Why are you serving these drinks if you don't drink?" Jiang Shijing frowned impatiently. In the next second, he raised his hand. Bang! The wine bottle was smashed against the man's head, shards and liquid bursting everywhere. Everyone froze, too pale with fear to say anything. Jiang Shijing threw the only remaining neck of the bottle in his hand. His fingertips were stained with cold liquor. He shook it off in disgust and proceeded to pick up the next bottle of wine. The others subconsciously stood up and tried to run, when a weight suddenly fell on their shoulders. The bodyguards had already circled around at some point and pressed them to death on the sofa. Only then did they realize that Jiang Shijing was not turning towards them, he was clearly trying to help Xinfan take revenge. Chapter 61 Deserved to be Killed. Several people started begging for mercy. The wealth of all the rich kids was less than a tenth of the Jiang group. Although Jiang's group was located in Rongqing, its business had already extended to places they could not imagine. This Jiang Shijing, who was about the same age as them, was the existence that most chilled them. The sound of pleading constantly resounded in the box. Jiang Shijing's eyes were half-narrowed, drenched in hostility, his eyes as cold as ice. When they touched his line of sight, everyone's faces turned ashen, knowing that they couldn't escape. Not long after, howls rose and fell in the box, mixed with a strong smell of blood. Zhou Banquet was secretly staggered as he watched Jiang Shijing's merciless behavior as if he were a tyrant. Someone whose forehead was smashed with blood flowing out, wailed and asked, "Jiang Shao is merciful. You're hitting us so hard, what kind of person is that Xinfan to you?" Jiang Shijing kicked the man out more than a meter away, straightened his coat collar, and left without looking back. Only then did Zhao Yan sigh, walking over to skin all the people who had fallen to the ground and cried out in pain. "What kind of friendship can a mere Xinfan have with my cousin? You guys are stupid to this extent, you deserve to be beaten to death." After saying that he was going to follow, a few people struggled to get up, covering their wounds and looking at each other. So Jiang Shijing was doing this for Lin Xiangyan? Late at night, the hospital. Lin Xiangyan's fingertips were cold as she sat quietly in a chair and waited. A few moments later, the doctor finished checking all the wounds for Xinfan and the squad leader. "Didn't hurt the tendons and bones, they're all superficial wounds, you can go back to recuperate after applying medicine." Xinfan smiled and deliberately adjusted the atmosphere, "That's for sure. I've been learning taekwondo since I was a kid, 1 against 10 won't hurt anywhere, if I say so you guys don't worry about it, okay late night? Evening?" He called several times in a row, but Lin Xiangyan didn't even look up. When Xian couldn't help but glare at him, "Will you stop talking? Now Jiang Radish is going to make a move to bankrupt late night's flourishing star for that Galua one." "What?" Xinfan sat up with a flutter, shocked, then, "What kind of friendship does that Galua one have with Jiang Shijing?" "I don't know either. I only know that recently, the Gao family and Jiang group have a cooperative order, but even if that's the case, Jiang Shijing doesn't have to go out on a limb for Galua one, right?" When Xian rolled her eyes 3 times in a few sentences, hating that she couldn't kill Jiang Shijing's with her hands. She grabbed Lin Xiangyan's hand and said indignantly, "I just don't understand. He's so nice to everyone, why does he pick on late night?" Lin Xiangyan blinked, finally reacting because of her words. When Xian asked busily, "Late night, what are you going to do next?" "Flourishing Star was founded by Grandpa and supported by my mother with all her dowry, if it can't be preserved." Lin Xiangyan's eyes darkened, her next words did not come out. Somehow, when Xian saw some determination on her face, she got up violently, "Evening, you won't think about it, right?" "Don't." Xinfan was not amused, "If Jiang Shijing deals with your company, then I'll pay to help you top it. Don't people outside say that I'm from a wealthy family? Then I'll use my money to smash in prosperity and tell them to take a look. The rich can still do what they can't do." When Shan nodded and wrapped her arms around Lin Xiangyan, "Don't think about it, don't ever. We'll all find a way to help you." Lin Xiangyan sensed her uneasiness and patted her hand, "I don't want to drag you guys into this, if Jiang Shijing really does this, that's my lifelong enemy, I will take revenge." When Xian and Xinfan were both stunned. At this time, an abrupt cell phone ringing sounded. Xinfan was a little distracted and picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "Who is it?" This is Xinfan." After he said that, his brows slowly furrowed. When Xian stared at Xinfan curiously. After a moment, Xinfan looked like he didn't know how to answer, took a deep breath and said, "Whatever." Hanging up the phone, another call came over. The ones that called were all unfamiliar numbers, and 3 or 4 in a row did not stop. The more Xinfan listened, the more odd his face became. He held the phone and looked back and forth at Lin Xiangyan and Wen Xiao. "Do you know who called?" Lin Xiangyan raised her eyes to look at him. "It was those rich dude who fought with me at the bar, they said they would never mess with me again and said they would compensate me for my medical bills and send me a gift to apologize." Xinfan snorted, incredulously spreading his hands, "You guys, they wouldn't have been convinced by me, right?" Wen Xin felt funny. "You can really blow, you and the class president 2 to 6, they hurt you much lighter, how can it be that they were beaten into submission by you?" Xinfan was choked for a moment, then why did they apologize? When Xian immediately took out her cell phone. "I'll call and ask Zhao Yan." Lin Xiangye looked at her and curiously said, "You've been in contact with Zhao Yan so frequently lately?" She casually asked, but saw two blushes float across Wen Xiaolo's face. I don't have frequent contact with him, it's just a nodding acquaintance." Shenfan's face gossip, yo, also nodding acquaintance, you shy with strength. When Xian glared at him, "None of your business. I'm hot, can't I? The room is air conditioned, you're still hot? I think you're just interested in that Zhao Yan. Bah! If you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip your mouth off." The two bickered. Lin Xiangyan rubbed her eyebrows and got up to silently go out. The moment she was out of the hospital room, Zhao Yan called Wen Xian. 2 minutes later, Wen Xian excitedly grabbed the door and went out. Evening night. Good news. Jiang Radish he. The corridor was empty, Lin Xiangye was no longer there, and Wen Xian couldn't get through on the phone when she called. Bad. When Shallow thought of something, her face became pale. Wouldn't be unable to think about it and really went to seek death. She did not hesitate to go to the hospital's security guards, to the rooftop and various floors to look for Lin Xiangnan. The phone dialed again, it was already off. Wen Xiao was so scared that her hands were shaking and she kept dialing repeatedly. Late night, you don't want to think about it, you don't scare me. Please must pick up the phone. She didn't tense up, her eyes reddened at once, her resentment instantly rushed to her heart and she called another number. When the phone was just connected, Wen Xian cried loudly, "Late night went to seek death. Surname Jiang. If anything happens to her, I will never let you go." The person on the other side of the phone's breathing stalled. Are you kidding me? How could I possibly joke with something like this? Jiang Shijing, it's all your fault that you didn't. Until now. Do. The call was cut off before Wen Shirao could finish her words. Jiang Shijing was still drinking with Zhao Yan at the bar, and after hanging up the phone, the lethargic streak in his body disappeared without a trace. What's wrong? Zhao Yan froze. Jiang Shijing put down his wine glass, his voice trembling slightly. "Come with me to find Lin Xiangyan." Zhou Banquet was puzzled. Find her for what? Jiang Shijing grabbed the car keys, and a never-before-seen disoriented look appeared on his face. She went to seek death. Chapter 62, Can You Not Leave Me Behind? Lin Xiangya's cell phone signal disappeared for 2 minutes as she rode the elevator. When she went out, the screen of the cell phone in her pocket lit up, because it was out of battery and automatically shut off again. Lin Xiang Evening did not notice, from time to time looked up at the sky full of stars, walking aimlessly on the roadside. Seeing that she couldn't keep handsome, she was too desperate, so she was so impulsive and angry that she let slip that she wanted to die with Jiang Shijing. But even if Prosperity Star went bankrupt, she had to find a way to make a comeback. Even if she couldn't keep the company for the time being, she had to stay alive and keep the core technology of Prosperity Star. What's more, the several shareholders wouldn't just stand by and watch Prosperity Star fall to this state. In any case, there was always a way. Lin Xiangyan exhaled, and when she came back to her senses, she already didn't know which street she had gone to. She saw a cafe in front of her, rubbed her frozen hands together, went in and ordered a hot latte, and when she wanted to pay, she realized that her phone was dead. Is there a place to charge it here? I don't have any cash. Yes, you can sit by the window. Thanks. Lin Xiangye took the latte and sat down by the window, pulling out the charger in her bag to charge her phone, looking out at the traffic outside and thinking about what to do next. 10 minutes later, the phone automatically lit up the screen and turned on. She picked up her cell phone and walked out of the coffee shop, ready to find Zhong Jie to get a word in edgewise and figure out how to deal with it. A sports car suddenly stopped beside her and braked sharply. In the dark night, the ear-piercing sound of brakes cut through the long sky. Lin Xiangye had just pressed the phone and turned around to look at the sound. Jiang Shijing got down and threw open the car door, striding towards her. I don't know if it's because of the dim light from the street lamps, or if the light sign at the coffee shop has been changing color. Lin Xiangye seemed to see Jiang Shijing's eyes reddening and a watery light flickering. She was waiting for him to come closer for a closer confirmation, but Jiang Shijing stopped 2 meters away from her and stopped moving forward. They stared at each other on the side of the road. Jiang Shijing stared tightly at Lin Xiangyan, his eyes darkening. He clenched his fists, letting his windbreaker be blown so that the corners of his coat flopped around, and it took him a while before he spoke. Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan frowned, her tone was impulsive. What else do you want? Jiang Shijing relaxed and smiled. Nothing, just looking at you. Lin Xiangyan froze, her heart suddenly blocked. How could he laugh? Knowing full well that she had returned to China to plan in order to preserve Prosperity Star, he wanted to shake Prosperity Star's foundation for Gao Luohuan. He is always like this. He wants someone else's most precious thing in the middle of a conversation, just like in the bar 3 years ago, when he spoiled her heart with just a few words. The fire in Lin Xiangyan's heart burned hotter and hotter as she walked up to Jiang Shijing and confronted him. Do you think it's fun to bully me? Is it because Gao Luohuan is engaged to Lin Shijuan that you're helping her to deliberately disgust me? After I ran away from the wedding, didn't you have a great time changing girlfriends every now and then? My leaving was no big deal to you, right? Just being mocked for a while. As long as you say a word, I cannot appear in front of you. I just want to run Prosperity Star peacefully. Even this you're going to step on me? She split her head and vented, but Jiang Shijing didn't say anything. Lin Xiangye raised her hand and punched him. Say something. What exactly do you want to do to stop? Why don't you give me a hard time and kill me too? Evening. Jiang Shijing caught her hand and held it tightly. Lin Xiangye's nose was red from freezing, and her hand was cold. She subconsciously wanted to break free, but she was a little confused by Jiang Shijing's sentence of calling out late night. Do you really think I went to the bar to help Gao Luowan? The 8 of them beat up the 4 of you. Do they need my help? Jiang Shijing stared at Lin Xiangye for an instant. His tone was slow, permeated with a sense of helplessness. Lin Xiangye wanted to pull her hand back, but he yanked it tighter. You're not helping Gao Luowan by dealing with Fan Xing? Jiang Shijing's eyes were as deep as a pool of water. Who said I was dealing with Fan Xing? When I called Yin Jing, you personally heard me say the word Fan Xing? Lin Xiangye paused. If I helped Gao Luowan, would I still let you take Xin Fan? If I were to help her, the gang of eunuchs behind her would apologize to Xin Fan? Jiang Shijing looked at her deeply. Lin Xiangyan, I also have self-respect. I can't be like a fool after being abandoned by you. I still come over like a dog to curry favor with you, protect you, and say nice things to you. After he finished speaking, he let go of Lin Xiangyan's hand and took off his coat and draped it over her thin and slender body. Lin Xiangyan was stunned. A car arrived again. Xin Fan and Wen Xian all rushed over. Wen Xiao pushed Jiang Shijing away and hugged Lin Xiangyan, crying loudly, Lin Xiangyan, you're scaring me to death. Why do you have to die? Do you know that my heart is about to pop out? How can you be like this? Lin Xiangwan was a bit confused. I didn't seek death. Why are you all here? It's not because Wen Xian didn't get through to you on the phone, and the hospital couldn't find you, so she thought you couldn't think straight, so she called the police in Jiang Shijing, scaring us to drive all over the city to look for you. Xin Fan sighed helplessly. Evening, the matter of Fan Xing was actually a false alarm. We received information that Jiang Shijing had his men deal with the Gao family, and now the Gao family has gone bankrupt. Lin Xiangye was surprised. The Gao family went bankrupt? Xin Fan took out his cell phone, pressed it twice and handed it to her. Here, look. On the screen was a news story. John's group completely withdrew its capital, the Gao family's industrial chain completely collapsed, the funds melted down, facing a bankruptcy crisis. After reading this sentence, Lin Xiangye turned around violently. Jiang Shijing's sports car was still there, and the person was already far away. She gathered the coat on her body tightly, smelled a faint pine fragrance, and lifted her foot to chase after him. Evening, where are you going? Wen Xian wanted to follow, but was yanked back by Xin Fan. All right, the rest is their business, don't get involved. Jiang Shijing walked very fast, only stopping at the edge of a bridge and lighting a cigarette. The scarlet flames were brightly lit. He had one hand in his pocket, his gaze unfocused on a certain place. Those peach blossom eyes didn't have a smile anymore, they were deep and godless. Lin Xiangye slowly walked to his side and looked down to the lake. Jiang Shijing gave a start, as if he didn't expect her to follow him over, and raised his hand to put out his cigarette. Lin Xiangyan cleared all her thoughts. Calming down was still a bit unreal. You thought I was going to kill myself, so you chased me here? Jiang Shijing did not say anything, just clamped. The hand of the cigarette is still slightly shaking. The fear in his heart has just been pressed down by him, at this moment, hearing the word suicide, and emerged a little. Lin Xiangye turned sideways to look at him. What did you do? And the words you just said, what exactly do you mean? Aren't you trying to get back at me? If you do this, you'll make me misunderstand. Jiang Shijing faintly said, misunderstand what? Misunderstand that you still kind of like me. Lin Xiangye didn't want to sound too narcissistic, misunderstanding that you still remember Lin Zhang's old generation of love, not good enough to really retaliate against me. Read the love of the old generation. Jiang Shijing repeated her words, suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly, turned around and left. Lin Xiangyan didn't know why he suddenly had a temper, and her heart tightened. I don't know where this is. Jiang Shijing still didn't stop walking. Lin Xiangye bit her lip and said deflatedly, it's so late, can you not leave me behind? She had walked a lot today on her high heels, and at this moment, she was already in too much pain to stand, gathering her coat tightly and squatting down. Jiang Shijing stopped, turned back to look at her for a few seconds, sighed in resignation, and walked back to half squat in front of her. Come up. Chapter 63, Jealousy. Lin Xiangye was lying on Jiang Shijing's back and was about to use her strength to move up when her ankle was grabbed. She was stunned, and when she lowered her eyes, she saw that the high heels on her feet had been taken off and carried in Jiang Shijing's hands. Her feet were liberated, and the feeling of stifling pain was instantly liberated. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips, realizing with hindsight that she was a bit humiliated, and gently leaned on Jiang Shijing's shoulder. She tilted her head, not wanting to breathe against Jiang Shijing's side face, and raised her eyes on his back to look at the scenery and the stars. Both of them were silent. Until they got off the bridge, Jiang Shijing carried Lin Xiangye to the sports car. Get in. Lin Xiangye hesitated. I have my own car. The car is in the hospital. Do you want to walk back and drive? Get in. Jiang Shijing insisted that she get in the car, his complexion pale as hell. Lin Xiangye frowned slightly. What's your tone? What kind of anger is this? Jiang Shijing opened the car door, signaling her to come up, not answering. Lin Xiangyan only felt puzzled and went around to the back seat, not going to sit in his passenger seat. But just as she bent down to get in, Jiang Shijing pinched her waist and forcefully dragged her out. Lin Xiangye pushed his hand. What are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Jiang Shijing pinched the back of her neck and threatened in a deep voice, if you don't listen, don't blame me for forcibly kissing you on the main road. Lin Xiangye gave in. She sat in the passenger side, her shoes still on, and her pinky was squeezed and red and swollen and painful. Lin Xiangye wiggled her foot. Jiang Shijing followed and sat in, glancing at her feet and suddenly leaning over to her. I'm even sitting up. Lin Xiangye subconsciously pulled back, feeling that she couldn't avoid it, closing her eyes and pursing her lips. The next second, she smelled the scent of pine wood. Then there was a snap in her ear. Lin Xiangyan heard the sound of a seatbelt buckling and opened her eyes. Jiang Shijing was very close to her, his near-handsome face with a bit of a teasing smile. He cupped Lin Xiangye's chin and said good-naturedly, did you think I would kiss you? Or, do you want me to kiss you? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the weird atmosphere from earlier was instantly broken. Lin Xiangye rarely blushed. She was just about to open her mouth when her cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Shijing hooked his lips and subconsciously glanced at her cell phone screen, his gaze pausing. It was Chino calling. Lin Xiangye was also a bit surprised and picked up the phone. Chino, aren't you recuperating from your injuries? Why are you still up so late? Are you alright? Miss Wen called me 10 minutes ago, saying that you're bent on seeking death. I've already left the hospital to look for you now. Where are you? Don't do anything stupid. Kinu's tone was urgent, carrying obvious concern. Normally, Chino's character was very stable, and would never be this anxious and clueless. Lin Xiangye did not expect Wenxia to startle him, and softly said, I didn't seek death, this is a misunderstanding, you should quickly go back to the hospital to rest, pay attention to your own body. Next to her, Jiang Shijing directly stepped on the gas. Lin Xiangyan was caught off guard and almost dumped her cell phone. She glanced at Jiang Shijing's expressionless face and continued to call. Chino blamed herself a bit, it's all my fault that I couldn't get out of the hospital until now, if only I had stayed by your side and protected you properly. Ha! Jiang Shijing didn't hold back, a mocking sneer spilling out from between his lips. Chino keenly captured it, and was silent for 2 seconds before asking, is there someone by your side? Lin Xiangye glared at Jiang Shijing and casually said, no, it's the driver. Jiang Shijing's half narrowed his eyes and stepped on the gas to speed up. Yes, you're the only one who can make me, Jiang Shijing's, a chauffeur. Chino gave a beat on the other end of the phone and hesitated, it's so late, how does Ms. Lin end? You rest well, I'm already fine, don't worry. Lin Xiangyan snatched the words and hung up the phone. She slightly sideways her body and stared at Jiang Shijing. I'm on the phone, what are you messing with? What, I can't talk anymore. Jiang Shijing asked back, his speech inexplicably a bit sour. Lin Xiangye was speechless, nerve. Jiang Shijing ignored it and drove straight home. Why did you send me to your house? Lin Xiangye was just about to get out of the car when she was picked up by the waist. You're not wearing shoes, don't move. Jiang Shijing ordered a sentence without a good mood, holding her tighter. Lin Xiangye felt more and more like he was a different person and was forced to hug his neck. After entering the living room, she was placed on the sofa by Jiang Shijing, hooking her toes to pick the slippers under her feet. Jiang Shijing took hold of her cold feet first and warmed them in his hand, kneeling down on one knee to put on her shoes for her. Lin Xiangye directly got goosebumps. Jiang Shijing, are you okay? What are you doing? Jiang Shijing's eyebrows brought a few tired colors, lazily said, putting on your shoes, is there a problem? I'll put them on myself. Lin Xiangye wanted to retract her foot, but she was clutched tightly by Jiang Shijing. She frowned and said, what exactly are you doing? It's been inexplicable. Jiang Shijing's eyes were very dark, staring at her for a moment before saying, I thought you really wanted to die. Lin Xiangye was stunned and muttered in a low voice, that's what you thought, I'm not stupid. So, Jiang Shijing aggravated his tone, can you not have such misunderstandings in the future? Lin Xiangye lowered her eyes to look at him, why? Jiang Shijing's eyes flickered slightly, and he was about to answer when the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out upstairs. Chen Ting rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room. Shijing, you're back? She froze before she could finish her sentence. Downstairs, Jiang Shijing was holding Lin Xiangye's feet to put on her shoes, and their posture looked ambiguous. Chen Ting's face instantly became complicated. And Lin Xiangyan retracted her feet like an electric shock and stood up in a panic without having time to put on her shoes. Sister Chen Ting, it's not what you think, No need to explain. Chen Ting smiled and said, I don't mind, right Shijing? Jiang Shijing faintly said, well, you go back to your room and rest. Chen Ting smiled a bit reluctantly, so, is late night staying here today? It has nothing to do with you, don't ask too many questions, go back. Jiang Shijing glanced towards her, his tone gentle but without a trace of emotion. Chen Ting's face turned even paler, biting her lip and turning around to enter her room. Lin Xiangye had been watching from the sidelines and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so cold to her?" Jiang Shijing replied, "I haven't answered what I just asked you. Can we stop having misunderstandings like causing a suicide? Answer me first, do you not like Sister Chen Ting anymore and want to dump her for someone new again?" Lin Xiangye became anxious and warned, "Her only relative just passed away, you can't do this to her." "Jiang Shijing, can you have some conscience?" Jiang Shijing's temples jutted in anger, and he lifted his fingertips to press his brows. "Lin Xiangye, are you trying to piss me off?" Chapter 64, Must Find a Way to Get Him. Lin Xiangyan was not moved, instead she was infuriated. Angry that Jiang Shijing's obviously had a constant stream of women around him, but tonight he still acted as if he seemed to be in love with her. Also angry that she had forgotten about Chen Ting's existence and was seen by her in that scene just now. "It's late, I'll leave first." Lin Xiangye picked up her bag and pushed Jiang Shijing away to run out in her slippers. Jiang Shijing quickly followed, grabbed her arm. "If you want to go, I have to send you. You don't drive in the middle of the night, how can you go back in slippers?" "Then lend me your car, I don't want you to send me, stay here with Sister Chen Ting." Lin Xiangye broke away from his hand and spread out her palm for the keys. Jiang Shijing lost his temper and handed her the car keys. Half a minute later, the sports car whooshed out, leaving only a trace of exhaust. Jiang Shijing stood still and watched, not returning to his senses for a long time. At the door, Chen Ting looked at him. "I'm sorry, am I interrupting you guys?" Jiang Shijing retracted his gaze and said expressionlessly, "Yes." Chen Ting's face went white for a split second, not expecting him to say this, hesitantly saying, "I didn't mean to." "So, is Late Night angry?" "You'll stay another week and leave the country, it's not safe at home." Jiang Shijing went up the steps and gestured for her to go in. Chen Ting's eyes reddened. "So are you unwilling to pretend to be a couple with me? Or do you dislike me being there and getting in the way of your contact with Evening Night?" Jiang Shijing looked deeply at her, cold and somewhat fierce. "Why do you have to ask knowingly? Miss Chen, I've warned you long ago, don't have thoughts about me that you shouldn't." Saying that, he and Chen Ting rubbed shoulders and went inside. As the cold wind blew, Chen Ting froze and shivered, gazing fondly at Jiang Shijing's back as he went up the stairs, her eyes full of unwillingness. She was very comfortable with Jiang Shijing. Usually, Jiang Shijing's was very gentle, always smiling at her, and very nice to talk to. With Jiang Shijing around, she felt that her late father's pain was not so hard to bear. If Lin Xiangye hadn't appeared today, Jiang Shijing couldn't have treated her coldly. Chen Ting secretly clenched her fists. Before she left the country, she must find a way to get Jiang Shijing's. The next day, Lin Xiangye rarely slept until high noon, and before she was awake, she received a call from Xiaoshui. "Good news, Mr. Lin. After the Gao family's accident, the orders from his family's factory were transferred to us, and we've now taken on 3 small orders, and although the profits aren't very good, they're still considered to be raising revenue points." Lin Xiangye half squinted her eyes, sniffed and rolled over, smiled and said, "Good, after you're busy with these, take a break for 2 days, it's been hard on you." "Really?" Xiao Shui was a little excited, then hesitated. "But in that case, can you be busy by yourself? Don't worry about me, just feel free to play and rest on vacation." Lin Xiangye hung up the phone and sat up to stretch. She was about to go wash up when she heard the sound of the door opening ringing downstairs. Lin Xiangye paused, pulled open the door to her room and walked out. Chino also heard the sound and looked up, smiling at her. "Miss Lin, good afternoon. Why are you back?" Lin Xiangyan was wearing a loose nightgown, her long slender legs white as snow. Shindo's gaze fell on her legs, immediately lowered his head and coughed lightly. "My injuries were not serious, I shouldn't have stayed in the hospital and wasted money, coming out earlier to protect you, I am also at ease." Lin Xiangye looked like he didn't look like he hadn't recovered well yet, nodded and stretched out to go downstairs. "Then do you want to eat? I'm about to wash up and cook for dinner." "I'll do it." Chino pulled up his sleeves. "I can cook." Lin Xiangye was a little surprised that he could still cook. "That's good, it just so happens that Jiran is not here today, hard work for you." Kinu smiles, turns around and goes into the kitchen. Lin Xiangye washed up, sat on the sofa and looked at his back, suddenly feeling that this scene was a bit weird. This picture, it seemed like certain situations of married life. Lin Xiangye secretly scared when the doorbell suddenly rang. She went over to open the door, but froze when she saw the visitor. Gao Luohuan. Lin Xiangyan almost didn't recognize him. Gao Luohuan had a disheveled head and black and green eyes, as if he had just been possessed by a demon and sucked in yang qi, and he looked haggard. She took a step back and was about to close the door. Gao Luohuan fiercely pressed the door lock, stared straight at her and said breathlessly, "Why are you doing this to me? Get lost and go back, don't go crazy here." Lin Xiangye finished coldly and was about to slap her hand away. Gao Luohuan, however, didn't move a muscle and stared at her dead on. "It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in this state right now. It was you who instructed Jiang Shijing to lay hands on the Gao family, wasn't it?" Lin Xiangye's eyes went cold as she retorted, "I didn't instruct anyone to deal with the Gao family, on the contrary. I also thought that Jiang Shijing wanted to deal with Fan Xing last night. You first brought a group of people to pick a fight, and now that Jiang Shijing can't see eye to eye, it's you and the Gao family that deserves this fate. Gao Luohuan slowly smiled and said ruefully, I finally know why you're emboldened. It turns out that you've already secretly hooked Jiang Shijing into being soft on you, and you've rekindled your old feelings, haven't you? There's no such thing as a rekindling of old feelings between me and him. You offended by Jiran in front of Jiang's house last time, and now you've taken a shot at his Frenchin fan. He's already endured you twice to the end of his days, and it has nothing to do with me. Lin Xiangwan's eyes flickered. For some reason she suddenly thought of that time when the old madam's family banquet, before Jiang Shijing had his attack on Gao Luohuan, this woman was provoking her with her words. Who is it? Shino heard the sound of talking outside and walked out. Seeing the pudgy Gao Luohuan couldn't help but be stunned. Gao Luohuan was even more shocked to see him. You, where did you come from? Are you Lin Xiangwan's boyfriend? Before Lin Xiangwan could say anything, Shino said first, yes, and who are you? So you really aren't with Jiang Shijing? Gao Luohuan's eyes were full of confusion. Then why did Jiang Shijing help you? Lin Xiangye didn't want to say more to her and directly closed the door. Gao Luohuan suddenly snorted and shouted at the door, Lin Xiangye, don't be complacent. Even if you get away with it now, so what? I'm telling you, Fan Xing is almost finished. Lin Xiangyan originally didn't want to talk nonsense with her, but when she heard this, she opened the door again and stared straight at her. If it was Gao Luohuan who said this before, she would never take it to heart. But now it was different. Lin Shijuan was Gao Luohuan's fiancé. Gao Luohuan must know something. Lin Xiangyan took a step forward and stared at her deadpan, her gaze extremely oppressive. Do you know something? I know a lot more. Gao Luohuan said viciously, don't worry, I will never let you go. Shijuan won't either, I'll just watch the day when prosperity goes bankrupt. Gao Luohuan laughed out in pain and turned to leave. Lin Xiangye looked at her back and gradually fell into deep thought. She suddenly thought of something and went back to get the car keys. You eat first, no need to wait for me. Lin Xiangye drove Jiang Shijing's sports car straight to his residence. She raised her hand to ring the doorbell, found that the door was hidden, went straight in and asked, Are you there, Jiang Shijing's sister Chen Ting? Not being able to hear a voice, Lin Xiangye frowned slightly and went in to put the car keys on the table. Seeing a jug of juice on the table, she leaned over and poured a cup, sitting on the sofa and sipping as she took out her cell phone, ready to make a call. A soft laugh came from upstairs. You're not polite. Lin Xiangye drank half a cup and put it down, raising her eyes to look at the man upstairs. I remember 3 years ago you fought for the company and looked for a detective to investigate Jiang Su. Can you introduce me to a reliable detective? Jiang Shijing's sked, lying on the railing teasingly laughed. I recommend to you, have to collect some benefits, right? What benefits do you want? Lin Xiangye leaned on the sofa, somehow feeling a bit hot, subconsciously tugging open her collar. Chapter 65, The Pill That Moves You. Jiang Shijing smiled. Every time I'm the one making the conditions, can't Ms. Lin be a little more self-conscious? Saying that, he suddenly saw the juice cup by Lin Xiangye's hand. Lin Xiangye didn't notice and retorted, I don't know what you want. Jiang Shijing didn't say anything, nor did he make any expression. When he lowered his eyes, his features presented a few moments of beautiful indifference. Lin Xiangye chased his line of sight and fixed it on the glass of juice on the table. She felt her mouth drying up even more, her exhaled breath gradually warming up as she picked up the juice and took 2 more sips. Jiang Shijing watched her, suddenly snickering. If the person you can't bear to hurt is bad, would you also think it's worth it to protect her? What do you mean? Lin Xiangye's eyes crossed with doubt. I'm talking to you about the detective. Jiang Shijing gazed deeply at her, and said only after a long time, Chen Ting and I aren't a couple, and I'm afraid that she'll be targeted again, which is why I'm giving her an identity that can shelter her. Lin Xiangye froze. Jiang Shijing's throat rolled, so, I'll wait for you, to come up or leave, your choice. After he finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the room. Lin Xiangyan had been listening in the clouds, not understanding what Jiang Shijing was beating around the bush. But from what he was saying, he shouldn't want to offer any help. Lin Xiangyan didn't want to go up to him and beg him, and was about to leave. When she got up, she suddenly felt a tingling heat flow out of her body, and the blood in her limbs and bones were all stirring. She is getting hotter and hotter. Once she looked down, she found that the back of her hand that was pressed against the sofa as well as her arm, all the skin that can be exposed to the air was pink. A few moments of fear crossed Lin Xiangyan's eyes. This was a drug that could make people emotional, and she was no stranger to it. 3 years ago Lin Shijuan had not wanted her to marry into the powerful Jiang family, and had used this stuff to count her and a pot-bellied old boss. That night, she had run out as hard as she could to find Jiang Shijing, running until her feet bled and collapsing near the Jiang family before her consciousness blurred. When she woke up, Jiang Shijing accompanied her, and only then did she manage to escape. The familiar feeling of torture returned, and Lin Xiangyan realized in an instant that there was something wrong with the juice. Her legs slid helplessly to the ground, and the feeling of dryness drove her to want to shake off the clothes on her body. Lin Xiangyan bit the tip of her tongue and looked out the door. She couldn't drive a car, running out in the middle of the day, not knowing where she'd pass out would be a problem. A struggle surfaced under Lin Xiangye's eyes, and after a moment, she closed her eyes fiercely and pressed the sofa to get up and head upstairs. In the room, Jiang Shijing leaned on the desk and sat waiting. The moment he heard the footsteps, he hooked his lips. Lin Xiangye felt even more unbearable at the way his smiling eyes curved. She walked in and stood in front of Jiang Shijing's across the desk, her breathing chaotic and mixed. On the contrary, the other party was sitting steadily, like he was waiting for her to take the bait. Lin Xiangye asked softly, "If you drink the juice, you will talk to Chen Ting's sister?" "No." Jiang Shijing tilted his head to look at her, his eyes burning. "I won't have any relationship with a woman who counts on me." Lin Xiangye stopped talking. She had never thought of getting entangled with Jiang Shijing's again, but after returning to China, everything was developing in an uncontrollable direction. How could she also not expect that in the midst of her and Jiang Shijing's accusing each other and fighting each other, it would come to this bizarre step today? Lin Xiangye. Jiang Shijing's grabbed her wrist and gently rubbed it. The place where the fingertips touched her wrist seemed to catch fire, a signal of invitation. Lin Xiangye's eyes flashed slightly as she moved closer to him. Breaths became more and more entangled together. Jiang Shijing gulped softly and was the first to lose, getting up and cupping her chin. "Do you really want to be done?" Lin Xiangye grabbed his hand and bit down hard on the location of his tiger's mouth. Jiang Shijing laughed, coming closer to bite and kiss her lips. Between the tangled corners of the table, "I don't know who touched the remote control," and the curtain slowly closed. The light dimmed, and Lin Xiangye was in a trance as if she had returned to 3 years ago. The person in front of her eyes is still the same as 3 years ago, looking at her gaze hot and deep love. In between kisses, Lin Xiangye shed tears. Jiang Shijing placed her on the bed and kissed the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Why are you crying?" "I want to." Lin Xiangye closed her eyes and gently raised her body to cater to it. Jiang Shijing pressed her hand and interlocked his fingers, thinking about what? Lin Xiangye choked and said in a trembling voice, "Thinking about a Jing." Thinking of Jiang Shijing, who was still devoted to her 3 years ago. Jiang Shijing's body stiffened, and his kisses were like rapid drumbeats, landing on Lin Xiangye's eyebrows, the tip of her nose, and the corners of her lips. The heat of the body was completely ignited. The door to the room was left open, and ambiguous sounds traveled out intermittently. Chen Ting carried the dishes into the living room and instantly froze when she saw the juice on the table. She was ready to find a cooking excuse to coax Jiang Shijing to drink the juice. How come the juice was moved first? At this time, a strange sound rang out from the second floor. On the sofa in front of her, there was also a brand name women's bag. Chen Ting's face turned slightly white, put down the shopping bag, and lightly went upstairs. When she was almost at the door of her room, Chen Ting heard Jiang Shijing's voice. "Be good, late night, relax." Late night. Chen Ting covered her mouth in disbelief, no longer having the courage to look inside. She turned around and fled. Hearing the footsteps outside, Lin Xiangye climbed Jiang Shijing's shoulder and said with intent, wait, just now the doorway." Jiang Shijing lowered his head and kissed her lips. As the sun set, a ray of sunshine shone through the curtains and shone on the two people's sinking and entangled silhouettes. Chapter 66, So Afraid to Carry My Child. Lin Xiangye woke up late at night, her body was weak and sore. She sat up and wanted to get out of bed, smelling the aroma of food coming from the kitchen downstairs, her stomach began to rumble. Jiang Shijing's bed is not compassionate, pressing her almost to death. In the past, this was fine, but now that he has a girlfriend by his side for a few days, why is he still doing this kind of lustful behavior? As if he doesn't know how to get tired. Lin Xiangye slandered in her heart, barefooted out of bed, walked to the closet and took out a robe. It should have been left behind by Bai Jiran before. She didn't have any more clothes, the one she was wearing had already been torn to shreds by Jiang Shijing, so she could only make do with what she had. Lin Xiangye went to take a shower and was a bit confused when she changed into the robe. Bai Jiran is a small and delicate girl, and she is already tall at 6 feet 8 inches. How come this robe is just right for her? Lin Xiangye measured her waist with her fingers. What's going on? Jiang Shijing's voice came from the doorway. When she looked up, she first saw the hickey between Jiang Shijing's neck. All the time she cried and nibbled between beds when the medicine took effect were still fresh in her mind. Lin Xiangye instantly blushed, pretending to be calm and said, "I just got out of the shower, I'll borrow the robe in your closet, do you mind?" Jiang Shijing looked her over from head to toe. His gaze was a little ambiguous, the front is convex and the back is pouting, "It suits your figure." Jiang Shijing's. Lin Xiangye's face turned even redder and whispered fiercely at him. Jiang Shijing smiled teasingly, "Come down and eat." Lin Xiangye glared at him without a good mood, and went downstairs only to realize that it was Jiang Shijing who had made the chicken soup. There were also a few exquisite dishes on the table, from the restaurant she used to love to eat at. Lin Xiangye's heart moved slightly, and she turned to look at the coffee table. The fruit juice was already gone. She walked over and pulled out a chair. Did Sister Chen Ting come back halfway through? Jiang Shijing served her chicken soup, smiled with an increasingly playful smile. I guess she didn't expect that things didn't work out and was exposed. She didn't have the face to come back. It's not safe for her to be out there by herself. There are people who want to harm her, you're not unaware of that. Lin Xiangye picked up her cell phone and was about to make a call. Jiang Shijing put the chicken soup in front of her and pressed her hand. I had someone send her out of the country, she doesn't know anything, the people behind this won't hit her. Lin Xiangye's eyebrows jumped. Do you know who the person who made a move on Sister Chen Ting was? I don't know, just saying. Jiang Shijing averted his gaze, and his hand drew back. Lin Xiangye immediately grabbed his fingertips and stared straight at him. You must know, why don't you tell me? Jiang Shijing smiled. Haven't you already guessed it all? Your current nemesis seems to be that one, right? Lin Xiangye let go of him. Yes, the person she most urgently needed to deal with right now was Lin Shijun. Introduce me to a detective. Jiang Shijing took a sip of his soup and seemed to smile. Are you ordering me around? Lin Xiangye frowned. I've already slept with you, you have to keep your word. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shijing looked at her with a good smile. I didn't mention this kind of condition of sleeping with you, and wasn't it that you got hit by the medicine and I helped you to get rid of the effects? How did it turn into you sleeping with me? You. Lin Xiangye didn't know how to retort for a moment. Seeing that her face had changed, Jiang Shijing only loosened up. I'll have Yan Jing introduce you to a detective. Lin Xiangyan's eyes flashed. Really? Really, let's eat. Jiang Shijing urged, the soup is getting cold. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips, and suddenly thought of something else, picking up her cell phone to open takeout. Jiang Shijing glanced at it. What do you want to eat? I'll order it for you. No need, I'm buying some medicine online and suddenly remembered that I didn't take any measures. Lin Xiangye casually replied, her fingertips quickly typing down the words contraceptive pill. She was busy ordering, and didn't realize that the man across from her had stopped moving. 2 minutes later, Lin Xiangye put down her cell phone and ate by herself. Jiang Shijing clenched his back teeth in displeasure. Lin Xiangyan, are you so afraid of carrying my child? Lin Xiangyan raised her eyes to look at him. Of course, what happened today was an accident. You can't get pregnant because of an accident, right? Jiang Shijing's tone became even more heavy. Do you think I won't be responsible for this child after your accidental pregnancy? A child shouldn't come from an accident, even if you're responsible. With your style, you're not a competent father. I can't let my child have a father like you. You're not qualified. Lin Xiangye looked bland. Don't think it's too hard for you to hear. It's from my heart. Jiang Shijing only felt his temples jumping twice, snapping his chopsticks and getting up to leave. Chapter 67 Public Humiliation. Where are you going? Lin Xiangye called out several times, but Jiang Shijing didn't turn around. She lowered her head, her gaze falling on the soup with floating scallions, her thoughts drifting away. When they were engaged, Jiang Shijing held her hand and said that their families were all broken up like this, and that he would definitely give her and the children a cozy home in the future. She took those words seriously and envisioned that Jiang Shijing would give her this kind of life, but then their relationship became completely different. The way Lin Xiangyan had spoken so harshly just now had been intentional. She wanted to let Jiang Shijing know that what he was doing now was not worthy of being a father. Not worthy of having a child, a cozy home. Lin Xianwan suddenly lost her appetite and waited for the medicine to be delivered, ate it and left. Only just as she walked outside, her cell phone rang. Xiao Shui said anxiously, General Manager Lin, something's wrong. Lin Xiangye rubbed her brow a little tiredly. What is it? Aren't you on vacation? Xiao Shui couldn't be bothered to explain. I just got word that Chen shareholders' daughter Chen Ting and Lin Shijuan are having dinner together, right now. Impossible. Lin Xiangye's footsteps lurched. Just now Jiang Shijing told me that he sent Sister Chen Ting out of the country. Xiao Shui said, but they're eating at Liangshui Huoding right now. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. Lin Xiangye hung up the phone and squeezed the phone tightly. Previously, Chen Ting was assassinated just after she returned to China, and the person who did it was definitely Lin Shijuan. Lin Shijuan had somehow used some method to bring Chen Ting to Liangshui Huoding for dinner. It must have been to coerce Chen Ting into saying something. In short, Chen Ting is now very unsafe. Lin Xiangyan hurried down the steps, wanting to leave but then suddenly realizing that she had driven Jiang Shijing's car here. She returned to the living room, took the keys to Jiang Shijing's sports car and drove to Liangshui Huoding. As soon as Lin Xiangye went up to the second floor, she saw two people eating by the distant ocean view window. Without hesitation, she went over, the anxiety on her face instantly disappearing and changing to a touch of lightness. Such a coincidence, you guys are also eating here? Seeing her, Lin Shijuan and Chen Ting gave a simultaneous lurch. Chen Ting stared dead at Lin Xiangye's delicate lips and the smudge of a hickey on her collarbone, the wine glass in her hand clenching tighter and tighter. Yo, isn't this our prosperous star's general manager Lin? Lin Shijuan gave a mocking smile. Why are you free to come here for dinner? Not busy working on your project? Lin Xiangye sat down nonchalantly. I still want to ask you, how did you get in touch with Sister Chen Ting? Shijuan and I are already on good terms and have always been in contact. Is it strange to have a dinner date? Chen Ting raised her eyebrows and directly disliked her. Lin Xiangyan was stunned, meeting her gaze with hostility, her fingertips slightly cold. She didn't expect Chen Ting to do something like that to Jiang Shijing. The gentle young lady in her memories had long since changed. Lin Xiangye didn't confront Chen Ting and said in a warm voice, I heard that Jiang Shijing wanted to send you abroad, why didn't you leave? Do I have to listen to your arrangements? What kind of person is Jiang Shijing to me? Chen Ting put down her wineglass and laughed coldly, Lin Xiangye, only to this day have I realized what kind of person you are. Lin Xiangyan was stabbed by these words and felt a dull pain in her heart, the concern under her eyes disappeared little by little, then you tell me what kind of person I am? Chen Ting snorted, leaning back in her chair with her arms wrapped around her. Running away from marriage is unfaithfulness. Kicking one's father and brother out of the company is unfiliality. Exclusively owning the company and not running it properly is incompetence. Hooking up and rolling in bed with your ex is shameless. Unloyal, unfilial, useless and shameless, what kind of person do you think you are? Each of her words was extremely loud. The people around her whispered and showed contemptuous gazes at Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangwan lost all the blood on her face, thinking about the dead Chen Chen, she held back again and again. Sister Chen Ting, there are some things you don't know about, I don't blame you for saying such things, but you must come with me now, I have something important to tell you. Lin Shijuan narrowed his eyes, what can't you say in front of me? Yes, Shijuan is your brother, what can't I say? Or did those words just now make you so weak that you don't have the face to see others? Chen Ting changed her look of grief over the loss of her loved ones these days, with a bright malice in the bottom of her eyes. Lin Xiangye looked at her for a moment, her red lips coldly hooked, not wanting to endure any longer. It's not me who has no face to see, right? What happened between Jiang Shijing and I today, you know it by heart, this 3 words of shamelessness, you can afford it, I really can't. Lin Shijuan looked at Chen Ting curiously. Chen Ting's face suddenly changed and she slapped the table and stood up, you shut up. What nonsense in public. Lin Xiangye also followed suit and stood up, coldly saying, you also know that this is a public place? How did you slander me with empty words just now? Chen Ting became anxious and raised her hand to strike. Before her hand swept over, Lin Xiangye had already brought the wine and splashed it on her face. With a clatter, Chen Ting was splashed and fell back into a sitting position. Lin Shijuan pretended to be worried and handed Chen Ting tissues, his eyes full of laughter as he watched. Lin Xiangyan, Chen Ting's father just passed away, and you're bullying her like this? Lin Xiangwan coldly swept her eyes at him, squeezing her wineglass tightly, get lost, there's no business for you here. Seeing her movements, Lin Shijuan didn't dare to say anything, skimming his lips and taking 2 steps back. Lin Xiangye walked over to Chen Ting, yanking the tissue paper out of her hand and throwing it on the table. Bitch surnamed Lin. What are you mad about? Chen Ting was furious, and the top of her face was full of wine stains making her even more wretched. Lin Xiangyan looked at her with an expressionless face. Jiang Shijing has long known that there's something wrong with the juice, if you're really counting on him, have you thought about the consequences? Chen Ting sneered unconvincingly, what can he do to me when the rice is cooked? Lin Xiang Evening's eyes became more and more cold, raised her hand and cupped her chin, said word by word, you should be glad that I mistakenly drank that glass of juice to help you break the situation. The last Jiaoshan who dared to climb his bed you also recognize, now both legs are disabled in the foreign sanatorium, do you also want to have this kind of end? Chen Ting froze. Chapter 68 Recording. Lin Shijuan looked at Chen Ting's stunned appearance and cursed an unproductive waste in his heart. He snorted coldly, even if Chen Ting did something wrong, you guys aren't qualified to say that you'll send her away just like that, why should she listen to you? Or is it? Lin Shijuan trailed off, seemingly scrutinizing Lin Xiangyan. Uncle Chen called you before he died and asked you to take good care of Chen Ting? Lin Xiangyan lifted her eyelids slightly and locked eyes with him. After a few seconds, she said expressionlessly, Uncle Chen didn't call me. Then why don't you? The scorn under Lin Shijuan's eyes disappeared, spreading his hands and relaxing. Chen Ting reacted, snapping away Lin Xiangyan's hand, I'm not going abroad, I make my own decisions about my life, no one can control me. She stood up aggressively, I'm going to ask Jiang Shijing if he'll kill me just because of what I've done. If he wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have pretended to be my male. In the first place. Chen Ting hadn't even finished speaking when she received a slap on her face. She was slapped down by Lin Xiangyan on the edge of the table, and the dishes fell down, shattering into a mess. Lin Xiangyan's palm tingled, and her afterglow saw that Lin Shijuan had narrowed his eyes in suspicion, making her even more furious. Lin Shijuan knew that Jiang Shijing was trying to protect Chen Ting, so he let her stay at home and present herself as his girlfriend, and even more so, he would feel that Chen Ting was carrying some kind of secret, and that he was bound to make a move next. In this situation, she could only slap Chen Ting's words shut. Lin Xiangwan pointed at Chen Ting, Uncle Chen worked hard to raise you, not to see you do such things to make a fool of yourself. If you refuse to leave, I will tie you out of the country even if I have to. At the mention of her father, Chen Ting didn't resist anymore, covering her face and shedding tears. Lin Xiangye was distracted and grabbed her wrist, go with me. Lin Shijuan's eyes rolled, standing up and pulling Chen Ting. Let her go, you're beating her so thrice, who knows what you really want. The two men pinned Chen Ting in the middle, not giving way to each other. Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes, you know that Sister Chen Ting's studies aren't finished yet, and that she has a job abroad, what exactly is the purpose of insisting on keeping her? Lin Shijun sneered, I just can't stand to see you randomly beating her and ordering her around. There's no purpose. Chen Ting wants to leave, I'll send her away. There's no need for you to mind your own business. The two were at odds with each other, grabbing Chen Ting in a silent standoff. Just then, several people appeared at the stairway. Yan Jing walked over with a few men in black, glancing at Lin Shijun expressionlessly. Let go of Miss Chen. Lin Shijun was stunned for a split second and said with a smile, Isn't this Yan Jing beside Jiang Xiao? You work for Jiang's group, you're not connected to us, why did you come to get involved? I'm not in touch with your Lin family, but Miss Chen Ting is very close to our Jiang Xiao, I'm going to take her away. After Yan Jing said that, he waved his hand towards the two men in black behind him. The two men surrounded them and stared straight at Lin Shijun with warning eyes. Lin Shijun was forced to take 2 steps back unwillingly due to their aura. Chen Ting was grabbed by the two men and began to struggle as she thought about what Lin Xiangyan had said. Don't! I'm not going with you guys. Jiang Shijing is trying to settle a score with me, right? What is he going to do to me? Lin Xiangye coldly swept her eyes, just sending you out of the country. If you don't cooperate, it's not certain what will be done to you next. Upon hearing this, Chen Ting immediately caved in, not daring to make a scene. As she brushed past Lin Xiangye, she said hatefully, Don't think you can be with Jiang Shijing. He personally told me that he carries a woman he really cares about in the bottom of his heart, and when he gets her, when he will withdraw his heart. Lin Xiangye was slightly stunned. When she met Bai Zhiran, Jiang Shijing also broke up after 3 months, without the slightest intention of settling down and starting a family. But in the past 3 years, Bai Zhiran was the woman Jiang Shijing had talked to for the longest time. Who would he really care about? Lin Xiang Evening thought about it and was about to leave, but Lin Shijun blocked her with a bad look on his face. Lin Xiangye was impatient. What else do you want to say? I really didn't expect that you were so tactful. You actually slept with Jiang Shijing through Chen Ting's plan. You want to use him to stabilize Flourishing Star? Lin Shijun asked after him. The intention of testing was very obvious. Lin Xiangye glanced at him coldly, too lazy to explain with this kind of person. She followed the other party's words and disliked him. So what if I am? You're only allowed to use anyone you can by any means necessary? Lin Shijun, if you dare to approach Chen Ting again, I won't let you go. Lin Shijun smiled emboldened. He stuck his pockets and said, You're so protective of Chen Ting that you're afraid of what I might get on her? You're already insidious and cunning, you count on everyone. I just can't see that the only daughter left behind by Uncle Chen could also be used by you. You keep my words well in mind, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Lin Xiangye threw down a few harsh words and left without looking back. Watching her back disappear into the stairway, Lin Shijun snorted, shook his head, and took out the cell phone that was recording. He intercepted a recording separately and pressed the send button. John's president office. The cell phone on the desk lit up with a ding-dong, a work email alert. Jiang Shijing scanned the documents with downcast eyes and picked up his phone to unlock it. Seeing Yan Jing come in, he asked wanly, Has the person been found? Already sent out of the country by my people. Yan Jing carried coffee and placed it in front of him. Jiang Shijing clicked on the email and found it was an audio clip. He frowned slightly and took a sip of the coffee, unhappy. Why is it so hard to drink? This is the coffee that Mr. Jing usually drinks. Yan Jing was instantly a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Shijing put down the coffee cup and rubbed his eyebrows. Go make me da hong pao. Yan Jing froze. In the past 3 years, Jiang Shijing drank da hong po tea very rarely, and since Miss Lin's return, he liked it more and more again. He removed his coffee cup and was about to go out to make tea when he heard the man's voice ringing out from behind him. I really didn't expect that you were so tactful. You actually slept with Jiang Shijing through Chen Ting's plan. You want to use him to solidify Fanxing? Yan Jing's ears sounded familiar, his footsteps stopped, but he was somewhat unable to remember who it was. And at that moment, Lin Xiangye's voice flowed out from the cell phone. So what if I use Jiang Shijing? Are you only allowed to use anyone available by any means necessary? Yan Jing was so frightened that she turned to look. In front of his desk, Jiang Shijing's brows were furrowed, his eyes downcast as he stared at his cell phone without moving. After a long time, the corners of his lips slowly hooked up. Go, get Lin Shijun over here. Chapter 69, A Big Misunderstanding. Yan Jing hesitated for 2 seconds and laughed. What's the point of looking for him? This recording is definitely fake and cropped, no more than that. There's some kind of hidden agenda. I don't believe that Ms. Lin is setting up a trick. I told you to find someone, where's all the nonsense? Jiang Shijing lifted his eyelids, his eyes cold and ghostly, flushed with faint impatience. Yan Jing was most afraid of him getting angry, his breathing subconsciously lightened as he silently exited the office. He took out his cell phone and found Lin Shijun's number, momentarily torn. For some reason, Yan Jing did not believe that Lin Xiangyan was that unscrupulous. If Lin Xiangwan really could do anything for Fan Xing, she would have come over to find their general manager Jing to soften and admit her mistake, and act out a scene where she regretted that she shouldn't have run away from the marriage. However, he was not qualified to comment on his boss's emotional affairs, and could only inform Lin Shijun to come over. Half an hour later, Lin Shijun arrived at Jiang. It was already close to 0 o'clock, and the whole building was quiet. Only the top floor where Jiang Shijing was located was brightly lit. Lin Shijuan rode up in the transparent elevator, and on the way up, he saw layers of dark office areas with no one there, as if he had arrived at the scene of a horror movie. A little hairy in his heart, he knocked on the office door and went in. Jiang Shijing was sitting on the sofa making tea, and when he saw him coming he said, freshly brewed dahongpo, try it Mr. Lin. Lin Shijuan's face changed slightly, smiling warmly. Mr. Jing still likes dahongpo after so many years, but you're calling me the wrong person. Nowadays the president of Prosperous Star is Mr. Lin, But I'm just a hobo who was kicked out of the company by her. Hobo? I thought General Manager Lin had started her own company. Jiang Shijing pushed the teacup in front of him and clicked a cigarette in his fingertips. Lin Shijuan didn't understand what he meant and leaned over to light his cigarette for him. What company do I run myself? Where did you hear that from? Jiang Shijing did not pay attention to his attentiveness. Peach blossom eyes slightly converged to look at him. Lin Shijuan only felt a chill run down his body, and his hand holding the lighter began to tremble. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Shijing half narrowed his eyes. I also wanted to ask you what the recording you sent me meant. Lin Shijuan sighed in relief and got up, smiling. Isn't that just afraid that Mr. Jing will be fooled in the same place again? I'll just kindly remind you. He sat down on the sofa and served tea. That sister of mine isn't a good person, and her temperament are quite different from before, so be careful and don't let her take advantage of you. Jiang Shijing looked at Lin Shijuan expressionlessly, his thin lips slightly opened. It's not your turn to say anything about me and her. Think I don't know? You're afraid in your dreams that Lin Xiangwan will rise again by relying on me. He lifted his jaw slightly, just a subtle movement that gave birth to a strong scorn. Being looked at by him with such eyes, Lin Shijuan felt like a rat in the gutter, with no place to hide whatever was on his mind. He gritted his teeth, both embarrassed and annoyed. Lin Xiangyi and I are arch rivals. Of course I'm afraid that she'll use you to rise again, but it's also a fact that she's using you. As I told you 3 years ago, she's afraid that she won't have the means to fight against me after Grandpa's death, and that's why she's bent on marrying you. Ha! Jiang Shijing seemed to have heard some kind of joke and suddenly let out a cold snort, hooking his lips in mockery. What kind of thing are you? To come to me and say a few words is dirtying my eyes. She used me. You sent this recording. Don't you also want me to get angry and get back at her? Lin Shijuan clenched his fists fiercely and lowered his head in humiliation at his words, but he didn't dare to say a word. Jiang Shijing's eyes gently narrowed as he fiercely kicked the coffee table. The coffee table moved back and crashed into Lin Shijuan's knee. He jerked in pain and was about to push the coffee table away. Jiang Shijing's foot was against the corner of the table, not allowing him to hide. Your Lin family is a dirty mess. On Lin Xiangyan's side, I'll naturally settle the score with her. But next time, if you dare to think about borrowing my knife and killing someone I'm eyeing, I don't mind scrapping your legs, understand? Lin Shijuan endured the pain as thin beads of sweat slid down the side of his face. He took a deep breath and nodded his head with a doubly humiliated feeling. Yes, Mr. Jing, I understand. Jiang Shijing carelessly retracted his foot and coldly spat out a single word, get lost. Lin Shijuan rolled and crawled away. Yan Jing felt amused when he saw the wretched look on his face. He turned around to push the door and when a crackling sound suddenly rang out in the office. It sounded like Jiang Shijing had swept all the tea sets on the coffee table to the ground. Yan Jing retracted his hand, not daring to interrupt again, and sighed slightly in his heart. Even though Jiang Shijing realized Lin Shijuan's sinister intentions and called over to teach him a lesson and knock him down, he believed a few points of that recording. I'm afraid this is a big misunderstanding. Yan Jing. Jiang Shijing's low voice came from inside, with a slight weariness. Yan Jing immediately said, I'm here. Prepare the car. Jiang Shijing opened the door and came out, putting on his suit jacket. He was dressed in black formal wear, his face was cold, a far cry from his usual flamboyant and playful appearance, and his solemn and cold demeanor was extremely oppressive. Yan Jing gave a beat. It's so late. Does Jing always go home to rest? To find that heartless one. Jiang Shijing strides outside. Yan Jing went downstairs to start the car before reacting to the fact that he was talking about Lin Xiangyan. He snickered and wondered, it's so late, Ms. Lin should have already gone to bed. What is Mr. Jing looking for her for? Jiang Shijing rubbed his eyebrows and closed his eyes. Only after a long time did he say quietly, she wants to use me to solidify Flourishing Star, so I'm sending her this door for her to use. Yan Jing didn't dare to say anything on the surface, but in his heart, he secretly sighed that Jiang Shijing's temper called him inscrutable, and he didn't know if these two words were truly angry, or if they meant something else. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the apartment. Yan Jing rang the doorbell 7 or 8 times before someone arrived late. Seeing that it was Bai Jiran who opened the door, Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes. Where is she? Bai Jiran looked straight at his handsome face. Sister Lin just got a call that the Lin family's old mansion was on fire, so she rushed over urgently. Jiang Shijing's complexion went cold. Behind him, Yan Jing was also startled and hurriedly ran up the steps. Mr. Jing, a fire in the old mansion at this time, isn't that? Cut the crap and go to the Lin family's old mansion. Jiang Shijing interrupted him, pulled open the car door and sat in. hurriedly came and hurriedly left. From start to finish, Bai Jiran didn't get a single glance. She grasped the doorframe, only after a long time did she smile to herself. Where are you hating her to get back at her, Mr. Jing? You can fool others but you can't fool me. Around the Lin family's old mansion, the fire was raging. There were ancient pines planted outside all four walls, and once it caught fire, it couldn't be contained, and it was only a matter of time before it burned in. A large number of rescuers had already arrived and were spraying water in an encircling manner to extinguish the fire. When Jiang Shijing arrived, his sports car was parked at the outermost perimeter, and Lin Xiangyan was nowhere to be found. He saw the person directing the firefighting in front and went over to question, "Is anyone trapped inside the old mansion?" "No, the old resident of the old mansion, Ms. Lin, just now came, here, right there." The fire extinguisher pointed at the sports car, but there was no one around. Jiang Shijing's heart shook. Did she go inside? The man scratched his head. "No, can't I just told her the fire is fierce, it will burn to the house soon, you can only go in when the fire is extinguished and cleared, only a fool would rush straight in to find death." Jiang Shijing violently clenched his fists, his face extremely cold. Chapter 70, He can't afford to gamble. Yan Jing could see what Jiang Shijing was thinking, and was busy pacifying. Miss Lin can't possibly be impulsive. What could be in the old mansion? Nothing more than Master Lin's relics, and she can't just charge in there without a fight to save the relics. Jiang Shijing didn't say anything. He stared at the old mansion surrounded by fire. Bring water. Yan Jing gritted his teeth in embarrassment and stood still. Jiang Shijing's eyes were like knives as he swept him away. Get lost and get water. This kind of thing, you can't gamble. The old mansion was on fire. It was impossible for Lin Xiangwan to be absent. In all likelihood, she was just lucky that the fire hadn't burned in, so she ran off to get Elder Lin's relics. He couldn't afford to gamble, nor could he be quiet enough to wait here. Yan Jing quickly brought over several bottles of mineral water, knowing what Jiang Shijing meant, and poured it all over his suit jacket. As soon as Jiang Shijing draped himself over the wet jacket, he lifted his feet and rushed inside. "Hey! Can't go. It's dangerous there." The rescuer reached out and yanked off the buttons of the jacket on Jiang Shijing's body. Bad. Someone's gone in, come two with protective suits and I'll go rescue them. The rest of you, step up your efforts to extinguish the fire. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, and was about to change into protective clothing to go in and pull Jiang Shijing out. Not far away, Lin Xiangye and the owner of the convenience store at the intersection came over with a cart. She picked up the iced drinks in the cart and shared them with the owner for the rescuers. "Everyone has worked hard, have some water to quench your thirst. It's all freshly taken out of the freezer, it's good to quench the heat." Yan Jing was in a hurry at the gate when he heard what seemed to be Lin Xiangyan's voice not far away, and turned around violently only to see that it was really her delivering water at the root of the south wall. His eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly ran over. "Miss Lin, why are you here?" Lin Xiangyan was also confused for a moment when she saw him. "My house is on fire, where can I be if I'm not here?" "I mean..." Yan Jing wiped the sweat from his forehead. "So you weren't there just now, you went to the convenience store to buy water?" Lin Xiangye looked at him with a few moments of breathlessness, knowingly asking. Yan Jing's face was ashen, crouching helplessly on the ground. "That's over, we Jing always thought you were inside the old mansion and rushed in to save you." "What?" Lin Xiangye's hand loosened and the ice juice fell to the ground. Yan Jing grabbed his hair, tilting his head to look at the fire that scurried across the south wall. "I wonder if Mr. Jing will be in danger. If something happens to him, how can I explain to the old madam?" Lin Xiangye's brain buzzed, staring blankly at the old red-tiled mansion in the midst of the firestorm. How could it be? How could he? How could Jiang Shijing be so desperate to rush into the fire to save someone who had abandoned him? It couldn't be. Lin Xiangyan held her breath and involuntarily raised her feet to walk over. The rescuers rushed to stop her. Yan Jing was about to break down, pulling her and shouting, "Someone has already gone in to save him, don't come any closer." Lin Xiangye shook off his hand with all her might, reprimanding with anger and urgency, "Why didn't you pull in just now?" I couldn't pull it. Who can sway what General Jing decides to do?" Yan Jing cried out. Lin Xiangye didn't want to listen to his nonsense and took out her cell phone to call Jiang Shijing. However, the call went out, prompting that it couldn't be connected. Lin Xiangyan's fingertips trembled as she pressed the screen over and over again to call out. "Jiang Shijing, don't scare me, pick up the phone. Pick up the phone, please pick up the phone." The fire swept through the south wall and the entire wall collapsed. The southeast wind blew sharply, and the fire couldn't be stopped. Lin Xiangye's eyes reddened and she squatted down, so afraid that she could barely hold her cell phone. "You pick up the phone. Jiang Shijing, who are you to ask me to carry a human life without my permission? Who are you to save me? Jiang Shijing, you can't die, you can't die." She wiped away the tears that had flowed down her face at some point. The phone dialed out over and over again, and over again. She couldn't get through. The gate of the old mansion swung open. Rescuers furiously pulled the cordon, signaling the crowd of onlookers to back off. Lin Xiangyan looked at the old mansion in the sea of flames, and her eyes suddenly fixed on a short distance away. She stumbled over and picked up the buttons on the ground. She immediately looked at Yan Jing, her face pale. Yan Jing nodded, her eyes red. It's from Chief Jing's jacket. Lin Xiangye's heart was stifled as she clutched the button tightly in her palm and prayed silently to the fire. As long as Jiang Shijing survived, she could do whatever she wanted. She didn't complain about the past. Those grudges were written off, as long as Jiang Shijing could come out alive. As the heatwave hit her, Lin Xiangye didn't take a breath, her chest was stuffy, and she was sweating all over. It was so cold and so hot. It seemed like she couldn't wait for Jiang Shijing's. Lin Xiangye pinched her buttons, and as she faltered, she was violently held up by Yan Jing. It's Mr. Jing. Mr. Jing has come out. Lin Xiangye was like a rusty machine, mechanically looking up in the direction Yan Jing pointed. Chapter 71, Don't Come Any Closer to Me. In the midst of the flames, Jiang Shijing's was dragged out by several rescuers. His always clean and handsome face was smeared with ash, and the sleeves of his shirt on his arms were burned and tattered, so it seemed that even his skin and flesh had rotted. Half of Lin Xiangye's body went numb, and she couldn't help but raise her foot and walk over, muttering under her breath. Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing was obviously relieved to see her, and quickly stepped over to hand her a watchbox. Are you looking for this? Lin Xiangye lowered her eyes. That was Grandpa's favorite watch when he was alive. The fire had started, and she hadn't even thought that these relics would be spared. The deceased had already passed away, and relics were things that could not be brought back in life or brought back in death. Jiang Shijing thought she was not there and had rushed in to get the relics, so he rushed in to look for her. He didn't find her, and he didn't forget to bring out his grandfather's things. Lin Xiangye's ears were ringing a little, and her heartbeat was accelerating, not just because of the successive changes, or the steep resurrection of certain sentiments that echoed the heartbeat of 3 years ago. She pulled Jiang Shijing's arm and said in a single word, "Who allowed you to be so messy?" Jiang Shijing stiffened. Lin Xiangye stared at him. What makes you think I'm so stupid as to think that Fan Xing is going to seek death if he goes bankrupt, and to leave everything unfinished to rush in for the sake of a deceased person's relics? Yan Jing was shocked. Ms. Lin, why are you speaking so harshly? Mr. Jing is also doing this for your own good. I need him to be good for me. Lin Xiangyan didn't even dare to look at Jiang Shijing's arm again. The burn pierced her heart. She looked straight into Jiang Shijing's gradually dimming eyes. Who are you to think you can take a life to save me? My life doesn't care for you to save it, and you shouldn't be in charge of my affairs in the future. The atmosphere froze. Jiang Shijing's thin lips almost pursed into a line, only quietly looking at Lin Xiangye. The bottom of his eyes seemed to have dark tides surging. Lin Xiangye let go of him, grabbed her watch and turned around. Looking at her back, Yan Jing burst into anger and laughed coldly. Ms. Lin is also too ungrateful. Chief Jing, you don't want to lose your life to save her and help her get old Mr. Lin's relics. How come she doesn't even have a word of concern? As soon as the words fell, a cold sight landed on the body. Yan Jing met Jiang Shijing's stern gaze full of warning and immediately closed his mouth tightly, not daring to say anything else. Go back. Jiang Shijing's expressionless face opened the car door. Yan Jing hurriedly followed. Let's go to the hospital first. Burns can't be treated in time. Jiang Shijing's turned a deaf ear, sitting in the back seat and closing his eyes. Seeing that he was exhausted, Yan Jing secretly sighed and could only contact the family doctor to come over to treat Jiang Shijing's wounds. When Lin Xiangye returned to the apartment, the front door was open. Bai Jiran stood at the door wrapped in a blanket waiting expectantly, and was only relieved to see her return. Sister Lin, just now Brother Shijing came looking for you, did you see him? Lin Xiangyan's eyes flickered as she whispered, he's injured. Ah? How was he injured? Is the injury serious? Bai Jiran instantly became anxious. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips. It's just a burn, it should be quite heavy, you don't need to be on my side, go over and take care of him, I'll pay the wages and everything. I'll take care of him? Bai Jiran pointed at herself, a little stunned. Lin Xiangye nodded slightly. Isn't he quite attached to you? And you know how to take care of people. Now that you're by his side with him, it should be much better. Bai Jiran hesitated for 2 seconds. I'd better call Brother Shijing first. She took out her cell phone and walked to the side, making the call. 2 minutes later, she said with a smile on her face, Brother Shijing asked me to come over there, then you rest well, I'll be back in a couple days. Lin Xiangye was weak and nodded her head with a hard-to-hide tiredness on her brows. Bai Jiran left happily. Lin Xiangye was the only one left in the large apartment. She explained that Xiao Shui had gotten help to keep an eye on the fire scene, poured a glass of water, and sat on the sofa holding her watch. The light was soft, but her eyes hurt, as if they were still pounded by the fire scene that blazed through the sky. At that time, Lin Xiangye really thought Jiang Shijing was going to die inside. She didn't know why Jiang Shijing rushed in. When she saw Jiang Shijing's come out, she suddenly recalled that when she was first engaged, her grandfather had instructed Jiang Shijing's in front of her, saying that if he was no longer around in the future, he must ask Jiang Shijing's to protect her no matter what, and even if they didn't get married until the end, they would still take care of her for the sake of the two families. Is Jiang Shijing doing this for the sake of his grandfather's wishes, or does he have a trace of old affection for her? Lin Xiang evening cannot figure out, also do not want to be trapped in such speculation. In the end, only she cannot extricate themselves, once again hurt by love. Being cold and restrained, keeping a distance, was good for both her and Jiang Shijing. At least this way, there would not be so many unclear entanglements between them. She wouldn't mess up her heartbeat anymore, and Jiang Shijing wouldn't have to almost lose his life for her. Lin Xiangye's eyelashes trembled slightly as she sank deeper into the sofa, her fingertips tightly picking at the watchbox. Jiang Shijing's, don't come any closer to me. After one night, Bai Jiran hadn't heard anything. Lin Xiangye also didn't take the initiative to ask Jiang Shijing about his situation, and after arranging for someone to rebuild the old mansion, she went to work at the company. She had just arrived at the office and opened her work email when she saw the information about the detective agency that had been sent over a long time ago. The most powerful underground detective agency in Young City, asking for a high price, but could find out anything they wanted to. Realizing that this was sent by Jiang Shijing, Lin Xiangyan looked complicated for a moment, then followed the contact information above to make an appointment to see the detective. The other party refused to disclose his real name, codenamed Wu Jin. Lin Xiangyan knew her place and went straight to the point with her request. First, I want to know all of Chen Chen's activity tracks in the month before his death, including call records and chat records. Second, find out what Lin Shijuan is doing now, and whether the fire in the old mansion was related to him or just an accident. Third, it's about the high-tech technologies within my company. I want to know who is currently in possession of these technical secrets. She finished in one breath, but the man across from her sipped his coffee and surveyed her with interest. Lin Xiangye frowned slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Wu Jin smiled. No, just a little curious. So you're the Lin Xiangyan that Mr. Jing was talking about. He had received an order from Jiang Shijing some time ago, asking him to check Lin Xiangye's whereabouts when she left the country 3 years ago. Unfortunately, it was the most clueless investigation of his career. He, a gold medal detective who never misses a beat, was also clueless as to why Lin Xiangye skipped her wedding. The only thing he found out was that Lin Xiangwan had also broken with the Lin family when she left the country. This all happened shortly after the death of the Lin family's old man. Chapter 72, Cold War, no contact with each other. Lin Xiangyan paused and coldly raised her eyebrows. What, Jiang Shijing sent you to investigate me? That's not true, just mentioned it once. Putting aside his work and professionalism, Eugene was curious about the past of the woman in front of him. He smiled. These few requests of yours are very mixed. It's already considered 3 lists, paying only one amount for me to investigate so much. I'm a bit of a loser. Then how much do you want? Lin Xiangye secretly grasped her bank card. She was short-handed, her salary was only paid this month, and she hadn't gotten the project dividends yet. Eugene took a sip of coffee. I want to know why you ran away from marriage 3 years ago. As long as you tell me, I won't take a penny and won't disclose it to anyone. Lin Xiangye's fingertips curled up, frowning as she stared at the man in front of her who was plain-looking, but had a sense of mystery about him. Why do you want to know this? Curiosity. This reason is strange. It's up to you to say or not, it's just gossip that I personally want to know and won't tell anyone. After a short contest, Lin Xiangye was forced to lose. She settled down and told him what she heard Jiang Shijing say at the bar, along with Lin Mu's family's plot. After listening, Wu Jin gave Lin Xiangwan a deep look. Lin Xiangye inexplicably felt sick at heart. What do you want to say? Wu Jin sold a secret. What's that saying? The world's misadventures never stop. The person you think is failing you might be the one who treats you with the most sincerity. Hearing this, Lin Xiangye half narrowed her eyes. Are you talking about Lin Mu and the others, or Jiang Shijing? Just my sentiments, don't worry, I won't reveal these things to anyone. Wu Jin smiled and extended his hand, then, wait for my findings, happy cooperation. Lin Xiangye looked at him for a few moments and raised her hand to welcome him. Probably these strange people had strange temperaments, acting in a way that called for inscrutability. Strangely enough, she had thought that these things were pain buried in the bottom of her heart, so painful that it was hard to talk about them, but now she could actually say it easily, and felt much better in her heart. Lin Xiangye smiled to herself and hooked her lips, got up and left with Wu Jin successively. After she went back, she buried her head and focused on her work, waiting for news from Wu Jin, and secretly asked Chino to keep an eye on Lin Shijuan's movements. After the fire at the old mansion, many shareholders and executives came to offer their condolences, and Lin Mu several people did not show their heads. The whole thing is calm and quiet. However, Lin Xiangye's heart was vaguely uneasy, always feeling that something was about to happen. She glanced at the dark sky and got up, ready to leave work. At this time, the cell phone on the table lit up. It was a message sent by Bai Jiran. Sister Lin, Brother Shijing's burns are going back and forth and never completely healed. Do you want to come and take a look? Lin Xiangye's fingertips lurched, tapping on the dialogue box, brewing for a long time before replying with 2 words. No. After 2 days, Bai Jiran contacted her again. Brother Shijing has a bit of a fever, and the doctor said it's more detrimental to recovery. Lin Xiangye saw it during the meeting and casually replied for her to take care of it depending on the situation, and when she set it back to the project again, a few points of annoyance were brought between her eyebrows. After the meeting ended, Xiaoxue came over and whispered, General Manager Lin, if you're in bad shape, go back and rest for 2 days, you can't just give me a vacation, you don't know how to rest yourself. I look bad? Lin Xiangye subconsciously touched her face. Xiaoxue seriously said, you've always been absent-minded lately, didn't you not run any new projects? Lin Xiangye was silent for a moment. I won't come tomorrow if there's no important meeting. She left the company and sat in the car and clicked on the call log. Jiang Shijing had called her 8 days ago, on the eve of the fire. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips, her fingertips hanging above the screen, never able to dial that string of numbers. How Jiang Shijing's injuries were, had nothing to do with her, so why should she contact him? What's more, what she said that day was harsh enough that Jiang Shijing should have gotten angry, right, and ignored her for so long. It's better to stay cold like this, as it saves each other some trouble. Lin Xiangye gently rubbed her eyebrows and threw her cell phone in the back seat. After a few minutes, she silently picked the phone up again and fell into a tangle. At this time, there was suddenly a soft ring in the cell phone, and the call was connected. Lin Xiangye returned to her senses only to realize that she had dialed the number out at some point. Chapter 73, Temper Tantrum. There was only the faint sound of breathing on the other side of the phone. Jiang Shijing didn't say anything. Lin Xiangye waited for a few seconds, her throat inexplicably tightened, and before she could think of anything to say, her mouth acted before her brain. Wrong number, hanging up. She pressed off the call and stared at her cell phone with downcast eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed and Jiang Shijing didn't call again. Lin Xiangyan's heart was clogged up. Uncle Lu looked back at her. General Manager Lin, where are you going now? Lin Xiangye was just about to open her mouth when her cell phone suddenly rang. The person calling was Bai Jiran. She answered it. Hello? Bai Jiran said, Sister Lin, did you just call Brother Shijing? He has a high fever right now and his whole body is in a daze, so if you have anything to tell me, I'll wait until he's awake. The fever won't go down? Lin Xiangye subconsciously sat up straight. It's been a week, how come the fever hasn't gone down? Bai Jiran sighed softly. The doctor said that the place where Brother Shijing was burned was somewhat infected, and he himself had some colds, and his resistance was a bit weaker, so he hasn't gotten better. She paused and asked, do you want to come over and take a look? Brother Shijing has been in a bad mood these past few days, seeing you might make him feel better. Lin Xiangye wanted to say that Jiang Shijing's poor mood was because of her, so why add to each other's problems? But Jiang Shijing had rushed into the fire for her, and even helped her retrieve her grandfather's relics. She shouldn't have stood by and watched. Lin Xiangye hesitated for a long time before saying, I'll go over to see him later. Hanging up the phone, she said to Uncle Lu, go to South China Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Lin Xiangyan followed that address in her memory to the director's office on the 8th floor. In the office sat a man in his 30s, no longer the cordial old doctor from before. Seeing her coming, the doctor smiled, here to get medicine or see a doctor? Lin Xiangye shook her head, I'm looking for the old specialist Dr. Jean who sat here before. The doctor was surprised, you mean the old director from before? He retired to his hometown long ago to spend his days. I didn't think anyone would still miss him. I remembered that he was more than capable of dispensing Chinese medicine for bruises and burns and such, so I came over to ask, since he's not here, I'm sorry to bother you. Lin Xiangye gave the doctor a slight nod and turned to leave. The doctor called out to her, wait. He left behind a lot of prescriptions before he retired. Come over and see if there's anything you need. Lin Xiangye's feet lurched as she returned to the office. After finding the prescription for burns, she thanked the doctor and left, going downstairs to grab fresh herbs, grinding them with a medicinal stone into dark green juice and putting them in a sterilized bottle. After a lot of fussing, Lin Xiangye's fingernail crevices were green. How to wash it cannot be washed away. There is a faint smell of grass roots. Shino called and asked her why she didn't go downstairs, whether she had to work overtime tonight. Lin Xiangye simply explained that she had something to do, and not caring to deal with her hands full of unwashable medicinal juice, rushed to Jiang Shijing's place. When she arrived, Bai Jiran was just about to go to the kitchen to cook. Sister Lin, you're finally here, I'm almost too busy here. As soon as Lin Xiangye entered, she was stuffed with a cup of hot water by Bai Jiran. Brother Shijing is resting upstairs, help me bring him a cup of hot water so he can take his medicine, I'll go cook. Lin Xiangye hadn't even had time to say anything before she was assigned an errand. She held the warm cup and looked at the figure in the kitchen that was already busy, so she had to go upstairs. The door to his room was left open, and Jiang Shijing, dressed in black silk pajamas, sat at his computer desk working. The screen light hit his handsome face, and the weakness and sickness was visible to the naked eye. Lin Xiangyan pursed her lips and knocked on the door. Enter. Jiang Shijing didn't turn around. Lin Xiangye gently walked into the room, placed a cup of water in his hand, took out the sealed bottle of medicine in her bag, and put it down as well. She said indifferently, this is the most useful herbal medicinal juice for burns, you apply it twice in the morning and evening, and it will heal quickly. Jiang Shijing's typing movement lurched and lifted his eyelids. When he met his eyes, there was no longer the slightest bit of warmth or laughter in his eyes. You're here to bring me medicine? Lin Xiangye hummed. Jiang Shijing picked up the medicine bottle and shook it, pushing it away again. I don't want it. Lin Xiangye frowned. Why? Jiang Shijing closed his computer, his toes lending strength against the floor, and turned his chair to face her. He raised his eyebrows in mockery. Didn't you ask me to leave you alone? Since you said so, don't bother with me either. Lin Xiangye glanced at his arm. You burned because of me. If I don't care, my conscience will not be able to get over it. It's your business if your conscience can't get over it. I said I don't want your medicine means I don't want it. Take it away. Get out of here. Jiang Shijing frowned wanly, his face full of impatience. Lin Xiangyan was a bit upset, wanting to ask him why he had to be so cold and deliberately angry. But when she thought about it, she was the one who said those words after he risked his life to save her, and now Jiang Shijing was just returning those words. Lin Xiangye reached out and squeezed the medicine bottle. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes along with her movements, his gaze pausing for 2 seconds on her ugly green fingernails. Lin Xiangye hesitated, but still let go of the medicine bottle. Use it if you want to, just don't let Jiran throw it away. I'm leaving. She withdrew her hand and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, footsteps approached behind her. A hand reached past the side of her face and pushed the door to the room closed. Chapter 74, A Kiss. Lin Xiangyan turned back to speak and was blocked behind the door by Jiang Shijing's clasped wrist. She was about to struggle when she suddenly felt Jiang Shijing's palm rolling hot, not a normal human temperature. You still have a fever? Lin Xiangye subconsciously raised her hand and probed Jiang Shijing's forehead. Jiang Shijing inclined his head and avoided it, his cold expression finally breaking the ice and gradually adding a touch of aggravation. Forget about burning to death, you don't care about me anyway. Lin Xiangye remained taut, faintly saying, I'm asking you to leave me alone, I didn't say I don't care about you. Isn't this the same meaning? It all means to draw a line with me. Jiang Shijing lowered his head, approaching a height of 1 meter 9, at this moment his aura was all gone, like a bullied, drooping-tailed golden hair. Lin Xiangye inexplicably felt funny. She pushed Jiang Shijing's, then what do you want? Jiang Shijing's eyes moved slightly, staring at her closely. If you apologize to me and take back that sentence, I'll take your medicine. Lin Xiangye locked eyes with him and didn't say anything. She had never been able to figure out Jiang Shijing's mind. Talking about retaliating against her and making things difficult for her, but in the end, he protected her. Obviously looking like he didn't care, and then 3 times showing a reaction of being hurt by her words. Was it a genuine expression of love, or was Jiang Shijing's amongst the thousands of flowers always good at acting, teasing her for fun? Lin Xiangye couldn't figure it out, but she knew she couldn't fall for it, or else the scene at the bar 3 years ago would repeat itself. She was slow to speak. Jiang Shijing couldn't wait for the desired answer and let go of her hand. Then, you and I will each take a step back. Lin Xiangye lowered her eyes and said, how do I back off? Jiang Shijing reached out and touched her lips. There's no need to apologize, I'll collect your medicine, you let me kiss you. Her lips were slightly itchy, and Lin Xiangye subconsciously pursed them, along with Jiang Shijing's fingertips. Both of them froze at the same time, the wordless ambiguity between their stares was climbing. Closer and closer, their breaths intertwined. Jiang Shijing's unconsciously gulped and lifted Lin Xiangye's chin. It was a slapdash kiss that ended with a single touch. Lin Xiangyan didn't even have time to dodge when she wanted to, so she just leaned woodenly against the door and took the kiss. Jiang Shijing let out a low laugh, wiping away the watery glow on her lips and pulling her away from the door. Jiran, make an extra bowl of noodles, Miss Lin is staying for dinner. Lin Xiangyan didn't go out to stop. She stood in the doorway, a meter away from the man outside, and heard the deafening sound of her own jumbled heartbeat. Things were moving in an uncontrollable direction. After 3 years, she still stood teetering on the edge of the abyss called Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangye adjusted her breathing and pulled the door open to go out. Bai Jiran ran out from the kitchen, looked up at her and laughed. Sister Lin, you and brother Shijing have made up? Lin Xiangye was stunned, and before she knew how to answer, the doorbell suddenly rang. Jiang Shijing was not feeling well, and with a weary look, he lifted his chin and gestured for Bai Jiran to open the door. Outside the night, there were 2 people standing. It was Tang Li and Shino. Lin Xiangye was surprised. How could she not expect the 2 of them to show up together? Shino came in and explained, it's too late, I wasn't worried and came over to take a look, I don't recognize this woman. Jiang Shijing glanced at him and went downstairs. Auntie Tang came to my place for something? Tang Li's gaze traveled back and forth between him and Lin Xiangye, looking a little startled. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, Shijing, I heard that your brother, no, it's Xiaosu got out of prison, but you found someone to keep an eye on him, not allowing him to leave that bar where he works part-time, right? Lin Xiangye frowned without moving and raised her hand, signaling Kino to come over and not disturb their conversation. Shino's complexion softened a few points, obediently walking over to stand beside her. Jiang Shijing saw them side by side and added a few points of impatience between his brows. He tugged at his lips and sneered, Aunt Tang is here to find me to raise hell? According to the agreement made 3 years ago, your son should have left Banyan City and never set foot here again, and it's already good enough that I didn't have anyone drive him away, right? Tang Li's face turned white, and she barely smiled. Sure, Jing, I know that Xiao Shui did something wrong in the past, almost causing you to die from serious injuries, and also causing Miss Lin to almost lose her innocence, but the crime that should be sentenced has been sentenced, so can you give him a chance to change his ways again? Lin Xiangyan's red lips pursed, and a few moments of anger welled up in her heart. She took a step forward, but was blocked by Qinu. Qinu shook her head at her. Chapter 75 Heartache Me? Lin Xiangye didn't move again. This was, after all, a family matter of the Jiang family, and it wasn't good for her to say anything in front of Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing leaned against the sofa, his face adding a sickly tired color, and laughed softly. A chance to change again? You mean, letting Jiang Su rejoin the Jiang family, letting me arrange a position for him to enter the Jiang group and keep him by my side to feed the tiger? Tang Li swallowed her saliva and said anxiously, how can you say that? Xiao Shui really knows that he's wrong. He won't hurt you anymore and won't take over the family fortune from you. As long as you let him stay by my side to do his filial duty. Oh, so it's Auntie Tang who can't bear to see him leave you and wants him to stay and take care of you. Jiang Shijing held a tall glass and shook the blood like liquid. Under the chandelier, his features were covered by light with a cold sense of beauty. Lin Xiangyan's breath stuttered as she watched. She knew that Jiang Shijing's had gotten angry. Favoring Tang Li, who didn't notice, she nodded fiercely and said, yes, we don't have ambitions, we don't presume to steal the family business from you, as long as you let him stay in Banyan City. I see. Jiang Shijing's looked well-spoken as he hooked his lips and laughed softly. This is a good idea. Let Jiang Su continue to stay and work at the bar. Auntie Tang, you pack up and go over to accompany him. Tang Li stiffened, suspecting she had heard wrong. What did you say? I'll talk to the bar's owner, usually let you work as a janitor, just sweep and sprinkle the floor. You two mothers will work well in there, you definitely won't be bullied. Jiang Shijing's raised an eyebrow good-naturedly. This way Jiang Su can accompany you at all times. Are you satisfied? What am I satisfied with? Tang Li rushed to him. I'm the wife of the Jiang family. How can you let me go to the bar to work as a housekeeper? Didn't I tell you, as long as Jiang V does whatever he wants in the group, we won't fight you for anything. Jiang Shijing pursed his lips, his fingertips rubbing the rim of his glass. The red wine reflected the figure on the stairsteps, still motionless. He lowered his eyes and stared intently at the reflection in the wineglass, silently waiting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The reflection finally moved. Mrs. Jiang. Lin Xiangye pushed away Qinu's protective arm and descended the stairs. She stood in front of Tang Li, her complexion cold as hell. Back when the Jiang family elders were present, you dragged Jiang Su to his knees to plead for mercy, promising that after he finished his jail sentence, he would get the hell out of Banyan City and never set foot in the Jiang family again, and now you're trying to arrange for Jiang Su to work in the company in a different way. Isn't that a little too shameless? Jiang Shijing hooked his lips, the frost under his eyes dissolving in an instant. He tilted his head, looking at Lin Xiangye's appearance as she spoke up for him. Tang Li gritted her teeth and grunted coldly, this is our Jiang family's business, why do you have more mouths to feed? Jiang V didn't just hurt Jiang Shijing back then, there's also me. Lin Xiangye's tone intensified as she indifferently said, I'll put my words here today, even if Jiang Shijing backs down, I won't back down. The person who almost caused me to lose my innocence doesn't deserve to live in Banyan City openly and honorably. You shut up. Tang Li's nerves jumped and she raised her hand to strike. Lin Xiangyan was just about to block when she heard Tang Li scream miserably. Jiang Shijing had stood up at some point, pinching Tang Li's wrist hard. Tang Li's face twisted in pain, only to feel her wrist being viciously choked by a pair of iron pincers. Her lips trembled as she trembled and begged for mercy. I'm not going to fight anymore. I'm not going to fight her anymore. Let go. Lin Xiangye looked at Jiang Shijing in shock. She had never seen Jiang Shijing's appearance at this moment. His eyebrows were pressed down, and his beautiful eyes seeped outward with a murderous aura, so fierce that it could strangle a person alive. Jiang Shijing stared at Tang Li, a bone-chilling coldness flooding the bottom of his eyes. And Tang, you're really getting more and more out of control as you get older, and you dare to spout off like this in front of me. It seems that not only do you want to see Jiang Shui leave Rongqing, but you also want him to not be able to leave with all 4 limbs intact? All of Tang Li's insanity collected at this moment, not even daring to scream in pain anymore. She shook her head violently and shouted out, no. You don't want to hurt him. I know I'm wrong, I'll never come here to mess with you again, please let him go, okay? Just let him stay in the bar and not go anywhere, okay? Jiang Shijing snorted lightly and shook her off. See, that's how people are, they know to give in when they step on a sore spot, and what they cry out that they can't do is okay. He leaned over and picked up the glass of wine he hadn't had time to drink yet and put it to his lips, still not rolling? As soon as the words fell, a cold, soft hand rested on his arm. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes and met Lin Xiangye's gaze with a slight hint of opposition. You're injured, you're not allowed to drink. Shino looked on, his face grim for a moment. Jiang Shijing was suddenly in a good mood, pulling his lips into a low smile. You're feeling sorry for me? Lin Xiangyan paused and was about to open her mouth when a person suddenly barged in outside the door. Yan Jing came to the living room in large strides, his expression grave. Jiang Su has disappeared. Chapter 76, To Get Back Together. Jiang Su is missing. As soon as Yan Jing's words left his mouth, all eyes focused on Tang Li. Obviously, if Jiang Zhou could escape under so many pairs of eyes, there must have been help from an outside force. The person who helped Jiang Su escape could only be Tang Li. Tang Li covered her painful wrist and shook her head in fear at the words, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know how little Su disappeared. If I had helped him escape, I wouldn't have come here to plead for mercy." Jiang Shijing glanced at her without expression and asked, 7 or 8 bodyguards were watching. How did Jiang Zhou escape? Just now, Jiang Zhou went to the second floor box to deliver wine to the guests and never came down. My people realized something was wrong and went upstairs to look for it. That's when they realized that the person had disappeared. Yan Jing's forehead was sweating, his voice was shaking when he said this. Jiang Su was a murderer. 3 years ago he dared to kill someone. Nowadays there was even less he couldn't do. For such a person to run away was simply hiding a time bomb somewhere around him. Send someone to find it. Jiang Shijing stared at Tang Li. Also, have your people follow her 24 hours a day and monitor all her communication devices. Tang Li was stunned and uncertain, opening her mouth, not knowing what to say. She could only mechanically follow Yan Jing away. The living room was quiet, but Lin Xiangyan's heart was beating wildly. The bloody scene from 3 years ago seemed to be fresh in her mind again. She felt chills all over her body when she thought of Jiang Su running off without a trace, and even felt that there were eyes in the dark that were staring at her and Jiang Shijing's to death. Lin Xiangya's heart tightened, and without thinking too much, she said, "Jiang Shijing, you need to protect yourself and go out with a personal bodyguard." Jiang Shijing stared at her for 2 seconds, the corners of his lips rising uncontrollably. "You too?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chino. "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I'll protect her and not move an inch 24 hours a day." Jiang Shijing's face darkened by a few points, the smile that had just appeared disappearing in an instant. He had forgotten that there was such a spoiled existence beside Lin Xiangye. Chino looked at his displeased appearance and raised an eyebrow without much expression. Lin Xiangye couldn't detect the undercurrents between the two and nodded, "With Chino around, Jiang Su can't hurt me, just pay attention to yourself." Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Bai Jiran had been hiding in the kitchen and watching, only then did she smile and come out to round off the situation. "Mr. Qin seems to be a very powerful practitioner, he should be able to protect Sister Lin properly." "Powerful?" Jiang Shijing sized Chino up from head to toe, a light snort spilling out from between his lips. "Looks like a weakling too." Chino didn't get angry and said lightly, "If Mr. Jiang isn't convinced, you can have a match. Come to the balcony for a match." Jiang Shijing pulled up his sleeves and was about to go upstairs. Lin Xiangye looked at his face with a sickly aura and was somewhat speechless. "You're still sick, stop it. Don't make a scene." Jiang Shijing heard and immediately obediently stopped his steps, his eyes burning as he looked at her. "You rest, remember to take your medicine properly." Lin Xiangye couldn't help but show concern again. Chino frowned slightly, keenly aware of the change in her attitude towards Jiang Shijing. After leaving, he immediately asked, "Ms. Lin, you're getting more and more in touch with that Jiang Shijing, and you don't often let me follow lately. Are you getting back together with him?" Lin Xiangye stopped in surprise and raised her willow eyebrows. "I didn't let you follow because you were injured, and I have a very poor relationship with Jiang Shijing." Speaking of this, something suddenly popped into her mind. There was the entanglement of mistakenly drinking juice that day, and there was also that slapdash kiss tonight. Lin Xiangye's tone was a bit weak. "In short, we won't get back together." Chino looks at her for a moment and gently nods. "I'll believe whatever you say. If you say we won't get back together, we definitely won't." "Well, go back." Lin Xiangye walked to the car. Chino quickly stepped over and helped her open the car door, his gaze gentle with a few moments of concentration. Lin Xiangyan was just about to sit in, when she suddenly heard someone call her from behind. Tang Li had somehow returned again, standing behind a tree and looking over in a shadowy manner, her expression a bit bizarre. She walked out from the shadows. "Don't go yet, I have something to say to you." Chapter 77, He's hiding a woman. Lin Xiangye turned back around. "What do you want to say?" Tang Li walked closer to her and suddenly smiled meaninglessly. "When I was going to beat you up just now, Jiang Shijing really protected you." "So?" Lin Xiangye was impatient. Tang Li came closer to her and lowered her voice. "Don't be too happy, he's protecting you because he can't stand to see me, it's not that he cares about you." Lin Xiangye was unmoved, looking at her like she was a psychopath. Tang Li laughed even more smugly. "Do you know who he really cares about? Do you know about Lianhua Manor? Jiang Shijing is hiding a girl in the golden nest inside." At these words, Lin Xiangyan's eyelids jumped. Lianhua was the best located feng shui land in Yung City, owned by the Jiang family's old lady. When Jiang Shijing's inherited the company, the old madam gave him this piece of land, which Jiang Shijing's later personally designed and converted into a manor, named Lotus China due to the old madam's belief in Buddhism. There's a wonderful person hidden there. Jiang Shijing doesn't want to let her show her face for fear of people hurting her. Tang Li sked, giddy to see Lin Xiangwan's glum expression. "I went to a lot of trouble to find out that woman's name. Do you know what it's called?" Chino secretly gauged Lin Xiangye's complexion and chided in a deep voice, "If you want to say it, just say it, don't sell it." Tang Li grunted coldly, taking out her cell phone and handing it to Lin Xiangye as she typed. She's called Xiang'e, the Xiang in your name. That sounds the same as your name. Lin Xiangye lowered her eyes and glanced at the screen, not saying anything. Looking at her unobtrusive appearance, Tang Li, however, felt that she was bracing herself, snickering. The Xiang'ani lived in shortly after you left the country, and guess what? Your names are so similar. Who's really the double of whom, and who's Jiang Shijing's true love? Suddenly, Lin Xiangye thought of what Chen Ting said before she left. She said that Jiang Shijing had someone in his heart that he truly cared about. Was this person Xiang Oe? Lin Xiangye's complexion turned cold. Don't give me this useless crap. You better not have helped Jiang V escape, otherwise not only Jiang Shijing, I won't let you off the hook either. Tang Li froze, not seeing her reaction of loss and sadness. She suddenly felt uninterested and left. Lin Xiangye turned back to look at the villa's gate with a complicated expression. Don't you believe all of her words? Shino deliberated for a moment, then added, however, liking Jiang Shijing is the most unfortunate thing. Ms. Lin, you won't make the same mistake, right? Lin Xiangyan exhaled deeply and got into the car without saying anything. She didn't sleep this night. Thinking about Jiang Su running away, thinking about what Tang Li said, tossing and turning until the early hours of the morning. Lin Xiangyan's heart was getting stuffy, so she simply left the apartment and went for a drive. But she unconsciously drove to the vicinity of Lotus Manor. The manor is situated between the mountains and water, a real peach blossom wonderland, beautiful and quiet. Along with the silence together, there was also her heart. Lin Xiang Evening got out of the car, quietly looked at the manor, vaguely saw that there were lights on. She hadn't been here once, and Jiang Shijing had even said that he would take her on a boat to see it after it had been renovated and ventilated. Later she left the country and never had the chance to set foot here again, while another woman lived here for more than 3 years. Oxiango, Oxiango. Lin Xiangye took out her cell phone and searched for the name online. There were a lot of people with the same name that came up, and the information was as plentiful and useless as mayflies in a sea. In the middle of the day, she suddenly realized that her behavior was boring and ridiculous, and put away her phone to get into the car. When Lin Xiangye went back, it was just dawn, and Bai Jiran was arranging breakfast in the living room. Seeing her come in from outside, Bai Jiran was surprised. Sister didn't return all night? I thought you were sleeping upstairs. Insomnia, so I walked around. Lin Xiangye sat down at the table. Why did you come back? Brother Shijing has gotten better and asked me to come back to take care of you, and since you're living on your own, it would be troublesome if that Jiang Su ran over and hurt you. Bai Jiran pushed a bowl of kanji in front of her. Lin Xiangye served the kanji and raised her eyes to look at her carefully. Bai Jiran was small and cute, simple and kind. Such a good girl could only stay by Jiang Shijing's side for 3 months. What about that Xiang'an? And how different from her, how gentle and tender in nature should she be? Bai Jiran subconsciously touches her face. Sister Lin, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something on my face? Lin Xiangye shook her head and smiled. I just want to ask you, you've been by Jiang Shijing's side for so long, do you know about Lianhua Manor? You're asking about Miss Xiang from the Lotus Flower Manor, right? I know her. Brother Shijing also often goes to see her, and every time he goes, he stays for 2 days, and he doesn't allow anyone to follow. Bai Jiran pulled a chair and sat across from Lin Xiangye. Lin Xiangyan's kanji drinking action was lurched. She had already brainstormed what cozy and romantic, or sizzling and entangled things would happen when the two were alone in a place like that. Chapter 78, You Don't Like Him Again. Bai Jiran didn't notice Lin Xiangye's expression was wrong and was still talking to herself. I've never been able to understand Brother Shijing. He seems to like that Miss Xiang very much, and it seems like his heart is always on other people. She looked deeply at Lin Xiangye. Sister, can you feel Brother Shijing's heart? Lin Xiangwan sipped her porridge and said lightly, things like feelings can only be felt by people who are in love with each other. You're asking the wrong person. Bai Jiran was stunned and smiled. That's right, sister, you don't like him. Lin Xiangye's eyes flickered slightly and she didn't say anything. The two had their own thoughts and ate quietly. Soon the driver and Kino came. Lin Xiangyan went to work with them, but she was distracted on the way. Seeing that she wasn't quite right, the driver and Kino looked at each other. When she waited for the company, Lin Xiangyan suddenly received a call from Eugene. Found out something, meet up. As soon as she hadn't even stepped into the company, she took Kino and urgently rerouted to meet Eugene. After meeting, Eugene placed a document bag in front of Lin Xiangyan. 2 things have been found out so far. First, the fire in your family's old mansion was done by Lin Shijuan. I found his men, and after some effort to investigate, I learned that Lin Shijuan wanted to find a list of names, and suspected that it was hidden in the old mansion, and when he couldn't find it and was afraid that you would find it, he burned down the old mansion. Lin Xiangye nodded. She was not surprised by this result. From the time Lin Shijuan sneakily went to the old mansion, she knew that Lin Shijuan must have something he wanted to get his hands on. What list do you know? That's exactly the second thing I'm going to tell you. Eugene looked at her deeply. The water between your Lin family and Fan Xing is really deep. I checked Chen Chen's movements before he died. He gave a confidential company document to Lin Shijuan and also signed a dividend agreement. The document was probably a certain piece of high technology, and the profit-sharing agreement indicated that if Lin Shijun used this technology to lead Prosperous Star to greater prosperity after becoming president, he would give Chen Chen an extra 20% in dividends. Also, Chen Chen met with Lin Shijun before he died, and it seems to have gone sour. That's all I found out so far. As for Lin Shijun, he's messing around with Gao Luowan about breaking off the engagement. After listening to his words, Lin Xiangyan was already freezing cold. All the mysteries were strung together, and the conspiracy was vaguely surfacing. No wonder Chen Chen broke down and apologized before he died. No wonder he said that if he waited until he returned, everything would still be too late. When signing the agreement, Chen Chen should not have realized that Lin Shijun was not at all sincere in supporting Fan Xing with this confidential technology. And she came back to be the president. Lin Shijun withheld this document, and there is no intention to share it with her. Chen Chen and Lin Shijun last meeting should be questioned about this matter. Learned that Lin Shijun monopoly technology. He was sorry for the old Mr. Lin's trust became a traitor before the guilt jumped off the building. It can be said that Chen Chen was forced to die by Lin Shijun. And Lin Shijun sent someone to hit the car that Chen Ting was sitting in because he thought Chen Chen had said something to Chen Ting before he died, right? When Lin Shijun had dinner with Chen Ting that day, he should have tried to find out that she didn't know anything before letting Chen Ting leave the country. Lin Xiangyan breathed heavily, her palms sweating. She gripped her coffee cup tightly to maintain her composure. Okay, next, please do your best to find out who has the rest of the classified technology. The list that Lin Shijun wanted should be the list of who held the confidential technology. With 12 shareholders on the board of directors, it was unlikely that Grandpa would divide the confidential technology equally among them. There should only be a few people holding the confidential documents. Among them were Chen Chen and definitely Zhong Jia. But Zhong Jia was loyal to Grandpa and was the one least likely to betray him, so Lin Shijun could only look for the other shareholders for the time being. She had to take the first step to determine who these people were before she could stop Lin Shijun's plot. Lin Xiangyan got up and left with the things that Eugene had found out. Only when she was gone did Eugene lean against the window and dial the phone. Chief Jing, I told her everything. Don't worry, I'll reveal it slowly and will let her be mentally prepared. Before the words were finished, he suddenly closed his voice and puffed out another laugh. Jiang Shijing, what are you laughing at? Eugene hung up the phone and slowly shot a few seconds of video and sent it over. In the video, Chino had his hand propped up on the car door, his other arm wrapped around Lin Xiangyan, his eyes looking down at her with worry. Jiang Shijing received the video, and his gaze cooled down little by little. Lin Xiangyan didn't see the man behind her filming action, and her eyes went black in a burst. Too many things had happened between last night and now. She was mentally and physically exhausted. Ms. Lin, are you alright? Chino supported her. Is it low blood sugar? I'll go buy you some chocolate? Lin Xiangyan closed her eyes and slowed down for a few seconds. The company still has things to deal with. I'll just drink some milk when I get there. Let go of me. Only then did Chino realize that their movements were too intimate. His ears turned red and he silently let go of Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan sat in the car, closed her eyes and rested her mind. Her mind was filled with the ugly face of Lin Mu's family. Those high-profile families were often head over heels in order to compete for industries, and their tricks were frequent. At first, she only thought that these people were just the same as other families, taking over companies for property interests. But she never thought that Lin Mu and his father and son were not trying to rob Flourishing Star, but were using this as a cover to try to take away the confidential technologies that Flourishing Star had researched for decades. These confidential technologies were grandfather's heart's blood. What was the difference between what they did in digging up a grave and digging up Grandpa's bones? Lin Xiangyan couldn't endure it for a moment. She raised her hand and rubbed her brow. Chino, go find someone for me. Chapter 79, Why are you helping me? Outside the office, a woman barged in with all the wind and fire. Lin Xiangyan's hands on the keyboard lurched, raising her eyes to look at her. The woman's hair was disheveled, her collar was open, and her face was covered in a layer of unhealthy pallor. Especially the black bruises under the eyes, obviously have not had a good night's sleep recently. Lin Xiangyan's expression was icy cold, staring at the other party for several seconds, snorting lightly. Miss Gao, I'm sure you've had a hard time these past few days. This is all caused by you. What are you pretending? Cao Luowan became agitated and raised her voice. What means did you use to make Jiang Shijing go to bat for you against the Gao family? Our Gao family has been working with the Jiang family for 16 years. 16 years. Lin Xiangyan turned her head to face the computer screen and continued to review the electronic documents, faintly saying, Where did I get the face and means to get Jiang Shijing to help me? You'd better think carefully about where you've offended him. No, I didn't offend him. It was you who seduced him into softening his heart and feeling sorry for you, and that's why he disregarded sentiment and came after the Gao family. Cao Luowan was trembling, her hands slamming hard into the table, confronting her across the corner of the table. You're calling me over now, saying something about being able to solve my dilemma, but you're actually trying to see me laugh, right? Lin Xiangyan raised her eyes and met her resentful gaze, her willow eyebrows lightly raised. I heard that Lin Shijun is planning to break off the engagement with you? Cao Luowan's face turned white. After the Gao family went bankrupt, Lin Shijun began to shun her, ignoring her and her parents' pleas for help. Back then, when Lin Shijun was brought back to Yang City and officially became the Lin family's young master, he used all his warm and attentive means to chase her. After falling in love, she used the Gao family's industrial chain to support Lin Shijun, helping him make a big splash in prosperity start to get recognition from the shareholders. But now, Lin Shijun wants to kick her out when the Gao family is in trouble. Thin-skinned, negative scum. The more Gao Luowan thought about it, the more angry she became, breathing heavily. Lin Xiangye glanced at her. Although Lin Shijun left from Prosperity Star, he should have had quite a lot of savings in the past few years, enough to support you richly and treat your parents well, and you no longer have the capital or ability to find a high-quality, rich man other than him. If you need it, I can give you a hand and make Lin Shijun have to marry you, otherwise you'll be reduced to the point of being abandoned, and in the future I'm afraid you'll only be able to sleep on a flyover. Sleeping on the flyover? The 3 words were like a whip on Gao Luohuan. She shivered and stared at Lin Xiangyan. Why are you helping me? Lin Xiangwan laughed slowly, staring at her. Do you think I want to see him dump you and go find a rich white woman to climb up the ladder? Gao Luohuan opened her mouth, momentarily scandalized. She looked into Lin Xiangye's icy cold eyes, which were filled with blunt ruthlessness. Gao Luohuan believed it. She believed that Lin Xiangye did not want to see Lin Shijun marry another good helper, so even if she had a grudge against her, even if she did not deal with her, she was willing to fulfill them. And this, too, was the only chance she had to get out of her predicament. Gao Luohuan took a deep breath. Lin Shijun is avoiding seeing me. I guess he'll be able to think of a reason to dump me in the next 2 days. Do you have any way to make him marry me? Lin Xiangye stretched out her hand towards her. If you can go out on a limb, do as I say and give me your cell phone. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Mu and Lin Shijun are smoking on the same balcony. Between the smoke, Jiang Shijing came over with 2 coats. It's cold outside, you 2 masters should hurry up and go inside. Lin Shijun took the coats and put them on. Mom, you and Dad will go to the Gao family tomorrow to get out of the marriage. I don't want to see that idiot Gao Luowan again, who is so bad at offending anyone, but even offends Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing frowned. If the Gao family withdraws from the marriage as soon as something happens to them, the onlookers will say something, right? Lin Shijun exhaled a cigarette. Then we have to withdraw in a hurry, or else if the Gao family comes to us for help, will we help or not? If we help, it will delay our plan to set up another gateway. If we don't help, we'll get a bad reputation as a white-eyed wolf, which is more important? Lin Mu also commented immediately afterward. Jiang Shijing sighed. Alright, then tomorrow, we'll make a trip to the Gao family. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Shijun's cell phone suddenly rang with a beep. It was a text message from Gao Luohuan. Shijun, let's meet one last time to discuss withdrawing from the marriage. You're now leaving Fanqing without a job. Don't delay me from finding a good booster to protect the Gao family, and I won't delay you from catching another rich white girl. He looked down for a moment and gave a mocking smile. No need for you to go to the Gao family, I'll take care of it. Lin Shijun put on his jacket, grabbed his car keys and rushed to the bar. The head of the box had long been prepared with alcohol. Lin Xiangye finished sending the text message and returned the phone to Gao Luohuan. When Gao Luohuan saw the content of the text message, his face was a bit ugly. Will he really come? Why won't he come? Lin Xiangye raised her eyebrows. What I sent is what's in his heart. You don't think he still has a trace of reluctance towards you, do you? Gao Luohuan froze and looked up at her. The woman in front of her stood backlit. From her face to her posture, she couldn't say enough about her flavor, only those eyes were full of indifference where sobriety and reason coexisted. At this moment, she suddenly admired Lin Xiangyan. When she ran away from the marriage, she was not afraid of offending Jiang Shijing, and now she came back not afraid of being targeted by the Jiang family, not afraid of being counted by her own father and brother. Lin Xiang evening, you can even help me in order to achieve your goal. I really want to know, back then, what kind of interests did you run away from marriage because of that you didn't mind offending the Jiang family? Lin Xiangyan pursed her lips for a few seconds before saying, what if I say it was because I loved but couldn't get away with it, and was broken by Jiang Shijing? Gao Luohuan's eyes widened, a flash of exaggerated incredulity appearing on her face. You had your heart broken by Jiang Shijing? You love but can't be loved? Lin Xiangyan said unhappily, are you so surprised? Gao Luo laughed twice, stood up and looked her up and down, his gaze fixed on her face. Do you know what Jiang Shijing did the first time he showed up after you ran away from the wedding? Lin Xiangyan's eyes sunk slightly, staring at her without speaking. She wanted to know and didn't want to know. Now that her heart had been messed up once again because of that fire, she no longer had the unwillingness of wanting to see Jiang Shijing lose his mind. She merely didn't want to talk about Jiang Shijing's, didn't want to get entangled with the other party, and didn't want to look directly at herself who had returned from 3 years and was so uncontested. Seeing that she didn't ask, Gao Luohuan hugged her arms and talked about that incident to herself. After you ran away from the wedding, Jiang Shijing came out for the first time to drink with a few friends, and at that time, there was a person who fought for him, saying that you had abandoned him and had no conscience. Everyone thought Jiang Shijing would agree with that person's words, but he didn't. Jiang Shijing grabbed that man and smashed him with the wine bottle one by one, breaking 10 of his fingers and smashing his mouth full of teeth. I happened to be in that bar at the time, listening to the screams traveling from the second floor to the first floor, even the music drowned out the sound. After that, no one dared to mention you in a formal setting. Gao Luowan looked at Lin Xiangye fixedly. Since then I've grown even more disenchanted with you, I hate you even more. A rotten person like you should be spat upon, but why? Why is it that Jiang Shijing just won't let anyone say anything bad about you? Chapter 80, Making a Scam, Inviting the King into the Jar. Lin Xiangye was stunned at the table for a long time, completely not expecting anything like this. Her temples were pounding. The rumors she heard, and the news brought by Wen Shallow were not like this. Jiang Shijing had kept her name a secret, obviously because of the fact that he had been dumped. It was clear that he had a girlfriend shortly after she left. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips coldly, and just as she was about to speak, Wen Xiao had come in. Lin Shijuan is here, we should act according to plan. She glanced at Gao Luowan. You can do it, right? Don't worry. Gao Luowan treated it as if he hadn't said those words to her just now. This is something that concerns my own future. I won't drop the ball, I don't need you to talk too much. Lin Xiangye withdrew her gaze and left with Wen Xiao. In the corner, they waited quietly. After 2 minutes, Lin Shijuan went upstairs into the box. When Shallow skimmed her lips, cheap Gao Luowan, she should have been dumped by Lin Shijuan and slept on the street. Lin Xiangye's expression was somewhat sarcastic. The grudge between me and her is less than a tenth of what I have with Lin Shijuan. Compared to getting back at her, I'd rather see Lin Shijuan's dream of being a rich woman shattered, and only be able to marry a bankrupt lady. When Shallow nodded and saw another group of people coming downstairs and started walking down with their cell phones. She pretended to make a call as she walked. Right. Evening Night is in the box with that man right now. I didn't even have eyes to see, I left them alone to get along. Don't come over, it's a real mess. Li Jie with a few friends came in for a drink, and from a long way away, she saw Wen Xiao making a phone call in a hurry. When she passed by, she clearly heard Wen Xiong's words. Late night? It's not Lin Xiangyan. Can't it be that Lin Xiangwan is not aware of her private behavior and is fooling around with men in the bar box? Li Jie was so excited that she was breathing heavily. Ever since she had offended Jiang Shijing's last time, she had suffered as well, and all the gentlemen around Jiang Shijing's were unwilling to take care of her. Tonight was a good time to get revenge. Li Jie looked back towards a few of her friends in the circle of thousands of gold, hooking her lips into a smile. Does everyone want to go watch a good show? People who came to a place like a bar were all people who wanted to have fun. Li Jie responded with a call, taking 5 or 6 friends upstairs. In the box, Lin Shijuan was naked, holding Gao Luowan tightly in his arms, cozying up to a sip of wine and another puff of cigar. Huan, you were able to give me your first time when you broke up. Honestly, I'm very touched. I will give your Gao family a sum of money as a compensation fee for breaking off the engagement. Gao Luowan's eyes lit up and she sidled up on his chest, drawing circles with her fingertips on his heart. June, how much money are you going to give me? 5. Lin Shijuan looked at Gao Luowan's foxy look that really couldn't make it to the stage and smiled. 500,000. The light in Gao Luowan's eyes went out at once. She laughed dryly and said, our Gao family is bankrupt. $500,000 is enough for what? Lin Shijuan narrowed his eyes and said unhappily, $500,000 to buy your first time is not enough? Your membrane isn't made of gold. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? The blood on Gao Luowan's face faded and her lips trembled slightly. Why do you speak so harshly? You used to say, I am the princess you hold on the tip of your heart. You scattered your family's wealth to protect me and love me. Lin Shijuan completely lost interest, pushed her away like a puddle of rotten meat, got up and said, before was before, now the Gao family is down and out. You're worthless to me. Giving you $500,000 is already good. He put on his own clothes, not seeing the icy cold eyes Gao Luowan revealed behind him. Alright, you clean up. Lin Shijuan glanced at the falling red on the sofa, feeling a peculiar sense of accomplishment. I'll have someone send you a check later. Take the money and don't appear in front of me in the future. Gao Luowan tugged at her dress to wrap her body. At the moment there was not a trace of love for him under her eyes, and her face could not hide her mockery. After utilizing me and then dumping me, how can it be that easy? I, Gao Luowan, am also a despicable bastard that you can count on? The 3 words bastard stung Lin Shijuan. He coldly lowered his face, turned around and slapped him across the face. Bitch! Try saying another word. Gao Luowan was slapped down by him, and without regard for decency, she pounced over and hugged his waist, crying, I was engaged to you for 3 years, and my best years were delayed. Now that my Gao family is bankrupt, you forcibly took away my first time, and you even want to break off the engagement with me. June, how can you be so heartless? Lin Shijuan's face darkened and pushed her to the ground. What are you mad about? Don't bother me anymore. With that, he shook his hand and walked away, only to turn around and see a group of people. The door to the box was open, and Li Jie and the other rich girls were all staring at this in disbelief. Lin Shijuan, I never thought you were such a person. The Gao family is in trouble, yet you used force on Luo Huan and want to break up with her. You're too heartless. Don't forget how the Gao family helped you. Luo Huan's family is down and out and you want to break off the engagement, what a white-eyed wolf. Everyone was fighting for Gao Luo Huan. Lin Shijuan's heart sank as he slowly looked at the sobbing Gao Luo Huan on the ground. Delaying Gao Luo Huan for 3 years without getting married, taking away Gao Luo Huan's first time and still wanting to break up, and immediately leaving when his fiancée's family went bankrupt. Everything pressed on him could make him never raise his head again. If these rich white beauties tell the truth, the entire young city will know how bad he, Lin Shijuan, is. He was fooled. Lin Shijuan hated that he couldn't swallow Gao Luo Huan alive, but he could only reveal a forced smile in full view of everyone. Everyone has misunderstood. I had a fight with Luo Huan before my words rushed out and spoke harshly. Don't worry, I'm by no means the kind of villain who starts a fight and ends it. For the sake of his reputation, Lin Shijuan had to bend down and help Gao Luo Huan up, playing deep love with her. Gao Luo Huan reveals a victor's smile and forces him to guarantee in front of everyone that he will get married as scheduled before leaving satisfied. Lin Shijuan stayed in the box and roared in anger, smashing everything to pieces. He kicked away the coffee table and exited the bar with a grim expression on his face, just in time to see a figure on the side of the road. Lin Xiangye was standing under the streetlight, looking at Gao Luo Huan, who was surrounded by a group of friends. When Gao Luo Huan got into the car, he nodded to her, and it was all in the air. At this moment, Lin Shijuan understood everything. He clenched his fists fiercely and got into the car and stepped on the gas. Kill you. Lin Xiangyan, I'm going to kill you. Alcohol on his head, Lin Shijuan slammed on the gas. The car rammed towards Lin Xiangyan, his face full of vicious resentment. You go to hell. Lin Xiangyan turned around when she heard the commotion, and the car was already less than 10 meters away from her. She was instantly drenched in cold, standing on the side of the empty road with nowhere to hide. Just then, a black McLaren and a Land Rover rushed out behind her. The two vehicles circled around Lin Xiangyan and crashed into Lin Shijuan with left and right pincers. Lin Shijuan winced and slammed on the brakes in fear. The Land Rover was only there to intercept and came to an emergency stop half a meter away. And the McLaren, like a black beast with red eyes, hit Lin Shijuan's car head-on. With a bang, the car's siren sounded wildly. Chapter 81, I'm worried about you. At the scene of the car accident, the god of death swung his scythe over Lin Xiangyan's head. She was creeped out in her heart, her body was frozen, still not over from the life and death situation she had just experienced. Lin Shijuan's forehead was bleeding, his face full of panic as he pushed open the car door and escaped, collapsing weakly to the ground. It was only when Lin Xiangyan saw the scene that she had the solid feeling that she had almost died just now. Her fingertips moved slightly as she lifted her foot and walked over. Without waiting for her to get closer, the door of that Land Rover opened. Zhao Yan rushed straight towards that McLaren and shouted, Shijing. Shijings, wake up. Don't scare me, Shijing. Lin Xiangyan froze, thinking she was hallucinating. Who was it? Jiang Shijing? Lin Xiangye accelerated her steps and ran over, pushing Zhao Yan aside to look inside. At this moment, the car door moved. She stepped back and saw Jiang Shijing through the crack in the car door. There was a blood mark at the end of his eyebrow, not knowing what he had been scraped by, and the shoulder of his white shirt was stained with a large puddle of blood, which was haloing around at an extremely fast speed, blooming into a demonic red flower. Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangye's hands and feet were cold, and she subconsciously went to help him. Jiang Shijing gently waved his hand, blocking her away. His gaze landed on Lin Xiangyan, sizing her up for a few seconds. His eyes flashed with a flash of extremely heavy heat, and he retracted his eyes to look at the man who had fallen to the ground not far away. Jiang Shijing walked towards Lin Shijuan with a weak but firm pace, a few merciless killing aura appearing on his handsome face. Lin Shijuan was badly injured, with a very long gash on his forehead. Jiang Shijing walked to him, leaned down, and lifted him up like a dead dog. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Shijuan kept coughing as his body lost heat, barely opening his eyes. He struggled to open his eyes and meet the man's eyes, seeing the other party's eyes that were extra cold due to the lack of expression. Lin Shijuan realized something, his lips began to tremble, and he suddenly went to break Jiang Shijing's hand. Jiang Shijing didn't give him a chance to struggle, clenching his fist and smashing it hard against Lin Shijuan's forehead with extreme swiftness. Bang! The crowd was in an uproar of shock. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Shijuan rolled his eyes and fainted from the pain. Jiang Shijing looked like he didn't see it and raised his hand again. Stop fighting! Lin Xiangyan immediately ran over and hurriedly pulled him back, her skirt rolled up at her thighs due to her half-squatting position, revealing a piece of porcelain white. Jiang Shijing glanced at her, You're protecting him? Lin Xiangyan shook her head uneasily, cupping his blood-stained hand. The cold face she'd had for days softened a few points. I don't want you to get into trouble because of this kind of beast. Jiang Shijing lightly hummed, You underestimate my power too much. Lin Xiangyan was a bit anxious and blurted out the words in her heart, But I'm worried about you, I don't want you to get involved in human life. After saying this, both of them were stunned. Jiang Shijing's eyes flickered, and his clenched fists finally slowly loosened. It was as if there was a switch on him. As long as Lin Xiangye said a couple of nice words, he could compromise on anything. Lin Xiangyan sensed that his tense body was beginning to relax, and glanced extremely quickly at his blood-stained shoulder. Come with me to the hospital to treat the wound, okay? Jiang Shijing pursed his lips, staring straight at her, his eyes deep with emotion. His voice was gentle. Repeat what you just said. Lin Xiangyan hesitated. Go with me to treat the wound, okay? Jiang Shijing shook his head. Not this one. Lin Xiangyan's words brewed in her mouth for a long time. I am worried about you. I don't want you to get involved in human life. Go to the hospital with me to treat the wound, okay? Jiang Shijing hooked his lips extremely lightly, pulling Lin Xiangyan up as he got up. Good, then you accompany me. Lin Xiangyan was afraid that he would do something wrong, so she naturally agreed. Jiang Shijing fainted when he sat in Zhao Yan's car. Zhou Banquet took out his cell phone to make a call and said urgently, arrange a bed, something happened to Shijing. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Just then the ambulance also roared in and carried Lin Shijun inside. Lin Xiangyan pulled Jiang Shijing's arm tightly and looked backward at the ambulance, her heart feeling as if she had been dipped in cold water. She and Lin Shijun were incompatible. But she never thought that Lin Shijun would be so arrogant as to run her over in the street. It seemed they were destined to fight to the death. Lin Xiangyan was thinking with her eyes downcast when her shoulders suddenly became heavy, and Jiang Shijing leaned on her shoulder and fell asleep. When she turned her head sideways, she smelled the faint scent of shampoo on Jiang Shijing's hair, and wrapped her hand around Jiang Shijing's back, gently wrapping her arms around him. Zhou Yan saw the scene in the rearview mirror and his face turned blue. 3 years ago you hurt him once, 3 years later you tossed him around like this. Does my cousin owe you from his previous life? Lin Xiangyan looked at Jiang Shijing carefully. Thank you for saving me. I'll be responsible for Jiang Shijing's injury to the end. You? Zhou Yan gritted his teeth and questioned in a cold voice, have you never felt guilty? Have you never regretted abandoning Shijing 3 years ago? He's done this for you, aren't you touched? Lin Xiangyan pursed her lips, finally withdrawing her eyes from Jiang Shijing's face and looking at him. He risked his life to save me. I'm grateful and touched, but everything is one size fits all. He saved my life and it has nothing to do with what happened 3 years ago. Can you not mix it up? Zhou Yan did not say anything, tightly clutching the steering wheel and staring ahead, accelerating to the hospital at full speed. Jiang Shijing had just arrived and was sent to treat his wounds. In favor of Lin Shijun, he was also sent to the resuscitation room on the same floor. Lin Mu and Xiang Kexing hurriedly arrived, crying and wailing at the door of the resuscitation room. Zhou Yan frowned and looked at Lin Xiangyan. Her face was so pale that it was almost transparent, and her usual delicate red lips didn't have the slightest bit of blood color, staring blankly at the floor like an unpopular and delicate muppet. Zhou Banquet calmed down a little, still some sighs. It is clear that Lin Shijun drove into Lin Xiangyan. Lin Mu couple even did not come to see their daughter a glance. It's really hard-hearted. This is the reason why Lin Xiangyan went abroad that year, and why her father didn't love her and her stepmother didn't love her. Zhou Yan was thinking. Lin Mu suddenly noticed the situation here. He pulled Xiang Kexing and walked quickly, raising his hand at Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangwan stared at the floor and spoke the moment he raised his hand. If you dare to touch a single finger of mine, the fact that you cheated on Xiang Kexing within your marriage and raised an illegitimate child will spread all over Young City. Chapter 82. He likes your company. Lin Mu's hand froze in mid-air and slowly clenched into a fist. You've already gotten Fan Xing. Why do you still want to kill Shijun? I really regret giving birth to a daughter as vicious as you. Lin Xiangyan finally raised her eyes to look at him, only for them to be filled with icy disgust. Lin Mu was even frozen by her eyes and had a moment of panic. First of all, it was your son who committed murder on the street to run me over. Secondly, I was born from my mother's October pregnancy. From the time I was born until my mother died, you didn't genuinely care about us, so you don't deserve to say this. Lastly, if Jiang Shijing's arm has any after effects, I'll remove one of Lin Shijun's arms, so don't be in a hurry to cry and mourn for your son first. It's better to pray that Jiang Shijing will be safe. Lin Xiangyan finished calmly, and the corridor was silent. Zhou Yan looked frozen and shocked. He was shocked that Lin Xiangyan's relationship with the rest of the Lin family was so poor, and he was also shocked that she could say such exasperating words. Lin Mu already didn't have time to care about how angry Lin Xiangyan was, and only stared at her, not daring to believe. What did you just say? The person inside this emergency room is Jiang Shijing? Lin Xiangyan pulled her lips and said mockingly, yes, Jiang Shijing was seriously injured, and fainted before he was even sent to the hospital, so guess how the Jiang family is going to settle the score with Lin Shijun? Xiang Kexing almost lost her breath, and she grabbed Lin Mu's arm and cried, what can we do about this? Our Shijun won't be kicked out of Young City for offending the Jiang family, right? My son. My poor son. Listening to her voice getting louder and louder, Zhou Yan was a bit displeased and opened his mouth to reprimand. Lin Xiangyan stood up first and slapped towards Xiang Kexing's face. If you make any more noise to disturb Jiang Shijing, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lin Mu was instantly enraged, wanting to fight back on Xiang Kexing's behalf. This time, Zhou Banquet stepped forward and protected in front of Lin Xiangyan. What's the matter? Does Mr. Lin have to make trouble for my cousin? Lin Mu gritted his teeth and wimped out in front of him, greatly bringing Xiang Keqing back to the door of the resuscitation room. Before he left, he gave Lin Xiangyan a glance that was practically full of murderous aura. Zhao Yan felt disturbed, his tone of voice to Lin Xiangyan eased. Why is your dad like this? He's not my dad. Lin Xiangyan sat down and continued to wait, not wanting to speak. Seeing this, Zhao Yan also stopped talking. Later in the evening when Xian also came, a strong afterthought, saying that she shouldn't have left the bar first. Lin Xiangyan calmed her down and waited with her for another half hour before the emergency room door opened. The doctor walked out from the inside and met the worried gazes of several people. The injured person's shoulder is in bad condition. After bandaging it, he needs to rest for half a month. His arm can't be moved around, it's best not to move it. Zhao Yan was relieved and at the same time a little worried. He was injured in the right arm, half a month cannot move, then eat, drink, pull out and wash, do not have to let people wait? The doctor nodded. You'll have to hire nursing care, there's no way he can recuperate properly on his own. After the doctor left, Zhao Yan looked at Lin Xiangyan. Has Fan Xing been busy lately? Lin Xiangyan didn't expect him to ask this, and casually replied, the projects all have teams of stabilizers working on them, and I'm currently checking on a few things, so I'm not busy. Zhao Yan gave a okay, then you are responsible for taking care of Jiang Shijing's food and living. When Qian immediately frowned, evening is not Jiang Shijing's nanny, how can you take care of him? The doctor has said to hire a caregiver, who are you ordering here? She didn't give Zhao Yan face at all. Zhou Banquet thought of the several recent ambiguous dinners with Wen Xiang and couldn't help but feel a little tasty. You're so mean when you mention Lin Xiangwan. I'm not just trying to give her a chance to repay her favor. Sure, Jing was injured for her, if she doesn't take care of it, who will? Besides, Shijing's will be happy to have her with him, even if the injury doesn't heal that fast. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangya looked at him doubtfully. Why would you be happy to have me with you? Zhou Yan rolled his eyes at him. He likes you to accompany him and wants to see you, always okay? Lin Xiangya pursed her lips. Is that so? I thought the one he wanted to see the most was the one living in Lotus Manor. Zhou Yan looked at her fixedly. You know that someone lives in Lotus Manor? Lin Xiangya faintly said. I also know that Jiang Shijing kept her there after I left the country, and went to visit from time to time. Zhou Yan opened his mouth as if he had something difficult to say, but in the end he shook his head without saying anything and went downstairs to pay the bill. Lin Xiangya smiled at Wen Shallow. You go along too, I want to go in alone. Wen Shallow nodded slightly and turned to leave. Chapter 83. Can I kiss you? Lin Xiangya pushed open the door of the room and went in. Jiang Shijing was still awake, his face was deeply weary and weak. Lin Xiangya walked over to the bedside and looked at him for a while, raised her hand and used her fingertips to trace Jiang Shijing's eyebrows. She had to admit, Jiang Shijing was charming when he was gentle and smiling, and when he turned angry and cold for her, he was even more appealing to her. Unfortunately, time had changed and she could no longer wrap her arms around Jiang Shijing's neck like she used to and express her love to her heart's content. She didn't even dare to admit her inner feelings, and over the past 3 years, she kept thinking back to all the things she had been hurt and let down, forcing herself into such a calm disposition. Jiang Shijing's also changed, still so love to smile but often do not go. But no matter how long it's been, the fact that he can risk his life for her hasn't changed. Lin Xiangyan let out a long sigh and leaned over to help Jiang Shijing's cover the quilt. Closer to her, she stared at Jiang Shijing's calm and handsome face and asked softly, this time, did you save me for my grandfather's wishes, or did you just want to protect me? Jiang Shijing suddenly opened his eyes and met her confused gaze. Lin Xiangyan was startled and was about to get up. Jiang Shijing grabbed her wrist, not allowing her to move away. How are you feeling right now? Does your shoulder hurt? Lin Xiangye was caught whispering and interrupted him somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Shijing's injuries were compounded by his heart, and he really didn't have the energy to say anything more. He let go of Lin Xiangyan and closed his eyes. Lin Xiangye sat down beside him. Why did you save me? Jiang Shijing took a deep breath, his shoulders hurting even more from the heaving of his chest. Why do you think? Lin Xiangye held a few tentative words. It can't be because it still cares about me? Jiang Shijing laughed in anger. That can't be. I didn't like Lin Shijun myself and didn't want to live anymore before I hit him, okay? Lin Xiangye's eyes darkened. Do you want to die with him if you don't like him? At that time, he wanted to deal with me, and you just happened to show up. What a coincidence. I went to the bar on the way and saw the person I wanted to deal with lately, and I bumped into him to kill myself. By the way, it has nothing to do with you. Jiang Shijing clenched his fists and opened his eyes to glare at her. Are you still satisfied with this answer? Ms. Lin? Lin Xiangye was silent, her heart beating a little faster. Jiang Shijing's jaw was taut, his thin lips pursed. I'll say it again, there's no way I'm going to risk my life to save his granddaughter because of some elder's wishes. I still want to live well, understand? Understood. Lin Xiangye's words turned around in her heart, she didn't know how to ask. It's not because of Grandpa's mandate, it's because he cares about her? Lin Xiangyan followed his lead. Don't get excited, I know you're doing this because you don't like Lin Shijun, not because of my grandfather's wishes. Jiang Shijing's face darkened with anger. Lin Xiangye frowned slightly. No rebuttal? She was a bit stuffy in her heart and got up. Get some rest, I'll go out and get some water first. Lin Xiangye picked up the water cup on the table, ready to avoid Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing couldn't bear it and sat up despite the pain. Lin Xiangyan, are you a pig brain? Lin Xiangyan's footsteps lurched and she turned back to look at him in a daze. What is he, Lin Shijuan, worthy of me hitching my life to retaliate? No matter how heavy your grandfather's mandate is, it's not worth me risking my life to defend. I'm not that responsible. Lin Xiangye hurriedly went over to check his shoulder. Say what you have to say properly, the wound is going to split open again if you move around. Jiang Shijing grabbed her hand and held it tightly. His eyes were deep, with many emotions flashing by from time to time. Lin Xiangye, what the hell are you thinking? Is your heart made of stone? You really can't feel it? Lin Xiangyan sat down and looked at him with downcast eyes. She understood now. Jiang Shijing seemed to be saying the opposite. He wanted to say that he risked his life to save her, just to save her, and it had nothing to do with anyone or any factor. Lin Xiangye opened her mouth to ask him the reason why he didn't want to risk his life for her mind going round and round thinking of many things. Thinking about 3 years ago, thinking about Jiang Shijing's so many ex-girlfriends, thinking about that Miss Xiang away from Lianhua Manor. Thinking about it, she didn't even dare to ask if she still loved her. She raised her hand to wipe away the sweat from the sore tip of Jiang Shijing's nose and asked softly, "What can I do for you now?" Jiang Shijing leaned back and looked at Lin Xiangye's rare show of kindness, unable to fire anything. My injuries are very serious, I need someone to take care of me, you'll be responsible for this. Lin Xiangye nodded, good, I should. Jiang Shijing continued, the hospital is crowded, it's inconvenient to live there, Jiang Shui hasn't found one until now, I'm going to move to your home, you'll take care of me in your home office until I get better. Lin Xiangye glanced at his shoulder, yes. Jiang Shijing hooked her little thumb, break up with Kinu, I don't like being taken care of by someone with a boyfriend. Lin Xiangye raised her eyes to look at him for a moment, is there more? Jiang Shijing's gaze fell on her lips. The wound hurts too much, need to do something to distract myself, can I kiss you? Chapter 84. Know what Jiang Shijing said about you? Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes. Seeing that she seemed displeased, the few moments of righteousness Jiang Shijing had just brought up instantly disappeared. He showed weakness, you can refuse the fourth request. Lin Xiangye faintly sized him up, Jiang Shijing, the things you've been doing lately are getting more and more misleading to me. Jiang Shijing hooked his lips, misunderstand what? Lin Xiangye hung her eyes and didn't answer. She would mistakenly think that Jiang Shijing had feelings for her, which was why she was messing with her and pampering her like she did 3 years ago. However, the 4 words Lianhua Manor were like a piece of iron thorn branded in her heart, and the more she thought about it, the more it burned and hurt. Jiang Shijing leaned over and gently leaned on Lin Xiangye's shoulder, actually it really hurts. Lin Xiangye looked back at him. Jiang Shijing took advantage of the situation and raised his head, holding her lips, wrapping one hand tightly around her waist and buckling down in his arms. Between the rolling and lingering kisses, he opened his eyes, and all of those tender and loving feelings hidden in the depths of his eyes surged out. After 10 minutes, Lin Xiangye walked out. When she opened the door, her red lips were even more delicate. Lin Mu stood outside with a somber face, looking right at her. Lin Xiangye gave a slight lurch, then became expressionless, something's wrong? Seeing you like this, you've been touched again because of what Jiang Shijing did tonight and have fallen in love with him all over again? Lin Mu gave a mocking smile. Lin Xiangye coldly said, my business has nothing to do with you. After saying that, she walked around Lin Mu. Lin Mu sidestepped and said, you won't be able to rely on him to deal with Shijuan. Do you know what Jiang Shijing said about you before you ran away from the wedding? Lin Xiangye paused in her steps and didn't turn back. If Lin Mu walked to her front at this moment, she would be able to see Lin Xiangye's bloodless face for a moment. She was pulled back 3 years by Lin Mu's words. The way Jiang Shijing drank wine in the bar and talked about her with Lin Shijuan disdainfully was still vivid in her mind. Lin Xiangye turned to look at Lin Mu, gathering all her emotions. What did he say about me? Lin Mu reveals a few smug smiles, said that old Mr. Lin died, he saw that you were heartbroken, that's why he didn't mention terminating the contract with you, otherwise he would have dumped you long ago. He also said that he won't care about your affairs in the future, how the Lin family fights has nothing to do with him, even if Shijuan kills you, that's still his skill. Lin Xiangye abruptly frowned, clenching her fists, her fingernails pinching her palms out in a crescent-shaped purple-red color. She looked up bashfully, finished? Lin Mu was stunned, you're not angry and sad? Lin Xiangye remained motionless, I knew what he was as early as 3 years ago, knew that he was making do with me, and also heard how you and Xiang Keqing were hooking up to plot to take over the company. She stepped forward and came face to face with Lin Mu, her eyes as cold as knives. Lin Mu opened his mouth, caught off guard by her reaction. Lin Xiangye suddenly laughed, you think I'm still full of love like I was 3 years ago? I don't like him anymore, and I haven't thought that I can still get back together with him, so why should I be sad? Lin Mu was first surprised, and then glanced behind Lin Xiangye, revealing a triumphant smile. Lin Xiangye sensed something was wrong and turned back to her senses. Inside the door of the hospital room, Jiang Shijing stood quietly, clearly having heard what she said, his face full of deep sorrow. Lin Mu decisively withdrew between them and turned to leave. Not being able to help her son take revenge, there was only so much she could do. Lin Xiangye's eyes flickered, not knowing how to break the frozen atmosphere. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Jiang Shijing suddenly reached out and closed the door to the room, isolating her. Bang! The sound of the door closing was deafening. Lin Xiangyan pursed her lips, and in the end, she didn't push the door in. The words Lin Mu had said hovered across her heart, stabbing her. The other party was deliberately stirring up trouble, but these words were not all false. What she had heard at the bar in the beginning was also the same. Besides, hadn't Jiang Shijing not explained just now? Now he must be angry, right, and wouldn't make a scene about staying at her house. It's also good. Lin Xiangye resumed her cold and rational demeanor and turned to leave. When she left the hospital, Bai Jiran had been on the phone, and she talked about Jiang Shijing's situation so that Bai Jiran could come and take care of him when she was free. Lin Xiangye had just arrived downstairs when she saw a figure running hurriedly. Shino looked grave, and as she approached, she held Lin Xiangyan's wrist and surveyed her from head to toe. Is everything all right? Ms. Wen said you almost had a car accident and asked me where I was. I should have followed you today. His face was full of self-reproach, his eyes filled with worry. Lin Xiangye had wanted to caution him to keep his distance, and at his words, he just gently drew back his hand. It's fine, no one expected this kind of accident. I'm the one who didn't let you follow, don't blame yourself. Shino shook his head, staring at her closely. Since following you around, there hasn't been a single day of peace. Lin Xiangye froze and immediately said, I'll talk to Shallow and let you go back to work for the Wen family. That's not what I meant. Shino looked complicated and asked softly, haven't you ever thought of leaving Young City and living somewhere else? You don't have to be so tired of fighting for the company and being hurt by bad people. Meeting his burning gaze, Lin Xiangye decisively shook her head. I've never thought of leaving. Here, I have things I have to do. Thanks for your concern. Kino did not speak. When he came to the hospital to look for Lin Xiangye, his people showed up again. The family only gave him the last half month. He didn't want the person to just leave but leave his heart in Rongqing. Alright, let's go. Lin Xiangyan brushed past Kinu. Shingo fiercely caught up 2 steps and blocked in front of her. Ms. Lin once said that she doesn't think about feelings now because she's been hurt. Lin Xiangye was puzzled. Well, why are you suddenly saying this? Shino looked at her fixedly, her tone solemn. Then if there is someone who can give you a life without food and clothing, will spoil you and love you with all his heart, are you willing to give him a chance? Lin Xiangye seriously thought about it. She used to seem to long for such a life. But now she only wanted to ruthlessly step on Lin Shijuan. She wanted to see Lin Mu left with nothing and wanted to avenge Uncle Chen. Lin Xiangye revealed a faint smile and was about to refuse when her waist was suddenly wrapped around. She turned around and saw Jiang Shijing's bloodless handsome face. Chapter 85, Going to see Xiang'o. Kino did not wait for an answer and his face clouded over. Let go of Miss Lin. Jiang Shijing wrapped his arms around Lin Xiangye, half of his body weight leaning on her, snorting lightly. You're just one of her bodyguards, you're addicted to playing the role of her boyfriend, and you dare to order me around? Shino met him eye to eye, eyes clashing, cold light splashing everywhere. He clenched his fists. As Ms. Lin's bodyguard, it's my job to protect her. You're hurting her, let her go. I'm fine. Lin Xiangye yanked away Jiang Shijing's hand and held him up instead, frowning as she asked, what are you doing out here when you're injured? Jiang Shijing stared at her. He wasn't happy at all that Lin Xiangye cared about him like this in front of Kinu. There was no more laughter under her eyes, as if that kiss in the hospital room was just an illusion on his part. Lin Xiangye's devotion to it was fake, and her easing of relations with him was also fake. This woman who had abandoned him 3 years ago had given him another death sentence at the door of the hospital room. Never getting back together? Jiang Shijing smirked and hooked his lips. Evening, you have a bad memory. Didn't you promise to pick me up to cohabitate in your home? How come you're leaving on your own now? Upon hearing this, Shino said in shock, Ms. Lin, what's going on here? Lin Xiangye didn't know how to explain. She just looked at Jiang Shijing and asked, you still want to live in? She thought that after hearing those words, Jiang Shijing would feel disgraced and stop paying attention to her. Of course, you can't go back on a deal. Jiang Shijing pulled Lin Xiangyan with his injured arm, certain that she wouldn't shake it off no matter what. Take me back. Miss Lin. Shino hurriedly stepped forward, not knowing what to say. When Lin Xiangye turned her head to look at him, Jiang Shijing also raised his chin and looked at him condescendingly, the bottom of his eyes full of provocation. It was like he was openly showing off. Look, Lin Xiangye still cares about me. Jiang Shijing was injured because of me. It's only logical that I should take care of him. Lin Xiangye's tone was certain, reminding Kinu not to ask again. Shino clenched his fists and slowly loosened them again, smiling bitterly. That's right, I'm just a bodyguard that you can send to the Wen family at any time. Irrelevant. My true heart, you can't see it at all. Lin Xiangye didn't know what to say, and turned to Jiang Shijing to wait for Bai Jiran to come over, and then go back to her place together. Only before she could say anything, the cell phone in Jiang Shijing's pocket suddenly rang. The phone was clearly in his left pants pocket, but Jiang Shijing's didn't move, looking at Lin Xiangyan and raising an eyebrow. Answer it for me. Lin Xiangye looked at him and reached into his pants pocket. Through the thin material, she touched Jiang Shijing's thigh body heat, grabbing the phone and shrinking back. It was old lady Jiang calling, but the person talking inside was the housekeeper. Young master, it's not good. Old madam is sick again. Lin Xiangyan's face changed. Jiang Shijing frowned. Then why are you still dawdling? Ask Dr. Qian to come over. I'm going home now. Young master, have you forgotten? The old madam has been recuperating at the manor recently, so we need a yacht to send Dr. Qian over. I know, I will transfer a yacht. 3 words and hung up the phone. Lin Xiangye's palms were sweating, and she eagerly said, What kind of disease did grandma get? Isn't her health always good? Jiang Shijing looked grave. It's too late to explain to you. Can you do me a favor? Lin Xiangye did not hesitate. You tell me. I'm on a business trip to Yanjing. I can't move well with my injuries, so I can only trouble you and Dr. Qian to go together. Jiang Shijing's tone brought a bit of pleading. I don't feel comfortable without someone to accompany grandma. Lin Xiangye agreed flatly. Okay, I'll go. Jiang Shijing looked at Chino. You send her to the ferry under Pine Mountain. The ferry under Pine Mountain? Lin Xiangye froze. The Lianhua manor she saw across the landscape that night was the one that drove her car to the Pine Mountain ferry. She couldn't help but blurt out, Which manor is grandma in? Jiang Shijing glanced at her. Lianhua manor. Lin Xiangyan's heart suddenly tightened and she was about to ask again when Jiang Shijing's cell phone rang again. The yacht had already been arranged, and Dr. Qian had rushed to the ferry as a matter of urgency. Jiang Shijing frowned as he looked at Kinu. Are you sending it or not? Chino hated him, but also knew that this matter could not be dawdled, striding towards the car, pulling open the door for Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan didn't ask any more questions and took the car to rush to the ferry. She was helped onto the yacht by Qin Go and met Dr. Qian. Dr. Qian recounted old lady Zhang's symptoms. Since 3 years ago, Mrs. Jiang has had headaches, did many tests, could not find out the cause, then I adjusted a Chinese medicine prescription, she drank it every time with acupuncture to help to stop the pain, otherwise the taste cannot endure. The old lady was in pain to hit the wall. Lin Xiangwan became more and more worried. Is there no sign of this kind of headache at all? Can it happen anytime, anywhere? Dr. Qian shook his head. I don't know. The old lady often gets pains all of a sudden, although I can't find out the cause, but it should have some effect on her mood swings. Mood swings? Lin Xiangye sat on the yacht, looking away from the Lotus Manor. Since the old madam was there, she should also know about Xiang Oao's existence. How come she never mentioned it to her? Getting closer and closer, Lin Xiangnan couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. Until the yacht docked, she and Dr. Chen leaned towards the shore at the same time, not paying attention to stand unsteadily, fell back. Chino supported her at the critical time, but looked up to the front. Lin Xiangye followed his gaze and froze. The manor was built in a castle-style structure. A room on the second floor had a light on, and someone was looking down. It was dark outside, and the person had his back to the light, so Lin Xiangye couldn't see the other person's face, and could only vaguely distinguish from the figure that it was a woman. She always felt that the woman's eyes strange. Too late to take a closer look, disembarked and followed Dr. Qian ran into the manor. Mrs. Jiang held her head in pain and curled up on the sofa. Her entire body was glistening with cold sweat, her hands were pulling her hair, and she had already pulled down quite a few strands of hair, and her lips were bitten to the point of bleeding. Lin Xiangyan had never seen the old madam in this state. Her impression, the old lady is a calm nature, to her extraordinarily kind and tolerant elegant elders, hair are combed meticulously, never such a mess. Lin Xiangya's heart ached until her nose was sore, helping Dr. Qian help the old madam up, pulling her hand and coaxing, Grandma, the doctor is here, you won't be in pain anytime soon, don't hurt yourself like this, okay? The old madam heard a familiar voice and froze before looking up at her. Lin Xiangye carefully said, It's me, Shaolian. Little Knight. The old madam got excited and grabbed her hand, the snow-white hair still tangled between her fingers. Lin Xiangye was heartbroken. Grandma, you've got such a torturous disease, why didn't you even tell me? Dr. Qian grabbed the old lady's hand and stuck a needle between her wrists. He took out the pre-cooked herbal soup packet and poured it into a bowl, handing it to the old madam. The old madam looked like she saw a life-saving medicine, snatching it over and tilting her head back to finish it, and in conjunction with a few needles, her face looked a lot better. She met Lin Xiangye's worried eyes and weakly said, Grandma is too tired, Shaolian, you wait for me to sleep before saying anything, okay? Lin Xiangye nodded and covered her with the blanket. You sleep, I'll stay here and keep watch, I'm not going anywhere. Only then did the old madam close her eyes at ease, her brows still furrowed. Dr. Qian wiped his sweat, seeing her sleeping peacefully before he breathed a sigh of relief, lifting the medical box and heading upstairs. Lin Xiangye was puzzled. Dr. Qian, what are you going for? Dr. Qian thought she was familiar with this place and turned around. I'm here now, I'm going to take a look at Miss Xiang's illness. Lin Xiangye was stunned. That Xiang's body has a disease? She knew it had nothing to do with her, but she was still driven by curiosity and couldn't help but follow upstairs to see this woman. Chapter 86, Xiang Oaoas and Jiang Shijing's story. Lin Xiangye turned back to look at the sofa. The old lady was exhausted and was sleeping quietly, not noticing her departure in the slightest. She breathed a sigh of relief and followed Dr. Qian to the door of the room on the second floor. It was the room she had seen downstairs, and there was someone standing by the balcony window in the room before. Was it Zhao Yan? Lin Xiangye subconsciously sidestepped and hid on the side of the door. The person inside opened the door to let Dr. Qian in. The door was left open and Lin Xiangwan was hidden in a shadow. She was hesitating whether to look inside or not when a woman's slightly cold voice rang out from the room. Dr. Qian, how is the old lady? She's already taken her medicine and slept, let me give you a look. Okay, please. Lin Xiangye was stunned, a flash of dismay crossing her eyes. She felt that she was probably crazy, otherwise how could she feel that the more she listened, the more she felt that this voice was exactly the same as hers? Lin Xiangye wanted to confirm, but unfortunately there was no sound in the room for a long time, and she didn't know what Dr. Qian was examining for Xiang Oe. She hesitated for a moment and took a step closer to the door, steeping herself to see inside. The woman had a very popular-looking face, with a mouth so pointed and prominent that it was somewhat out of place. She was wearing a white nightgown and was rolling up the corner of her shirt to turn sideways to Dr. Qian, and there was a scar on the side of her waist that was long and hideous, looking like it had been left behind by surgery. Lin Xiangyan looked frozen. The woman sensed someone outside the door and looked up to see her, letting her clothes down with a startled cry. Lin Xiangye apologized awkwardly. I scared you, didn't I? Sorry. A flash of dissimilarity crossed Xiang O's face. Who are you? Lin Xiangye walked in and introduced herself. I'm Lin Xiangye, here to visit the old lady. Upon hearing this, Xiangye sat quietly, only looking her up and down as if she had seen some novelty creature. Lin Xiangye had no intention of bumping into her wound. I'll go out first. Xiang smiled. Wait, you stay, I still have something to tell you. Dr. Chen briefly checked twice, nodded in relief. The wound is recovering well. Is the nutritionist that Mr. Jing hired for you here? I will give a few more instructions. Xiango smiled. Yes, the nutritionist, the cook and the nanny are all here. It's just that at night they go to sleep in the backyard. You can't see them now. Then let's talk about it in the morning. Dr. Qian packed up his medical kit and turned to leave. Lin Xiangye listened to the words of the two men and guessed that Dr. Qian should come to Lianhua Manor often, and was familiar with Xiango and her relationship with Jiang Shijing. Sit down. Xiang Oai suddenly voiced out. Lin Xiangye heard it while she was out of her mind, and again coldly thought that she was the one talking. She took a seat in front of Xiang Oai, weighing her words. What are you? Oh, my health is not good, I just had a removal surgery, this is nothing. Xiang seemed to not want to talk about it more, passing it off and looking at Lin Xiangye seriously again. The most important thing is that I finally met you. Lin Xiangye raised her eyebrows. You know me? Xiangna smiled down, picked up the teacup and said quietly, not only do I know you, I'm also familiar with you, and even hate you. Hate? Lin Xiangye was puzzled. Why do you hate me? We never knew each other before. Xiang Onion stared at her for 2 seconds, an odd expression like obsession appeared on her face, her heart began to rise and fall terribly. She didn't seem to want to get emotional and tried to divert her attention to look out the window. Let me tell you a story. Lin Xiangye gently nodded her head, a trace of strangeness in her heart. Her intuition told her that what Xiang Uni said next could clear up a fog for her. 3 years ago in the fall, at that time my father lost all his savings gambling, my brother broke his leg because of factory operations, the burden of the family was on me and my mother. That's when I met Jiang Shao. He was eating at a restaurant while I was a waitress there, and I accidentally knocked over the tea bowl when I poured him tea. His clothes looked expensive, I couldn't afford to pay for it, I felt like the sky was going to collapse, I directly kneeled down to apologize to him, and the manager followed suit. But when he heard that my name was Xiango, not only did he not let me pay for the damages, he also gave me a bank card and asked me if I was willing to go with him. Speaking of this, Xiang Oai touched her face and laughed softly. I'm ordinary looking, and when I heard that such a good-looking man wanted to wrap me up, my first thought was that I had met a human trafficker. Lin Xiangye gazed at her. But your brother needs medical expenses, you can't refuse. Xiang Onion said, yes, I needed $30,000, at that time, I was already desperate and ready to quit my job to sell my body, no matter if the other party was a liar or not, I had to take a gamble. I bet right, Jiang Shao is not a liar, that bank card has $500,000 in it, he brought me to Lianhua Manor, found a nanny chef to serve me, said he would come to see me in 3 days. My brother had enough money for his medical bills, I was living in a castle-like manor, my heart was filled with gratitude to Jiang Shao, that night I wanted to give myself up to repay him, took a bath, changed into the nightgown he had prepared for me and was waiting for him. Xiango said, her mind couldn't help but recall the circumstances of that night. She specifically picked out the halter dress from the row of white nightgowns and put it on, looking back and forth in front of the mirror. She wasn't good looking, but she had a pretty good body, and for this reason she had made a point of cramming in many man-pleasing moves, confident that she could serve Jiang Shijing well tonight. Soon footsteps sounded in the hallway outside the door. Xiang Oai was so nervous that her whole body was shaking, sitting on the bed even breathing became difficult. The door opened. The first thing that hit her was the smell of alcohol. Xian Oai looked up and almost jumped in shock. Jiang Shijing was wearing a black shirt, his collar was messy and open, and his hand on the doorknob was red and swollen. Those beautiful eyes were full of red bloodshot, the stubble on his chin was not cleaned up, revealing a bit of disheveled heartbreak, and a few days ago was very different from the bright and shiny. Xiango jumped out of bed in a panic and went to help him. Jiang Shao, are you alright? How did you get hurt? Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes at the sound of her voice, then stared straight at her and went to survey her shoulder. He smiled. You don't have a mole. Xiang was unsure. What? Jiang Shijing's feet were weak, sitting at the end of the bed looking at his swollen hand. Xiang was at a loss for words and followed over. Are you drunk? Jiang Shijing shook his head. I'm not drunk. Xianaji went to look for the medical kit. Then what happened to your hand? Jiang Shijing spread his hand open and laughed. I smashed a man's hand with a wine bottle and broke his mouth full of teeth. He should never dare to talk nonsense again. Xianon's to be shocked to hear this and looks back at him. She began to feel that this noble gentleman who was as beautiful as an angel and solved her plight was not easy to get along with. Chapter 87. No one can be her stand-in. Jiang Shijing didn't wait for Xiang Oai to speak, smiled, and replied to himself, he deserves to be beaten because he denigrated a person. Speaking of which, you and that person are very much alike. The name is like, the voice is also like. Xiango understood what was going on and walked over with the swelling reducing ointment, testing. Jiang Shao, you brought me back because you want me to be her double? She thought, if that's the case, she'd be willing to do it. Jiang Shijing looked like he heard some kind of joke, lifting his eyes to take a closer look at Xiang Oai, his gaze icy cold. Stand in? No one can be her double. Xiana did not dare to speak, biting her lip with nervousness in her heart. Then, Jiang Shijing leaned back and collapsed on the bed. She was at a loss for words as she held the ointment. Jiang Shao, you need to take care of your injuries, right? Jiang Shijing closed his eyes and ignored the words. I've already found an expert to install a mechanical prosthetic for your brother. In 2 months he'll be mobile. No one will be able to tell that he's missing a leg when he puts on his pants. He'll be no different from a normal person. Xiano was knocked out by this sudden good news, excitedly kneeling on the ground. Thank you, Jiang Shao. Our family will never forget your great kindness. But how can I repay you properly? Jiang Shijing turned his body sideways with his back to her. After a moment, he said in a muffled voice, put me to sleep. Xiang Oai's face instantly reddened and stammered. How do I coax? Jiang Shijing faintly said, soften your voice and call out to me. Xiang did not understand but complied. Jiang Shao. Jiang Shijing frowned slightly. Call me Jing. Xiang Oai's voice tightened. Jing? Too taut, with a bit of pettiness. Jing. Well, call it like that. Jing. Xiang repeated the name over and over again, sitting on the carpet beside the bed, Baba looking at the man's back as he slept on his side. I don't know how many times I called out. Jiang Shijing's breathing gradually evened out. Xiang stopped and licked her parched lips, her throat going up in smoke. She picked up the thin quilt beside the bed, gently covered Jiang Shijing with it, and turned to leave. The next morning, Jiang Shijing was eating downstairs and smiled at her when she saw Xiang Aji come out. Good morning. His hands were wrapped in gauze, his stubble was shaved off, and his whole body was refreshed, restoring him to the unattainable noble and handsome gentleman. Xian Oai looked at Jiang Shijing's reserved and affable appearance, thinking of the gloomy and disheveled man from last night. She only felt unreal. She had a lot of questions in her mind, but didn't dare to ask them, so she obediently went downstairs and sat at the table to eat. Jiang Shijing blew on the hot porridge and said carelessly, I'll help you settle your family, and give you $200,000 every month, on the condition that you can't leave the manor. You practiced more for last night, and you'll have to do that every time I come over from now on. Xiang poked the Xiaolong Bao with her chopsticks and lowered her head in agreement, suddenly understanding everything. She didn't even deserve to be a stand-in. She was kept in the manor simply because she sounded like a certain woman, acting as a phonograph for Jiang Shijing to relieve certain emotions. This was fine too. Her brother could be saved, her mother didn't have to go back to work, and all she needed to do was to bother with her voice every now and then to speak more, and she'd get a lot of money, as well as a life of food and drink in the manor. But people are always greedy. As the number of times Jiang Shijing came was increasing, Xiang O couldn't help but think, what kind of woman is that makes Jiang Shijing so nostalgic? She wanted to find out, but had no way to ask. Until Jiang Shijing drank again one day and came to the manor as usual. Xiang Oai called out to Jing for 2 hours, and when she saw that he was asleep, she tucked him in. Jiang Shijing grabbed her arm violently and shouted in his sleep, evening. A night? He called her a night? Xiang Onian's heartbeat accelerated, her red face softly agreed, Jing, I'm here. Jiang Shijing's brows wrinkled slightly as he said aggressively, why don't you want me anymore? At that moment, all of Xiang's heartbeats were like a joke. She madly managed to ask around, sending money to the nanny cook here, only to learn that Jiang Shijing had a fiancé who had deserted him and left the country. The fiancé's name was Lin Xiangye, and she always called him Ojingo when she was with Jiang Shijing. Xiangye, Xiango. It turned out that her name was one of the reasons she was brought back by Jiang Shijing. In the past, Xiang Onion used to love the name her mother had given her, but at that moment, she felt so ridiculous. When Xiang Onion spoke here, she detached herself from the memories, her eyes already reddening. She turned around and looked at Lin Xiangye, who had completely frozen out, a complex light crossing her eyes. She was glad that her voice name was like Lin Xiangye's, otherwise she wouldn't have been pulled out of the abyss by Jiang Shijing. She also hated the fact that she was like Lin Xiangye and had watched the person she liked use her as a tool to miss her ex for the past 3 years. You know what? Zhang Shao hasn't been here for 2 months. Even a few days ago when I was sick and had to have an operation, he just arranged a doctor for me. I didn't know why, and only later did I hear that his ex-fiancée had returned to China. Lin Xiangye's eyes trembled as she quietly looked at her, still not having slowed down from this huge shock. Xiang Onion didn't care if she responded back or not, leaning over and pressing the corner of the table, staring at her dead on. Lin Xiangye, so you're Lin Xiangye, it's been 3 years, I finally know how much I sound like you, I finally know who the woman Jiang Shijing can't forget is. Stop it. Lin Xiang Evening suddenly breathed heavily and got up to interrupt her. He doesn't like me, he doesn't want to marry me, you don't know any of this, so who are you to think you can say he can't forget me? She could clearly hear the lack of breath in her voice when she said this, but she was unwilling to accept Xiang O's words. If Jiang Shijing was deeply in love with her, then what were the words spoken to Lin Mu's family, what were the words spoken in the bar? She found out about Lin Mu's conspiracy, couldn't accept that her father didn't love her mother and married her mother only for the sake of evening a rich woman, and was pained and saddened. At that time, she thought of Jiang Shijing and rushed to the bar to find him for comfort. She thought that even if Jiang Shijing had been cold to her during that time, and there were rumors about him and others, he should have been on her side as a backer, and would have been very distressed by her. But when she arrived at the bar, she saw Jiang Shijing's and Lin Shijuan drinking together and saying things that made her ache. She stumbled back and saw Xiang Kaching's smug face as a mistress who succeeded in getting to the top before she left the country in anger. That night, if Jiang Shijing hadn't betrayed her, she wouldn't have felt the fear of being abandoned by the world. But she had been betrayed by all the people close to her, so she preferred to be scolded for abandoning her and disappeared abroad without a trace. And now Xiang Oai was telling her that Jiang Shijing loved and remembered her. Then what were the things she had heard? What was the pain and unwillingness she felt when she left for these 3 years, when she was in a foreign country? Lin Xiangye closed her eyes fiercely. What happened between Jiang Shijing and you has nothing to do with me. He talked about countless girlfriends outside of the manor. If you knew about this, you wouldn't have said that he couldn't stop thinking about me. Xiang Oai laughed coldly. Is that so? Then why don't you go and take a look at the women who have talked to Jiang Shijing about their relationships? I'm sure you'll soon find some clues. Lin Xiangye frowned. What clues? You go find them yourself. Xiang sat down covering her waist and said tiredly, I'm tired, please get out. Lin Xiangye gave her a deep look and turned to leave. When she was gone, Xiang Onion sighed bitterly and called Jiang Shijing. The old lady is fine and has already fallen asleep. Seeing Ms. Lin, I realized that the person who really called you a Jing has returned. You shouldn't need me anymore, can you let me go? Please. The sentiment under Xiang O's eyes was bright and clear. She thought that if Jiang Shijing's was a little reluctant to let her go and there was a hint of hesitation in not wanting her to go, then she would stay. Even if she couldn't see Jiang Shijing a few times a month, even if it was just a voice replacement, even if she wasn't allowed to leave this manor, she was willing. Chapter 88, Heart Only Loaded with Lin Xiangye. Shang Yan's palms were sweaty, but anticipation grew. I'll have Yan Jing send you away. Jiang Shijing spoke, his voice thick with exhaustion and sleepiness. Xiang froze. Jiang Shao, did you just wake up? Jiang Shijing said faintly, well, pack your things, a yacht will come to pick you up in 2 hours to reunite you with your family. Xiang O's face went white, and before he hung up the phone he asked sharply, then what do I count as? These 3 years of companionship didn't get you to stay a little? You don't have the slightest affection for me? She only felt embarrassed to ask this, but stubbornly wanted the truth, to ask for clarity. Even when I pretended to be someone else calling you a Jing for 3 years, there wasn't a single moment that made you feel that this wasn't that Ms. Lin, but Xiang Oa? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Shijing smiled. The clear weariness mixed with a touch of gentleness made Xiang Oa renewed hope. Jiang Shijing's voice was light as a feather. If you didn't have this voice, when you were deep in the mire, no one would have pulled you along, and you wouldn't be innocent until now. Xiang's eyes reddened, and he didn't have the face to maintain the call anymore. This was said mercilessly enough, but it was also the truth. Her mother and brother were living so well now, her family's gambling debts were paid off, and she had $1 million in savings, all because of Jiang Shijing. Most importantly, if she didn't have a name and voice like Lin Xiangwan's, even if she had been taken away to be sold at that time, Jiang Shijing's wouldn't have looked at her more than once. This man seems to have a heart, but in reality he is cold, all the gentleness is just an appearance, and the true love is only for Lin Xiangwan alone. Xiang Oai laughed with tears in her eyes and said, if you give so much to Lin Xiangwan, she may not be able to accept you wholeheartedly. Jiang Shijing leisurely replied, from the time Lin Xiangwan returned to China, the bureau has been laid out for her, she can't escape. After hanging up the phone, Xiang Oao gripped the phone tightly and suddenly understood something. The bureau was laid out? She got up violently, pushed open the door to her room and ran out. Lin Xiangye was still sitting in the living room with the old lady, a cup of hot tea next to her producing smoke, blurring the brightness of her features. Xiang Oai's breath stuttered slightly as she walked to the stairway and lowered her voice to ask, "Why did you come tonight?" Lin Xiangye was preoccupied, raising her eyes to look at her at the words. "Grandma had an attack, Jiang Shijing was injured and couldn't come over, so she asked me to accompany her." Xiang Uni's eyes reddened and tears fell. It turned out that he had designed this long ago. Knew she was unwilling. Knew that she managed to inquire about who Lin Xiangye was. Knew that she had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Knew that when she met Lin Xiangwan, she would definitely tell why she was brought to Lianhua Manor. Xiang Oai was disheartened and said in a mute voice, "Lin Xiangye, I really hate you and envy you, probably the only person in all of heaven who was a slow-witted fool as you." She didn't give Lin Xiangwan a chance to speak, turned around and went upstairs to pack her luggage. Xiang Onion was gone. At dawn, old lady Jiang woke up. She saw Lin Xiangye standing by the window looking out. There was a white fog outside, looking past the pale before, unable to see the distant mountain scenery. The old lady coughed twice to remind her, and helped the sofa to sit up. "It's foggy, so it's hard to see, isn't it?" In the past when the sky was clear the scenery here was very good. Not looking at the scenery. Elder Lady Jiang smiled, "She's just a person with a similar name and voice to yours. Shijing saved her also because she has similarities to you, there's nothing between them, don't think too much." Lin Xiangye pursed her lips. She didn't think much. On the contrary, the more she heard Elder Lady Jiang say this, the more she believed what Xiang Onion said. In any case, Jiang Shijing was by no means hateful or resentful towards her. He still had feelings for her. "Evening, I'm submerged in Buddhist rituals and don't want to interfere with your choices and prospects." The old madam's voice rang out. Lin Xiangyan turned back and realized that she had already come behind her. She held on to the old madam and said softly, "Grandma has a quiet nature, but loves me very much, I know all of this." The old madam smiled, "What I mean is, even if I don't want to interfere in your respective paths, I still have to say a fair word for Jing. You are his first love, the only woman he's ever chased after and dated and engaged to. No matter what you've run away from the marriage because of, you two shouldn't have gotten to the point where you're sick of each other, right?" Lin Xiang Evening was silent for a long time, finally nodded her head. "Grandma, you give me some time to figure out some things." She wanted to find out why Jiang Shijing had contacted Lin Mu's family 3 years ago, and said so many words about not being able to see her and being cold-hearted and desperate. Drip, drip. A loud splash sounded outside, accompanied by a yacht humming. Lin Xiangyan looked out. Jiang Shijing in the yacht looked over. Four eyes met, and Lin Xiangyan couldn't help but hold her breath and go out. She had just walked to the side of the door when Shino stopped her. Shino's eyes crossed a dark aura. "Ms. Lin, last night." He didn't enter the interior of the manor, he didn't know what Lin Xiangye had gone through, and why that Xiangwe he left. He only knew that from just now, Lin Xiangye's gaze looking at Jiang Shijing had regained some temperature. This made him panic for no reason. Lin Xiangye pushed away Kinu's hand that was assisting her and walked straight towards Jiang Shijing. Yan Jing was very sensible and left with the others, giving up the yacht to them. Jiang Shijing, sitting due to his injuries, tilted his head and looked at Lin Xiangyan, his eyes undisguised in their heat and laughter. "Is Grandma all right?" Lin Xiangyan pursed her lips, trying to answer his words naturally, and in an instant all the emotions flooded her heart. Many suspicious fragments flashed through her mind, her scalp tingling. "Jiang Shijing." Lin Xiangye squatted down and grabbed Jiang Shijing's small arm, squeezing his firm muscles hard, feeling to herself that the thoughts that had just arisen were a bit absurd. But she just had this premonition. "Xiang'an because of my voice and name, what about that movie queen ex-girlfriend of yours? Zhao Xinger because of what?" Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes brightening and brightening from her active touch. He forced back all his emotions and asked rhetorically, "What do you think?" "That mole." Lin Xiangye said with certainty, "I saw it when Zhao Xinger was injured filming an advertisement, and she had a mole on her shoulder that was in the same location as mine." Thinking of all the lace news she had seen abroad over the past 3 years, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and searched for Jiang Shijing's ex-girlfriends who had been exposed. One by one, they were beautiful in their own way, yet they were more or less similar to her. Face shape or hairstyle, height or build, temperament or eyes. Lin Xiangye's heart was beating wildly, and she spoke in a hard voice, "Are you and they all didn't sleep?" Jiang Shijing interrupted her, smiling like a spring breeze, "Just staying around and accompanying me to every public occasion." Lin Xiangye became harder and harder, her nails sinking into Jiang Shijing's arm. "What purpose? To make you see, to make you sad, to force you to come back." Jiang Shijing leaned down and gently lifted her chin, the bottom of his eyes were drenched in damp sorrow. "But you're living a good life, eating, and going to work, exercising regularly, as if you're happier without me. I wanted to see what kind of man I'd find if you left me, and when I did I'd go over there myself to catch you and get the one you liked killed. But I didn't realize you don't fall in love." He laughed, "If not, I wouldn't have waited 3 years. Lin Xiangye subconsciously grabbed Jiang Shijing's hand and clutched it tightly. In her life, Lin Mu's family was nothing more than a bunch of animals that hurt her, and she only had hatred in her heart. Jiang Shijing was her problem. She had been saddened and her heart had died. The moment Jiang Shijing appeared, she was flustered again, her heart fluttering. She had always resisted bringing up the events of 3 years ago, insisting on complaining about Jiang Shijing's, so what was this now? Lin Xiangye pursed her lips and gathered her courage. Before I left, I heard you say to Lin Shijuan at the bar that you were only inconvenienced to dump me because grandma wanted to have a grandchild and was friendly with the Lin family. What did those words mean? Jiang Shijing smiled meaninglessly. Do you think that's what I really meant? Lin Xiangye's hands were trembling. Isn't it? So that's how I am in your heart? Jiang Shijing cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiangyan, somewhat conspiratorial, not forgetting to end up arrogant even in the midst of his injuries. After saying that, he turned sideways and brushed past Lin Xiangye. Lin Xiangye's fingertips curled up, trying to grab Jiang Shijing's. Chapter 89, Changing Your Name to Evening. Old Lady Jiang came out and waved her hand towards Jiang Shijing. Why are you here even though you're injured? Quickly take evening night back, I can manage on my own, I don't want you guys to accompany me. Jiang Shijing smiled and went over. Grandma, I'll leave Dr. Qian here, you can stay here as long as you want. The conversation was interrupted, and Lin Xiangye watched from where she was as he went to talk to the old madam, and all her questions were held back. Was Jiang Shijing complaining that she didn't trust him enough? But how was she supposed to trust him when she had just been hurt by the Lin family and then heard the things he said to Lin Shijuan? Not to mention that Jiang Shijing's sudden coldness towards her in those days and the gossip was true. Lin Xiangyan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Ghostly, she took out her cell phone and went to contact Wu Jin, asking the other party to look into the events of those days. Soon enough, Eugene called. I haven't finished checking the things you explained before, this is another holy decree, do you want to tire me out? Lin Xiangye paused. You take your time to investigate, there's no rush on this, and I'll pay you for it. Then you wait. By the way, I suggest you contact Zhong Jie first. That person seems to be intentionally protecting the personnel with the classified technology, hiding their information from others. Eugene said, as soon as my people check, they will inexplicably receive death threats from him, and they will be beaten up with a sack while walking on the road. Lin Xiangye froze. Zhong Jie was loyal to her grandfather, this she knew. She was just afraid that after 3 years of absence from the country, Lin Shijuan had far more information about the shareholders than she did. If he was able to lock down Chen Chen, he must still know who all held confidential technology. If she couldn't act before Lin Shijuan, then she would be in trouble. Lin Xiangyan looked back towards the manor, hesitated for 2 seconds or could only put aside her personal feelings first and took the yacht back. Who knows, she went to make an appointment to see Zhong Jie, just called over and got a closed door. Zhong Jie's attitude on the phone was cold as hell, with obvious anger in his tone. I'm on vacation lately, so don't look for me, plus I'm warning you, healthy competition is a good thing, but you mustn't go down a crooked path and do things that hurt the world. Bang! The phone steeply disconnected. Lin Xiangye looked at the tightly closed gate of the Zhong family, her brows knitted. What going down a crooked path? Where did she do anything to harm the world? At this moment, the cell phone rang again. When she answered the phone, she heard Chino say very breathlessly, Where are you, Ms. Lin? That Jiang Shijing has to stay at home, he can't even be driven away. Lin Xiangwan, don't drive him away, I'll go back right away. She looked back at the Zhong family and could only leave. When she hurriedly arrived home, Bai Jiran was directing people to move their luggage upwards, her tired little face red. Chino hugged her arms, her face darkening into a potbelly as she glared at Jiang Shijing in displeasure. Jiang Shijing, on the other hand, was leisurely eating mulberries, sitting on the sofa and commenting as if no one else was there. Customize the closet, I want to put my suit separately. Seeing Lin Xiangye come back, Chino immediately went over and complained. He moved into the room next to yours without permission, tossed a bunch of things around, and replaced some of the furniture in the house. Lin Xiangye scanned the room and took a look. Some of the places had been replaced with what she and Jiang Shijing used to live together 3 years ago, and when she looked closely at some of the old things, Jiang Shijing had not thrown them away until now. Lin Xiangye's heart warmed slightly, and without moving, she asked, Jiang Shijing's, what are you doing? Moving. Jiang Shijing held his shoulders and changed to a more comfortable position. You promised me, you want me to live here to recuperate, don't forget that there's still a Jiang Su outside, it's safest for us to live together. Lin Xiangye couldn't say anything more, yet she felt awkward. She lowered her eyes and said, Don't you think this is weird? It's weird between us. Some misunderstandings were solved, some things were not resolved. They still couldn't completely let go of their differences. Jiang Shijing smiled carelessly, I just have no place to go to recuperate here, in the meantime, we don't talk about anything else. Lin Xiangye blinked slowly, what about that matter? You're not going to explain? I'm afraid you won't fully believe it even if I say it out of my mouth, so I might as well leave it to time. Jiang Shijing looked at her with a smile, but his gaze was deep. This was a sign that he wasn't going to talk to her clearly. Lin Xiangye asked, what if time can't tell either? Jiang Shijing shook his head, it won't. Why? Because I'm divinely skillful. Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows lightly. Everything will develop in the direction I want. Lin Xiangye didn't have the strength to play dumb with him. She hadn't eaten all night until now and was starving. Let me cook. She rolled up her sleeves and counted the heads. Bai Jiran finished working to send off the moving workers and smiled. I'll help you. Lin Xiangye smiled. You're tired from working for so long, just help me wash the dishes. She looked at Kinu. Do you eat spicy food? Shino swallowed all her unhappiness and said gently, I'll do whatever, I'll eat whatever you eat. Jiang Shijing half narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Evening. Lin Xiangye's ears were slightly hot, not used to him suddenly changing his tone and calling him so intimately, or in front of other people. Jiang Shijing rested his cheeks. I want to eat braised pork ribs. Shino looked at him coldly. You really know how to instruct people. Ms. Lin is busy all night. Just put down a bowl of noodles. What do you want to do with braised pork ribs? I'm injured. I need to replenish my nutrition. Jiang Shijing looked at him with a smile, lazily said, whether late night wants to do it or not is up to her. What do you have to say? Kinu's face darkened even more. Lin Xiangye had a headache and interrupted. It's fine, there are still some ribs in the fridge. I'll make a few more dishes along the way. Don't argue. She turned around and went into the kitchen. Shino stood and watched, slowly clenching her fists. Jiang Shijing laughed softly and got up to walk in front of him. Kino stared at him in disgust. What are you doing? Lin Xiangye stood beside the kitchen counter, sidling out to watch their interaction, afraid that they would fight. In the next second, Jiang Shijing smiled even more broadly, and even raised his hand to pat Kinu's shoulder. It didn't look like they were starting a fight. She sighed in relief and turned around to wash the dishes with Bai Jiran. The moment she withdrew her gaze, Jiang Shijing smiled in his kindest tone and asked, Is Mr. Qin resigning on his own, or would you like me to give you a ride? Chapter 90 Feeding. Shino sneered, You can't kick me out if I don't resign. As soon as the words left his mouth, his shoulder began to ache violently. Surprised that Jiang Shijing could still be so strong even after being injured, Kino coldly said, You're nothing but an ex who has failed her. It's not certain who she likes. Jiang Shijing raised an eyebrow. I failed her. How come she's still willing to make me ribs? Shino averted her gaze. That's because she's soft-hearted. Jiang Shijing snorted lightly. You're good at deceiving yourself and others. Kino sneered. You're also cheeky enough. The two of them stared at each other dead on, and after a few seconds they both snorted coldly at the same time, each turning around and ignoring each other. In the kitchen, Bai Jiran smiled as she washed vegetables. They seem to be getting along quite well. It's good if they don't clash. Lin Xiangye took the ingredients she washed and couldn't help but look up at her a few times while cutting the vegetables. If Jiang Shijing's exes all had similarities with her, what about Bai Jiran? From their personalities to their looks, they didn't resemble each other anywhere. Bai Jiran curiously said, Sister Lin, what's wrong? Lin Xiangye shook her head hesitantly. Is it convenient to ask? How did you and Jiang Shijing get together? Bai Jiran's eyes flickered, and her dishwashing movements slowed down. She thought of that rainy night when her father, fleeing domestic violence, ran to the side of the main road without knowing what to do, happened to stop Jiang Shijing's car, and begged on his knees on the ground to try to get shelter. In exchange for that, she was willing to do anything. She struck lucky. Jiang Shijing seemed to be in a particularly good mood that day, and with a wave of his hand, he arranged for her to work in the company. Later, she accidentally bumped into Jiang Shijing watching a video, the view of which was secretly recorded. The woman in the video was bright and cool, wearing a smoky green cheongsam, carrying a basket full of fruits and vegetables across the street. The background was a storefront with English writing, and she didn't look like she was in China. Jiang Shijing glanced at her and put his eyes on the video again. Look, she's having a good time without me. Bai Jiran suddenly blessed her heart. Mr. Jing wants to get back at her, right? Do you need my help? Jiang Shijing put away his cell phone and smiled at her as he pressed the corner of the table. From now on, you are my nominal girlfriend. Bai Jiran happily agreed and did her duty. She thought Jiang Shijing was being vindictive, but in reality, he was borrowing her to get that woman's attention. Now Jiang Shijing had done it. Then she would have to leave sooner or later. Bai Jiran retrieved her thoughts and bit her lip. Brother Shijing doesn't really like me now. What does Sister Lin have to worry about? Lin Xiangye was stunned. I don't mean this. I know, in any case, when I was with Brother Shijing, I did everything I should have done, but after we broke up we won't have any more involvement or physical contact. I guess he'll let me out of here soon. It won't have any effect on you guys. Bai Jiran finished lowering her head to wash the dishes, her hands shaking slightly. Just let her be selfish this once. In order to not feel so bad, also let Lin Xiangye feel bad. Lin Xiangye didn't say anything else and cooked in silence. She made 4 dishes and brought them out, and Bai Jiran had already served the rice. Jiang Shijing sat at the table, pulling the chair next to him with his left hand, hooking his lips and saying, Evening, sit. Lin Xiangye paused. After only a second's hesitation, Jiang Shijing's face collapsed, and he said in an aggravated manner, I can't move the chopsticks by myself because of my injuries, so you feed me, okay? Bai Jiran and Shino looked up at him at the same time. One was glum, the other had a face as heavy as water. Lin Shangyan considered it, but still sat on Jiang Shijing's side as she was told, picked up a spoon and blew the egg custard until it was warm, and sent it to his lips. Jiang Shijing turned his side to her, his eyes always curved in a smile, and he ate it obediently, one bite at a time. Chino tightly pinched his chopsticks, seeing that the bowl of egg custard was almost at the bottom. He endured, and said in a cold voice, "Enough, right? Miss Lin needs to eat as well." Jiang Shijing's eyes flickered slightly as he pushed away the egg custard and said softly, "I won't eat then." Chino narrowed her eyes, looking very unimpressed. Looking at that tea like, he didn't look like a decent person. Lin Shangya went to touch the still hot rice bowl. "It's still hot, it's not in the way, let him eat his fill first." She put down the egg custard and picked a few pieces of pork ribs that had fallen off the bone, pouring the soup over it and mixing the rice. Jiang Shijing hooked up the corners of his lips and smiled more and more brightly, coming over to rub Lin Shangya's shoulder affectionately. "Evening, you're so good to me." Lin Shangya stiffened slightly and restrained herself. "Get out of the way, do you still want to eat?" "Eat, I'll eat 2 more bites." Jiang Shijing wisely withdrew, pleasurable to the point where the tips of his eyebrows were lightly raised. 3 years ago, Lin Shangya's temperament was not cold, nor introverted, and what she did was always with some of the barbaric licentiousness of a $1,000 lady. Probably these 3 years without the grandfather who favors her, without the fiancé who protects her, stormy growth in exchange for self-enclosure. Jiang Shijing's understand, so he is not in a hurry. The easing of relations was just the beginning. His innings weren't done yet. It was enough to see a little change, a little concern from Lin Shangyan now. Chapter 91, Worried, Medicated. Bai Zhiran could feel Jiang Shijing's hot eyes across the table, hurriedly picking up a few mouthfuls of rice and lost her appetite, getting up to go to the kitchen to clean up. Chino's face was ugly, lowered her head and finished her meal in silence, and only left the table when she saw Lin Shangyan move her chopsticks on her own. When they all left, Jiang Shijing didn't get up and changed his position to face Lin Shangyan, quietly staring at her. Lin Shangya was uncomfortable with his stare, and remembered what Bai Zhiran had said. What they should have done had been done. Her heart was slightly stuffy as she picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth and faintly said, "I'm full, make yourself at home." Jiang Shijing followed her upstairs, surveying the decorations inside her room from the doorway. Pure white, quite ascetic. Lin Shangya coldly glanced at him. "I'm going to deal with work emails, don't come in and disturb." "Wow." Jiang Shijing blinked slowly. "Then do you have gauze here? I need to change the medicine." Lin Shangya swept towards his shoulder, remembering that frightening night again, her heart softened a little. "I'll help you." She took out the medical kit from the drawer of the bedside table. The medical kit was prepared by the doctor, and it was complete with everything. Lin Shangyan took out gauze from it, turned around to see Jiang Shijing, and her breath hitched. Jiang Shijing was sitting on the bed, and at some point he had taken off half of his shirt, revealing his abs in mermaid line. He went to tug on the sleeve of his right arm, and his taut arm emphasized his muscular lines, which was particularly eye-catching with that heavenly, stunningly handsome face. Lin Shangya immediately diverted her attention and walked over to help Jiang Shijing take off his sleeves. When she got closer, she smelled the faint pinewood fragrance on Jiang Shijing's body and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Jiang Shijing tilted his head to look at her, his fingers touching her legs one by one as he asked softly, "Does it smell good?" Lin Shangya gently grunted. "It's all pickled in flavor, right? After so many years, you still don't want to consider changing the bottle of perfume? Do not change, I am very specialized, love to use what will not easily change." Jiang Shijing's thin lips hooked up. "It's the same for people." Lin Shangya's eyelashes fluttered slightly, pretending not to hear his hint, reaching out to remove the gauze from his shoulder. Jiang Shijing held her hand as he asked in a deep voice, "Seriously, when are you going to use citrus evening jade again? It's too sweet and soft to use now." Lin Shangya broke away from his hand. Jiang Shijing smiled. "You're sweet right now." Lin Shangyan was so ruffled by his words that her hand was unsteady, and she almost poked a finger on Jiang Shijing's shoulder. She took a deep breath and called his name, Jiang Shijing's. "Jiang Shijing's, huh?" Lin Shangya pushed his face to the side. "Shut up if you don't want to get slapped." Jiang Shijing closed his mouth tightly and stopped talking. Lin Shangya was finally able to focus on applying the medicine, helping him undo all the gauze, and saw that the injury on his shoulder was so deep that the flesh was turned out. She frowned slightly, and thought of Jiang Shijing slamming into Lin Shijun as if he didn't want to die. Her heart moved with guilt. She asked in a warm voice, "Does it hurt? Bear with it, I'm going to give you medicine." Jiang Shijing pursed his lips. Lin Shangya picked up the medicinal powder and gently sprinkled it on the wound, rewrapping the wound with brand new gauze. Jiang Shijing's brows tightened and he subconsciously stifled a grunt. Lin Shangya nervously said, "Does it hurt? Why don't you say anything?" Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes, sighing softly only after a long time. "You told me to shut up. I just blurted it out. Are you really a mute?" Lin Shangya leaned over to observe his wound. "Does it hurt? Is it bleeding?" It hurts." Jiang Shijing suddenly clasped her waist and quickly kissed the corner of her lips, smiling like a spring breeze. "This won't hurt anymore." Lin Shangyan's careful concern vanished, gritting her teeth. Jiang Shijing's. Jiang Shijing smiled, I'm here, late night. 2 minutes later, Lin Xiangyan walked out from inside with a red face, a touch of imperceptible shyness under her eyes. She had just walked around the corner when she was stopped by Kinu. Ms. Lin, let's talk. Chapter 92, Remembering to Eat, Not Remembering to Fight. On the balcony, Lin Xiangya looked at the circumspect and handsome man in front of her. I know what you're trying to say, you don't want me to have too much contact with Jiang Shijing, right? Shino clenched his fists and nodded gently. Personally, I think that since Jiang Shijing could break your heart 3 years ago, he's not the right person for you, you're not suitable. Lin Xiangya laughed and asked rhetorically, then who am I suitable with? You? Shino didn't say anything after being surprised, considered as a default. Lin Xiangya breezily said, you're harboring selfishness, not considering it out of the perspective of a bodyguard, so I'm sorry that I can't listen to this opinion by merely treating you as a bodyguard. Not entirely out of selfishness, I also want to apologize to you. At first it was because I saw that you were calm and steady in nature, and that bringing you around would keep me safe and would also allow me to pretend to be my boyfriend to solve some of my troubles. It was me who was hasty, I shouldn't have asked for you with Wen Xiao. Lin Xiangya interrupted Kinu's explanation and took out her cell phone and was about to call Wen Xiao. This action completely hurt Kinu. He reached out and pressed down on Lin Xiangya's movement to call, stubbornly asking, where am I worse than him, so you'd rather choose someone who made you suffer? Lin Xiangyan sighed and helplessly said, I didn't choose Jiang Shijing, I don't have any relationship with him now, and you're no worse than him, so there's no need to think like that. Jiang Shijing stopped in his tracks when he heard this as he passed by the door. Not far away, Bai Zhiran, who had brought tea over, also paused. Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes, signaling her with a look to keep quiet. Then I won't leave. Shingo said in a deep voice, I'm going to keep you safe. Lin Xiangyan opened her mouth, feeling that there was no way to communicate with Chino. Jiang Shijing didn't wait for her to speak, looking wan for a moment, and descended the stairs in silence. After a long time, Lin Xiangyan finally compromised, it's been too chaotic for a while, Zhang Via hasn't been found yet, it's good for you to stay for now, wait for me to settle these things before you leave, I'll give you an extra 3 months salary. She turned around and left after saying that. Kino looked at her back and muttered, what I lack is not money, I will make you automatically give up Jiang Shijing. Downstairs. Jiang Shijing opened the refrigerator door and took out a can of beer and placed it on the table. He was about to pull the ring with one hand when Bai Zhiran followed him in first and picked up the beer, still injured, is it okay to drink? Jiang Shijing was in a bad mood, his peach blossom eyes were cold and stern, don't mind me, go about your business. Bai Zhiran didn't move, pulling the can open for him, and boldly said, I heard what Ms. Lin said just now, she said that Chino is not worse than you, and also said that there is no relationship with you, and that all you have to pay for is this, don't you feel aggrieved? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shijing gave her a cold look. Just this glance made Bai Zhiran's scalp tingle and her body chill. Realizing that Jiang Shijing didn't like people meddling in his business, she lowered her head and was about to apologize, I'm sorry, it's just me talking too much. Do you think that hearing Lin Xiangye say those, I'll be disappointed and no longer have thoughts of her? Jiang Shijing picked up the beer and took a sip, his eyes were cold, with a touch of paranoid crazy determination. You're wrong. I risked my life twice to save her, never thinking that I could live, I can even give up my life, and I would still be struck by this? Bai Zhiran's face gradually lost its blood color. Jiang Shijing leaned against the kitchen counter, I like her, I don't care if she thinks others are worse or not, I don't care how much I get for how much I give, so don't make self-righteous comments in front of me, and I don't need you to fight for me. Ming, understand. Bai Zhiran could no longer withstand his mocking icy gaze and fled. The person had just left when the beer can flattened with a clatter. The cold liquid splashed out, wetting Jiang Shijing all over. He looked at the mess on his body, sked softly, raised his hand and threw the can into the trash. How can one not care? If you like it, you want to possess it, you want to fight for it, you want to be jealous. But he had to restrain those emotions. It was so hard to make a little progress for a change, he couldn't scare her away. Jiang Shijing tried to smooth out his emotions and turned to go out. Shino came downstairs just in time to bump into him, her eyes flickering over his soaked clothes, revealing a mocking smile. Jiang Shijing just ignored him as if he couldn't see it, ignoring him to go change his clothes. He was about to go change into a clean shirt when his footsteps paused again, turning to knock on Lin Xiangyan's room door. Come in. Jiang Shijing sniffed and went in, staring at the floor with his eyes downcast. Grandma's coming back from Lianhua Manor, will you go back with me to have dinner with her? Lin Xiangyan was reading her email, sniffing and casually replied, okay. The doorway was slow to move. Only then did she turn around in confusion and was surprised to see Jiang Shijing covered in water stains. Why are you all wet? Accidentally spilled a can of cold beer. Jiang Shijing's teeth chattered in the cold, not looking up. Then the sound of a chair being pushed away rang in his ears. Lin Xiangyan came over to touch his clothes. You'll catch a cold if it's so cold, go back and change, I'll pour you a cup of tea to warm you up. Jiang Shijing then had the courage to look up and meet her worried gaze, and in an instant smiled again, the dissipation in his eyes was nowhere to be seen. I am indeed a dog. Lin Xiangye was confused. You were frozen stupid? Jiang Shijing shook his head. He talked to Lin Xiangye twice, saying that he couldn't possibly be like a dog Baba sticking over, not eating lessons and not remembering beatings. But it turned out that he had indeed been hit in the face. As long as Lin Xiangye's cup of hot tea, any grievance or sadness could be swallowed. Jiang Shijing exhaled, I want to drink Da Hong robe. Lin Xiangye went downstairs to help him pour the tea. On this side, Shino went out and made a phone call, come over from High City, I need your help. The man on the phone paused, the old man is very angry, he's already planning to send someone to bring you back. Kinu frowned in annoyance, tell him to wait for another month, if he can't bring back the marriage candidate, I'll immediately go back and accept his arrangement. Chapter 93 Can I call Ah Jing? Shino hung up the phone and left. At nightfall, Lin Xiangnan leaned against her bed after showering and took her cell phone to call Zhongjia. She didn't know what Zhongjia meant when he refused to meet and said she was hurting the world, and she couldn't even sleep well without asking. However, several calls in a row went by and the other party hung up directly. Lin Xiangye frowned and quickly edited the text message to send it over. It's fine for you to refuse to meet, but for the sake of Grandpa, you also have to give me a reason. After the text message was sent, Lin Xiangye heard a voice ring out from the other side of the wall. Thud. It was dull, like something had fallen to the ground. With a wall separating them, any movement would be transmitted over. Then there were two more thuds. Lin Xiangye raised her voice, I'm going to sleep, don't make noise. The next response to her was a few violent coughs. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Xiangye directly walked to the next room and knocked on the door. Jiang Shijing, are you okay? She didn't wait for a response and directly opened the door to enter. Before she could see the room clearly, the lights snapped out. In the darkness, Lin Xiangye was circled from behind by a pair of strong arms and fell into an embrace filled with the fragrance of pine wood. She couldn't break free due to the other party's injuries and was a bit annoyed. Jiang Shijing, what are you doing if you don't sleep properly? Jiang Shijing laughed softly against her earlobe, you're still here, aren't you? What is this, fooling around with me? Warm breath sprayed on the side of her neck, Lin Xiangyan's body stiffened slightly, let go. Jiang Shijing doesn't move, his chin resting on her shoulder, I had a nightmare, I dreamt that Jiangsu got a gun somewhere, saying that he couldn't leave Young City, and that he was going to look for me to die with him. He sighed softly and hugged Lin Xiangye more tightly, evening, I'm afraid. Lin Xiangye pinched his arm, pretending to be cold, don't use this kind of thing as an excuse, I won't fall for it. Jiang Shijing let go of his hand and hung his eyes against the wall. Since you don't believe me, let's go. Lin Xiangye opened the door, glanced at him through the dim light outside, and walked out, but her wrist was grabbed. Jiang Shijing pulled her back, lost and helpless, really leaving? Lin Xiangye hooked her lips imperceptibly, lifting her foot to kick the door, I'll leave when you're asleep. Jiang Shijing's eyes tinted with a smile, Lian, you're so nice. Shut up and go over to sleep. Lin Xiangyan averted her eyes, wanting to hide the unnatural redness on her face, and then realized that there were no lights on in the room. Jiang Shijing pulled her along, requesting in a mute voice, can we discuss one more thing? Lin Xiangye pressed the bright screen and raised her eyes to look at him. Can you call me Ah Jing from now on? Jiang Shijing's gaze was expectant, a touch of heat hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Lin Xiangye gave a start, thinking of the things Xiang Andai had told her, her heart moved slightly. 3 years of not hearing from each other and not bothering each other was the best proof for her to deduce that Jiang Shijing had changed his heart. But Jiang Shijing was trapped in that manner, and when his thoughts were overwhelming, he could only listen to similar voices calling out to Ah Jing for relief. Lin Xiangyan's voice tightened and she was about to speak when her cell phone suddenly vibrated twice. She picked up her phone and saw Zhongjia's reply, see you at the company at 8 tomorrow morning. Jiang Shijing glanced at the screen along with Lin Xiangyan's movements, and his complexion changed slightly. He took the initiative to speak, if you have something to get up early, go back first. Lin Xiangyan looked at him and didn't have the heart to say anything else. After she left, Jiang Shijing walked to the window and dialed the phone. Mr. Jing. Things done? Yan Jing replied, it's done, the surveillance video was deleted cleanly, no one will get the backup. Jiang Shijing looked at the Big Dipper in the sky, narrowed his eyes, and coldly said, if Lin Xiangyan doesn't find me tomorrow as planned, you're dead. Yan Jing froze and smiled bitterly, don't scare me, Mr. Jing, I can only guarantee that the surveillance video won't be found by anyone, and how Ms. Lin makes her choice, Don't talk nonsense, I'll be waiting for her. Jiang Shijing threw the cell phone on the bed, raised his hand, and delicately sniffed the remaining residual fragrance on his fingertips. The smell of citrus evening tuberose was good before, and the current Gabrielle floral scent was also good. As long as it is Lin Xiangye is good. How long he waited, what means he can use. Chapter 94, Should we no longer get engaged? The next morning, Lin Xiangnan headed to the company. She just entered the president's office and saw Zhong Jie drinking tea on the sofa. Xia Shui was beside her, her face was blue and she seemed scared, seeing her come in was like seeing a savior. She slightly nodded her head and Xiao Shui immediately ran away as if she was pardoned. Zhong Jie did not raise his eyes, sipped his tea and slowly said, tell me, what is it that you are in a hurry to see me for? Lin Xiangye walked to him and sat down. Originally, I only saw you to inquire about some news. Instead, it was your words that made me fidgety. Where did I do something hurtful to make you so angry? Hearing this, Zhong Jia looked at her with a gloomy face. Do you not know, or do you not want to admit it? I don't know, please ask Uncle Zhong for guidance. Lin Xiangye looked frank. Zhong Jia mockingly snorted coldly. What happened to Lin Shijun being seriously injured in a car accident? What happened to having to renew the marriage contract with Cao Luohuan? Do you dare to say that these have nothing to do with you? Facing his questioning, coldness crossed Lin Xiangye's eyes. No wonder Uncle Zhong's attitude was suddenly cold. Lin Mu's family hadn't tattled on Uncle Zhong much. She fixed her mind and said without being subdued, the fire in the old mansion is related to Lin Shijun. That's the place where Grandpa lived for decades before he was born, and once it was destroyed, it's impossible for me to be indifferent, and I admit to the matter of working with Cao Luohuan to make a scheme to take revenge on Lin Shijun. Lin Xiang Evening said here, raised her eyes and looked straight at Zhong Jia. As for Uncle Zhong, you said Lin Shijun had a car accident. It was his intention to run me over. The key time was when Jiang Shijing stopped him. You don't believe me, you can go to that bar to check. She thought Zhong Jia would at least believe a few points first, but she didn't expect the other party's face to sink even more after hearing this. Zhong Jia stared at her with cold eyes and snorted in disappointment. Do you think I didn't check the surveillance? The surveillance video of the car accident that day disappeared. It was you who moved it, right? Also, you betrayed Jiang Shijing's, and now I've also found out clearly that Jiang Shijing's didn't contribute at all when you got the two projects of Ding Sheng and Huafeng, and how could he help you to hit someone in public? You're still lying. I'm not. Lin Xiangye got up and frowned. I'm not sure about the surveillance, maybe Lin Shijun tampered with it. What I said is true, I can get Jiang Shijing to testify. Zhong Jia heavily put down his teacup, his face expressionless. In short, Lin Shijun almost died, but you were unharmed, this is a fact. Lin Xiangye lowered her eyes, feeling ridiculous. Lin Shijun has already left the company, what good would it do for me to go after him? Uncle Zhong, are you really unwilling to believe in my character? Zhong Jia closed his eyes and didn't speak for a long time. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xiangye's heart went half cold. Fine, then I'll go look for evidence. She turned around and left. Zhong Jia opened his mouth. Shao Evening, you don't have to work hard to run the project. The betting agreement is null and void. In the future, you can steadily be the president of the company, but I have a condition. Your father, or Lin Shijun, must go back to the company as a vice president, and you share out half of the management rights. Lin Xiang Evening suddenly turned back, incredulous. Why is the betting agreement voided? I said, if I can't do what I promised, I can quit the company and not even take the shares. Zhong Jia got up with his hands behind his back, without the slightest movement on his face. This is not me speaking alone. In light of your recent behavior, the board of directors agreed that it's time to replace a stable person to help you share the burden. You are still nominally the president. We are not considered to be going against the old man's wishes. We are here to let you learn a lesson, using extreme measures to drive away your own brother. This practice is immoral and there will be retribution. What an immoral one. Lin Xiangyan almost laughed out coldly. If you want to commit a crime, why would you suffer from it? She thought that when Uncle Chen passed away, the only person who could stand by her side to help guard the company would be Zhong Jia. Now that Lin Shijun had failed in his attempt to run her over, he had turned into a poor man who had been brutalized by his sister, and by saying a few pretentious words, he was able to get Zhong Jia to change his mind and allow one of the father and son to rejoin the company. Uncle Chen must not be able to die in peace if he knows it in his grave. Lin Xiangwan gritted her teeth. You give me 3 days, I'll find all the evidence of the matter and prove that it was Lin Shijun who deliberately murdered me. Zhong Jia was still unwilling to give in, shaking his head. Evidence can be found slowly, but they must come back. The company can't be taken over by you alone. Even though you're the old man's most beloved granddaughter, we can't let you do whatever you want. Lin Xiangye clenched her fists, silently confronting him with her eyes, gradually disappointed. After a long time, she hooked her lips and said coldly, if Lin Mu and Lin Shijun want to come back, unless I die, I'll make the board change their words. After saying this, Lin Xiangye turned around and left without looking back. Outside the office door, Xiao Shuet and Qinu clearly hear all. Lin Xiangye came out and looked at Qinu in confusion. Qinu immediately said, you forgot your cell phone at home, I just got it for you, didn't mean to eavesdrop. Lin Xiangye nodded and looked at Xiao Shue's lustful expression. You also believe that I did this kind of thing? No. Xiao Shue's palms were sweaty. However, I know how to stop Lin Shijun from coming back. Lin Xiangye raised her eyebrows in surprise. Tell me. Xiao Shui let out a breath and solemnly said, find a stronger group to be the backer of Prosperity Star. Let the board of directors know that you have a strong backup. Ben can easily reach a betting agreement. There is no need to take action against Lin Shijun, and the misunderstanding can naturally be lifted. Lin Xiangyan's beautiful eyes slightly stuttered. Chino frowned. Xiao Shui stiffened her head and pulled out a smile that she thought was fine. Why don't you and Jiang Shao get engaged again? Chapter 95, Kinu's True Identity. Lin Xiangyan narrowed her eyes, her expression gradually becoming cold. Xiao Shui was flustered by her look and smiled. Lin, General Manager Lin, what do you think of this proposal? You're my assistant. Lin Xiangye raised her hand and wiped the lipstick mark smeared out of the corner of her lips for her. Shouldn't be working for someone else. Xiao Xue froze and said urgently, wrongfully accused Lin. I didn't. Lin Xiangye looked at her blandly. If it wasn't for Jiang Shijing, you wouldn't dare to mention your engagement to him in front of me. It's a taboo for him and for me. You've always been very clear about that. At these words, Xiao Xue's shoulders collapsed at once, no different from a frosted eggplant. Lin Xiangye patted her shoulder. There is no next time. She walked into the elevator and pressed the button. Being wronged for no reason and not being able to explain, this feeling is the most stifling. More than this, Lin Xiangye was more surprised that Jiang Shijing knew about this and was still able to instruct Xiao Xue to brainwash her. Let's see how she's going to settle the score with him. Lin Xiangye was pondering when a hand suddenly blocked the elevator door. Shino came in and looked straight at her. Ms. Lin, I have something to confess to you. Lin Xiangyan really wasn't in the mood to say anything else to him. Can you say it later? Shino looked like he couldn't hear her, taking out a business card and handing it to her. I lied to you. In fact, I'm not the son of the Wen family's housekeeper. I'm the heir to the QJ Group in High City. Lin Xiangye instantly felt that her ears were familiar. The founding company of QJ, the #1 automobile brand in China? Shino nodded. Yes, 2 months ago my family arranged a marriage for me. I didn't like that woman. I gambled with my family and ran away from home to go work, and by mistake I arrived at the Wen family to take over the bodyguard position of the butler's son. He paused and said in a deep voice, that's not important. What's important is that I also have the ability to be Fan Xing in your backing. If you're willing to marry me, I'll help you resolve Lin Mu and Lin Shijuan. Lin Xiangye examined the business card carefully and frowned coldly. I made it very clear last night, but now it seems you're still not willing to give up. I can't figure out why you like me? Shino pulled a smile. You're different from all those women. Lin Xiangye was puzzled. Which ones? Shino slowly said, the marriage partner that my family found for me was nothing more than picking from those rich women of the world. Since I was a kid I've seen a lot of those kinds of women, sweeping shopping malls during the day, going crazy in bars at night, or else learning all kinds of etiquette to prepare for becoming a good wife and mother. His gaze fell on Lin Xiangye's face, and he smiled softly. Only you are tough and smart and have personality. My future wife should be like this. Lin Xiangye wanted to laugh for a moment. This world was really marvelous. Many people doubted her and deceived her, even a bodyguard by her side was no exception. She asked, if it wasn't for this incident today, when would you have told me your true identity? Shino froze, speechless. Lin Xiangye threw her business card at him. Her mood was poor to the extreme. If it wasn't for the change of heart 3 years ago, I would be the kind of rich girl you talk about who shops during the day and drinks tea in the afternoon. No one can define me. How I am characterized isn't meant to conform to the persona of who I become the wife of. You and I's employment relationship ends here. You can leave. The elevator doors dinged open. Shino stared blankly for a few seconds before chasing him out. Are you going to find Jiang Shijing? Lin Xiangye raised her eyes to look at him, her red lips lightly opening. Get lost. Shinbo violently clenched his fists, sidestepped to get out of the way, and lifted his foot to chase after him again. Lin Xiangye crossed his eyes, couldn't bear it and wanted to lose her temper. Her cell phone rang suddenly. I'll say it one last time, don't follow me. After she warned, she answered the phone. When Xiao questioned loudly like a river lion roaring, Lin sang night. Why is Zhang Radish living in your house? Lin Xiangyan's eardrums were almost ruptured and she was busy holding the phone away from her. Too many things had happened recently, and she had forgotten to explain it clearly to Wen Xian. Lin Xiangyan was a bit weak. This matter will be discussed when I go find you. Where are you now? Evening night. Jiang Shijing's voice came from the cell phone, sounding aggrieved. She's blocking me at home for an explanation, and has been unforgiving. I'm going back now. Lin Xiangya hung up the phone and drove onto the road, stepping on the gas before Kinu arrived. Meanwhile, the family living room. When Xiang hugged her arms and glared at the man on the sofa, surnamed Jiang, what the hell is going on here? Jiang Shijing changed his pathetic tone from talking to Lin Xiangye, his eyebrows lightly raised. Don't you see it now? I'm living with late night. Chapter 96, Two Faces. Living together? When Xian was shocked, her voice so shrill that it echoed throughout the living room. Impossible. Jiang Shijing smiled broadly. Then why am I living here? When Xian was speechless. As Lin Xiangwan's best friend, she had seen with her own eyes how desperate Lin Xiangwan was back then, and how lonely she was abroad after she left. How could they easily make up? When Xiang took a deep breath and warned in a deep voice, I don't care how you stay, when late night comes back, I'll make her kick you out. Jiang Shijing smiled carelessly. Yeah, I'll also talk to cousin Zhou by the way and tell him not to make contact with you. What? When Xian froze. Jiang Shijing stood up and hooked his lips. Aren't you and cousin Zhou in a flirtation period? I thought about it. If you're with him, the two of us will have to meet up less often, so how uncomfortable and spoiled would it be for you? I can only advise cousin to make a break when it's time to make a break. Saying that, he threw the ball of paper he had been clutching on the table and turned around. When Xian almost lost her breath, seeing him take out his cell phone to make a call, she hurriedly chased after him. You're not allowed to interfere with me and Zhao Yan. Jiang Shijing's footsteps lurched, turning back. The smile on his face was nowhere to be seen, his cold as ice eyes full of warning. Then don't meddle in my business and interfere with me and Lin Xiangwan. Wen Qian slowly clenched her fists. A man on one side, a friend on the other. She made a decision and lifted her chin. If Lian herself says she's willing to let you stay here, I'll never meddle. Jiang Shijing snorted coldly and went upstairs without looking back. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiangye returned. She hurriedly entered the door and saw Wen Qian holding her arms and sitting angrily on the sofa. Lin Xianglian felt a headache and said softly, "Shallow, listen to my explanation." "Fine, you explain." When Shallow leaned towards the sofa, her fire rubbing upwards, "In these 3 years, I felt sorry for you when you were in pain, I felt sorry for you when you were sad, I cursed Jiang Shijing when you were in love, never giving him a good face. Now that you guys are cohabiting, so what does what I paid for you count as? Am I a bad person for getting in your way?" Lin Xiangye saw that she was out of breath and immediately poured tea for her, sat down and patted her back. "Don't be angry, listen to me slowly." She explained Jiang Shijing's rescue of her several times, as well as to Awe and those many exes. After listening to this, Wen Qian felt that she was listening to a ghost story and raised her eyebrows incredulously. "Are you saying that Jiang Shijing's 3 years of acting and making trouble on purpose to fall in love are all not true?" Upstairs, Jiang Shijing leaned behind the door and quietly listened, his thin lips slightly hooked, casually pulled a few pieces of clothing into the suitcase, opened the door and walked out. Lin Xiangyan had already seen the ball of paper with blood on it, thrown on the table by Jiang Shijing. Her heart tightened for no reason, and when she heard the ringing sound and raised her eyes, she saw that Jiang Shijing was pulling his luggage to leave. Lin Xiangye frowned. "Where are you going?" "Since Wen Shallow doesn't want me to live here, it's fine for me to leave. I don't want to see conflict between you two. It wouldn't be good if you hurt your feelings because of me." Jiang Shijing stared at the ground, his handsome face that was still injured was a little pale, with a few pathetic fragility. Wen Xiang stared at him in shock once again. This could be the same person as the one who shamelessly threatened her just now? Lin Xiangye glanced at Jiang Shijing's shoulder. Underneath the white shirt, there was blood hidden in the thick gauze. Without hesitation, she said, "You're seriously injured, stay here first, I'll talk to Shallow about the rest." "Can I really stay?" Jiang Shijing glanced at Wen Xiao extremely quickly, as if scornful. "I don't think Wen Xiao will agree, she hates me." Wen Xian laughed coldly in succession. Well, Jiang Shijing, I've never seen someone who can act so well as you. You wait for me." She grabbed the bag on the sofa and was about to leave. Lin Xiangye pulled her, worried. "Shallow. Don't worry, Jiang Shijing is also considered to have actually saved your life. It's only right that he recuperates here at your place. Let's forget about this matter for now, but when he recovers from his injuries he must go." Wen Xian blared viciously at Jiang Shijing, holding back as much as she could. This man's smooth talk, the speed with which he changed his face simply took her breath away, and compared to the Jiang Shijings of 3 years ago, he had long since become a completely different person. 3 years ago, Jiang Shijing was already not a good person, let alone the current him. Wen Qian couldn't help but get worried, and with a heavy heart, she walked to the door and turned around to hold Lin Xiangye's hand. "Late night, I only have one thing to tell you." Lin Xiangye nodded. "You say it." "Don't forget that at the time of your greatest despair and pain, it was Jiang Shijing who ruthlessly patched up a knife in your heart. What he said when he drank with Lin Shijuan was the beginning of my hatred for him. I also believe that you have the same thorn in your heart. There is no saying in this matter. I don't suggest that you rekindle your old feelings. Understand what I mean?" Wen Chen finished in one breath, and her grip on Lin Xiangye's hand tightened a few more points. She was really afraid. Lin Xiangwan lost her mother when she was a child, and became a petulant young lady who knew nothing under her stepmother's deliberate teaching. If it is not the back of the Lin family old Mr. Love granddaughter, Lin Xiang evening to the past in his side to raise, still do not know Lin Xiang evening will be their own father-stepmother pit into what kind of. She thought that Lin Xiangwan would be better after she met Jiang Shijing, but she didn't expect another bigger trap. As Lin Xiangwan's playmate since childhood, she would never allow anyone or anything to hurt her best friend again. Lin Xiangyan recalled the incident at the bar that day and nodded her head slightly. "This matter won't pass with me. I'm keeping it all in mind, you don't have to worry." "That's good." When Qian exhaled, "I'll leave first." Lin Xiang evening called out to her again. "Wait, the Chino identity is not simple. Is the heir of the QJ group in the Sea City? How did he mix to your house to replace the housekeeper's son?" When Xiang was shocked and quickly realized what was wrong. "I have not seen the housekeeper's son. He went abroad to study for a period of time. The housekeeper is old and cannot do it. Chino came to Wen's home claiming to be the housekeeper's son, and the same surname Chin. We did not check and believed, in the end, it is still relatively careless. Because trusting the housekeeper was drilled by someone." When Xian had a good impression of Chino, but she didn't expect him to be a liar as well. Concealing his identity and running to her house as a bodyguard was really something. She was worried that Kino had designs on the Wen family and hurriedly took the car home to contact the housekeeper. Lin Xiangye went back and went upstairs to knock on Jiang Shijing's door. No one answered, so she directly pushed the door in. The bathroom door was closed, and there was a faint sound of water inside. She scanned the room and was about to exit when she suddenly glanced at a necklace on the table. Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes and walked over to pick up the necklace. The chain was rolled with black rope and red rope and gold wire. Underneath it fell a string of iron keys, old but not rusty, and the key gears weren't the common kind. Suddenly, Lin Xiangye thought of the necklace that her grandfather often wore. Except for the missing jade plate, the rope used for the chain and the shape of the key were exactly the same as this one. She trembled slightly in her heart when she suddenly heard a voice coming from the bathroom. "Evening, are you outside? Help me bring a bathrobe." Chapter 97, Indulgence. Lin Xiangyan's eyes darkened as she stuffed the necklace into her pocket, grabbed the bathrobe that was resting on the end of her bed and walked to the door. She raised her hand to knock on the door. A slender hand reached out from the bathroom. Lin Xiangyan handed it over, but the hand grabbed her wrist and yanked it violently. Lin Xiangyan was caught off guard and dragged into the bathroom, unsteady on her feet, and fell into the man's embrace. Jiang Shijing's lean waist was only surrounded by a towel, and his embrace was damp. Lin Xiangyan wanted to shove him, but she held back, raising her eyes to meet his smiling eyes, her heartbeat in turmoil. The hot air steamed. Lin Xiangyan's face was a little red. "Keeping her cool," she said, "let go of me." Jiang Shijing solidified her in his arms. "My shoulder hurts, it's not convenient to take a shower, will you help me?" The body was so close that there wasn't a single gap. Through the material of her clothes, Lin Xiangye clearly felt the heat coming from the other party's body. She didn't dare to look down for a moment, glaring at Jiang Shijing's with a death glare. "I'll call Yan Jing to help you." Jiang Shijing's wrapped his arm around her waist, his other hand going to touch her hand, and laughed. "People are my assistants, not bath scrubbers." "Then just call anyone," Lin Xiangye said, her heart already lifting. She clutched the necklace in her hand and hadn't had time to put it away. Jiang Shijing touched the object in her hand and pressed it with his thumb. It was a bit choked. His eyes darkened slightly, and he looked deeply at Lin Xiangyan, against her forehead, almost nose to nose. "Evening, you." Lin Xiangye's heart tightened and she raised her head slightly, her red lips pressing against Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing's body slightly stiffened, his hands clasped her waist, kissing deep and fierce. The bathroom was wet and damp. Lin Xiangyan became more and more breathless, like drowning, clinging to Jiang Shijing. She clutched her keys and secretly stuffed them into her pocket. Jiang Shijing caught her small movements in his eyes, narrowed his eyes slightly, and bit Lin Xiangyan not too gently but not too heavily. Lin Xiangye ate the pain and pushed away with an unsteady breath. Before she could speak, the watery glow on her lips was wiped away by Jiang Shijing's. Jiang Shijing kissed her earlobe with intent. "It's rare to take the initiative. Then I'll let you go. You go pick up Yan Jing and come over. It just so happens that I have something to instruct him as well." Lin Xiangye tilted her head to endure his dishonest moves. "I'll go pick him up?" "Well, if you're free." Jiang Shijing hooked his lips. "By the way, help me guard the office. There are too many people in the company who have a heart. I'm afraid they'll take the opportunity to go in and steal the documents. There's also that box you gave me in the office." Lin Xiangye's eyes flowed. She didn't expect the opportunity to come at the right time and place. "Okay, I'll go now." She straightened her collar and turned to leave. Jiang Shijing looked at her back, the teasing smile at the corner of his lips fading away, murmuring, "You finally remembered." "Jiang." Lin Xiangye informed Yan Jing of her intentions. Yan Jing was confused. "Mr. Jing asked you to guard the office?" "Yes, for fear of someone stealing important documents." Lin Xiangye replied without hesitation. Yan Jing wanted to say something. He wanted to say that important documents in the company were never kept in the office, and then swallowed those words raw. After Yan Jing left, Lin Xiangye got up and rummaged around her desk. There were 2 drawers on the left, the top was open and the bottom was locked with a combination lock. Lin Xiangye pulled open the top drawer, took out the box inside, and used Jiang Shijing's key to dislike the lock opening. Her breath stuttered slightly as she nervously twisted it. The sound of metal clashing resounded in the lock. With a snap, it opened. Lin Xiangye slowly opened the box and saw an envelope inside. Her palms sweated as she picked the envelope up. According to her grandfather's character, it was impossible to leave behind irrelevant information. In this letter, there must be something more important than the company and the inheritance. Lin Xiangye was about to open the envelope when she heard footsteps outside, already almost at the office door. She put away the envelope and put it in her bag, putting the box back in the drawer. As she did this, the door was pushed open. A woman in a suit dress came in. Seeing that Lin Xiangyan wasn't wearing a work badge, she was instantly alert. "Who are you?" "Not someone from our company, right?" Lin Xiangye came out from behind her desk, ready to explain. I know, you're here to approach Mr. Jing. You're already here for the 8th time this month." The woman sneered, condescendingly sizing her up. "You look better than the previous ones, and your body is not bad either, but I advise you not to be delusional. Our Mr. Jing easily doesn't fall in love with people." Lin Xiangye couldn't find a chance to explain, so she simply didn't. "Then I can go, right?" The woman narrowed her eyes skeptically and watched as she circled out from behind her desk. "Wait, I still have to search you. What were you just messing around at your desk by yourself? Did you steal the company's information?" Lin Xiang evening cold face. "I didn't steal anything. What are you in charge of? In which position? Have the right to search me?" She glanced at the woman's work tag and snorted lightly. Li Hong, an employee of the project department. When did she manage to come to the president's office? You. Li Hong was dumbfounded, her face reddened with indignation. In short, you are not a company person, suspicious in appearance, so I have the right to conduct an investigation on you. Immediately take out everything you have on you. Lin Xiangye clenched the necklace in her hand and took out her cell phone with a cold face. I'll let Jiang Shijing talk to you. Fine, I'd like to see how Mr. Jing handles a good employee who looks out for the company. Maybe Mr. Jing doesn't even want to answer your call. Li Hong hugged her arms and raised her chin provocatively, not taking a proper look at her. After the call was dialed, Lin Xiangye coldly said, Jiang Shijing's, the employees of your project department want to search me. Li Hong froze, not expecting her tone to be so nonchalant, not at all like those who deliberately approached Jiang Shijing's. She began to scowl, and somewhat nervously perked up her ears to listen. Jiang Shijing's light laugh came from the phone, playfully saying, searching your body, huh? That's really a process for company employees for safety reasons. In the next second, Li Hong proudly straightened her back. Hear that? You must search your body, this is an important process that cannot be skipped. Lin Xiangye was so angry that she wanted to hang up the phone. Wait. Jiang Shijing suddenly spoke, I'll personally search her body. Li Hong, you can leave. Li Hong was incredulous, search her personally? But Mr. Jing, you're not in the office right now, how can I search her? Jiang Shijing teased, we live together, can't we search in bed at night? Lin Xiangye's hand shook and hung up the phone. Li Hong stared round-eyed, feeling like her CPU was going to burn. Live together? Search in bed? She looked at Lin Xiangye again, not daring to be as condescending as she was just now, and stammered, yes, I'm sorry, so you're Mr. Jing's girlfriend, it's all a misunderstanding, don't take it to heart. The corners of Lin Xiangwan's mouth twitched, and in her heart, she wanted to beat Jiang Shijing to death. She ignored Li Hong's words, and when the person left, she immediately opened the envelope. Chapter 98, Willing to get engaged? Inside the envelope was only a slip of paper with 5 names written in Grandpa's usual thin gold calligraphy. Zhongjie, Chen, Bai Yuyun, Kujin, and XXX. When Lin Xiangye saw the first 2 names, she knew that this was a list of people who held the high-tech technology of Prosperity Star. She had thought that they were all controlled by the shareholders, but apart from Kujin, she didn't recognize Bai Yuyun, and the last name was even crossed out by her grandfather. Why? If Grandpa wanted to leave this list and technology to her, he shouldn't have deliberately hidden the people in the list. Could it be that he was afraid that the box would one day be opened by someone else and the list would leak out? It was also possible. It was just that she didn't have a clue as to who this person who had drawn 3 crosses was. Lin Xiangye squeezed the note tightly and called Wu Jin on her way back. You don't need to check about the list, you help me investigate someone called Bai Yuyun. She didn't hesitate and instantly drove to the company to find Kujin. Lin Xiangye had just arrived at the company when she saw Lin Mu coming out of the company entrance. She flung on the car door and questioned, why are you here? Lin Mu looked at her expressionlessly, the bottom of his eyes dark and heavy with hate and disgust. He said word for word, I'm a shareholder of this company, even if I don't have a position, I still have to come here, didn't Zhongjie already tell you? Whether it's me or Shijuan, someone has to be the vice president. Speaking here, Lin Mu grinned, you went through so much trouble to drive us away from the company, so what now? We can still come back as usual, you've become a murderer in Zhongjie's eyes who won't hesitate to kill his brother for the sake of the company. Lin Xiangye clenched her fists and pinched her palms dead center so as not to show the slightest bit of agitation. Her red lips slightly hooked, smiling meaningfully, I said it before, as long as I'm around, you guys don't want to take control of the company, no matter what I still have one last way to go. Lin Mu froze, skeptical, what is the last road? Lin Xiangye ignored him and walked straight over. When she arrived at the president's office, she saw through the glass that Xiao Shui was organizing the documents, classifying them according to their importance, and her movements were skillful without the slightest bit of procrastination. From a professional and working point of view, Xiao Shui was undoubtedly an excellent assistant. It was a pity that she was the one sent by Zhongjie. Now that Zhongjie was stubbornly favoring Lin Mu and the others, there were some people she didn't want to move, but also had to move. Lin Xiangye took out a bank card and pushed the door in. Mr. Lin, you're here? I was about to call you, there are 2 documents over here for you to sign. Xiao Shui smiled and pushed the documents over. Lin Xiangye took the signature pen and faintly said, Xiao Shui, you've been working after me since I came to the company, how long has it been? The moment Xiao Shui heard this, the smile on her face faded away and she looked at her in shock. Mr. Lin, why are you talking about this for a good reason? Are you trying to fire me? Lin Xiangye was stunned, there was an uncomfortable feeling of being poked in her mind. After a moment of silence, she lowered her eyes. I'm sure you're aware of what's going on in the company. Uncle Zhong suspected me of laying my hands on Lin Shijuan, and rushed to the end and refused to let go of me. Yes, I know about this matter. Xiao Shui bit her lip and solemnly said, "If you think I'm loyal to Zhong shareholder, it's understandable that you want me to leave, but I've never done anything peripherally by Zhong shareholder's side. I haven't come into contact with his core interests, but I'm especially happy to follow you, and I'm able to both make progress as well as work hard to help you manage the company well, and you're the boss I've ever met that won't be hard on the employees, so I'm pleased, don't let me leave. I have absolutely no second thoughts about you." Her eyes were red, and she was about to kneel down when she finished speaking in one breath. Lin Xiangye's eyes flickered. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved in her heart. This girl followed her and never acted like a demon, handling all her duties in a well-organized manner, unable to pick the slightest fault. Except for the last time she helped Jiang Shijing speak. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but be angry. When did Jiang Shijing approach her sidekick? She didn't even notice. Lin Xiangye took a deep breath and supported Xiao Shui. "Then do you know that following me is the same as betraying Uncle Zhong? From now on, what I do is going to go against him. It doesn't matter, I'm your person if I follow you. Zhong shareholder is already the previous boss to me and has no friendship." Xiao Shui lifted her chin, her face full of determination that she was ready to fight. Lin Xiangye patted her shoulder. "Very well, now you go and run an errand for me." She asked Xiao Shui to immediately rush to the scene of the accident and call up all the surveillance that could be pulled out of the several road sections. Without exception, the surveillance was all missing the part in the middle where Jiang Shijing drove his car into Lin Shijuan. Some store managers refused to answer the question of what happened to the surveillance, while others said they were paid to do the job and told Xiao Shui not to ask more questions. Lin Xiangye waited in her office for a day without waiting for the slightest progress. Initially, it could be concluded that the surveillance had been messed up by Lin Shijuan's means, and it was impossible to get the surveillance video. "Mr. Lin, do you want to go find young Master Jiang?" Xiao Shui tried a sentence, and then hurriedly explained, "I'm not harboring any selfishness, it's just that he bumped into Lin Shijuan, so he can always come over as a witness and explain to shareholder Zhong. Uncle Zhong won't believe me, he said that he won't believe words spoken without proof." Lin Xiangye paused and thought of something important, taking out her cell phone to call Jiang Shijing. "Where is your wrecked car?" Jiang Shijing laughed softly and immediately answered, "The front of the car is crooked, it must have been sold as scrap by me." "Sold as scrap?" Lin Xiangye was a bit incredulous. "That's a $10 million car." Jiang Shijing snorted, "It's nothing to me." This sentence choked Lin Xiangye to silence. She hung up the phone, and a trace of doubt arose in her heart. She always felt that Jiang Shijing had stayed out of it too much, but when she thought about it, it wasn't something that could be related to him, and the sale of the car could have just been a coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. "Mr. Lin, if there's really no way to stop Lin Shijuan and the others from entering the company, I'm afraid that's the only way," Xiao Shui reminded rather carefully. Lin Xiangye glanced at her and didn't say anything. Engagement meant too much to her, not just in terms of who she became fiancé with, but also in terms of which person she chose to spend her life with. Nowadays, she didn't want the engagement to turn into a business value deal, not until it was absolutely necessary. "I'll go find shareholder Ke first, he's at the company, right?" Lin Xiangye cast aside all thoughts and stood up. Xiao Shui quickly called Kuzhin's office, then shook her head. "The person isn't there." Lin Xiangye clutched the shoulder strap of her satchel and left the office without a word. Without realizing it, she returned home. Jiang Shijing leaned on the sofa, lazily pressing the remote control to tune the frequency, and hooked his lips when he heard the door open. "Back so soon, want me to search you?" Lin Xiangye changed her shoes and walked straight to him. "Did you really sell that car? Can't find it?" Jiang Shijing glanced at her and realized that her expression was cold, before he put away his not-so-serious smile and innocently said, "It's really sold, why do you keep asking about it?" Lin Xiangye pursed her lips and sat on his side. "Lin Mu rejoined the company to seize power with me. Uncle Zhong thought that I was the one who tried to kill Lin Shijuan. He was disappointed in me, and I desperately need evidence." This kind of thing, there was no need for her to avoid Jiang Shijing. The Jiang family had no dealings with Fan Sheng anyway. Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows lightly. "You can't even find out, how can I help you?" "You can't?" Lin Xiangye asked rhetorically. "Have Xiao Shui pass me a message reminding me that I can prove my innocence by marrying you, and if I do, you'll be doing me a huge favor." The smirk on Jiang Shijing's face was replaced by seriousness. He sat up straight and asked, word for word, "Are you willing to be engaged to me?" Chapter 99, Possessiveness. Lin Xiangye hung her eyes in silence, secretly clenching her fists. She didn't seem to have a choice, but she just couldn't say the word consent. Ever since she left the country, she had always told herself that she would never have anyone to love her without her grandfather, and that if she wanted to return to her country for revenge, she had to bide her time and rely on herself one step at a time. Now that she had returned to Banyan City, several of her projects had been through the light of the Jiang family's old lady, and she had been lucky enough to save her life because Jiang Shijing had sacrificed his life to save her. Now, even if she wanted to get rid of the people within Prosperity Star, she had to rely on Jiang Shijing's. This gave her a feeling of powerlessness. It was as if her life before she left the country had her grandfather at the bottom, and after she returned, Jiang Shijing's was guiding her in every footstep. She still couldn't accomplish anything completely on her own, and her ridiculous pride swelled more and more. In heaven's name, grandfather and mother would be disappointed in her, right? Lin Xiangye. A flash of loss crossed the bottom of Jiang Shijing's eyes, clasping her wrist and forcing her to ask, "Speak, are you willing to be engaged to me or not?" Lin Xiangye locked eyes with him, feeling her breathing become heavy and slow. She was drowning in Jiang Shijing's eyes that were as deep and bottomless as a pool of water, and was somewhat unable to cope with the question. A subtle sizzle rose in the air, and the doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Xiangye wanted to move. Jiang Shijing tugged her wrist hard, insisting on an answer. The corners of his lips hooked up in another seeming smile, a precursor to anger. Lin Xiangyan frowned slightly, so she couldn't make any noise. The doorbell outside the door continued to ring for 7 or 8 times, and Chino's voice suddenly rang out. "Ms. Lin, I know you're inside." Lin Xiangyan froze. She thought that Chino had already returned to High City the day she picked out her identity. Why was she still here? "Ms. Lin, I know all the things that have happened to Flourishing Star recently. You already had to find a backer, right? As I said, as long as you're willing to get engaged to me, I'll help you arrange everything. Think about it, at least I truly want to marry you." Lin Xiangye was really impatient. She liked to reject people bluntly without leaving a trace of hope, and the ones she met since she was a child were all very sensible, never stalking like Chino. When she first wanted to come to Chino, it was also to see that he was emotionally stable and had a steady character, but she didn't expect to be so stubborn and narcissistic. Lin Xiangye was about to shake off Jiang Shijing's hand and go over. Jiang Shijing was stunned for a second, his expression was hurt. "You're going to promise him?" "No, you let go first, I have something to say to him." Lin Xiangye was so eager to break free that she didn't see his expression. Jiang Shijing was unwilling to let go, looking at her without a word. Clearly his eyes were about to eat Lin Xiangyan up, but the force in his hand was properly held, so that Lin Xiangyan couldn't break free, but also couldn't hurt her. Lin Xiangyan avoided his line of sight, simply no longer struggling. Outside the door, Chino was a bit anxious. "Ms. Lin, if you still continue to ignore me, I'll go in." Lin Xiangyan snapped back to her senses and raised her voice. "No one is allowed to come in. I made it very clear to you, don't come over to me again." Jiang Shijing was slightly stunned. She actually didn't go out, and actually rejected Chino in such an unforgiving manner. This thought filled Jiang Shijing's mind, like a person dying of thirst in the desert seeing a clear spring, unbelievable and overjoyed. He no longer blocked Lin Xiangyan's path with his body, his hand tightened around her waist, and his hot and passionate kiss fell. Soon, Lin Xiangyan was so kissed by Jiang Shijing that she couldn't catch her breath, her head sank, and her whole body slipped down. Jiang Shijing tightly wrapped his arms around her and together they collapsed onto the sofa. The sofa shook with dislike, and he raised his hand to press it against Lin Xiangyan's forehead. Between panting, Lin Xiangyan felt her forehead hit a warm, soft palm, and her entire face reddened. She flopped down on Jiang Shijing's body and glared at him in annoyance, but because she had just held her breath, her eyes were red and covered with a layer of water mist, which was not lethal at all. Jiang Shijing's heart was soft, hugged Lin Xiangyan tightly and kissed her eyes. "Don't go looking for another man." Lin Xiangyan froze, staggering away from his aggressive gaze. "Or else what?" Jiang Shijing patted her back, signaling her to breathe evenly, and although his eyes contained a smile, they clearly had a pervasive possessiveness. "Or else I'll kill him." He wasn't joking. Lin Xiangyan's body stiffened and she cursed lowly, "You're just a crazy person." Jiang Shijing smiled and rubbed her hair. "That's only crazy for you." As the words fell, the door lock dinged open. Chino walked in, and his pupils suddenly tightened when he saw them collapsed on the sofa in close proximity to each other. Lin Xiangyan didn't expect him to suddenly barge in and immediately propped herself up on the sofa. As she straightened her clothes, Jiang Shijing still maintained his position of leaning on the sofa, his collar disheveled. His eyes darkened, biting a cigar without lighting it. "Evening, it's time to change the locks." "What are you doing?" Shingo viciously interrupted him, his forehead veins rippling. Lin Xiang Evening has never seen him get angry like this, a little angry. "This has nothing to do with you. I think I've already made it clear to you. Go back to your sea city. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore." She really couldn't understand how Kino inexplicably stared at her and didn't let go. Shingo looked at her, the anger in his eyes turned and all of it turned into a touch of crazy unwillingness. He pulled the corner of his mouth, smiled without temperature. "Chino came from a famous family, never condescending to anyone as a bodyguard. Stay by your side, all for the sake of one day can take you back to get married. You do not go back with me, I pay no return, and the family has no way to turn in." 1 month dragged to 3 months, the family because he left home to make a mess. He said he would take the marriage partner back, he must not just leave. Lin Xiangya's body tensed, her hands hanging at her sides closed into fists, and she asked with a cold face, "Then what do you want?" Jiang Shijing was silent at the back, throwing his cigar into the ashtray, his face as cold as frost. The silent confrontation was drawn out. Chapter 100 An argument breaks out. Jiang Shijing got up, and at some point there was a military knife in his hand. He played with the military knife, turning the tip of the knife towards himself at one point, and towards Chino at another. Lin Xiangya's heart lifted and she called his name in a low voice, "Jiang Shijing." Jiang Shijing acted as if he couldn't hear. Kinu, if you don't disappear within a minute, I'll help you disappear. Shino glanced at him coldly, then stared tightly at Lin Xiangye, and said in a deep voice, I thought you were smart, but I didn't expect to fall for the same man for the second time. You'll soon regret getting entangled with Jiang Shijing. I'll wait to see that day. Jiang Shijing looked at his watch, 30 seconds. I don't need you to rush me, I'll leave on my own, but the one who gets kicked out from here in a few more days will be you. Shino didn't know what came to mind, his face suddenly looked much better. He looked provocatively at Jiang Shijing, his gaze fleeting. Lin Xiangye was really tired of such scenes, frowning impatiently. Jiang Shijing and I are getting engaged, so don't move any more impossible thoughts, they can only be delusions. As the words fell, both men turned back to look at her at the same time. Jiang Shijing's eyes whipped up a fierce wind, which then burned into a rolling flame, a pair of peach blossom eyes burning and forcing people's attention. Shino's face was grim to the core. I don't believe it, how could you and him get engaged so quickly? Could it be that you have forgiven him for everything he has done? Yes. Lin Xiangye's face didn't change. There is absolutely no possibility between you and me, you can leave. Shingo toppled his cheeks in displeasure and turned around to leave with a grimace. After he left, Lin Xiangye immediately walked over to change the door lock code. Jiang Shijing looked at her, still reminiscing about the sentence just now. Jiang Shijing and I are getting engaged. He put away his military knife, his eyes full of uncontrollable surprise smile, and asked as he walked over, late night, what you just said? Lin Xiangyan lowered her head to adjust the code and interrupted him. I said that we're getting engaged, but it's just an excuse, in order to get rid of Chino and let him completely die, don't take it seriously. Jiang Shijing paused, the smile on his face gone. He felt that Lin Xiangye had no heart, which was why she used the engagement as an excuse and said it so casually. I won't just take it as an excuse, there are some things you say that I'll listen to in my heart and it'll become a thought that I can't put away in any way. Jiang Shijing said, you rejected Chino, there is and only I am the one person you can associate with, you have no way back. Lin Xiangye had already adjusted the door lock, still pretending that her hands were busy, constantly debugging the sensitivity of entering the code, and not lifting her head. To me, engagement has more meaning than just a marriage. What meaning? Jiang Shijing asked. Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes, her expression finally changed a little, but it was not easy to notice. Back then when you and I got engaged, it was famous in Banyan City, everyone said that we were a match made in heaven. At that time I was happy and enjoying it, but now that we're engaged again, do you know what they'll say? Jiang Shijing said without thinking, you care about that? Then I can shut everyone up. I don't care what people say. Back then after I ran away from marriage, I wasn't taunted and talked about, Lin Xiangye paused and deliberated for a moment before saying, I want to solve this matter on my own, at least this way I can also prove to Grandpa that I have the ability to do something on my own, and also, back then I was engaged to someone who wanted to work hand in hand for the rest of my life, and now that I'm engaged again, I hope that it's the same as it was back then, and I don't want to mix it with any interests. Jiang Shijing was a little angry, a mountain storm pressing under his eyes, but he smiled gently, I see, now in your eyes, I'm not the one you want to join hands with for the rest of your life. Lin Xiangye frowned. She didn't feel like she was on the same channel as Jiang Shijing. What she wanted was to handle a matter independently, to grow up, to not be held hostage by interests or any reason the next time she was engaged to the person she wanted to be with. Lin Xiangye had said what needed to be said, whether or not she could understand it or whether or not she had understood it wrongly was Jiang Shijing's own business. Her nature has long changed, she is not the little girl who used to argue with Jiang Shijing and couldn't wait to catch a sentence and argue for a long time, and then finally made up in the end. Lin Xiangyan chose to ignore Jiang Shijing and went straight upstairs. However, just as she turned around, Jiang Shijing chased after her with big strides and grabbed her small arm tightly. You make your words clear. Jiang Shijing's bite was heavy, as if he was holding back his anger and popping out from between his teeth. If I'm not the one that makes you want to join hands for the rest of your life, then who is? Lin Xiangye's brows were cold, looking at him askance. No one, let go. Not letting go, unless. Jiang Shijing was somewhat speechless. Unless what, he didn't know, he only knew that his heart was clogged with a flame of anger that was about to burn away his sanity. He complimented his perfect self-control, letting go for 3 years and only looking for someone to monitor Lin Xiang Evening's every move, not disturbing no matter how much he missed. He knew that Lin Xiang Evening would come back because of the company and family business. He slowly waited, set up a bureau without exit. But Lin Xiang Evening into the bureau, and did not follow his predetermined step-by-step precision in the walk. He cannot wait. Obviously Lin Xiangye will return to him when she realizes that all the girlfriends he is dating are not real. Obviously, she would have agreed to get engaged to him. Jiang Shijing bit his tongue, controlling the urge he had to kidnap Lin Xiangye and lock her up. Instead, he couldn't help but sneer and mouth off, or is it that you can't see Jiang right now and think that I can't be the best booster for you? Lin Xiangye, you haven't learned how to utilize others until now. You don't want me even if I send you the door to utilize me. It seems that you haven't grown much in these 3 years either. Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiang Evening's eyes went completely cold. Ignoring the fact that he was injured, she shook him off. I've already explained it very clearly. I don't want to get engaged because of benefits. I don't want to rely on men only from start to finish. Do you not understand human language, or do you find it amusing to be irrational? Jiang Shijing felt that he should be mad with anger to have the feeling of blood rushing to the top of his head all at once. He sneered, "You're engaged to me. Do you only want the word benefit? Is it more unbearable to let me become your reliance than to maintain your so-called self-respect? The business world has never been weak and strong without change. There's nothing shameful about seeking refuge." Lin Xiangye closed her eyes and turned around to go upstairs. Yes, she was indeed maintaining the so-called pride. She didn't want her grandfather and mother to think that she had been incapable of going it alone for 3 years. The deepest reason, in fact, also had Jiang Shijing involved. She didn't want to be belittled by Jiang Shijing. Even if she is destined to be entangled in the country, she should be equal to each other and not dependent on each other, so that she won't lose like she did 3 years ago and lose everything. Lin Xiangye was silent for a long time, thinking about herself and Jiang Shijing, thinking about the current situation of Fan Xing. Eventually she opened the door to her room. At the door of the room, Jiang Shijing was making the motion of raising his hand to knock on the door. Both of them were stunned. In the next second, Jiang Shijing took a deep breath and said in a mute voice, "I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that about you just now." He silently spat at himself in his heart for being useless. As long as he faced Lin Xiangyan, whatever temper he couldn't ignite had to be pressed down in a raw manner. Jiang Shijing skimmed his mouth, put away his anger, his broken bangs covered his eyebrows, gentle and with a little bit of gangsterism. Lin Xiangye's heartbeat accelerated for no reason, gripping the door handle tightly. "I'll resolve Uncle Zheng's suspicion of me. I won't consider such things as a marriage until I have no choice." Good. Jiang Shijing agreed calmly, having known he would get this answer. Lin Xiangye looked at him twice. "You don't have an opinion?" "No, I'll wait for you." Jiang Shijing stared at her with lowered eyes, pretending to be relaxed. "You know, the best thing I can do is wait for you to change your mind." Lin Xiangye froze, her heartbeat actually unable to slow down for a moment. Chapter 101, I Want Her. Lin Xiangyan avoided Jiang Shijing's line of sight and left the house to go to the car dealership, intending to start collecting evidence from Lin Shijuan's car. Bai Yuyun's details have already let Wu Jin to check. Kujin is in the company. How will not be Lin Shijuan, they will not be strong. The first thing to do is to resolve the misunderstanding that Uncle Zhong has about her. After all, Uncle Zhong was Grandpa's most valued person, and the confidential technology in his hands should be the most important one. After she left, Jiang Shijing then received a phone call. He looked at the 2 words jumping on the screen, his complexion sank for 2 seconds, and after connecting, he said, "Uncle Ku. Where are you now?" Jiang Ku's tone was a bit cold, with a hint of displeasure. Jiang Shijing smiled, "Me? There's nothing going on in the company, so I'm just going around eating, drinking, and having fun. Then you come to the company to meet me, immediately." Jiang Ku didn't give him a chance to say anything and hung up directly. Jiang Shijing gripped his cell phone tightly, his brows becoming heavy little by little. What should come would always come. This matter was a little later than he expected. Jiang Shijing went to Jiang's. He had just entered the minister's office when he saw Jiang Ku wearing presbyopia glasses and dealing with a pile of documents. Jiang Shijing's footsteps lurched and didn't immediately knock on the door to alert him. If he hadn't returned to China resolutely for his sake and taken over Jiang clan for him, this uncle of his would still be a big boss abroad, needing only a few phone calls and a hook of the finger to make many hundreds of millions of dollars in projects. Now that Jiang Ku was older and his eyes were blurry, he could only do laborious work at Jiang. Jiang Shijing had only respected the old lady and Jiang Ku in his life. He knocked on the door and went in. "Uncle Ku, how many times have I told you that you don't have to help me with projects at the company? It's not like I can't afford you. Too old to be idle." Jiang Ku took off his presbyopic glasses and looked up at him. "Sit down, I have something to ask you." Jiang Shijing walked to the desk and didn't sit down, bowing his head respectfully. "You're looking for me for Lin Xiangwan, right? I admit that I still like her and want to be with her." Jiang Ku opened his mouth, nearly failing to catch his breath. He hadn't even asked yet, and Jiang Shijing had admitted it. Hearing this in person, Jiang Ku sneered in anger. "I think you've forgotten what happened 3 years ago. Don't you remember how it felt when you became the joke of Young City and were talked about behind people's backs?" "I remember, but Lin Xiangye didn't intentionally run away from the marriage. She was betrayed by her family at the time, and she also had misunderstandings about me before she left in a fit of anger." Jiang Shijing always kept his posture low, but every word he said hid a touch of dominance. Taking a step back, "Even if she really changed her mind and intentionally ran away from the marriage, if I want her, I will definitely be able to get her." Jiang Ku was so angry that his face turned blue, slapping the table and standing up. "Who do you like that's not good, but you prefer her? Do you know how deep the water of Flourishing Star is? Do you know that gang of shareholders stirring together? How many hooks in private?" "I know." Jiang Shijing looked up at him and said word for word, "I know it all." Jiang Ku coldly snorted. "Then you tangled with Lin Xiangye? Your contact with her is being haunted by the prosperous star. I won't allow you and Jiang to be tainted with such filth." Jiang Shijing smiled, calmly dealing with his monstrous anger. I know in my heart that I won't let Jiang suffer. You? Jiang Ku was dumbfounded. He looked at Jiang Shijing, filled with hatred. Nowadays, Jiang Shijing had put in an unknown amount of effort to be able to control Jiang clan. Although Jiang Shijing has already become the president, but Tangli that mother and son of them means quite a lot, these years not less to Jiang's insertion of people. The shareholders who also occupy many shares of Jiang's are watching. If Jiang Shijing and Lin Xiangwan were to get together again, they would think that Jiang Shijing is playing with flowers on the surface, but in reality he is being eaten to death by Lin Xiangwan, and then Jiang's company would be reduced to a stepping stone for fanchixing. Now looking at Jiang Shijing's righteousness to wade through the muddy water, no need for those shareholders how to guess, Jiang's will support the prosperous star in the future has been close at hand. Jiang Ke sat down and tried to control his emotions. You're older, you have an idea of what to do, but I can never watch you suffer and be fooled. There are two choices in front of you now. As soon as his words fell, a person hurriedly came in outside the door. Zhao Yan received a message from Jiang Ke saying that there was an emergency, so he immediately put down all his work and rushed over. At this moment, when he saw that Jiang Shijing was also there, his heart clenched and he felt that something really big had happened. He looked at the two with wide eyes. What's the situation? Jiang Shijing didn't even look at Zhao Yan, his figure slightly tensed. What choice? Jiang Ke stared at him and said in a deep voice, either you break clean with Lin Xiangye, or I'll step in and make Lin Xiangye disappear into thin air. Zhao Yan was taken aback. Surprisingly, it was because of this. He hurriedly went to look at Jiang Shijing and found that Jiang Shijing was like a different person. Although the respectful attitude was still there, the softness in his eyes was gone when he faced his elders. Jiang Shijing smiled, his tone was even lighter like a gust of breeze. I don't have the means to break it off with Lin Xiangye, and I won't let anyone hurt her. You and I are uncle and nephew. I don't want to show the knife to my relatives, but… Sure Jing, you shut up. Zhao Yan was appalled and pointed at him angrily. How can you talk to Uncle Ko like that? What knife or not? What nonsense are you talking about? His words were actually helping Jiang Shijing. Jiang Ko had supported and nurtured Jiang Shijing, and if the treacherous words were said and spread to the ears of the company, there wasn't a single person who wouldn't scold Jiang Shijing for being unfilial and disrespectful. Jiang Ko narrowed his eyes and said expressionlessly, let him speak, I want to hear what he wants to say. Jiang Shijing tightened his fists. I haven't finished yet. I want to say that I respect Uncle Ko, but I also won't let anyone hurt Lin Xiangye. From now on I will protect her closely. Before she disappears, it must be me who disappears for her first. You just need to make up your mind. Ha! Jiang Ko gasped and laughed. Compared to Jiang Shijing's direct disobedience to him, he hated the way Jiang Shijing went out of his way to do everything just for that woman. Jiang Shijing, I've been teaching you for years, but in the end, I've taught you a love brain. You can even give up your life for a woman, right? Jiang Ko laughed coldly in succession. Fine, since you have to be so obsessed, I don't mind letting you sober up. Zhao Yan's heart tightened. What are you going to do? He had never seen Jiang Ku and Jiang Shijing fight so violently before. He was really scared. Jiang Ku ignored him and only stared intently at Jiang Shijing. Let's sign an agreement. From now on, I'll take the position of Jiang's president. You get out of Jiang's and hand over all the industries to me. He gripped the pen on the table with a death grip. I want to see how you, who has no power and no influence, can protect Lin Xiangyan. As long as you can still protect her and she won't dislike you, I'll give Jiang's back with both hands after 3 months. How about it? Jiang Shijing was always calm, not even blinking, and smiled. Fine, just listen to Uncle Ku. Jiang Ke's eyes went black, so angry that his heart was shivering, he grabbed the pen and threw it out. Jiang Shijing clearly could have dodged it, but he didn't, letting the tip of the pen slice through the corner of his eye and hit the ground. His eyes were instantly smeared with blood, and everywhere he looked was a bloody color. Zhao Yan drew in a frightened breath and said, Shijing, you should quickly admit your mistake. Taking a step back, even if you had to get involved in the matter of Fan Xing, now that you don't have the Jiang clan, not to mention helping Lin Xiangwan to deal with those who have a heart, the people of the entire Banyan city won't hold you in high regard anymore. Chapter 102, Ouch, blow me. Jiang Shijing's expression didn't move. To hold you in high esteem or not, I've never cared. Jiang Ke sniffed and became even more angry, forcing down the concern that came out of his mouth and not looking at Jiang Shijing's injured appearance. Jiang Shijing slowly bowed to him and left the office. Seeing his insistence, Zhao Yan was so anxious that his brain was sweating and chased him out. Wait, I have something to ask you. Jiang Shijing's footsteps lurched, looking at him with little expression. Zhao Yan wrinkled his brows. You and Lin Xiangyan haven't bridged the gap together yet, right? With some problematic misunderstandings still lingering, it's impossible for her to make up with you. Aha! Jiang Shijing nodded his head. Zhao Yan asked again, you've given up Jiang clan, much less the ability to protect Lin Xiangwan. You're going out on a limb like this regardless of the consequences. Dare you guarantee that she doesn't want to benefit and only wants to be with you? 3 years ago Lin Xiang evening, the most important person is her grandfather. To you can casually abandon. 3 years later today she is the most important is prosperous star. For her, you are never the first choice and the most important. For her to do this, is it worth it? I know in your heart you've actually been thinking of her, but I didn't realize that you're deeply in love with her to this extent. What if the result doesn't get you what you want? Jiang Shijing smiled. You think before you think, you count all the gains and losses, aren't you tired? Zhao Yan was a bit angry. I'm thinking for you. Wanting to get or give up someone requires planning step by step, but loving someone doesn't require thinking ahead and counting the gains and losses. Jiang Shijing wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes and turned to leave. Zhao Yan was stunned in place. Along the way, Jiang's employees all looked at Jiang Shijing without daring to utter a word, not knowing what was going on. Jiang Shijing didn't care about the stairs and drove back downstairs. There were many places he could go, but he only wanted to wait here. He wanted to see Lin Xiangyan. He wanted to ask her if such a Jiang Shijing was not a womanizer, not a flirt, and did not have the light of the Jiang family heir to add to his body, but only a sincere heart. Did she want it or not, and did she dislike it or not? From the evening until dark, the car lights up slowly drive to. Lin Xiangye came back from the car dealership, saw Jiang Shijing sitting on the steps with his head down, and then remembered that he hadn't told him about the changed password. She walked over and asked, "Why didn't you call me if you couldn't get in?" Jiang Shijing lowered his head and said, "The cell phone ran out of battery." Lin Xiangye didn't care about his strange face that he didn't lift his face and went around him to open the door. "Come in, the password is my grandfather's birthday." When she finished speaking, there was no movement behind her. She wanted to turn back, but she was caught off guard by Jiang Shijing holding her tight. Jiang Shijing's hands were cold and icy. Lin Xiangye was a bit uncomfortable being held by him, but for some reason, she inexplicably didn't push him away. "What's wrong with you again?" Jiang Shijing laughed. I'm too tired today. It's not too much to ask for a hug, right?" He deliberated for a few seconds. "Just hug for a minute, as compensation for you changing your password and not telling me in time, okay?" Lin Xiangye was a bit speechless at his behavior of taking advantage of the situation, yanking his hand away and about to speak. She was startled when she saw his face clearly. Jiang Shijing was just about to speak when Lin Xiangyan asked, "Does it hurt?" He was stunned and suddenly felt the corners of his eyes sting and hurt. From Jiang's to here, Jiang Shijing had no feeling for this wound, even forgetting that there was a wound on his face. But as soon as Lin Xiangyan opened her mouth to ask, he felt so much pain. It hurt more than when he was drinking to drown his sorrows but couldn't even get drunk until his stomach bled. It hurt more than when he woke up after dreaming about Lin Xiangye, and a moment of disappointment welled up in his heart. "It hurts, I'm dying of pain." Jiang Shijing took a deep breath and pretended to be playful. "Why don't you ask me who I fought with?" Lin Xiangye looked at him for 2 seconds and frowned slightly. "Who in the whole of Young City would dare to fight with you?" "What's going on?" Jiang Shijing forced a smile. "Nothing. If you won't say, I won't ask." Lin Xiangye entered the password, but her sleeve was clutched. She turned around, and Jiang Shijing's always spirited eyes dimmed, a touch of obvious uneasiness on his face falling into her eyes. Jiang Shijing's thin lips moved for a long time before he asked, "Do you still want me?" Lin Xiangye didn't understand. "What?" Jiang Shijing's expression darkened. "If I don't tell you how I got here, you won't take me in?" Lin Xiangye was baffled for a moment. "How did you fight for Jiang with this brain circuit?" She felt that this was not the right time to say mocking words, and slowed down her tone. "I'm not angry. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. What's the point of me catching you asking?" "Come in." Lin Xiangye pushed open the door and entered the house. Jiang Shijing obediently followed behind to change his shoes. Lin Xiangye couldn't help but measure the corners of his eyes. "It doesn't hurt too much anymore." Jiang Shijing touched the injured area. Lin Xiangye asked, "Didn't you just say it was going to hurt like hell?" Jiang Shijing's eyes burned. "Then blow on it for me, it won't hurt anymore." Chapter 103, She took the initiative. Lin Xiangye looked at the injury at the corner of Jiang Shijing's eye. Her fingers moved, but the person didn't move. Seeing that she wasn't going to do as she was told, Jiang Shijing reached out and wrapped his hands around her waist, pulling her closer and lowering his head. Her red lips were close to her eyes, and her breath was wildly entangled. Jiang Shijing didn't kiss her and pressed against Lin Xiangye's forehead. "I was beaten by Uncle Ku." Lin Xiangye froze. Because of what? As far as she could remember, although Jiang Ku didn't treat her well, he was extraordinarily gentle and generous to Jiang Shijing. Unless Jiang Shijing did something very excessive, Jiang Ku would not easily get red-faced with him. Jiang Shijing's hand around Lin Xiangyan tightened again, and he said in a low voice, "Uncle Ku didn't allow me to pester you, and he even said that if I ever came into contact with you again, he'd do it to you." After saying that, he lifted his eyelids. Being too close, he couldn't see Lin Xiangye's expression at all, only knowing that Lin Xiangye was in thought at the moment. An inexplicable sense of panic swept over him, and Jiang Shijing followed up with, "I'll protect you. I won't cause you any trouble. Just feel free to deal with Lin Mu and the others. Don't worry about the rest." After he finished speaking, Lin Xiangye still didn't make a sound. Jiang Shijing's arm on Lin Xiangyan's waist wanted to tighten with force, but he didn't dare. It was as if Zhao Yan's words were ringing in his ears. "You will never be her first choice. What if you don't get what you ask for in the end?" At that time, he was full of concern, but now he was getting nervous again. It was really Jiang Shijing's heart was clogged and stuffy, wanting to withdraw his hand before he was pushed away by Lin Xiangye. The next second, his face was covered with a pair of soft, slightly cool hands. He raised his eyes in shock. Lin Xiangye held Jiang Shijing's face, her eyes full of restraint, and after holding back, she simply closed her eyes and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him on the lips. She still remembered Jiang Shijing's desperate words at the bar, and also thought of Bai Jiran saying that she had done everything with Jiang Shijing's. Reason told her not to get caught up in it, but her heart was burning with pain and her emotions needed a vent. Between the entanglements, Lin Xiangye bit Jiang Shijing, her breath unsteady. "You're not my person, why are you protecting me?" Jiang Shijing paused and pulled away. "I'm your fiancé." Lin Xiangye hooked her lips. "Ex-fiancé. An ex-fiancé is also a fiancé, I don't care." Jiang Shijing wanted to pick her up. Lin Xiangye sensed his movements and busily resisted. "No." The bottom of Jiang Shijing's eyes tumbled with deep desire, and in the end, he slowly let go of her, with a feeling of not being able to go up and down. Lin Xiangye calmed her breathing and took out the medical kit to help him clean his wounds. "Now Jiang Ku is going to go after me?" "No." Jiang Shijing wanted to speak. In short, he won't move you yet." Lin Xiangye nodded slightly. "Then you haven't broken up, right? What effect did it have on you?" Jiang Shijing gazed at her seriously and smiled. "It was just a fight, nothing affecting, don't think too much." Lin Xiangye believed it and quickly helped him treat the injury at the corner of his eye and put on a band-aid. "The injury is a bit deep, you can't keep covering it, you'll tear off the band-aid in a couple hours and apply some medicine for healing scars." Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes in enjoyment, feeling her fingertips touching his face from time to time as she pounded on the band-aid. The touch was cold, and his heart itched along with it. Suddenly, he heard Lin Xiangye ask, "There's a problem that I've never been able to figure out." "What question?" "You said at that time that you had already given me 2 chances, what exactly did you mean?" Lin Xiangye initially guessed that it was Jiang Shijing who was going to make a move on Fan Xing, and then nothing happened. But she always thought of that phrase from time to time. The way Jiang Shijing's let out his harsh words was too serious, so serious that there were some things that had to be done. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes, not knowing what came to his mind, and suddenly smiled. "At that time, you had 2 chances to find me. Even if you used me before you softened and begged for peace, I would have gone along with you, but you didn't do that, so I had to. Can only act in accordance with the plan intended at the beginning." Leading Lin Xiangye had to contact with him, had to come to his side, with him to produce entanglement. Lin Xiangye pursued, "Can only what?" Jiang Shijing pulled down her hand, teasingly hooking his lips. "You're not willing to bow down, I can only take the initiative to come and stick to you." Lin Xiangye's face burned, avoiding his line of sight to stand up. "Cough, let's get down to business. I went to check on Lin Shijuan's crashed car. The staff said that his car recorder was broken and was being repaired. I'll soon be able to get the video of the crash scene. It was him who intentionally hit me first." Jiang Shijing took out a USB flash drive and placed it in front of her. "No need to check, this is the surveillance video, take it and show it to Zhongjia." Lin Xiangwan was puzzled and took the flash drive. "How did you get the footage?" "I had Xiao Xue make many trips but it was useless." Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows lightly. "There's still nothing in Young City that I can't get." At this, Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes. "Then why didn't you help me get the video when I couldn't find out in the first place?" Jiang Shijing was choked by her and innocently said, "I wanted to abduct you to get engaged and rip off the license, can't I?" Lin Xiangye pursed her lips breathlessly, glared at him, and opened her computer to transmit the video to Zhongjia. She thought that this would take care of Lin Mu. Half an hour later, Zhongjia called. Lin Xiangye's brows were colored with a relaxed smile as she answered the phone. "Uncle Zhong. Lin Shijuan is indeed a bastard, I have wronged you in this matter." Zhongjia followed up, "However, the matter of your father being the vice president is finalized and will not be changed." Chapter 104, Tapping. Lin Xiangyan's eyes stared. Her relaxed nerves tensed up again. "Why? Both you and your father are investigating who holds the confidential technology of Flourishing Star, right?" Zhongjia calmly said, "I won't watch anyone get the upper hand until I'm sure who can take on the big job. You guys check and balance each other so that you don't hurt Flourishing Star." Lin Xiangye's ears buzzed for an instant. She sat back down on the sofa before relieving the discomfort of her rising blood pressure. "Uncle Zhong, you wouldn't be unaware that I recaptured the company for the sake of my grandfather's dying wish, and I investigated the confidential technology because I didn't want to be snatched away by Lin Shijuan." Jiang Shijing heard that something was wrong and sat up straight, gazing at her intently. "I only look at the results, I don't want to hear explanations," Zhongjia said and was about to hang up. Lin Xiangye was anxious, her tone cold. "You can't be so dictatorial. Regardless of who is inaugurated, it still has to be approved by me as the president of Pansum. Are you prepared to be bent on not even following the company's rules?" Zhongjia said, "The shareholders have unanimously approved this matter. Even without your approval it can still be implemented." Xiang Evening, "If you really want to prove your loyalty to Prosperity Star, stop investigating the confidential technology. A part of the technical documents are pinched in my hands. Lin Shijuan how to jump around can't get the complete documents, you don't have to care. But he can sell these technologies. Uncle Zhong, you." "Hello? Uncle Zhong? Lin Xiangye took away her cell phone and nearly smashed the cup in her hand when she saw the interface that ended the call. Why is it like this? She didn't understand. It was clear that Zhong Jia was quite vocal about Chen Chen's death and was very defensive of Lin Shijuan. No matter who looked at this matter, it was obvious that Lin Shijuan coveted the company's confidential technology, and even if he couldn't get it in its entirety, he could sell it. These things in exchange for other companies, I do not know how many years to study, there are people to pay a high price to buy. Lin Xiangye's eyes were red with anger. Jiang Shijing leaned against the sofa, watching her heart violently rise and fall as if she had exploded, reaching out to press down on the back of her tender white neck and squeezing it like a soothing cat. Things didn't work out? Lin Xiangye rubbed her temples. I'm going out. Good. Jiang Shijing's fingertips lingered on her skin for 2 seconds, reluctantly withdrawing. Lin Xiangye decided to go find Lin Shijuan. At this point, with both parties keeping a close eye on the confidential technology, there was no need to hide it. There are some things that are better left unspoken. Lin Xiangye rushed to the hospital. After she left, Jiang Shijing still maintained a lazy posture, his arm resting on the sofa cushion, knocking lightly without a beat. After a while, he took out his cell phone. Make an appointment with Zhong Jia for me. Outside the apartment. Bai Jiran hid under a tree, took her headphones off, and dropped to the ground with red eyes. Public and private matters, flirtatious and ambiguous words, all entered her ears. Jealousy was about to burn her sanity away. The cell phone in her pocket vibrated. Bai Jiran took out her cell phone and woodenly placed it to her ear. Hello. Listened in? Aha. Send the recording. Bai Jiran's breath stuttered slightly, biting her lip. Even if I do this, it doesn't mean I want to be in the same boat as you. I just can't see Mr. Jing losing everything, just for such an unworthy woman. She didn't even spit on getting back together with Mr. Jing. What is this, not pure exploitation? On the other end, Shino said in a deep voice, I'm not obligated to listen to this nonsense from you, and you're only saying this to find a grand excuse for your behavior. After saying that, he pinched the phone. Bai Jiran leaves behind 2 lines of tears, shivering her hands to save the recording and send all the words from the apartment just now. 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Shijing got down from the newly replaced Maybach and entered the restaurant. 30 minutes after the appointed time, Zhong Jia was still not here. He frowned. Yan Jing, are you sure Zhong Jia agreed to come to the meeting? 1,000 times over, his attitude is still quite good, and he's not reluctant, so it's reasonable that he won't be late. Yan Jing took out his cell phone, ready to make a call over to ask. At this time, an unusual sound suddenly came from outside the window. Outside the window of the box was the backstreet alley. Very few people went over there. It was all the staff of the restaurant who got off work from there. Jiang Shijing didn't want to pay any attention to it, but then he heard someone say, there's a man here who's about to be killed. Someone come take a look and help call an ambulance. He got up and pushed open the window, glancing down. In the corner, Zhong Jia had blood in his nose and eyes and had fainted. Several restaurant staff surrounded him. Jiang Shijing's face was cold as he went downstairs to check on Zhong Jia's condition. He had just arrived at the scene with Yan Jing and 2 bodyguards when the staff had all disappeared and a car was parked on the side of the road in the distance. Lin Xiangye got out of the car and her pupils shrunk when she saw Jiang Shijing leading people around the seriously injured Zhong Jia. Chapter 105, abandoning him for the second time. Jiang Shijing opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, it's not me. Too far away, Lin Xiangye couldn't hear. Her eyes touched each other for a few seconds, and she lifted her feet to walk. Seeing clearly Zhong Jia's miserable condition, Lin Xiangye closed her eyes. Did you call an ambulance? Yan Jing looked grave, getting up to look at Jiang Shijing and then at her. Called it, it should be here right away. Lin Xiangye nodded slightly, taking off her coat to put it on Zhong Jia. Jiang Shijing blocked her and took off his own. They didn't speak again, and the 2 bodyguards were even less likely to open their mouths. The alley was actually strangely silent. Yan Jing scratched his head. Miss Lin, it wasn't our doing that Mr. Zhong became like this, you mustn't misunderstand. Chief Jing doesn't know what's going on either. After he said it, he felt that it was inappropriate. It's not like Ms. Lin said that it was Mr. Jing's doing, so for him to rush to explain, even if he was innocent, it sounded like he was letting people get carried away. Yan Jing hurriedly looked at Jiang Shijing, and sure enough, he received a glare. Lin Xiangye glanced at him and retracted her gaze again. Did I say that this matter was done by Jiang Shijing? No, I just casually explained it to avoid misunderstanding. Yan Jing's cold sweat was dripping down. Lin Xiangye didn't say anything else and didn't look at Jiang Shijing's from start to finish. Until the ambulance came and took Zhong Jia away. Lin Xiangye was about to drive and follow. Jiang Shijing finally couldn't help himself and stopped her before she got in the car. You still think I let someone beat up Zhong Jia, right? Lin Xiangyan lowered her eyes, her voice a bit cold. Don't meddle in my side of things from now on. What do you mean? Jiang Shijing wrinkled his eyebrows. Literally, I'll solve my affairs, no need for you to care, go back to your house and continue to be Zhang's president. Lin Xiangye pushed him away and got into the car. Jiang Shijing pulled the car door hard, his eyes unprecedentedly sunken. Just because of this matter, you want to draw a line with me? Lin Xiangye raised her eyes to look at him, thinking about what happened before she came. She had planned to find Lin Shijun to show his cards, to see if she could lure the other party to say something about an ulterior motive, and after recording it and sending it to the company's shareholders, everyone would naturally know what he was trying to do. On the way to the hospital, Lin Xiangye received a call from Zhao Yan. When they meet at the cafe, she realizes that Jiang Shijing has lost his presidency. Zhao Yan told her that Tang Li and Jiang Su's forces had been hiding in Jiang. They, mother and son, have never harbored a wolf's ambition. Jiang Su escaped and must have been hidden by their forces, preparing to overthrow Jiang Shijing and get the Jiang family companies and industries. Jiang's group was developed by Jiang Shijing after he returned to China. Although it was still called Jiang's group, it had nothing to do with the company that Jiang Shijing's father had run before. Jiang Su was not worthy of getting his hands on this company. After saying this, Zhao Yan took a sip of coffee before saying words that made Lin Xiangye unable to slow down until now. Maybe you're like me, you once thought that Jiang Shijing had long forgotten about you, now I can responsibly tell you that he hasn't forgotten about you, he can give up everything for you. But you do know that Jiang's is Jiang Shijing's and his uncle's heart and soul, he also has to guard Jiang's, just like you have to guard Fan Xing, you guys getting entangled together will cause him to get hurt and be left with nothing. Uncle Ko clearly told me that if Jiang Shijing's is really obsessed with using Jiang's to help you take over Flourishing Star, he's going to have to consider handing over the company to someone else to take care of it. Can you guarantee that there won't be any Jiang vs power among those people? At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Xiangye took a deep breath and retrieved her thoughts. She coldly said, I believe you didn't hurt Uncle Zhong, it's just that I don't want to get entangled with you anymore, it's tiring, and it's not good for you or me, so can you let me go? Jiang Shijing was silent, the heat under his eyes dropped bit by bit, his handsome face slightly chilled. He gritted his teeth and said, what benefits do you want? Want items or me to help you deal with Lin Shijun, you name it, I'll fulfill you. Lin Xiangyan pursed her lips. What Zhao Yan said was really right, Jiang Shijing could give up everything for her, even the industry that she had worked so hard to get and maintain day and night could be handed over to others. She can't afford to let Jiang Shijing do this for her. Lin Xiangyan let go of the steering wheel and got out of the car. Jiang Shijing's eyes lit up, and he was about to come over to hug her. Lin Xiangye first dodged a bit, and then hugged him hard. Her cool voice covered with a layer of softness, I believe that what you said in the bar 3 years ago was a misunderstanding, I believe that you're sincere to me, Jiang Shijing's, we're really done here. Jiang Shijing's body stiffened, breathing hard, Lin Xiangwan, you can't be so cruel to me. Lin Xiangye's eyes reddened, and all the coldness and detachment she had maintained disappeared. She buried herself in Jiang Shijing's shoulder. Grandpa is gone. Flourishing Star was going to be gone even if she didn't fight for it. At a time like this, Jiang Shijing's company couldn't be lost again. Lin Xiangyan. Jiang Shijing grabbed Lin Xiangwan's wrist and pulled her away, staring straight at her, not sparing the slightest bit of her expression. You're not serious, you're just angry and talking out of breath, right? Lin Xiangye gathered all her emotions in an instant and said indifferently, didn't you already know what kind of person I am? I abandoned you 3 years ago, and I'm the most experienced when it comes to doing this kind of thing. Jiang Shijing's eyes were instantly cold. Lin Xiangyan turned around and sat in the car. Jiang Shijing's voice full of fury came from outside. If you just leave me behind, I'll really hate you this time. Lin Xiangyan started the car. She didn't turn around, didn't even move her eyes towards the rearview mirror for a glance. It wasn't until she drove to the next road section that Lin Xiangyan slammed on the brakes and stopped at the side of the road, covering her paroxysm of pain in her heart and biting her lip as if she was self-mutilating. Thinking back on this period of time with Jiang Shijing, although she pretended to be cold and restrained her heart, every time Jiang Shijing leaned over, she was happy inside. When Jiang Shijing refused to explain those words at the bar, there was no way for her to open her heart. She had thought that when she went to Lin Shijun for a showdown, she would be able to ask about this matter clearly, and they would be able to make up. I didn't expect a Zhou banquet to come out halfway. Lin Xiangyan closed her eyes and leaned back in her seat. Jiang Shijing missed 3 years ago when they were in love, right? It was a pity that she hadn't had the time to smile brightly at him like she used to. In the quiet carriage, a cell phone rang violently. Lin Xiangye received a call from the hospital and wiped away all her tears and stepped on the gas. Zhong Jie's nose was broken, bleeding from the bottom of his eyes, beaten and bruised, lying unconscious in the ICU. Lin Mu's family and Zhong's family hurriedly arrived. When Mrs. Zhong saw Lin Xiangyan, she flung her hand and slapped her. You instructed Jiang Shijing to beat and force the elders for a confidential technology, you are simply heartless. Chapter 106, Kill him and I'll marry you. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the corridor as everyone watched coldly. Lin Xiangye wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, her eyes slightly swollen from crying, bursting out with a firm and serious light. It wasn't Jiang Shijing who hit him, nor did I let anyone hit him. Lin Shijun had not yet recovered from his injuries, and this was the first time he had met with Lin Xiangyan since he was hit by Jiang Shijing, and his eyes were 10 times more vicious than before. You made up with Jiang Shijing's, first instructed him to bump into me, and then had him violently beat up Uncle Zhong. You did all of this. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Shangyan. You dare to say that Jiang Shijing didn't know that you and Uncle Zhong had a falling out and didn't ask Uncle Zhong to meet? You dare to say that the place where Uncle Zhong was injured wasn't the restaurant where he dined with Jiang Shijing? Lin Xiangye looked at him coldly, the chill under her eyes turning into a murderous aura that nailed Lin Shijun to death. Her mind was filled with Jiang Shijing's injured eyes, unlike the old days when she went toe-to-toe with Lin Shijun. Lin Xiangye only calmly said, "It's true that Jiang Shijing asked Uncle Zhong out, but there was someone else who did it, so don't slander him." Lin Shijun froze, not expecting her to be so breezy, and grunted coldly, "You let the others talk. Who else could have done it besides Jiang Shijing? Who dared to touch Uncle Zhong?" Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes. "I said, don't slander him, don't you understand? What, my reasonable suspicion is slander? What can you do to me? Can you still kill me?" Lin Shijun's tone mocked, glaring at her. Lin Xiangye didn't say anything, unzipping her bag and looking down to rummage. The others thought she was looking for evidence and watched unimpressed. Until a dagger glistening with cold light was taken out by Lin Xiangye. The crowd froze. Lin Shijun's face lost its blood color in an instant. Instinct told him that this woman was dangerous, but he couldn't move his legs as if they were filled with lead. Lin Xiangyan didn't give anyone a chance to react, stabbing decisively at his right shoulder. Lin Shijun let out a painful scream. "Bitch!" Xiang Kecheng screamed like a madman, pouncing on him and about to fight with Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan kicked Lin Shijun down, the knife across his neck. "Nobody come over." Lin Mu immediately grabbed Xiang Kecheng's clothes and pulled her back, her face pale. "What are you doing? If you kill Shijun, you'll go to jail too." Lin Xiangye turned a deaf ear and pressed the tip of the knife against Lin Shijun's chin, saying faintly, "Raise your head." Lin Shijun, in pain to the point of almost fainting, braced himself and clenched his teeth, raising his face covered in cold sweat. He instantly shivered when he met Lin Xiangye's extremely cold eyes. In this world, there really were eyes that made his legs go weak just by looking at them. There was no ruthlessness, just ripples, like looking at a dead person. Lin Xiangye opened her mouth. Apologize to Jiang Shijing. "You." Xiang Keiqing covered her mouth, worrying about her son to the point that her blood pressure spiked. "You did this to your brother just because he said Jiang Shijing wasn't? Are you out of your mind?" Lin Xiangye lowered her eyes and condensed, "To apologize or not?" Lin Shijun's eyes went black and he could barely hold on. Blood had already stained his entire arm. He knew that if he apologized, he would only pass out from the pain, but if he didn't apologize, he would most likely lose his life. This crazy woman, what the hell is wrong with her? Lin Shijun couldn't stand the pain and gritted his teeth and roared, "I apologize. I apologize. I shouldn't have wronged Jiang Shijing, he didn't hit Uncle Zhong. You can let me go now." Lin Xiangye withdrew the knife. The blood on the knife flowed down her fingers and into her palm. She took out a pad and wiped it clean, looking at the shareholders who looked terrified. "Including all of you, in the future, don't climb Jiang Shijing. I'll give an explanation for Uncle Zhong's beating, otherwise, I don't mind giving anyone another knife, understand?" Lin Xiangyan no longer had the deference she had for them, only the domineering and unquestionable presence of the president. The group of people were scared and only dared to nod their heads. Lin Xiangye threw away the bloodied handkerchief and went downstairs to pay Zhongjie's medical bills. After extreme pain, there was always a vent. She had hurt Jiang Shijing, no one could hurt him again. Lin Xiangye finished paying the bill, and when she turned around, she saw Qin. Four eyes met, and she walked over and asked, "What are you doing here?" Qin frowned and was about to pull her hand. "You're hurt? It's not my blood, don't touch me." Lin Xiangye frowned in disgust and avoided him. Qin paused and said softly, "I heard that Jiang Shijing beat up the shareholders of your company. You've fallen out with him and won't be engaged again. The only one who can help you now is me. You'll agree to be with me, right?" Lin Xianwan said expressionlessly, "How do you know he beat up Uncle Zhong? How do you know I've fallen out with him?" Qin said as if nothing had happened, "What I want to know, I can find out as soon as I find out. He dared to do this to your elders. He's not someone who can be trusted, he's too ruthless and too paranoid." Lin Xiangye stared at him without saying anything. Qin felt that her eyes were out of place and hesitantly said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Xiangye loosened her clenched fist and raised her hand to slap him. The nurses on duty and the patients all looked over with different expressions. Qin touched the place where he was hit, his breathing slightly stagnant. "Why did you hit me?" "Uncle Zhong was the one you hit." Lin Xiangye's tone was certain, her gaze as sharp as a knife. "Only you could have done it to frame Jiang Shijing. You had people watching the scene the whole time, and only then did you know so quickly about my falling out with him." There was no third person present when she and Jiang Shijing broke up. Even if Yin Jing had witnessed the whole thing, he wouldn't have revealed a single word. The harsh words Qin said when she left, now she finally understood what they meant. Qin lowers her head, looking strange for a split second, then suddenly smiles and laughs. "It's me, so do you want to consider getting engaged to me? If you won't, I'll go up to some more extraordinary means to force you." At this instant, Lin Xiangye also wanted to give Qin a couple stabs. She looked at Qin and raised a willow eyebrow. Her attitude shifted extremely quickly. "You do something for me, and when it's done, I'll marry you." Kinu was stunned. What is it? Lin Xiangya handed him the knife in her bag again. It was covered in blood. Kill Lin Shijun, you do it yourself. Shino was shocked, stunned. The blood on your hands. You just stabbed Lin Shijun? Yes. Lin Xiangya hooked her lips, handed him the knife. I attempted to kill. There is no chance. Now you still have a chance. Kill him for me. I will immediately marry you to pull the license. Kinu frowned and did not move. He only wanted to find a suitable fiancé. He could use some means, but not so much as to go kill someone for it and lose his future. Goon. Lin Xiangya sneered, her eyes full of ice. Since you don't dare, get lost, and don't let me see you again. She sidled up to Chino and stopped again to look at the man's back. If the person standing in front of me just now was Jiang Shijing, he would never have hesitated for a second and would have killed the man for me long ago. Chino clenched his fists and turned around with a grimace. What are you trying to say? Jiang Shijing is more open-minded than me, or does he like you more than me? If he's so good, why did you push him away? Lin Xiangya pursed her lips tightly and almost cried out. It was only at this moment that she had a sense of reality. In this world, there could never be anyone better than Jiang Shijing for her. But she completely pushed him away. Chapter 107. There's someone locked up in the Jiang family basement. In the latter part of the night, Zhong Jia hadn't woken up yet. Lin Xiangya had been hovering downstairs, waiting for everyone else to leave before going to explain to Mrs. Zhong that the person who really did it was Chino. But before she got close, Mrs. Zhong changed her face and hid behind the accompanying driver, looking at her with vigilance and caution. That look stopped Lin Xiangya in her tracks, as if she was some kind of manic-depressive murderer. She stepped back and told Mrs. Zhong what happened. As if she wasn't listening, Mrs. Zhong chided, "You're just a murderous maniac. I don't want to hear anything from you, get out." Lin Xiangya's heart was in a state of shock, and the moment she turned around, the elevator door opened. When Shallow came in a hurry, without powder, a head of long hair damp, obviously just showered ready to sleep, heard this side of the matter and rushed to. For eyes relative, Lin Xiang evening heart pressure of aggression all surged up, a red eyes. When Shallow heartbroken bad, pulling her on the front stage. The wind whistled, she for Lin Xiang evening buckle coat, happened so big thing, why do not you tell me? I can solve it. Lin Xiangyan lowered her head, tears kept falling down. When Shen wiped her tears for her and hesitantly said, are you and Jiang Shijing really ready to break it off just like that? If I don't break it off, how is he going to keep Jiang clan? Even if he's willing to give up the presidency for me, I'm not willing for him to do that. Taking a step back, Jiang Su and I are also enemies. I can see that Jiang clan isn't Jiang Shijing's, but it can't be Jiang Su's. Lin Xiangyan felt her pores open up at the thought that there was another Jiang Su lurking somewhere in Young City. She was instinctively uneasy. Jiang Su was a tyrannical murderer who could do anything when pushed. He had always coveted Jiang, and he must not be allowed to get his hands on him. At this time, when Xiao however held Lin Xiangya's hand, evening, if you're in pain, go find a way to be with Jiang Shijing, settle Jiang Su, or have a good talk with Jiang Ku. Lin Xiangya was shocked by her words and raised her eyebrows hesitantly. Don't you hate him the most? Why are you supporting us to make up now instead? Because he is willing to give up everything for you, no matter what happened in the past, at least now he is sincere to you. Wen Qian said solemnly. Lin Xiangya pursed her lips, her gaze slowly solemnized. Wen Qian's words reminded her. If there was an obstacle, then cross it. It was just that no matter whether it was resolving Jiang Su or gaining Jiang Ku's approval, it was a difficult thing for her to do. The former was nowhere to be found, and the latter had never recognized her to begin with. Jiang Ku will only be able to rest assured when I'm done with the company. He doesn't want Jiang Shijing to help me, but as long as Fan Xing needs help, Jiang Shijing still can't help but step in. Lin Xiangye pinched her brow and told Xiao Shui to go and arrange a time to meet with Kujin. And she made a call to Wu Jin. How's the investigation into Bai Yuyun's matter going? The other party was silent for a moment, still investigating. Good, then can you take the time to check Jiang Su's whereabouts? After Lin Xiangye finished speaking, Wu Jin suddenly hung up the phone. She was puzzled and left with Wen Shallow without calling again. And Eugene placed his cell phone on the table and looked at the man in front of him. The man had a cigar clamped on his fingertips, scarlet flames brightly flickering, the peach blossom eyes dark and cold between the smoke. Wu Jin held his breath and walked over. Boss, Ms. Lin asked me to check on Jiang Su, and will probably call again. I always have to give a reply. Jiang Shijing slightly lifted his eyelids and gave him a cold look. Get lost. Wu Jin could hardly bear his very oppressive gaze and lowered his head as he turned to leave. On his way out, he happened to run into Yan Jing. He closed the office door and patted his heart, scared to death. What's wrong with the boss? Never been in such a bad mood before, I don't even dare to breathe. Yan Jing looked complicated and lowered his voice. Chief Jing has been dumped by Ms. Lin again. Ha? Wu Jin was shocked, now thinking about it with a pang of fear. He had just answered that phone call in front of Jiang Shijing's face, and now cold sweat was breaking out on his head just thinking about it. Yan Jing patted his shoulder. Don't mention Ms. Lin lately, you go back first. Wu Jin nodded and hurriedly left this place of wrongdoing. Yan Jing knocked on the door. Mr. King, the meeting is about to begin. A dozen seconds passed in the office before there were footsteps. Jiang Shijing pulled open the door with a somber expression. You take over the meeting for me, I'm going out. Before Yan Jing could say anything, the person had already left. He looked at Jiang Shijing entering the elevator and couldn't help but frown. He still remembered that after the escape incident 3 years ago, Jiang Shijing was in this state. He clearly looked like he was unaffected, but his every word and action was characterized by a dead air. When Jiang Shijing was in an extremely bad mood, his behavior was always puzzling. Right now, for example, he couldn't guess where Jiang Shijing was going. Jiang Shijing drove the Maybach back to his residence. The villa was empty. He went inside and threw the car keys on the coffee table, walked to the stairway next to the kitchen, and pushed a gapless wall. The wall slowly turned inward, revealing a 2-meter-long tunnel inside. Jiang Shijing walked into the tunnel and followed the underground stairs to the end before opening the door to the room. He pressed the light on the wall. The light wasn't bright, barely illuminating every corner of the room. The room was large, with only a large iron cage placed right in the center. There was a person in the cage whose hands and feet were chained, and he was currently sitting on the floor sleeping. Jiang Shijing walked over and raised his foot to kick the cage. Get up! The man inside gave a jolt, and the chains clattered as he got up. He stood up, his gaunt face covered in stubble, and smiled sinisterly. Jiang Shijing, you've finally come to see me. Jiang Shijing's face was expressionless as he gazed at him. I see you're quite adapted here, not crying or fussing, and eating when given food. Jiang V, you really look like an animal now. Chapter 108, Paranoid to the Bone and Marrow. Jiang Su clenched his fists violently, and under his long bangs, a pair of resentful eyes were covered. He clenched his teeth in death. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Shijing lit a cigarette and handed it over. Jiang Su hesitantly wanted to take it. In the next second, Jiang Shijing suddenly pressed the cigarette butt onto the back of his hand. Jiang Shui's face turned white, and he grunted in pain, unable to bear it as he fell to his knees. Jiang Shijing leaned down and looked at him with a smile. Or not, I told you, as long as Tang Li spits out all the forces you've planted in the company, I'll let you go. At those words, Jiang Su laughed. He laughed in a hideous and sinister way. There's no way you'll let me go. By that time, I won't be of any value to you at all. You'll only kill me, so there's absolutely no way that my mom will hand over all of these forces, so just die. Jiang Su simply crossed his legs and sat on the ground with a dead pig's stance. I'll spend my life with you. If you're capable, you can lock me up for life. Jiang Shijing straightened up and looked at him condescendingly, his eyes indifferent. At this instant, Jiang Su had an illusion. He felt that Jiang Shijing was a towering, immaculate god. He, on the other hand, was a mole cricket in the world, only able to look up to God's demeanor, never able to match it. But he was also a member of the Jiang family. On what grounds? I've finished what I have to say, you can't ask for more. Jiang Su closed her eyes, not looking at the man in front of her. Jiang Shijing sked, as if mocking his stupidity. He turned back, sitting on the only wooden stool in front of the cage, his slender legs casually folded against the cage's iron lock. Actually, I could have just killed you. Even if I couldn't uncover the forces behind you, these forces wouldn't be delusional enough to push an heir who could give them favors to the throne. Jiang Su froze and raised his head. Jiang Shijing spoke slowly. A group of people without a leader. Some will come over to show their loyalty, while others will find a good way out for themselves. Who cares if you die or live? At those words, Jiang Su's lips began to tremble. He knew that what Jiang Shijing said was true. Maybe he was going to die here soon. What the hell are you doing? Talking to me about this? Is it to kill me now? No. Jiang Shijing was holding a cigar that had just burned the back of Jiang Su's hand, and the end of the cigarette seemed to still have a bloody odor. He swept Jiang Su lightly. The only value you have in living right now is to pretend to be missing, to pretend to be hiding in some corner of Young City, ready to give me a stab in the back every now and then. Jiang Su was puzzled and exasperated. What good does that do you? Jiang Shijing cocked his head, like a child begging for candy, revealing a moment of pure anticipation. There are benefits. Lin Shangye will worry about me and hold on to me. This is something I've dreamed of. It's a heavenly benefit. You. Jiang V wanted to curse out, but looking at his paranoid to the bone and marrow look, was too shocked to say anything. He could hardly imagine that there were such people in the world. Keeping the most hated and hated person alive just for the sake of some woman who would be heartbroken. Jiang Shui took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, I guess, you don't have what you want right now. Lin Xiangye doesn't worry about you, doesn't hold on to you, and even refuses to be with you anymore. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Shijing's gaze suddenly gouged over like a knife, carrying an icy, bone-chilling murderous aura. Jiang Shijing was playing with a small knife, only as long as his index finger, with a thin blade. He stood up and walked over to Jiang Su. Can or not, she is mine. I will do whatever it takes to get her. It's not your turn to say anything, understand? Jiang Su sensed the danger and kept backing away. Jiang Shijing didn't move, sneering at him, then flipped the knife and slashed down hard on his shoulder. The old wound on his shoulder bled like a flood of blood. Jiang Su was stunned and said incredulously, You crazy person? You're really crazy, pervert. He was terrified. Really terrified. How could someone not want to hurt themselves? Jiang Shijing let the blood stain his shirt, and when there wasn't a trace of blood on his face, he called Zhao Yan. Jiang Su has appeared. Where is he? Did he make a move on you? Zhou Banquet was anxious, and someone else seemed to draw back a breath beside him. It was Wen Qian. Jiang Shijing pulled his lips and slowly said, "He stabbed me, cousin, call an ambulance for me." Hanging up the phone, he got up and left without looking back. Jiang Su sat paralyzed on the ground for a long time. Chapter 109, Stealing a Kiss. Zhao Yan beat the ambulance, got up, grabbed his jacket and left. Wen Qian hurriedly followed. What exactly is this Jiang Su going to do? Does he still want to kill Jiang Shijing? Zhao Yan sneered and said hatefully, he didn't deserve Jiang's in the first place, and now he's as crazy as a madman, he has to drag Shijing's down with him. If something happens to Shijing's, how am I going to explain it to his grandmother? Wen Qian heard this and was also annoyed. She was now with Zhao Yan and had heard about the many things Jiang Shijing had done for Lin Shangyan, including almost falling out with Jiang Ku. Now that Jiang Shui's ghost was still lingering, she was also anxious for Jiang Shijing's. On the road, Wen Qian hesitated, or took out her cell phone to inform Lin Xiangwan. Jiang Su has appeared, be careful. Jiang Su stabbed someone and then ran away. Lin Xiangyan was also in danger. She didn't inform Jiang Shijing of his injury, lest Lin Xiangyan still have to be distracted. But Wen Xiao's text message had just passed when Lin Xiangyan called. On the phone, she asked word for word, did something happen to Jiang Shijing? Wen Xin froze and looked at Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan frowned, sighed, and brought the cell phone over. I'm Zhao Yan, I just received a call from Shijing's. Jiang Su escaped after stabbing him, and now he doesn't know where he is, so be careful. Jiang Shijing was stabbed? Which hospital is he in? Lin Xiangyan asked after him. Zhao Yan didn't hold back his rhetorical question. Didn't you guys draw a line in the sand? Where he is has nothing to do with you, you'd better worry about worrying about yourself. As soon as the words fell, he received a slap on his back. Wen Qian glared at him and grabbed the cell phone that had already ended the call. How did you talk to Evening? Who allowed you to be so rude to her? I'm also holding out for Shijing. Your BFF hurt him 3 times. I would also be heartbroken for my cousin, okay? Zhao Yan wrapped his arms around her and coaxed. Alright, next time I won't say anything like that again. When Shallow twisted his waist, I have not agreed to fall in love with you yet, keep your hands and feet clean. Zhao Yan playfully smiled, his whole body sticking to her and not letting go, with a touch of deep worry hidden in the bottom of his eyes. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to run over and say those words to Lin Xiangyan, causing a complete impossibility between them. But he was also trying to repair the relationship between Jiang Ku and Jiang Shijing, for Jiang's not to fall into other people's hands. Things couldn't go both ways, someone had to make a sacrifice. 3 years ago, it was Lin Xiangyan who had wronged his cousin, and it was time for her to know better and not cause trouble for his cousin. Thinking this way, Zhao Yan suddenly did not feel guilty. The two hurriedly rushed to the hospital. Jiang Shijing is sleeping, the back of the hand inserted a needle, the drip down quickly. The doctor took the tablets and signaled for the two to come out and talk. New wound overlaying old wound. The wound is a little hard to deal with, luckily it didn't hurt the tendons and bones. Jiang Shao has lost a lot of blood, he needs to recuperate properly. Zhao Yan sighed in relief and was about to nod his head when he saw a flash of a figure hurriedly arrive. He stared with round eyes. How did you know that Shijing is in this hospital? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyan hadn't answered when Jiang Shijing in the hospital room opened his eyes first. I always have to come and take a look before I can rest assured. Where's Jiang Shijing? Lin Xiangyan walked around Zhao Yan and headed inside. Zhao Yan wanted to stop, but was yanked back by Wen Qian. Wen Qian grabbed his ear. Zhou Banquet, what do you want to do? What are you trying to do, Zhou Banquet? Who says they can't even come to see each other when they are injured? Zhao Yan cried out in pain, begged for mercy and stopped caring. Lin Xiangyan walked into the hospital room and closed the door. Jiang Shijing on the hospital bed was sleeping heavily, his face even uglier than the last time he was injured. She smelled a smell of blood, and saw that the trash can next to the bed was full of blood-stained gauze. Lin Xiangyan's eyes tightened and she walked closer. Jiang Shijing's thin lips were pursed lightly, his handsome face retaining a haggard weakness. She reached out her hand and lightly touched Jiang Shijing's brow, smoothing out the slightly furrowed brows. There were people who wanted them dead, people who wanted to take away what was theirs. But no one approved of them being together. As Lin Xiangyan leaned over, she thought that if Jiang Ke knew that she had dumped Jiang Shijing's and was babbling over to pester Jiang Shijing's, would she think even more that she was a playful egoist who didn't want Jiang Shijing's to be with her? When the tips of her noses touched, Lin Xiangyan restrained herself for 2 seconds and inclined her head to kiss Jiang Shijing's thin lips. The next moment, Jiang Shijing's pressed her into his arms. Lin Xiangyan got up in a panic and met his probing eyes. Aren't you going to abandon me? Why are you still stealing kisses from me? Chapter 110, not even willing to hug me? Lin Xiangyan wanted to get up, but Jiang Shijing firmly clasped her wrist. She pursed her lips helplessly and whispered, "Let go of me first." "Don't let go." Jiang Shijing stared straight at her, like surveying a lost and found treasure. "You can shake me off, as long as you're not afraid of pulling my injuries." "You?" Lin Xiangyan was speechless and couldn't move. When Jiang Shijing was rogue, she had always had no way to deal with it. She also thought that after making the decision, she could at least manage to stay away from Jiang Shijing. But when she heard that Jiang Shijing was injured, she dropped everything and rushed over. She was always so unproductive. Lin Xiangye gave up struggling and sat down on the edge of the bed not to look at Jiang Shijing. Where's Jiang Su? Ran away. Ran away? Lin Xiangye abruptly raised her eyes. Jiang Shijing nodded slightly, weakness casting a weary color on his face. When I was injured, there was no one around me. I watched Jiang Zhou run away, and there was nothing I could do about it. Not waiting for Lin Xiangye to speak, he murmured, Jiang Su will come back again, right? He didn't kill me this time, he will definitely act again, and the next time. The next stab won't be in the shoulder. Jiang Shijing pursed his lips, and under the bright lights of the hospital room, the bottom of his eyes trembled, imprinted with deep fear. This kind of fear was something Lin Xiangye had experienced before. She moved over and gently held Jiang Shijing's hand. From now on, bring your bodyguard with you, Jiang Su can't find a chance to touch you. But I'm just scared. Jiang Shijing raised his eyes and looked at Lin Xiangye. After I left your house, I couldn't sleep or eat, and now I'm worried about Jiang Su. This feeling is worse than death. Lin Xiangye opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Obviously, in order to let Jiang Shijing back in charge of Jiang's, let him keep the hard-fought industry. How is it like doing something wrong? Lin Xiangyan shot up and averted her eyes. Jiang Shijing's always watched her, not letting go of the slightest change of expression on her face, and lost his head. You're not even willing to hug me? As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiangye paused. She raised her hand, but just covered Jiang Shijing with the quilt. Rest well, I'll find a doctor to ask about your condition. Jiang Shijing grabbed her hand. No one knows my own situation better than me, why don't you ask me? Lin Xiangye didn't dare to meet his eyes and said softly, let go. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes, finally letting go of her. The sound of the door closing resounded, and the ward returned to silence. After a few moments, Zhao Yan pushed the door in, carefully surveying Jiang Shijing's face. Shijing, are you alright? Jiang Shijing wiped the ends of his eyes and raised his head. Seeing his reddened eyes, Zhao Yan froze, his heart instantly not feeling good. Lin Xiangye went to report the case. She said that the police must intervene in Jiang Su's matter, that he intentionally hurt people, that he was a dangerous person, and that he could be arrested. Jiang Shijing didn't respond. Zhao Yan burst with worry and walked over quickly. What's wrong with you? Did Lin Xiangye say something unpleasant to you? Jiang Shijing's face was pale, wildly moving his fingertips to reach for the cigar on the table. Zhao Yan held him down. You're injured, you can't smoke. Jiang Shijing raised his eyes. With only an impatient look, Zhao Yan let go. Jiang Shijing lit the cigar and lowered his eyes. Living is so meaningless. Zhao Yan couldn't believe what he heard. No point in living? Are you frightened by Jiang Su, or is it because of Lin Xiangyan? Jiang Shijing laughed, glancing at him helplessly. This stab wasn't stabbed by Jiang Su, it's because I wanted to see Lin Xiangyan too much, wanted her to worry about me and feel sorry for me. What? Zhao Yan's brain buzzed and his entire body froze. He looked at Jiang Shijing's lifeless handsome face, at the stiff posture where half of his shoulders couldn't be moved, opened his mouth, and said in a hard voice, You mean, you gave yourself a knife? Without waiting for Jiang Shijing to speak, Zhao Yan surged forward and snatched the cigar from his fingertips. Even if you like Lin Xiangye even more, you can't abuse yourself like this. Is she more important to you than your life? Yes. Jiang Shijing raised his eyes and answered without hesitation. Zhao Yan was stunned and subconsciously asked, what about Zhang's? Zhang's? Jiang Shijing had a smile on his lips. To me, Lin Xiangwan is more important than myself. What is Zhang's? As long as the company is not in Jiang Su's hands, Uncle Cook can take it if he wants. Zhao Yan clenched his fists and fell silent. He couldn't believe that this seemingly cynical cousin, behind his back, would be so crazy and paranoid about loving Lin Xiangyan. Could loving someone really be done by any means, even without a life? Zhao Yan squatted down and stared at Jiang Shijing's dead in the face. You already made the decision when Uncle Cook took back the company that you would go to Lin Xiangwan's side no matter what, even if you couldn't help much? Jiang Shijing's eyes crossed a few points of sarcasm. Do you really think that apart from the Jiang clan, I don't have any other power to help Lin Xiangwan? Zhao Yan's breathing was slightly stagnant, and his hands were trembling. He couldn't look straight into Jiang Shijing's eyes. There were some things he seemed to have done wrong. If Jiang Shijing didn't want anything but Lin Xiangyan, then why did he have to come to the door and aggressively ask Lin Xiangyan to stop being so selfish and think about Jiang Shijing and his hard-earned Jiang clan for the sake of Jiang Shijing and his hard-earned Jiang clan? It was because of him that Lin Xiangwan didn't want to be with Jiang Shijing. It was also because of him that Jiang Shijing had to stab himself to see Lin Xiangyan. Zhao Yan gritted his teeth. Shijing, I have to confess something. Chapter 111, sooner or later, it will come to this. I know all about it. Jiang Shijing spoke lightly. Zhao Yan was stunned. What do you know? That you went to find Lin Xiangye. Jiang Shijing looked at him askance, his eyes cold. Cousin, in this young city, nothing can be hidden from me. Zhao Yan stood up, puzzled. Then why don't you blame me? Jiang Shijing's eyes sank. He didn't blame Zhao Yan. He chose to conceal his departure from Zhang's because he also knew that Lin Xiangyan would definitely not watch him make such a sacrifice. Zhao Yan going to Lin Xiangyan was just telling the truth in advance. Sooner or later it would come to this anyway. Lin Xiangyan was just as he expected, dealing with such a thing with cautious restraint and guarded vigilance. Having just learned that he had sacrificed his position as president, he was so frightened that he pushed him far away and was unwilling to befriend him. In the heat of the moment, he stabbed himself, but only in exchange for a few minutes of meeting. Zhao Yan was a little ashamed. I'm sorry, it's me who was too selfish, thinking of doing something like this for your own good, but instead I messed it up. Then you make up for it. Jiang Shijing glanced at him coldly. I don't care what method you use, let me stay at Lin Xiangyan's house. Zhao Yan was a bit embarrassed, but thinking that he had caused all of this, he could only go to Lin Xiangwan with a stiff upper lip. Only he quickly went and returned. When Xian said Lin Xiangwan went to your house, you need to be hospitalized for a few days, she went to pack a change of clothes for you. Jiang Shijing jerked his head up and stared straight at him. Lin Xiangyan went to my house? Yes. Zhao Yan spread his hands. Is there a problem? Jiang Shijing took a deep breath, his face hardened. Jiang Su was at my house. Zhao Yan was shocked. Huh? Jiang Shijing's cold face. Call her and tell her I fainted. Zhou Banquet took out his cell phone and subconsciously asked, you caught Jiang Su? Jiang Shijing glanced at him. Are you going to call or not? And Lin Xiangyan had already arrived in front of the villa. She had just parked her car when she saw a red color spreading to the roadside at the gate. Lin Xiangyan got out of the car and went over to take a closer look, only to realize that it was a drop of blood, dripping so densely that it connected into a line. Her breath stuttered slightly as she followed the blood to the front door and entered the code to go in. There was blood in the living room as well. Jiang Shijing's slippers were even red with blood, and the floor was filled with messy bloody footprints. The scene was comparable to a murder scene. Lin Xiangyan's heart was in her throat as she followed the bloodstains to a wall. There was also a bloody handprint on the wall. Other than that, there was no trace anywhere else. Lin Xiangyan couldn't figure out what this was. But she could recognize that the handprint was Jiang Shijing's. But Jiang Shijing's clearly said that Jiang Su was sneaking up on him on his way back to the office. And where did all this blood come from? Lin Xiangyan was frowning when her cell phone suddenly rang. She saw that it was Zhao Yan calling and answered the phone. Hello? Jiang Shijing fainted. Can you come and take care of him? I'm in a hurry to go to the company right now and can't spare the time to stand guard here. Lin Xiangyan pursed her lips, finally looked at the mess in the living room, and went upstairs to quickly pack 2 changes of clothes to bring to the hospital. In the hospital room, Jiang Shijing had been asleep with his eyes closed. Lin Xiangyan frowned with a complicated expression, her gaze falling on his face. For some reason, she felt that Jiang Shijing was hiding something from her. But the thousands of thoughts in her mind had all turned into a ball of wool, unable to find an entry point to organize them clearly. Until there was a knock on the ward door. Bai Jiran came uninvited, holding some daily necessities on the table, her tone as if she was entertaining a guest. It's fine for me to take care of Mr. Jing here, Sister Lin can go back. Lin Xiangyan returned to her senses and looked at her busy movements. Why are you here? Where have you been these past few days? If you're going to quit your job, you have to tell me as well. Bai Jiran's movements lurched and looked at her. She hooked her lips and said with a smile, even if I'm working for you, it's still Mr. Jing who entrusted me to you. Whether I'm leaving or staying, I only need to tell Mr. Jing. After all, it's all his arrangement from start to finish, you're just helping him arrange a job for me. Lin Xiangyan was a bit surprised. The girl in front of her was like a different person, speaking forcefully and without reason. She patiently said, you are working as a nanny in my house, working for me. I think it's reasonable for you to talk to me about taking a vacation before you disappear. Good. Bai Jiran looked at her steadily, her gaze provocative. Then I'm sorry, this matter is me not doing a good job. Now I'll go back to Mr. Jing to take care of him. You go? Chapter 112, Will you hate him? Lin Xiangyan felt ridiculous. Ms. Bai. She resumed her detached and polite demeanor and indifferently said, I should be the one to say this. Jiang Shijing's have me to take care of. Please leave here. Bai Jiran's face hardened for a split second, and she blurted out, didn't you guys break up because of Mr. Jing beating up Zhong Jie? At these words, Lin Xiangyan narrowed her eyes. How do you know? Behind her, Jiang Shijing had already opened his eyes and was gazing coldly at Bai Jiran. Only then did Bai Jiran realize something was wrong and hurriedly explained, I heard it. Heard from who? You've been away for the past few days, who has said this to you? Lin Xiangyan pressed on step by step. Bai Jiran was just about to explain when she suddenly saw that Jiang Shijing had woken up and was looking over expressionlessly. Her heart sank hard, and she froze at a loss for words. Jiang Shijing's brows furrowed, revealing a fierce and merciless expression. Scram. Bai Jiran bit her lip, glared hatefully at Lin Xiangyan with red eyes, and ran away. Lin Xiangyan looked at the ward door, both puzzled and speechless. She only came back to her senses at this time. Why did Zhongjie go to see Jiang Shijing, but Chino was able to arrange for someone to set up a trap? It turned out that he had such a good helper by his side. Jiang Shijing waited for a while, and when he saw that Lin Xiangyan still had no intention of turning back, he reached out to grab the corner of her coat. Late night. He had just touched Lin Xiangye's coat when his hand was slapped away. Don't touch! Lin Xiangye lightly rebuked. Jiang Shijing froze, a flash of hurt quickly surfacing under his eyes, pursing his lips. Realizing that her tone was wrong, Lin Xiangye immediately explained again, I mean, you have injuries on your body, don't move. Jiang Shijing's face instantly turned cloudy, his eyes brightening up. Then can you stay and take care of me? Lin Xiangye thought about it. The matter of letting Xiaoxue go on an appointment with Kujin was still pending, and for the time being, there was nothing in particular that she was in a hurry to do. She pulled out a chair and sat in front of Jiang Shijing's, staring at him without blinking. With this kind of stare, this kind of atmosphere, Jiang Shijing felt like he was wasting a good opportunity if he didn't do something. He hooked Lin Xiangye's fingertips and gently ruffled them, saying under his breath, Don't look at me, I'm hurt, my face doesn't look good. Lin Xiangye blinked, I went to your house to get something, I saw a lot of bloody footprints in the living room and handprints on the wall. Is that so? Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought for a moment, it should be Jiang Su, before or after he struck out at me, he came to the house and made these things to terrorize me. Lin Xiangye didn't say anything. She wanted to tell Jiang Shijing that the shape of his hands and the length of his fingers, she had already touched them hundreds of times long ago 3 years ago, and it was impossible to recognize him wrongly. After gazing at Jiang Shijing for a few seconds, Lin Xiangye calmly said, Okay, Jiang Su did it. Jiang Shijing's face was complicated for a split second, then suddenly grabbed her hand and said pitifully, If you find out one day that I can't change back to the way I was 3 years ago, and I'm not as pure as I used to be, will you hate me? Lin Xiangye looked at him like he was a psychopath. What the hell kind of question is that? Jiang Shijing insisted on asking, Just tell me, will you hate me? As long as you don't count on me, I won't hate you. Lin Xiangye thought for a moment and then said, But it doesn't matter if I hate you or not, we're not related anymore. Jiang Shijing's face went white and white. He had been calculating, step by step, to get Lin Xiangye to come to him. Jiang Shijing bitterly hooked his lips, Your words hurt more than this knife in my shoulder. Lin Xiangye paused and narrowed her eyes to look at him. She realized that Jiang Shijing's heart was heavy at the moment, as if he was shrouded in a fog, making her unable to control her desire to explore. But she also had a premonition that what was in the mist had something to do with her. Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips and said word for word, You'd better not lie to me, okay? Jiang Shijing's eyes darkened slightly and he hooked his lips, Good. He promised. Lin Xiangye, however, was not happy. She stood up, I'll go buy you some food. Jiang Shijing nodded, and his face changed when he saw the person outside the hospital room with his remaining light. Chapter 113, Breaking Legs. As soon as Lin Xiangye turned around, she came face to face with Jiang Ku. She didn't really want to run into Jiang Ku. 3 years ago, Jiang Ku said that she was a princess. With Jiang Shijing, love will not learn the tenderness and consideration of a lady. All day only know to bring Jiang Shijing to talk about love. Lin Xiang evening for a while especially hate Jiang Ku. She had a crush on Jiang Ku, and she was in love with Jiang Shijing, so what was wrong with her? It was only after Mrs. Jiang and her grandpa had made a marriage contract that Jiang Ku didn't explicitly say anything against it again. Lin Xiangye didn't know how to face Jiang Ku and left in silence. Jiang Ku should have sidestepped to make way, but blocked the doorway as she came and said in a deep voice, I have something to say to you, stay. Lin Xiangye raised an eyebrow, feeling rare. She watched Jiang Ku walk in and closed the door to the room. Jiang Ku threw a document in front of Jiang Shijing and coldly said, Jiang's 2 project partners called the police, saying that Jiang's internal employees cut corners and ate kickbacks. The matter has been investigated, it was Yan Jing's hands that did it, and the company is going to pay out the liquidated damages and compensation, a total of $300 million. Jiang Shijing frowned, picked up the documents and took a cursory look, all the evidence of the finance department and the police cooperating with the investigation. He raised his eyes, Yan Jing wouldn't do such a thing, it's his people who are ill-intentioned, let them spit out the kickbacks they ate, and the rest will come out of my private account. This is Jiang's internal affairs. Lin Xiang evening does not feel that she is convenient to listen here, but Jiang Ku let her stay, she can only listen to not disturb. Jiang Ku still looks solemn, I'm not looking for Yan Jing to settle the score, these 2 projects out of the problem is sooner or later, but it is at this juncture. You do not want to know who moved the hand? He said and glanced at Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan didn't understand what this meant and spoke, You don't suspect me, do you? Jiang Ku lightly grunted, You don't have this ability yet, I've already found out clearly, the party that made the move is the QJ group in High City, they also sent someone over to pass on the message that if you guys continue to contact each other, neither Zhang's nor Fansheng will want to have a good time in the future. Lin Xiangwan's heart sank, then she realized the reason why Jiang Ku had asked her to stay. It was Qino. Surprisingly, he hadn't given up on her yet, even going to the trouble of making a move against Jiang and Flourishing Star. The internal matters of Prosperous Star hadn't been resolved yet, and a faction of chaos was all thanks to Qino, and he still had to be unforgiving? Lin Xiangyan clenched her fists and turned around. Jiang Shijing called out to her, his voice light but with a touch of unrefusable dominance, Don't go to him, I'll solve it. As soon as the words fell, Jiang mockingly snorted, QJ is in High City, just like we are in Banyan City. A fight between two tigers will only result in 2 losses. Are you sure you want to bet on Jiang's and Qin's fight? So what? Jiang Shijing leaned back wanly on the bed, breezily saying, Uncle Ko, you go abroad to retire, I'll fight with QJ. Lin Xiangye was stunned and looked complicated. Jiang Ko was so angry that his heart stagnated, staring at him dead on. I'm talking to you about this, not to ask you to bury Jiang for a woman. Don't forget, if it wasn't for your mother taking your mother's family's money and trying her best to support her, Jiang would have been gone long ago. There's also your mother's heart and soul in this. Jiang Shijing seemed to smile, his hands and feet full of unnecessary lethargy. My mother, in heaven's name, would definitely want to see her son fight for his life and use the industry she tried her best to support in the past to face up to the difficulties instead of being a shrunken head turtle. Jiang Ko's face was ironic. So, you must bet on Jiang's? Yes, and I will win. Jiang Shijing answered without hesitation. Jiang Ko raised his hand to hit, walked to the edge of the bed and held back hard, twisted his head and said, Lin Xiang evening, you're just going to stand by and watch. Before the words were finished, the person was gone, when he left without realizing it. Jiang Shijing rubbed his eyebrows and called Yan Jing. You have someone follow Lin Xiangyan, don't let her meet with Qino. Lin Xiangyan had already gone downstairs and called Qino to arrange a meeting. The opposite party hadn't left Young City yet, as if they were specifically waiting for her to come looking. Lin Xiangwan had wanted to make an appointment in a quiet place, but Qino said he was waiting right in front of her house. She could only go home first. Qino lightly into the living room, sat down to pour water to drink. Lin Xiangye snatched the cup out of his hand and said coldly, There are many women in the world, why do you have to pester me? The heir of QJ is so spineless and unproductive? Don't provoke me with words, I did fall in love with you at first sight, but to put it mildly the feelings really aren't that deep. Qino leaned on the sofa, looking at her with a smile, I'm dealing with Jiang now, it's pure revenge, even if you promise to get engaged to me now, I'm not willing to do it anymore. Lin Xiangye clenched her water cup and wanted to smash it on Kinu's head. It was the second time she had this feeling of powerlessness. The first time, it was when Grandpa died. She was lying on her bed watching her grandfather's life pass by, watching the instruments that symbolized the characteristics of life blinking red lights. And now, she could only watch as Jiang was targeted by Qino. Lin Xiangyan's fingertips moved slightly. Even if she wanted to use Fan Xing to help Jiang, there was nothing she could do. Confidential technology is not in her hands, there are still a few people Lin Mu watching intently, she cannot even independently control the prosperous star. After returning to China for so long, what exactly did she accomplish? How could she be so useless? Lin Xiangye's breathing became heavier, her thoughts were mixed up. Just at this time, an abrupt cell phone ringing sounded in the living room. Qino casually hung up the phone, stood up and stared straight at Lin Xiangyan. If you really want to stop this, I can consider giving you a chance, you be my lover and I'll stop dealing with Jiang. Lin Xiangye returned to her senses and smiled instead of being angry when she heard this. Qino said expectantly, agreed? No, I just think it's funny. Coldness flooded the bottom of Lin Xiangye's eyes. Do you think I just came over to talk to you without preparing anything? Qino's face changed slightly, on guard, what do you mean? Lin Xiangye looked at him and raised her voice, come in. When Xian and Zhao Yan came in with 2 bodyguards. Surrounded by several people, Qino clenched his fists, his expression a little cold, what do you want to do to me? Lin Xiang Evening's eyes did not have the slightest temperature in them, her red lips slightly opened, Uncle Zhong and Zhang's, new accounts and old accounts should be counted together, Uncle Zhong is still unconscious until now, breaking one of your legs is not too much to ask. She saw Qino changed her face, but also just raised her chin, signaling the bodyguard to do it. Qino was somewhat skilled. This was something Lin Xiangyan had reminded Zhou Yan of long ago. Zhou Yan had already quietly circled around behind Shingo while they were talking, picking up the vase on the table and smashing it towards his back. With a bang, Shingo staggered 2 steps in pain. The 2 bodyguards took the opportunity to rush up and press Shingo to his knees on the ground. When Xiao walked over and patted Shingo's face, you still dare to impersonate my housekeeper's son, enough heart. Kino stared at her dead on, his forehead veins rippling, don't move me. That's not up to you. When Xiao stepped back 2 steps, giving his position to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan took the bodyguard's iron rod, weighted, and aimed it at Chino's leg. Let you harm my cousin's company, I can't beat you to death. Bang! Bang! The 2 sticks went down without mercy. Lin Xiangyan sat across from Qingo and saw the iron rod ruthlessly smashing into Qingo's leg without even blinking. Qingo roared in pain, cursed angrily, gasped for air, and finally collapsed helplessly on the ground in a cold sweat, staring at Lin Xiangyan's eyes full of hatred. Lin Xiangyan averted her gaze and got up, lock him up here and send him to the hospital overnight, make sure he can't catch his leg. You offended me and the Qin family for Jiang Shijing, haven't you considered the consequences? Shino didn't know where she got the strength from, lying on the ground and yelling at her. Lin Xiangya's footsteps slightly paused, lightly snorted, flourishing star is a scattered sand, internally I can't even do anything about it, let alone the Qin family, if you have the ability to do so, you can come at me, I'd think it would save me a lot of trouble. Chino froze, then laughed conspiratorially, shaking his head as he laughed. You're actually able to do this for Jiang Shijing. He's been lying to you all along to trick you, playing deep love in front of you, and you didn't even know it. He laughed even louder, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Chapter 114, Always Lying to Her. Zhao Yan wrinkled his eyebrows and said in a bad mood, still wanting to provoke the relationship between my cousin and Lin Xiangye, you die of this heart. Whether I'm provoking or not, you guys will know if you go and verify it. Chino stared intently at Lin Xiangye, her smile playful. Do you think that with Jiang Shijing's power, you really can't find Jiang Su? Under the pretext of staying at your place to cultivate feelings, now that his relationship with you has stiffened, he coincidentally got injured to make your heart ache and then pushed everything onto Jiang Su. What a good tactic to play. Lin Xiangye was stunned, her mind suddenly flashed back to the bloodstains in Jiang Shijing's house. You won't believe it, will you? Zhao Yan's eyes flashed with panic, and he let out a ha, this is just nonsense. You're not unaware that Jiang Su is cunning and vicious, and can't be defended against, so how could Shijing's hide him? Chino looked like she had heard something funny. Did I say Jiang Su was hidden by Jiang Shijing? Look at you, you've exposed yourself. Zhao Yan stiffened. Like a robot, he stiffly craned his neck and looked at Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan lowered her eyes, without the slightest ripple under her calm eyes. After a few seconds, she faintly said, I won't believe a single word Chino says, go away. Chino was stunned and shouted behind her back, he's leaked his words, why don't you believe him? Zhao Yan is his cousin, he must know something. Lin Xiangyan still walked out. Kinu gritted her teeth and finally shouted, there's another thing. The detective you contacted, Wu Jin, his boss is Jiang Shijing. Not only did Lin Xiangyan not react in any way, she instead sped up and left. When they reached the car, Zhao Yan was tugged by Wen Xian's arm and questioned, what's going on? You give us a reasonable explanation. Zhao Yan was weak and coughed lightly. What explanation do you want? Haven't I already said it? None of you should trust Chino, he's deliberately provoking. Lin Xiangye gripped the steering wheel tightly and said lightly, just now I didn't question you in front of Chino, that's because I don't want him to know that I suspected Jiang Shijing's. Now that there's no one else, you can just say it straight. What's going on? How can you believe Kinu's words? Zhao Yan couldn't believe it. Lin Xiangyan didn't say anything, just looked at him through the rearview mirror, a chill under her eyes. For some reason, being looked at by her with such eyes, Zhao Yan's little bit of heart had nowhere to hide. He shrunk his neck. Knowing that there was no use in hiding it any longer, perhaps the relationship with Wen Shala would have to come to a standstill. All I know is that Sure Jing does hold the whereabouts of Jiang Su, but I don't know where Jiang Su is, and even if I'm Sure Jing's cousin, it doesn't mean I know everything about him. Zhao Yan spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know anything else. Lin Xiangye didn't say anything, she just turned the car around and went to the Jiang family villa. The villa had already been cleaned up a long time ago, and it was assumed that the cleaning lady in charge of cleaning had come by. She walked straight to the wall that had left the bloody handprints before and reached out her hand to push it. The wall was very light and turned to the left after being pushed, revealing the hidden passageway inside. Zhao Yan was surprised, there's actually a hidden space here, I've been here many times before and I've never heard Sure Jing say anything about it. Lin Xiangye walked in and descended the dark stairs a few steps to see a closed door. She paused and suddenly turned around and walked upwards. Zhao Yan and Wen Xian were coming down hand in hand and almost collided with her. Wen Xian's eyes and hands were quick to help Lin Xiangyan. What's wrong? What's inside? No, it's just a basement, no need to look any further. Lin Xiangye smiled faintly. Go up, we shouldn't come to Jiang Shijing's house to look for something without talking to him, it's too rude. Zhao Yan raised an eyebrow, saying that it's too late to think of being impolite when they're already here. The three of them quickly got into the car and left. Over at the hospital, Jiang Shijing received a call from Yanjing. They first went after Chino, and somehow they went to your home. Jiang Shijing gripped his cell phone tightly. It was discovered so quickly. He closed his eyes and called Lin Xiangyan. When the call was connected, he pretended to be relaxed. Where did you go? I'll take care of Chino's side. I had people find out that a few of QJ's projects also have problems. Does he think his family's company is clean? Jiang Shijing's tone was relaxed, sounding like nothing was wrong, but his face, which was pressed against the cell phone, was already full of tension. Lin Xiangye paused for a few seconds and laughed softly over the phone. I also caught Kinu on my side. Jiang will be fine, you get well. What about you? I still have to go back to Flourishing Star. If there's anything you need help with, you can look for Yanjing, I don't have time. After Lin Xiangwan finished speaking, she immediately pressed the hang-up button and stepped on the gas to head to Jiang Shijing's villa once again. This time, she pushed open the door herself and pressed the light switch. The interior was lit up with dim yellow light, and in the iron cage in the center, a man was curled up asleep. Lin Xiangye moved very little and didn't wake him up. She took a step closer and saw the man's face clearly. It really was Jiang Su. Lin Xiangye's pupils suddenly tightened, seeing the chains on his hands and feet. Just then, Jiang Shua's eyes snapped open, staring at her dead-on. Lin Xiangye was stunned by the lack of warmth in his eyes. So it's you. Jiang Su rolled over and sat up, the chains on his body clattering. As his movements brought up a gust of wind, Lin Xiangye smelled the rancid odor. She frowned. How long have you been here? So you don't know I've been here. Jiang V laughed. Jiang Shijing locked me up and actually didn't tell you, causing you to be on tenterhooks outside for fear that I'd suddenly jump out and kill you. He's so cruel. You shut up. I'm asking you, how long have you been here? Lin Xiangya's eyes went cold, only wanting an exact time. Jiang Su stared at her, looked at her for a moment, and smiled. Ever since you saw me that day, Jiang Shijing didn't think of letting me go, and it didn't take long before he hid me here. Lin Xiangyan pursed her lips. She thought of the incident where Jiang Shijing's used the reason that Jiang Su had disappeared and stayed in the house. Since that time, had Jiang Shijing's been lying to her, stirring up her sympathy and worry? Even if they wanted to draw closer, Jiang Shijing's couldn't do something like that. It was clear that Jiang Shijing knew it, and to her, Jiang Su was a shadow that she couldn't forget. Chapter 115, He's not doing well. Jiang Su stared at Lin Xiangya's not-so-good face and laughed softly. What, Jiang Shijing stabbed himself and didn't fall in love with you? Stabbed himself. Lin Xiangya subconsciously repeated his words. Jiang Shui yawned, leaning against the iron cage and looking at her. I thought Jiang Shijing's really became a winner in life, having a woman he likes by his side and having such a big company, but now it seems like he isn't doing so well either. Lin Xiangya narrowed her eyes and got up to leave. Jiang Su froze and called out to her, 3 years ago when you ran away from the marriage, was it because Jiang Shijing had been in contact with Lin Mu and the others, and was close to Lin Shijuan as well? Only after hearing this did Lin Xiangya stop and turn to look at him. What do you know? Release me from here and I'll tell you, and this matter is also related to your grandfather. If you want to know, let me go. Jiang Su followed suit and stood up, a few moments of eagerness flashing in his eyes. Lin Xiangya's fingertips curled up and suddenly smiled. I'll ask the Lin Mu family about this matter, as well as Jiang Shijing. No matter whose words I believe, it's impossible for me to believe you. You'd better stay here properly. Jiang V was stunned. Jiang Shijing's locking me up just to make you worry about him, even so you're not angry? More than being angry, I prefer to see you stuck here, never getting what you want. Lin Xiangya threw down a sentence and directly left. Behind her, Jiang Suo's face was ashen. In the next few days, Lin Xiangnan didn't contact Jiang Shijing, nor did she answer his calls. She first went to see Kujin. Kujin told Lin Xiangwan that he was following Zhong Jia's orders, and if Zhong Jia didn't give the word for him to take out the confidential technology, he wouldn't give it to anyone. On this side, Lin Xiangyan was able to feel relieved for the time being. She couldn't get the confidential technology, and neither could Lin Shijuan. And Yu Jin's side finally recontacted her. It's really a shock to check, this by Yu Yun you actually don't even recognize? Lin Xiangya looked at Wu Jin calmly. Who is she? Your aunt. Wu Jin looked like she had heard something strange. You don't know that your aunt is Bai Yu Yun, the eldest miss of the Bai family? Lin Xiangyan was silent. After her mother's death, her grandfather's family relocated and did not interact with the Lin family. Perhaps it was because she was confused by Xiang Kei-ching and was close to this stepmother at that time, and no one from her grandparents' family ever took the initiative to contact her. So much so that after so many years had passed, she had long forgotten what her grandparents, aunts, and uncles all looked like and what their names were. Give me my aunt and uncles and their information. Lin Xiangya finished speaking and got up. Wu Jin raised his eyes to look at her. Are you preparing to contact them? Lin Xiangya moved and turned back to look at him. You're only responsible for finding out what I want to know. What's the point of prying into this? Bringing all the news to Jiang Shijing? Hearing the words Jiang Shijing, Wu Jin froze, and before he could speak, the person had already left. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, when was this discovered? Inexplicably disliked, Eugene could only call to inform Jiang Shijing. There was a long silence there before a breathless voice rang out. Got it. Wu Jin was surprised to hear Jiang Shijing's as if he was dying. Boss, you sound weak, are you not feeling well? Jiang Shijing's didn't answer and hung up directly. Silence fell in the hospital room. Yan Jing looked at his burning red face and anxiously said, how come the wound is inflamed and feverish, Mr. King? If you're having a hard time, I'll call Ms. Lin and have her come over to take a look at you, so at least you'll be in a better mood. Don't go. Jiang Shijing closed his eyes and coldly said, if you dare to call Lin Xiangwan, get out of the company. Why? Yan Jing didn't understand. Wasn't anything his family's Mr. Jing did to attract Lin Xiangya's attention? Now that he was really sick and uncomfortable, he instead didn't want Lin Xiangya to come over to visit. Jiang Shijing pursed his lips and hooked up a bitter smile. She must think that I have a deep heart, self-inflicted self-mutilation, green tea, and that I'll do anything to gain attention. She probably hates me even more than she did during the time she first returned home. Yan Jing opened his mouth, tempted to comfort him. But when he thought about it, it was indeed true. At least their chief Jing was indeed abnormal, liking Lin Xiangya to the point of being paranoid and crazy and perverted. Which normal person doesn't keep looking for girlfriends to keep around and not touch or love, just because these women have the slightest resemblance to their ex-fiancés? Which normal person would take a knife to himself in order to gain a little attention and concern? This was something that Yan Jing dared not spit out even if he died. He sighed, then Mr. Jing, you can rest first, I'm going to the office. Jiang Shijing's let out a hum. The door to the hospital room closed, and his cell phone rang. Jiang Shijing wanly opened his eyes, opened his phone to see the number from the high city attribution, and picked up. Sobbing sounds came from inside. Please, let my son go, let us go, okay? Jiang Shijing pulled his lips, his tone cold like an ice knife. Mrs. Qin is too exaggerated. The Qin family is also one of the largest in the sea city. I am far away from Rongqing. In order to Jiang's recent project accident trouble anxious, where can I put my hand on you? Hearing that he wasn't even willing to admit to stepping in to deal with the Qin family, Mrs. Qin's sobbing came to an abrupt end, and she said hatefully, if it wasn't for you, why would we have messed with that organization that licks blood from the tip of a knife? That I don't know, I'm an honest businessman, I've never heard of any organization or not. Jiang Shijing smiled. Mrs. Qin gritted her teeth and changed her attitude to beg in a low voice, please let us go, we'll keep an eye on Chino and never let him meddle in our business again. Jiang Shijing rubbed his brow and finally relented, if I don't torture you guys, I won't be relieved in my heart, because of Chino, my woman won't answer my calls until now. Mrs. Qin choked, not knowing what to do. And suffer, Mrs. Qin, goodbye. Jiang Shijing hung up the phone and threw it on the bed, his brows filled with depression. The doctor came in to take his temperature and immediately called Yin Jing as he went out. Jiang Xiao's situation isn't too optimistic, the fever is high, and he's allergic to drugs that quickly reduce fever and can't be given fluids. If it continues like this he'll burn out, why don't we transfer him to the hospital? Yin Jing was silent for 2 seconds, helpless. Chief Jing is unwilling, who can make the decision to transfer him to the hospital? I'll think of something. He walked outside the conference room, thought for a moment, and went directly downstairs to Prosperity Star. Lin Xiangye got off work and prepared to go to her grandfather's house. Seeing Yin Jing pause, she directly ignores him. Yin Jing chased after him, Ms. Lin, why don't you go see General Jing? He's suffering from a high fever right now. Lin Xiangye pulled open the car door, I'm not a doctor, can I go and his fever go down? Yin Jing came around in front of her. But Jing is always in a low mood, all day long he looks lifeless, if you can go over to see him, he will definitely be willing to actively treat the transfer. Lin Xiangye looked at him coldly, I've already seen this trick of pretending to be sick and pathetic, change something new. Saying that, she sat in the car. Yin Jing gritted his teeth, leaned over and knocked on the window in question, even if he's pretending to be pitiful, isn't he really pitiful? Lacking love since childhood, growing up to love someone easily but being abandoned, he has missed you for 3 years, what's wrong with using some means now? Is it so unforgivable? Lin Xiangye bit her lips tightly, her heart so stuffy that she couldn't breathe. Under Yin Jing's expectant gaze, she stepped on the gas pedal and raised her head. Yin Jing was stunned and shouted in anger, Ms. Lin. You're so heartless. Chapter 116, You're willing to care about me now? He's been reading you for 3 years. Is that so unforgivable? Yin Jing's words echoed in her ears. Lin Xiangye's heart was in turmoil and she slammed on the brakes. Half an hour later, she arrived at the hospital. The corridors of the hospital at night were extraordinarily quiet, and the nurse entered the ward with a tray. Jiang Shijing burned drowsily and frowned impatiently at the sound. Get out, I don't want to take the medicine. The nurse put down the water and pills and carefully said, Jiang Xiao, the fever still won't go down at night without medicine. When I say no medicine, I mean no medicine, get out. Jiang Shijing forced back his anger, his tone sullen and cold. In the midst of his illness, he didn't have the strength to maintain his usual breezy demeanor, his face impatient with a strong sense of misanthropy. The nurse was about to open her mouth when she was pulled by the person behind her. She nodded and turned to leave. Lin Xiangye picked up the glass of water on the table. Jiang Shijing said impatiently, still not leaving? Yeah. Lin Xiangye spoke, then I'll go. Jiang Shijing froze and opened his eyes. Lin Xiangye was right in front of him, looking at him with a smile on her face, no disgust or contempt in her eyes. Jiang Shijing was a little confused, are you really Lin Xiangye, or am I burnt out? The woman in front of him was the one he had been thinking about day and night for 3 years and hated to get by all means. She was beautiful, just too difficult to approach. Jiang Shijing knew that Lin Xiangye was more cautious and sensible than before, not the Lin family's daughter 3 years ago who loved when she said she would and left when she said she would. She was now carrying a prosperous star on her back, and had grown from a rich white girl who knew nothing to a female president who had been forced to grow up against the Lin family on her own. Jiang Shijing felt that coldness was her disguise. But these past few days in his illness, he didn't feel it again. If it was just a disguise, how could Lin Xiangye be so angry that she refused to take a look at him even though she knew he was injured? Now that Lin Xiangye was standing in front of him, he didn't dare to believe it. Lin Xiangye sighed and grabbed the cup of water on the table and handed it to Jiang Shijing. Have a sip of water. Jiang Shijing obediently took it, a far cry from the way he had just berated the nurse. Lin Xiangye unconsciously softened her heart and handed Jiang Shijing the medicines one by one. Anti-inflammatory, fever-reducing, and nutritional supplements. Jiang Shijing ate for 3 minutes. After the medicine was fed, Lin Xiangye got up and went to clean up the items on the table. Jiang Shijing wiped away the water at the corner of his mouth and looked blearily at her busy back. What are you doing? Lin Xiangye explained, Jiang Shijing helped you with the formalities, your condition needs to be transferred to the hospital, if the fever continues, people will burn themselves silly. Jiang Shijing's eyes lit up, and he said in a daze, you are willing to care about me? You're not angry with me anymore? Evening? You know that Jiang Su is in my house, right? Lin Xiangye ignored him until she heard the words Jiang Su. She turned back and quietly looked at Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing's heart was flustered before he heard Lin Xiang even say coldly and quietly, you can really do it, people like you should be packed up and thrown into a palace fighting drama, no matter if you're an empress's male favorites or eunuchs, you'll live to see the last episode. Jiang Shijing's was in and yawned, but he wasn't annoyed, instead he pulled Lin Xiangye's hand and lowered his head to rub his face against her palm. I'll take that as a compliment. Lin Xiangye's lips slightly hooked, obediently pushed him away with a slap, shameless. Jiang Shijing relentlessly hugged her waist, his gaze burning, shameless or not. Other people think I'm good, but in fact I'm not good at all. In order to get you, I've gone to any underhanded means. Lin Xiangye's body stiffened and grunted, you at least didn't threaten me with fanching. I thought about doing so. Jiang Shijing raised his eyes and said somewhat humbly, but fanching is your lifeblood, I can stab myself, but I can never stab you again in the place you care about the most. Lin Xiangye's heart was so soft. She said, I know. She knew it all. Jiang Shijing would not touch fanching even if he went too far. No matter how heartfelt he was on the surface, what he used was nothing more than a bitter trick, just trying to evoke a little sympathy and worry from her. Lin Xiangye was constantly thinking about what Yin Jing had said on the way here. It suddenly occurred to her that Jiang Shijing had been without a mother since birth, and had grown accustomed to seeing human kindness, and had never had anyone love him properly. Grandma and Jiang Ke loved him, but the old lady was a Buddhist ritualist who didn't ask questions about the world, and Jiang Ke was a cold person on the outside and a hot person on the inside. What Jiang Shijing wants is not the love of the elders, it is hers. That's why he was paranoid step by step to this point. Just thinking about this, the anger of being deceived at first dissipated. Lin Xiangye leaned down and kissed Jiang Shijing's lips under his thirsty gaze. It hurts, doesn't it? Jiang Shijing's was flattered, and the man who was approaching 5 feet 9 inches reddened, unable to tell if it was from burning or excitement. He said in a trembling voice, it doesn't hurt. Lying to me again, how can a wound that deep not hurt? Lin Xiangye turned around and wanted to go pack her things. Jiang Shijing suddenly held her hand and said seriously, it doesn't hurt, if you kiss me again, I won't hurt or feel bad, really. Lin Xiangye stared at him for 2 seconds and sighed, can't do anything about you. Jiang Shijing clasped her waist, confined himself to the edge of the bed and pressed up. His body and breath were incredibly hot, and Lin Xiangye broke out in a thin sweat before long, the sling on her shoulders being removed. She closed her eyes to withstand Jiang Shijing's fierce offense, when the ward door was suddenly pushed open. Almost instantly, Jiang Shijing pulled over the corner of the quilt to cover Lin Xiangye's shoulders, and looked coldly at the person outside. Xiao Shui was practically petrified, how could she not expect to run into this scene, and hurriedly raised her hands. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Xiangye reddened and coughed lightly, pretending to be calm, what is it? Xiao Shui maintained the gesture of surrender, I went to contact your aunt, she asked me to bring a message to you. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Shijing fearfully. Jiang Shijing stunk up his face like he was owed $8 million, and just didn't send word for Xiao Shui to come in. Lin Xiangye got up to straighten her clothes and patted him soothingly, come in and talk. Xiao Shui entered the ward and closed the door, only daring to stand behind it, tapping a voice on his cell phone. When she, Lin Xiangye, was raised in the Lin family, did she ever want to come over and visit her grandparents? Don't say that our family relocated and didn't interact with her, as long as we have the heart how can we not find us? Now you want to think of this confidential technology, what, to take what her grandfather entrusted to me, and Lin Mu's family to make money and get rich? Tell her that unless everyone else is willing to hand over the confidential technology, there's no way I'm giving it to her. Jiang Shijing narrowed his peach blossom eyes, his aura around him chilling down as he was very unhappy with Bai Yuyun's words. Chapter 117, Facing the Peace. Lin Xiangye stiffened, her face not looking too good. After all was said and done, it was ultimately the grudge from the previous generation that had involved them, causing her relationship with Grandpa's family to reach this point without her realizing it. If her mother was still alive, perhaps she could have visited the elders with gifts and shamelessly borrowed her mother's face to get close to them, and then get the confidential technology. However, she was once confused by Jiang Shijing, and was close to this mistress who hurt her mother and interfered in her mother's marriage as a fact. Even if she turned against Jiang Shijing now, Grandpa and his family would not easily forgive her. She had even less face to go to her aunt and beg her for more accommodation. Caught off guard, Lin Xiangyan's hand was hooked. This is good instead, your aunt won't give the confidential technology to Lin Shijuan, cause shareholders won't, Zhongjia won't even more so, as long as Lin Shijuan can't get it, you can relax for now. Jiang Shijing forced himself to comfort her, his handsome face pale. Lin Xiangye stared at him for a while and suddenly asked, what if you die in an accident with this cut? The topic jumped too fast. Jiang Shijing was stunned, indifferently hooked his lips. Then I've made a lot of money. You'll think that Jiang Su killed me, he'll be shot, and because of this, you can't forget me for the rest of your life. You. Lin Xiangye couldn't do anything with him. She used to think that Jiang Shijing was a teenager with white snow on Pine Mountain, always tough and living under the sun, falling in love in a way that was no different from anyone else. Only now did Lin Xiangye realize that Jiang Shijing's was not like that at all. No matter how elegant and handsome he was on the surface, inside he was nothing more than a patient who only needed her love, only she could cure him, only with her there, Jiang Shijing's could pretend to be normal and live with ease. Lin Xiangye's expression softened, and she backhanded Jiang Shijing and interlocked her fingers. Jiang Shijing's looked at her incredulously, with a bit of flattered surprise. You just said it wrong, I can't relax yet. Lin Shijuan is holding Uncle Chen's classify technology, I have to find a way to get it back. I also have to find the last person on the list, so that Lin Shijuan doesn't get ahead of me. Lin Xiangye's fingertips gently rubbed the back of Jiang Shijing's hand with a bit of a soothing undertone, compensating him for his behavior of talking back to business. Jiang Shijing's eyebrows moved slightly, and he subconsciously averted his gaze. It's good to get Lin Shijuan to spit out Chen shareholders' confidential technology. Lin Xiangye was surprised. You have a way? Cough, there is, but it's not very honorable. Jiang Shijing had an odd expression. Xiao Shui hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Jiang Xiao, just say it quickly. What's honorable or dishonorable, as long as the method works? Jiang Shijing faintly said, the child. Child? Xiao Shui was at a loss. Lin Xiangye, however, had already understood and nodded slightly. I'll go do it. She turned around to leave, and was hugged from behind by Jiang Shijing's waist. No, you stay with me and do everything yourself. What's the point of spending so much money on an assistant? Jiang Shijing grumbled, secretly glaring at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui stiffened at his glare, and wisely said, Mr. Lin, you say what to do next, leave it to me. Lin Xiangye turned back in confusion, and when she saw that Jiang Shijing looked as normal, she gave a slight nod. She sat down and peeled an orange for Jiang Shijing's. Jiang Shijing leaned against the bed, enjoying himself and half squinting his peach blossom eyes. If I had known that I could make up with you after stabbing you, I would have used a bit of a bitter trick when you first came back to China. Lin Xiangye glared at him without a good mood. I still hated you when I first came back to China. I couldn't wait for you to die, okay? Really? Was it simply hated, or loved and hated again? Jiang Shijing curiously raised his eyebrows. Lin Xiangye's ear tips slightly reddened, smashing the orange at him, pouting, Are you being poor again? As the words fell, both of them froze. For a moment, it was as if the two were back 3 years ago. Lin Xiangye is a very sharp person, ready to be fully armed, to put away all the former Missy's temper, to grind the edges smooth and rounded. Only to come back for revenge. She never thought. In front of Jiang Shijing, she could still laugh and joke with him like before. Jiang Shijing's gaze began to become scorchingly intense. Lin Xiangye intentionally avoided that. Before she could finish her sentence, a clutter of footsteps sounded outside the hospital room. Several of Jiang Shijing's close friends appeared at the door, seeing him and Lin Xiangye in solitude, offhandedly carrying at the edge of their mouths. Not you, why are you with Ms. Lin? What is your situation now? Lin Xiangye steeply resumed her usual cold appearance, ignoring them. Seeing her shrink back into her shell of disguise, Jiang Shijing grabbed her hand. I've made up with Evening Night. From now on you're not allowed to mention what happened 3 years ago, and you're not allowed to say a bad word about her behind her back. You haven't even let us talk about it in these 3 years, and we haven't made up anything about Ms. Lin before. Several people pushed and shoved their way in, hooking shoulders and joking. Who doesn't know you've always had her in your heart? We didn't dare to talk about it even in private. You were in the hospital frequently because of stomach bleeding. We all saw it and didn't say a word about Ms. Lin. What stomach bleeding? Lin Xiangye keenly captured the keywords in their words and raised her eyes. Chapter 118, Finally Understanding. You don't know about this, huh? Someone was fast talking, and blurted out before Jiang Shijing made a wink. Lin Xiangye looked at Jiang Shijing, her gaze sinking slightly. I didn't know. He drank like hell every day for half a month after you ran away from the wedding, but he never got drunk. No matter how much he drank, he was still sober, and he didn't give up until his stomach hemorrhaged and he went to the hospital every time, and only a few of us who were close to him knew about this. But we weren't sure at the time if he liked you or if he was just like this because he hated you and was hit too hard. Now that I see you guys making up, I understand everything. Hearing that person's words, Lin Xiangye's breathing stuttered slightly, her gaze falling on Jiang Shijing's body with a few complexities. If from the beginning Jiang Shijing had never resented her for running away from the marriage, then what exactly did the words of desperation at the bar mean? Suddenly, she thought of what she had asked Xiao Shui to do. After Lin Xiangye and Jiang Shijing greeted the others, they excused themselves to leave on the pretext that they had something to do. There were some things that had to be clarified, sooner rather than later. Lin Xiangye directly called Xiao Shui and asked where she was at the moment. Knowing that Xiao Shui had already gone to see Gao Luohuan and discussed all matters with her, she went to find Lin Shijuan in person. Lin Shijun, who was stabbed by her after the car accident, is in the hospital, unable to walk on the ground to avoid involving the wound and falling into the root of the disease. There is only one nurse in the hospital room. Lin Mu was busy because he took over the company. Xiang Qixingqing was not in the ward. Lin Shijun raised his eyes and suddenly saw Lin Xiangyan coming over. His face changed drastically. "You, what are you doing here again? Nurse, you quickly stop her. Quickly call the police. She's going to kill me." "Don't worry, I'm not here to kill you." Lin Xiangye took out a document from her bag and threw it in front of him. "Take a look at this." Lin Shijun was still so scared that he pulled back as hard as he could and picked up that document. After reading it, his face became even more ugly. He didn't expect that inside this document was a lab report. It showed that Gao Luowan had already been pregnant for over a month, while underneath was the pressed checklist. The results on the checklist even showed that he was not able to have another pregnancy because he had injured his lifeblood in a car accident. The lab reports and checklists above and below were all fake. The results of the checklist even showed that he could not have any more pregnancies because of the car accident. But Lin Shijun believed it. He clenched his teeth and stared up at Lin Xiangyan. "All of this is thanks to you, and you're showing me all of this now. Are you trying to tell me that this is the only child I'll have in my life? Gao Luowan is now in my hands." Lin Xiangye slowly said, "If you want her to come back to you and peacefully give birth to the only child in your life, promise me two things." Lin Shijun snorted, "You want Uncle Chen's confidential technology, and you want my father and I to automatically quit the company and stop competing with you for the presidency, right?" Lin Xiangwan coldly said, "You should have handed over Uncle Chen's confidential technology. If you hadn't cajoled this technology away, he wouldn't have been forced to jump off a building. You shouldn't have taken it no matter what, you don't deserve it." Lin Shijun took a deep breath, his face was a bit ugly. "I can promise you, for the sake of this only child, I will hand over the precision technology. What about the second thing? Isn't it to ask my father to leave from the company?" Lin Xiangye's eyes crossed a cold light, indifferently lifting her chin. "Even if he doesn't leave, I still have ways to deal with him." Lin Xiangye pulled her lips, walked over to him, and looked at him fixedly. "I need you to tell me why you got too close to Jiang Shijing 3 years ago. What did you guys say in the bar? So that's why you're doing this. What, are you thinking of making up with Jiang Shijing? Then I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. There's no way my answer is going to make you put aside your old grudges and get together with him properly." Lin Shijun watched the fun and revealed a sinister smile. Lin Xiangye's face did not show, she only looked at him coldly. "You just need to tell me what's going on." Lin Shijun skimmed his lips and finally opened his mouth reluctantly. "Jiang Shijing approached me for a drink after the engagement. At that time, although my relationship with you was poor, we hadn't completely broken up, and he personally told me that he was only engaged to you because of his grandmother and the old man. He also said that the old master met him before he died, and asked him to guard his life's work no matter what. The old master's life is so little heritage all to you. Jiang Shijing's asked me for his sake, at least let you off. In addition to this, he will not have any other intention for you. Even if the prosperous star is taken over by me, he also cannot care about." After Lin Xiangye heard this, her face slowly became complicated. Seeing her look at herself, with a look of great shock, Lin Shijun's heart ached even more. He hummed and laughed. "What, are you disappointed?" Lin Xiangye gave him a deep look, like she was looking at a dog that didn't know how to die. "Organize the confidential technology and send it to me, as well as all the things you've done. Go, and make it clear to Uncle Zhang. After all this, I'll naturally release Gao Luowan to come over and see you." Lin Xiangye turned around and walked out of the ward, but stopped in the corridor. In an instant, she was blessed to the core and understood something. Chapter 119, The So-Called Truth. Xiao Shui was uncertain and went forward to persuade her. "Mr. Lin, you mustn't be estranged from Jiang Xiao because of this matter. I think Lin Shijun's words are half true and half false. You shouldn't believe them all." Her palms were sweating. She saw that the CEO and Jiang Shijing had made up and were able to be together, but she didn't realize that Lin Shijun's words were just another attempt to sow discord. Xiao Shui was really worried that Lin Xiangyan would have to separate from Jiang Shijing again. There won't be a separation. Lin Xiangyan opened her mouth, her fingertips trembling. "I seem to have understood something." Xiao Shui looked at her curiously. "What is it?" Lin Xiangye shook her head and did not tell her explicitly. She hurried back home in order to verify her suspicions, took the box and went to find the key compounding store, and placed the box on the table. "May I ask if I can make a key? Is it true that this lock can be opened by any similar key?" The locksmith, a young man, inspected it and hung back with a cigarette in his mouth. "This box of yours is exceptionally well made, and the lock is not an ordinary lock, so unless one spends a few days customizing a key specifically designed to open it, it is impossible to be opened." He stretched out a hand. "You match it here with me, $5,000, I'll match it for you in 7 days. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips, silent for a long time. "No need." She put down a banknote. "Tough for you to help me look." Lin Xiangye turned around and left, ignoring the shouts of the man behind her. She returned to the hospital, and several of Jiang Shijing's friends had left. He was lying on the hospital bed in a deep sleep, looking very tired. Lin Xiangye walked over and reached out her hand to start undoing Jiang Shijing's collar. Jiang Shijing violently grabbed her hand and opened his eyes, his gaze cold and stern for a moment without seeing the person in front of him. After seeing that it was Lin Xiangye, he instantly became gentle and harmless again. Why did you come back without telling me? Lin Xiangye ignored his words and stubbornly unbuttoned that button. Jiang Shijing felt amused at once and hooked his lips. My wound still hurts, but if you're in such a hurry, close the door to the hospital room and I'll fulfill your needs. Lin Xiangye had little expression and looked at him solemnly. Jiang Shijing immediately understood that she wasn't in a joking mood right now, and slightly curtailed his teasing smile. What's wrong in the end? Did it not go well over there? Lin Xiangye's fingertips hooked the necklace he was wearing. 3 gold threads of necklace chain, an ancient key dangling down. There was some wear and tear where the key fell against the chain, and it looked like it had been worn out from being tied to another thing for years. In an instant, all the suspicions were threaded into a clearly visible line. Lin Xiangye closed her eyes, her hands trembled, clutching the key. After I found the box, you deliberately revealed that the key was at the company and let Yin Jing go, allowing me to rummage through the key and open the box unhindered. Also, once when I first returned to China, you deliberately revealed the key to me, and from the beginning to the end you were guiding me, right? Her tone was certain, suppressing a certain emotion. Jiang Shijing's eyes turned deeper. Suddenly, he hooked his lips and smiled. It's not stupid to realize it at a time like this. How did you find out? Lin Xiangye unloaded all her strength and sat on the edge of the bed. I went to find Lin Shijing. He told me that back then, you said at the bar that my grandfather had looked for you before he died, and I remembered that my grandfather had hinted at me in front of Lin Mu, saying that his most important thing would only be delivered to me, and that if I didn't know where that thing was, I would go to the person I trusted the most, and I would get the answer. But not long after that, I ran away from the marriage because of the bar's words, and it never occurred to me that Grandpa had arranged everything before he died, and you. Lin Xiangye's eyes reddened as she looked at Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing's eyes were full of relief, gazing at her with an unprecedentedly gentle gaze. Say on. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips. You guarded the key for me, you knew about Lin Shijing's plot and never revealed the list to him. Even when I ran away from the wedding, you were still honoring your promise. It turned out that even if she left, even if they were on different sides, the bond between each other was never broken. Chapter 120, I'm sorry. Lin Xiangye was a little emotional to the point that her eyes burned and her vision blurred. For a moment, a certain corner of her heart began to crumble. These 3 years of separation were nothing more than a misunderstanding. When she was in pain and loneliness, she thought that she was the one who was holding on, but she never thought that miles away, where she couldn't see, there was someone who was also holding on, not only holding on to herself, but also holding on to her. It was only after a long time that Lin Xiangye opened her mouth in a hard voice. There's a doubt. I don't understand how to think about it. Probably Lin Shijing won't talk to me about it. If all these are all your hard work, why did you treat me coldly after the engagement, and have gossiped with other people? There had been more than one occasion where she had witnessed Jiang Shijing eating with other women. The ones that were photographed and the ones that weren't, Jiang Shijing's had brought them all up with the phrase friends. After a short silence, Jiang Shijing's opened his mouth. Lin Mu was smarter than Lin Shijing. He kept in mind the fact that I almost died blocking the knife for you, and didn't believe that I wouldn't help you take back Fanshain, so I could only pretend to be a philanderer to make them believe that I'm just marrying a woman my family is more satisfied with. I was going to tell you all this before you ran away from the wedding, and then you disappeared at the wedding. You're the one who pushed me away, and I hate you and resent you, but I really can't help not thinking about you. I wanted you to come back, and I wanted to be angry with you, and I found so many women to pose with them to make a scene. I'm sorry for making you feel bad, but in a way, it's fair for us to hurt each other, right? Lin Xiangye was stunned. Because all the misunderstandings and truths were unveiled at this moment, her entire being was dumbfounded. The person who had changed his heart in the past was loving her from the beginning. This was unreal to the point of being like a fairy tale. Lin Xiangye's voice trembled. Why don't you go abroad to look for me? If you had told me this, maybe it wouldn't have been 3 years before the misunderstanding was resolved. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes and smiled, slightly forlorn. I thought you really don't love me anymore, and marriage is imminent to ride the tiger before fleeing. I don't dare to disturb your life, and I'm afraid that you're really with someone else. So, that mysterious email was sent to me by you. Lin Xiangye suddenly thought of something. When she was abroad, her hatred for the Lin family grew with each passing day, but because she hadn't been exposed to all of Prosperity Star's business since she was a child, she wasn't qualified to go back and grab the presidency. Later, when Xiao said that Lin Mu was ready to support his son to the throne, and the shareholders agreed, Lin Xiangyan was so anxious that she couldn't sleep the whole night when she suddenly received an email. The person in the email reminded her that she could start by mending her mind in terms of understanding the logic of factory operations, and encouraged her to go back with her grandfather's will. At the time, Lin Xiangye thought that it was some shareholder in the company who couldn't stand Lin Mu's father and son. I'm sorry. Jiang Shijing suddenly apologized. Lin Xiangye's breath stuttered slightly. Sorry for what? Not telling you everything. It's because I didn't know if you would believe me. I didn't know if you had that determination to come back and take over the company. You don't know how happy I was to see you come back from the airport that day. Jiang Shijing sincerely apologized. He truly felt sorry. Sorry for watching Lin Xiangye being forced to be strong for 3 years alone, unable to find any way to help her in an honorable way. And Lin Xiangye thought of the day she had just returned to China. It was a sunny day. She got off the plane with her luggage and saw Jiang Shijing picking up by Jiran. When she was pushed out of the crowd, Jiang Shijing seemed to glance this way. He knew everything. Lin Xiangwan couldn't tell what was going on in her heart, everything gathered together and pressed her brain to turn a corner. Jiang Shijing lifted her chin. Now that you know everything, is there anything you want to say to me? Lin Xiangye's red lips pursed slightly, and she said word for word, I'm sorry. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes to look at her and came closer to kiss her. He was so close that only his breath and lips and teeth were entangled. When Lin Xiangye tilted her head to withstand it, she seemed to see Jiang Shijing's eyes glistening for a moment. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch it, and felt the wetness of a fingertip. Jiang Shijing breathed heavier, almost devouring Lin Xiangye into his stomach, clasping her restless hand and briefly separating it for 2 seconds. I didn't cry. Lin Xiangye kissed the corner of his lips. Good, it's the wind blowing too much. Jiang Shijing laughed silently and clasped her wrist. Chapter 121, Jiang V ran away. When she woke up the next day, Lin Xiangye had a blanket on her body and a man's arm. She was a little confused and turned her head to see the man sleeping on her side. She and Jiang Shijing really made up, and even brought the man to their own home, kissing hard on the way, and then dry humping when they got home. Right now, Lin Xiangye was uncomfortable everywhere. She wanted to push away Jiang Shijing to wash up and make some breakfast, but she was afraid of touching his shoulder. Fortunately, her cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Shijing closed his eyes and frowned. He was in a bad mood after being disturbed in his sleep, and wrapped his arms around Lin Xiangyan and didn't want to take care of it. Lin Xiangyan's eardrums hurt from the noise and pushed him. Answer the phone quickly, it seems like Yan Jing is calling. When has he ever been so active at work? Jiang Shijing half narrowed his eyes, caught Lin Xiangyan's hand and kissed it, and went to get his cell phone. The back of Lin Xiangyan's hand burned as she got up and gathered the nightgown on her body. She was holding the door handle to leave when she heard Jiang Shijing's open his mouth. Well, keep looking. The phone hung up, and Jiang Shijing's looked thoughtful. Lin Xiangye turned back to look at him, curious, what happened? It's Jiang Su. Jiang Shijing's pulled his lips, he ran away. Lin Xiangye found it unbelievable. Now that we've made up, you're still using him to gain sympathy? Jiang Shijing's retracted his smile and commiserated. Didn't lie to you, it's true. Half an hour later, Lin Xiangye drove back with him. The villa gate was open. Yan Jing was checking the doors and windows with his bodyguards, among which Wu Jin was also there. Seeing Lin Xiangye, he smiled and ran over to greet her. Ms. Lin. Lin Xiangwan raised an eyebrow and looked at this man who used to act mysteriously. How did Detective Wu do the security work? Jiang Shijing hooked his lips, holding back a smile and pretending to be deaf. Wu Jin said bitterly, Ms. Lin, don't tease me. I didn't mean to lie to you. At least I found out a lot of things for you, right? After he said that, he hurriedly coughed twice for help from Jiang Shijing. Only then did Jiang Shijing open his mouth to explain. He was working with the police before he became a private investigator, so let's show him how Jiang Su ran away. Lin Xiangye knew the lesser of the two, and this matter was put in the past. She and Jiang Shijing walked towards the basement. The cage in the basement was open, and the handcuffs and ankle chains all fell to the floor with a little blood on them. The part where the handcuffs and anklets were locked, there were traces of someone prying them open. Only by Jiang Su alone, it was impossible to open these things to escape. He didn't have any such tools in his hands to be able to escape, and even if he did, with his nature, he would have taken Jiang Shijing by surprise and injured him when he appeared, instead of keeping it until now to think about escaping. Someone must have known that Jiang Su was hiding here, so they rescued him. Who could this person be? Lin Xiangye and Jiang Shijing sat opposite each other on the sofa, her fingertips gently tapping on the rim of her teacup as she looked over at Jiang Shijing. The ones who know that a person exists in your basement, other than us, are Shallow and Zhao Yan, but it's impossible for them to help Jiang Via escape. You're forgetting one more person. Wasn't it Chino who tried to sow discord in our relationship and told you about Jiang Su being locked up here by me? Jiang Shijing's gaze was icy cold, and a trace of killing intent crossed the bottom of his eyes. He had also gotten word yesterday that after the Qin family had been fixed at the hands of his gang, they were now on edge, refusing to even go out of the door for fear that they would fly into trouble if they were walking down the road with good intentions, and be beaten up by the people who suddenly came out of nowhere. I'm also afraid that the company is having a meeting. The security guards were scattered. A group of people rushed to the conference room to disrupt. Scared the partners do not dare to cooperate with them. Obviously Chino should be honest. Lin frowned. Chino has already broken a leg, and it's still unknown if he's out of the hospital he's in. How did he have the ability to enter your house to do this kind of thing? But it does seem like he has the biggest suspicion now. She was just thinking about it when Yujin realized something was wrong and came walking quickly. There's a letter left for you here, taped to the refrigerator door in the kitchen. Jiang Shijing took it and opened it, his face changing slightly after reading it. Lin Xiangyan followed and sat over, her breath also slightly stuttering after reading it. She hadn't expected that it was actually really a letter left by Chino. In the letter, he said that Jiang Su was taken away by him and asked them to be careful, that he would also bring Jiang Su to retaliate, and that the Qin family wouldn't be beaten down like that. They would join forces and completely declare war on Lin Xiangyan and Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangwan had some headaches and distractions. She didn't know what the two were up to again. Although these two had different backgrounds and experiences, one was ruthless and the other unscrupulous, and would definitely cause them a lot of trouble. Eugene suggested, why don't we call the police and say that there is a potentially dangerous person who escaped after injuring you guys, so that the police can help find his trail. I'm afraid he's not here anymore. Jiang Shijing's gaze was dull and cold as he lazily leaned back on the sofa, not showing much urgency about it. Jiang V. He left after Chino. He must be hiding in the Sea City to bide his time. Just have someone keep an eye on the movements over in the Sea City. I'll go back to the Jiang family. You still have injuries on your body. I'll do anything. Lin Xiangwan got up, suddenly felt a soreness in her waist, subconsciously holding it with her hand. Jiang Shijing got up and wrapped his arms around her waist. After tossing and turning until so late yesterday, your body can't take it. It's better for me to go. The moment these words came out, both Wu Jin and Yan Jing's expressions became odd. Chapter 122 Understanding for a second. What did you two toss and turn last night? Lin Xiangya's face reddened as she glared at Jiang Shijing, signaling a glance at him to keep his mouth shut. Jiang Shijing's, however, hooked his lips, inserted his pockets and hung back, all seconds to understand, but also deliberately gossip. What? Don't talk too much. Wu Jin desperately gave him a thumbs up. Boss, you're awesome, you can. Even when you're injured. He hadn't even finished his sentence when the pillow hit him head on. Jiang Shijing said in a bad mood, shut up. Eugene hemmed and hawed and walked away with Yan Jing. The atmosphere immediately lightened up. Lin Xiangyan was still uneasy and followed Jiang Shijing to the Jiang family home. On the way, Jiang Shijing held her hand tightly and couldn't hold back his smile. That's nice. Lin Xiangyan frowned at him. What's good? Jiang Su ran away, and you're still in the mood to say it's good? I'm not referring to this, I'm saying that it feels so good to have something that we're going to solve together. Jiang Shijing arched his eyebrows. Lin Xiangyan grunted lightly and leaned on his unharmed shoulder. Don't ever hurt yourself again. I will worry about you, but it's not worth it to do so. As long as I can get a little bit of your attention in return, anything is worth it. Nothing else matters to me right now but you. Jiang Shijing said this solemnly, and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. As early as 3 years ago, when he traveled all the way to Lin Xiangyan's university with flowers in his hand and asked her if she was willing to go out, his heart was tethered to Lin Xiangyan's body from the beginning to the end. Barring death, this feeling would always be there. After the two of them returned to Jiang's house, Tang Li was indeed still leisurely sipping tea, and she wasn't the slightest bit surprised to see them come over. Obviously Jiang Su had already gotten through to her. She knew her son was safe, and there was nothing to be afraid of now. It's useless to look for me. Do you think I'll reveal news about my son? Even if I'm arrested and locked up like my son, I won't compromise. For a mother, I'll do anything for Jiang Su. Lin Xiangyan looked at her face as intent as it could be, and her complexion didn't fluctuate in any way. She sat across from Tang Li and said blandly, if Jiang Su is hiding just to wait for an opportunity to retaliate, then his future will be buried in it as well. You won't be as calm as you are now, unless he won't risk himself anymore, won't show his head openly to create a conflict with us, but will hibernate and utilize the people he has planted in the company to deal with Jiang clan. Jiang Shijing always sat beside her and listened quietly, his fingertips pinching the soft flesh at the back of her neck as if he was calming a cat. When he met Lin Xiangyan, she was still a piece of white jade that hadn't been exposed to the world, and over the years, she had sculpted herself into this calm and self-possessed look. He watched from the sidelines, only wanting to be a companion to this piece of jade, never wanting to go to Lin Xiang evening to share her a touch of light when she shines. Tang Li's face changed slightly, then smiled. So what? Jiang Shijing shut down my son for so long. I have not let go of the company inside the forces or who, as long as I do not disclose the day. Jiang Shijing one day do not dare to send down the important projects to the company's a few teams to do, not to mention that you together has led to Jiang Ku dissatisfaction. Jiang Ku is now afraid of getting into trouble with the prosperity of the star. Do not want to reuse Jiang Shijing so that he return to the company. You simply do not have a chance of winning the confrontation with me. Lin Xiangyan's hand on her knee gradually tightened. Tang Li and Xiang Kishing were really different nasties. Although Xiang Kishing is disgusting and can't get on the stage, she only knows the tactics of those women in the inner houses of high families, and Lin Mu and his son are the ones who fight for the company. But Tang Li is not the same. She married into this family from the sun, is not like the public view, is an empty-head only beauty actress. She had enough ambition that from the moment she gave birth to her son, she should have already made up her mind to keep Jiang in the hands of both mother and son. As a result, Tang Li was more experienced in these fights for the company, and was even no less sinister than Lin Mu, an extremely difficult character to deal with. Lin Xiangyan did the math in her mind. Right now her relationship with Uncle Zhong is not good. Her aunt refuses to see her and only listens to Uncle Zhong. The other shareholder was the same. On Jiang Shijing's side, there was Tang Li Chino, a few people who were against him, and there was also a Jiang Ku, who might be a hindrance to him when it came to the company. The two of them stood firmly together, looking at each other in all directions, but they were constrained in every way. This is a long road, can only grasp each other's hands, slowly moving forward. Lin Xiangye was lost in thought when Tang Li laughed again. Lin Xiangwan, I know that sooner or later you will make up with Jiang Shijing. Shino said that if you make up, she asked me to pass you something, you'll definitely be happy when you read it. Saying that, she took out a file bag and placed it in front of Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan frowned and opened it. Chapter 123, A Pregnant Woman. Seeing the contents on the document, Lin Xiangye's fingertips froze slightly and her eyes froze. Jiang Shijing reached out for it. Lin Xiangye reacted fiercely, reversing the document and snapping it onto her lap. Jiang Shijing instantly frowned, revealing disbelief, asking with his eyes what this was. Lin Xiangye took a deep breath and raised her eyes to Tang Li, her gaze already stern. And where did you forge this, making things up to try to accomplish your goal? Tang Li smiled smugly, I didn't make it up, you can go to him, personally check it out, see if what I gave you is true. If you don't believe in it at all, you won't let Jiang Shijing see it, right? She hugged her arms as if watching a good show, her gaze traveling back and forth between them. Lin Xiangye sneered, directly lifting her hand and tearing the thing to shreds, ruthlessly throwing it into the trash can. Jiang Shijing's gaze gradually deepened, not making a sound from the sidelines. Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangye got up and said, let's go. She turned around and walked out, always straightening her back, her eyes cold. It was only when she got in the car that Lin Xiangye took a long breath of relief. Jiang Shijing still hadn't fully recovered, and his pale face presented a lazy beauty. He leaned on the passenger side, closing his eyes in some sleepiness. What did she show you? Lin Xiangye seems to have long thought that he has this question, casually said, a little threat to us, provoking things, do not care. Tang Li is to see problems between us, so we cannot show a little in front of her to be affected. Lin Xiangye gripped the steering wheel and stared ahead. Jiang Shijing let out an "oh" and opened his eyes again to stare straight at her. Lin Xiangye was uncomfortable by his stare and turned her head to step on the gas. What's wrong? The injury hurts a bit, it seems to have cracked last night. Jiang Shijing showed weakness and pouted. Lin Xiangye hadn't driven the car more than a few meters before she slammed on the brakes again, unbuttoning the collar of his shirt with her hand. Jiang Shijing grabbed her hand and laughed softly with complicated eyes. How come you don't move to unbutton your clothes just after you've made up? Do you usually miss me so much? Lin Xiangye glared at him, let me see your injuries. Jiang Shijing didn't move, letting her peel off the clothes on his shoulder. Lin Xiangye lifted the gauze a few times, and there was a hidden color of blood coming through. Her eyes sank. How did you get hurt like this? You didn't say anything last night, what if the wound gets serious? Your high fever has just subsided. It's fine, I wanted to make you comfortable, how could I interrupt out loud to spoil your fun? Jiang Shijing's face was sincere, as if he was talking about a banal topic like what to eat today. Lin Xiangye blushed red and pushed him away. Where am I comfortable? Didn't I serve you? You say clearly who serves who, was it not me last night? Stop. Lin Xiangye was busy reaching out to cover his mouth, warning him with her eyes, you. In broad daylight, don't say such shameless words. I've done everything before, how come now after 3 years, you're conservative instead? Jiang Shijing let her cover her mouth, deliberately touching her palm with his lips and tongue as he spoke. Lin Xiangye retracted her hand like an electric shock, and her face turned even redder. She forced herself to stay calm and stepped on the gas. I'll take you back first and then run some errands. Good. Jiang Shijing playfully hooked his lips, still not honestly grabbing one of Lin Xiangyan's hands, 10 fingers tightly clasped, only allowing her to drive with one hand. Lin Xiangye. After sending Jiang Shijing home, she drove to the coffee shop and sat in the store for a while. The coffee shop was a regular stop. Usually when she dealt with too many annoying things that were too complicated and overused her brain, she would come here to take a break. There weren't many customers, most of them were office workers who came here temporarily to deal with things, or busy with keyboards or reading documents and making reports. It was a good place to quietly organize her thoughts. Lin Xiangyan rested her cheeks on her head and kept stirring her coffee, thinking about the document she saw at Zhang's house. The things in the document were more than familiar to her, after all, she had just shown it to Lin Shijuan a few days ago. It was an inspection report, and it showed that a woman named Lu Ying was more than 6 months pregnant. Underneath it was a hotel room record entry, showing that more than 6 months ago, she and Jiang Shijing had checked into a hotel together. Then there were 2 photos printed on the report sheet, as if she didn't understand what it meant. In the photos, Jiang Shijing's was wearing a robe in the hotel opposite a woman with an extremely hot body, and the 2 of them looked to be in a feisty relationship, like they were about to do something. Tang Li's intention of stirring up trouble was true, so the photos, room records, and lab reports on here, were they all fake? Lin Xiangye remembered what Bai Jiran had said. She said that she had done everything she needed to do as a couple with Jiang Shijing. Although Jiang Shijing was now clean with Bai Jiran, this matter was a thorn in Lin Xiangyan's heart. She hadn't even had time to ask Jiang Shijing's about it, and then another pregnant woman popped up. Lin subconsciously took out her cell phone, wanting to ask Wu Jin to look into it, but then reacted to the fact that Wu Jin was Jiang Shijing's person, and if she told him about this matter, Jiang Shijing's side would know about it. Thinking about it, she didn't have a good solution. Lin Xiangye slowly exhaled, left a banknote on the table and turned to leave. And in the apartment, Yan Jing knocked on the door and entered, smiling at Jiang Shijing. Mr. Jing, I heard Ms. Lin say that your wound has opened up, so I came over to take you to the hospital. A small matter, no need to go. Jiang Shijing's face and tone were both a little bad. Yan Jing acutely sensed that he was angry and became cautious at the moment. What's wrong? You didn't have a fight with Miss Lin, did you? Why isn't Miss Lin here? Jiang Shijing raised his hand and rubbed his brow, the color of his eyes getting heavier and heavier. He was silent for a long time and suddenly opened his mouth. You know Lu Ying, right? Lu Ying. Yan Jing was stunned, revealing a few moments of disgust. That's the woman who had been pestering you some time ago before you and Bai Jiran officially declared their romance? Aha! Jiang Shijing didn't say anything else, thinking of the scene where Lin Xiangyan tore up the documents and threw them into the trash can. The pieces were stacked in the trash can, and he glanced at them, seeing Lu Ying's name on the line about being more than 6 months pregnant. He waited from the car until he got home, waiting for Lin Xiangye to ask him. As long as Lin Xiangye asked, it meant that she didn't believe it and wanted to ask for confirmation in him. However, Lin Xiangye didn't say anything, hiding this matter in her heart. This kind of behavior wasn't all about trusting him at all. At this, Jiang Shijing was very unhappy. Find out where she is. Yes. Yan Jing agreed and paused, but he also felt strange. This Lu Ying had originally pestered his family's Mr. Jing, using all sorts of tactics, and even sneaking into Jiang's group from the underground garage in order to see Jiang Shijing's, hiding in the communal men's restroom just to strike up a conversation with Jiang Shijing's. At that time, he went in with Jiang Shijing, and almost didn't let the person who suddenly rushed out scare his soul away. What's even more strange is that Lu Ying didn't see who he and Jiang Shijing were, and directly rushed over and hugged him. That feeling of being molested was also a shadow that he, a big man, would never forget. It was only after that, and somehow Lu Ying had simply disappeared. He was still surprised for a while and felt ridiculous every time he thought about it. A woman with such a thick skin and no sense of shame, just because she hugged the wrong person in public, she was ashamed and refused to pester his family's Mr. Jing anymore? I don't think so. This kind of thing was a bit of bad luck when one thought about it. Yan Jing shivered and hurriedly called for someone to find Lu Ying. Chapter 124. Believe her? Or do you believe him? Yan Jing moved quickly. People are also very good to find, did not use many contacts to pull out Lu Ying. When Jiang Shijing got on the bus, Lin Xiangye called and asked him what he wanted to eat tonight and would bring it to him when he got back. Learning that she was visiting Zhong Jie in the hospital, Jiang Shijing's tone on the phone was as if nothing had happened. No, I'll go out to eat by myself, just stay with Uncle Zhong. Lin Xiangye agreed and hung up the phone, her tone sounding as if nothing had happened. Jiang Shijing paused, and directly got into the car. Half an hour later, arrived at a private room in the restaurant. He had just opened the door when his gaze fell on Lu Ying's stomach. Lu Ying was sitting on a high stool, her body wasn't folded too much, seemingly for the sake of the child, she was slightly leaning back, which made her stomach look even more rounded. On the contrary, Lu Ying was also wearing a rose-red tight skirt. There was also some gentle motherhood on her face. Seeing Lu Ying again after almost half a year, Yan Jing stared with wide-eyed disbelief. You're Ms. Lu? How did you get pregnant? This was asked too abruptly. Lu Ying's face stiffened slightly, then she revealed a fawning smile. I'm pregnant with your Mr. Jing's child. Ah. Yan Jing looked at her with wide eyes, then at Jiang Shijing. Seeing that Jiang Shijing's face was ice cold, he only followed suit and coldly lowered his face. Nonsense. Nothing has ever happened between Mr. Jing and you, try making up another one? No? At the opening ceremony of Starfire Group in March, Jiang Shijing was invited to go there, and after drinking a glass of wine and feeling unwell, he went to a nearby hotel to sleep, so that night, ask him if I was at that same hotel. Lu Ying smiled, her tone certain and emboldened. Jiang Shijing raised his eyes. Lu Ying continued, Jiang Shao, I know you don't like me, and I also know that if I pestered you and had sex with you when you weren't quite sober, you definitely wouldn't let me go, so I disappeared. I left without saying goodbye for more than half a year. I went to nurse my fetus, now the fetus is already formed. It's hard to induce labor, that's why I appeared again to stand in front of you. I only ask you, do you want to be responsible for this child? She walked over and stood in front of Jiang Shijing. Yan Jing stared at her closely as if he didn't recognize her. Lu Ying wasn't like this at all before, a humble licking dog. She had never been curt and attentive to Jiang Shijing. How could she be as well-traveled and unassuming as she was now? She thinks she's the future young lady of the Jiang family just because she's pregnant with a child? That's ridiculous. What's more, it's not certain whether this child is Mr. Jing's or not. Yan Jing got angry at the thought. He mocked expressionlessly, you're really disgusting. You dare to blame our Mr. Jing for everything. You can get pregnant and get on top if you want to. When you're done giving birth and do a paternity test, I'd like to see if your child is Mr. Jing's or not. Lu Ying was angry and wanted to laugh. She rolled her eyes and said, it's not like it's yours, why are you so excited? You're right, if you lie and say you're pregnant with mine, it's more believable than saying you're pregnant with Mr. Jing's. There's no way that Mr. Jing would have a relationship with someone like you. Don't you know how annoying you are yourself? Yan Jing crossed her arms and argued with Lu Ying like a shrew. The first assistant of the Jiang group had no image to speak of. One sentence was like a knife, stabbing at Lu Ying. Lu Ying's face was pale and she didn't say anything, only looking at Jiang Shijing. She only wanted to know what Jiang Shijing's thought. I don't know how long it took before Jiang Shijing's chilly gaze landed on Lu Ying, and suddenly he smiled gently. It had been a long time since he had shown this look in front of others. After the expected reconciliation with Lin Xiangye, he had deliberately restrained his temper and consciously changed his nature, not wanting to become a smiling tiger with a smile in others' eyes again. He is just a paranoid lunatic who sticks to Lin Xiangye and will do anything to achieve this, and he doesn't want to put on the appearance of deciding life and death with a smile. But some people had to drag out the ruthlessness he had hidden inside. Jiang Shijing reached out and took hold of Lu Ying's neck. Lu Ying's neck was very thin, and when he took control of it with his large hand, the oxygen was suddenly cut off. Her face turned red, then purple, and her lips followed suit, completely changing color. Lu Ying stared at Jiang Shijing's with wide eyes in horror, as if Jiang Shijing's was some kind of unforgivable murderer. Jiang Shijing's hooked his lips. If you had approached me with this before, I would have given you a way out on the basis that you just wanted me, but you shouldn't have jumped out at this juncture, and you shouldn't have tried to sabotage my relationship with Lin Xiangyan. Lu Ying opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything. She wanted to make a sound, but the oxygen was getting thinner and thinner, and along with it, her stomach was aching. Seeing that she was about to faint without being able to hold on, Yan Jing's heart tightened. Mr. Jing. Jiang Shijing's let go of his hand and saw Lu Ying kneeling helplessly in front of him. There was no movement either. I'll ask you again, who is the father of your child? Lu Ying tilted her head back and covered her neck as a violent coughing fit ensued. She coughed until tears came out of her eyes before looking behind Jiang Shijing. The father of the child is you all. Young Master Jiang, I understand that you want to be with Ms. Lin, but I'm a pregnant woman, so how can you rough me up? How can you disregard our child just to be with the woman you love? Jiang Shijing sensed something wrong with her gaze and froze in place for 2 seconds before slowly turning back. The moment he saw Lin Xiangyan, he was a bit bewildered, followed by overwhelming panic. Only after a long time did he call out, "Evening." Lin Xiangye walked in and helped Lu Ying up. Lu Ying's eyes lit up, staring straight at her. You know what Jiang Shijing is now? Lin Xiangye pressed her into her seat. Yan Jing, go call an ambulance. I see her face is not right, the fetus should not be affected, the child is innocent. Yan Jing gritted her teeth and didn't move, only looking at Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing closed his eyes before he sighed softly and turned around to make arrangements. After the people left, Lu Ying directly pulled Lin Xiangyan's hand. Jiang Shijing is the father of my child. I know it's not easy for you to make up now, but I also want to give my child a home. You can't just stand by and watch me, a woman with little financial means, struggling to survive in this city with an illegitimate child, can you? Lin Xiangyan nodded, indeed. Jiang Shijing's heart seemed to fall into an endless abyss. He stepped forward and tried to pull Lin Xiangye down. Lin Xiangye raised her hand and held down Lu Ying's shoulder, her gaze suddenly icy cold. So it's not too late for you to go find the child's real father. Why bother pestering Jiang Shijing? You and I both know his temperament, and if you piss him off, you won't even have the right to be a single mother. Lu Ying stared incredulously, directly dumbfounded. You don't believe me? Lin Xiangye snorted lightly. I don't believe my boyfriend, I believe you, a stranger who is pregnant with a child and still restless. Do you think I'm stupid? Chapter 125, Jiang Shijing, I'll keep my body for you. You. Lu Ying blushed miserably, feeling that she had been tricked. She looked at Lin Xiangye with a smile at the corner of her mouth and slowly pressed down on the desktop. You really don't suspect Jiang Shijing for a second? He's had so many women, could he have held back and kept his body for you? Jiang Shijing clenched his fists and hung his eyes. Lin Xiangye patted Lu Ying's shoulder. I'll only give you 1 minute to explain everything clearly, and you'll still be able to walk out of this box alive, otherwise? Or else what? Lu Ying's teeth clenched. Lin Xiangye picked up a stainless steel fork on the table and suddenly stabbed at her eyes. Lu Ying screamed in terror, you can't do this to me. I'm a pregnant woman. I'm a pregnant woman. She emphasized in a loud voice as if it was her get-out-of-jail-free card. The fork stopped 3 centimeters from her face. Lin Xiangye seemed to smile, pressing down on her shoulders, her eyes cold for a few moments. Say it or don't say it? Lu Ying's entire body was shivering, shrinking in fear, speaking with difficulty. Yes, Tang Li and Chino, they arranged for me to come. My father and the Qin family in High City are doing business. They found me. Whose child is it? Lin Xiangye interrupted her. Jiang Shijing raised his eyes. Yes, a man's. I originally wanted to count Jiang Shijing to give him something to put down, raw rice, but I don't know how. I went outside and came back to the wrong room to sleep next door. When there was no light, I woke up in the morning only to find that I slept with the wrong person, and I was afraid of being pestered by that man and ran away. Lu Ying lowered her head and said her voice became very soft. Lin Xiangye looked at her without moving. A few seconds later, sure that Lu Ying was telling the truth, she let go and took 2 steps back. You can go now. Lu Ying looked up in dismay. You're just going to let me go? Or else. Lin Xiangye hugged her arms and mocked, "You're a pregnant woman." Lu Ying gritted her teeth, didn't have the face to look at Jiang Shijing again, turned around and ran. When she left, Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows and looked at Yin Jing. Understanding what he meant, Yin Jing hurriedly turned back around and lowered his head, turning around and leaving in a hurry. When he was gone, Lin Xiangye looked at Jiang Shijing's, "Let's go, things have been checked out." As she was about to brush past Jiang Shijing grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. "You actually didn't completely trust me at all, you were just trying to get her words, right?" Lin Xiangye gave a slight lurch and asked back, "Why would you think that? Just check things out, I didn't disbelieve you. You just don't trust me completely." Jiang Shijing's tone grew more and more aggravated. "I know, you've also memorized what Lu Ying said just now, you think I've had a lot of women, even if I tell you it's nominal, surely a few of them will have sex, right?" He doggedly pursued the question. Lin Xiangye bowed her head in silence, unable to answer. It was Ben who was not good at hiding his heart, and even worse, he was not good at lying about this kind of thing, and it was considered a tacit admission. Jiang Shijing was a bit lost, seeing the paper and pen used to score the restaurant's satisfaction next to him. He walked over and took the pen and sat at the table to write. Lin Xiangye gave a slight lurch and walked over, realizing that the paper was all filled with women's names. "What are you doing here? This is all the women who look like you over the past 3 years, and all the girlfriends I've nominally talked to. I'm writing them down right now and asking Yin Jing to organize their contact information and give it to you, so that you can go and ask, and find out if I've had sex with them or not." Jiang Shijing wrote as he spoke, refusing to stop. Lin Xiangye held her forehead, somewhat helpless. "Are you young or not childish?" "Not childish, this is the only way to prove my innocence. If you don't believe me, I have to find a way to make you believe." Jiang Shijing's eyes contained a touch of stubbornness, very aggravated. Lin Xiangye held down his hand and insisted on not letting him write. "What about you and Bai Jiran? Did anything happen between you two? She told me herself that you guys have done everything you should do between boyfriend and girlfriend." Jiang Shijing was speechless. He grabbed Lin Xiangye's hand and said pitifully, "Evening, can you use some of your brain?" Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes dangerously. "What did you say?" "Originally." Jiang Shijing straightened up and said, "The people I looked for before were all similar to you in some ways. Bai Jiran was purely because she was obedient enough and took the initiative to ask for help, so I agreed to let her be my nominal girlfriend. She has no similarities with you at all. How could I possibly be willing to touch her? It's not like I want everyone." He caught Lin Xiangye's hand and kissed it. "You're the only one I've got. I've guarded my body for you for so many years." Jiang Shijing's eyes burned as he pressed Lin Xiangyan's hand to his heart. "Don't you realize one thing?" Lin Xiangyan had long since been unable to suppress her lips because of what she had just said. She looked condescendingly at Jiang Shijing. "What?" Jiang Shijing coughed lightly. "That night, when we did it at your house, my movements were rusty." "Wasn't that because your shoulder was injured?" "That was because I hadn't done it in 3 years." Jiang Shijing clasped Lin Xiangyan's waist and wrapped her in his arms. "If I'm a veteran of love affairs, how could I toss around so much foreplay?" "Jiang Shijing!" Lin Xiangye called out to him urgently, her face already reddening. "You're not allowed to say such things again." Jiang Shijing hooked his lips and smiled. "What's wrong with that? We were supposed to be honest with each other, but I want you to remember one thing." His face suddenly became grave again. Lin Xiangye asked, "What is it?" Jiang Shijing caressed her face and said word for word, "I, Jiang Shijing, haven't loved anyone, only you are the only love of my life, favoritism, the only person who can arouse my interest and reaction. So no matter what you suspect, at least don't suspect that I've slept with other women, is that okay?" His gaze was too sincere, and seemed to be filled with a faint touch of sadness. Obviously, because of Lin Xiangye's distrust, he was a little sad. Lin Xiangye rarely felt like a sinner and bent down. "I'm sorry." Chapter 126, The Bureau Within a Bureau is about to begin. Jiang Shijing was stunned. "What?" "I said, I'm sorry." Lin Xiangye straightened up, a little embarrassed. "Let's go, back." Jiang Shijing wrapped her back in his arms and pressed her on his lap, his eyes flashing because of this apology. "No, an apology is useless." Lin Xiangye patted him. "Then what do you want?" Jiang Shijing hooked his lips and smiled with amusement. "What do you think?" Half an hour later, the two came out of the box. Lin Xiangye pursed her kissed and swollen lips, and when she saw Jiang Shijing walking forward with his pockets in his face, she scolded in a low voice, "Shameless." Jiang Shijing held her hand and deliberately said, "What did you say?" "Can't hear you." Lin Xiangye didn't hold back and laughed. "Happy?" "I'm laughing because I'm angry with you." "You're just happy kissing me." "Jiang Shijing, can you not say this in public?" The two of them laughed and laughed as if they were back 3 years ago. When they went downstairs, neither of them noticed that there was a compartment door half open, and there were several pairs of eyes inside that kept following their backs. Kinu's gaze grew heavy, shifting from the stairway to the woman kneeling on the ground. "They look so affectionate, not affected by you at all." Lu Ying kept shivering, panic written in her eyes. "It's not my fault, Lin Shangwan doesn't believe in me at all, it's not my fault." Jiang Su got up impatiently and raised his foot to kick her. "Shut up." Still looking for excuses. He didn't want to get anyone killed and kicked Lu Ying's shoulder. Luing fell to the ground, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Please let me go, I've done my best, I'm still pregnant. Jiang Su wanted to kick again, but was pulled back by Chino. Alright, let her go, we have more important things to do. Have you contacted everyone on the company side? Jiang Su coldly grunted. Fan Xing and Jiang's internal shareholders are online with me. Don't worry, as long as you are well prepared, you can start the plan at any time. Then start it. Chino sneered. Jiang Shijing is doing whatever he can to find trouble with my family, wanting to force me back, so we have to give him the means to do the same. We can't just let him manipulate the whole situation alone to show off, right? He could never forget the scene where Lin Xiangye rejected him mercilessly over and over again and turned to Jiang Shijing's embrace. What was so special about Jiang Shijing? He just had a demonic face. He hadn't even thought of Jiang Shijing in his eyes. Jiang Shijing thought that he had run out of tricks, not realizing that all people had their moments of greed. Neither Fanxing nor Jiang were iron barrels. This time he wanted Lin Xiangyan to personally come and beg him to let Fanxing go. He also wanted Jiang Shijing to kneel in front of him and pay for what he had done to suppress the Qin family without mercy. The two of them hit it off and quickly left. After they left, the Maybach slowly drove out of the alley. It wasn't the car that Jiang Shijing often drove, and both he and Lin Xiangyan were sitting in it. Yan Jing stepped on the brakes and looked at the back of those two as they left. I really didn't expect that they had actually been in Young City all along. It didn't go to High City to hide. What do we do now? Lin Xiangye's face was cold. They're looking at Luing just to get her to tell about the pregnancy and provoke my relationship with Jiang Shijing. I don't think it's that simple. Jiang Shijing leaned lazily against the back seat, his peach blossom eyes glowing with a faint coldness. With them being so intentional, let's play nice with them as well. Lin Xiangye raised her eyebrows and looked at him. But aren't you afraid that if we do this, we'll play into the Jiang clan that you've worked so hard to build? Just trust me that much? Jiang Shijing raised his hand and rubbed the top of her hair. What silly words, if you're not the one I can trust with all my heart, is there anyone else in this world that I can deliver my trust to? Yan Jing twisted her head, looking at him somewhat grudgingly. Mr. Jing, the way you say this, am I not someone you can trust? Scram, what are you adding to the drama at this time? Jiang Shijing made a move to kick him. Yan Jing hurriedly shrunk back and snickered. The next day. Before dawn, Lin Xiangyan was bombarded awake by Xiao Shue's phone call. She rolled over, bumped into a warm, solid body, and jerked her eyes open. After seeing Jiang Shijing, Lin Xiangyan froze for a few seconds before she slowed down. After making up, she still forgot that Jiang Shijing was sleeping right next to her, and just now she almost thought that she had fallen into someone's trap again. Jiang Shijing's rolled over, his arm gently resting on her waist, his voice sleepy, with a bit of charming lethargy. Who's calling? Early in the morning, still not letting people sleep? Lin Xiangye smiled, answered the phone. What's the matter? Several shareholders of Pansam maliciously sold their shares at a low price, and now they have been purchased by the Qin family. The Qin family bought 10% of the shares, and is now the major shareholder of Prosperous Star. 10% of the shares. Lin Xiangye frowned slightly, instantly losing her sleepiness. Jiang Shijing also opened his eyes and quietly looked at her. Xiao Shue was on the verge of tears. How could this happen? Haven't the shareholders always been loyal to old sir? How could they betray Fan Xing? Lin Xiangye pacified. Don't be anxious, you shouldn't be disoriented at this time. Hurry up and contact the other shareholders, I'll go back for an emergency meeting now. She arranged it in an organized manner. Xiao Shue was as if she had eaten a tranquilizer pill, and hung up the phone with a promise. After the phone hung up, Jiang Shijing turned sideways and watched Lin Xiangyan go to the closet to get her clothes. They're starting. Well, we should start too. Lin Xiangye changed her clothes and took the perfume in her hand. Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that the one she took was not Citrus Evening Jade. He suddenly thought of something Lin Xiangye had once said. People have moved on, why bother using perfumes from the past? Jiang Shijing's gaze sank as he rolled out of bed and wrapped his arms around Lin Xiangwan's waist from behind. He said quietly, the smell of this perfume, you like it that much? Does it smell good to you? Hearing his sour tone, Lin Xiangye held back her laughter. I think it smells much better than Citrus Evening Jade. Jiang Shijing's expression dimmed for a moment, and he said accusingly, but I. You what? Lin Xiangye pursued. Forget it, you can spray whichever you like, as long as you like it. Jiang Shijing decisively chose to compromise and silently let go of her. Lin Xiangye couldn't stand him showing this expression the most, knowing that he was deliberately pretending to show himself. She still sighed lightly and picked up the Citrus Evening Jade next to her. Scared of you, why are you more theatrical than a woman? She squirted twice towards her wrist and dabbed some more on her neck. Instantly, the entire person was tinted with the light fruity scent of the top-note citrus. Jiang Shijing buried himself in her neck, sniffing again and again. Lin Xiangye patted him, still really turning into a dog. Huh? I can never get enough of your scent. Jiang Shijing followed her and watched her wash in the bathroom, so he leaned on the doorframe and squeezed toothpaste and face wash for her. How's Zhong Jie's situation? Lin Xiangye paused in her movements. He's more seriously injured, and now that he's awake, I can't go see him, he'll be more emotional. Although Uncle Zhong knew that this matter was not her doing, but no matter what, Kinu was also recruited by her. She had always been ashamed of Uncle Zhong in this matter. Lin Xiangye thought of Mrs. Zhong's treatment of her, still sighing. Once upon a time, Mrs. Zhong was also very fond of her, and when she went to visit her grandfather with Uncle Zhong, she also brought her gifts. A flash of years passed, Mrs. Zhong's heartache for her husband, and she has also considered a break with her. Every time she visited the hospital, Mrs. Zhong never gave her a good look. Jiang Shijing took in her despondency and said thoughtfully, "It's simply that Zhong Jie doesn't treat you well?" "Right." Lin Xiangye started brushing her teeth and stopped answering. Jiang Shijing glanced at her and also stopped asking. When Lin Xiangyan left, he drove to the hospital. On the corridor, he blocked Mrs. Zhong's way. Mrs. Zhong looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" Jiang Shijing fiddled with his butterfly knife and laughed. "You're the one who gave my girlfriend a face?" Chapter 127, Taking It Out on Lin Xiangye. "So it's to take it out on Lin Xiangye." Mrs. Zhong's eyes flashed with overwhelming anger, and she said in a cold voice, "Lin Xiangnan caused my husband to be seriously injured to this day, so what if I'm giving her a face? She deserves it." Jiang Shijing leaned against the wall, his fingers rubbing the butterfly knife. "The thing was done by that Qin surnamed. What do you mean by blaming Lin Xiangyan for everything? My late night is honest, she suffers silently when she is blamed, she is able to endure, but I can't see her enduring." Mrs. Zhong was slightly shaken, subconsciously a little scared. She took 2 steps back and asked, "What do you want?" "Even if you, Jiang Shijing, are powerful and arrogant, you can't commit murder with a knife in public, right?" Jiang Shijing laughed softly. "Of course not, I just think that your husband is lying in the hospital room right now, so if anyone goes in and takes a knife and scratches him twice, he'll lose his arms and legs, or cut his throat and die, so we'll have a good show to watch, don't you think so?" Mrs. Zhong sank her face and didn't say a word, a deluded fear slowly surfacing in the bottom of her eyes. The Jiang Shijing in front of her was a devil. She had always heard from others. Jiang Shijing's was a smiling tiger, not to be messed with. It would be fine if his attitude was impolite, but once he started to smile, it meant that the danger was truly on its way. Mrs. Zhong didn't believe it before, but now that she saw Jiang Shijing's appearance, she believed it. This man was a complete lunatic. "What the hell are you doing? Even if I don't treat Lin Xiangye well, I didn't do anything to her, it's just that I dumped her that day when I knew my husband was seriously injured, and you're looking for me for that slap?" Jiang Shijing sked and walked over to Mrs. Zhong. He didn't smile deliberately anymore, his face was cold, illuminated by the miserable white light in the corridor, handsome and with a hint of evil. Mrs. Zhong gulped and stepped back. Jiang Shijing approached again and leaned down to her, his voice gentle. "I want you to be respectful to my girlfriend in the future, don't take it out on her if it's not her fault." Mrs. Zhong's face darkened. In the next second, the butterfly knife that shone with a cold light was handed to her. "If you dare to speak coldly to her again and don't let her see Zhongjie, I'll use this knife to kill your husband first, and then you husband and wife have a harmonious relationship, it's a waste not to send it to a joint burial." Jiang Shijing spoke slowly, but each sentence carried a profound killing aura. While listening to him say this, Mrs. Zhong looked like she was being lynched to death bit by the butterfly knife in his hand, and when she came back to her senses she was already in a cold sweat. There was no one in front of her eyes, her legs went limp. Even directly fainted in fear. And Lin Xiang Evening has rushed back to the company. The person who sold his shares was blocked by other shareholders in the conference room, and the 2 groups of people were arguing. Lin Xiangye walked in expressionlessly and slammed the car keys on the table. "All be quiet." With a command, the others turned their heads to look at her. A few shareholders scrambled to complain. "General Manager Lin, they sold their shares maliciously. This amount of money from selling the shares won't even make a dime, they're premeditatedly trying to screw over Flourishing Star. It must be the Qin family giving them greater favors, this matter can't be let off easily. In all the years of Prosperous Star, the shareholders have never been like this. When the old gentleman founded the company, he pulled you people into the shares, even those who didn't invest could get shares, now you can't stand up to the old gentleman by eating out of the palm of your hand." Everyone was viciously questioning or suing. The people who had sold their shares still kept their heads down and didn't say anything, as if they had been poisoned and mute. Lin Xiangye swept her eyes coldly. Everyone was all looking at her with burning eyes, expecting her to speak. However, in the next second, Lin Xiangye lowered her eyes. "Forget it, the stocks have already been sold, it's useless to talk about this now, it's not like we can make them give it back." When these words came out, the others looked at her incredulously. "That's it? They're so ungrateful, they ate and betrayed your grandfather, you don't have any means to fix them." Lin Xiangye faced their questioning and asked, "Then tell me, what kind of means can I use to fix them? Beat them up? Smash up their home? What else can I do besides that?" She turned back to sit at the table. "Dumping stocks isn't a crime, so you can't send them to jail for food, can you?" Her voice was clear and strong, with a faint coldness that echoed in every corner. The crowd opened their mouths, all dumbfounded but unwilling. "But doesn't that kid from the Qin family have a grudge against you? Now that he is maliciously acquiring Prosperous Star's shares, he is doing it to bring down Prosperous Star. He has become a shareholder with the right to speak, will we still be able to reap the benefits in the future? Are you guys talking about me? A low voice came from outside. Shino came in and didn't look at the crowd, her gaze crossed the crowd and stared straight at Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan similarly looked at Qin Go and saw the smugness in the bottom of his eyes. Without moving her lips, she hooked her lips and smiled. Mr. Qin is so tactful, you said you would make a comeback, I didn't expect it to be such a comeback. It's the only way to give you enough surprises. Shino raised his eyebrows in a smirk, expecting to see annoyance and dismay on her face. However, he saw nothing and momentarily licked his lips in some displeasure. What, you're not angry at all? It seems like you don't care who the company shares belong to. Why would I be angry? The wood has been turned into a boat, the shares are yours now, and I have no choice but to accept it. Lin Xiangye was always light. Not saying Lin Xianglian's broken defense, Shino narrowed her eyes slightly, annoyed in her heart. No matter how much you disguise it, I know you're in a particularly bad mood. And even if you admit defeat, I won't stop targeting you guys, you can't look at me, so naturally I'm going to give you a bigger surprise. Do you want to know what it is? Before Lin Xiangye could say anything, her cell phone suddenly rang. Shino took out her cell phone and answered the call, specifically pressing the speakerphone. Jiang Su's voice came from inside the phone. It's a done deal on my side as well. There are several shareholders in the Jiang group who have promised to give me their shares now, and now I've received nearly 1/3 of the shares. Lin Xiangye's eyes glanced up, her expression finally fluctuating. She stared at Kinu dead on. Shingo didn't panic at all, watching her snatch the phone away, holding her arms and watching the show. Lin Xiangye questioned coldly into the cell phone, Jiang Su, how the hell did you do it? Why were you able to get so many shares? Did Jiang's people betray it too? Hearing her panicked and unacceptable voice, Jiang Shui couldn't be happier in his heart. He just wanted to see Jiang Shijing and Lin Xiangyan break their defenses like this. Yes, Shino and I are in control of your company at the same time. Isn't it fair for you to be together in harmony at the cost of losing control of the company? Remember, you guys are the ones who had to mess with me, Lin Xiangwan. If you could have let me out when you found out I was being held by Jiang Shijing, maybe I could have spared you, but it's too late to say anything now, so both of you get ready to lose your company and live on the streets. Jiang V hung up the phone directly after saying that. Lin Xiangye gripped her cell phone tightly, her face unsightly. For a while, every shareholder in the office was in a state of disarray, only Chino was left holding his arms in a good mood. As things progressed to this point, he actually wasn't that pleased with himself. He wanted to see Lin Xiangye break her defenses for the sake of Fan Xing, not see her get this agitated and angry on behalf of Jiang Shijing's Jiang clan. But Lin Xiangye just now clearly only reacted when she heard those things about Jiang. This irritated Chino even more. He yanked Lin Xiangye's wrist and dragged her out. Chapter 128, Being a Lover and Having a Child. Just after coming to the corridor, Kino said word for word, I'm giving you 2 paths now. I don't want a marriage, it's good to have a child as an heir, you be a good girl and be my lover, give me a child, Fan Xing still belongs to you, but you have to break it off with Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangye felt ridiculous, what about the second way? Shino spread her hands, you'll just watch me and Jiang V take over both of your companies, and from now on, there's no way for you to make a comeback, I'm not going to force you, you choose. At those words, the murderous aura under Lin Xiangyan's eyes nearly leaked out tautly. She looked as normal, resuming her bashful appearance. You really think beautifully. Today, even if Flourishing Star falls into your hands, I will definitely not be able to look at you more than once, let alone being your lover to give you children. Your kind of disgusting genes do not deserve to be passed on in this world. As soon as her words fell, Shino became infuriated and wanted to raise her hand to hit her. A hand suddenly reached over and blocked the slap for Lin Xiangyan, pushing Kinu away fiercely. Lin Xiangyan turned around in surprise and saw Kujin with a solemn and righteous face. Kujin pulled her behind her to protect. Child, you first leave Fan Xing. The next thing, we several major shareholders to the hospital to discuss with Zhong Jie. Do not get entangled with this scum. Lin Xiang evening heart moved. She never complained about Kujin's unwillingness to take the technology out to herself, and now, Kujin's defense of her, she saw it all in her eyes. This uncle was just as good as Uncle Chen who had left this world. Any tragedy couldn't happen again. Lin Xiangyan's gaze sank, coldly glanced at Chino, turned around and left. When she left Chino's line of sight, the lost and anxious look was gone, her eyes calm. Lin Xiangye returned to the hospital. As soon as she saw Mrs. Zhong, she put on a respectful appearance. She walked over and tried, Mrs. I. What else do you call Madame Ah? In the past you used to call me Auntie, what's going on now? Mrs. Zhong interrupted her words and pulled her hand, smiling brightly. Compared to her former sad face and dislike of Lin Xiangye, she looked like a different person. Lin Xiangyan looked at her in dismay, opened her mouth, and froze for a few seconds before calling out, Auntie Zhong, why are you treating me so well? Mrs. Zhong's face changed slightly, somewhat unnaturally. I've been taking it out on you. Your Uncle Zhong was beaten up like this. It really wasn't your fault. You shouldn't be responsible. It's me that's sorry for treating you so badly. I'll change from now on. After saying that, Mrs. Zhong put Lin Xiangye in her arms and patted her back. Okay child, don't bother with me, okay? Lin Xiangye was just about to open her mouth when she suddenly smelled a hint of familiar perfume on her. Wasn't this the perfume Jiang Shijing often used? Lin Xiangye let go of Mrs. Zhong and looked at her suspiciously. Aunt Zhong, did you see Jiang Shijing before I came? No. Mrs. Zhong's complexion instantly flustered. Looking at her obviously vain appearance, Lin Xiangye guessed 8 or 9 points. No wonder once upon a time Mrs. Zhong's attitude towards her didn't have a hint of wanting to change. Now it's just like a different person. She felt that there was something fishy about this matter, and it seems to be true that Lin Xiang evening cannot care so much. Soon the major shareholders arrived, together into the ward to discuss. Zhong Jia woke up and saw Lin Xiangyan, a slight beat, coldly avoided the gaze. Lin Xiangyan didn't care either, she just described the current situation. She then said, you don't have to worry, what Chino and the others have done, seemingly taking the initiative, is actually just a smokescreen we're letting out. All of you shareholders just need to hold on to the precision technology and shares in your own hands, and Jiang Shijing and I will work together on the rest of the things. Both you and him have lost a lot of shares now, and your voice in Fan Xing and Zhang's has been greatly reduced. What can you do? Zhong Jia's eyes were filled with distrust of her. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips and looked at him. Only after a long time did she say, Uncle Zhang, if Grandpa was still around, he wouldn't be this distrustful of me. You guys are loyal to Grandpa, but don't forget, I'm my grandpa's own granddaughter. He's the one who's been raising me. No one wants to keep Fan Xing even more than I do. Her tone was slightly colder. Zhong Jia was slightly stunned. Without waiting for them to react, Lin Xiangye turned around with her bag and left. When she went out, a figure outside the elevator was stopping to wait. Lin Xiangye walked over and raised her eyebrows. Why are you here? Seeing that she looked unharmed, Jiang Shijing looked behind her again. Those shareholders, especially Zhong Jia, didn't give you a hard time, did they? No. Lin Xiangye reached out against his other, uninjured shoulder and pushed him into the stairway next to her. The lights were dim, and she lifted Jiang Shijing's chin, smiling but not laughing. I have something to ask you. Jiang Shijing was puzzled. What is it? Looking at him in this innocent manner, Lin Xiangye snorted coldly and pretended to be angry. When I came over today, Mrs. Zhong was very nice. Did you come and threaten her? Jiang Shijing decisively played dumb. No, why would I threaten her? I don't know her well, and this is something within your company itself. Still pretending. Lin Xiangye raised her foot and kicked at his calf. Jiang Shijing endured the pain and wrapped his arms around her. You really don't believe me? Lin Xiangye hummed softly. I smelled your perfume on her, which means you've been in close contact. Jiang Shijing was almost nose to nose with her. Both of them didn't withdraw, still having their breath entangled. He poked Lin Xiangye's puffy cheeks. Then if I say that I threatened your auntie Zhong and told her to be more polite to you in the future, and that Zhong Jia's serious injury wasn't your fault, will you blame me for meddling in your business? Jiang Shijing's face was full of relief, but there was a hint of caution hidden in his tone. Lin Xiangye's heart softened. How could I be angry with you? It's just that the next time you come here to threaten this and that, can you say hello to me first? Say hello and you won't let me come. Jiang Shijing spat in a low voice. Lin Xiangye stood on her tiptoes and pecked him on the lips. What are you talking about? Jiang Shijing cupped the back of her neck and kissed her deeper. As his lips and teeth chased each other, he touched Lin Xiangye's side waist. I heard someone say that Kinu wanted you to give him a child and then let Fanqing go? Chapter 129 The Harbinger of Killing. You've planted eyes in Flourishing Star? How do you know everything? Lin Xiangye raised her eyebrows. Jiang Shijing didn't joke anymore and came closer to her, his dark eyes carrying a hint of light. At that time, you also rejected me. You'd rather take pills than have the slightest possibility of getting pregnant. Is it because you really don't want to, or is it because you don't want to? At that time, I still had a lot of misunderstandings about you, not to mention that we were both carrying too much. It wasn't the right time. Can you stop thinking nonsense? Lin Xiangye covered his lips, not letting him say this again. Jiang Shijing pulled down her hand, his handsome face hidden in a shadow when he looked down. Seeing that he didn't react, Lin Xiangye pulled him out. This pull, but it didn't move. She turned back in confusion. Jiang Shijing also looked up at her, his expression despondent. He seemed to be in a bad mood, and was silent for a long time before he spoke. I was born without a mother, and your family is crippled and incomplete. I don't believe that you haven't thought about how nice it would be to have a complete family. Lin Xiangye's complexion stiffened slightly. She had thought about it. It was just that after Xiang Qixing brought that illegitimate child into the house, she no longer wanted to. I haven't longed for any affection. I only have you in my eyes in my life. If I can form a family with you, then I... Jiang Shijing clutched Lin Xiangye's hand hard. I'm willing to use any to exchange. I want to have a child with you in the future, have a family, can I? People need to face up to and bear the pain brought by their family of origin, and also have a driving force to give themselves courage. His courage is his mother, is Lin Xiangye. Lin Xiangyan had a complicated mood and held Jiang Shijing's hand in reverse. With her fingers interlocked, her eyes were passionate, a love that was not faked. When this is taken care of, we'll get engaged. Jiang Shijing breathed a sigh of relief, smiling like a spring breeze, cupping Lin Xiangye's jaw and kissing her. Half an hour later, Jiang Shijing received a call. They left the hospital and headed to Jiang's. In the office of Jiang's group, there was a man sitting. Jiang Su was dressed in a suit, his eyes full of excitement as he stroked the desk, lovingly and enjoying himself. The office door was pushed open. Jiang Shijing and Lin Shangyan walked in. Jiang Shui looked at them with a smile. Yo, brother and sister-in-law came together? He got up to pour tea as if he was entertaining a guest, drinking Da Hong Pao. I heard that when you guys used to be in love, you often accompanied the old madam to drink this tea. Jiang Shijing narrowed his peach blossom eyes, his eyes stern and icy. What are you doing? This Jiang's president is me, the acting president is Uncle Ko. When is it your turn? I'm sorry, you don't know yet, right? Second Uncle Jiang had a heart attack and left the country to convalesce, and gave this position to me after he left. Jiang Su already knew he had this question and took his cell phone out to play the call recording. Jiang V, now that Jiang Shijing is bent on helping Fan Xing, I'm really disappointed. Although you've done wrong in the past and used to be a child I hated, but when it comes to who can maintain Jiang, I trust you more now. I will give you the position of president after I leave the country, but don't think that you can completely own Jiang clan. When Jiang Shijing breaks up with Lin Xiangwan and comes back to focus on the company, and when you leave, you will be in charge of Jiang clan until then. Jiang V shook his cell phone in a good manner, looking at the icy complexion of the two across from him. Sorry this position is really given to me by him personally. Jiang Shijing shook his hand and laughed lightly. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Jiang Su slightly froze. What do you mean? As soon as the words left his mouth, his fist came crashing down on his face. Jiang Su couldn't dodge and was knocked to the ground. The two of them wrestled together. Jiang Shijing yanked Jiang Shui's collar and pressed him to the table to beat him. After a few punches, Jiang Su's teeth loosened and he spat out a mouthful of blood accompanied by a tooth. Lin Xiangye was very close. She could vaguely hear that Jiang Shui's facial bones were rattling from the beating, as if it was an illusion, but it was a fact that Jiang Shui's face was miserable. Jiang Su turned around to run, and was kicked by Jiang Shijing to lie on the table. The corner of the table disliked his stomach, and he paled in pain, panic and fear finally appearing in his eyes. Are you going to kill me? He twisted his head, staring dead at Lin Shangyan. If something happens to me, it's even more unlikely that you guys will get Jiang's pipe. Good for your boyfriend. His voice was weak and breathless. Lin Shangyan looked at him with downcast eyes. Jiang Su, you shouldn't have joined forces with Chino. No matter what method you use to hang on to your life, this is one of the most self-destructive paths you can take. Jiang Su opened his mouth and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Waste. Jiang Shijing snorted lightly and shook him off. The president has to hold an inaugural meeting to take office, so you're going to go disgrace yourself with this pig face. He turned to take Lin Shangyan's hand, the corner of his mouth bearing a bruise. Lin Shangyan wanted to check his injuries when she suddenly noticed Jiang Shui, who was lying on the table, straighten up. In the next second, Jiang Shui was like a panther, lashing over with the ashtray on the table and smashing it against the back of Jiang Shijing's head. Watch out! Lin Shangye exclaimed, pulling Jiang Shijing violently towards herself. But Jiang V was rushing straight over, and could still take 2 more steps to smash over. Lin Shangye subconsciously pounced on Jiang Shijing, folding her arms to protect the back of his head. Jiang Shijing wanted to turn back, but suddenly felt a sharp jolt at the back of his head. It didn't hurt, but it put him in a trance. Lin Shangye screamed out in pain, the pain that drilled through her heart making her unsteady on her feet. Jiang Shijing wrapped an arm around her waist and turned back to see the ashtray in Jiang Su's hand. The corner of the ashtray had blood on it, and the stone ashtray, which weighed 8 or 9 pounds and was as heavy as a dumbbell, was smashed into Lin Shangyan's hand. Jiang Shijing's eyes glowed red as he walked towards Jiang Su. Jiang Su was hesitant to move forward or backward, gritted his teeth, and took the ashtray and smashed it on his head again. His arm was blocked, and Jiang Shijing slammed Jiang V to the ground in an over-the-shoulder slam. He pinched Jiang Su's wrist bone and snatched the ashtray and pressed it down. When Lin Shangye looked up, Jiang Su let out a mournful scream and was kicked to the landing window by Jiang Shijing's. The people outside the office heard the news and all froze when they saw this scene. Jiang Shijing's. Lin Shangyan was in so much pain that her eyes went black. She didn't even dare to touch her bloodied left hand with her other hand, letting the blood flow. Jiang Shijing's, that's enough. Jiang Shijing's looked like he didn't hear her, grabbing Jiang Su's collar and yanking him up, picking up the ashtray again. This time, he aimed it at the top of Jiang Su's head. Lin Shangye panicked and couldn't help but shout at him, "Don't be impulsive. It'll kill someone." Jiang Su gasped in horror, sticky blood blurring his eyes. He was like a dying man, powerless to struggle. Jiang Shijing clutched the ashtray and stared condescendingly at Jiang Shui. No matter how you play it, you shouldn't have hurt Lin Shangyan. His hand gripping the collar of his shirt freed up his index finger and pressed it against Jiang Su's throat. "Lift your face up and look at me." Jiang Su was stunned, looking straight at him. Jiang Shijing's face was cold, with a bloodthirsty cruelty. Lin Shangyan had never seen him look like this before, even if she hadn't seen Jiang Shijing even more angry before. It was as if her injury had unleashed some kind of nature in Jiang Shijing's. It was the harbinger of killing. Chapter 130, Jing, I'm in pain. Lin Shangye had a bit of a headache. It couldn't be. Jiang Shijing's couldn't go to jail, couldn't take a life because of someone like this. She tried her best to sit up. The moment Jiang Shijing smashed down, Lin Shangyan raised her injured hand and choked, Jing, I hurt. Jiang Shijing's froze, like a wind-up doll. Suddenly the entire person paused because there was no fuse in his body. He turned around, detaching himself from the state of losing his mind and wanting to kill someone. Lin Xiangye looked at him with teary eyes. Jing, stop fighting. Jiang Shijing put down the ashtray and walked towards her. Lin Xiangye stretched out her hand and looked up at him. Take me to the hospital, okay? Blood fell to the ground drop by drop. Her knuckles were bloody and sticky, revealing white bones. Jiang Shijing hugged Lin Xiangye, his peach blossom eyes flushed red and his breathing began to catch. Don't be afraid, I'll take you to the hospital, it won't hurt anymore soon. Lin Xiangye nodded and nestled in his arms. On her way out the door, she rubbed the side of Jiang Shijing's neck and guiltily said, I'm sorry, if I hadn't suggested that you come to Jiang's to make a scene, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Jiang Shijing pursed his lips, holding her as he walked fast and steady. Don't say that, I'm sorry, it's me who didn't protect you. Lin Xiangyan could no longer hold on. Just now, she was only holding on to her breath for fear of Jiang Shijing making a big mistake. With 10 fingers connected to her heart, she was in pain and in a cold sweat, her consciousness blurred. Don't be impulsive. Lin Xiangye could no longer see in front of her, and instinctively murmured, don't make a mistake, don't go to jail. Your life, don't have that kind of stain like Jiang Su. Jiang Shijing's clothes were stained with blood, and when he held Lin Xiangyan and sent him into the car, the people outside looked over in shock. He stepped on the gas, the engine's humming sound piercing his ears, and rushed to the hospital as fast as he could. Soon, several people from Wenxian got the news and arrived. Zhao Yan crossed his arms and anxiously went round and round in front of them. It's too impulsive for you to run to Jiang's and make a scene like this without bringing anyone. It's not like you don't know that Jiang Su is a murderer, there's no way he'd be merciful when dealing with you and Lin Xiangwan. Jiang Shijing's brows were cold as he raised his eyes to look at him. Said enough? Zhao Yan opened his mouth and got stuck. Aren't I worried about you guys? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Wenxian immediately rounded off the scene. Okay, now that Late Night is injured, what are you guys arguing about here? Let her have a good rest, she should be in pain again when she wakes up, sleeping can still be more comfortable. Zhao Yan closed his mouth tightly and looked towards Lin Xiangyan on the bed. Jiang Shijing had protected Lin Xiangyan 3 times, whether it was rushing into the fire to find someone, or hitting Lin Shijuan with his car, he had seen it all. Although he knew that Jiang Shijing was in love, as a cousin, he couldn't see his cousin being so infatuated. Now he changed his opinion. With an ashtray that heavy smashing down, Lin Xiangyan wouldn't be unaware of the consequences. If it was serious, 5 fingers would have to be broken. But she still wanted to protect Jiang Shijing without hesitation. At this moment, he was grateful for the sacrifice Lin Xiangyan had made. Jiang Shijing stared at Lin Xiangyan's hand, which was already wrapped in thick gauze, and her fingers were swollen to a blue-purple color. He said softly, cousin. Zhao Yan hummed. Speed up the action, I can't wait. Jiang Shijing clenched his fists, don't give them a chance to catch their breath. Zhao Yan nodded and turned to leave. When Shen went to close the ward door and sat on the edge of the bed and whispered, I heard from Evening Night, the girlfriend you found, you're protecting Fan Xing for her, I know so many things. Jiang Shijing ignored her. When Xiang didn't care either, and said to herself, helping a girlfriend to scold an ex-boyfriend, this kind of thing is normal, but these 3 years I've really hated you, because I've seen with my own eyes how much pain Late Night is in. She says on her lips that she doesn't care, that she's already over you, but every time there's gossip about you, she loses sleep. Jiang Shijing's face changed slightly, looking up at her. When Xian smiled, you want to use this method to make her jealous, to get angry with her, to force her to come back. Have you ever thought about how hard it is for her? Jiang Shijing pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. When Xian looked at him calmly, of course, there are misunderstandings between you, it's normal to do things that hurt each other, I'm not saying this to accuse you. Just want to tell you, even if in Late Night's eyes you are a womanizer and a flirt, hurting her change of heart, her persistence in being out there for 3 years is to make you remember that you have an ex-fiancé who will never look back, and also torturing herself. She doesn't love and suffer less than you do, and today's incident can prove that what you did for her was worth it. Jiang Shijing's throat tightened and his hands trembled slightly. I never consider whether it's worth it or not. But Zhao Yan has always been unworthy for you, so I also have to say a few words for Evening. There is no one more worthy of your love than her, you'd better treasure her all the time. When Xian rubbed her eyebrows, somewhat helpless. Jiang Shijing glanced at her, thank you. I take back the nickname Jiang de Carrot, I won't call you that again in the future. Intent on mobilizing the atmosphere, when Xian smiled and stood up, I'll go buy some food, you stay here and guard her. She walked away. Jiang Shijing looked at Lin Xiangye's quiet face, tossing and turning thinking about these words, these years, and these things. For a long time he took his cell phone. Arrest 2 people. The man on the phone paused, arrest who? The bottom of Jiang Shijing's eyes lifted a flash of violent murderous anger, Tang Li, Xiang Cheng. On the bed, Lin Xiangyan suddenly sidestepped. Jiang Shijing hurriedly hung up the phone and called her, Evening? Be quiet. Lin Xiangye closed her eyes and unconsciously called back to him, it hurts, I'll sleep some more. Jiang Shijing immediately silenced her and covered her with the quilt. This vigil was into the night. Mrs. Zhong and a few shareholders of Fan Xing came to see her, but Jiang Shijing's didn't even let them in. Lin Xiangye's body functioned as if it was avoiding the pain, and every time she woke up, she slept again in less than 5 minutes. By the end of the night, Jiang Shijing's could hardly hide his weariness. When Shen and Zhao Yan came over and frowned when they saw him. "You've been sitting here for 12 hours, why aren't you eating or drinking? Shijings, go rest, we'll keep watch here." Zhao Yan went over to pull him. The cell phone vibrated first. Jiang Shijing blocked his hand and picked up the phone. He listened for a few seconds, hung up and got up. "I'm going to take care of something, 2 hours or so, you guys help me watch for a while." When Shen frowned and looked at him, "What are you going to do?" "I can tell you don't go crazy before late night wakes up, don't do anything she doesn't like." Jiang Shijing glanced at her and interrupted, "You think I'll let them go?" "But..." Before Wen Xian could finish her sentence, the person had already left. Zhao Yan pacified her, "No matter how crazy he is, he won't let things go out of control, let him be." Chapter 131 by Yu Yun appears. When Lin Xiangye woke up, the first person she saw was Wen Xian. The next moment was the raging pain on the back of her hand. She fell back in pain. Wen Xian was originally dozing off. When she heard the sound, she woke up instantly and hurriedly helped Lin Xiangye up. "You finally woke up, does your hand hurt?" "Don't exert yourself, the doctor said that you can't exert yourself with your hands." Lin Xiangye looked around, didn't see Jiang Shijing, a little disappointed. "Where is he?" "Well, he went to buy something for you, you are now so badly injured, isn't it necessary to make up for it?" Wen Shallow's eyes fluttered as she spoke, just not daring to meet Lin Xiangye's eyes. Lin Xiangye narrowed her eyes, "Can you not lie to me? We've known each other for so many years, I know what a small action of yours means. What the hell did Jiang Shijing do?" When Shallow let out her breath and sat on the edge of the bed, he went out, as if he was going to take a shot at Jiang Su and Tang Li. Zhao Yan was afraid that something would happen to him and followed him. "I'm not sure about the rest yet." Lin Xiangye's heart panicked. She knew that if something happened to her, it would trigger some sort of reaction from Jiang Shijing. The most intuitive result would be Jiang Shijing doing something crazy. Lin Xiangye felt pain as soon as she raised her hand, biting her lip to endure it, urging, "You call Zhao Yan now to ask about the situation." Wen Qian immediately dialed the phone. Soon after, Zhou Banquet got through. He stammered on the phone for a long time before speaking. Xiang Keiking and Tang Li were both arrested by Shi Jing. And then? Lin Xiangyan's heart tightened. Shi Jing told them to walk around Yun City with a loudspeaker, shouting that their sons were illegitimate as they walked. Just as Zhou Yan's words fell, a cacophony of noise came from over there. Crumbling and hoarse voices rang out from the roadside. "I'm Junior. My son Lin Shijuan is the illegitimate son of the Lin family. I've been a junior for many years to get to the top, and I'm ashamed of Lin Shangwan and her mother. My son Jiang Su was a murderer. My son and I all deserve to go to hell." It was Xiang Qishing and Tang Li. Lin Xiangyan's pupils shook slightly. How did they? It was Shi Jing who threatened them. If they didn't, let them be stripped naked and hanged at the highest breathless pay building for people to watch, and also put them on the big screen for being a mistress. Zhou Yan felt his scalp tingle as he spoke. He really admired Jiang Shijing's tactics, stepping on people's pain without mercy as soon as he struck. Xiang Qishing's reputation was ruined, not to mention that Tang Li was also a star before she married. If they shouted in Banyan City like this, I'm afraid the whole country would know about it tomorrow. Killing was nothing more than that. Lin Xiang Evening took a deep breath. Also good, people like Xiang Kei-chin should be cleaned up. Tang Li's undying coveting of Zhang's over the years is even more hateful. Don't let them off the hook. At these words, Zhou Yan was shocked. He really hadn't expected that Lin Xiangye would also be so overbearing. However, this was also forced by Jiang Su, Lin Shijuan, and Chino. There was no way for Qin's family to be arrested immediately, otherwise Jiang Shijing wouldn't have spared Chino's family. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiangyan picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, and saw that there were already many channels vying for coverage. She tightly squeezed the remote control, looking at Wen Xian nervous. That hand of yours is lightly injured, but you can't move it around, Auntie, don't exert yourself, okay? Lin Xiangya's eyes reddened and handed her the remote control. Good, I know, I'm just happy. For so many years Jiang Shijing has been protecting me. Now that I see Xiang Keching like this, I'm kind of out of breath. When Xian looked at her with her cheeks resting, then, let me ask you something, okay? Lin Xiangye nodded her head. If Jiang Shijing really took that hit and became a vegetable or lost his memory, what would you do? When Xian was curious. Lin Xiangyan thought seriously, then I'll take care of him for the rest of my life, do my best to snatch Fan Xing and Jiang clan, no matter what I won't give up on Jiang Shijing. I knew it. When Xian hooked her lips and patted the top of her head, evening, don't worry, both you and Jiang Shijing will be safe and sound next, absolutely none of this will happen. Lin Xiangye had just nodded her head when the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. A graceful and luxurious woman appeared in front of her. Lin Xiangye blinked, puzzled, did you go to the wrong ward? I'm Bai Yuyun, your aunt. Bai Yuyun came in and looked at her fixedly, her eyes complicated. Lin Xiangyan froze. Wen Xian was also surprised and blurted out, "You're the Bai Yuyun who doesn't want to see Lian Lian and still holds the confidential technology of Flourishing Star? Don't you yell at the elders." Lin Xiangye hurriedly reminded in a low voice. Wen Xian took a deep breath and looked at Bai Yuyun with eyes full of repulsion and caution. She didn't have a good feeling about Bai Yuyun. This woman's refusal to see evening when she was trying to get her hands on the confidential technology was just too much. Bai Yuyun did not have the slightest fluctuation on her face, only coldly sweeping towards Wen Xian. "A hairy girl dares to be so rude to me, believe it or not I'll let Wen Lu take you back to confinement? You know my dad." Wen Shallow shrunk his neck, somewhat abashed. Bai Yuyun coldly grunted, "Still not quick to go out? Lin Shangwan and I have something to say alone." Wen Shallow honestly got up, leaning over to instruct Lin Shangyan as she left, "If she bullies you, you call out to me." Lin Shangye cried and laughed, nodding her head. When Wen Shallow left, she rolled over and got out of bed. Seeing that her hands were all bun-like, Bai Yuyun coldly grunted and skimmed, "Just don't get up and get busy, I came to find you to give you the confidential technology." Lin Shangye was stunned, how could she not expect her to come for this? She hesitantly said, "But, you are not willing to see me, and said that Uncle Zhong won't give me the confidential technology until he gives the word, now why?" "There is no why, in short, I have decided so." Bai Yuyun flicked away the dust on the bench and sat down. Lin Shangye pursed her lips, "Good, then thank you, ma'am." Bai Yuyun stared at her, frowning slightly, seemingly somewhat displeased. The two inexplicably stared at each other for a moment. Lin Xiangye hesitantly said, "What's wrong?" Bai Yuyun coldly said, "So I'm not even an ant in your eyes anymore, opening your mouth and closing it with Mrs. Bai. This confidential technique is not a pain in the ass to give." "Lin Xiangwan," she said in a formal manner, "but didn't you say that you don't recognize me? If I rashly call you aunt, you will definitely be angry." This time, it was Bai Yuyun's turn to choke. She huffed and stood up, flung a document onto the bed and headed out. Lin Xiangye looked at her back, "Thank you." A word of thanks made Bai Yuyun stop in her tracks. She turned around and said, "Xiang Shijing, that goddamned one bullied you so much, gave you aggravation, forced you to leave for 3 years, how come you never told me and your grandpa about these things?" Lin Xiangye raised her eyes in shock and clearly saw the heartache and softness in Bai Yuyun's eyes. Chapter 132, Unraveling the Grudge. One sentence had finally opened up a topic and grudge from years ago. Bai Yuyun walked over and sat down beside Lin Xiangye. "We saw Xiang Shijing bring an illegitimate child into the door, and you still called her mom with your mouth, so furious that we all had to sever our relationship with you, and moved out of the house in a fit of rage. For so many years, I thought you were living a good life, pampering yourself in the Lin family, working hand in glove with Xiang Shijing, and for the sake of this missy status, you didn't even care that your own mother was being cheated on. It wasn't until I saw the news today that I realized that you've been fighting against her all this time, and it was only a few years ago that you learned the truth, and after that, you resolutely severed your relationship with them." Lin Xiangye's eyes reddened. Bai Yuyun also choked up, gently holding her hand. "I'm sorry, our child, all these years you've been wronged, but we still blame you. I don't know that you're young that time you don't understand anything." She picked up the document and handed it to Lin Xiangyan. "You put it away properly. I said that Zhong Jia is just to make things difficult for you, whether the confidential technology is given to you or not, only I can make the decision." Lin Xiangyan didn't hold back her tears. Only at this moment, looking at Bai Yuyun's expression that changed from strong to heartbroken, did she finally know what affection felt like. It was the eyes that looked at her with only heartache, it was the lack of hesitation in saying harsh words and then turning her eyes to actively beg for peace, and it was the bond that no matter how many barriers there were, as long as misunderstandings were eliminated, she was still willing to continue to be a family member. Lin Xiang Evening cried uncontrollably, Bai Yuyun also hugged her crying. When Qian immediately crashed through the door of the hospital room and came in, pointing at Bai Yuyun and scolding, "Let go of Lian Lian. What are you doing? Late Night has injuries on her hands, and you're actually bullying her like this. You are disrespectful for the old. You're ruthless." Bai Yuyun stiffened, and Lin Xiangyi also froze. Both of them looked at Wen Xian at the same time. Only then did Wen Shallow realize that Bai Yuyun had also burst into tears. She instantly gulped helplessly. You didn't hear what I just said, did you?" Bai Yuyun wiped her tears and slowly and methodically gathered her shawl. Wen Xian almost knelt down. "Don't tell my father, okay? Mrs. Bai, Auntie Bai, Auntie Bai? Indiscriminate messing around, and you want me not to tell your dad? Not even a door. It's time to discipline this girl of yours." Bai Yuyun pretended to be angry, stood up and left. Lin Xiang Evening came back to her senses and held back a laugh. "Wen Xian, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to my aunt, the kind that starts with 3 bows." Wen Shallow made a big bend and almost had a close contact with the ground. Bai Yuyun was amused, holding her up and said without a good mood, "Okay, this time I'll let you off. There is a good girlfriend like you at the side of the evening. These years she is not really isolated. As her aunt, I have not done as good as you. It's me who should say a word of thanks to you." Wen Xian froze, being that she wouldn't be able to do the whole thing, and hurriedly looked at Lin Xiangyan. She didn't hear it wrong, did she? Bai Yuyun was fierce like a tigress before, but now she was actually so gentle. A master of face changing? When Xian didn't move and smiled, Mrs. Bai, Evening Night has indeed suffered a lot these years, but I believe she will get better in the future. Bai Yuyun nodded slightly and turned to look at Lin Xiangyan. When will you come to the house? Grandpa and the others miss you. There's also that Jiang Shijing, he's really good to you, why don't you lead the family home for a meal as well? Lin Xiangyan was just about to agree, when she thought of something she shook her head again. No, I'd better not go back first, so as not to be watched and bring trouble to you guys when everything settles down. I'll definitely bring my boyfriend home. Bai Yuyun raised her hand in relief and patted her shoulder. Good child, then auntie will leave first, feel free to contact me if you need any help. She turned to leave. When Xian's eyes were the same as seeing a ghost, you said, how did your aunt suddenly change her nature? Haven't you heard of the saying that you'll see people's hearts after a long time? Lin Xiangyan smiled at her, her tone meaningful. Any misunderstandings that were once there can be solved with time. A few hours passed. Dawn broke, Jiang Shijing returned, and Xiang Caking and Tang Li became the most famous existences in Young City. Everyone was talking about what they had done, and even Lin Shijuan and Jiang Vi had no face to meet people. Jiang's stock went all the way down. Jiang Ke still bit the bullet and refused to let Jiang Shijing go back to run the company. Jiang Shijing's face didn't fluctuate at all when he found out about this. Lin Xiangye looked at him. Why is your second uncle like this? He wants to save face and wants me to ask him myself. I'm not going to go. Jiang Shijing held her wrist and carefully examined the injury. Does it hurt? I entrusted someone to buy a painkiller from a research and development organization. It's abroad. It'll take 2 more days before it can be shipped over. Lin Xiangye's eyes flashed slightly. Let's go abroad. Jiang Shijing was stunned. Go directly to this research and development organization? I'm afraid you'll inevitably run into your hands on an airplane. No, what I mean is, let's simply leave Fancheng and Zhang's and leave Young City. Since we laid this trap, let's make it more real. Lin Xiangye raised an eyebrow. Or are you unwilling to go abroad with me and stay alone for a while? Of course I'm willing. Jiang Shijing begged, calling his housekeeper to get him to pack his bags. Then we'll leave tonight. Have the doctor fix your hand. Don't touch it during the security check. When Qian and Zhou Yan came in, they saw them packing. What are you guys doing? Zhou Yan was bewildered. Jiang Shijing said without looking back, packing up and leaving the country overnight. Why? Zhou Yan took 2 steps forward. Lin Xiangwan is still injured. You guys left the country overnight. What happened? Desperate end of the world, couple escaping. Are you guys joining in? Jiang Shijing picked up his jacket and draped it over Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan saw that Shan was in a hurry, and immediately explained, let the bullets fly for a while. They've already teamed up with the 3 parties, and they think they're going to win everything, so let them get even more carried away. Zhou Yan could not understand anything, and was about to ask when Xian pulled a hand. I understand, let's just trust them unconditionally. No matter what happens, they all have a number in their hearts, we just need to believe unconditionally. Lin Xiangye and Xian looked at each other, their gazes burning, both carrying absolute trust and tacit understanding of each other. Just like that, the 2 of them left on a plane overnight. Lin Xiangyan asked Uncle Zhong and other shareholders to keep watch over Flourishing Star, not explicitly saying why they were leaving, but revealing a feeling of being forced to leave between the lines. Zhong Jia got the shareholders to meet overnight. On Zhang's side, everyone is talking about President Jiang Su. Jiang Ke called Jiang Shijing and waited for a reply that he was out of the country to accompany Lin Xiangwan to recuperate, so he was so angry that he killed the hospital to make Jiang Su give up his position. Jiang Su was punched to the face fracture, and Lin Shijuan became a difficult brother, do not have the energy to deal with Jiang Ku. For a while, the entire Young City was in a state of panic. Everyone said that Fancheng and Jiang are going to be finished. Chapter 133, The Sweetness Before the Storm. At the same time, Lin Xiangye and Jiang Shijing were at a height of 10,000 meters watching all the stars. This time when they left, no one knew their whereabouts, including Qian Zhou Yan. When they first got off the plane, Lin Xiangye's cell phone lit up one after another, displaying dozens of missed calls. Jiang Shijing's helped her pick up her phone and glanced at it. Kina called you the most interesting. Hearing the acid in his tone, Lin Xiangye hooked her lips. He wants to get back at me the most, of course he wants to find me. Jiang Shijing opened the car door and helped her sit in first, even more sour. Listening to what you mean, you don't hate him pestering you like this at all. Lin Xiangye wrinkled her nose and deliberately looked around the carriage. Where did the smell of vinegar come from? The driver didn't understand Chinese. Seeing her sniffing back and forth, he momentarily opened the window nervously to ventilate the room, revealing an apologetic smile. Lin Xiangye and Jiang Shijing froze and burst out laughing at the same time. After arriving at the hotel, Lin Xiangye was already exhausted, and after changing her medication and cleaning up, she dipped into bed and fell asleep. When she woke up, Jiang Shijing wasn't at the hotel. Lin Xiangye went downstairs to look for him and found Jiang Shijing sitting in the hotel restaurant talking to a woman. The woman had long, slightly curly hair, was wearing a red dress, had blonde hair and blue eyes, and was frequently discharging electricity towards Jiang Shijing. The 2 of them didn't know what they were talking about, and seemed to be in a good mood. Lin Xiangyan narrowed her eyes and walked over, directly pulling out the chair at the table behind Jiang Shijing and sitting down. The two were exchanging words in Spanish. She couldn't understand a word, but the sound of laughter came over from time to time. Lin Xiangyan listened for a while, and was so speechless that she dropped her knife and fork on the floor. With a crunching sound, Jiang Shijing turned back and met Lin Xiangyan's icy cold eyes. He paused. Late? Pick it up before you continue chatting with your new love. Lin Xiangyan lightly grunted, got up and walked away. Jiang Shijing felt amused and chased after her to stop her. She's the tour guide here. I'm asking her where would be better if she wanted to take you around. All day long I say I like to be jealous, you're still the same. Lin Xiangyan blushed, a little embarrassed. She couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow into, glaring fiercely at Jiang Shijing and leaving. Jiang Shijing followed behind and pestered her, don't be angry, late night, I promise not to talk to women from now on. I want to take you for a drive on the beach tomorrow to relax and unwind, so just ignore me. Late night, late night? Lin Xiangyan was forced into the elevator by him, and seeing that there were two other tall men there, she whispered, why are you talking so much? When did I get angry? Jiang Shijing smiled and picked her chin, not caring that there were other people around. Right, you're not angry, you're drowning in vinegar. You. Lin Xiangyan's ears burned, chasing her out in a gesture to hit him. The elevator door closed, and you could still faintly hear Jiang Shijing's cry out, Ancestor, Ancestor, you watch your hands. The two men looked at each other, and one of them asked, see him? Is it our target? The other said, it's him. Keep an eye on it. The two men took note of the floor the elevator stopped at just now and went downstairs. Lin Xiangyan didn't know anything about it, and returned to her room with Jiang Shijing in a fight, unconsciously finding the feeling of being together 3 years ago. They collapsed on the bed together, turned sideways to face each other and looked at each other. Jiang Shijing reached out and scraped the tip of Lin Xiangyan's nose. You always say you have a crush on me, but no matter before or now, it's always me chasing after you. It's not fair at all. Lin Xiangyan laughed. Then what do you want? Why don't you lose your memory for a bit, and I'll chase you instead. Jiang Shijing hugged her and kissed her forehead. I don't want to give up, it's better for me to chase you. Che, you're too willing to give up. In fact, you're looking forward to it in your heart when you hear me say this, right? I really haven't seen Lin Xiangyan chasing someone. I want to see it. Just a few jokes. This night no one thought it would be a prophecy. Lin Xiangyan and Jiang Shijing stayed in a small European city for 3 or 4 days, watching the sea every day on a date, isolated from all news in the country. This state lasted until half a month later. An unusual phone call came through. Seeing Jiang Su's name, Lin Xiangyan paused. Jiang Shijing's smile tightened slightly as he picked up the phone. The Jiang Su on the phone breathed in sharply and clenched her teeth. I don't want this Jiang clan anymore. Chino also quit Prosperity Star. We're all out of the company's business, and we'll resell our shares to you, okay? His tone was almost pleading, a far cry from the tough and arrogant way he was half a month ago. Jiang Shijing said carelessly, we've already given up on both Fanxing and Jiang. One of you is the major shareholder and the other is the president. Isn't it quite good? Why did you start selling off your shares again? You knowingly asked. Jiang Su viciously said, when you left with Lin Xiangyan, you took away the confidential technology of Prosperous Star, and those old clients of Jiang's also ran away with you. Now Qinu and I have lost all our pockets and are going bankrupt. You're so tactful at Jiang Shijing, you and Lin Xiangyan just made up your mind to trap me and Qino hard, didn't you? He was impotent and furious on the phone. Jiang Shijing laughed, yeah, since you guessed it all, why bother calling me? I don't want Jiang's anymore, I'll give it back to you. You take back the shares. Jiang Su started to play tricks. Jiang Shijing grunted coldly, I can't possibly let you go until you've lost everything. Have fun dealing with the board of directors at Jiang's. Hanging up the phone, he looked at Lin Xiangyan, his eyes burning. It's time for us to make a move. Lin Xiangyan nodded slightly. That night, the company registered by Shao Xuan Yanjing was established overseas, buying several oversized foundries. Fanxing's confidential technology was added, and Jiang Shijing's accumulated customer contacts supported the scene, instantly closing $200 million in orders. Lin Xiangyan and Jiang Shijing were not present, but this company has a special name. Evening Spring. The company is thousands of miles away from Banyan City, but it shares the same name as one of the dessert stores. The dessert store where they got engaged 3 years ago, and the new company where they joined hands 3 years later. No one knew the significance, except the two parties involved. The first time he learned of the emergence of this company, Zhong Jie first ignored his injuries and took Cushion overseas. They took out their confidential technology and asked for a stake in the new company, which was rejected by Lin Xiangyan. When they were leaving, Zhong Jie said in annoyance, don't forget that you only have 2 copies of the confidential technology, it's always incomplete. Unless you can get a 3rd copy of the technology and have professionals help you recover it, you'll never be able to get a true prototype of the technology. You're no longer considering it? Lin Xiangyan was silent for a moment, still insisting on her conditions. Either I give you a sum of money and buy the technology over, or I don't want it. Zhong Jie was so angry that he laughed coldly. Flourishing Star is your grandfather's heart and soul. Are you sure you're just going to stay overseas and not even want this company? I'm waiting for it to go bankrupt. When the time comes, I will naturally acquire it and hold 100% of Prosperous Star. The two uncles don't need to say much, please. Lin Xiangye directly drove people away, not saying a single word of nonsense. This was her and Jiang Shijing's plan. Take advantage of them all letting their guard down and leave with the most important bargaining chip of the two companies. When Flourishing Star and Jiang couldn't hold out, and Chino and Jiang V were losing money because of it, then they would buy them back in one fell swoop. Now look, things are moving in that direction. Chapter 134. One of you two must die. Zhong Jie and Kujin both had ugly faces, wanting to leave but not willing to leave just like that. After a moment of scrutinizing the situation, the two decided to compromise. Lin Xiangye took out funds to acquire it, leaving only the last copy of the confidential technology unaccounted for. Jiang Shijing was busy with the company before he learned that she had settled two shareholders. In the restaurant, he picked up red wine and clinked it with Lin Xiangye. Do you want to find the fifth person who holds the confidential technology? Lin Xiangyan was slightly drunk, her eyes misted with water, looking at him and smiling. Of course I want to, but there is no clue about the fifth person. I only know that his name is 3 characters. I don't understand why Grandpa didn't give me any hints. Jiang Shijing looked at her deeply. I promise, tomorrow you'll be able to get that classified technology. You're coaxing me again. Lin Xiangye slumped over the edge of the table, the red wine glass in her hand then about to fall. Jiang Shijing held the wine glass in time, settled the bill and carried her into the car. He sat in and couldn't help but lean over and kiss Lin Xiangyan's forehead. Fool, that person has always been in front of you, why can't you guess? Lin Xiangyan subconsciously answered and rolled over to hug him. Jiang Shijing smiled and kissed her lips, signaling the driver to drive. After returning to the rented hotel, Jiang Shijing put on hot water and hugged Lin Xiangyan to take a bath. 5 minutes went by, but there was no one on the bed. Jiang Shijing frowned, wiped his hands and went out to look for him, and just as he pulled open the door to his room, he was blocked by 3 people. The person in the lead he had never seen before. The 2 people behind him looked familiar, and he often ran into them in the elevator on his first day and during this period of time. Jiang Shijing's cold eyes swept away and looked straight at them. Where's Lin Xiangye? The man in the lead smiled sinisterly. Taken away by us, Mr. Qin asked us to ask you one thing. Do you want you to live or Lin Xiang want to live? Jiang Shijing's hand clutched the door handle tightly, his fingertips turning white. Things had been going well for the past half a month, but he had frequent nightmares at night. It turned out that the nightmares were signs. Jiang Shijing's face was expressionless as he said, Where's Chino? I'll talk to him personally. Several people walked in and placed a tablet on the table. Connecting the video call, Chino sat in a pitch-black room. Next to him was Lin Xiangyan, who had already been tied up, her face covered in flushed drunkenness, sleeping soundly. One of Chino's hands was fiddling with Lin Xiangyan's collar, his delicate collarbone exposed. His hand continued down. Jiang Shijing's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said word for word, Don't touch her, if there's anything you want to do, come at me. Chino stopped her movements and raised her head to smile in the direction of the camera. Jiang Shijing, I do admire you quite a bit. First, you brought Lin Xiangye to deliberately go and mess up with Jiangsu, then you arrested Xiang Keicheng and Jiangsu's mom, causing a storm in the city, and everyone's attention was diverted away. Then, you took away Jiang's old clients, Lin Xiangwan took the confidential technology, and you used the startup capital to open a company outside, causing both companies to suffer serious losses. In the end, the shareholders were pressurized and wanted to give in to you, and you then acquired Fanxing and Zhang's, taking 100% control, and then once you returned to China and merged with the new company, no one would be able to infiltrate the company's interior anymore. He said as he moved over, his cold features adding a few more points of ruthlessness. It's a pity that you didn't realize that I've been sending people to keep an eye on you all along, didn't you? I know exactly where you've been since you left the country. Jiang Shijing crossed his arms and said lazily, Cut the crap, how can I release Lin Xiangwan? Go to hell. Chino sighed and leaned back on the sofa, pinching Lin Xiangyan's palm as if she was playing with a doll's hand. I'm tired of fighting with you guys, and I'm not interested in your company's property. As long as one of you goes to death, I'll be relieved, and now it's up to you to see if you're willing to die for Lin Xiangwan. He stared straight at the upside-down face in the screen, and a strong hatred surged in his heart. After running away from home, he fought against his family by moving from place to place, just to prove that he could also find a favorite, suitable candidate for marriage. It turned out that Lin Xiangwan met his requirements, and it turned out that Lin Xiangwan didn't want to be with him. Now the Qin family was being dragged down by him and could not live in peace, and the culprit of all this was Jiang Shijing. No matter what, he wouldn't let this man off the hook. Jiang Shijing looked through the screen and watched Lin Xiangyan's hand being cupped by Chino, and a flash of murderous anger erupted from the bottom of his eyes. He nodded his head and said faintly, Yes, I'll have my people pick up Lin Xiangyan. As long as Lin Xiangyan is safe, I'll do whatever you want. Qingo slowly hooked his lips. This choice of yours is really in line with my expectations. He stood up. I'll send the location to your cell phone. You let people come to rescue. There's no one here. Just take Lin Xiangye directly. I'll go to you now. When you die, I want to see it with my own eyes. Jiang Shijing's silence cooperated. He took out his cell phone and forwarded the location to Yan Jing under the watchful eyes of the crowd, telling him to go save Lin Xiangwan. After sending the text message, he put down his phone and quickly tapped the screen a few times in a split second. No one noticed his movements. Several men brought Jiang Shijing downstairs and sent him into the car. The car rushed towards the suburbs in the night. The sound of the wind hunted, getting closer and closer to the seaside cliffs. Jiang Shijing saw the man standing on the reef, got out of the car and walked over. His hands had already been tied with ropes long ago. Chino stared at him closely, standing opposite each other. Neither of them opened their mouths. Until the silence was broken by the ringing of a cell phone. Kinu took the cell phone out of Jiang Shijing's pocket and connected it. Yan Jing said, "We've already taken the person away safely and are sending her to the hospital to give Ms. Lin a simple checkup." He took a deep breath, his voice trembled a little. "Mr. Jingyu." Do-o-do-oo-oo. Kino hung up the phone, raised his hand and threw the phone into the sea, making a gesture of please. "Your turn." Jiang Shijing looked at him without much expression. "In the future, if you dare to pester Lin Xiangyan again, I won't let you go even as a ghost." Shino smiled like a spring breeze. "Don't worry, I'm a person who's afraid of everything, just not being asked for my life. I'll wait for you to come to me. Goodbye forever." He stretched out a finger against Jiang Shijing's shoulder, extremely insulting. Jiang Shijing's was calm and collected, without any trace of fear of imminent death. The moment he was pushed down, the words he said to Lin Xiangyan flashed through his mind. Lian, haven't heard you call me a Jing a few more times. Run our company well, maybe I still have a chance of survival. As long as I can live, I will definitely come back for you. If not, I'll stay with you. Protect yourself." Chapter 135, Waking Up and Turning the World Upside Down. The evening wind hunted. Jiang Shijing fell down and was nowhere to be found. Shingo stood on the reef, his smile becoming bloodthirsty and triumphant bit by bit. "The woman I can't get, you won't get either. Jiang Shijing, goodbye forever." Just as the words fell, a headlight swept in. Yan Jing jumped down before the car could stop, leading the men to beat Chino. He grabbed Chino's collar and questioned with red eyes, "Where is our general manager Jing? Where is Mr. Jing?" Kina laughed, raising his hands in surrender. "Sorry, you're still too late. Your Mr. Jing has already fallen off the cliff. Now he's probably become a puddle of flesh and mud. If you take the people to look for him now, you'll probably still be able to find his arms and legs or something." Stunned, Yan Jing pushed Go down and rode on top of him and hit him. "I'll fight you." A few black-clothed men rushed over and freed Go away, turning to wrestle with Yan Jing's men. Shino straightened his seized collar, his eyes full of disdain. "It's useless even if you're incompetent and furious. A man's death is a death. Hold him back, I'll go first." He turned around and left without looking back amidst Yan Jing's angry roar. Yan Jing with a few bodyguards fought with the other side for a while, both sides hanging on to their colors. The man in black had no desire to fight, and ran straight away. On the large reef cliff, Yan Jing knelt on the ground, his pants legs being blown back and forth. Someone spoke in an intolerant manner. "Brother Yan, don't worry, our people have long since gone down to search in the first place. Chief King is not necessarily really dead." Yan Jing lowered his head and clenched his fists in bewilderment. "Yes, he may not necessarily be dead. You guys hurry up and go searching. Add more manpower and call an ambulance over." He instantly gained spirit, standing up and rushing towards the bottom of the cliff. Overnight, the sea breeze swept away all traces of the seaside fight. Hotel. Lin Xiangye slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes were filled with idyllic ceiling carvings. Seeing her wake up, Wen Xian and Zhao Yan were instantly surprised. "Evening, you've been sleeping for a day and a night. I thought that person fed you poison. If you don't wake up, we'll have to call an ambulance." Lin Xiangye blinked and had a terrible headache as she sat up. "What happened to me? Why are you all here?" Seeing her confused face, Wen Xian and Zhao Yan looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Wen Xian's eyes reddened and hugged Lin Xiangye tightly. "I missed you so I came over with Zhao Yan to see you. To tell you the good news, Chino has transferred the shares directly to you. He left Banyan City, and will never pester you again." Zhou Banquet nodded his head vigorously. "Uncle Zhong and the others are already going to follow you. You've managed to hold on to Flourishing Star, congratulations." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangye's brows furrowed even tighter. She pushed Wen Xian away and queried, "Where is Jiang Shijing?" Both of them stiffened at the same time. Sure enough, they had to face this question after all. Wen Xian lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Lin Xiangye was flustered and pulled her sleeve. "Shallow, I know you won't specially rush over to bother me unless something big has happened. Tell me, what's going on? Where is Jiang Shijing?" She didn't remember anything. She seemed to have gotten drunk and was lying on the bed waiting for Jiang Shijing to put the bathwater for her, only to wake up and see Wen Shallow and Zhou Yan. Something must have happened in between that she didn't know about. It must have been something big. Wen Shallow stammered, unable to say anything. Zhou Yan took a deep breath. "It's like this, sure Jing he had some urgent matters to deal with, so he went back to." "Don't you talk nonsense. What exactly happened? Do you think I don't understand Jiang Shijing? Even if he was in a hurry, he wouldn't leave me here." Lin Xiangye was breathing heavily, a bad feeling growing in her heart. She stared tightly at the two men and said word for word, "Tell me what's going on, I have to know the truth." Zhao Yan clenched his fists, tightening and loosening them. He hung his head and finally spoke. Last night you were taken away by Chino. His people have been secretly following you, in order to give you the final blow when you were fighting for the company to gain the upper hand. Lin Xiangwan's face turned white. He took Jiang Shijing away? No, what he took was you. He knew that the tide had turned and that he couldn't compete with you and Shijing's no matter what, so he took you and forced Shijing's to exchange one life for another. Zhao Yan's eyes reddened. Don't look away. Lin Xiangye stared at him closely, her mind buzzing. One life for one life, what does that mean? Chino threatened Jiang Shijing. If he didn't go to his death, he would kill you. When Shen finally couldn't help but cry out, and then Jiang Shijing's was willing to die for you, and was taken to the cliff seashore by Kinu, pushed down, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Lin Xiangye froze. She sat on the bed and began to shiver uncontrollably. Obviously the bed was soft and warm, but it was like a layer of thousand-year-old frost had formed all over her body. You mean, Jiang Shijing is most likely dead? Lin Xiangyan opened her mouth, hearing her voice shaking beyond recognition. Zhou Yanyan squatted down and said intolerantly, Shi Jing is very smart. Before he was taken away, he sent a few punctuation marks to Yin Jing, who directly located his cell phone and followed him to the seashore with a synchronized group of people. Someone went down to search and rescue Shi Jing just after he was pushed down. I believe Shi Jing is still alive. You have to believe it too. Lin Xiangyan closed her eyes and her heart went cold. She held back the feeling of dizziness. How long have I been asleep? When Xian choked, a day and a night. Lin Xiangya looked at her. It's the second night now? Yes. In other words, after 24 hours, you don't even know if Jiang Shijing is dead or alive? Lin Xiangye was calm on the surface, but she couldn't really see in front of her eyes, as if she was hallucinating. What she saw wasn't Wen Xiao and Zhou Yan, it was Jiang Shijing's floating in the sea covered in blood. Then the scene shifted to last night, when Jiang Shijing's ate a candlelight dinner with her and pestered her to call her Jing again. She purposely teased Jiang Shijing and didn't call out even after dinner. She deliberately teased Jiang Shijing's and didn't say it even after the meal. She hadn't even called out yet, so how come Jiang Shijing's was gone? One at a time, risking his life to save her so many times was fine, how could he really die this time? Lin Xiangye rolled over and got out of bed, and stood frozen on the cold floor for a long time. Wen Qian was shocked by her abnormal appearance, covering her mouth and not daring to cry out. Lin Xiangye nodded. Jiang Shijing should still be alive, he'll be fine, I'm going to find him now. There are already a lot of people searching at the scene, you won't be able to help much if you go, just stay in the hotel, okay? I beg you. Wen Qian tightly grabbed her wrist. Zhou Yan also blocked in front of Lin Xiangyan with red eyes. They were all afraid that Lin Xiangyan would go to the beach and be so devastated that she wouldn't be able to think straight and do something stupid. Lin Xiangyan smiled, didn't break down and didn't cry out. Jiang Shijing is the most tactful, he must have been working every step of the way again, wanting to catch me, trying to get me to love him more, that's why he hid and pretended to be dead, and had you guys stop me, right? Wen Qian was terrified and hugged her tightly. Evening, don't scare me, are you mentally abnormal? Don't you scare me. Lin Xiangye pushed her, clearly smiling, but in her eyes was a sadness so thick that it couldn't be melted. Look, you guys are stopping me again, can you stop? I'm going to find him. 3 years of misunderstanding had caused a layer of frost to fall on her heart. It was not easy for the sun to come out, the frost melted, and the sun that melted her was gone again. Lin Xiangye braced herself and broke Wen Xian's hand bit by bit, saying seriously, I'm going to find Jiang Shijing, if you guys stop me again, I really won't survive. Wen Shallow froze in fear and took 2 steps back. Lin Xiangye walked out with her bare feet. Just then, Yin Jing hurriedly arrived. Chapter 136, Don't See Each Other Again. Lin Xiangyan's footsteps lurched. She stared tightly at Yin Jing, not daring to open her mouth to ask. Seeing her face, Yin Jing caught his breath and immediately said, Good news, Chief Jing didn't die, he was saved by a fisherman and sent to the hospital. Lin Xiangwan's tense body finally relaxed, tears rushed out of her eyes at once. Where is he? I want to go see him. Yin Jing supported her shaky body and solemnly said, Jiang Ko has something to say to you. Before you go to see Mr. King, you have to go to see him and the old madam first. The old madam is also here? Zhou Yan was taken aback. With the old madam's age and physical fitness, she could no longer take airplanes and couldn't even buy a ticket. Coming so quickly, she should have taken the helicopter despite her body. This time, even if his cousin is not dead, I am afraid in Lin Xiang evening. Zhou Yan frowned and couldn't help but look at Lin Xiangyan. Yin Jing nodded. Yes, the old madam and Jiang Ko have something to say to Ms. Lin, all of you don't follow. Wen Qian instantly tensed up, looking at Lin Xiangyan to speak. Lin Xiangyan didn't hesitate for a second. Okay, I'll go see them. She didn't want anything, she only thought that after meeting the old madam and Jiang Ko, she would be able to see Jiang Shijing. She only wanted to see Jiang Shijing in peace. Yin Jing sidled over. Let's go, I'll see you off. Lin Xiangyan took a deep breath and walked out with a determined expression. Wen Qian and Zhou Yan glanced at each other. She sighed and asked, Do you think they can still be together this time? It's hard. Zhou Yan paused, then said thoughtfully, I don't think they can. Yin Jing drove and stopped in front of an apartment. Lin Shangyan walked in and saw Jiang Ku and the old lady in the living room. The old madam closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. She turned her head when she heard footsteps and smiled at her. Little Knight is here. Grandma. Lin Shangye walked over and looked at Jiang Ku next to her. Surprisingly, Jiang Ku didn't throw her a look, just calmly picked up the teacup and blew out a mouthful of hot air. Lin Shangye unconsciously tensed up and walked over to sit next to the old lady. Grandma, how is he? Why don't you guys let me go see him? I'll introduce you to him. Jiang Ku opened his mouth and looked at her. Serious brain injury, cured of amnesia, cured of being a vegetable. Lin Shangye's breath hitched. Jiang Ku continued, now there's a famous doctor who can save him. We're going to transfer him to that hospital for treatment. Good, that's great. Lin Shangye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma, this matter is all my fault. I wasn't able to take care of each other with Jiang Shijing. I know you must be very angry. I promise, I'll stay with Jiang Shijing for the rest of the day. I'll bear all the treatment costs. She held up 4 fingers. Even if Jiang Shijing becomes a vegetable, I won't give up on him. The old madam looked at her quietly, a touch of compassion in her eyes. She took Lin Shangye's hand and smiled. Good child, I know that you don't want this to happen either, and even more so, I know that what you're saying is true, but we're not willing to take a ride on you for the rest of your life. What do you mean? Lin Shangye's brain went blank for a split second. Jiang Ku put down his teacup. It's hard to hide his exhaustion. I'll be straight with you. The old lady and I don't want you guys to get in touch again. We're planning to take him to seek medical treatment, take advantage of his amnesia, use this opportunity to make him forget about you, get married and have children normally, and don't get involved in those salacious things anymore. If you have to pester him, even if he is cured, he won't be able to resume his normal life. He will still be hurt by all kinds of people. In that case, he might as well just be a vegetable. At least he will be able to live his life well without any more injuries. We won't give him a cure. Lin Shangye's eyes widened, staring at him dumbfounded. You guys, are you going to use this matter to force me to cut ties with him? Her heart tightened and she spoke in a hard voice. I will properly resolve the Lin family gang. That Chino has harmed him like this. I won't let him go. You guys don't make me leave him. 3 years ago after you left him, although he did not have fun with you, but at least peaceful and stable, live a peaceful and joyful, now? Jiang Ku always looked at Lin Shangyan calmly. Since you returned to China, has there been a single day of peace and joy around him? Lin Shangyan was dumbfounded. There wasn't. She seemed to be Jiang Shijing's calamity, several times causing Jiang Shijing's life to be in danger. Jiang Ku closed his eyes and sighed. Also, you said you could solve the Lin family and that gang, but the fact that you and Jiang Shijing both teamed up and were still being set upon by them means that you can't do it alone even more. Stop painting the cake, our minds are made up. Lin Shangyan gritted her teeth and turned to look at old lady Jiang. She pinned all her hopes on old Madame Jiang. Grandma, you give me one last chance, okay? Old lady Jiang closed her eyes and said softly, I'm old, I can't withstand the tossing and turning, I don't know how many more years I can live. For the rest of my life, I only hope that my grandson will be able to live well, and continue the lineage for the Jiang family. Shao Evening, have pity on me as an old granny, can't you? Lin Shangye lost her voice, the hand that grabbed her lost its strength little by little. She could ignore Jiang Ku, but she couldn't reject old lady Jiang. In the beginning, it was old lady Jiang who supported her and Jiang Shijing to be together. Later on, it was also old lady Jiang who didn't care that she had run away from the marriage and still gave her support, not falling out with the Lin family. To Mrs. Jiang, Lin Shangyan was grateful and respectful, but she couldn't refuse this old man. Lin Shangyan gritted her teeth and shed tears in bewilderment, but in case Jiang Shijing regains his memory. He was seriously injured, maybe he can't even speak well after waking up, how can he easily recover his memory? Do you think he just had a concussion? That was a fall from a dozen meters of reef. Jiang Ku got agitated and held onto the corner of the table to catch his breath. Lin Shangyan still didn't want to give up. She stood up and said word for word, if I remove all the obstacles and won't let Jiang Shijing suffer anymore, can you guys give me a chance? Old lady Jiang sighed helplessly. This instant, Lin Shangyan thought she was going to let go. But the next second, old lady Jiang's words slammed her into the abyss again. Don't you guys ever see each other again? Chapter 137, Sudden Change in the Wind and Clouds. Half an hour later, Lin Shangyan left from the apartment. Jiang Ku personally set her out, and never looked as good in his life as he does now. This place is where Shijing's lived abroad. I went through a lot of trouble to bring him back to kill as Jiang's president. He should have had a peaceful and stable life. The implication was that Lin Shangye's appearance made Jiang Shijing very unsettled. In the past, when she heard such words, Lin Shangye would not take them seriously, nor did she care to argue with Jiang Ku about anything. But now, she actually felt that Jiang Ku was right. If it wasn't for getting involved with her, Jiang Shijing wouldn't have been hurt so much. Lin Shangye sat in the car, and when she was about to close the door, she paused again and raised her eyes to Jiang Ku. Can you let me see him one last time? I still don't know how he is now. Hearing this, Jiang Ku shook his head, decisively refused. I'm sorry, I can't let you meet with him. He's covered in abrasions and still unconscious. His appearance is very unattractive. It won't bring you anything even if you meet him. It's better to keep his best appearance in your memories. Lin Shangye stopped pleading and closed the car door and closed her eyes. She didn't open her eyes to look at the scenery on the road all the way, like she was asleep. So much so that the driver who drove her back only dared to whisper to her that she had arrived when she reached her destination. Lin Xiangye didn't fall asleep and calmly said thank you and got off. She stood on the side of the road, the cold wind blowing in her face, the traffic whistling past behind her, like a raging beast. In this moment, Lin Xiangye fell backwards. As she fell into darkness, she was pulled to that beach. Jiang Shijing stood on the reef and looked at her with a smile. Evening, I'm going to jump, remember, you're the one who got me killed, I'm unlucky when I'm with you, and now I'm like this all because of you. After saying that, Jiang Shijing turned around and jumped down. All around them went dark. Lin Xiangyan knelt on the ground, unable to cry. She was plunged into the darkness and struggled for a long time, only regaining consciousness when the sound of crying faintly came from her ears. The hotel staff and Wen Qian were all gathered around her, and were relieved to see her wake up the moment she did. Wen Qian cried out, Lin Xiang Knight, you're going to scare me to death. Why did you pass out on the side of the road? If you were in the middle of the road, I wouldn't even dare to think what would have happened. Lin Xiangwan blinked and said breathlessly, where's Zhao Yan? I don't know, was called away by a phone call, are you okay? Do you want some water? Wen Xiao took the water handed by the staff and gave it to her. Lin Xiangye sat up and took 2 sips of water before she felt much better. She handed the cup to the staff and whispered a thank you, then was about to stand up. Wen Xian supported her and couldn't wait to ask, have you seen Jiang Shijing? What did old madam and Jiang Ke say to you? Lin Xiangye's footsteps lurched, didn't say anything. Oh, then Jiang Shijing just told me not to meet with Jiang Shijing again in the future, and that even if Jiang Shijing wakes up, he will lose his memory and forget who I am. The breath that Wen Qian was about to relax instantly lifted up, her eyes widening in disbelief. What does this mean? Why don't you let you and Jiang Shijing meet? Are they blaming you? None of this matters, what matters is that I promised them that I wouldn't meet with Jiang Shijing in the future. Lin Xiangye acted as if nothing had happened, her eyes didn't even turn red for a moment. Wen Qian opened her mouth and got stuck all of a sudden. She didn't even know if she should comfort or scold Jiang Ku at this moment. Lin smiled at her. Jiang Ke said that he wants to give Jiang's to me to take care of on his behalf. I want to merge Jiang's and Evening Spring, and Pansam is running independently. There are still a lot of things to do next, work and revenge, everything can't be delayed. Wen Qian was dumbfounded. You. I'll call Xiao Shui, let her come with Yan Jing with a professional team, I'm going to start working. Lin Xiangye was always calm. Returning to the room, she literally turned on the computer to get her cell phone and started working without stopping. Wen Qian watched from the sidelines, not able to insert a word, not to mention not knowing what to do. But she knows that this Lin Xiangye is very wrong. In the past, whether Lin Xiangyan was sad or angry, she would vent it out, whereas now, it is clear that she is stimulated. Wen Qian gritted her teeth, turned around and went out to call Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan quickly came. He had already gone to see Jiang Ko, and over there learned that Jiang Shijing was going to be transferred to another place for treatment, and that Lin Xiangyan would never see him again. As soon as he heard Wen Qian say Lin Xiangwan's abnormality, he looked complicated for a long time. I think she's really ready to say goodbye to Shijing's completely, and is diverting her attention with revenge and work, or it can be said that she is atoning for her sins. Wen Qian frowned and said angrily, I don't understand what you are saying, I just want to know, late night can she still be happy or not? I don't want to see her like this, she's only superficially normal. Do you know she's fainted twice today? Zhou Yan spread his hands, but there's nothing we can do except accompany her. In fact, he couldn't stay with Lin Xiangyan all the time. People's hearts were biased. He was more worried about Jiang Shijing's, not to mention that there was still the Ding Sheng group for him to take care of. It was impossible for him to focus all of his attention on Lin Xiang Knight's side like Wen Shen did. 3 days later, not only Zhou banquet, but Wen Shallow also had to leave due to a family matter. It was also 3 days later that explosive news began to appear one after another in Yun City. Lin Xiangyan announced that the Prosperous Star Group is starting over, appointing Zhong Jia as the general manager and Xiu Shui as the vice president. Zhang's merged with the well-known overseas group Evening Spring. Zhang's is the headquarters and Evening Spring is the branch. The president of Zhang's headquarters is Yan Jing, and the appointment of the branch has yet to be made public. Lin Xiangye may become the biggest winner. Zhang's, Evening Spring as well as the 3 major companies of Prosperous Star are under her control. Zhang Ku and Lin Mu exit the stage of power grabbing. Not only are there changes in these business circles, but the Lin family and Jiang family are also making waves. Lin Xiangwan once again rejected Jiang Shijing, and the matter of Jiang Shao disappearing because of his love was in the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Su was prosecuted for intentional murder on suspicion of colluding with the Qin family and was jailed again. Tang Li is mentally unbalanced and becomes neurotic after being publicly executed, saying to everyone that she is a big star and that her child is the one who deserves to be Jiang's president. As for Lin Shijuan, a flying accident leaves him seriously injured in a car accident again. And the announcement of the perpetrator made everyone's jaws drop. This person turned out to be the drunken Xiang Kexingqing. The Lin family was in complete disarray. Combining everything, everyone was secretly discussing a conspiracy theory. They said that all of this was planned by Lin Xiangyan, that she took advantage of Jiang Shijing's feelings and forced Jiang Shijing to go far away without bothering to take care of the company, so that she could take control of Jiang clan in Evening Spring. She also said that Lin Xiangyan was behind Jiang's accident and Lin Shijuan's serious injury. In just half a year's time, the most feared person in Banyan City was no longer Jiang Shijing, but Lin Xiangyan. At that time, the protagonist of their discussion appeared in the Sea City. Chapter 138, 6 months later. At the tea house, a woman rested her cheeks and looked out the window. She was wearing a green-colored cheongsam, her skin was like gelatin, her long ebony hair fell behind her back, and the half side of her face in the window drew everyone's attention. Such a beauty, but wearing a necklace that does not quite match. The necklace pendant is a somewhat large antique copper key, and her dress does not fit, but also looks much duller. After a few minutes, the door to the box was pushed open. A man appeared in the doorway of the box. The moment he saw her, his eyes flashed with amazement, his eyes will not turn straight. Hearing the commotion, the woman looked back and smiled gently. "Shin Ershao, please have a seat." Shin Zawa went over and sat down as he was told, sizing her up, blushing a few points and stuttering a bit. You're the Lin Xiangye who sent me the email?" "It's me." Lin Xiangye took out an agreement from her bag and pushed it in front of him. "Sign it, and I'll help you take over the Qin family, so that your mother can live with you in the top floor of the Qin family, and become an existence that others won't dare to mock anymore." Shin Zawa looked at the agreement, which brought him back from the days of being stunned by the beauty, and his gaze grew wary. "Why do you want to help me? I'm just an unappreciated bastard." Lin Xiangye looked at him for a moment, hooked her lips and smiled. "I have a grudge against your big brother. Is this reason enough? What kind of enmity could make you make such a big deal out of supporting me without sparing any financial or material resources or power?" Shin Zawa continued to probe. Lin Xiangye met his guarded eyes like a calm lake, steeply smashed in a stone, waves gradually rising. "How should I put it? It's sort of a husband-killing feud." Shin Zawa froze. Lin Xiangye stretched out her index finger, coated with a light pink fingertip, pushed the agreement. "Sign, or not signing you, do not support you. I can also change the way to make him pay the price." Shin Zawa took a deep breath. He clearly felt that it was outrageous to come here to meet a beautiful woman and join forces with her to deal with that irresistible man, but subconsciously felt that following Lin Xiangye would definitely make it. Forget it, just give it a shot. Shin Zawa gritted her teeth and directly signed the agreement and pressed her handprints. Lin Xiangyan retrieved the agreement and threw him a file bag. "There's a lot of good stuff inside. Find someone and find a way to make it public at Mrs. Qin's birthday banquet." After saying that, she picked up her bag and left. The smell of citrus evening tuberose floated in the air as she brushed past. Shin Zawa took a whiff and savored it for a moment before picking up the document bag. After reading the contents, he began to fully believe in this mysterious woman's methods. Shin Zawa took the documents and hurriedly made a phone call to leave. Outside in the Black Czech Republic, Lin Xiangye leaned against the back seat and listened to Shin Zawa's excited voice coming out of the monitor. "Mom, I can definitely make it this time. I can definitely kill back and make those people pay. There's someone helping me. We'll have a good show soon." Lin Xiangye listened quietly, pressed the off button, rubbed her brow and ordered, "Go back." Uncle Lu stepped on the gas and frequently looked at her several times. "Ms. Lin, you haven't rested properly for 3 days in order to search for this information. Why don't you rest for a night in High City first?" "No, I find High City disgusting. Breathing the air here makes me sick." Lin Xiangye closed her eyes and rested. Her tone was full of disgust. Uncle Lu didn't say anything and sent her to the airport. Lin Xiangye got on the plane and received a phone call while checking her ticket. "Hello. Mr. Lin, is it true that you won't sign that order from TIC? The current profit is already substantial enough, but you still want to compress it?" Lin Xiangye checked her ticket in and frowned. "You still need to consult me on this kind of thing? Yan Jing, you're in charge of John's business now. Don't be so unassertive, okay? Continue to press the profits. If TIC can't accept it, let him find another partner. We're doing business, not charity." "Yes." Yan Jing hung up the phone and sat in front of his desk in thought. Assistant Xiao Gao looked at him and carefully said, "Mr. Yan, you've been lectured?" "Aha." Yan Jing sighed helplessly. "Over the past 6 months, Mr. Lin's style of acting is simply fast and accurate. Expanding the field is also wise as a torch, truly a genius in doing business." "Right, last time, the price given by TIC was very unsatisfactory, and also put out the word that there are many partners to choose from, but now it's still not gray and back?" Xiao Gao was quite adoring when he brought up Lin Xiangye. At that time, General Manager Lin said that as long as he came back, he would press him to cry his eyes out, letting him know that this is what happens to a partner with second thoughts. Yan Jing saw that he was full of excitement, but he was not happy at all. He sighed and fiddled with the fountain pen on the table. Growing to this point in a short period of time is not as simple as shedding layers of skin. "What?" Xiao Gao didn't understand. Yan Jing waved his hand. "You go out." Xiao Gao nodded slightly and left. He returned not long after he left. "The vice president of Prosperous Star is here." Yan Jing immediately got up to greet him. Xiao Shui was dressed in a black suit dress, stepping on 8-centimeter high heels, her long hair pulled back high, no longer the high ponytail of half a year ago when she was innocent. She pushed the door in, first drank a mouthful of water before gasping for breath, waved her hand and said, "Cut the small talk and get down to business. Do you do the list on the tick side? Prosperous Stars factories are not enough these days, so if you do it, you'll have to go to the back of the line." Yan Jing was surprised. There are dozens of factories in Prosperous Star, how is it not enough? I don't know what Lin always has planned, locking down 10 factories from taking orders, saying she has something important to do. Xiao Shue flipped through the factory's recent order-taking records, scheduled for half a month later, okay? Yan Jing froze and sat down thoughtfully. Seeing that he was distracted, Xiao Shue knocked on the desktop. "What are you thinking about? Talking about business and you're still distracted." Yan Jing retrieved his thoughts and said thoughtfully, "I was just thinking, General Lin cleaned up everyone but the Qin family a year ago, and now that her whereabouts are uncertain, and she has gone to the Sea City and locked up the factory, will she be making a move?" At those words, Xiao Shue also froze, her complexion rising. In these 6 months, no one knew what Lin Xiangye had gone through. Almost every day, she only slept for 3 hours, vomiting her heart and soul to line up her troops, utilizing all resources to develop Prosperous Star, Jiang's and Evening Spring. The busyness of the continuous rotation at the same time, but also to make the Lin family, Jiang V, for which to pay the price. Lin Xiang Evening in just 3 months stormed thin 20 pounds, but also because of excessive brain, day, and night to spell the results of these things. After 3 months, the company's stable development, all the dust has settled. Originally Lin Xiang Evening can rest, now again to start some planning. No way. Xiao Shue was a little flustered, and took out her cell phone to call Wen Qian. "I have to contact Ms. Wen and ask her to check on Mr. Lin, don't think something has happened." Yan Jing shrugged. "Then why don't you call General Manager Zhou Hua? Recently Ms. Wen went on a trip not in the country, if there's anything surely her fiancé will take care of it." Xiao Shue nodded, "That's also right." She was about to make a call when suddenly the office door was knocked. Lin Xiangye came in with her suitcase. "Don't call, ask me anything." Chapter 139, is it him? General Manager Lin. "You're here, General Manager Lin." Yan Jing and Xiao Shue rose at the same time, respectfully watching the woman enter. In just half a year, not only had Young City changed drastically, Lin Xiangyan was more like a different person again. Before she ran away from the marriage, she was a naive young lady. After running away from marriage, she came back. She was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, still soft and sensitive. And after that incident came back from abroad, Lin Xiang Evening evolved. She completely turned into a cold woman who only talked about work and revenge, keeping her distance no matter who she spoke to, nonchalant and thunderous. This kind of Lin Xiangyan made Xiao Shue a little scared. She didn't dare to joke with Lin Xiangwan like before, but she also knew that all the changes in Lin Xiangwan nowadays were due to a huge blow, and she respected Lin Xiangwan from the bottom of her heart. Lin Xiangwan leaned back on the sofa and hooked her hand. "Coffee." Yan Jing immediately went to pour the coffee. "Mr. Lin, we heard that you went to the Sea City. Are you going to make a move against the Qin family?" The Qin family had started to use all their connections to develop their company half a year ago. Their power was so ironclad that there was no way to break through. If it wasn't for this, Lin Xiangyan wouldn't have dragged her feet until now to deal with the Qin family. Lin Xiangwan nodded slightly and took the coffee. "The Qin family's scenery until now, the inside has long been rotten. I've already made a joint with Chino's younger brother, and this Qin Sawa is very eager to bring Chino down. He seems to be an illegitimate child. His status is not up to the surface. Mr. Lin, haven't you always hated people with the status of illegitimate children?" Xiao Shue followed and sat down, asking cautiously. Lin Xiangye pulled her lips and sneered, "Like Lin Shijuan's kind of illegitimate son born to a mistress, I naturally can't look at it, but Qin Zawa is different. His mother was a hotel waitress, and she accidentally got pregnant and gave birth to him after being drunkenly forced by the head of the Qin family back in the day. Later, Qin Zawa's mother was also very backbone, did not disturb the Qin family, and did not pester the Qin family head for money, raising this child to grow up by herself. Who knows, Mrs. Qin heard that her husband has a bastard. No matter how to drive to the end, the result of a coincidence, made a big fuss. The whole city of the sea know the Qin family has a bastard. Mrs. Qin had no choice but to bring the man home. The mother and son suffered a lot of bullying. Qin Zawa has been unable to tolerate. This time was just the right time for her to appear. After hearing the whole story, Xiao Shue suddenly realized, so Lin always planned to start with this Qin Zawa, that's why she waited until now. Now that Qin Zawa is isolated and pushed to his limit, he's definitely willing to join forces with Mr. Lin. Lin Xiangye laughed softly, her eyebrows filled with a cold murderous aura, her fingertips flicking. "I want him to torture Chino properly, so that the entire Qin family will be left with nothing and living on the streets." Yan Jing and Xiao Shue glanced at each other. When the Qin family was mentioned, Lin Xiangyan was always a little more agitated than usual. Although that name was a taboo, and they didn't dare to mention it for half a whole year, at this moment, Yan Jing and Xiao Shue both knew in their hearts that Lin Xianglian was trying to avenge that person. Lin Xiangwan finished her coffee and got up. "Alright, Yan Jing, I have something else to explain to you when I come over today." She took out a brocade box from her bag, pausing as she handed it over, her voice becoming softer. This is a birthday gift for the old madam, don't send it over in my name." Yan Jing took the brocade box over and nodded. Understood, I'll say it's from me. What's in here? Can I open it and take a look? Lin Xiangye nodded her head. Yan Jing opened the brocade box and could not help but breathe slightly. Inside was a red ginseng that looked very old, naturally excellent for nourishing the body. Not some jewelry that could be bought with money, this kind of thing was the most sincere and practical for the elderly. Yan Jing closed the lid. It's really good stuff, old madam will definitely like it. Lin Xiangye pretends not to hear, lowering her head and organizing her bag by herself. Yan Jing coughed lightly, somehow suddenly wanting to say this. In fact, the old madam didn't complain about you, Mr. Lin, why don't you go deliver it yourself? As soon as his words fell, Xiao Shui turned pale and immediately glared at him. Yan Jing sensed that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly lowered his head, not knowing what to do. But he was really curious. Lin Xiangye avoided seeing the Jiang family's old lady like this, and let everyone talk about her using Chief Jing to take over Jiang. What exactly was she doing it for? Lin Xiangye's expression remained unchanged, just calmly looking at Yan Jing. Yan Jing, haven't you heard that saying? A good predecessor should be a dead man. For the Jiang family, I just need to be that good dead man and not appear in front of them. The first time Yan Jing heard someone say this about himself, he opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing that he was at a loss for words, Lin Xiangye absently said, I'll leave first. Yan Jing nodded slightly. Lin Xiangye pushed open the office door and went out, coincidentally receiving a phone call. Evening, where are you? When Qian's tone was serious. Lin Xiangye paused, I'm at work, what's wrong? Didn't you have a fight with your family's old man and ran abroad to hide your leisure? When Shallow ignored her words and said word by word, listen, I don't care what you are doing right now, immediately go to Ding Sheng to find Zhou Banquet, there is a video I passed over at his place, you guys watch it together, call me back after you watch it. 2 beeps, the phone hung up. Lin Xiangye couldn't understand it, but she knew that Wen Xiao's nature was straightforward, and rarely spoke like this. She immediately went downstairs and drove to Ding Sheng. Zhao Yan came over to open the office door and was also confused. What's the situation here? Asahi went abroad for a trip to God, sent me a video and still not allowed me to watch it, must wait for you to come over before you can. Maybe it's something important, sit down. Lin Xiangye greeted him and sat down. Zhao Yan opened his computer and placed it on the table in front of them, receiving the video and clicking on it. In the video, it was a shot of the crowd eating in the restaurant with Wen Shallow as the first camera view. Zhao Yan watched it several times and was dumbfounded. She made such a big deal just to show us what she ate at noon? This girl, is everything alright? As the words fell, he didn't hear the same sputtering from Lin Xiangye. Zhao Yan turned back in confusion. Lin Xiangye stared intently at the screen. You rewind the video and pause it at the 3rd second. Zhao Yan nodded and rewound the video. The video was fixed. Wen Xiang's beautiful face occupied most of the screen. Zhao Yan made a flowery face at his fiance's face, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. There's nothing wrong with the 3rd second. Lin Xiangye reached out, tapping the computer touchpad to zoom in on the video, focusing on the upper left corner. There was a man sitting in the upper left corner, facing Wen Xiao sideways, drinking red wine. He tilted his head, his side face that could be described as perfect was extremely handsome, so handsome that people could stop breathing. Zhao Yan froze. He gulped and asked with difficulty, is it him? Chapter 140 Ms. Lin, you're a little perverted. After asking this, Zhao Yan felt ridiculous. He was that person's cousin, and now that he saw the extremely similar person in the video, he was a little afraid to recognize him. Zhao Yan couldn't help but look at Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan's face was pale, and she was biting her lip, staring at this one-side face for a long time without reacting. At this time, Wen Qian called. Have you guys seen it? Zhao Yan hummed, saw it. I also found it unintentionally by checking the video, and I'm sure this person is him. And I also sent someone to ask just now. The small ticket on the checkout over at the restaurant has a signature, it's a Jiang character. Wen Qian became excited as she spoke, evening, we finally found him. You must be very happy, right? Lin Xiangyan's hands trembled slightly, her fingertips curled up, her heart seemed to be clutched by a big hand, it hurt so much that she couldn't make a sound, nor could she cry. It was like Pandora's box had been opened, and the emotion she had ruthlessly suppressed in her heart broke through the valve. Lin Xiangye pinched her thighs before she could barely maintain her composure. Wen Qian, can you stop? When these words came out, Zhao Yan and Wen Shallow were both a little confused. Wen Qian was a bit anxious. Where did I make a scene? This person is Jiang Shijing, the signature is right, the face is right, you tell me, who else could it be if not him? Zhao Yan also followed suit. Yes, can I not recognize my own cousin? This person is Shijing. So what if it's him? Lin Xiangye asked a rhetorical question. Both of them froze, unable to answer for a moment. Lin Xiangye continued to press, it's Jiang Shijing, what are you planning to do? He doesn't know us, it's a whole new Jiang Shijings, don't you guys understand? Wen Qian and Zhao Yan fell silent. They were so surprised that they had forgotten about this matter. Old Lady Jiang and Jiangko had never intentionally hidden Jiang Shijing. They had just arranged for Jiang Shijing to live in a whole new world as a brand new person. That world didn't have Lin Xiangye, didn't have Zhou Banquet and Wen Xiao, those old people, and didn't have any of those traces that triggered past memories. It was a place of tranquility for Jiang Shijing, free of hooks and dangers, a place that served as a sign of his new life. We had already died along with Jiang Shijing's dead memories half a year ago, and we didn't exist to him. So don't tell me even if you have news of him, it won't change anything except make me suffer more. I also advise you not to come into contact with him, even if you run into him face to face, just pretend you didn't run into him, he lives there. Lin Xiangye's tone went from agonizing to gradually becoming calm. The change in mood was like her journey over the past 6 months. At first, she couldn't accept that Jiang Shijing disappeared as completely as he did, so she desperately worked, took revenge, and desperately tortured herself so that she didn't have the time to think about it. Then after a long time of such days, her heart became numb. In addition to the pillow that was wet from crying night after night, Lin Xiangyan had already accepted the cruel fact that she would not be involved with Jiang Shijing for the rest of her life. She was like an NPC, living with the task of running the company and taking revenge on the Qin family. No one could break down the walls she had worked so hard to build, not even Jiang Shijing himself. After the phone hung up, Zhao Yan looked complicated and was silent for a long time. Lin Xiangyan stood up and wanted to leave. But Zhou Banquet suddenly stopped her, red-eyed. If it was me, it's absolutely impossible to watch Wen Shan lose her memory, and later get married to another man and have children, and don't even remember her past with me. It must have been very hard for you. Lin Xiangya's eyes moved slightly for a long time before she faintly said, getting used to it. Then can I hug you? As Jiang Shijing's cousin. Zhou Yan opened his arms and looked at her with eyes full of sympathetic pity. Lin Xiangye couldn't look at such eyes the most, and couldn't refuse such a sincere Zhou Yan, so she could only hug him gently. You tell Wen Shallow, I'm not targeting her before talking heavily, let her not take it to heart. When she returns home, I'll give her $1 million bag. Lin Xiangye's tone was relaxed again, revealing a faint smile. Looking at her as if nothing had happened, Zhou Yan even suspected that she had already forgotten about Jiang Shijing's appearance, or had directly lost that memory from earlier. How else could she adjust so quickly in a short period of time? By the time he came back to his senses, Lin Xiangyan had already left. She returned home, opened the refrigerator to get a drink of water, then put the water bottle down again and looked up a string of numbers from her address book. Lin Xiangye bit her lip tightly, wanting to call and curling her fingers, torn to the core. 10 minutes later, she exhaled and made up her mind to make the call. A man's voice came from the other side of the phone, with doubt and thick uncertainty. Ms. Lin? It's me. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips. Give you $5 million, you go abroad for me to do something. 5 million? You're not asking me to kill someone, are you? I'm just a detective, not a mercenary. Eugene was shocked by this amount. Other than killing people and setting them on fire, he really couldn't think of any task that could be worth so much money. Lin Xiangye said lightly, I won't let you kill or set fire to anyone, you just have to go somewhere and help me find Jiang Shijing. Boss finally showed up? Wu Jin's tone was suddenly excited. As a fairly close henchman of Jiang Shijing's, Wu Jin didn't know what happened back then. He only knew that Jiang Shijing's lost his memory and lost contact with Lin Xiangye, that's all. Lin Xiangye let out a he appeared, so I'm giving you the task of finding him, but he doesn't remember anything with his amnesia, so don't disturb him. Then what am I looking for him for? Watch from afar? Eugene scratched his head. He casually said it, but Lin Xiangye seriously said, yes, watch from afar, secretly record his every move for me, his course of action, his connections, and what he eats every day now, I want to know all of it. Wu Jin was shocked by her words, and only after a long time did he ask, Miss Lin, isn't this mission of yours a bit perverted? Are you doing it or not? Without you, with this $5 million I can casually find an excellent videographer, better than you, a crappy detective who can take pictures and shoot videos. Lin Xiangye said, her tone of impatience was about to hang up the phone. Don't, can't I do it? Wu Jin sighed, somewhat speechless, that's really enough, what kind of drama are you two playing? More than 3 years ago it was the boss who asked me to secretly spy on you, and now you want to spy on him, it's not a family that doesn't enter a family. He mumbled and hung up the phone. Lin Xiangye, however, froze at his words and was slow to return to her senses. In the past, when Jiang Shijing missed her, he secretly used such methods to record her and learn about her recent situation, and later on, he was able to step in and guide her back to Banyan City. But she, merely, could only look at Jiang Shijing's in this way. She couldn't disturb, couldn't guide Jiang Shijing back, and couldn't even put her name in Jiang Shijing's world. Round and round the identities swapped, and only she stopped where she was. Lin Xiangye exhaled, barely organizing her emotions, and called Wu Jin for $5 million. That night, Wu Jin flew abroad. 15 hours later, Lin Xiangye received the first wave of return pictures. Jiang Shijing stood in the cake store and was bending down to scrutinize the cake exhibits in the window, with a thick smile in his eyes, unadulterated. Lin Xiangye looked at it for a long time, printed out the photos, and took them to the basement. She lived in Jiang Shijing's original villa. The place where Jiang Su was kept was changed into a secret room by her. All traces of her relationship with Jiang Shijing had disappeared cleanly from the surface, and all the video photos, chatting records, and gifts given to each other had all been either printed or sealed by Lin Xiangye and hidden in such a place. Lin Xiangye took the photos and carefully pasted them on the photo wall, labeling the date with a signing pen. She looked at the traces of love all over the room, and watery light welled up in her eyes. Ah Jing, you don't have to remember this, you don't have to remember me, live well, I'll just remember it myself. Lin Xiangye murmured, favoring a ringing cell phone to break the atmosphere. She answered the phone. Eugene panicked on the phone, I was just discovered by the boss. He thought I was a bad guy and chased me for 2 blocks in a row, I'm now hiding in an alley, what should I do? He's got me blocked. Chapter 141, he saw 3 words from Lin Xiangye. Lin Xiangye rubbed her eyebrows. Success is not enough, this mess is caused by you clean it up yourself. She hung up the phone, not bothering with Wu Jin. With this you're still an ace detective? It wasn't humiliating enough. Abroad. The cold wind hunted in the alley. Eugene gripped his cell phone tightly, somewhat desperate. He looked at the man in a black trench coat, handsome and cold, and had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Obviously, he was still the same Jiang Shijing, but his demeanor and gaze were different from before. Once upon a time, Jiang Shijing loved to smile, no matter if he was angry or happy, he would always invariably make people lower their guard. But the current Jiang Shijing was different, his face was frighteningly cold. Who are you? Jiang Shijing walked closer and swept Eugene up and down, why are you following me and taking my pictures? Wu Jin swallowed his saliva and laughed I, in fact, am just a mediocre street photographer, seeing that you are handsome and have a stylish body, that's why I couldn't help but take a few pictures of you, originally I didn't want to disturb you, but as a result, you found out. Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes, obviously not believing, if you're a photographer, why did you run away? I took pictures without your permission, you look bad to mess with, I'm afraid of getting beaten up. Eugene spread his hands, with a careful face. How much better and more normal this statement is, it should always be believed, right? Jiang Shijing looked at him in silence for a moment and reached out his hand over your camera, I want to delete all the photos. Good. Without saying a word, Wu Jin gave him the camera hanging from his neck. Jiang Shijing took it and deleted the photos, checking again afterward before handing it over. Wu Jin was completely relieved and had just taken it when his cell phone lit up in his hand. On the screen was a text message. It was from Lin Xiangye. Got out yet? Wu Jin's brain went numb, and when Jiang Shijing wasn't looking, he turned around and ran. It was too late for Jiang Shijing to chase after him. He stood in place, frowning slightly. Lin Xiangye? Jiang Shijing inexplicably felt familiar, but only pondered it for a few seconds before leaving the alley. He returned to the apartment, and when he saw Jiang Ko, his expression softened, and he walked over and said in a warm voice, Uncle Ku. Back? Jiang Ko was in the kitchen making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, wiping his sweat and smiling. Did you have a good time looking for a job outside? Jiang Shijing frowned. I didn't have time to go to the interview, I ran into a very strange person on the way and was delayed. Jiang Ko came out with the fried dishes and put them on the table. What strange person? He had been following and filming me, and then I caught him deleting all the photos, claiming to be some kind of street photography videographer. Jiang Shijing casually explained, going over to wash his hands and prepare to eat. Jiang Ko's face, however, slowly changed. In the moment Jiang Shijing looked over, he smiled disinterestedly. I guess it's because he thinks you look good, eat quickly, there's no rush to find a job, your body has just recovered, you still need to rest at home, anyway, we don't have any financial difficulties. Still need to go out, it's impossible to keep eating white rice at home, also grandma is getting old, in case there's any physical discomfort in the future, we need money everywhere. Jiang Shijing gave Jiang Ko a dish, his brows and eyes were gentle, but with a touch of what seemed to be an innate detachment. Looking at his completely changed appearance, Jiang Ko's heart didn't feel good. When he thought of Jiang Shijing's former outgoing nature, he had mixed feelings in his heart. After dinner, Jiang Ko went upstairs to make a phone call. Mother, there seems to be someone on the other side of Banyan City watching Shijing. You contact Lin Xiangye to see if she's the one who sent the people here. When she said she would never be disturbed, she must be true to her word. There was silence on the phone for a long time, and a sigh came from the old madam. Little Knight has already listened to us and completely disappeared from Shijing's world, so why do you need to suspect her at the slightest breeze? She has never deliberately sought out Shijing in the past 6 months. Jiang Ko coldly snorted and said in a deep voice, it's not that she doesn't look for it, it's that she can't find it. I just don't believe she can hold back from really not seeing Shijing. Well, all in all, you're the one who's thinking too much, don't bother her before there's any solid evidence. The old madam said and directly hung up the phone. Jiang Ko pinched his cell phone and thought. Hopefully it was really his illusion. His cell phone vibrated twice more. Jiang Ko opened his email and saw an email from the doctor in charge of Jiang Shijing. After a long treatment, your nephew's bodily functions have completely recovered, but his brain damage still exists. I suggest you take him back to your country and go to Jincheng to find Dr. Gushin, who is quite knowledgeable in this area. Jin's city? It was far away from Young City. Jiang Ko frowned, pondering for a moment. By that time, Wu Jin had already returned to the hotel and told Lin Xiangyan the original details of his contact with Jiang Shijing. Of course, he didn't dare to say that Jiang Shijing had seen that text message, as well as seeing Lin Xiangyan's name. Lin Xiangwan laughed in exasperation over the phone. You mean, you went abroad, failed to accomplish anything with my millions, and almost got caught, not to mention that you didn't even get a single photo? Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this, but don't worry. I've already hired someone to continue tracking. I believe there will be a return picture soon. Yu Jin's tone was curt. Lin Xiangye rubbed her brows in the living room and said word for word, I'll settle the score with you when you come back. She hung up the phone and got up to go upstairs. In the closet, there were 2 bottles of perfume. One bottle was the citrus evening jade she used, and the other was the pinewood fragrance that Jiang Shijing loves to use. Lin Xiangye picked up the bottle of pinewood perfume, sprayed a few times on the pillow and quilt, and lifted the quilt to lie in. All sides were filled with Jiang Shijing's scent, and with her eyes closed, she murmured, Do you still use pinewood fragrance now? Have you changed and forgotten everything? But I can't forget you. Lin Xiangye rolled over and hugged the quilt tightly, like countless days and nights, tears sneaking into her pillow. Jiang Shijing, I miss you so much. Chapter 142, The Heart Disease That Can't Be Healed. Lin Xiangyan was woken up by a ringing cell phone. With her eyes closed, she touched the cell phone at her bedside and answered it. Xin Zao's voice came from inside, with a bit of a smile. The things you explained to me have all been arranged. Tonight will be a good show. Are you in the Sea City? Do you want to come over and take a look? Can't go, I'm traveling to Jincheng tonight. Lin Xiangye lying down, cool voice with sleepy, it is less alienating. Xin Zhao was a little disappointed, hesitantly said, In that case, then you can rest assured that I won't let you down. Lin Xiangye hooked her lips, Just do as I say. After tonight, all the people in High City will know about you, and know that the Qin family has a second young master. Thank you. Xin Zai's breathing intensified, sincerely said, No matter what your purpose is, really thank you. You don't think I'm fake? After all, what we've done by joining forces is all for my good. Lin Xiangye was slightly stunned and slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the ceiling and gave a hum. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiangye sat up and stretched. She rolled out of bed and went to wash up, asking her little assistant to help book the tickets. The little assistant came to the house to help Lin Xiangye pack her bags, and seeing that there were a lot of men's items in the villa where she obviously lived alone, she was already not surprised. I don't understand. Hey, General Manager Lin, that project in Jincheng isn't very important. Why do you need to make a trip yourself? Lin Xiangye traced her eyebrows and said lightly, The project is not important, the partner is important. Remember, maintaining a good relationship with a partner is more worthwhile than how much money this ongoing project makes. The little assistant was taught and quickly helped her pack up. Lin Xiangye pulled her luggage and stepped onto the plane to Jincheng. Before she shut down the airplane, she received a call from Wen Xiao. I went to that restaurant again, I don't believe I still can't touch Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangye's eyebrows jumped, stopping her. Don't mess around, don't alarm Jiang Ku and Jiang Shijing. I told you that none of us should appear in his world, why don't you listen? I didn't disobey, but you said that Jiang Shijing has disappeared for half a year. When he disappeared he was still a vegetable, and now that he has appeared alive, can't I go and take another look to make sure? When Xian said with reason, after a pause, she added, Anyway, he doesn't know me, it's not a big deal for me to go and take a look at him. What's more, Zhao Yan has always remembered him as his cousin. What's wrong with me taking a look for him? Lin Xiangwan wanted to speak again. The flight attendant had already come over and politely asked her to turn off the phone. Anyway, don't talk to him, just take a look from afar. I'm on the plane, hang up first. Lin Xiangye hung up the phone and turned on flight mode, a little distracted. The plane took off and she messed up her heartbeat. Wen Xiao has always been unreliable in her business, thinking out of the box. She was afraid of what might happen if Wen Xiang met with Jiang Shijing's, but privately, she also wanted to know how Jiang Shijing's was doing now. Even if it was just Wen Xiao taking a look for her, she would have some solace. Lin Xiangyan secretly sighed. Suddenly a commotion came from behind her, pulling back her thoughts. An old man collapsed on the ground, his face glazed over, covering his heart in pain. The flight attendant came over urgently to check the situation, shouting, Is there a doctor on the plane? Is there anyone who can help? Lin Xiangye then got up and ran over, taking out the quick-acting heart-saving pills in her bag. You guys get out of the way to keep the air circulating, I've got some medicine here, letting the old man take it first might be useful. The onlookers hurriedly moved aside. Lin Xiangye stuffed a heart-saving pill into the old man's mouth and helped him to smooth out his breath. The flight attendant brought a doctor over and brought a cup of hot water. The old man drank 2 mouthfuls of water and slowly smoothed out his breath, waving his hand at the doctor who wanted to examine him. There's no need to help me, look, I'm an old doctor myself, I just committed angina before collapsing to the ground, I've caused you trouble. After saying that, he looked at Lin Xiangye, his gaze full of appreciation and gratitude. Girl, you're the one who saved me just now, thank you very much. Lin Xiangyan smiled, It's nothing, I happen to have angina too, I always have quick-acting heart-saving pills, it's good that the old gentleman was able to turn the danger into a success. You're young, how could you have angina? The old man surveyed her suspiciously. Lin Xiangyan's smile stiffened slightly. Originally, there was no such symptom. Later on, she worked overtime day and night, and when she slept late at night, she always thought of that person, those things, and her heart ached so much that she couldn't sleep, and it slowly developed into angina pectoris. These things Lin Xiang Evening do not want to mention. Perfunctory cover over, young people will also get angina, it is not something rare. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, the old man didn't force her and handed her 2 business cards. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, you can come to this address to find me, and to repay you, I'll give you something. Lin Xiangye was just casually helping out, she didn't think about asking for any payment. Just as she was about to refuse, the old man waved his hand. Keep it, I promise that as long as you come over tomorrow, you'll be able to get something that will be very helpful to you in return. The old man spoke with conviction, but it aroused Lin Xiangyan's curiosity. She took the business cards over. One of the business cards was a tea house with the address of the tea house labeled as Resignation River. The other business card had the old man's headshot, his name was Gu Pei, and the following introduced him as a Chinese medicine expert in cerebral nerves. Lin Xiangye looked at the old man and nodded slightly. Old Mr. Gu, I'll definitely be there as promised. She guessed that maybe old Mr. Gu was too old to cure himself, but had a way to relieve her angina. Lin Xiangyan chatted with old Mr. Gu the whole way, and after getting off the plane, she went straight to the hotel and had dinner with her partner to discuss the project. When she was free the next day, she arrived at the tea house as promised. Inside the tea house, old Mr. Gu was waiting in a box, and across from him sat an equally old man. Lin Xiangyan knocked on the door and entered. Old Mr. Gu revealed a smile. Child, you're here. He waved at Lin Xiangwan and said to the old man across from him, this is the benefactor who saved me on the plane. His name is Lin Xiangwan. Miss Lin, this is the famous Chinese medicine practitioner Kai Changshang. He can give you young people needles to treat angina pectoris. A set of needles can improve it. You sit down. Lin Xiangyan sat down as she was told. Kai Changsheng nodded to her and started taking her pulse. After taking the pulse, he looked deeply at Lin Xiangyan. I can't cure her angina. Old Mr. Gu felt disgraced. What are you doing? I specifically called you over to repay the little benefactor who saved me. Don't you smash my scene. Lin Xiangya blinked and silently watched the show. Kai Changsheng waved his hand. I didn't smash your scene, this one is truly incurable. Old Mr. Gu's face was displeased. You have a hand in curing angina, it's just that I'm too old to have acupuncture. Young people can cure it, don't think I don't understand. Kai Changsheng still shook his head. She really can't be cured, her angina is a heart disease. What Tua in the world can't even save her? At these words, old Mr. Gu looked at Lin Xiangyan in surprise. Lin Xiangye pursed her lips and smiled faintly. It is indeed a heart disease. Old Mr. Kai is really a miracle doctor, he can even diagnose it. Old Mr. Gu was even more shocked. What is it in your heart that can build up into angina? This can't go on, it will develop into a more serious heart disease. Lin Xiangyan forced a smile and was about to open her mouth when the door to the box was knocked on. A little tea boy ran over holding a cell phone and handed it to old Mr. Gu. A call from overseas. Old Mr. Gu picked it up and hung up with a few hums. Kai Changxing took a sip of tea and asked, is it that guy again? The three-pointed water surnamed Jiang? Jiang. Lin Xiangye's eyelids jumped and she subconsciously raised her eyes. She now subconsciously focused her attention when she heard this syllable. It was already a conditioned reflex. Old Mr. Gu nodded. I've said it all. His child's brain damage is rather serious. My hands are unsteady in my old age, so I simply can't risk laying my hands on the treatment. He sighed, but this family refuses to give up and wants to make an appointment to pay a visit. How stubborn. Lin Xiangyan thought it was coincidental. Same surname Jiang, same brain injury. Chapter 143 Jiang Shijing returns home. After Gu Lao finished spitting, he stared at his hands that couldn't control the trembling, and a touch of despair crossed the bottom of his eyes. That's how it is when you get older, all the little problems come out. The acupuncture techniques he once took pride in no longer work. Kai Changsheng laughed. What's so difficult about this? You guide from the side and let that apprentice of yours treat it for the person. Gu Lao hissed. Speaking of which, that disciple of mine, who's 30 years old, is still bent on studying medicine and refuses to find a girlfriend. He turned to Lin Xiangye and said with a smile, Ms. Lin, I see that you are beautiful and kind-hearted, and my disciple is quite suitable. Why don't you two meet for dinner? Lin Xiangye was stunned. Talking about patience, how suddenly arranged a blind date for her. Lin Xiangye shook her head. I have a boyfriend. Do you? Gu Lao nudged her mouth. Show me your WeChat. There is no boyfriend's top or chat records. Lin Xiangye was shocked. You still know to look at this? Gu Lao hummed and laughed. Isn't this how you youngsters fall in love? You don't have a boyfriend, you can't fool me. Lin Xiangyan didn't want to tarry here. Her polite smile faded when she heard this. No need for old sir to worry. I have to fly to Banyan City later, so I won't be accompanying you to drink tea. Goodbye. She got up and carried her bag to leave. Old Mr. Gu was busy stopping her, as if he couldn't see Lin Xiangye's resistance. Let's do it this way. My disciple is nearby, I'll have him drive you to the airport. He blocked Lin Xiangyan with one hand and went to fumble for his cell phone to make a call, as if he was afraid that people would run away. After a few brief words, Gulao smiled and said, "The person is nearby, he'll be there in 2 minutes, let Xiaogao send you away." Lin Xiangyan couldn't resist the hospitality, so she had to agree. Soon the person came. It was an elegant-looking man, wearing a knitted sweater. His temperament was indeed very much like a doctor. Lin Xiangyan shook the other person's hand and realized that Gulao's disciple was called Zhou Yi, also from Young City. "I know which road is the fastest to take to the airport, let me give you a ride, Ms. Lin." Zhou Yi opened the car door and stared straight at Lin Xiangyan, obviously interested in her. Lin Xiangyan nodded, did not sit in the passenger side where he helped open the door, and went to the back seat instead. Seeing her meaning, Zhou Yi also just smiled. "Actually, I only came to Jincheng to study medicine with old Mr. Gu in the past 2 years, before that I stayed in Rongcheng." Lin Xiangyan gave him a look. Zhou Yi didn't care about her cold attitude and continued to smile. "When I was in Young City, I was a special family TCM practitioner for a family that was supposed to be in the upper class circle, so I've heard quite a bit about you, Ms. Lin." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyan's slightly cold gaze shifted to him. "What have you heard about me? You abandoned your boyfriend twice, started a mess, and used the opportunity to get to the top." Zhou Yi looked at her in the rearview mirror. "Is there such a thing?" Lin Xiangyan pinched her cell phone tightly and lowered her head without changing her face to continue replying to work emails. The benevolence. She never cared what others said. Perhaps it was fine for others to say these things that hadn't happened at all, but compared to the slanderous speculations, she was even more unwilling to hear the fact that Jiang Shijing had gone to his death for her and was now forced to live thousands of miles apart. Zhou Yi looked at her, lowering her head and not moving, and sighed softly. "But speaking of which, it's really coincidental that the person my master has been refusing to receive is that ex-boyfriend of yours." At these words, Lin Xiangyan raised her eyes in dismay. "What? So you don't know?" Zhou Yi laughed. "My master's hands shook in his old age. He couldn't give acupuncture treatments anymore, so he let me be responsible for receiving that patient. His uncle looked for my master several times, heavily seeking medical treatment. My master really shrugged it off before letting me take over the treatment." Lin Xiangyan heard that and her hands were shaking. It turned out to be really such a coincidence. She had an inexplicable feeling in her heart when she heard old Mr. Gu say the surname Jiang. So it really was Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangyan's eyes lightly trembled as she looked at Zhou Yi, who always had a gentle smile, and said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Zhou, can you leave a contact? I also have discomfort in my body, and would like to ask you for a consultation sometime." Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows. "Just now, you were still cold, not even willing to be my co-pilot, and as soon as you heard that your ex-boyfriend is being treated here by me, you suddenly changed?" Lin Xiangyan was even more embarrassed, but she could only pretend as if nothing had happened. She said softly, "Don't worry, I won't ask the patient too much about his privacy, I just want to know how he's doing these days." Lin Xiangyan's voice trembled slightly, seemingly choking a bit. Zhou Yi in the rearview mirror to see her lost look, inexplicably feel that she is very lonely, and does not look like the rumors that profit-oriented, start and stop the bad woman. He paused. "Tomorrow Jiang Shijing will arrive in Jincheng for treatment, if you want to see him." "I don't see him." Lin Xiangyan suddenly raised her voice. It was only when Zhou Yi's slightly puzzled gaze was thrown over that she realized in hindsight that she was too agitated. "I just need to see him from afar." Zhou Yi freed a hand and reached over. Lin Xiangyan was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yi said, "Give me your cell phone, save my cell phone number, and other contact information." "You?" Lin Xiangyan opened her mouth and didn't continue to ask, directly unlocking her cell phone and handing it over. She immediately called Xiao Shui and informed her that she was not available to attend tomorrow's meeting. Xiao Shui was surprised. "General Manager Lin, you've never missed a meeting, is something wrong?" "No, just temporarily staying in Jincheng to meet someone." Lin Xiangyan uncovered it in a simple sentence, her fingertips trembling slightly. After hanging up, Zhou Yi then sent her to the hotel. "We'll make an appointment afterward, you wait for my call." Lin Xiangyan nodded her head. From this moment until the next day, her heart rate was maintained at 102, and she didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy for 20 hours. It was only when she received Zhou Yi's call that she learned that Jiang Shijing had made an appointment to see the doctor in the evening, after which Jiang Ke would stay behind to work out a treatment plan with Zhou Yi alone, while Jiang Shijing would return to the hotel. At this point in time, it was the best time for her to see Jiang Shijing's. But she wanted to see Jiang Shijing's, but she couldn't meet him at the same time. Lin Xiangyan was a bit agonized about what approach to use, when she suddenly saw a cleaning staff not far away pushing a cart up the stairs to clean. She walked over and gave the other person $20,000. A few minutes later, Lin Xiangyan changed into cleaning clothes and went upstairs from the hotel staff passageway. Chapter 144. Who was the woman who called him Ah Jing? Lin Xiangyan waited in the hotel corridor, checking in the empty rooms from time to time so as not to let anyone realize something was wrong. She pushed open the door to the room next to Jiang Shijing's, going in and coming out. The moment she turned around, there was a man standing next to her. Lin Xiangyan raised her eyes, and the moment she met Jiang Shijing's gaze, her mind went blank. It had been more than half a year since she'd seen him, and it was like a lifetime ago. She hadn't even tried to find Jiang Shijing's once, and now she suddenly saw that Jiang Shijing's was even more vivid and dazzling than in the photos. It's just that the brilliant peach blossom eyes that smiled every time she looked at her now contained a coldness and detachment that didn't allow people to look directly at her. It should be because he felt that Lin Xiangye's expression and eyes were strange. Jiang Shijing's frowned slightly. "You're not the cleaning lady here." His tone was certain. Lin Xiangye's eyebrows jumped slightly. "I am." She only wanted to see Jiang Shijing's, but now that she saw it, she couldn't bear to leave. Jiang Shijing shouldn't be such a rejecting character, at the very least he wouldn't be so to her. After the sadness passed, Lin Xiangye suddenly realized again that Jiang Shijing didn't remember her anymore, so he wouldn't make an exception for her, wouldn't treat her as special. "Who the hell are you?" Jiang Shijing took out the room card and put it back into his pocket, holding his arms and staring condescendingly at Lin Xiangye. "I saw you turn around in this neighborhood 10 minutes ago, another one following me?" Lin Xiangye pursed her lips and said nervously, "You misunderstood, I don't know you." Joey and Jiangku exploring treatment options didn't know how long it would take. She had to get out of here as soon as possible. But Jiang Shijing clearly did not intend to let her go. He narrowed his eyes and walked towards Lin Xiangyan. Lin Xiangyan backed up, her back against the door, and said nervously, "Don't come over. I'm really just a housekeeper. I don't want to follow you nor do I know you. Is that okay?" "I don't believe it." Jiang Shijing pressed closer to her, his body almost next to each other. He smelled the citrus evening tuberose on Lin Xiangye and froze slightly. It was a very familiar and comfortable smell. Taking advantage of him being lost in thought, Lin Xiangyan pushed him. "Get out of the way quickly, I have to work somewhere else." She blushed and breathed heavily, not daring to look at Jiang Shijing. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back her thoughts and hug the man in front of her fiercely, but she was also afraid that she would be pushed away and be seen by Jiang Ke taking Jiang Shijing's with him and disappearing completely, never to return. Jiang Shijing's measured Lin Xiangyan meaningfully. "I can let you go, but I need to know your name." My name is Xia Shui." Lin Xiangye was confused and could only think of Xia Shui's name to top it off. Jiang Shijing's gaze moved down, reaching out and grabbing the work clothes she was wearing. "You still don't admit that you're pretending to be a cleaning lady?" Lin Xiangyan's jacket was pulled up, and there was a name tag attached to her left atrium with the words Zhou Wenwan written on it. She clenched her fists violently and completely choked. Jiang Shijing's after amnesia had changed everything, only his hard eyes were still so many. Lin Xiangye gave up explaining and said with her eyes downcast, "Just let me go, I'll never appear in front of you again." When she lowered her head, her long hair fell out, revealing a section of the back of her snow-white neck. Jiang Shijing's eyes were slightly deeper and he was about to speak when the elevator doors dinged. Then Jiangku and Joey walked out talking. "Alright Dr. Zhou, we'll stay in Jincheng to receive treatment during this time. Let's see how the two treatments go first." "Well, this is for the best." Lin Xiangyan panicked, being blocked by Jiang Shijing. She was in a dilemma for a moment. Jiang Shijing didn't let her move, looking down at her panicked and struggling appearance. Lin Xiangye was anxious and a bit angry. She grabbed Jiang Shijing's hand and bit down hard. With some annoyance, angry at him for being so nasty now, angry at him for embarrassing her with his insensitivity. A look that contained some resentment tickled Jiang Shijing's throat. As Jiang Ke walked out of the elevator, he pushed Lin Xiangye into the room. The room was empty, and Lin Xiangye went in and fell into a darkness, busy grabbing Jiang Shijing's collar. Jiang Shijing kicked the door shut and fumbled to turn on the light. Lin Xiangye lowered her voice. "There's no card inserted." Jiang Shijing paused, took his hand back, stared at her through the faint light from the window, and threatened, "You'd better tell me your true purpose, or I'll have 100 ways to deal with you." His voice was slightly cold, but unusually magnetic. Lin Xiangye had never envisioned the scene of their meeting, but it definitely wouldn't be as weird and awkward as it was now. Feeling aggrieved, she somehow gave birth to the idea that she didn't want Jiang Shijing's to be so calm, grabbing Jiang Shijing's hand and opening her mouth against the tip of her teeth. Jiang Shijing stiffened, his gaze gradually deepening. Lin Xiangye bit down hard, leaving a row of teeth marks on his fingertips. "I don't have a purpose, I just have a crush on you and wanted to take a look at you." Jiang Shijing's breath stuttered slightly. "Liar. I don't really have a crush on you." Lin Xiangye simply broke the pot and started to talk nonsense. Jiang Shijing's coldly grunted, "Then look at me and say it again." Lin Xiangye raised her head and tried to see him clearly. In the darkness, the man's appearance had been that astonishing. Lin Xiangye's gaze sizzled as she softly said, "Ah Jing." Jiang Shijing froze. What did you call me?" "Ah Jing, don't mind me, I'm just a suitor with a crush on you. You're so good looking, there should be a lot of women who like you, right?" Lin Xiangye said, her mouth bitter. She smiled forlornly. "Go find one you like to be with and live a normal and splendid life, don't suffer and get hurt anymore. This is my most sincere blessing to you." "Alright, I'm leaving." Lin Xiangye pushed Jiang Shijing away and borrowed the darkness to wipe away the tears at the end of her eyes. As she brushed past, Jiang Shijing's vaguely saw watery light flickering in the corners of her eyes. Somehow, he suddenly blurted out, "Lin Xiangye." Lin Xiang evening stopped violently and turned back to look at him incredulously. "How do you know my name?" "You really are Lin Xiangye." Jiang Shijing stepped forward and stared at her intently. The person who sent someone to follow me abroad to film me was also you, Lin Xiangyan. The light that lit up in Lin Xiangyan's eyes quickly dimmed. She fixed her mind and said indifferently, I won't bother you again in the future, just pretend you haven't seen me today. Taking advantage of Jiang Shijing's stays, she pulled open the door to the room and left without looking back. Jiang Shijing stood in place for a long time, pulling open the door and walking out. He heard Jiang Ko calling his name from his room, muttering to himself to call him, but ignored it. When he went downstairs, he couldn't find the figure and pulled out the man who had been following him to take pictures and threw him on the ground. Lin Xiangya, I want to know everything about her. The man shook his head in fear and bewilderment. I don't know Lin Xiangwan, the one who asked me to follow you is a man called Wu Jin. Jiang Shijing snatched his cell phone over. All the photos taken were forwarded to Wu Jin at the first time. This Wu Jin was generous, giving $500 for each photo. Jiang Shijing operated a few times, copying the cell phone number and other contact information and sending it to his email address before returning the phone. If he couldn't find Lin Xiangya by relying on others, then he would find a way to do so. At this time, his shoulder was lightly tapped. Jiang Ko sighed in relief and wrapped his arms around him. I couldn't find you. Why have you been downstairs at the hotel? I'm sorry, uncle. I saw that it was too busy outside, so I stayed a little longer. Jiang Shijing looked as usual, as if he had been obedient and hadn't done anything. Jiang Ko didn't suspect anything and talked about his condition as he took him back. Jiang Shijing couldn't hear anything in his heart. His mind kept echoing the name Lin Xiangya called him, Ah Jing. It was very natural, very intimate. He must have called her many times. He wanted to know who she really was. Chapter 145, Liar. Lin Xiangya returned to her room, her mood unable to calm down for a long time. She went to take a cold shower, looked at herself in the mirror, and slapped her face in chagrin. What are you biting him for? Why don't you ask him how he's doing? I even know your name. What if I tell Jiang Ko? Lin Xiangya walked out of the bathroom and lay on the bed as soon as she closed her eyes, as if Jiang Shijing was still in front of her eyes. She sighed softly and reached out to imagine Jiang Shijing's was hugging her. Suddenly somehow, Jiang Shijing's eyes were extra cold with a full guard. It was just like the one she saw him with today. Lin Xiangyan sat up and scratched her hair with a complicated mood. The cell phone ringtone suddenly rang at first, scaring her heart. Seeing the caller ID, Lin Xiangya frowned and answered the phone, her tone cold and impatient. Something wrong? Mr. Lin, I didn't mess things up. I continued to find people to take a lot of photos for you. You're not so bad to see me. Eugene smiled curtly on the phone. Lin Xiangya took a deep breath. My patience is limited. Can you cut the crap? Wu Jin hurriedly said, just now an unfamiliar number contacted me and asked me if I recognized you. My voice sounded especially familiar, just like the boss. Lin Xiangya's eyelids jumped. Impossible, he's lost his memory. How can he remember your number? Wu Jin also wondered, who else could it be if not the boss? No one else would have inquired about you from my side. You first add the trial and error. Lin Xiangya's words had just fallen when the door to her room was knocked on. She hung up and went to open the door. Joey was standing outside, and when he saw her in her pajamas, he immediately apologized a bit. Sorry, I didn't know you were resting. I should have called you first. Lin Xiangya sidled over. It's fine, you come in first. Joey walked in and laughed softly. I guess that you should want to know about Jiang Shijing's condition, so I took it upon myself to come over and let you know that his uncle hopes that the bruises on his brain can be cleared up, and he's willing to try out 2 courses of acupuncture at my place. So he'll stay in Jinchang for more than half a month? Lin Xiangyan's heart was beating wildly. Joey nodded, yes, and they also asked me to find an apartment that can be rented for a short period of time to settle down temporarily. Lin Xiangyan immediately said, I'll arrange it for him. I have friends who have a few properties in Jinchang, so it's convenient to live there. Upon hearing this, Joey gave her a deep look. You're quite concerned about him. I'm even more unconvinced by the rumors between the two of you. Lin Xiangya pursed her lips and was silent. She didn't want to discuss this topic with Joey. Joey also saw it. Change your clothes, let's eat downstairs and talk. Jiang Shijing's condition is quite complicated. Lin Xiangyan nodded slightly and told him to go wait outside. After 2 minutes, she changed into a black halter dress and Joey went downstairs. The elevator reached the first floor. Lin Xiangya walked out and nearly collided with someone. Both of them stepped back separately. Lin Xiangwan was a bit stunned when she saw the person in front of her clearly. Jiang Shijing was carrying a lunchbox, looking at her with little expression, and then looking at the person beside her. Huh, such a coincidence? Joey opened his mouth to break the short silence, subconsciously glancing at Lin Xiangyan's face. Lin Xiangya lowered her eyes to the floor, and when her line of sight moved down, she saw the teeth marks on Jiang Shijing's hand and cleared her throat uncomfortably. Jiang Shijing nodded to Joey. Well, come down and buy some food, Dr. Zhou this is to be with. He paused. Going to eat with your girlfriend? The words carried a hint of imperceptible probing. Lin Xiangya froze, not expecting him to misunderstand, and subconsciously explained, no, Dr. Zhou and I are friends. Jiang Shijing glanced at her. It doesn't matter if it is or not, I'm just asking. Lin Xiangye's eyes darkened slightly and she pursed her lips tightly. She only cared about fearing Jiang Shijing's misunderstanding, but forgot that Jiang Shijing didn't care if she had a boyfriend or not. Jiang Shijing didn't like her. In his heart she was just a stranger who he had just met and had inexplicably stalked him and bitten him. Let's go. Lin Xiangye's voice was low, saying that she wanted to go by herself first. Joey looked at Jiang Shijing and quickly followed. Jiang Shijing entered the elevator and looked at their backs. The two people's backs looked particularly well matched, and they were always a few centimeters away from touching each other's arms when they walked. Jiang Shijing's heart burst with inexplicable annoyance and snorted lightly with a cold face, "Finish crushing on me and go on a dinner date with someone else, liar." Chapter 146, Add a WeChat. The hotel restaurant. Lin Xiangye mashed the cupcakes on the plate, and soon it was disastrous. Joey looked at her for a long time. How come no one in Young City has mentioned Jiang Shijing's memory loss? If I didn't see it with my own eyes just now, I really couldn't believe that he didn't recognize you at all. Lin Xiangye didn't say anything. He said to himself, I talked to Jiang Ko, if the brain bruises were removed, it's impossible for Jiang Shijing to regain his memory, and now I can't find out exactly how he lost his memory. Lin Xiangye finally reacted and looked up. Joey took a sip of coffee. As a result, Jiang Ko was very happy to hear it, and said that it's best to be like this, and that he doesn't want Jiang Shijing to recover his memory. Lin Xiangye squeezed her fork tightly. Jiang Ko still had the same original idea. He was worried that Jiang Shijing would come looking for her when he regained his memory and didn't want them to meet in this life. When she was upstairs, she actually fantasized about Jiang Shijing staying here for more than half a month, so she could have a chance to spend more time together. She had almost forgotten that she was the one who had personally promised Jiang Ko and old lady Jiang that she would never meet Jiang Shijing in this lifetime. But now, what had she done? Actually let Jiang Shijing know her name. Lin Xiangye was in a heavy mood and flipped out a number from her cell phone to send it to Joey. This is that friend of mine's contact information. I'll say hello to him, and when the time comes, you'll introduce Jiang Shijing to go directly over to live there. Joey took the business card. What about you? You don't plan to meet Jiang Shijing again, do you? Lin Xiangye's heart was flooded with bitterness as she gently nodded. Well, I'm leaving in the morning. I'll ask you about his treatment then. Okay, I respect your opinion. It seems like we don't have a destiny. Joey spoke in a relaxed tone, crossed his arms and thoughtfully surveyed Lin Xiangye. But have you noticed that even if Jiang Shijing doesn't recognize you, the way he looks at you is different? Lin Xiangye shook her head. She didn't feel anything different at all. If she had to say, maybe it was a bit like looking at a psychopath? Anyone who came across a stalker biter would think so. Lin Xiangye changed the subject, had a cup of coffee with Joey about contacting her some other time, and went upstairs. She swiped her card and was just about to go in when she suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind her. Lin Xiangye turned around and was pushed into the room. She was caught off guard and stepped back. Her foot tripped on the thick, soft wool carpet and she was about to fall. Jiang Shijing grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms, one hand already firmly clasped around her waist. Lin Xiangye was stunned, looking at him dumbfounded and unable to react. How do you? The body was too close, and the other party's body temperature passed over in a steady stream. Lin Xiangye couldn't control her trembling, and was forced to raise her head as Jiang Shijing pinched her chin. He had lost some weight again, appearing to have sharper facial lines, like a beautiful butterfly knife, dangerous and difficult to approach. Jiang Shijing stared down at her. What is your relationship with Dr. Zhou? A friend. Lin Xiangye subconsciously answered, and without thinking, added, we just met not more than 2 days ago, not really close. Jiang Shijing was silent for 2 seconds, his fingertips rubbing her chin. You knew that I was coming to Jincheng to seek medical treatment and deliberately followed me here, and you also knew that my attending doctor was Dr. Zhou and deliberately approached him? Lin Xiangye paused for a moment. This guess was right and wrong, she couldn't explain, so she simply nodded. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but Jiang Shijing's face actually looked a little better after hearing this. She clenched her palms, thinking of what she promised old Madame and Jiang Ko, and broke free from Jiang Shijing's grip. I'm sorry, stalking you and intentionally approaching you was wrong. Just think of me as a wishful suitor. I definitely won't do it again in the future. Thinking that Jiang Shijing probably wouldn't believe it, Lin Xiangye took out her cell phone and showed him the flight information she had just finished booking. Here, I'm going back to Rongqing tomorrow. Jiang Shijing looked at her cell phone with downcast eyes, silent. Seeing that he didn't react, Lin Xiangye turned off her phone, and the arm she withdrew back was suddenly grabbed. She lowered her head and looked at the hand that she had held countless times, her knuckles clearly defined. Lin Xiangye's heart choked, wanted to pull her hand back, didn't. She whispered, what are you doing? Jiang Shijing grabbed her with one hand, took the cell phone out of his pocket with one hand, and lit up the QR code. Add a WeChat. Add what? Lin Xiangye froze. Jiang Shijing's expression still stinks, frowning as if he's shaking off an annoying suitor. How are you going to find me if you don't add contact information? Or do you want to hire someone to secretly follow you again? $500 a picture, you're quite rich? Lin Xiangye, ? What's that? Jiang Shijing got tired of waiting and took her cell phone to add WeChat. If you have more money than you can spend, next time send me the money and I'll personally offer you my services. Chapter 147, $1,000 for a selfie look. Bang! Jiang Shijing threw the door open and left. Lin Xiangye held her cell phone and stood alone in the room petrified. What is this situation? She couldn't guess what Jiang Shijing's mind was, probably because she was afraid that she would stalk her next time, and it was better to dispatch her on WeChat than deal with a stalker crush who bites. Lin Xiangye clicked on Jiang Shijing's WeChat avatar. The avatar was all black, very much in line with his character after his amnesia. For Jiang Shijing's, the past was also a cloud of unreadable black. Lin Xiangye's mood was slightly heavy, and she clicked on Jiang Shijing's circle of friends. Only 3 days visible, the background picture is also pure black, empty, and nothing. Lin Xiangye exited WeChat, her mood could not be calmed for a long time. At night, she had a hard time falling asleep, and she dreamed of that empty beach again, dreaming of Jiang Shijing. This time it wasn't a nightmare. Jiang Shijing didn't jump off the cliff over and over again in her dream, but instead smiled and walked towards her. Evening. Lin Xiangyan heard this call as if it was real, and when she opened her eyes it was already daytime outside. She sat up and slowed down, immediately taking out her cell phone to reconfirm. She was relieved to see Jiang Shijing's chat box lying in her phone. In the afternoon, Lin Xiangye got off the airplane, and it was the little assistant who came to pick her up. Lin Xiang evening scratched the screen of her cell phone to return some emails, and from the chat with Qin Zawa, she learned that he made a scene at the Qin family's banquet, exposing the scandalous events from years ago. Now all the people in High City knew that the head of the Qin family had bullied a woman and allowed that woman to give birth to an illegitimate child and did not care. The Qin family had lost all their face, but the Qin family elders forced them to welcome Qin Zawa back and become the real second young master of the Qin family, to avoid the Qin family bloodline from flowing out. Not only that, according to the information provided by Lin Xiang evening, Qin Zawa exposed Qin O's illegal operation of the company's transactions over the years, attracting the police to investigate. People were taken to the inspection center. Qin Zawa finished the story and thanked Lin Xiangyan for her message with many vivid emoticons. Too much more pleasing than Qin O. Lin Xiangyan hooked her lips. The little assistant frequently looked at her from the rearview mirror. General Manager Lin, you're in a good mood. Lin Xiangye raised her eyebrows and said lightly, made a thing. What is it? It can't be falling in love, right? The little assistant winked at her. The little assistant had just arrived half a year ago and didn't know anything, originally being taken by Xiao Shui for an internship, and then Xiao Shui supervised Flourishing Star and she asked for the little assistant. Lin Xiangye glanced at her, puzzled. How did you get involved with falling in love? It's not like I haven't laughed before. It is a smile, but not like this. Well, how to say it? It's that kind of smile with spring in its brows and eyes. Lin Xiangye froze and glared at her. Where did you learn that adjective? Nonsense, drive properly. The little assistant sat down obediently and stole another glance at Lin Xiangye, surprised to find that her ears were a little red. After getting off the Rongqing Expressway, Lin Xiangye asked Wu Jin to meet her. Wu Jin was waiting at the cafe with his men, ready to be questioned. As soon as Lin Xiangye arrived, she asked, what happened to the $500? Who had contact with Jiang Shijing again? Wu Jin's men stammered and finally told what happened that night. He was caught following Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing checked his cell phone and the chat records with Eugene. Lin Xiangye held out her hand. The hand opened the chat log with Eugene and handed the phone over. The photos in the chat records had already been deleted by Jiang Shijing's, and a slip down all of them were records of transferring $500. Lin Xiangye took a deep breath and looked at Wu Jin. Wu Jin's brain was numb, raised his hands in surrender. I gave the money, at least it means that I didn't keep the compensation you paid me all to myself, hiring someone to follow me and whatnot, it all cost out tens of thousands of dollars. You, very good, all of you. Lin Xiangye stood up and said coldly, I really don't know how Jiang Shijing dared to trust you before. Wu Jin lowered his head and secretly muttered, I didn't reveal myself in the past, didn't you never know that I was the boss's man? Snap. Lin Xiangye slapped her palm on the table and narrowed her dangerous eyes. Wu Jin shrunk his neck, not daring to say anything else. You guys don't need to follow Jiang Shijing anymore. Lin Xiangye lifted her bag and turned to leave. Sitting in the car, she tossed and turned thinking about last night's events. Jiang Shijing must have thought, as she had guessed, that she was a fanatical, money-spending pervert suitor, so she had given the contact information to solve the trouble. Since her image had been completely ruined, it wasn't too much to ask for her to maintain this persona alone, right? Lin Xiangyan's heart moved slightly and picked up her cell phone. What if Jiang Ku knew? No, she only promised not to show up in front of Jiang Shijing again, it's not a broken promise. Besides, it was Jiang Shijing who had to barge in and add her to WeChat last night. Lin Xiangye's heartbeat accelerated, clicked on Jiang Shijing's chat box, thought about it, and directly transferred $1,000. After 2 minutes, Jiang Shijing replied, ? Lin Xiangye sat in the car, obviously blowing cold air, her whole body was so nervous that she was sweating. She slowly exhaled and sent out a very righteous message, buy you a selfie. This time, Jiang Shijing did not reply. 5 minutes passed without any movement on the chat interface. Lin Xiangye held her cell phone. She wouldn't have deleted her, would she? She clicked on Jiang Shijing's friend circle, which was still visible for 3 days. She didn't delete her friends. At this time, a transfer notification was sent over. Lin Xiangye tapped back to the chat interface and then received a selfie from Jiang Shijing's. The background in the photo was in a Chinese hospital. Jiang Shijing's was supposed to be undergoing an examination and was sitting on a hospital bed when the photo was taken. He was wearing a black shirt, his expression was tense, and his eyes carried obvious impatience when he took the selfie. Lin Xiangye nearly laughed out loud and replied, "Your expression looks like you're dating me." Jiang Shijing completely stopped replying. Lin Xiangye, however, was satisfied and revealed her first sweet smile in half a year. This was enough. She didn't dare to ask for the luxury of being with Jiang Shijing's again, of seeing each other again openly and honestly. As long as she could get a reply when she couldn't help but harass Jiang Shijing's a bit, it was enough. Chapter 148, Betting on Not Seeing Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangyan drove to meet Zhao Yan. She didn't hide anything that happened in Jincheng and told the other party everything. Hearing that she and Jiang Shijing had met and that the two of them had even added WeChat, Zhao Yan wrinkled his brows and said nothing, his expression solemn and serious. Lin Xiangye looked at him for a long time and hesitantly said, "Do you think I did wrong and shouldn't break my promise to meet with him?" Zhao Yan shook his head. "No, how do I feel?" He took a deep breath. "Why do I feel that even with his amnesia, Shi Jing is interested in you?" Lin Xiangye almost choked, putting down her coffee and looking at him like he was a psychopath. "This brain circuit of yours, you and Shallow really deserve to be a pair. How do you see that Jiang Shijing is interested in me?" Zhao Yan shrugged and rationalized, "Intuition, a man's intuition. I see you have intuition like a turd." Lin Xiangye spat out a sentence and got up. "Anyway, meeting and talking to him was outside of my plans. I didn't think he would know my name either. I've already talked enough, I can't go back to him in the future." At those words, Zhao Yan looked up at her, his sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. "You really can't stand it?" Lin Xiangye felt that her fixation was being provoked, and pressed the corner of the table and said faintly, "If you don't believe me, let's just wait and see." After a pause, she added, "Sending tweets and stuff doesn't count." Zhao Yan snorted lightly and shook his head, looking down on her. Lin Xiangye was provoked and let out 2 more harsh words before leaving. "Isn't it just holding back from going to Jincheng? More than half a year had survived, let alone now." Lin Xiangye cheered herself up in her heart and went back to work. The next 2 days, she has been busy. The Sea City side, Qin Zawa smoothly into the Qin family company, in the Qin family also by virtue of the poor life to obtain the sympathy of the elders. Given that Qin O made a mistake and managed the company at work to perform La Croche, there were even voices that began to support Qin Zawa as the heir. All things went well. Except for the heart is empty, a little think Jiang Shijing. In the office, Lin Xiangyan picked up her cell phone for the nth time, sighed and put it down again. It was a bit tempting, but one had to hold it in. She had already harassed Jiang Shijing's with her nose, so she couldn't ask for a selfie again. So as not to be blackmailed. Lin Xiangye stared at Jiang Shijing's selfie and tossed it around. When the little assistant came in, she was shocked. "What do I see, Mr. Lin?" Lin Xiangye raised her eyes in disbelief. You're biting the tip of the pen." The little assistant had an expression of discovering a new continent. "Mr. Lin, I've followed you for more than half a year. I've never seen you biting the tip of a pen. What's making you so worried?" Lin Xiangye looked at her simple appearance and inexplicably wanted to tease this child. She changed her usual uninviting appearance and sighed gently. "You really want to know?" The little assistant's desire to perform immediately came up. An arrow step rushed in front of Lin Xiangye and solemnly said, "I would like to relieve General Manager Lin's worries." Lin Xiangye patted her shoulder. "You can't solve this worry, I'm chasing men." The little assistant was dumbfounded. Chasing a man? What's the origin of this man? Actually want Lin to chase you backward? You are so good conditions. The little girl was still blah blah blahing. Lin Xiangye automatically ignored her words. Of course she wanted to pursue him backwards. Jiang Shijing was the only man she had ever been attracted to in her life, the love of her life who could give up everything to die for her. It was estimated that if she said these words to Jiang Shijing right now, Jiang Shijing would only treat her as a hypochondriac. Lin Xiangye rested her cheeks and sighed, a hand gesture shutting up the little assistant and signaling for her to go out. The person had just left when the cell phone resting on the table lit up. Lin Xiangye casually glanced at it, instantly fixing her eyes and holding up the phone in disbelief. On the cell phone were the words, "A Jing," and the avatar was the black color she had seen countless times. The person who sent the message was also still in the same short and indifferent style question mark. A question mark? A question mark? Lin Xiangye stared at the large question mark on the chat interface, somewhat confused. Was this a mistake, or did he really come to ask her for a favor? Both guesses were extremely likely. Perhaps Wu Jin was still sending people to follow Jiang Shijing and had been discovered. Lin Xiangye somewhat nervously typed 3 words and sent them out. What's wrong? Jiang Shijing replied in seconds, you're short of money? Which words were these? Lin Xiangye was unsure and took a screenshot of WeChat's balance to show her strength. I'm a rich woman, I don't lack money to spend. Jiang Shijing, then why don't you buy my selfies? Lin Xiangye froze. The next message popped up again. Think I'm ugly? Not. Lin Xiangye stood up, holding her cell phone like she was holding a bomb. Jiang Shijing had come to make an offense, but why was this offense so bizarre? Chapter 149, $30,000 for Jiang Shijing's support. Lin Xiang evening also don't know how, a brain pump directly transfer over. She sent a voice explanation in a serious manner. You went to Jincheng to treat your illness. I was afraid to disturb your treatment. I didn't dare to send you a message. This kind of explanation is quite reasonable. I don't know if Jiang Shijing's believe it or not. Jiang Shijing's ignored her explanation and just accepted the transfer, then sent a selfie. Still with a very upset expression, eating at the dining table, with the homeroom in the background. Lin Xiangye thought of the message Zhou Yi had sent her, saying that Jiang Shijing had successfully checked into her friend's apartment. It seemed that Jiang Shijing was eating in the apartment. Lin Xiangye bit her lip and started to worry. Jiang Shijing hated her, yet he approached her to offer to sell his selfies. Could it be that he was short of money? Half a year ago, Jiang Ku negotiated with her. As long as she was willing to leave Jiang Shijing's, they could give anything. Lin Xiangye gave Jiang Ku enough money to buy half of Jiang, taking Jiang and Evening Spring together. But all this time, she had been taking shares in Jiang Shijing's name, and every month's dividends were sent over on time. Jiang Shijing shouldn't be short of money. But he had resumed acting like a normal person at some point, so maybe Jiang Ku had been managing the money and not giving it to Jiang Shijing to take for himself. Lin Xiangye thought about it and transferred $30,000 directly. Jiang Shijing called and asked, what are you doing? Lin Xiangye blurted out, to adopt you, you provide me with 3 selfies every morning, noon and night, and pay you 10 days in advance, is that okay? Jiang Shijing didn't say anything, hanging up the phone and directly collecting the money. Lin Xiangye gripped her cell phone tightly and exhaled slowly. Luckily, she could use this method to receive Jiang Shijing's, and she wouldn't have to meet or create any ties. It would be great if this could continue. Every day I can receive new photos, rounding up to the nearest dollar equals every day I can meet with Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangye unconsciously hooked her lips, and when she went out, her whole body was less cold, leading to another good discussion in the company. The next day, Jincheng. Jiang Shijing woke up and opened his cell phone to see a message from Lin Xiangye. Don't forget the photos. He stared at it for 2 seconds, sat up and got dressed to go wash up. After cleaning up, Jiang Shijing looked through the walls and cabinets for a while, and then went to look for his suitcase. Jiang Ku made breakfast downstairs and urged, Sure Jing, if you're awake, come down to eat, Dr. Zhou is coming to pick you up in a while. Jiang Shijing paused and asked, where's the comb? Comb? Jiang Ku wiped the floor on his hands. You don't need a comb for your hair, and I don't usually use it, so I didn't buy one. Jiang Shijing's injuries were on the back of his head and the top of his head, so in order to facilitate stitches and subsequent changes in medication and inspections, his hair was now very short, with a bit of a stern look that was not to be messed with. Jiang Shijing frowned, not too happy, and said, Got it, then I'll go downstairs to the convenience store to buy it. Hey, how do you? Jiang Ku was about to call out to him when the person ran away in a puff of smoke. He frowned and felt even more rare. 800 years haven't combed his hair, how come he suddenly needs to find a comb now? Jiang Shijing bought a comb at the convenience store and straightened his hair directly against the glass. He said it was a hairstyle, but it was only the hair on his temples that had been curled in his sleep, and he even borrowed the convenience store cashier's styling water and sprayed it. When everything was ready, Jiang Shijing took a picture of himself and pressed send. Lin Xiangye received the photo and admired it for a moment before replying, What are you buying at the convenience store so early? Jiang Shijing, none of your business. Lin Xiangye. Just ask, why are you being mean? Jiang Shijing paused, aha. What the heck is that? Good high cold. Lin Xiangye scared, especially uncomfortable with Jiang Shijing's personality. However, Jiang Shijing could just live well, no matter what his personality was. She was staring at her cell phone when her little assistant knocked on the door and came in. General Manager Lin, didn't you say that as long as there's an appointment with the surname Qin, no matter who it is, you'll give priority to receiving them? Lin Xiangye raised her eyes to look at her. Who made an appointment? One named Shino. Lin Xiangye paused for 2 seconds and seemed to smile. Tell him to come up. She got up and went to the parlor to wait. But in a short while, a silhouette appeared at the door of the parlor. After not seeing him for more than half a year, Chino had grown a beard and looked even more stylish. Lin Xiangye hugged her arms as she sat on the sofa and looked at him expressionlessly. You're finally here, have a seat. Kinu paused and walked over. After not seeing each other for so long, the atmosphere between them was still condensed. Chino rubbed his hands together and lost his usual smugness. What Shinzawa did, you were the one behind it, right? Chapter 150, Jiang Shijing wants to return to Banyan City. Lin Xiangye pulled her lips and admitted readily, yes. I knew you weren't going to let me go, but I didn't drive you all to extinction at the time, let go of my shares in Fanzine, and didn't bother you anymore, so why are you chasing me so closely? The more Chino said, the more angry she became. Lin Xiangye felt amused at once. Looking at his obviously tired appearance, she mocked, "You didn't drive us to extinction? Wasn't it you who kidnapped me and forced Jiang Shijing to jump into the sea? Letting go of the shares of Prosperity Star, that's because you were forced by Jiang Shijing and I. If you don't let go of the shares, you're going to run out of money, so don't stick it in your face. Everything you do, I'm keeping you in mind. Don't think Jiang Shijing's gone. I don't have the heart to do anything to you. Planning this half a year, you're kind of getting what you deserve." The more Lin Xiangye said, the more painful she felt. This account, this revenge, from the beginning to the end she has not forgotten. Long ago swore that she would not let Chino go. She also knew that Chino would definitely come over after the accident. What she waited for was to tell Qinu in person that everything she did was to avenge Jiang Shijing, never dared to forget, and would never give up. Chino clenched his teeth tightly, speechless. After a long time, he stood up. "Fine, count me out, but you're no better off, so I'm relieved." Lin Xiangye's complexion was icy cold, and she raised her eyes to look at him. Chino laughed. "You rejected me in exchange for a painful loss of love. You must have been worse than dead in these half a year. I wonder if you regretted it. You'd rather commit yourself to me than see something happen to Jiang Shijing?" These words were like knives, cutting into Lin Xiangyan's heart. Lin Xiangyan was silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. "Do you know what kind of truth I've learned in these half a year?" Qinu froze. "What?" Lin Xiangye picked up the water cup on the table, got up and smashed it on Qinu's head. The water glass shattered, and she shook off a palmful of broken glass, raising an eyebrow. "It's to never be soft when it comes to the ones you should beat." A trail of blood slowly flowed from Qingo's hair. He clenched his fists and turned away in anger. Looking at his back, Lin Xiangye leisurely spoke. "The bastard who was once forced to live in the gutter where everyone shouted at him has now turned into the number one person competing with you for the family's fortune. What does it feel like in your heart?" Chino stopped walking, but didn't turn around. Lin Xiangye couldn't see his expression, but was very relieved. "You're the one who drove him to this. You have a bastard brother. It's your father's fault for not being able to control his lower body. It's not Qinzai that you should be targeting. Just like you can't get me, it's your own fault for not having that ability to make me like you, not Jiang Shijing's. You ostensibly ruin others, but in reality, you're too inferior to accept failure and setbacks. Chino, you can't even compare to a single strand of Jiang Shijing's hair." Chino clenched her fists and shivered all over, looking like she was humiliated to the extreme. Lin Xiangye withdrew her gaze, sat down and continued to drink her coffee, no longer saying a single word more to this enemy. Next, she would still take away everything from Chino little by little. Even after doing this, she couldn't help Jiang Shijing fully avenge himself. During the time they were forced to separate, one painfully remembered and the other completely forgot. This pile of pain and missing out was something that even killing Chino couldn't make up for. Lin Xiangye closed her eyes to calm down and got up to go out when she received a call from Joey. Joey coughed lightly. "I still feel the need to tell you, tonight Jiangku and Jiang Shijing are going to Young City." Lin Xiangye braked sharply, putting aside her anger at seeing Chino just now. "Why are they suddenly coming back?" "My master Gulao has angina, which you know, he's in a serious condition now being transferred to Banyan City. I have to help take care of them, so I can only let them follow and go to Banyan City for a few days as well." Joey finished his explanation and added, "I just thought I should tell you, there is no other meaning. Thank you for telling me, but Jiangku definitely doesn't want me to know, and even if I know, I can't see Jiang Shijing." Lin Xiangye's tone was somewhat despondent. Joey was silent for 2 seconds. "Are you guys forbidden to meet?" "Aha!" Lin Xiangyan didn't want to discuss this and changed the topic. "If there's anything you need help with, just tell me. If Gulao's side is short of manpower, I can go over and help look at it." Joey smiled. "I'll call you if I need to, but, after Jiang Shijing lost his memory, do you know anyone else in China? I often see him receiving treatment while still chatting away on Tang a hand. The other party seems to be called Wu something." Lin Xiangyan narrowed her eyes slightly. "Goddamned Wu Jin." Chapter 151. The man I met at the bar looked a lot like him. Half an hour later, Lin Xiangye killed Wu Jin's studio. Wu Jin was chatting with Jiang Shijing, and when he was caught out in the cold, he was so scared that he honestly explained everything clearly. "Boss somehow found my contact information and has been inquiring about who we really are and why we're following him." Lin Xiangye's eyelids jumped as she listened, and then? "I can't tell the truth. Let's just say that you were his suitor, had a bitter crush on him for several years, and after he lost his memory and was curing himself abroad, you kept looking for him." Wu Jin spread his hands. "That's all, I didn't say anything else." Lin Xiangye wrinkled her eyebrows and checked the chat records in her cell phone over. In the chat, Jiang Shijing's tone was like interrogating a prisoner, and Wu Jin answered all of them honestly. Only looking at Jiang Shijing's attitude, it seemed that he didn't fully believe that she was just a suitor. No wonder he took the initiative to send a message over, so he wanted to confirm her identity and test her reaction. Lin Xiangye was worried and threw her cell phone to Wu Jin, pointing at him and warning, "Just say that I don't like him much now, and that you shouldn't contact him in the future." "That's not good, is it? I just said you're an avid admirer of his." Eugene was a bit reluctant. Lin Xiangye looked at him with cold eyes, on the verge of exploding. Wu Jin spread his hands and said helplessly, "Alright, can't I just tell him that?" Lin Xiangye snorted coldly and left the studio. Coming outside, she found the chat box with Jiang Shijing. Eugene had said too much information. She guessed that Jiang Ke shouldn't have told Jiang Shijing anything, including the fact that he used to live in Young City and that they knew each other before. But Wu Jin had revealed all of this, and Jiang Shijing's amnesia wasn't stupid, so once he reasoned and realized that something wasn't right, he'd definitely have to keep looking into it. Any more of this and things would be uncontrollable. Let's chill out for a few days. Lin Xiangye hid the chat box, set up no disturb, and went to the office. For 3 days in a row she didn't use WeChat much. The good thing is that her office and partner contacts are all by email, and a few good friends in WeChat are also habitually on the phone. This day after work, Lin Xiangye went to pick up Wen Xian, who had just returned to China. Wen Xian learned that she and Jiang Shijing had met and directly pulled people to the bar, asking her to explain clearly. When Lin Xiangye told her about the meeting, Wen Xian smacked her lips. "My god, how did Jiang Shijing become like this now?" "Which way?" "You describe it." Zhao Yan handed Lin Xiangye a drink. The three of them were now an iron triangle. Ever since Jiang Ke completely disappeared with Jiang Shijing's and didn't even contact Zhou Banquet was angry in his heart, plus he and Wen Shallow were already planning to get married, so he completely cut off contact with Jiang Shijing's. In the past half a year or so, they could only silently miss Jiang Shijing by themselves. When Xian thought about it and laughed softly, "How can I put it, in the past, he was a clingy little wolf dog, but now he's an unfathomable high cold man." "What high cold man?" "I think he just became sultry, which one knows there is a suitor around, can't wait to add WeChat to send selfies to others?" Zhou Yan skimmed his mouth, looking like you all don't understand as well as I do. "Bull. He's clearly high-strung right now, he hasn't contacted Evening Night for days, can this be stuffy?" Then believe it or not, he can definitely think of Lin Xiangye in these few days. The two instantly bickered. Lin Xiangye drank and listened. The more she listened, the more silent she became, the more annoyed she became. What was the point of saying so much? It was impossible for her and Jiang Shijing. He's only staying in Young City for a few days, after that he has to go back to Jincheng and out of the country, so you guys just treat this as an accident, as if we're bugs that shouldn't be in his world. Lin Xiangye abruptly said this, as if a pot of cold water was poured over Wen Xian's and Zhou Yan's heads. They looked at each other in disbelief and were silenced. Lin Xiangye was in an even worse mood and fished out the bottle of wine as she drank it and headed out, wanting to go outside to liven up the edge of the dance floor. Suddenly, she saw a man drinking below the dance floor, and his side face looked a lot like Jiang Shijing. Lin Xiangye was stunned, thinking that she was really drunk, looking at anyone like the person in her heart. She walked over and tapped the man on the shoulder. "Hey!" The man stiffened and turned to look at her. In that instant, the man's peach blossom eyes dazzled with love. Lin Xiangye's heartbeat accelerated and she unconsciously grabbed the man's arm. "You, handsome, can I buy you a drink?" At this moment, she seemed to understand why Jiang Shijing was crazy enough to look for a woman who had some resemblance to her and keep her by his side. It turned out that the white moonlight that everyone always talked about was this kind of feeling. The resemblance was enough to ease the longing, enough to make the silent heart beat like crazy. Through this face, she was looking at a true heart, a relationship, a person that no one could replace. Lin Xiangye didn't wait for the man to say yes, so she directly handed over the wine in her hand. "Drink?" The man was silent for a few seconds, staring at her unpleasantly. "Are you drunk?" "Like, too much like." Even the voice was exactly the same. Lin Xiangye grabbed the man's arm and breathed sharply. "Give you $50,000, can you accompany me for one night?" Jiang Shijing laughed in anger. He shook off Lin Xiangye's hand and stuck his pockets in coldly. $50,000 to sleep around? You're really generous as always. Lin Xiangye's brain was abnormally slow from drinking and didn't react to what was wrong with this statement. She smiled. "You don't have to do anything, just let me watch." Without waiting for a response, Lin Xiangye added, "I'm afraid of getting sick, you really don't have to worry about what I'll do to you, are you going to do this business or not?" Jiang Shijing half narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Xiangye's drunken red goose-egg face, snorted lightly. "It's foolish not to make money." Lin Xiangye sked and reached out to point at him. "It's not like him to have a poisonous mouth." She thought carefully and added, "It's very much like him during the time I just returned to China." Jiang Shijing didn't know who this him was again. This woman said she liked him 1 minute and then used him as a pastime to ask him out. With what she said just now, it was obvious that she was still involved with other men. Jiang Shijing was inexplicably angry in his heart and grabbed Lin Xiangwan's wrist to drag her out. Chapter 152, Bringing Someone Home Drunk. Jiang Shijing raised his hand and beckoned for a cab, asking with a cold face, "Which hotel?" "Not going to a hotel." Lin Xiangye leaned on the car door and leisurely said, "Back to my house." She opened her mouth and reported an address. Jiang Shijing's face became even darker and pushed her into the car. "Do you often bring men home like this?" Lin Xiangye rested with her eyes closed, wanting to take another look at this man who was very much like Jiang Shijing's, and was really dizzy. She gave a hum and broke her fingers to blindly count. Let's see, there's Zhao Yan and Uncle Zhong. Too many to count. The driver frequently surveyed Lin Xiangyan from the rearview mirror. These few words were too much information, and he instantly took Lin Xiangyan as a random woman who brought a man back to spend the night. Noticing the driver's gawking, Jiang Shijing glared over expressionlessly. The driver snapped and hurriedly raised his hand to raise the fender. Jiang Shijing twisted his head and didn't want to bother with Lin Xiangyan, watching the night scene sweep by outside the window. Lin Xiangyan slowed down for a while, feeling much better, and opened her eyes to poke Jiang Shijing's arm with her fingertips. Hey, why don't you say anything? What's there to say? Jiang Shijing's tone was cold. Lin Xiangyan was speechless. There's nothing to say but to say, I'm giving you $50,000, you're going to provide me with services. Do you know how hard it is to make money these days? If you didn't look like him, you wouldn't have gotten your hands on this money. The corner of Jiang Shijing's forehead jumped, and he twisted his head to stare at Lin Xiangyan dead in the face. Who do you take me for? Lin Xiangyan froze. Jiang Shijing looked down at her, his gaze clear and cold. Stalking, taking pictures, transferring money to take selfies, all to ease your thoughts? Tell me, who is so haunting and unforgettable to you? Lin Xiangyan had some tinnitus. She could only see a person who looked like Jiang Shijing talking, his thin lips opening and closing. All he spat out was sneers and sarcasm. She didn't like such Jiang Shijings. Such a Jiang Shijing didn't like her, wouldn't have arched his eyebrows at the sight of her, pestering her and calling her evening. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't push her away. Lin Xiangyan's eyes were red and she was about to cry. Jiang Shijing's words came to an abrupt end, wrinkling his eyebrows. What are you crying for? Lin Xiangyan turned her head away from him and wiped her tears. None of your business. Don't ask what you shouldn't. In short, just listen well, and after one night you can take the money and leave. Jiang Shijing's grinding his teeth. First transfer, and the car money together to me, a total of 50,020. Transfer my number. Lin Xiangyan was confused, picked up her cell phone and pulled out the hidden chat box and started transferring money. Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows and saw her put the word Jing in the notes, and then saw her cancel the no disturb. Then, Lin Xiangyan jabbed her finger and transferred a 5,020 to him. He took a deep breath. What do you mean? What do you mean? Isn't the money for you? Lin Xiangyan glared at him impatiently. Jiang Shijing had nothing to say, holding his arms in a bronze wall pose. You better not be faking it. Lin Xiangyan wanted to ask again, but the car stopped right in front of the villa. After getting out of the car, Jiang Shijing supported Lin Xiangyan and looked up to survey the villa. He scanned around and said coldly, You're not a good person, but your taste in decoration is not bad. Lin Xiangyan snorted out a laugh. She thought Jiang Shijing would never dream that there would be a man very much like him standing at the entrance of the villa, commenting on the villa he personally designed and giving it a favorable review. After entering the living room, she squinted her drunken eyes and took off her shoes, shaking off her high heels and flopping her entire body onto the sofa. There are disposable slippers in the cabinet. Lin Xiangyan's face was buried in the sofa, her voice muffled out. Go wash your hands in the kitchen and make me a bowl of noodles. Jiang Shijing paused and looked at the slippers on the floor. A pair of women's, which Lin Xiangyan wasn't wearing. A pair of men's, the same shoe size as his, and it looked like they were placed in this position because they came here often. Jiang Shijing kicked away the pair of shoes to look for the ones in the cabinet, took out the white disposable slippers, put them back again, and walked straight into the shoes he kicked away. His movements weren't rough, but they weren't gentle either, pinching the back of Lin Xiangyan's neck to pull her up. Not to watch me? What are you sleeping for? Get up and watch. I won't take this $50,000 from you for nothing. Jiang Shijing gritted his teeth and said $50,000 very heavily. Lin Xiangyan covered her eyes, not wanting to be stimulated by the light, and said breathlessly, Can you go get me a glass of water first? Can't you even take care of someone when they're drunk? Also, I asked you to cook noodles, did you hear me? Can't cook. Jiang Shijing poured water for her, only to realize that the kettle was filled with herbal tea. Lin Xiangyan took it, squinting and taking small sips, covering her uncomfortable stomach. Cook a bowl of noodles and then give you 200. Jiang Shijing's gaze shifted downward, noticing her movements, and silently went to the kitchen. 10 minutes later, steaming hot scallion noodles were brought over. Lin Xiangyan smelled the aroma, sat up and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Just after taking the first bite she froze, opening her drunken eyes wide, the bottom of her eyes filled with bewilderment. How is it so much like? Not good? Jiang Shijing stood next to her, looking down at her face. Lin Xiangyan subconsciously shook her head. It's delicious, it tastes very much like he made it. Jiang Shijing was getting tired of hearing this, and without a word, he brought his slippers over and placed them at her feet, sitting on the opposite side and watching her eat. Under the chandelier, a few moments of confusion suffused his handsome brows. After chatting with that Yujin, he got a couple of clues. First, Lin Xiangyan and he had known each other for a long time, and it was still doubtful whether she had really been secretly in love with him for many years. Second, they had contact in Young City, and he had gone abroad after he had suffered an injury and lost his memory. But Uncle Ku's story is that he was a high school student abroad before, and never returned to the country after breaking with his family. Today, he asked Uncle Ko about this, and Uncle Ko's reaction was particularly strong, and he kept pressing him to ask if he had thought of anything, and told him not to listen to other people's nonsense. Jiang Shijing was reprimanded for not making sense of anything, and he came out to drink because he was bored, but he didn't expect to run into this woman again. With only a few days left in Young City, he couldn't afford to take his time to find out more. He had a few days left in Banyan City, so he couldn't go and find out more about the woman. Jiang Shijing was pondering, but he suddenly gazed over. The woman at the table had her head down as she pulled at the noodles, her tears all falling into the bowl. Jiang Shijing got up and put his fingertips against Lin Shangyan's forehead, not allowing her to bury her face in it again. "You'll become salty noodles if you keep crying." Lin Shangyan dodged his hand and drank the soup in the bowl before she was willing to put it down. "Go away." Instead of easing her thoughts, she was getting sadder and sadder. The more she saw people who resembled Jiang Shijing, the more she couldn't help but miss him. Jiang Shijing quietly looked at her for a few seconds, "Then I'll leave, and the money won't be returned to you." Lin Shangyan nodded once, "Okay." Jiang Shijing's fingertips shrunk, frowning. He wanted to turn around and leave, but inexplicably felt that he couldn't just walk away like this. Jiang Shijing reached out towards Lin Shangya. "I'll send you up first, you're drunk, so you don't have to go up by yourself and fall down the stairs." Lin Shangya smiled and wiped away her tears and stood up. The ends of her eyes and the tip of her nose were still red. She was dizzy and didn't know if the hot soup had evaporated all the alcohol into her body, making it even more difficult to see the person in front of her. "You go." Jiang Shijing looked at her staggering and said in a deep voice, "How are you going to get up there like this?" Lin Shangye turned around, holding onto the corner of the table and slowly going up. "Then I don't want you to send me, the second floor is my turf, only he and I can go in." Jiang Shijing's eyes went cold, following behind. "Why can he enter?" Lin Shangye's footsteps slightly paused. "We are living together." Jiang Shijing's was stunned, a wave of anger rushed straight to his heart. "You're living with a man, and you're still paying me to go home with you?" "Yes, can't I?" Lin Shangye turned around and looked at him from atop the steps, her eyes shrouded in thick sadness. "I've separated from him, just find someone who looks like him to bring home to look at twice. What more do you want?" She couldn't control her emotions and tears rushed out. Jiang Shijing's temples jumped and he turned around. He shouldn't have wasted his time on this woman. Lin Shangyan looked at the man's back, as if she saw Jiang Shijing leaving her without a second thought. She clutched the stair railing hard, despair spreading up, and shouted as if she was self-compassionate, "I won't be sad if you leave. You're not Jiang Shijing's anyway." Chapter 153, Pulling Jiang Shijing to Run Away. Under the chandelier, Jiang Shijing stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Lin Shangye, the bottom of his eyes filled with a black storm. Lin Shangye also looked straight at him, her eyes filled with grief so thick that it couldn't be melted. She thought, the heavens really do play tricks on people. Once upon a time, it was Jiang Shijing who was obsessed with pining for her against her shadow, but now the roles have been switched, and it has become her who was alone in the same place. But the heavens were still unfair to her. Now Jiang Shijing remembers nothing and lives in style, while she has been in pain and trapped in love for the past 3 years abroad. Lin Shangye slowly crouched down, holding onto the railing as she cried out. I don't know how long it took, but extremely light footsteps sounded around her. Lin Shangye felt a heavy weight on her body, and inexplicably a warm coat was added to her back. She froze and looked up between her teary eyes. Jiang Shijing wordlessly scrutinized Lin Xiangyan's appearance, as if he was trying to look through this face of hers and try to explore certain traces of what she was like before she lost her memory. In the middle of the day, he leaned down and yanked Lin Xiangyan up, wrapping his arm around her waist and walking towards the room. Lin Xiangyan sat on the bed and looked at the man who squatted down to take off her shoes. She wanted to say something, but her drunkenness came up. The second before she collapsed on the big soft bed, Lin Xiangye wanted to ask the man if he was really Jiang Shijing. The next day, Lin Xiangye woke up and the house was silent. She sat up with the unbearable hangover and subconsciously grabbed her cell phone before she was even awake. In her cell phone were countless missed calls, all of which were from Wen Qian and Zhao Yan. Weren't they drinking together? What had happened? Lin Xiangye frowned, and suddenly a flash of light appeared in her mind as memories of last night flooded out, competing to be the first to make her think of them. She slowly held her breath, realizing something terrible. She had actually brought a strange man into her home while drunk. Lin Xiangye subconsciously checked the clothes on her body and called Wen Qian. When the call was answered, Wen Qian didn't make a sound. Lin Xiangye didn't think much and immediately pressed, "Where is that man?" Wen Shallow slowly said, "What man?" "The man who was brought home by me." "Is not right, you and Zhou Yan are together and don't know anything." Lin Xiangye steeply remembered that Wen Xiang was probably going crazy in a hurry, and had no idea where she was last night, and who she came back with. She rubbed her temples. "Forget it, I'll hang up first." Wen Shallow coldly snorted, suddenly raising her voice to explode, "Lin Xiangye, I'm taking a cab over there now. If you don't explain the matter of bringing Jiang Shijing's home yesterday, you don't want to finish." "What?" Lin Xiangnan was confused. Before she could ask, the phone hung up. 15 minutes later, both Wen Qian and Zhou Yan killed over. Lin Xiangyan sat on the sofa with an unbearable headache. She said breathlessly, "You guys didn't know anything last night. The one who came to my house wasn't Jiang Shijing's, it was a man who looked a lot like him." When Xiao hugged her arms and looked at her with a smile, "Then what?" "Then I missed Jiang Shijing too much and brought him back. Then I seemed to chat with him for a while. He sent me upstairs and left. We didn't do anything. I'm not that casual." Lin Xiangye finished in one breath, not wanting them to think that she brought the man home for some sordid purpose. After when Qian heard this, she and Zhao Yan glanced at each other with eyes like they were looking at idiots. "Lin Xiangwan, you didn't realize that the man last night was Jiang Shijing? How could it be?" Lin Xiangyan subconsciously retorted, "There's no such thing as coincidence under the sky." When Xiao shook her head and directly found the 3-minute call record inside her cell phone and placed it in front of Lin Xiangye. "Last night I kept calling your phone, but it turned out to be answered by a man. I asked him who he was, and he said that his name was Jiang Shijing, and that he had already sent you back home." Lin Xiangye slowly widened her eyes, looking at the phone call record and falling into silence. When Xiao surveyed her appearance and couldn't help but frown, You really don't remember?" Lin Xiangye shook her head, holding her head for a while as she collapsed. If that person is really Jiang Shijing, then it's over, everything is over. She didn't even dare to think back to last night's events, but those scenes that she couldn't face were drilling straight into her mind. She looked like a psychopath in front of Jiang Shijing's who had no place to spend her money and was looking for random men to date. She also told Jiang Shijing's that she was living with someone and missed that person. The person whose name she called out at the end was standing right in front of her and heard her clearly. Lin Xiangye took out her cell phone to go through the chat logs, praying that this was a big oops, that it was a confusion in her memory. However, the next second, she saw the transfer records in the chat. Lin Xiangye's eyes went black. Zhao Yan squatted down to look at her, his expression solemn. "Did you say something you shouldn't have?" Lin Xiangyan's eyes flickered and she whispered, "I said that I lived with Jiang Shijing and broke up, and that I miss him." After hearing this, Wen Xian and Zhao Yan simultaneously retched. Anyone who had lost their memory and knew about this would definitely dig into the root of the matter to find out more. Jiang Shijing's definitely wouldn't let it go. When Shala wanted to speak several times, but she still couldn't hold back and said, "Evening, after your nonsense yesterday, you've wasted all your hard work and persistence over the past half a year or so, you didn't keep your promise, and you've also disturbed Jiang Shijing's peaceful life." Lin Xiangye was even more chagrined. She frowned and stared at the floor, and after a long time made a decision to directly black out Jiang Shijing's contact information in her cell phone. "If he stays in Young City for a few days, I'll travel and hide for a few days. Jiang Shijing shouldn't be able to find your place, so I'll be at peace if I hide there." Lin Xiangye finished, got up and went upstairs to pack her luggage. When Qian looked at her back and asked, "What about you? Are you willing to give up?" Lin Xiangye's footsteps lurched. She turned around, "So what if I don't give up? It's all over anyway." Lin Xiangye let go of the railing handrail and went upstairs to pack without looking back. She let her small assistant book a flight 3 hours later, packed her bags and left directly, rushing to a certain resort abroad. Lin Xiangye made up her mind to stay in the resort for half a month before coming back. During this time, she kept in contact with Zhou Yi, and the other party would promptly inform Jiang Shijing's when he was leaving Young City. If she went back later, Jiang Shijing would never find her, and by that time she should have already left the country. Lin Xiangye was preoccupied on the plane, praying that Jiang Shijing would leave smoothly this time and not cause any more problems. But the feeling of fleeing like a thief was still not good in her heart. Whether it was Lin Mu and the others or Tang Li's few people or the current Chino, they had all been taken care of. Jiang Ku had people around him reporting back, he was aware of these things. The obstacles between her and Jiang Shijing's were long gone, so why couldn't Jiang Ku look at the fact that they had been in love for so long and let them get back together? However, thinking about it, Jiang Shijing had completely lost his memory. Even if Jiang Ku loosened his lips, the current Jiang Shijing wouldn't recognize who Lin Xiangyan was, and wouldn't be willing to be with her, or even like her. Lin Xiangyan's mood became more and more somber. Meanwhile, Jiang Shijing had just finished a new round of acupuncture treatment and was sitting on the edge of the bed out of his mind. Zhou Yi called him several times in a row. "Jiang Shijing? Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Shijing's returned to his senses. "What?" Zhou Yi smiled, "I'm asking you if it hurts, how do you feel?" "Pretty good, hard work Dr. Zhou." Jiang Shijing responded lightly, getting up and going outside to get his cell phone, rather impatiently. He opened his phone and found Lin Xiangyan's WeChat, sending her a message. "Awake yet? I need to meet with you to talk." Just as the message was sent out, Jiang Shijing's received a large exclamation mark. Chapter 154, Once Together photo seen by him. Jiang Shijing's frowned, thinking he had misread the message. He tried sending the message again, and it was still in the state of being blacked out. Jiang Shijing's grip tightened in his hand and his complexion sank. Someone behind him suddenly tapped his shoulder. Jiang Shijing turned his head and saw Jiang Ku, Uncle Ku. "The treatment went well, and your headaches haven't flared up for a long time, so it looks like you can recover from your brain damage this time." Jiang Ku was full of smiles. Jiang Shijing nodded and hesitantly said, "Uncle Ku, I've really been living abroad before and don't know anyone here?" Jiang Ke's face instantly changed, even a bit anxious. You child, why are you suddenly mentioning this? I'm just casually asking. Jiang Shijing's face didn't change. I feel familiar with Young City, it's like my hometown. Jiang Ke sighed in relief and smiled. You're the one who was born in Young City, only you left almost as soon as you were born, so it's no wonder you feel familiar here. Jiang Shijing gave him a deep look and didn't say anything else. After they ate, they returned to the hotel. Jiang Shijing waited for 10 minutes to pass and changed his clothes to leave the hotel. Coming to the entrance of the villa, he went up and rang the doorbell. Not long after, there were footsteps. Still really at home. Jiang Shijing faintly coldly snorted. He had to ask clearly whether there was any involvement or intersection between him and Lin Xiangye. The next second the door opened. When Jiang Shijing looked up, the other party was about to greet him as well, and then all four eyes froze in place. The little assistant was startled and jerked back 2 steps. You, who are you looking for? She had just finished speaking when she suddenly realized that Jiang Shijing looked exactly like the photo in Lin Xiangye's cabinet. Shocked and feeling rare, the little assistant surrounded Jiang Shijing like she had discovered a new continent. So it's you. So you're General Manager Lin's boyfriend. I've never seen you before, and I've finally met the real person today. A flash of doubt crossed Jiang Shijing's eyes and he walked in without moving. How did you recognize me as Lin Xiangye's boyfriend? The little assistant smiled and said, I only know that she has a man's living goods here. I asked in passing before, and General Manager Lin said it was her boyfriend, and that I helped her pack her bags and saw a photo. It was a photo of you two together, and you and that man look exactly the same. Can you show me that photo? Jiang Shijing walked over to the table, pulled out the drawer underneath the coffee table, and pinched a mint candy and handed it to the little assistant. Seeing him in a pose of entertaining guests, the little assistant was even more certain that she had met the boss's boyfriend. She turned around and ran upstairs, taking the group photo out from under the closet and handing it to Jiang Shijing as if offering it as a treasure. Look at you. I didn't lie to you, did I? You must not even know that Mr. Lin has this photo. It looks all old already. I found it from the bottom of the closet. Jiang Shijing stared down, his eyes gradually sinking into darkness. He could be certain that the people in this photo were him and Lin Xiangyan. It was surprising that they had actually had a previous relationship. Jiang Shijing pinched the photo and looked at it for a long time. Where is she? The little assistant was puzzled. Doesn't Ms. Lin tell you where she goes? She's busy, sometimes she can't care. Jiang Shijing's eyes kept falling on the photo, trying to remember something through this photo that framed a certain time. The little assistant didn't doubt it either, and laughed softly. Ms. Lin went on a business trip this morning, and she was also talking about hiding from someone, so I guess it's a difficult partner. Jiang Shijing looked puzzled, tugging at the corner of his lips. I don't know whether the partner is difficult or not, but your Mr. Lin is quite difficult. The little assistant couldn't hear the good and bad words and looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean? No meaning. Jiang Shijing collected the photos and got up to look at her. Give me Lin Xiangye's current address. His gaze was so cold and resolute that the little assistant opened her mouth in fear, but she couldn't even say anything and obediently provided the address to him. Jiang Shijing collected the note with the address and turned to leave. Abroad. Lin Xiangwan was wearing a skirt and walking along the beach, holding coconut juice in her hand. Frequently, people came over to strike up a conversation, all of which she rejected with a wave of her hand. The wind outside was gradually getting stronger, and her cell phone had been in a do not disturb state, eliminating all contact from Rongqing. It wasn't until it was dark that Lin Xiangye absent-mindedly sighed and went back to the hotel to eat. She didn't know if Jiang Shijing would realize that he had been blackballed by her, and how he would react when he found out. But at this moment, she only hoped that Jiang Shijing wouldn't dig into the root of the matter. Consider this a brief interlude, and when his treatment was over, they would never see each other again. Lin Xiangye was absent-mindedly poking at her steak when someone suddenly sat in front of her. She raised her eyes and saw a blond, blue-eyed foreign boy, very young, probably in his early 20s. The boy smiled brightly and cocked his head at her. Can I sit here? Lin Xiangye saw the other party's mind at a glance, and followed suit with a hooked lip smile. Sit down, but don't ask me for contact information, I'm not single. It doesn't matter if you're not single, I'm also here on vacation, just looking for a playmate. Your boyfriend shouldn't mind, right? The boy was bold, reaching out his hand to touch Lin Xiangye's hand. Lin Xiangye frowned, unhappily retracted her hand on the table, and faintly said, I'm not interested in a kid like you, walk away, beware of my boyfriend seeing it and hitting you. The boy was not only not afraid, but shrugged his shoulders. I've been observing you for a long time, you don't have a boyfriend, and you've been walking alone since noon to the hotel. At these words, Lin Xiangye was choked for a moment. She didn't realize that this boy wasn't too easy to deal with, so she simply ignored him and directly lowered her head to eat. The boy refused to stop and smiled at her. I'm familiar with this place, you can hire me as a tour guide and I'll provide you with the best service. He tentatively reached out his hand again and put it on Lin Xiangye's wrist, for example, bed service. Lin Xiangyan's eyes went cold and she was so disgusted that she couldn't eat her meal. She counterclasped the boy's wrist, and with her other hand, she raised her fork and fiercely forked it down. The boy instantly turned pale, subconsciously closing his eyes and shouting, "Help!" Lin Xiangye stopped, the fork stopping 2 centimeters from the back of the boy's hand. She snorted coldly and casually through the fork. "Get lost if you don't want to be wasted by me." The boy looked back and stood up in annoyance. "You don't have a boyfriend, so what's wrong with playing for me?" The surrounding people looked over with odd eyes. Lin Xiangye couldn't stand it and got up, about to snap, when she was suddenly wrapped around her waist. "I'm her boyfriend." Chapter 155, Cutting Through the Mess. Lin Xiangyan turned around in dismay. Under the bright chandelier, she bumped into the man's eyes looking over, indifferent and sharp. "Your boyfriend and girlfriend, you can't be, can you?" The boy looked them up and down, his eyes filled with a touch of skepticism. What kind of boyfriend doesn't come out all day to accompany his woman? "I came late. Can't you?" Jiang Shijing kicked open a chair and sat down in front of Lin Xiangyan, coldly looking at the boy in front of him. "If you don't get out, I'll let you get out in the true sense of the word." The boy gulped in the face of his icy, not to be messed with look and turned away in fear. Only after he left did Lin Xiangye let out a breath, and then with the benefit of hindsight, her body tensed up as she looked at the person in front of her. "How are you? Here?" "No, what did you just say?" Jiang Shijing looked at her completely dumbfounded appearance, his complexion taboo. After a long time, he suddenly came around and sat down across from Lin Xiangye. "I'm hungry, treat me to dinner." Lin Xiangyan was confused. She had pulled the plug on the other party to hide here, how come she still hadn't avoided it? Lin Xiangwan didn't know what to do, she could only raise her hand to let the waiter come over and order a few more dishes. After the dishes were ordered, Jiang Shijing really picked up his chopsticks and ate, keeping his head down and not even giving Lin Xiangyan a glance, as if he had come here purely to dabble in the food. To relieve Lin Xiangyan, but also so that someone could treat him to something. Lin Xiangyan took a sip of cream of mushroom soup, biting her spoon not knowing what to do. She took a deep breath. Last night. Those few words seemed to have flicked some switch. Jiang Shijing put the cutlery down and frowned at her. "I'm here to ask for money. Last night I agreed to give me 50,000, you only transferred 5,000, now I'm still short 45,000. Lin Xiangye froze, looking at Jiang Shijing's outstretched hand. She subconsciously unlocked her cell phone and handed it over. Jiang Shijing then really found his chat interface, exited after a flurry of operations, and coldly saw a person on the top of WeChat. Qin Zawa. It was a man's name. When he frowned slightly, Lin Xiangye was afraid that he would see something that exposed what was going on between them and hurriedly snatched it back. "How do you look at people's cell phones?" Jiang Shijing's face was grim as he raised his eyes. "Why, is there anything you can't look at?" "Of course there is, this cell phone of mine is full of secrets." Lin Xiangye straightened her hair and fidgeted. She wanted to ask Jiang Shijing if he heard her say something she shouldn't have said last night, but seeing how calm the other party was, she probably thought she was drunk and talking nonsense. Lin Xiangye was in a state of confusion in her heart and didn't notice that Jiang Shijing's face sank even further. Jiang Shijing sneered. Sarcastically, he said, "So it's a secret that you pretend to have a crush on me on the surface, but you're actually surrounded by more men?" Lin Xiangye was stunned, not knowing what he had misunderstood to be able to say such a thing. Jiang Shijing saw that her lack of reaction was considered a default, and directly got up and left. Lin Xiangye immediately chased after him and stopped him at the hotel entrance. "I don't know what you misunderstood with your words just now, but I can tell you that I'm single, have a clean relationship around me, and don't have many men." "Then tell me, who was the ex-boyfriend you were drunk yesterday and crying and missing?" Jiang Shijing stared at her closely, his sharp gaze seeming to penetrate the heart. Lin Xiangye had almost nowhere to hide under his gaze like that. She opened her mouth, wanting to tell Jiang Shijing that this person was him, had always been him. But when the words came to her lips, reason told her that she absolutely couldn't admit it. She turned her back and didn't look at Jiang Shijing. Her voice went cold. "Mr. Jiang, you've already caused me trouble, the money has been transferred to you, so don't have any contact in the future, you can leave." Jiang Shijing looked at her desperate back. After a moment of silence, he suddenly snorted and said, "Fine, if you won't say it, I don't want to ask, after all, I don't have the right to question you and make you tell the truth, but..." He turned his words around. "I'll be in Banyan City for 3 more days, and only the last day of those 3 days will I have to go and make an appointment to meet with Dr. Zhou." Lin Xiangye turned back to look at him. "What do you mean?" Jiang Shijing said expressionlessly, "For the next 2 days, I'll follow you wherever you go until you tell the truth." "Lin Xiangyan, you can't possibly be a deserter all the time, can you?" Lin Xiangyan froze, suddenly remembering a time long ago when Jiang Shijing had also held her wrist and called her a deserter. Some people, even after losing their memory, still spoke in a way that was so similar. Lin Xiangyan's eyes flickered and changed into an icy expression. "Whatever, you can follow if you want, I'm not going to talk to you anyway." She pretended to be calm and walked past Jiang Shijing. Jiang Shijing looked at her back, his eyes gradually deepening. He tucked his pockets and directly followed her. Lin Xiangyan had just entered the elevator when she heard Jiang Shijing's running the room card at the front desk. "Room 1803. Lin Xiangyan looked down at her room card. 1802. How did this person know her room number? Lin Xiangyan was a bit helpless and hurriedly pressed the elevator door to go up before Jiang Shijing came in. She was in a complicated mood, sitting by the window and looking at the sea view, delayed in returning to her senses. The words she said that night when she was drunk still made Jiang Shijing suspicious, so he chased her here and tried everything. I don't know if he will alert Jiang Ku if he stays here all the time. But it was bad for her to keep going like this. She wasn't good at lying in front of Jiang Shijing, and now she didn't know what to do, where she could hide it. Lin sang evening upset, in the house for half an hour, heart bored, just eat and did not eat enough, so she went out to want to buy some food. Who knows, just as she reached the hall, she saw a familiar figure. Lin Xiangwan fixed her eyes and saw Jiang Shijing talking to a woman. Not only were they extremely close, but Jiang Shijing's face also had a warm and genial smile on it. That smile simply made Lin Xiangya hallucinate the way Jiang Shijing's used to look at her. But now, Jiang Shijing's was smiling so sweetly at a woman he met in a hotel. Where had the usual cold and icy guy gone? Lin Xiangye was so angry that she directly walked over and took Jiang Shijing's arm. She pinched her throat and said petulantly, "Hubby, what are you doing here?" Chapter 156, Just an ex who slagged you off. Jiang Shijing's froze. The woman also froze, shocked. "Sir, you have a wife?" Jiang Shijing's was about to open his mouth when Lin Xiangyan jumped the gun and said, "We just got married and came here for our honeymoon." Jiang Shijing slightly hooked his lips, not moving to let her take his arm. The woman nodded and said in understanding, "That I wish you happy wedding. By the way, just now your husband's cell phone fell in the front desk. It was me who picked it up and gave it to him. He's so polite. He also wants to give me 200 as payment. I didn't ask for it. You guys remember to keep an eye on your cell phones next time." Lin Xiangye was shocked to hear this, and turned her head to look at Jiang Shijing in surprise. Just now, Jiang Shijing's wasn't peacocking at someone else, but a polite smile of gratitude? Embarrassed to the point of blushing, she immediately let go of Jiang Shijing's hand after she watched that woman leave. In the next moment, Jiang Shijing held her hand back and pulled her in front of him, raising an eyebrow. "Just got married on your honeymoon? You're really good at pulling lies out of your mouth." Lin Xiangye came back to her senses, a little embarrassed, pretending to be calm. "You're undergoing treatment. It's not appropriate to put so much thought into other people. I'm helping you." "No, Dr. Zhou is my friend. I'm helping him manage his patients." After stiffening her mouth, she didn't dare to accept Jiang Shijing's cross-examination anymore and hurriedly shook him off and left. Jiang Shijing pursed his lips and looked at her back, finally unable to hold back his questioning. "You draw a line with me in one moment, and then you fight with other women over jealousy in another moment. What exactly do you mean?" "Lin Xiangya, you think it's fun to play with me, right?" Lin Xiangya's footsteps were fixed in place. She looked back at Jiang Shijing's look of being determined to make a statement, and her heart felt a pang of emptiness. She also knew that she looked like a psychopath like this. On the one hand, because she wanted to keep her promise, she reminded herself time and time again that she had to push Jiang Shijing's away and return him to a peaceful life, and on the other hand, she wasn't willing to let Jiang Shijing's really forget about her and get in touch with other people. She even felt aggrieved every time she fulfilled her promise. Clearly Jiang Shijing could have not separated from her back then. Obviously, if she had held out a little longer, they would have kept their promise, eliminated all the threats, and been together properly. At this moment, Jiang Shijing will not necessarily fall in love with Lin Xiangyan again, and may even choose not to believe her and leave directly because he can't accept so much for a while. At that time, what should be done? But if she didn't say anything, Jiang Shijing would think that she didn't have a word of truth in her mouth, and would refuse to give up. After the silence, Lin Xiangyan slowly walked up to Jiang Shijing. She raised her hand and hooked it around Jiang Shijing's neck. "You want me to not be a deserter, don't you?" The sudden proximity brought with it the familiar scent of citrus evening tuberose. Jiang Shijing's breathing stuttered slightly, and he actually blushed, pushing Lin Xiangyan away. "I want you to tell me the past between us as it is." Lin Xiangyan looked at his obstinate eyes and sighed lightly. In this moment, she suddenly selfishly wanted to go out of her way. As she mulled over her explanation, Jiang Shijing's cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Shijing frowned and picked up his cell phone to look at it. The two words "uncle" could jumped on the screen, instantly destroying Lin Xiangyan's impulse. It was such a creation. She clearly wanted to say it, no matter what Jiang Shijing's reaction was, but she was blocked by a phone call. Perhaps this is the will of God. Lin Xiangya let go of Jiang Shijing, stepped back and waved her hand. "I'll leave first, you take the call." She turned around and went upstairs. For some reason, Jiang Shijing felt inexplicably lonely and despondent as he looked at her back. He picked up the phone and wanted to catch up, when Jiang Ke's unusually serious voice came from inside. "Where are you?" Jiang Shijing paused. "Uncle Ko, I'm going back to Banyan City for the first time and want to look around. I'll go back before the treatment." Jiang Ko was silent on the phone for a moment. "You want to go around? I'll come over to accompany you. Give me the address." Jiang Shijing's footsteps were difficult, keenly aware that Jiang Ko was jealous. Scrupulous about him meeting with Lin Xiangye? Jiang Shijing squeezed his cell phone tightly, for the first time giving birth to the rebellion of not being willing to listen to Jiang Ko. "Uncle Ko, just let me go by myself. I promise I'll go back in 2 days." After saying that, he didn't care about Jiang Ke's reaction. He directly hung up the phone and squeezed in when the elevator doors were about to close. He and Lin Xiangyan were the only two people in the elevator. Lin Xiangyan hesitantly said, Your uncle called to ask you to go back, right? I told him not to go back, unless you finish explaining what you wanted to say just now. What exactly is between me and you? You must tell me. As one of the parties involved, I also have the right to know. Jiang Shijing eyed ahead. The glass reflection reflected his slightly cold peach blossom eyes. Lin Xiangyan looked at him through the glass reflection and softly said, Have you never thought that even your closest grandma and uncle are unwilling to tell you the truth, so this matter is not something you should know? Jiang Shijing was choked by her words. Before he could say anything, the elevator door opened. Lin Xiangwan walked out, cold sweat beading on her back at this point. She didn't dare to imagine how disappointed the old madam would be if she knew that she had gotten mixed up with Jiang Shijing's again, and almost broke her promise by saying what happened back then. The sound of footsteps behind her was close again. She was grabbed by Jiang Shijing as she opened the door. There were people coming and going in the corridor, all looking at them. Lin Xiangyan let out a breath, really not wanting to pull with Jiang Shijing's in full view like this. Let go of me, can you let go first? Not letting go, unless you say it clearly, I can leave after hearing it. Jiang Shijing's face was expressionless as he clasped her wrist, the force getting tighter and tighter. Lin Xiangyan ate the pain and frowned slightly. Noticing her reaction, Jiang Shijing then let go of her hand, but blocked the door with his body, confining her in the middle. Lin Xiangyan nearly bumped into his chin. The man was too close, and the hot temperature came from a steady stream. Lin Xiangyan turned her face away, only to feel her face burning. She bit her lip and said softly, Okay, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you, but you must promise me that after I'm done talking, you'll stop pestering me and immediately check out and leave this place. Jiang Shijing took a step back, Then I have to hear what you have to say first. It really wasn't easy to fool around. Lin Xiangyan slandered in her heart and resigned herself to turning around and leading him into the room. She threw a bottle of water to Jiang Shijing and sat down at the table. Jiang Shijing put the water down. I'm not drinking, I want to listen to you, don't you dare try to change the subject. Lin Xiangyan glanced at him breathlessly, I don't want to change the subject, I'll tell you the truth now, simply. She trailed off and thought for 2 seconds. Before you lost your memory, we were in a relationship, and when I learned that you were injured and were likely to become a vegetable, I abandoned you, so I stayed in Rongqing, and you were taken by your family abroad for treatment. Jiang Ke felt that I was a heartless woman because of this incident, and also didn't want you to meet with me, got it? She made a point of portraying herself as the rumored one, the refined egoist who abandoned her boyfriend. Lin Xiangyan was afraid that Jiang Shijing wouldn't believe her, so she looked up the rumors on the internet that were catching the wind. What's reported is the truth. For a woman like me who starts and stops, who can only share the good and not the bad, don't waste any time with me, treat me like an ex who's as light as a feather, blowing away and gone. Lin Xiangyan walked to the door of the room and pulled it open, signaling Jiang Shijing to go out. Jiang Shijing stared at the cell phone screen for a long time, his gaze dark. Then what does your pestering of me count as now? He asked. Lin Xiangyan thought about it and said indifferently, You're so good looking, and now that I see that you've lost your memory and changed, I find it interesting and want to mess with you again. She tried her best to mimic the tone of a slag woman, but her fingertips were pinched tight. Jiang Shijing seemed to be infuriated, tensing his face as he got up and left. As she brushed past, Lin Xiangyan sighed in relief instead. Let's just leave like this, lest she can't hold back her feelings while suffering from the fear of not being able to keep her promise. But Jiang Shijing didn't leave, but stood in front of her when he was about to pass. Lin Xiangyan looked up at him blankly. Jiang Shijing cupped her jaw, his blunt determination crashing into the bottom of her eyes. I'm not that easy to mess with. Since you dumped me, you shouldn't take the initiative again. Lin Xiangyan was shocked to hear, What do you? Before she could finish, a fiery kiss landed, sealing all her questions. Chapter 157 Sickness Care. Lin Xiangyan pushed Jiang Shijing and was countered by him clasping his wrists for a more intense kiss. After 2 minutes of stalemate, Jiang Shijing felt the pushing hand on his shoulder remove its force. He's not struggling anymore? The thought just popped up. Lin Xiangyan suddenly pushed him away with all her strength. Jiang Shijing was caught off guard and almost hit the wall. He frowned and was about to ask, when Lin Xiangyan bent down and sneezed violently. She rubbed her itchy nose, a sneeze seemed to lift the seal, and her body became uncomfortable. Her breathing was hot and her head was heavy. Lin Xiangyan opened her mouth to speak with a heavy nasal tone, Can you stop fooling around? Before the words were finished, a hand explored over. Jiang Shijing frowned and covered her forehead, You have a fever, go to the hospital. I'm not going. Lin Xiangyan took a step back to avoid his hand, Just take some medicine, you should go. Jiang Shijing ignored her words and asked in a deep voice, You're coming with me by yourself or being carried out by me, choose for yourself. Lin Xiangyan's eyes widened in disbelief, How did you become like this now? Saying one thing and being overbearing and bossy. Not at all like the Jiang Shijings of old. Jiang Shijing's complexion darkened slightly, Why, are you comparing me to the old me again? He walked over and was about to carry someone. Lin Xiangye was so scared that she backed up and used her hands to separate him. Wait a minute. I'm going to the hospital, is it okay to go to the hospital? Jiang Shijing straightened up and walked over to open the door to the room. Lin Xiangye sighed silently, picked up her bag and walked out, a lightness in her hand as she brushed past, the bag reaching Jiang Shijing's hand. Jiang Shijing carried it for her and closed the door to press the elevator. Looking at his back, Lin Xiangye blinked, somewhat stunned. The current Jiang Shijing seemed to enjoy doing more and saying less. She followed the elevator. The resort was far from the hospital, but there were several private clinics in the neighborhood. The nurse inside checked Lin Xiangye and gave her a needle, instructing, 38 degrees 6, the temperature is a little high, it should be a cold from blowing the wind for too long, cover up well, sleep and sweat to get well quickly. Lin Xiangye thanked her and waited for the others to leave, looking at Jiang Shijing who was sitting across from her. When her eyes met, she revealed some doubts. Why aren't you leaving yet? Jiang Shijing said indifferently, after tossing and turning for so long, I can't even sit down and take a break? No, I mean. Lin Xiangye looked toward a few patients not far away. She lowered her voice, I've told you everything I need to say, so hurry up and check out and leave, don't let your uncle find you here. Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes, unhappy, whether I want to leave or not is my business, you don't have the qualifications to make decisions for me. Lin Xiangye choked on this and couldn't help but protest, you just forced me to come to the doctor's office, didn't you also make decisions for me? I can't even say a word. Jiang Shijing simply looked down and ignored it, taking out his cell phone to kill time. Lin Xiangye had a needle in her right hand, so she couldn't even play with her cell phone, and could only stare at the TV hanging on the wall to watch a dog-blooded drama. There were also a lot of patients in the middle of the night, coming one after another. After an hour or so, the empty seat where Jiang Shijing was sitting was occupied by patients, and Lin Xiangye's bed could only accommodate one person who could barely lie on it. He stood at the end of the bed, continuing to play with his cell phone. Lin Xiangye looked up to see the speed of the infusion. It's estimated to take another 2 hours. Aren't you tired of standing? Hurry back. Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes and glanced at her condescendingly and indifferently. He didn't say anything, the meaning was already obvious, it's none of your business. Lin Xiangye closed her mouth and didn't bother. Sleepy, she yawned, gradually could not hold on to sleep. In a daze, someone seemed to help her pull the covers. When she woke up again, the nurse came over to remove her needle. Lin Xiangye sat up and looked around, there was a strange face, Jiang Shijing was gone. Still gone. Lin Xiangye exhaled a breath, but her heart wasn't very relaxed, instead, she was a bit frustrated in this unfamiliar environment. After pulling out the needle, she covered the back of her hand to slow down for a while, her toes gently hooked on the high heels on the ground, ready to wait for the eye of the needle not to bleed to wear. At this time, a pair of slender hands appeared within the field of vision, holding her ankles to prevent her from moving around. Lin Xiangye looked at Jiang Shijing who suddenly appeared in shock, you didn't leave? Jiang Shijing put on her shoes for her and lifted up a bag of prescribed medicine. Inside there is a note from the doctor, writing the dosage, remember to take it when you get back. He still spoke without any emotional ups and downs, like a routine robot. Lin Xiangye froze and watched, suddenly somewhat accustomed to his current character. Even if it was like a robot, it was still an attentive robot. She threw away the hemostatic cotton and stood up, walking outside with Jiang Shijing. As soon as she left the quiet environment, Lin Xiangye spoke with deliberation, you came to Young City to treat your illness, don't you still have to go back to Jincheng in a couple days? Running out like this, didn't your uncle call you? Jiang Shijing turned around and frowned at her, aren't you talking too much? I promised your uncle that I wouldn't see you again, didn't I tell you everything? I'm the heartless girl who abandoned you, if Jiang Ke knew we were together, would he still be looking for me to fight for his life? Lin Xiangye was a bit tired. She was the only one who suffered every time they came into contact, either feeling that she didn't mean what she said and was ashamed of the old lady, or soberly sinking and being tormented by her feelings. On the contrary, it was Jiang Shijing, who didn't remember anything, was light-hearted and unburdened by whatever he wanted to do. Lin Xiangye was spitting in her mind, not paying attention to the fact that Jiang Shijing had stopped and turned around, slamming headfirst into his arms and being bounced back again. Jiang Shijing tugged on her arm and pulled her back. Finding people to film me, buying my selfies, and secretly going to Jincheng to see me. Which of the things you did wasn't harassing my life? Compared to meeting directly, don't you think this is more excessive? Chapter 158, Carrying People Back. Lin Xiangye was speechless. This was all a good thing that she did, and it was true that she couldn't deny it. Then, if you didn't realize that I found someone to follow you, nothing would have happened. Jiang Shijing coldly grunted, strong words. Where have I? I'll naturally leave if I want to, there's no need for you to drive me away. One sentence blocked Lin Xiangye back, all the words to drive people away couldn't be said. She sighed softly and went back with Jiang Shijing in silence. Forget it. Having already met and even kissed, letting Jiang Shijing leave now wouldn't change that fact. It would be better to spend more time with Jiang Shijing's. It's rare to spend even one more second, and in 2 days, Jiang Shijing will be gone. Lin Xiangye looked at Jiang Shijing's back, which was always one step behind her, and hooked her lips, hey, ex-boyfriend. Jiang Shijing paused and stared back. My feet hurt. Lin Xiangye threw off her heels and capriciously said, you carry me, or I won't walk. Her heart was beating wildly as she said this. With Jiang Shijing's character, would he ignore her and walk straight away, or would he come over and bend down? She was inexplicably nervous, her palms slightly sweaty. In the next second, Jiang Shijing directly picked up his high heels and carried them in his hands, half squatting with his back to her. Come up. Lin Xiangyan's eyes brightened slightly, lying on his solid and warm back. Her legs were lifted up, Jiang Shijing had her bag hanging in the crook of his arm, and with his shoes in his hands, he was still walking steadily on her back. Lin Xiangyan thought of the past. Jiang Shijing thought she was going to commit suicide and ran over to her in the middle of the night. He said he wasn't a dog that came when called, so it was impossible for him to stick up to her as soon as he met her. At that time, she didn't fully understand Jiang Shijing's meaning, didn't know his feelings, and was just puzzled that the man who had threatened not to give her another chance would be afraid of her dying in the middle of the night on the street. Lin Xiangye's heart was sore and swollen, gently lying on Jiang Shijing's shoulder, her face pressed against the back of his neck. Noticing her movements, Jiang Shijing stiffened slightly and continued to walk forward. Lin Xiangye wrapped her arms around his neck and said softly, you've carried me like this before. Jiang Shijing didn't say anything. She then continued, you thought I was going to seek death at that time, you were angry and scared, your expression was wonderful. Actually, at that time we had conflicts and misunderstandings and weren't in a relationship. Lin Xiangye's lips opened and closed, her warm breath spraying on the side of Jiang Shijing's neck and ear. Jiang Shijing took a deep breath and squeezed her leg warningly, can you be quiet? You're still talking so much when you're sick. Lin Xiangye was a little embarrassed, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Jiang Shijing pursed his lips, it's not the noise, it's the heat. Hot. Lin Xiangye lifted her upper body, only to realize that his ears were particularly red. She touched her fingertips, it's so hot, your ears are going to be ripe, aren't they? Jiang Shijing gritted his teeth, don't move your hands. Lin Xiangye retracted her hand and straightened up, allowing some cool air to blow in between their bodies. Noticing that she was doing her best to pull away, Jiang Shijing's eyes darkened and suddenly moved up to support her body. Lin Xiangye was startled, thinking she was going to fall, her whole body lying on his back, don't suddenly turn me upside down. Jiang Shijing slightly hooked his lips and continued to walk forward. The clinic was very close to the hotel, and it took 10 minutes to get back. Lin Xiangye received hot water downstairs to take her medicine and was sent back to her room by Jiang Shijing, tossing and turning all night without any sleep. When she closed her eyes, she always thought of Jiang Shijing's hard mouth and soft heart taking care of her, and her heartbeat kept speeding up. At dawn, Lin Xiangyan sat up resignedly. No matter what kind of Jiang Shijing she was, it seemed like she was always attracted to him, and she couldn't escape or hide from him. Lin Xiangyan changed her clothes and went downstairs for breakfast, not bothering Jiang Shijing. The restaurant had been very quiet until a woman came in holding a child, and that child wailed and cried, causing everyone to show impatience. Lin Xiangye inadvertently glanced at it, her gaze fixed. The person holding the child was Gao Luohuan. Gao Luohuan didn't notice her and was embarrassedly coaxing the child to stop crying. Even so, the staff rushed over and politely asked her to leave without disturbing the others. Gao Luohuan hurriedly got up, but accidentally bumped into the bag on the table, and the milk powder cans, wet wipes and other things inside fell out in a mess. A pacifier bottle rolled a few times and came to Lin Xiangyan's feet. Lin Xiangye paused, but still picked it up and handed it over. Thank you. Gao Luohuan looked up with an apologetic smile and froze when she saw it was Lin Xiangye. Lin Xiangye coldly withdrew her hand, turned around and walked away. Gao Luohuan gritted her teeth and couldn't help but lift her foot to follow. Wait. Lin Xiangye, stop first. Lin Xiangye ignored it and accelerated her steps outside. Gao Luohuan held the child in her arms and chased after her, stepping on the soft sand with some difficulty. The child spit up milk from the bumps, and his cries became weaker and weaker. Lin Xiangnan couldn't stand it anymore, went out and took the sweaty child, squatted down to look for paper towels to wipe the child's mouth. Gao Luohuan hurriedly handed over the baby wipes. Lin Xiangye glanced at her and coldly said, it's only been half a year, how was the child born? It's not my child. Gao Luohuan gritted her teeth, I didn't know until Lin Shijing and I got married that he kept a woman outside, and at that time that woman had just given birth to a child, and it's this one in your arms. Lin Xiangye was not interested in these things, wiping the child's face clean and handing it to her, the child is innocent, don't treat him badly. Seeing her about to leave, Gao Luohuan was so anxious that he pulled her, give me some money. Not far away, Jiang Shijing came out to look for Lin Xiangyan and saw this scene, his footsteps slightly paused. Lin Xiangwan was concerned about the child in Gao Luohuan's arms and didn't shake her off, why should I give you money? If it wasn't for you in the first place, I wouldn't have married Lin Shijing and wouldn't have been reduced to raising a child for someone else. Gao Luohuan's eyes reddened with anger, you must give me a compensation, at first it was you who helped me design to marry Lin Shijing. Lin Xiang evening felt amused, what you wanted in the first place, now it's all on me. It is Lin Shijing had to get an inch to mess with me, took the confidential technology but also wanted to rob the company, causing Uncle Chen to jump off the building and kill himself. Everything is his own fault. If he stops and live with you, things will not become like this. Gao Luowan became infuriated and said indignantly, then why don't you give up and let Lin Shijing go? You took all the shares in the first place. Those were originally shares that belonged to me, to grandfather and my mother. Lin Xiang Evening's complexion was icy cold, regretting that she had just crossed paths with Gao Luowan. You can get a divorce if you're not having a good time, don't put everything on my head. She turned around and left. Gao Luowan couldn't get the money in a hurry, just about to chase after her when she saw Lin Xiangye stop and look at the man directly in front of her. She followed Lin Xiangyan's line of sight and froze, then gloated and laughed. Another debt collector. I'd forgotten that you had even annexed Jiang's in the first place. What else can't you do? Treating your biological father harshly, driving away your stepmother and brother, Lin Xiangyan, people like you deserve retribution. Jiang Shijing frowned. Chapter 159, didn't want her to be accosted. Lin Xiangyan looked over in Gao Luowan's direction, her eyebrows jumping. She didn't want these things to be heard by Jiang Shijing and explained offhandedly, things aren't what she said. Gao Luowan sneered, dare to do it? You didn't seize power from your father and brother? If it wasn't for you, would our family be poor and destitute? Jiang Shijing's brows wrinkled up, the ups and downs of emotions could not be seen on his face. Gao Luowan looked him up and down. Young Master Jiang, why don't you have any reaction at all? You're not angry at all when your company was taken away from you? Jiang Shijing swept Lin Xiangyan a glance, not letting go of her movements of clenching her sleeves. He stared at Gao Luowan for a few seconds, his thin lips slightly opening, stay away from her. Gao Luowan froze, what did you say? Jiang Shijing was impatient, his tone even colder. I said, get away from her. You. Gao Luowan rose red in the face, cursing and carrying the child away. The Gao family's eldest young lady who had been chased by Lin Shijing in the past could no longer see any semblance of resemblance to the old days. A phrase popped up in Lin Xiangyan's mind, poor and lowly wives have all the sorrows. Jiang Shijing looked at her for a moment, thinking about something? She returned to her senses and smiled, what she said is true, I did take your company and resources. Jiang Shijing nodded without following. Lin Xiangye was curious, you don't have anything to ask? Jiang Shijing thought for a moment, no, it's your skill if you can take it. Lin Xiangye froze, not expecting him to answer such a sentence. 3 years ago, when she thought everyone was betraying her, only Jiang Shijing guarded what her grandfather left behind for her, protecting her life and death over and over again. 3 years later, Jiang Shijing had almost lost his life for her, and even though he didn't remember anything, he hadn't thought about fighting with her over these things that had belonged to him. Lin Xiangye's heart tip soured and swelled, and she coughed lightly to change the subject, I'm hungry, let's go eat. She went into the restaurant first to order. Jiang Shijing followed behind, and when she went in, 2 men were sitting by the window and were pointing at Lin Xiangyan. See that waist? Super thin. What a great figure, let's invite her over for dinner and get her cell phone number. Jiang Shijing narrowed his eyes and surveyed Lin Xiangyan. Because of her cold, she was wearing a slightly thick long-sleeved wrap-around black dress that showed off her good figure. The neckline was tight and didn't have any highlights, but instead, it set off her face that was bright and extremely present. It was normal to be stared at by men. Jiang Shijing's eyes darkened slightly, and when the 2 men got up to accost her, he walked over to Lin Xiangyan and took the menu in her hand and sat down on the opposite side of the table. The 2 men came over and were stunned by the situation. Jiang Shijing slammed the menu onto the table, his tone not really good, I want a crab bun. Lin Xiangyan was thinking about what to eat, and looked at him suspiciously when she heard this. Inexplicably, what's so fierce about it? She raised her hand to recruit a waiter. One of the men cleared his throat, regardless of Jiang Shijing, and took 2 steps forward. Would you like to eat with us, beautiful lady? Order whatever you want, it's our treat. His companion was busy showing a smile. Lin Xiangye was just about to open her mouth when Jiang Shijing stunk up his face again, another vegetable porridge. Lin Xiangye pointed the 2 food items on the menu to the waiter while smiling apologetically at the 2 men. We're eating, so I won't trouble you with the expense. The 2 were a bit reluctant and pressed. Does Miss have a boyfriend? Can you add a contact? Bang! The cup landed heavily on the table, water splashing out and wetting Jiang Shijing's hand that was holding the cup. Lin Xiangyan finally understood. So all the commotion he made several times was to stop people from hitting on her? Inexplicably, Lin Xiangyan got up the idea of teasing and testing, intentionally ignoring Jiang Shijing's, resting her cheeks and looking at the 2 with a smile. I don't have a boyfriend right now. As soon as the words fell, an icy cold line of sight from the opposite side landed on her face. The 2 men's faces grew happy, and they were about to take a step closer. Lin Xiangye continued before they got closer, but I'm married. She looked at Jiang Shijing, husband, do you want anything else? Jiang Shijing froze slightly, and the line of sight he cast became subtly odd for a moment. The 2 men knew what to do and left, but it was Lin Xiangye who didn't see Jiang Shijing's cooperation instead, feeling uninterested. She said unwillingly, why didn't you cooperate in calling your wife just now? Wasn't it because you didn't want people to hit on me? Jiang Shijing lowered his eyes and watched the waiter place the vegetable porridge in front of him and push it back to Lin Xiangyan. Eat? Surprisingly, he didn't answer. Lin Xiangyan was a bit bummed. Jiang Shijing's after amnesia was a stuffy person, his emotions didn't show at all. She didn't like it. The more she saw Jiang Shijing's calm and unassuming appearance, the more she wanted to take a peek inside to see if it was rough waves or a pool of stagnant water. Lin Xiangyan's brain was so hot that she somehow blurted out, "I wasn't exactly lying just now, after all, we almost got married before." Jiang Shijing gazed at her, showing a rare gesture of waiting for the following. "It's just a pity." Lin Xiangyan changed her sitting position and lazily said, "I ran away when we got married, leaving you alone at the wedding site with no place to cry." She glanced at Jiang Shijing. "Now that you've heard this, are you regretting helping me block the person who accosted me just now?" Chapter 160, Don't Chase Me Away. Jiang Shijing paused, his face expressionless as he began to eat. Seeing that he didn't react, Lin Xiangyan put down her spoon, helpless. In the past, Jiang Shijing would have played a trick on her by feigning pity and begging for a hug, but now he had completely lost his former appearance. The person in front of her was still Jiang Shijing, but he made her feel very distant. Now it seems that she can't unilaterally break this situation. Lin Xiangyan was tasteless and said fatally, "You can still eat, to someone who abandoned you several times, and you don't even feel sick to your stomach?" Jiang Shijing stopped eating and wiped the corners of his mouth to get up. Lin Xiangyan stared at him in anger. Jiang Shijing didn't leave directly, but switched to sit beside her, his hand accurately cupping her chin, his thumb poking her lips. "Open your mouth." Lin Xiangyan was confused by his action, subconsciously opening her mouth. Jiang Shijing picked up a spoon and shoved a mouthful of vegetable porridge into her mouth. "Shut up and swallow." Lin Xiangyan blinked, and after 2 seconds chose to let the other party's action, which in no way could be described as considerate, finish being fed a bowl of congee by Jiang Shijing's under the odd gazes of the people around her. With something warm in her stomach, her entire body was much more relaxed. Only then did Jiang Shijing open his mouth to bring up the topic from earlier. "Don't bring up the matter of you running away from marriage again and again." "Why? What do you think?" Lin Xiangyan stopped talking. Originally, she wanted to stimulate Jiang Shijing, but he didn't remember anything. At best, he heard that he felt dishonored for being run away from marriage, which would have other ideas. Upstairs, she went back to sleep listlessly, not forgetting to remind Jiang Shijing to check out of the room and leave. It wasn't until noon that Lin Xiangnan regained some energy. The first thing she did was call the front desk to ask if the people next door had checked out. Learning that they hadn't, Lin Xiangyan went next door and knocked on the door, only to find that it was hidden. She raised her eyebrows slightly and pushed the door open to walk in. The curtains were drawn in the room, the light was very dim, and you could only barely see the quilt bulging. Someone was sleeping. "It's noon, why are you so sleepy?" Lin Xiangyan went over and tugged the quilt open. "Get up. Do you really want Jiang Ko to come here? Get up quickly." "Hey, Jiang Shijing?" No matter how Lin Xiangyan shouted, Jiang Shijing remained lying on his back and didn't move a muscle. She leaned over to check Jiang Shijing's face. Suddenly, a hand tugged on her wrist, and the temperature in her palm was hot. Lin Xiangyan was caught off guard and fell on Jiang Shijing, struggling. "Get up, don't drag me, it hurts." Only then did Jiang Shijing sigh in relief, his nasal voice coming out from under the covers. "Trouble, give me a fever-reducing pill." Lin Xiangyan stiffened and directly squatted down to probe his forehead with her hand. It was very hot, burning terribly. She recovered Jiang Shijing with the quilt. "Wait, I'll go get medicine and hot water." Lin Xiangyan hurriedly went to get ready and came in 5 minutes later with hot water and some medicine. Jiang Shijing sat up and took the medicine with his eyes closed, tilting his head back after eating to relieve the symptoms of shortness of breath and feverish breath. His forehead broke out in a weak sweat that slid downward. Lin Xiangyan used a handkerchief to help him wipe it off, keeping her eyes on his face. Jiang Shijing hadn't looked at her since the beginning, but he could feel her worried gaze cast over from time to time. This wasn't the kind of look a scummy girl who had dumped him should have at this moment. Jiang Shijing slowed down and opened his eyes. "Infected by you." Lin Xiangyan felt guilty, but her face didn't show it. "Who let you toss and send me to the hospital last night?" "I didn't let you get close to me." "Well, I unilaterally wanted to stick to you, okay?" Jiang Shijing was light, not a fighting tone, more like a sick compromise. Lin Xiangyan was too lazy to say more to him, getting up and wanting to go get something to eat. She was just about to leave when her wrist was pulled again. Jiang Shijing stared at her hand with downcast eyes, not even lifting his eyelids, and said softly, "After today, I'll go back to receive treatment, don't chase me away." Perhaps because of his taut face, Jiang Shijing didn't have the same vivid expression as he did before he lost his memory, and when he spoke, he always gave people a serious and uncontrollable feeling. But at this moment, Lin Xiangyan heard a few moments of careful pleading in his words. She let Jiang Shijing grab her. "Why stay? Has your interest in me not disappeared?" "No." Jiang Shijing stared at her closely, his voice light in his illness. "I'm thinking about something." Lin Xiangyan simply sat down. "What is it?" Jiang Shijing deliberated for a moment, bumping into her curious gaze. "What was I like before?" Lin Xiangye froze. Uncle Ku also said that there's a big change in my personality from before I lost my memory. Jiang Shijing pinched her fingertips as if he was grasping at the past. Lin Xiangye's breathing stuttered slightly, and she took a hard, deep breath. You used to be very nice. Jiang Shijing raised his eyebrows. Where was it good? Once upon a time you liked me. Lin Xiangye didn't hold back and blurted out. She pointed at Jiang Shijing's eyes. In the past, when you looked at me, your eyes had warmth in them, but not now. Jiang Shijing didn't move. That's why I was cheated by you in the past and dumped by you right after I lost my memory. Lin Xiangye was speechless. Can we still chat properly? She got up. I don't care about you. I'm going to buy some food. You'll leave after tonight when the fever is gone. Jiang Shijing was unhappy. You're driving me away again. Yes. Lin Xiangye could do nothing about it. I've told you everything I need to tell you. Why are you still sticking around here? Stay until the evening and leave. He'll be anxious if you don't contact Jiang Ku in the next 2 days. Jiang Shijing pursed his lips. But I'd rather stay here. No. I want to be with you. Lin Xiangye gave a slight lurch, confused by the sudden blunt words. Jiang Shijing admired the way she froze off. Go get busy and wait for you to come back. Lin Xiangye stared at him for 2 seconds. The corners of her lips twitched, and finally walked out without saying anything. Forget it, he's sick. She endured. Lin Xiangyan was distracted, pulling open the door without seeing someone outside, and missed a step before she bumped into him. She subconsciously said she was sorry, and when she looked up, she nearly went into cardiac arrest. On the bed, Jiang Shijing looked at the visitor and frowned slightly. Uncle Ku.